The man stood in the living room, his gaze fixed on the two women in office lady uniforms. Would you two like something to drink? No need, Mr. Yang. Su Qing on the left smiled and waved her hand in refusal. We are from the Professionals Association. My name is Su Qing, and this is Lin Wei. Today we're here to complete the follow-up information recording for your awakened profession. Lin Wei, standing to the side, had her tablet ready to record at any moment. Yang Tao responded softly and sat down on the sofa. He had already been living in this world for 3 months. It wasn't until his 20th birthday yesterday that he officially awakened and became a professional. This world has been invaded by a force similar to the rules of a game. Everyone experiences a career awakening at the age of 20. 95% are in common professions, and only 5% can become combat professionals. Commoners are not weak. They are simply more focused on a lifestyle system, accumulating experience before changing professions, such as becoming a barber or a craftsman. Su Qing opened the file and began the process. Mr. Yang, please confirm your basic information. Name? Yang Tao. Age? 20. What is your awakened profession? Yang Tao paused for a moment. A Taoist priest. Su Qing was slightly taken aback. Which kind? Exorcism? Fortune-telling? Or a legendary Taoist priest? A legendary Taoist priest. His tone was calm, yet casual. He was the kind of legendary Taoist priest who started with just a dog and acquired all his equipment through gameplay. Lin Wei paused for a moment, glancing at him. Yang Tao, however, knew exactly what she was thinking. The online reviews of the legendary Taoist are never very positive. Taoists have virtually no strong period before level 25. Its damage output is inferior to that of mages. It is outmatched by warriors in melee combat. It cannot match the speed of assassins, and its healing is only a basic heal spell. Its only advantage is its survival. It can hold out. Can you demonstrate your initial skills? Su Qing continued. Sure. Yang Tao raised his right hand and made a hand seal. The next instant, a silver-white light appeared and slowly swirled above his head. Healing spell. System information appears simultaneously. Cost: 10 mana. Cooldown: 5 seconds. Effect: continuously restores health, affected by spirit bonus. Su Qing nodded and continued taking notes. The rest of the process was completed quickly. In the end, he received his professional identification and a silver badge. These 2 items are the passes to leave the city. The moment the door closed, the room fell silent. Yang Tao held the badge, a slight smile playing on his lips. You didn't ask, but that doesn't mean I won't tell you. He thought to himself as he opened the attribute panel. Name: Yang Tao. Age: 20. Race: Steve. Occupation: Taoist. Level: 1. Experience: 0 out of 1000. The basic attributes are clearly displayed. Strength 10, Constitution 12, Agility 10, Spirit 14, Health 120, Mana 140. Only he knew that the real difference lay in race. He closed the panel and sat back on the sofa. He muttered to himself, Minecraft. The cheat ability that had been absent since his transmigration was quietly activated the moment he awakened. There wasn't even any warning. He stood up. Now that I've awakened, I should go outside the city and take a look. His phone suddenly rang. Wallet notification: 31 silver coins and 52 copper coins. Immediately following was a voice message. You brat, you woke up without even saying a word. It was the voice of Boss Su on the other end of the line. I've transferred your salary. If you don't want to upgrade, come back. I need you anytime. Yang Tao replied, pressing the voice button. Brother Su, I'm a Taoist priest. I can play it safe. If things really get too tough, I'll come back. The person on the other end chuckled. Remember to come back and visit often once you've made it big. Your sisters still miss you. Okay. After hanging up the phone, he changed his clothes, put on his sneakers, and went straight out. His goal was clear: a supply depot on the outskirts of the city, then an upgrade outside the city. He sat at the bus stop, head down, scrolling through news on his phone. Crimson Moon Forest has been breached. The corruption zone is spreading rapidly. Coastal merfolk riots. Zombie hordes surge in urban ruins. He looked up at the distant city boundary. This world is truly chaotic. Inside the logistics supply store, rows of shelves gleamed brightly. Yang Tao scanned the product labels, his expression gradually turning somewhat helpless. Mini Healing Potion restores 50 health points every 10 seconds and costs 50 copper coins. Mini Mana Potion restores 40 mana points every 10 seconds. Degrade Bread costs 50 copper coins and slowly restores health after disengaging from combat. Degrade Mineral Water costs 5 copper coins and slowly restores mana after disengaging from combat. He looked at these things and sighed softly. No wonder some professionals are dirt poor and can't even level up. Resource consumption is far more staggering than imagined. The price of higher-level healing potions has doubled. Minor healing potions. It restores 100 health points in 10 seconds and costs 2 silver coins. But what's truly outrageous is the instant recovery potion. Sun Water instantly restores 50 health points and costs 0 silver coins. Volume Sun Water instantly restores 200 health points and costs 1 gold coin. Yang Tao glanced at it, then without further hesitation, bought only 1 bottle of Sun Water. He used the rest of his money to buy bread and mineral water. He discovered that these foods in his backpack had descriptions similar to game attributes. D-grade bread restores hunger and a small amount of health when consumed. Sure enough, he had a rough idea of what was going on. The rules of this world were more systematic than they appeared on the surface. After organizing his backpack, he glanced at his equipment inventory. His only weapon was a wooden stick. Attack 1 to 4, durability 20/20. He gripped the wooden stick tightly and walked towards the city gate. The city walls stood tall, their metallic sheen reflecting the sunlight. It was a barrier built by architects and combat professionals alike. The city and the outside world were completely separated into 2 worlds. The moment you passed through the city gate, even the air seemed to change. The grasslands stretched out, with occasional traces of battle visible. Yang Tao looked up at the distant forest. That was his target area. Just then, a tall figure blocked his way. It was a burly man over 2 meters tall, with muscles so exaggerated that his t-shirt was taut. "Hey bro, what's your class? Want to team up?" Yang Tao looked up and paused for a second. "Legendary Taoist." The burly man paused for a moment, then scratched his head. Never mind. I'll go ask someone else." He turned and left. Yang Tao knew very well that this profession was indeed difficult to team up with. He continued forward and quickly locked onto his target on the grass, a green slime. The next second, it suddenly froze. Then it sprang up and charged straight at Yang Tao. Its speed was ridiculously fast. Holy crap! Yang Tao paused, then swiftly raised his wooden stick. With a single strike, green slime splattered. The slime's health dropped by 12. Green slime level 1, HP. 68 out of 80. It didn't pause after landing, but bounced up again and rammed into him. Yang Tao was knocked back a step. If you can't dodge, then fight back. He steadied himself and swung his stick again. The -10 slime also retaliated at the same time. -7. Until the slime's health dropped to 1/3. The final blow landed. The health bar was empty. With a snap, the slime shattered into a puddle of slime. A copper coin fell into his backpack. He gained 1 experience point. Yang Tao glanced at the battle result. Worked so hard, and only earned 1 yuan. His gaze had already shifted to the distance. Not far away, a large rooster stood proudly. Yang Tao gripped his wooden stick and charged straight at it. Chickens are passive creatures and don't attack unless provoked. Their value lies in the materials they drop. 1 blow. -10, -10. Just then, a silvery white light descended from above his head. Healing spell. Eating Gabongzi smoked chicken increases hunger by 8 points, grants 12 satiety points, and provides the buff, eat well. After the rooster's health bar was depleted, its corpse slowly collapsed and began to fade away, dropping maroon smoked chicken, raw meat, and feathers. Yang Tao was stunned for a moment. Holy crap, it wasn't a dressed chicken that dropped? Raw meat and feathers are extra drops from Steve, not the chicken itself. He looked at the glistening, smoked chicken from Gabongzi in his backpack. Then Yang Tao opened the monster encyclopedia on his phone to check information about chickens. Chicken has 50/50 HP and 5 attack. It is a non-aggressive monster and is commonly found near human settlements. After killing the enemy, there is a high probability that it will drop chicken meat, with quality ranging from 1 to 20. The higher the quality, the better the taste. Feathers and eggs have a low probability of dropping. Known rare drops include poached chicken, Sichuan-style chicken, spicy chicken, and braised chicken. After checking the list, Yang Tao found that Gabongzi smoked chicken was not on it, so he took photos of the scene and the fallen items and uploaded them to the system. The system message reads, "Thank you for your contribution. It has been recorded and a reward will be issued based on its importance." After putting away his phone, Yang Tao walked towards the forest, because he knew very well that Steve's survival rule was to chop down trees first. Not long after entering the grassland, a sharp voice rang out, "Rakanishu." A fallen demon suddenly sprang out of the grass, wielding a rusty dagger and charging straight at them. Yang Tao immediately raised his wooden stick to retaliate, but his opponent was faster and dealt him a damage reduction of 15. Yang Tao instantly cast a healing spell to stabilize himself, and then swung his staff at the fallen demon's head. The fallen demon level 2 has 89 out of 100 health points, and is a typical monster that ambushes from the bushes. The fallen one swung his blade at Yang Tao's vitals. Yang Tao quickly ducked, successfully dodging the attack. The blade grazed past him but caused no actual damage. He cursed, "Fuck your grandpa," as he repeatedly swung his club to subdue his opponent. After 3 blows, the fallen's health dropped rapidly, and finally, the fallen, under pressure, turned and fled. Yang Tao discovered that his opponent was very fast. After the fallen demon fled into the bushes, it reappeared. Yang Tao rushed up and finished it off with a single blow, followed by a healing spell. After killing it, the monster drops 1 rag and 2 copper coins, which are basic material rewards. Yang Tao continued to venture deeper into the forest area and kill the goblin, gaining 2 experience points and some equipment drops. The dropped item is a rotten straw ring, which grants +2 to spirit and is not bound to the player. Equipping it increases Yang Tao's maximum mana to 160. He drank a bottle of mineral water to restore his mana, but the next second a black spike suddenly shot out and interrupted the recovery. Yang Tao immediately dodged and locked onto the target, discovering it was a level 2 bristly rat launching a long-range sneak attack. He quickly charged into close combat, attacking repeatedly with a wooden stick while dodging spikes and counterattacking. After a drawn-out battle, he successfully killed the bristly rat, but only got 1 copper coin, resulting in a loss. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Yang Tao replenished his water and bread, restoring his condition to full. The grassland area in front of the forest mainly consists of level 1 to 3 monsters, while the interior of the forest is a mixed area of level 1 to 20 monsters. Yang Tao took a deep breath, stood at the edge of the forest, raised his hand, and punched a thick tree trunk to officially begin collecting resources. With continuous knocking, the cracks in the tree trunk spread and eventually disintegrated, and 22 oak logs, 4 oak saplings, 22 sticks, and 8 apples all ended up in Yang Tao's backpack. Yang Tao looked at the resources in his backpack, a slow smile spreading across his face as he murmured, "The game has only just begun." Yang Tao opened his 46-slot backpack, his gaze falling on the oak log he had just acquired, and placed it directly into the top 4 crafting slots. In the original Minecraft setting, a log can be broken down into 4 planks. Without hesitation, he dismantled all the logs into planks in one go. He then used 4 planks to create a workbench. Looking at the open space not far away, Yang Tao had a sudden thought, and the palm-sized workbench in his hand vanished instantly. The next second, a 1-meter square block appeared out of thin air on the ground, the complete workbench. Let's make the tools first. His only weapon was a wooden stick, which was far from enough. He stood before the workbench, silently chanting, "Open the workbench." In an instant, a 33 crafting interface appeared before his eyes, with his inventory bar below. Yang Tao quickly used planks and sticks to craft a wooden pickaxe and 3 wooden axes. Wooden pickaxe, digging level, 0, durability 59 to 59. Wooden axe, attack 7, durability 60/60ths. He picked up the wooden axe. The entire weapon was brownish red, as if it had been carved from a single piece of wood. The axe handle was slender with clear wood grain, but the axe head was ridiculously large. Yang Tao swung it twice lightly, and to his surprise, it was even in high definition. In the original Minecraft, equipment was made up of mosaic blocks, but this world has clearly been enhanced by texture packs. A 7-point attack is indeed quite strong. He casually took the wooden stick with an attack of 1 to 4 from his equipment slot and threw it back into his backpack. This thing can be sold for money, at least 2 copper coins. Yang Tao chopped the wooden structure with his axe, and cracks instantly appeared, several times faster than he could do with his bare hands. He looked around to make sure there were no other professionals, then picked up his wooden axe and walked toward another oak tree. He swiftly felled oak trees, the falling debris flying directly into his body. He needed to chop down as many as possible now. The forest was too dangerous. He'd wait until at least level 5 before venturing in. Just as he was about to continue, a fist-sized rock suddenly flew out of the woods. Subtract 33. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Tao turned and ran, simultaneously casting a healing spell on himself. A silvery white light descended, and his health slowly began to recover. Add 7. Add 7. He casually pulled out some sun water and held it in his hand, ready to make amends at any moment. A goblin carrying a bamboo basket darted out of the woods. Goblin throwing level 6. It had wrinkled green skin, cold red eyes, and a bamboo basket stuffed with stones on its back. The next second, it threw again, and the stone hit Yang Tao precisely. Yang Tao stared at the health bar, his expression remaining calm. I'll save the sun water for now. He didn't try to engage in a prolonged fight. He simply focused on creating distance. The goblin thrower's range of movement was limited. Once he was out of the woods, he was safe. He quickly stopped at the edge of the forest, watching as the goblin stopped chasing. A ranged monster, so ruthless right from the start. Before he could finish speaking, a green slime leaped over. Yang Tao gripped his wooden axe tightly and sneered. If I can't beat it, I can at least beat you. The axe fell. Damage decreased by 15, and the wooden axe's durability also dropped by 2 points. He suddenly realized something. The Minecraft of this world should be able to critically strike. By simply jumping and slashing downwards, a 1.5x critical hit can be triggered. Yang Tao, enduring the slime's attack, lightly leaped up and then slashed downwards with a mighty roar. -23, a high damage number floated above the slime's head. As expected, he quickly calculated in his mind. If the multiplier is stacked, 2 axe blows will be enough to finish it off. Just as he was thinking, the slime suddenly sprang up and counterattacked. You want a critical hit too? Yang Tao dodged to the side and swung his axe down with a backhand. -15. After dealing with the slime, he took out his phone and opened the map. He needed to gather some stones first, at least to reach the Stone Age. The underground area was too dangerous, a mix of monsters and ruins. He quickly identified his target as the Evil Cave, which was 5 kilometers away and had a challenge level of 5+, suggesting that he form a team. Level up to level 3 or 4 first. He put away his phone, grabbed his axe, and charged towards the horde of monsters on the grassland. As the sun set, he cleared away the fighting, his figure constantly moving. By the time he returned to the city gate, it was already dark. The area outside the city at night was even more dangerous than during the day. The professionals returned to the city one after another, and the surroundings were filled with noise. That orc dropped 22 copper coins today. The cat demon almost pinned me to a tree and killed me. Yang Tao didn't stop and quickly walked through the crowd. He went to the bus stop and boarded the number 14 bus back to the city. Outside the window were all sorts of professionals. He leaned back in his seat. Should he shower first or eat first? That was the question. As night deepened, Yang Tao walked out of the bathhouse, looking noticeably more relaxed. 398 copper coins is really a bit much. In this rule-based world, the monetary system has been completely gamified. Copper coins, silver coins, gold coins, and platinum coins can be freely exchanged at a ratio of 1 to 100, with 1 copper coin being approximately equal to $1. He earned only a few dozen copper coins from hunting monsters today, but spent nearly 401 go, which is a typical high-consumption experience. Back in his apartment, he briefly opened the refrigerator to check the leftovers and eggs, then quickly cooked a bowl of noodles to tide him over. Although Steve's constitution doesn't have a true sense of hunger, the hunger system still keeps him eating. After finishing his meal, he lay down on the sofa and began looking at information about the Evil Cave on the professional forum. The Evil Cave ranges from level 4 to 10. The boss is Corpse Fire, and the cave contains various monsters such as skeletons, zombies, bats, and fallen ones. The forum emphasizes the dangers of cave bats, hordes of fallen ones, and the paralyzing effect of maggots, and also prohibits indiscriminate grave digging. The next morning, he bought steamed buns and took a bus out of the city, aiming to reach level 2 before entering the cave. By this time, he had accumulated 375 experience points, just one step away from leveling up. After leaving the city, he followed the map, but the monsters along the way had been almost completely cleared out. In the distance, they could even see a 3-person team effortlessly wiping out goblins with a single fireball. Yang Tao frowned. The cave routes are definitely all taken. Areas like caves, dungeons, and towers are popular leveling spots, leading to fierce competition among many players. He quickly changed course, turning southwest towards an unexplored area. There were no forests or ruins there, and theoretically, the monster density was even more primitive. He hadn't gone far when a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Rakanishu. A fallen demon burst out of the bushes and pounced directly at Yang Tao. Seeing the experience points offered to him, Yang Tao was just in time and raised his axe to meet the attack. The weapons clashed with a loud clang, and the system notification parry appeared. He dodged the sweeping attack to the side, then swung his axe at the fallen demon's head, dealing 15 damage and jumping out. The fallen demon's health decreased, but it still frantically swung its blade in a counterattack, hitting Yang Tao and dealing 9 damage. Yang Tao immediately cast a healing spell to stabilize his condition and continued to suppress the enemy's damage output. He then leaped down with a powerful strike, dealing 23 damage reduction again, and the fallen demon began to retreat and flee. Yang Tao gave chase without hesitation, but a goblin suddenly darted out of the bushes and launched a sneak attack. The moment the -9 damage hit, he cast a healing spell to recover and switch targets to the goblin. Perfect timing. He prioritized attacking the goblins, adhering to the combat logic of eliminating single targets first. Experience +3, copper coins +2, rags +1. Yang Tao muttered, "A great start," then turned and continued to suppress the fallen demon. Soon, the fallen demon's health bar was depleted and it dropped its equipment. Experience points +3, cloth armor 1. Yang Tao was clearly stunned when he saw the equipment drop and said, "You can get equipment from this?" The cloth armor has simple and straightforward attributes, +2 defense, 33 durability, and comes with a tailor shop description. He immediately donned the simple cloth attire, instantly replacing his original clothes with a neat and practical outfit. Finally, he had something presentable. After a brief comment, he continued grinding. In the afternoon, he killed a giant spider and obtained a large amount of materials and experience. Experience points +4, spider teeth 2, spider eyes 1, lines 2. Then a golden light flashed, and his level was successfully raised to level 2. His basic attributes were comprehensively improved, and he also gained 2 free attribute points. Yang Tao immediately invested both points into his spirit attribute, raising it to 18 points. After Yang Tao leveled up to level 2, he didn't linger and headed straight for the evil cave. The closer they got to their destination, the more desolate the surroundings became. The wild grass was withered and soft, and the air even carried a suffocating sense of death. Not far away, a skeleton wielding a broken sword was wandering around. Yang Tao walked forward with his wooden axe, and ghostly blue flames burned in the skeleton's empty eye sockets. It raised its rusty, broken sword and charged straight at him. A leaping slash. The boost from the -24 strength increase made his attack even stronger than before. Sword-wielding skeleton level 3. Health points 126/150. The skeleton's body swayed slightly, and the next second it swung its sword to counterattack. Yang Tao dodged to the side, the sword blade grazing past his shoulder before slamming into the earthen mound. He then swung his axe across the skeleton's body with a backhand stroke. But the next instant, the skeleton's counterattack landed on him. Without hesitation, Yang Tao unleashed a 20-point healing spell, and a silvery white light instantly descended, causing his health to begin to recover. In the alternating offense and defense, the skeletons were quickly cleared out. 2 copper coins, 1 rag, 2 bones. Looking at the fallen objects on the ground, Yang Tao couldn't help but glance at the empty skeleton. So skeletons are considered humanoid monsters? Fine, even chickens can fall into ditches and get roasted in this world. He cleared away monsters along the way as he continued his advance into the evil cave. As dusk approached, a protruding mountain finally came into view. The cave entrance resembled a small hill of stones, with a dark, bottomless opening in the middle. Yang Tao looked up at the sky. He probably wouldn't be able to get back tonight. He had already decided that if all else failed, he would bury himself in a 3-dig-1-fill method to spend the night. The area near the cave entrance was unusually quiet, clearly having been cleared. Yang Tao reached out and touched the exposed rock, his eyes flashing with excitement. The Stone Age has arrived. After confirming that no one was around, he took out his wooden pickaxe and began digging. Cobblestone 1, cobblestone 1. He casually repaired the rocks around the cave entrance, and soon the entrance was noticeably smaller. Yang Tao didn't stop until his wooden pickaxe had only 1 point of durability left. 59 round stones are enough. If we dig any further, this hole will truly become an open pit. He took out his workbench and quickly crafted equipment. Stone axe, attack 9, durability 131/131. The gray stone blade is sharp and heavy, making it more than 1 level stronger than the wooden axe. The Java version of the stone axe is indeed powerful, he murmured, while simultaneously acquiring a stone sword as a backup. Although the stone sword's attack power was slightly lower, it could clear spider webs and had a wide area sweeping effect. He then used 8 stones to build a furnace, completing the basic transition. Just as he was about to put away the workbench, a low growl suddenly came from the ground. 3 zombies staggered over, rotting flesh hanging from their skeletons, black slime oozing from their eye sockets. Yang Tao gripped his stone axe tightly. Perfect for testing my new weapon. Without retreating, he charged forward. Leaping slash. -22, little zombie level 5, health 280 out of 300. Yang Tao frowned slightly. It has armor. The zombies are extremely slow, but once they enter attack range, their burst of power is immense. The next second, he took a few steps back and used round stones to instantly create space on the terrain. A 3-meter-high stone pillar quickly took shape. Yang Tao stood atop the peak, looking down at the zombies. This height is enough for you to play with, he said, repeatedly slamming his stone axe down. Subtract 14. The zombies were helpless and could only wander around below. Experience +10, copper coins +4, rotten flesh +2. The moment he finished clearing out a zombie, he suddenly felt like he was being watched. He looked up. A giant eyeball, nearly a meter in diameter, hung in midair. Its scarlet pupil, like burning embers, stared intently at him. Damn! Yang Tao's scalp tingled. This thing was clearly a ranged, attack-type flying monster. He reacted extremely quickly, immediately constructing a makeshift defensive platform using wooden planks. The giant eye slammed into the wooden plank, cracks spreading rapidly, but it wasn't completely shattered yet. Yang Tao took the opportunity to continue clearing the zombies from the ground. -13, -13, experience +10, rotten flesh 2, needlewood helmet 1. He got a loot? Without hesitation, he put on the helmet. The dark brown wooden helmet, adorned with 2 curved horns, looked somewhat eerie, yet was practical. The sounds of impact continued to come from outside, clearly indicating that other flying units were also attacking. Soon, the last zombie fell. Yang Tao leaped down from the stone pillar to face the monsters outside head-on. A demon eye and a stinky crow. The crow swooped down first. Yang Tao swung his axe to meet it. -16, -22, stinky crow level 5, HP 128/150. Flying monsters are so fragile. He raised his hand to cast a healing spell, and silver light fell. Outside the evil cave, night had completely fallen. Yang Tao huddled in a makeshift hut built with round stones and took a sip of mineral water. The roars of monsters outside echoed incessantly. Yang Tao frowned. No wonder everyone preferred to team up. It was impossible to survive alone at night. He glanced at the experience panel. 574/1500. In just 2 hours, he had killed nearly 70 monsters. Once his mana was fully restored, he pushed open the wooden door and kicked the little zombie at the entrance to the ground. Knocking, knocking, knocking. Are you never going to stop? He grabbed his stone axe and charged out, beginning to clear out the constantly spawning nighttime monsters outside the door. Healing spell. A flash of blue light. Yang Tao's health returned, and he entered a sustained combat state. Experience +10, rotten flesh 2, experience +8, bone 2. Just as he was dealing with the foul-smelling crows circling overhead, a dark shadow rapidly approached from his side and rear. It was a shadowy creature resembling a giant louse, its gray-black body crawling close to the ground, its dozen or so thin legs swinging rapidly. It moved almost silently behind Yang Tao. The next second, it opened its large mouth full of sharp teeth and took a bite. -20 Yang Tao didn't even have time to fully turn around, but the stone axe in his hand had already instinctively slammed down. -9. A system notification appeared. Crawling fear level 5. Health 191/200. Yang Tao's face darkened. How could this thing exist? He immediately cast a healing spell on himself and quickly retreated to avoid the swooping of crows in the air. The fear of crawling vanished again, and the next second he appeared behind him, biting down again. -20. Yang Tao swung his axe in a backhand strike, but it passed right through him as if he had struck a shadow. He gritted his teeth. 50% physical damage reduction, and it can teleport. This thing is disgusting. Fortunately, it doesn't have much health, and its attack animation is long, otherwise it would be impossible to fight. Healing spell was cast again, and mana quickly dropped by 10 points. Yang Tao began to move while fighting, constantly pulling himself back and forth between the crows and the crawling fear. The damage numbers kept dropping -9, -9, -9, and the battle was dragged into a war of attrition. The crawling fear remained completely emotionless, simply repeating its attack actions. Then, the instant its health bar was depleted, its body suddenly swelled up. The next second, The entire body exploded and vanished like a balloon. Experience +10, Nightmare Essence 1. Yang Tao glanced at the fallen monsters and thought, the cost-effectiveness is really low. But he also knew that these shadow-type monsters were rare and were more suited to magic-based characters. The battle raged on throughout the night, and his experience points steadily increased, but the energy expenditure was equally enormous. As he casually munched on bread while dealing with the zombies, another wave of monsters was wiped out. Experience +10, Rotten Flesh 2, Torch 1, Zombie Arm 1. Yang Tao glanced at the dropped items. This thing really is just an arm. The severed arm was covered in a grayish-brown skin, its knuckles were twisted, and it even had rusty iron shackles, but the system identified it as equipment. Zombie Arm. Attack reduced by 7 to 11, Strength increased by 2, Constitution increased by 1. Yang Tao gripped the bone handle and swung it twice. The attack is still pretty high. He casually shoved his arm into his backpack and continued clearing out the remaining monsters. He didn't stop until the sky began to lighten. He glanced at the makeshift shelter he'd set up the night before and promptly tore it down. Damn it, I'm exhausted. I need to level up to 10 and awaken my summon skeleton skill as soon as possible. He grumbled as he packed his backpack, which currently contained materials and a profit of 2 silver coins and 44 copper coins. Nightmare Essence, low tier, lies quietly in my backpack. It's a rare material belonging to the shadow element. Yang Tao knew that this item could be used to craft Nightmare series equipment, which would cost around 10 silver. But the prerequisite is the ability to reliably acquire shadow-type monsters, which are extremely rare. He glanced in the direction of the cave. Then turn your attention to the mining system. Inside the evil cave lies mineable ore. Copper and iron can be mined using a pickaxe. Areas below level 15 mainly produce copper and iron ore, while higher-level areas will have silver and gold ore. There is even rarer black iron ore. Just as Yang Tao was about to enter the cave, a low rumble suddenly came from afar. A black SUV sped up and stopped in front of the evil cave. The car door opened, and 4 professionals in standard gear stepped out with swift movements. At the same time, another group of people emerged from the cave. Yang Tao immediately understood that this was a rich team chartering a bus to farm dungeons from the city to the evil cave. This distance would cost at least 2 silver coins one way, and chartering a bus would start at 5 silver coins. If you include the return trip, the driver will earn at least 10 silver coins on this trip. Wow, that's way faster than grinding monsters for money. As he was reminiscing, he suddenly shouted, "Hey, wait a minute, friend." Several teams stopped simultaneously, their eyes all falling on him. Yang Tao strode over and asked directly, "Brothers and sisters, do you have any spare pickaxes? Just sell me one." Among the group that had just emerged from the cave, a paladin stepped forward. He was tall and composed, and his equipment exuded an aura of righteousness. The paladin sized him up. "You're going into the cave alone? The monsters inside are much stronger than outside. I suggest you find a team or level up before coming." After saying that, he took a pickaxe out of his backpack. It only had half its durability left and cost 1.5 silver coins. Yang Tao paused for a moment, then immediately nodded. This price is already very reasonable. A brand new item costs 3 silver coins in the city, but here it's being sold for half price. Without hesitation, he pulled out the money and handed it to him. The paladin took the money and handed him the pickaxe. "I still suggest you don't go in alone." Just then, another group of professionals who had just gotten off the bus also came over. A man in leather armor smiled and said, "Brother, want to come along? We can give you a ride to the mine." Yang Tao nodded almost without hesitation. "Thank you. I promise I won't wander off." He had originally planned to sneak in, but the other party had led the way directly. Sure enough, there are still more good people than bad. He thought to himself as he caught up with the group. "My name is Wu Lei, a soldier. And you?" "Yang Tao, a legendary Taoist." "Brother Lei, are you the kind of warrior who can charge at small animals?" Wu Lei was taken aback, then burst out laughing. "A dragonborn warrior, the kind whose magical talent isn't great." Yang Tao's eyes lit up slightly. "Dragonborn. If it's a level 15 awakened dragon roar, wouldn't it be an instant power boost?" Wu Lei waved his hand. "It's not that exaggerated, but the dragon roar is indeed powerful." Suddenly, a mature woman in the group walked up and slapped Wu Lei on the back of the head. "Stop bragging, get to work." Wu Lei immediately deflated. "Sister Qian, give me some face." The woman ignored him and directly took out a staff inlaid with rubies. Flame enhancement instantly enveloped Wu Lei's weapon in flames, revealing patterns. Flame enhancement increases spell damage by 50%. Yang Tao was stunned. Pure amplification buffs? This team composition was even more complete than he had imagined. Just then, a seemingly frail girl walked over from the line. She smiled gently. They're handing out candy. After saying that, she handed a green candy to the others. When it was Yang Tao's turn, she stopped. You have one too. Yang Tao pointed to himself. Me? The girl nodded. Your level is low. It's safer to bring one. He took the green object. The next second, a system notification popped up. Primary healing stone unique. Instantly restores 200 health points. Independent cooldown. Remaining time. 1 hour 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Yang Tao's expression changed slightly. This is no longer medicine. It's a second life. The only problem is the time constraint, but the value is still terrifying. Thank you, he said earnestly. The girl smiled gently. You can call me Yao Chen. Follow me, and I'll protect you. After saying that, she pulled a black leather whip from her backpack. Yang Tao paused. This demon warlock isn't going to kill me, is he? Yang Tao descended the stone steps leading down from the cave entrance, his brow slightly furrowed. Be careful, everyone. Wu Lei walked at the front, holding a shield and remaining vigilant, because the interior of the evil cave was extremely dark, with only the torches on the walls providing faint lighting. These torches are not irreplaceable, but the rules constantly repair the environment, making it difficult for human modifications to be maintained in the long term. Sister Qian and the team glanced at the map and said directly, We're taking Route C today. Let's see if the corpse ignition spawns. The 4 of them had reached level 8, and their goal was to ignite the boss's corpse and obtain its exclusive loot. Wu Lei responded and led the team into the tunnel on the left, while Yang Tao followed behind. Soon, the cave echoed with the sounds of hurried footsteps and the clanging of bones. Skeleton, prepare. Wu Lei raised his sword to meet the attack, and the other 3 members of the team immediately followed. 7 or 8 skeleton warriors rushed out of the darkness, brandishing broken shields and rusty swords as they approached the group. Sister Qian struck first, sending a fireball the size of a human head hurtling into the horde of monsters. With a deafening explosion, the skeleton's health was instantly reduced. The skeleton warrior level 5 has 152 to 240 health points and is significantly damaged by the fireball. Yang Tao couldn't help but sigh as he watched this scene, realizing that the efficiency of group battles was far superior to solo battles. Wu Lei stepped forward with his shield up and slashed at the skeleton with his sword. Although the damage was not high, the defense was extremely solid. The skeleton's attacks dealt only single-digit damage to him. Yang Tao raised his hand and cast a healing spell on Wu Lei, then stood in the team observing the battle. At the same time, a 1-meter-tall demonic imp appeared beside the warlock, who condensed flames in his hand and hurled them onto the battlefield. With a burst of flames, the horde of skeletons was swiftly wiped out. Yang Tao did a quick calculation of the efficiency. It's more than twice as fast as soloing, and it's also safer. I need to level up as soon as possible. I also need summoned creatures. The team continued their advance, clearing out scattered monsters along the way. About an hour later, they arrived at an open underground space. The walls were densely covered with torches, making the view relatively clear. In the center of the cave stood a giant brass-colored ore, more than 2 meters high. Wu Lei put away his shield, stepped forward, and patted the ore body. This was a shallow deposit, with a quality of around 10. Yang Tao's gaze fell on the ore. No need, this is fine. Wu Lei smiled, and said that monsters usually don't spawn at mining sites, and even if they do, there are at most 1 or 2 wandering monsters. He told Wu Lei to just stay here and mine in peace. He paused, then added, We'll be back this afternoon. If you're leaving, we can go back to the city together. Yang Tao nodded. Okay. After watching the 4 leave, he paused for a brief second. As expected, when there's no conflict of interest, everyone behaves fairly normally. He knew very well that these low-level areas were essentially safe transition zones. The real danger wouldn't fully erupt until level 20. Yang Tao took out his stone pickaxe and gently tapped the ore. With a thud, cracks appeared on the surface of the ore, but only covered a localized area. He immediately retrieved his stone pickaxe. He couldn't afford to drain the pond to catch all the fish. If the entire mining site were destroyed, he would lose a long-term resource. He then switched to a pickaxe and continued digging. With a clang, sparks flew. A minute later, rough iron 1 fell into his backpack. Yang Tao looked at the rough iron in the backpack, his expression shifting slightly. It's actually directly in the form of minerals from my world. This meant that minerals could be stored in stacks, without requiring complex grid management. He continued digging. Rough iron 1, rough copper 1, rough copper 1, rough copper 1. As time went on, he gradually figured out the patterns of the mining spots. A single location could be mined a maximum of 8 times. Once he finished mining, he had to move to a different spot, otherwise the production would be depleted. The entire mining site has about a dozen digging areas, and the total output is extremely stable. During this time, a wandering maggot tried to approach, but Yang Tao easily dealt with it. Experience +1 more fight egg 1. He ate some bread to recover and continued mining. 2 stacks of iron and 1.5 stacks of copper this time should be enough. Time passed slowly, with only the sound of knocking echoing in the cave. Until one moment, he was close to leveling up. Yang Tao stopped what he was doing, replaced the stone pickaxe with a wooden stick, and began to continue digging towards the cave wall. He dug a channel along the slope, with round stones and soil constantly falling down. After more than 10 meters, a layer of soil suddenly appeared overhead. After digging a few more times, a beam of sunlight shone into the cave. Yang Tao squinted, finally out. He crawled out of the hole and had just breathed in the fresh air when a large, snow-white rabbit hopped closer. Yang Tao glanced at it, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Giving away experience points right after you come out? Experience +2, rabbit meat 1, worn rabbit skin gloves, rabbit skin 1. Yang Tao was slightly taken aback when he saw the drop item notification. Equipment. He looked down at the dropped item. Worn leather gloves, requirement. Level 1, durability 22-20 seconds, defense +1. Without hesitation, he donned his gloves. Weapons, helmet, clothes, boots, gloves, necklace, belt, rings. Yang Tao quickly checked his equipment inventory. He now had 4 items, a weapon, a cloth robe, rabbit skin gloves, and a straw ring. That's 4 pieces already, not far from the complete set. He didn't linger and quickly left the newly dug passage. Being discovered in a place like this is not a good thing. He cleared out the monsters while moving towards a more remote area. After confirming that the surroundings were safe, Yang Tao took out the furnace and placed it on the ground. He then turned on the furnace. The interface unfolded, showing a smelting tank at the top, a fuel tank at the bottom, and a finished product tank on the right. He thought for a moment and decided to burn logs into charcoal first. This would be more efficient. He threw the wooden axe and pickaxe, which had only 1 point of durability left, into the fuel tank. He then placed the oak logs into the smelting tank. The furnace instantly burst into flames. The progress bar slowly advanced. After the wooden tools had burned out, he added 4 more logs to continue burning. 1 log can be used to make 6 items, pretty profitable. He sat down on the furnace and waited. Once the iron was produced, he could make anvils, shields, iron buckets, and iron sheaths. Yang Tao had a clear thought process. He possessed a multi-equipment system similar to Steve's, with a helmet, chest armor, leg guards, and boots all equipped. With the addition of accessories, he could almost max out his defense. A dual-class build focused on defense. He analyzed his strengths and weaknesses in a low voice. The biggest problem right now is that the attack power isn't consistent enough. While waiting, he suddenly slapped his forehead. That's right, the fishing rod. He'd lost connection while farming spiders before, but it was working perfectly now. He immediately took out his crafting table and quickly crafted a fishing rod from 3 sticks and a line. The moment he picked up the fishing rod, Lakanishu, a sharp cry came from ahead. Yang Tao looked up. A fallen one charged forward, brandishing a short sword, but unlike others, it also carried a small round shield. An elite? His eyes lit up instantly. In his mind, ordinary monsters were equivalent to experience points, and elite monsters were equivalent to equipment. This was a mobile treasure chest. The fallen demon was incredibly fast, closing in almost instantly. Yang Tao anticipated the distance and leaped lightly. His stone axe cleaved down. Shield block. -10, elite fallen level 3, HP 290/300, TSK, block damage reduction. The opponent immediately counterattacked, sweeping with a short sword. Yang Tao dodged to the side, then swung his axe in a backhand strike. -14, Rakanishu. The fallen roared and charged again. With a reduction of 22, both sides began a close-quarters battle. Yang Tao quickly found his rhythm, cycling through dodges, axe strikes, and healing spells. He would cast a healing spell whenever his health dropped. The fallen's attacks were fast, but they had a brief moment of vulnerability. He managed to disrupt their rhythm. He even managed to take a bite of bread during the attack. Health regeneration is slow and gradual. The battle becomes a mechanical cycle. -13, -14, -22, until the moment the furnace flames go out, the fallen finally falls. Experience plus 35, copper coins plus 34, ragged cloth 2, azure resilience belt 1. A flash of golden light. Yang Tao's internal energy surged instantly. His strength, physique, and agility all increased. His spirit even broke through to a new level. Add 2 free attribute points, he said without hesitation. Add to spirit. Then he looked down at the dropped equipment. Azure Resilience Sash grants plus 2 defense, plus 10% poison resistance, and plus 15 health. Not bad. He equipped it directly to his waist. It would be even better if it had the vitality stat. He muttered to himself. He then removed the charcoal from the furnace and continued smelting iron. Another cycle began, killing monsters, collecting materials, and smelting. Until the last batch of iron was completed, Yang Tao immediately began crafting the entire set of iron equipment, an iron helmet, an iron breastplate, iron leg guards, and iron boots. Finally, it got hard. He muttered as he put on the iron armor. Then he forged a whole set of tools, including a shield, anvil, pickaxe, and sword. Resources dwindled instantly. He raised his shield. Shield, durability 336/336, physical damage reduction 50%, projectile immune. An early game powerhouse, but it's been nerfed. He lightly raised his hand. The heavy tower shield instantly disappeared from sight. The market at the entrance of H City was bustling with people. Yang Tao stood in front of the blacksmith NPC, painfully settling the repair costs. 97 copper coins, damn it hurts. He repaired the pickaxe and equipment one by one, fearing that the equipment would be blown up in battle, which would not only be heartbreaking but also bankrupt him. He then walked up to the NPC at the general store, opened the exchange interface, and glanced at the row of supplies. He hesitated for a moment, then finally chose Grade C mineral water. Grade C mineral water can slowly restore 100 mana points after disengaging from combat and costs 20 copper coins. Grade D mineral water only restores 30 mana points but costs only 5 copper coins, making it significantly less cost-effective. Yang Tao did the math and said, "This thing is an upgraded version of the blue bottle, but it's still expensive." He also bought some bread and bottled water, thus clearing out all the earnings from this mining and monster hunting session. I even lost some of my savings. Low-level professionals have absolutely no future. He had just finished complaining when a high-level professional rode past on a white warhorse. Yang Tao looked up and saw the rich bastard. That warhorse is a summonable mount, priced at 50 gold coins, equivalent to 500,000 copper coins. He then squeezed onto the bus, found a seat in the back, and casually opened a professional forum. The moment the page was refreshed, a red pin news item popped up. The entire Fiery War God squad has perished, suspected of being besieged by a regular orc army. Yang Tao's eyelids twitched. This thing can blow up a top team. He clicked into the details page, which contained a set of photos of the wreckage at the scene. In the charred remains of the battle, the emblem of the god of war was crushed and deformed, and the bloodstains had congealed into a dark red color. The forum added that when a professional player's health reaches 0, they enter a near-death state. They will not die immediately, but will suffer continuous limb damage. The survivors described the battle in the main text. 3 days earlier, the squad was ambushed by regular orc troops while on a mission in Crimson Moon Canyon. The enemy forces included orc swordsmen, wolf riders, and shamans, a standard legion composition. Looking at the description, Yang Tao muttered under his breath, "Something's going to go wrong." This world isn't just inhabited by humans. There are also orcs, demons, and other invading forces from other dimensions. Humanity relies on its main city fortresses for survival, maintaining a long-standing standoff with the outside world. Similar conflicts have always existed, but this is the first time a top-tier squad has been directly annihilated. The comments section is filled with blood for blood, but some people are calmly analyzing that this is a harbinger of an escalation of interdimensional war. Even the average level 40 warriors of the Fiery War Gods couldn't withstand it, and the enemy's legions are at least level 30. If they attack, we low-level players will just be cannon fodder. Yang Tao looked at the sentence and twitched the corner of his mouth. Cannon fodder? He knew very well that even if he was level 20, let alone level 3, he would be nothing in that kind of battlefield. Just then, another red announcement popped up on the forum. Urgent notice. The battle in Crimson Moon Canyon has escalated. The surrounding risk level has been raised to red. Starting today, players below level 25 are prohibited from cross-regional exploration missions. All personnel leaving the city must register their combat strength and carry at least 5 days' worth of emergency supplies. The The second announcement then appeared. The cross-dimensional orc army has been annihilated by the fourth rocket force. Yang Tao saw this message. This was the normal script. In this world, firearms still existed, but their use was restricted to monster environments. Because monsters respawn and maps reset, the return on investment for firearms is extremely low. But against enemy forces that cannot be resurrected, such as orcs and professionals, overwhelming firepower is a devastating blow. They were wiped out before they even had a chance to use a return scroll. He frowned, vaguely realizing that the other party was trapped by a spatial sealing technique. The memory potion and the town portal scroll, which should have been valuable life-saving items, were clearly ineffective this time. He put his phone away and looked out the window. The city lights twinkled, neon lights casting long trails of light in the night. I think I missed my stop. The next day, Yang Tao arrived in the northern area of H City. The moment he got out of the car, he froze. This place is a completely different world from South City. South City is close to Green Forest and has a typical pastoral style, where NPCs wear simple clothes and grass ornaments and warmly greet passing professionals. The Northern District, on the other hand, is a typical modern urban style. Rows of shops are neatly arranged. Their floor-to-ceiling windows are spotless, and sunlight reflects off them, creating a cool metallic sheen. Even a small grocery store selling bread and bottled water exudes an air of high-end consumption. Yang Tao even had the illusion that he would be lectured by the prices as soon as he walked in. Come on, come on, come on. Make money with money. A highly penetrating voice suddenly rang out. He froze, instinctively looking in the direction of the sound. A man wearing an earthenware pot on his head sat cross-legged by the flower bed, with a row of shiny jars in front of him. There was no one within a few meters. All the professionals were walking around them. Yang Tao's eye twitched. Why was this jerk still here? In the professional circle, clay pots are almost like reverse lucky blocks. Good luck brings huge profits. Bad luck brings huge losses, and the latter is more likely. Without hesitation, Yang Tao followed the crowd around them and headed straight out of the city. The money he spent on just one of his jars was enough to buy him a whole set of junk gear. The moment I left the city gate, the scenery changed abruptly. In the distance lay an endless, abandoned city. The skyscrapers tilted and collapsed, like rusty steel giants lying on the ground. Exposed steel bars pierced the sky like bone spurs. The shattered glass curtain wall has long since vanished, leaving only dark, gaping windows. The entire world is devoid of greenery. Only dust drifts slowly in the air. Silence, oppression, desolation. This is the wasteland. Yang Tao took a deep breath. Let's get started. Half an hour later, they officially entered the edge of the ruins. Several rotting zombies emerged from the shadows, moving slowly. Yang Tao immediately pulled out a zombie arm and rushed forward, slapping it across the face. The sound was ridiculously crisp. The zombie's head snapped to the side. Low-tier zombie, level 6, health points, 271/300. Yang Tao was stunned. This weapon was ridiculously easy to use. He continued to swing his hand and strike. Asterisk crack, 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 asterisk. The rhythm became increasingly smooth, even providing a strange sense of stress relief. Experience +8, copper coins +5, rags +1. Yang Tao's eyes lit up. The experience was SOSO, but the money drops were quite satisfying. The wasteland map was densely packed with monsters. A wave of zombies would spawn every few steps. Occasionally, elite monsters would also appear. While clearing them, he lost 17 health points, and suddenly his shoulder was grabbed. His health bar dropped slightly. Yang Tao glanced at the combat feedback. Normal damage wasn't high, but it would stack up and become annoying. The guaranteed damage reduction only triggered after 24 points. He needed to work on the enchantment system. He already had a plan for the next step. After clearing out the 3 zombies, he continued deeper into the city. Suddenly, a soft gunshot rang out in the distance. Yang Tao paused. Were there other professionals? He didn't stop and continued walking. A monster crawled out of the ruins. It had a roadblock on its head and was wearing a tattered suit. Yang Tao was stunned. A roadblock zombie? This thing was clearly not in the regular monster encyclopedia. The next second, its speed suddenly increased, and it charged forward. Yang Tao immediately retreated, instantly erecting a 3-meter-high round stone platform on the ground. As soon as he regained his footing, the roadblock zombie began frantically gnawing at the stone. The stone was actually losing durability. Yang Tao's brow twitched. Isn't this stone-eating speed a bit outrageous? He swung the zombie arm and lashed it down. Thud. Roadblock zombie, special, level 9, HP for 85/500 special monster? He immediately took out his phone to take pictures and record the scene. Then he continued to work on it. When the stone pillar was chewed up, he immediately moved to a different location to rebuild it. The battle became a cycle of building, chewing stones, whipping. This continued until the fourth cobblestone was destroyed. Finally, the barricade zombie fell. Experience plus 25, silver coin plus 1, barricade helmet plus 1, pea shooter plus 1, Yang Tao was stunned. Silver coin. A level 10 normal monster would only drop a few dozen copper coins at most, so he immediately sat down to check the loot. Barricade helmet, defense plus 4, strength plus 3, agility plus 2, a top-tier piece of equipment. Without hesitation, he equipped it. A cone-shaped roadblock instantly appeared above his head. Yang Tao touched his head. He was becoming more and more inhuman. Yang Tao opened his backpack to check the second item. Pea shooter, durability 20/20ths. Can summon a combat plant unit that lasts for 10 minutes. Summoned creature attributes. Attack 25 points, health 200 points, automatically attacks nearby enemies. 25 attack power already exceeds his current output, and 20 durability means a maximum of 20 summons. Whether it can be repaired is still a question. He knew very well that this special item was most likely a consumable rare item. Yang Tao packed up his backpack, jumped off the round stone structure, and then retrieved the stone structure. He then looked towards an abandoned residential area not far away. As soon as he entered the area, the howls of zombies rang out one after another, and they began to gather towards him. Yang Tao raised his hand and took out the pea shooter to show off, little darling. The next second, a green plant that was 1.5 meters tall appeared beside him. The pea shooter took root in the ground, its stems and leaves supporting its body like limbs, its round black eyes fixed on the horde of zombies ahead. Without any command, it began its attack. A fist-sized pea shot out, accurately hitting the zombie at the front. The zombie, which had been reduced by 21, paused slightly. Its defense absorbed some of the damage, but it was still knocked back. Yang Tao smirked. All right. He casually pulled out a shield and a zombie arm, then charged straight into the horde of zombies. Let's hunt to our heart's content today. He slapped the zombie at the front of the pack across the face, and the battle officially began. A flash of white light appeared from the healing spell, and he maintained a stable health bar amidst the horde of monsters. Experience plus 8, copper coins 5, experience plus 8, rags 1, experience plus 8. With the firepower support of the pea shooter, the zombies on the outskirts of the community were continuously cleared. Half an hour later, the 3 rounds of summoning ended, and the zombies in the entire area were basically cleared out. Yang Tao casually took a bite of bread to restore his hunger level. The efficiency is definitely different. He glanced at the loot. It was significantly more plentiful than during the solo run. The researcher's white lab coat. Defense plus 3, durability 22-20 seconds, requires level 3. Worn-out revolver, attack 2-5, range 15 meters, suitable for gun-wielding classes. Yang Tao immediately changed out of his cloth clothes. A little more defense is a bonus. He took a sip of mineral water and continued to scan the entire residential area. There are still zombies in the building, but the terrain is too narrow and not suitable for group battles. After assessing the situation, he prepared to leave, but as soon as he got up, he heard a low whimper. A dark figure suddenly pounced from around the corner. Yang Tao instinctively raised his shield. With a bang, the claws struck the shield, sparks flying. A rotting zombie dog appeared before him. Its ribs were protruding, its internal organs were faintly visible, and its aura was chaotic and ferocious. Yang Tao raised his hand, ready to finish the job with an axe, but the next second a clean white bone appeared in his hand. The zombie dog froze instantly, even experiencing a brief moment of clarity. It stared at the bone, revealing an instinctive longing. Yang Tao subconsciously used the domination skill. Domination failed, domination failed, domination successful. A red collar appeared around the zombie dog's neck, and it let out a low whimper. Zombie dog level 3, Yang Tao, health 130/130. Yang Tao watched this scene and remained silent for a second. That's it. He had already pictured a pack of zombie dogs charging into the air. However, the reality is that this thing is indeed a bit idiotic. He reached out to touch its head, but withdrew his hand when he saw the rotting skull. Never mind, as long as it works. Let's go, boy. The zombie dog growled in response. He began to wonder if he had brought a horror movie dubbing device with him. However, with the zombie dogs, the efficiency of clearing monsters has significantly improved. They can not only scout ahead, but also provide early warnings of hidden monsters. Eat the meat. Yang Tao casually tossed out a piece of rotten flesh. The zombie dog swallowed it whole, and its decaying tissues even began to recover slightly. Yang Tao narrowed his eyes. It can even regenerate and grow stronger? He noted this information down and continued forward. He then took out his phone and opened the map. 2 kilometers to go. He'd spend the night by the lake in the suburban park. Maybe he could fish up an enchanted book. Reaching level 4 in chapter 14. The emerald green lake lies quietly on the edge of the forest, surrounded by dense woods, and the damp air is filled with a depressing silence. Yang Tao slowly approached with 2 zombie dogs, his eyes constantly scanning ahead, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Last night, he tamed another zombie dog, bringing his total to 3, but their growth rate is still very slow. In the distance, several giant brown bats circled in the air, their sharp cries constantly piercing the woods. Jungle Bat level 8, Jungle Slime level 8. After reading the information, Yang Tao immediately made a judgment. If the monsters on the outer perimeter were all level 8, then the ones inside were probably at least level 10. He had already experienced the feeling of being suppressed by level. He could barely manage to keep up with level 3 opponents, but he struggled against level 5 opponents, and he could only turn tail and run away against level 10 opponents. He paused for a moment, then decisively said, "Forget it, we won't go in today." I glanced at the time. It was already 4:22, and the sky was getting darker. "It's too late, let's go back first." At night, the monsters on the outskirts of the forest become significantly stronger, and there may even be ranged attackers or more dangerous species. Yang Tao immediately changed his plans, deciding to go to the south of the city to farm bones first, and at the same time continue to expand his zombie dog force. However, he did not return to the city directly, but instead followed the city walls southwards to clear out monsters, remaining cautious at all times. Most of the monsters near the city walls at night are between level 5 and 8, which is just right for his current combat strength. Healing spell. As the white light fell, the 2 injured zombie dogs slowly recovered their health. Yang Tao held up his shield in front of him, and suddenly lashed out with the zombie arm in his hand at a level 6 black slime. With a snap, the slime was knocked back. Experience plus 12, slime balls plus 2, copper coins plus 12, Hermes boots plus 1. Yang Tao paused. Wait a minute, this thing? He quickly opened his backpack, and inside lay a pair of small green boots, with 2 white wings attached to the sides. Hermes boots, plus 3 defense, plus 50% movement speed when out of combat. Yang Tao was silent for a second. This was equipment worth 5 gold. The next moment, he put on his new boots, and his eyes lit up. From today onwards, not a single slime will escape. With the speed boost, he began to focus on clearing out black slime areas, instantly increasing his monster-killing efficiency. The experience points kept increasing, and soon reached 1885/2000. Yang Tao looked up ahead. He was just 1 step away from upgrading. He raised his shield and gave the immediate order. Charge. The zombie dog pounced first, followed closely by Yang Tao as he charged into the horde of monsters. Half an hour later, a golden light burst from his body, and his level finally increased to level 4. Health and mana are instantly restored to full, and basic attributes are also enhanced simultaneously. Strength 13 plus 3, Constitution 15, Agility 13 plus 2, Spirit 20 plus 2. He also gained 2 free attribute points and a new skill, Poisoning Technique. After reading the skill description, Yang Tao's lips curled up slightly. The Taoist core skills have arrived. Red poison increases the damage the target takes by 20%, while green poison prevents healing and deals continuous damage. Moreover, the 2 poisons can work simultaneously. Yang Tao quickly commented, "This is the skill of a rogue." But as you look further down, the smile on his face fades a bit. Poisoning techniques require poison powder, and the materials for both red and green poisons are not simple. Red poison requires man-eating tree leaves, maggot eggs, and scorpion tails. Green poison needs man-eating tree leaves, poisonous spider teeth, and man-eating fruit. Yang Tao frowned, purely map-running skills. He suddenly remembered the zombie dogs, turned his head, and saw that the 2 zombie dogs were still stuck at level 3. Yang Tao was silent for a moment. Why didn't you upgrade? After confirming, he discovered that pets do not share their owner's level progression and can only accumulate experience on their own. He sighed. Fine, I'll just be a watchdog. There's plenty of rotten flesh. The 2 zombie dogs growled softly, but their condition remained quite stable. Yang Tao immediately adjusted his plan, temporarily shelving the zombie dog army, as improving himself was more important at the moment. He stood up and looked in the direction of Grand Forest. Let's go to Grand Forest. Let's settle the score with that throwing goblin. Just as we entered the edge of the forest, a jungle bat swooped down. Yang Tao raised his shield to block the attack, and 2 zombie dogs pounced on him and started biting. He swung his axe down with a backhand stroke and said coldly, "If this were Terraria, you might be able to act arrogantly." But the next second, a commotion came from the bushes. Several goblins, accompanied by throwing goblins, emerged from the shadows. Yang Tao glanced at it, and his expression immediately changed. "The wind is strong, let's get out of here." He turned and ran, with the zombie dogs close behind to cover his retreat. The woods at night were indeed very gloomy. Chapter 15 Stealing some taxes, cough, it's water. As dawn broke, Yang Tao was already sitting on a wooden board, munching on bread. He was exhausted from grinding monsters all night, but his spirits were exceptionally high. His 2 Dobermans, Wulong and Feng Chu, lay quietly beside him, the Grand Forest appearing and disappearing in the morning mist. Yang Tao finished his bread in a few bites, then stood up and clapped his hands. Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix, the time for revenge has come. After testing last night, he confirmed that the 2 zombie dogs can level up and have their own independent experience system, but the experience needs to be shared. Although they grow slowly, at least they can be raised. Yang Tao cleaved the wooden planks in 2 with an axe, packed the materials into his backpack, and led the 2 Dobermans back into the edge of the Grand Forest. As soon as they approached the woods, a blue slime sprang out, its body seemingly shimmering with something. The 2 Dobermans growled warily, but Yang Tao's eyes lit up. Potion! He ignored the slime and chopped at the oak tree beside him with his axe. Cracks spread instantly, and the entire tree collapsed with a crash, scattering debris all over the ground. At the same time, 2 Dobermans pounced on the zombie, and Yang Tao joined the battle, grabbing the zombie's arm. Not long after, the blue slime exploded, and blue liquid seeped into the ground. 1 bottle of agility potion, 6 copper coins, and 2 portions of gel. Yang Tao immediately checked the potion's properties. Movement speed increased by 20% for 5 minutes. This thing can save your life in a critical moment, and its value is far higher than ordinary equipment. He was initially hesitant about whether to sell it, but the next second he put it in his backpack. Never mind, survival comes first. Next, Grand Forest was completely put into demolition mode. Yang Tao chopped down trees and cleared out monsters along the way. The goblins that occasionally appeared were quickly dealt with by him and his 2 dogs. Experience, copper coins, and rags kept increasing, and efficiency became increasingly outrageous. Midway through, a despair stone breastplate was also found, which adds 8 points to defense and 5 points to magic resistance. Yang Tao raised an eyebrow. Equipment after level 5 began to come with magic resistance, which meant that monsters that could use magic would probably appear soon. A set. He put the breastplate into his backpack, but did not equip it immediately. Set items are like that. Individual pieces are only temporary, and the real transformation only occurs when you collect the entire set. This mechanism is somewhat similar to the gameplay of Diablo. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to gather them all yet. Yang Tao muttered something to himself and continued deeper into the forest. Not long after, he stopped by a small lake. The lake water was a grayish-blue color, and although it looked calm, it had an indescribable eeriness about it. What truly stopped him was the fishmen patrolling the lake. Those creatures were about half a person's height, covered in bluish-gray scales, with bulging eyes and trailing tails. Their level was probably between 8 and 12. Yang Tao stared at them for a while, then turned to look at the 2 Dobermans. "You 2 stay here. I'll go get some water and then leave." The 2 dogs tilted their heads and looked at him. Yang Tao sighed, "Sit down." The crouching dragon and the young phoenix instantly assumed standard sitting postures. "Very good, good discipline." He nodded in satisfaction, took out a bucket, and suddenly dashed out of the woods. Hermes' boots activated instantly, as if a propulsive force had been added to his feet, causing his speed to surge dramatically. Yang Tao rushed to the lakeside and used the scoop directly onto the water. The bucket was filled immediately. He immediately replaced it with a second bucket. Again, the merfolk finally noticed the anomaly. A merfolk scout charged forward, brandishing a spear and letting out a piercing scream. It ran very fast, but its posture was quite comical, like a frog running upright. Yang Tao's lips twitched. This thing is kind of funny. But he didn't stop running. After filling the second bucket with water, he turned and ran. The merman scouts chased after them frantically, howling all the while. Yang Tao's expression immediately changed. We need to call for help. Murlocs clearly have a group hatred mechanism. Once they start shouting, they are gathering their companions. He dared not linger and sped up. Sleeping Dragon. Young Phoenix. Retreat. The two Dobermans immediately got up and followed, and the man and the two dogs ran wildly, rushing straight out of the border of the Grand Forest. Yang Tao only stopped when he was completely free from the influence of hatred. He glanced at his backpack. 2 buckets of water lay quietly inside. Yang Tao's lips slowly curled up. This time, we've completely upgraded our equipment. Chapter 16. The fisherman never goes home empty-handed. On the wasteland outside Green Forest, Yang Tao stood by the makeshift fishing pond and cast his fishing hook into the water. This pool was created using only 2 buckets of water, yet it conforms to the infinite water source rule of Minecraft. You can fish as long as there is water. Yang Tao stared at the float and casually summarized. In his view, this wasn't fishing at all, but rather exploiting loopholes in the rules. You can fish in places where you can't fish in World of Warcraft, and you can fish in places where you can't fish in Terraria. This is Steve. As soon as he finished speaking, the zombie dog Wulong suddenly rushed towards the bushes beside him. Yang Tao glanced around and immediately assessed the situation. There's a fallen one in the grass. Go, take a bite and lure it over. Without hesitation, Wulong plunged into the bushes, startling a lone fallen demon who charged out wielding a short sword. In a direct confrontation between agility-based characters of the same level, a sneak attack is pointless. Crouching Dragon abruptly stopped to dodge the blade, then turned and bit its target hard. The damage reduction effect caused the fallen to instantly become poisoned and slowed, letting out a shrill scream. Rakanishu. Yang Tao glanced at it and said with satisfaction, a 10% chance of winning on the first try. That's pretty lucky. Wulong, come back. Wulong immediately retreated, and the fallen demon, seeing its prey about to escape, gave chase. Phoenix Chick, go. Another zombie dog pounced from the side, and the 2 dogs instantly pinned the fallen to the ground and began to bite it. Yang Tao stopped paying attention to the battle because the surface of the fishing pond began to ripple with unusual waves. In the crystal clear water, it seemed as if a large fish was swimming at high speed. The next second, the float suddenly sank to the bottom. With a flick of his wrist, Yang Tao flung a salmon out of the water. Raw Salmon 1. You've come at the perfect time. He casually tossed the fish into the campfire. Campfires in Minecraft don't need fuel and can cook 4 meals at once. Yang Tao cast his line again, and behind him came the sound of the fallen demon collapsing and dissipating. Experience plus 2 copper coins. Phoenix Chick, it's your turn this time. For the next few hours, the fishing rod rose and fell repeatedly, and the 2 zombie dogs took turns luring and clearing out the monsters. 1 salmon, 1 cod, 1 thread, 1 leather, 1 enchanted book fragment. As items continued to fall, Yang Tao sat by the campfire, his expression gradually becoming complicated. Fishing like this is outrageous. He took out the name tags and renamed the 2 zombie dogs. Crouching Dragon level 4, Phoenix Chick level 4. This looks much better. He then turned his attention to the enchanting system. The good news is that enchanted books can be crafted without consuming experience. The bad news is that enchanting equipment costs experience, and the higher the enchantment level, the more exorbitant the experience cost. Fishing doesn't give me experience, but enchanting deducts it. Yang Tao couldn't help but complain, but the moment the grilled fish entered his mouth, he fell silent. This stuff is ridiculously delicious. After eating his fill, he opened the anvil interface and placed the iron breastplate inside. Protect durability experience repair. Reduce experience by 300. Yang Tao's expression changed instantly as his experience bar shrank dramatically. 300. He almost broke down, but he gritted his teeth and held back, then placed the zombie arm back on the anvil. Sharp Flame adds experience stealing and repair. Reduce experience by 500. This time, Yang Tao even paused for a moment. You worked all night for nothing? He stared at the panel in silence for a few seconds, and finally exhaled. Never mind, we'll make it back. He put away the anvil and campfire, cleared away the useless supplies, and then looked towards the direction of H City. Go back and buy poison powder. His tone remained calm, but his eyes had clearly changed. I will regain the experience I have lost. Just then, a green slime hopped over. Yang Tao raised the enchanted zombie arm. You 2 don't move, I'll do it myself. The slime bounced high into the air, and Yang Tao swung his arm to the side, delivering a standard baseball hit that sent it flying. Subtract 32. Decreased by 1 flame. The fire effect triggered, and the slime continued to burn in midair. Yang Tao took advantage of the situation and leaped up, slamming it down with a powerful downward strike. Subtract 48. The slime's health bar was instantly emptied. Experience plus 1 copper coin plus 4 gel plus 3. Yang Tao looked at the fallen objects on the ground, and a slow smile appeared on his lips. It was worth it. Chapter 17 Procurement of Materials. Yang Tao returned to H City with 2 zombie dogs, immediately attracting the attention of many professionals. It's rare to see someone bring pets out of the wasteland map. A hunter carrying a longbow strode forward, his eyes fixed on the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, with a large, slow-moving tortoise following beside him. Brother, is this a zombie dog caught in the North City wasteland? His eyes were like he'd seen a rare pet, and couldn't wait to take it home and study it. Yang Tao nodded and casually pointed towards the northern part of the city. I collected it in the north of the city yesterday. The hunter immediately crouched down to examine them closely, his eyes gleaming. How did you tame these zombie dogs? 2 at once. Can I use my skill to sweep them away? Yang Tao's lips twitched. This expression was all too familiar. It was clearly the Beastmaster hunter who couldn't tear himself away after seeing a good pet. Well, they're shy. Let's talk about it another time. I have something to do. After saying that, he grabbed the 2 dogs and drove off. The hunter stood there, looking regretful, but didn't forget to call out, Brother, don't go. I'll treat you to dinner. The tortoise next to it continued to crawl forward slowly, clearly unable to keep up with its owner's excited mood. Yang Tao jogged back to his apartment, and only when he closed the door did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. I haven't been back for 2 days, and I'm really missing home. Although the room lacked the thrill of the outdoors, it inexplicably gave him a sense of security. He placed the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks on the ground and tossed them over with 2 grilled fish. With a snap, the 2 dogs caught it precisely and swallowed it whole. Sit down and stay home. I'm going out for a bit. After giving these instructions, Yang Tao turned and left. His target this time was clear, the auction house. He currently has 1 gold, 2 silver, and 55 copper coins, which is enough to upgrade his equipment and improve his lifestyle. A dozen minutes later, the bus stopped in the central square. Yang Tao looked up at the auction house, and even though it wasn't his first time there, he still felt a sense of oppression. The entire building is constructed of white stone, reaching 6 stories high, with its walls covered in pale gold runes. 2 stone lions stand silently at the entrance, faintly emanating spiritual energy. This place is not like an ordinary trading venue. Rather, it's more like a tower that upholds the rules. The square was crowded with people, and various professionals set up stalls to trade, with shouts of prices and haggling mixed together. 8 silver for materials. Poison resistance potions for equipment. The air was filled with the unique smell of spiritual materials and potions. Yang Tao glanced around, then suddenly stopped as a small blue bag caught his eye. A small blue leather bag with 8 storage compartments, selling for only 18 silver. His eyes lit up immediately. The same backpack in the mall cost 25 silver, and a tailor would also charge 20 silver to make one. This was clearly a bargain. Yang Tao walked up to the stall. The stall owner was a necromancer who was busy with something with his head down. He exuded a cold aura, but his expression was unusually relaxed. Guests, feel free to ask me anything you're interested in. I'm an honest businessman. Yang Tao paused for a moment. These words, coming from a necromancer, just didn't sound quite right. He pointed to the small blue leather bag and asked, Can you give me a discount on this? The necromancer raised his head and answered with unusual decisiveness. Yes. Yang Tao was stunned. So decisive? The other person smiled and said, A price based on fate. You're a Taoist priest, right? I also have red envelopes, green envelopes, and a jackal skin bag here. Would you like to take them all? Yang Tao's eyelids twitched. Anything else? It was consigned by a friend. I was just a middleman. Yang Tao was silent for 2 seconds. This was no ordinary stall. It was clearly a mini auction house. He quickly calculated the price and pulled out a gold coin. I'll take them all. The necromancer's movements were astonishingly fast when collecting money, and he was equally decisive in giving change. The instant Yang Tao equipped several backpacks, his storage space increased by 32 slots. Comfortable. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the necromancer smiled and asked, Brother, want some poison powder? Yang Tao looked up. Poison powder? 1 pack each of yellow and red. 15 silver for 500 uses, market price. Yang Tao remained silent for 2 seconds before finally handing back the silver coins he had just received, exchanging them for 2 large bags of poison powder. Yellow poison powder, durability 500/500. Red poison powder, durability 500/500. Yang Tao held the poison powder, his hands trembling slightly. Did I lose money again? The necromancer then added, by the way, nobody in our circle plays Taoist. How about we exchange contact information? I'll save some good stuff for you in the future. Yang Tao stared at the few remaining silver coins in his backpack and fell into complete silence. This wave was a combination of replenishing supplies and reaping profits. Chapter 18 Journey to the Evil Cave. Yang Tao spent 3 copper coins to take a bus to the central square, and then spent another 3 copper coins to return to the bus stop near his apartment. He was carrying kebabs and flatbread that he had bought for 1 silver and 32 copper coins. As he walked back, his expression was clearly complicated. Looking at the meager 1 silver and 23 copper coins left in his backpack, he paused for a moment. I can barely afford 398 anymore. At current prices, this money, if saved and eaten sparingly, could indeed sustain us for a while, but it would only be enough to survive. Then, he suddenly remembered something even more critical. It seems like the rent is due soon. He had been in this world for less than 4 months, and had been able to survive almost entirely thanks to Brother Su's help. Yang Tao couldn't help but mutter, why does it feel like I'm even poorer after changing jobs? After resting for a day, he declined the invitation from his 2 older sisters who wanted to come to his house for a heart-to-heart talk. The next morning, Yang Tao took Wulong and Feng Shu out and exchanged the last 1 silver and 23 copper coins for D-grade mineral water, stuffing them all into his backpack. We're going to burn our bridges. He patted the 2 zombie dogs and said, if we don't earn 25 silver coins today, we won't even be able to pay the rent. Woof, woof. Yang Tao nodded in satisfaction. Finally, it can make a couple of normal noises. He then headed straight out of the city, with a clear objective, the evil cave. He and his 2 dogs crushed all the monsters they encountered along the way, constantly gaining experience and materials. More than an hour later, Yang Tao returned to the entrance of the evil cave. Looking at the cave, which had been restored to its original state, he chuckled. An infinite refresh mechanism. Huh? Interesting. He then thought that if the mining sites also refreshed, could he mine here repeatedly? A chilling aura wafted from the cave entrance, a mixture of decay and darkness. Without hesitation, Yang Tao led the 2 zombie dogs up the stone steps. As soon as we entered the cave, the sound of bones colliding echoed in the darkness. 5 or 6 skeleton soldiers wandered slowly, and upon spotting the intruders, they immediately turned and approached. Yang Tao raised his hand and cast a poison spell. Gray poison powder fell, and all the skeletons instantly glowed green, with damage reduction of 2 constantly popping up above their heads. Using red poison on such a low defense target is a complete waste. He grabbed the zombie's arm and charged forward. Clear the outer perimeter first. A slap lands, triggering a fire effect that engulfs the skeleton in flames, with a damage reduction of 1 continuously ticking down. Another skeleton swung its sword and struck Yang Tao, dealing a damage reduction of 18. He glanced at the shield effect and realized, the defense has indeed improved. As he advanced, he reminded the 2 zombie dogs, Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, circle around on the perimeter, don't engage in direct combat. The 2 dogs immediately separated, drawing the skeleton's aggro. Soon, the first skeleton fell to the ground. Experience plus 14, copper coins plus 16, bones plus 3. Yang Tao's eyes lit up. The fighting has begun. As more skeletons fell, the number of copper coins increased significantly. The 6 skeletons alone contributed nearly 80 copper coins. He chuckled softly. That's what it means to get rich. Yang Tao tossed some rotten flesh to heal the 2 zombie dogs, then continued deeper into the area. Torches were planted in the ground, gradually illuminating the passage ahead. The next second, countless red eyes lit up in the depths of the darkness. Yang Tao instantly became alert. Cave bats. A large number of giant bats burst out of the darkness, several times larger than real fruit bats, and mixed in with blue high-speed species. Yang Tao immediately raised his shield, and a bat crashed into it with a thud, bouncing off. He leaped up and swung his axe down, the bat letting out a sharp scream. Cave bat, level 7, health 288/320. Another blue bat struck him in the back from the side, and 2 zombie dogs pounced on him and started biting, but the poisoning was not triggered. Yang Tao frowned. This thing is more troublesome than a skeleton. He raised his hand to cast a healing spell to stabilize himself, and relied on his shield and positioning to gradually clear out the swarm of bats. Although the shield has a cooldown, it's still enough in crucial moments. After killing a bat, you gain 16 experience points and 18 copper coins. Immediately afterward, a special drop notification pops up. Depth gauge 1. Yang Tao paused. This thing can fall. He opened the panel, which displayed a line of information. Current depth, minus 17 meters. Terraria depth gauge, Yang Tao murmured. This item is one of the components for synthesizing a mobile phone, but collecting all of them is extremely difficult. This is because the deeper the cave, the greater the danger level. The dungeon area is for levels 25 to 35, and hell is for levels 35 to 40. As for higher areas, they are not even open yet. Yang Tao glanced at the impenetrable darkness ahead. It's too early to think about these things now. He continued clearing away the bats, advancing deeper and deeper into the cave. Chapter 19. Raging through the evil cave. After dealing with the last batch of skeletons, Yang Tao took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and gulped down several mouthfuls, finally letting out a long sigh of relief. Caves are definitely the best. Compared to the outside map, the monsters in the cave are more numerous and stronger, and the rewards are much more stable. He took out the depth gauge he had just acquired. It was like a semicircular pressure gauge, with a silver-white pointer that swung depending on the depth of the ground. The sinister pressure gauge trinket shows a 4% increase in damage based on depth. After checking the attributes, Yang Tao casually stuffed the item back into his backpack. I haven't unlocked the accessory slots yet. In this world, you can only unlock the first accessory slot at level 5, and then add one every 10 levels thereafter, so the equipment upgrade is obviously phased. He took another sip of water, lit a torch, and continued deeper into the cave. He hadn't gone far when he suddenly heard strange rustling sounds ahead, and Yang Tao immediately stopped. There was no such commotion before. The next second, a dark shadow plummeted from the cave's ceiling and bit him right in the face. Subtract 6. Holy crap! Yang Tao was startled and almost swung the torch at the monster. Wulong and Fengchu pounced instantly and pinned it down. It was a black spider, its body so bizarre it looked like a scribble drawn on the spot, with only a large head and 2 pale white eyes remaining. Black spider level 3 health 130/130. Yang Tao raised his torch and shone it upwards, and his scalp tingled instantly. The entire cave ceiling was densely covered with these kinds of spiders. More than a dozen spiders simultaneously released their grip and jumped down. Drop! He planted the torch in the ground, grabbed his shield and the zombie arm at the same time, and began to fight against the swarm of spiders. Spiders aren't particularly strong individually, but their sheer numbers are astounding, with damage reductions of 5 or 6 constantly popping up. As Yang Tao swung his weapon, he healed himself while the drop notifications kept popping up. Experience +5, spider eyes +3, spider silk +2, spider glands +4. Looking at the materials scattered all over the floor, his expression gradually changed. This thing dropped quite well. With healing spells keeping his health up, Yang Tao became more and more adept at killing, and silver light kept falling, managing to clear the spider swarm into pieces. Just as he was getting carried away with the killing, a figure slowly emerged from the depths of darkness, instantly escalating the sense of danger. Yang Tao smashed the last spider to death with a backhand, and then unleashed a poison spell. As the poisonous fog enveloped the area, the target information emerged. Electric zombie level 8, health 392/400. Z. A bolt of lightning pierced through his body, and a -35 warning appeared above Yang Tao's head, causing his health to plummet. Tisk. He immediately cast a healing spell, and at the same time quickly erected a wooden wall on the ground. Wulong, Fengchu, clear out the spiders first. The 2 zombie dogs immediately turned around and charged into the battlefield, while Yang Tao went around the wooden wall and faced the electric zombie head-on. Another bolt of lightning struck, reducing damage by 32. That really hurts. Yang Tao took a bite of bread, enduring the damage as he continued to press forward. The electric zombie's attack speed was extremely fast, but its attack animation was noticeable. He seized the opportunity, constantly lowering the opponent's health between lightning and healing spells. Just then, footsteps echoed from the depths of the cave, and 2 zombies walked in one after the other. One was wearing a monk's robe and had prayer beads around its neck. The other was completely black, with only tattered cloth covering its body. Again, Yang Tao frowned, but did not retreat. He directly used the wooden planks to enclose himself and the electric zombie in a small space. Let's see who dies first today. The torch landed, and a simple gladiatorial cage was instantly formed. Reduce by 34, reduce by 32, reduce by 35. The electric zombies unleashed their electricity, while Yang Tao rapidly recovered health, and the two sides entered a full-blown battle. Healing spell? Bread. More. Finally, the electric zombie's health bar was completely depleted, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Experience plus 18 copper coins, 31 micro-healing potions, 2 rotten flesh, 4. Yang Tao let out a long breath. This thing is outrageous. But just as he was about to climb over the fence, the two zombies outside were already closing in. Fortunately, Wulong and Fengchu had finished clearing the spiders and arrived in time. The tide of battle turned in an instant. Healing spell. 2 zombie dogs charged and suppressed the attack, but Yang Tao simply shoved them with the zombie's arm, dealing 18 damage in quick succession. 2 zombies fell to the ground one after the other, and a notification appeared indicating that they had fallen. Experience plus 18 copper coins plus 14 rotten flesh plus 2. Experience plus 18, minor mana potion 2 copper coins, 22 rotten flesh 3. Yang Tao was about to finish work when he discovered that the corpse on the ground had not disappeared. His eyes narrowed. They're here. A few seconds later, the 2 zombies indeed slowly got up from the ground. Resurrection mechanism. According to the legendary setting, zombies have a chance to revive 1 to 3 times, and their health and experience will decrease after each revival. A normal zombie that originally had 400 HP would only have 200 HP after reviving once, and then 100 HP after reviving again, until finally only 50 HP remained. However, resurrected zombies will no longer drop items, otherwise these things would be incredibly valuable. Seeing the 2 zombies with only 200 HP left, Yang Tao took a running start and rushed over, then swung his arm and slapped the zombie across the face. Chapter 20: The Fallen Sorcerer. The sounds of clanging and hammering echoed through the mine as Yang Tao mined, while adjusting the allocation of resources in his hands. 1 iron ore and 1 copper ore were successively added to the backpack, and the flames in the furnace kept flickering, illuminating the narrow and dim mine. He took out the freshly fired copper ingot and immediately synthesized it into a new prop, a lightning rod. Place the 3 copper ingots vertically, and an explanation will pop up on the crafting interface. Lightning rod can attract lightning within a range of 32,432 and concentrate its release. Looking at the results, Yang Tao casually remarked, "The electric zombies can retire now." The most troublesome thing about mining is the chain lightning created by electric zombies. Now that there are lightning rods, this threat can finally be suppressed. After finishing their grilled fish, Yang Tao led Wulong and Fengchu back into the depths of the mine. As soon as I stepped into the dark area, a familiar yet piercing scream came from ahead. Rakanishu. A dozen or so fallen ones charged out, carrying torches. There were more of them than before, clearly indicating that they were acting in a group. Instead of retreating, Yang Tao stepped forward to meet him directly. "You've come at the perfect time." He raised his hand and delivered a leaping slash, the zombie arm crashing heavily into the front row of monsters. Fallen level 4, health 145/180. At the same time, a green plant suddenly appeared from the side. The pea shooter began spitting out peas continuously. Fist-sized peas shot into the monster horde and exploded on the spot. The battle erupted instantly, with Yang Tao at the forefront, directly taking the blows of the fallen demon. Healing spells were cast continuously, stabilizing his and his pet's health. Monsters fell one after another, and notifications kept popping up. Experience plus 5, copper coins plus 14, leather boots plus 1. Yang Tao glanced at the leather boots on the ground and simply said, "Trash." But the next second, a strange golden light suddenly shone above the fallen corpse of the fallen. The fallen, who had been thought to be dead, rose again. Yang Tao's gaze darkened. The fallen witch. Monsters resurrected by wizards will regain their combat strength and will no longer provide experience. In other words, there's no point in continuing to entangle with these fallen ones. We must first deal with the wizards hiding behind them. Yang Tao immediately cast a healing spell on the zombie dog and ordered in a deep voice, "Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, hold off the outer perimeter." After saying that, he rushed straight into the deeper part of the mine. He planted the torches one by one in the ground, and his previously blurry vision gradually cleared. Soon, a hunched figure appeared around the corner. It was a fallen sorcerer, holding a staff in his hand. His movements were slow, but the magical energy emanating from him was clearly stronger than that of ordinary monsters. With a wave of its hand, a fireball shot straight at Yang Tao. Yang Tao raised his shield to block, and with a bang, the fireball was completely deflected by the shield. As expected, it's still determined by projectiles. After confirming that the shield was effective, he did not hesitate and immediately released the poison spell. Gray poisonous powder fell, and the wizard and the surrounding monsters were simultaneously infected with the poison, their health points beginning to drop continuously. The damage reduction of 2 kept fluctuating. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Tao closed in and delivered a powerful jumping strike. Fallen Wizard level 8, health 264/300. The wizard, in pain, suddenly drew his dagger and retaliated. But Yang Tao dodged the attack by turning to the side, and then struck back with his hand, coldly uttering a single word. Die. The fallen demons were already catching up from behind, but Yang Tao didn't care at all. With healing spells and potions used simultaneously, his health rapidly recovered, and his fighting rhythm completely overwhelmed the wizard. The fallen sorcerer's health bar quickly dwindled, and he finally collapsed and exploded. Experience plus 12, Spark 1-1, Copper Coin 42, Shattered Ruby 1. A golden light instantly rose from Yang Tao's body, and he leveled up once again. Strength 14 plus 3, Constitution 16, Agility 14 plus 2, Spirit 22 plus 2. Without hesitation, Yang Tao added both of his freedom attributes to his mental aspect. The spiritual benefits are the greatest. His tone was calm, but his movements did not stop. The moment the wizard died, the fallen ones who had been besieging him all collapsed and turned to flee into the depths of the mine. Without a leader, they're just a bunch of useless dogs. Yang Tao stared at the fleeing monster, his eyes filled with only 2 words. It's all experience. He first put on the Despair Stone breastplate, a dark gray armor covering his entire body, which significantly improved his defense. Defense plus 8, magic defense plus 5, strength plus 2. Subsequently, he equipped himself with a treacherous depth gauge, and the information bar was updated in sync. After doing all this, Yang Tao chased after him. Don't let any of them run away. The healing spell continued to fall on the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, and the zombie dog recovered. It immediately turned around and pounced on the scattered fallen demons, beginning its counterattack and reaping. Chapter 21, Please do not put light bulbs in your mouth. Z. The lightning zombie raised its hand, and a bolt of silver lightning shot straight at Yang Tao's face. Normally, this strike would have been enough to pierce a person, but the arc of electricity had only flown half a meter when it suddenly turned sharply in the air, as if pulled by an invisible force, and crashed straight into the lightning rod next to it. Yang Tao leaned against the wall, still holding the zombie's arm in his hand, looking quite relaxed. That's it. That's all. The lightning zombie refused to believe it and raised its hand to strike again, but the result was still the same. The lightning bolt had barely appeared when it was forcibly sucked away by the lightning rod, not even touching the hem of Yang Tao's clothes. TSK, this mechanism is weird. Yang Tao grabbed the zombie's arm and stepped forward. You think you can hit someone without a skill that can lock onto their target? With a bang, the arm slammed down, and 2 zombie dogs pounced on it at the same time, tearing at it. The lightning zombie's health dropped rapidly, and just as it was about to continue its electric attack, the lightning rod intercepted the lightning once again. With his skill completely ineffective, Yang Tao casually delivered a slap to the face. Subtract 18. Not long after, the lightning zombie fell to the ground, and its body was ejected. Experience plus 18, Sun Water plus 1, Copper Coin plus 28, Pearl Ring plus 1, Rotten Flesh plus 3. The 2 zombie dogs simultaneously glowed with golden light, and their level increased from level 4 to level 5. The upgrade was pretty fast. Yang Tao glanced at the fallen object and picked up the Pearl Ring. Pearl Ring, plus 0.2 to Spirit. Magic equipment. He put it on casually and nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he looks a bit like a Taoist priest. He sat down next to the lightning rod, took a bite of bread, and glanced at his experience bar. 625/3000. Level 5 to level 6, it should be around tomorrow afternoon. Yang Tao looked at the 2 dogs, which were rising very quickly. You guys are pretty good at absorbing experience. Woof. The 2 zombie dogs responded simultaneously. Yang Tao then took out the anvil and the enchanted book. We can enchant it again. He was stunned when 400 experience points were deducted directly. That's really expensive. Bite. As the anvil fell, the iron helmet immediately glowed with a purple light. Iron helmet. Armor plus 2, protection, durability, underwater breathing, experience repair. It was worth it. Without hesitation, Yang Tao put on the helmet and drank a bottle of grade D water. The mineral water disappeared, and his recovery speed increased accordingly. After putting away the anvil, he led the two zombie dogs deeper into the cave to fight monsters. The torchlight flickered on the cave wall, but suddenly a mound of earth appeared in front of them. The mound was 2 meters wide and 1 meter high, and grass even grew on its surface. Yang Tao paused in his steps. Grave. He frowned and couldn't help but complain. Isn't this map designer a bit outrageous? Immediately afterwards, a prompt inexplicably flashed through his mind. Do not put light bulbs in your mouth. Yang Tao immediately smiled. Got it, a classic hint trap. A system notification then popped up. Should we excavate? Is there even a need to ask? Yang Tao started digging, and the mound of earth quickly collapsed, with several objects bouncing out. Old dice, 1 silver coin, 1 copper coin, 33 broken ruby, 1. Rich. He had just finished packing his things when a white ghost floated out of the grave. The thing looked like a human-shaped shadow draped in a bed sheet, with only 2 big, round eyes. She can even act cute? The ghost instantly flew into a rage and lunged at him face to face. Subtract 19. Yang Tao retaliated with a backhand strike, dealing a -18 damage, but ghost immediately countered. Subtract 19. Melee area of effect damage. Yang Tao took 2 steps back and shouted at the 2 zombie dogs. Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, don't come any closer. The ghost's close-range attack is an area of effect attack. If the dog rushes in, it will only take unnecessary damage. Yang Tao decided to fight alone, using fire, normal attacks, and healing spells in rotation. Decrease by 1, decrease by 1, decrease by 1. After more than a dozen rounds, the ghost finally collapsed. Plus 18 experience. There was no equipment or materials dropped. The empty-handed monster? Yang Tao frowned, but then looked at the items he had just dug out and felt better. Old dice, worth 20 silver. Cracked ruby, worth 10 silver. Good. He picked up the old dice and glanced at them. When you have nothing else to do, you can try your luck. Then he looked at the shattered ruby. Inlay materials. The rules quickly came to mind. Weapons, shields, helmets, and breastplates could all be socketed with holes. As for rings and necklaces, no. Chapter 22. The corpse catches fire and encounters with other professionals. Yang Tao sat in the empty cave, panting heavily, while the corpses of the fallen demons around him gradually disappeared. Wulong and Fengchu were still chasing down the remaining enemies inside the cave. This fallen demon tribe numbered more than 30, plus 3 wizards. Yang Tao managed to clear them out entirely by using block attacks. The battle ended, and he lit a cigar. Although the wizard's drop trinket only added 1 point of strength, its 1% reduction in trade price was very useful, saving him a considerable amount of gold. He casually tossed out 2 carrots, which Wulong and Fengchu immediately pounced on and devoured. Then came rotten flesh, which the 2 zombie dogs also accepted without hesitation, their bellies like bottomless pits. Yang Tao drank D-grade mineral water to restore his magic power, and watching his 2 pets eat, his tense expression finally relaxed a little. But just then, the sounds of fierce fighting suddenly erupted from deep within the cave. Yang Tao frowned and got up. By the light of the fire, he looked toward the side path and saw 3 people running away in a panic, followed by 7 or 8 cave bats. The bald, burly man at the front shouted as he ran. Run! Run faster! Yang Tao initially thought they were just ordinary monsters, but soon he saw that the bats were being chased by a group of extremely fast zombies. Zombie minion, level 10. This warning already sent chills down his spine, and the giant, ice blue monster at the very back of the group made his expression change drastically. The corpse is on fire, level 10, boss level. Without a second thought, Yang Tao turned around and shouted, Sleeping Dragon, young Phoenix, get out of here. This thing is far beyond his ability to fight head-on right now. Staying here would be suicide. But he had only run 100 meters when the bald, burly man suddenly caught up from behind and shouted at him. Brother, run. Don't get entangled by the bats. Yang Tao was speechless for a moment. Why did you provoke it in the first place? The bald, burly man said with a bitter expression. At first, I only had 1 corpse to fight, but the more monsters I fought, the more there were, and in the end, I could only run for my life. The 3 were a summoner, a barbarian, and a druid. Yang Tao glanced at the pursuers, then looked at them, and suddenly stopped. You can get angry at corpses? The barbarian gritted his teeth and nodded. We can barely hold on. Yang Tao immediately said, then don't run away. I'll take care of clearing the mobs. You guys focus on attacking the boss, and I'll provide support with corpse poison and healing. The group exchanged glances, then gritted their teeth and said, let's do it. A system notification will pop up immediately. Do you want to join the Whirlwind Thunder 02 team? Yang Tao did not hesitate and immediately chose to join. The barbarian paused, staring at his level, and asked, you're only level 5? Yang Tao remained calm. Does level matter if we fought our way here? The barbarian was silent for a moment, then nodded emphatically, and then roared, unleashing a powerful shout that instantly boosted his defense. The druid then cast Barkskin, granting the barbarian a damage reduction buff. Yang Tao then summoned his pea shooter and charged straight at the swarm of bats, leaping into the air and slashing down with his sword. The damage reduction of 53 appeared on the screen, leaving the barbarian stunned. No, bro, you opened it. Chapter 23 Fierce Battle. Cave bats are typical fragile monsters, with low attack power but astonishing speed. Yang Tao swung his zombie arm with swift movements, almost every strike accompanied by a whooshing sound. Zhang Kai, I'll tank this. You keep an eye on your health. He stepped forward, raising his shield to block a bat that was swooping down. All right. Without further ado, the barbarian put away his spare shield, switched to his one-handed axe, and fixed his gaze on the corpse in front of him, raging. His mission was clear, stall the boss. Snap. A whip flashed past Yang Tao, precisely lashing out at a bat in midair. Immediately afterward, two small white-furred snow monsters charged out, crashing heavily into their target. Yang Tao's forehead creased with anger, and he couldn't help but think to himself, this girl looks so delicate, yet she carries a whip with her at all times. Clearly, this summoner comes from the Terraria system, relying on a staff to switch summons, resulting in a crisp and efficient combat rhythm. +6 experience. Copper coins +8. +6 experience. Copper coins +7. The experience and gold coins of the 4-person team are automatically divided equally by the system, materials are distributed in turns, and equipment is determined by negotiation among the team members. As the barbarian slashed at the bats, he muttered to himself, how come these bats are suddenly so rich? Don't get distracted, the corpse is on fire. Yang Tao shouted in a low voice. In the distance, a 2-meter-tall, ice-blue figure slowly approached, and a sense of oppression immediately swept over them. Growing this tall must have taken hormones to grow it. Yang Tao cursed, then cast a healing spell on himself. Then he raised his hand, and 2 poison spells landed on the burning corpse at the same time. The red and green intertwined poisonous light continuously corroded the boss's health bar, and the corpse instantly locked onto Yang Tao, letting out an angry roar. Yang Tao didn't hold back and raised his hand to give it the middle finger. The barbarian leaped into the air and brought his axe down with tremendous force. Subtract 33. Subtract 25. He immediately switched to his shield and launched another attack, but the corpse that was engulfed in flames still kept its eyes fixed on Yang Tao. The hatred has been OT'd. Lao Yi, hold him back. Yang Tao shouted. The barbarian swore and instantly activated his taunt skill. The corpse, enraged, suddenly turned and punched the barbarian. Subtract 81. Barbarian. Health 449/530. Yang Tao was shocked. This guy's frankness was even more exaggerated than he had expected. The next second, the healing spell was cast. Add 12. The druid's rejuvenation spell is also applied simultaneously. Add 34. Add 12. Add 34. Add 12. The barbarian's health quickly stabilized, and the cave bats were also cleared out by the group. Prepare to switch targets to the minions. Yang Tao shouted, casting poison spell again to draw the aggro of the outer monsters. The crouching dragon and the phoenix chick charged into the horde of zombies, while the pea shooters behind them unleashed a barrage of green projectiles. Watch out, skeletons and zombies are chasing us, the summoner suddenly warned. Yang Tao's gaze darkened. I'll handle it. He cast another poison spell to keep the corpse from igniting, then turned and rushed toward the back passage with the zombie dogs. The pea shooter was recalled and landed beside him. More than 20 monsters were rapidly approaching from inside the passage. Yang Tao took a deep breath. Hold on for 5 minutes, and this boss will die. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Yang Tao charged straight into the horde of monsters, swinging his zombie arm to smash the skeleton at the front. Subtract 55. He quickly retreated and swung the weapon again. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix followed closely behind, frantically tearing at the attacking monster. Healing spell. Add 12. My health had just recovered a little when the slime rammed into me again and took it all away. At this moment, the battle reached its climax. +6 experience. For copper coins. Rag 1. Bone 3. Chapter 24 Corpse ignites and explodes. Yang Tao gulped down another bottle of miniature mana potion, then cast a healing spell on Feng Chu. He raised his shield and rammed through the charging skeletons, remaining frighteningly calm amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The more chaotic the fighting, the clearer his mind became. He calculated everything perfectly, from the corpse's health to the barbarian's status, the duration of the poison spell, and the output rhythm of the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. He casually cast a healing spell on the barbarian. Although the healing amount wasn't high, it was enough to relieve the druid's pressure. Then, Yang Tao swung his zombie arm, smashing the surrounding bruised skeletons one by one, while silently chanting, "Eat bread." The crunching sound of chewing filled the air, instantly restoring hunger to full and slowly regenerating health. Yang Tao glanced around and saw that the corpse in the distance had less than 200 health left. While clearing the monsters, he shouted to his teammates, "Leave the final blow to me. I have a high drop rate." The barbarian's axe, which was already aimed at the boss, paused upon hearing this and immediately turned to chop at the nearby monsters. "Bro, are you serious?" Yang Tao said calmly. "Does this sound like a joke? Okay, I'll control your blood flow. You find your own opportunity." The corpse is on fire, which is just a low-level boss with no berserk mechanic. As long as you can keep the boss's health low, there is room for skillful finishing blows. Yang Tao retreated while clearing out the smaller monsters, and the corpse's health continued to drop. 188, 150, 121, 94, 68, 32. The poison spell remained constantly applied to the boss, its red and green poisonous light flashing continuously, slowly whittling down its health. "Save me a seat," Yang Tao suddenly roared. The next second, he charged forward, leaping into the air with a running start. The barbarian roared at the same time, raising his shield and forcefully smashing through 2 zombie minions, tearing a path through him. The axe shadow and the roar erupted simultaneously, and the zombie arm in Yang Tao's hand also slammed down hard. Reduced by 27. Reduced by 14. The corpse's fiery movements suddenly froze, its icy blue body standing still, the anger on its face seemingly frozen in place. Immediately afterwards, a series of prompts popped up. Experience plus 125, silver coins plus 24, copper coins plus 2, rotten flesh plus 3, wool rolls plus 4, backpack stack limit plus 10. A pile of loot exploded on the ground instantly, leaving the barbarian speechless. 24 silver? This boss is almost going to drop a gold item. The druid couldn't help but curse. This drop rate is wrong, isn't it? Yang Tao showed no outward reaction, simply saying, "Just a bit of luck." But a thought struck him as well. The backpack stacking limit increased by 10. This kind of thing was clearly not a normal drop. The barbarian immediately changed his tune and shouted to Akai, "Finish off all the low-health monsters behind us, Brother Yang." Clear. The battle continued, with Yang Tao at the forefront, finishing off the remaining monsters, and experience and loot kept popping up. Experience plus 18, rotten flesh 3, copper coins 8. The zombie minions gave significantly more experience, but the loot was still ordinary. Finally, after a flash of golden light, Yang Tao reached level 6. Strength 15 plus 3 plus 2, Constitution 17, Agility 15 plus 2, Spirit 34 plus 2 plus 2, Free Attribute 2. Then, a new notification appeared. I have mastered the mental combat technique. Normal attacks deal an additional 20% Taoist magic damage. Yang Tao watched the zombie arm unleash its attack. The blue additional damage was noticeably higher than before. He couldn't help but mutter. Finally, some damage output. The barbarian glanced at it, his lips twitching. "Brother, shut it down. It's a bit outrageous." Yang Tao replied directly. "A small business doesn't count as a business." The two fought monsters while exchanging barbs, but their teamwork became increasingly smooth. A few minutes later, the monsters in the cave were finally cleared out, leaving only their corpses slowly dissipating. Yang Tao retracted the zombie arm and let out a long breath. "Let's go see what the boss dropped." The group arrived at the burning corpse, where 5 or 6 pieces of equipment, gems, and potions were scattered on the ground. The barbarian crouched down, picked up a necklace casually, and tossed it to Yang Tao. Yang Tao glanced at it. Phoenix necklace, level requirement 10, plus 3 spirit. He didn't say much and simply put it in his backpack. The druid and the summoner saw this, but didn't object. The barbarian picked up a wooden shield from the ground, but as soon as he got his hands on it, its shape began to change. The bronze-colored shell gradually emerged, with silver rivets surrounding the central pattern, and its name instantly popped into Yang Tao's mind. Crescent Shield. The moment the attribute appeared, the barbarian's breathing quickened. He stared intently at the shield, his face flushed with excitement. The next second, he slapped Yang Tao on the shoulder. Brother, no, Godfather. Is it okay if we team up regularly in the future? Chapter 25. Embarking on the journey again. Yang Tao declined the barbarian's invitation to team up, but the other party didn't take advantage of him for nothing. With the help of the Crescent Shield, they offered a winning ribbon, a regeneration bracelet, and a gold coin as compensation. Yang Tao didn't stand on ceremony and first checked the equipment attributes. The winning ribbon requires level 5, adds 4 points of defense, and restores 2 points of mana for each enemy killed. It doesn't provide any health or resistance bonuses, but the mana regeneration effect on kills is very useful for Yang Tao, so he switched to it on the spot. The regeneration bracelet can restore 0.2 health points per second. It may seem insignificant, but it can slowly restore health, saving you a lot of money that could be spent on bread. In the long run, this is a considerable amount of profit. The 4 men sat around the campfire eating, and the atmosphere finally relaxed after a fierce battle. Barbarian Zhang Kai stared at Yang Tao, his eyes shining. Brother, really don't you want to team up with us? It doesn't matter if you're low level. We'll help you level up quickly. Yang Tao took a sip of his iced cola and said calmly, Forget it. You guys are almost level 10, and I'm only level 6. The supplies brought by the summoner girl added a touch of realism to this dangerous underground world. Zhang Kai sighed and took 2 gulps of beer. What a pity, you changed my opinion of the Taoist profession. Yang Tao laughed and tossed 2 pieces of rotten flesh to Wulong and Feng Chu. Don't flatter me. A Taoist is a Taoist, and I am me. He paused, then added a reminder. Don't have too many illusions about this profession, or you'll be easily disappointed later. Zhang Kai shook his head. I'm talking about a monstrous Taoist like you. I've heard of ordinary Taoist priests before they had divine beasts. They were basically just slackers. But you're different. Especially that poison technique. It's ridiculously effective against bosses. Yang Tao didn't explain further. He just smiled and continued drinking his cola. He knew in his heart that his performance this time had also vindicated the Taoist profession. The group enjoyed their grilled fish and a short break. After resting, Yang Tao added a few people on WeChat, left the team, and set off again alone. Before leaving, he silently did some calculations. The battle where the corpses caught fire yielded a reward of nearly 1 gold and 30 silver. Indeed, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. He wasn't on the wrong path, but with his current strength, he couldn't directly confront a boss of the level of corpse on fire. Once he reached level 10 and learned to summon skeletons and use the soul fire rune, that's when the real battle begins. The Taoist period of dominance is yet to come. Lakanishu. Deep inside the tunnel, the familiar voice rang out again. Yang Tao smiled and said, We've got a job. The torches illuminated the shadows ahead, and the battle began once more. After a round of monster hunting, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix both lit up with the glow of leveling up. 2 zombie dogs, one leveled up to level 5 and the other to level 6. Yang Tao took a closer look and found that their blood volume seemed to have changed as well. The 2 zombie dogs were noticeably stronger, and their shoulder height had increased significantly. He couldn't help but laugh. Keep growing, preferably to 1.5 meters, then I'll use you as mounts. Despite his joking remarks, he didn't stop working, continuing to lead his 2 henchmen in clearing out the monsters. 3 days later, Yang Tao decided to leave the underground and go to the surface for some fresh air. We've run out of enchanted books and need to replenish our resources. He dug upwards until he finally emerged from the ground. But as soon as he stepped out of the cave, a torrential downpour began, instantly soaking him to the bone. Yang Tao looked up at the sky. Is it raining? Just then, a demon eye spotted him and swooped down from the rain. Yang Tao raised his hand and thrust out his shield. Bang! The flames were instantly extinguished by the rain, and the demon eye was dealt with on the spot. Experience plus 10, lens drops 2. Yang Tao frowned as he looked at the things on the ground. Not even money was left. How stingy. The lens is a material that can be used to synthesize a suspicious eyeball. Thinking of this, a thought struck him, and he looked up at the gloomy sky. Afterwards, Yang Tao directly built a wooden platform in the rain to take shelter from the rain, and also dug out a fishing pond with a diameter of 553. He sat down by the pond and cast his fishing rod. The sound of raindrops continuously pounding on the water's surface. Yang Tao stared at the float and muttered to himself, "Next time I really need to bring a sofa." Chapter 26. Slime Rain Falls from the Sky. The torrential rain gradually subsided, leaving only Yang Tao and 2 zombie dogs by the campfire. The aroma of grilled fish filled the air. The crouching dragon and the phoenix chick lay by the fire, their eyes fixed on the flames. Yang Tao sat cross-legged on the wooden board, holding an enchanted fishing rod in his hand. With a splash, the float sank sharply, and with a flick of his wrist, a live base was flung ashore. "There's a bonus for fishing on rainy days?" Yang Tao muttered to himself, casually tossing the grilled fish to the 2 dogs. The sleeping dragon and the young phoenix pounced immediately, devouring them clean in the blink of an eye. Yang Tao then set up a few more fish, took a bite himself, and found the taste so fresh and sweet, it was almost unreal. This taste, it's like the system specially adjusted it. He looked up and saw the pale white of the fish belly being gradually torn apart by the orange-red morning light. The early morning in the wilderness was eerily quiet. Yang Tao put away his fishing rod and laid out an anvil on the ground. "It's a new day, let's enchant the boots first." The clanging of forging echoed as experience points were continuously consumed, and the enchantment attributes of the iron boots gradually appeared. He had armor, deep-sea explorer, and mending, but he couldn't find the frostwalker he wanted most. "I'll just have to make do for now." With his experience almost completely exhausted, Yang Tao got up to pack his backpack, intending to go back to sell the trash and pay the rent. A system notification suddenly popped up. Slime rain fell from the sky. Yang Tao was stunned and looked up at the sky. The next second, the clouds seemed to be torn apart, and countless round slimes fell from the sky. Green, purple, and pink meteors rained down on the wilderness in dense clusters, looking from afar like a bizarre meteor shower. Yang Tao was silent for a moment. Should we run now, or pull off a big heist? The slimes were slow, but there were just too many of them. But he quickly gripped his weapon and made his choice. Fortune favors the bold. With a snap, a green slime landed on the ground, and Yang Tao swung his weapon down with a club. The 2 creatures, crouching dragon and phoenix chick, pounced simultaneously, tearing and ramming each other in one fluid motion. Experience points, gel, copper coins, and slime balls exploded in succession. Today's a money-making day. Yang Tao grinned, and, without waiting for the monsters to surround him, charged towards the purple slime. The level 8 purple slime was larger, but its attack method remained the same, ramming. Yang Tao's attack landed, but only dealt 35 points of damage. This defense is a bit outrageous. He immediately finished off the enemy after being knocked away, gaining experience, copper coins, mini healing potions, and slime balls. The battle had fully commenced. Yang Tao cleared out the slimes while simultaneously casting healing spells on the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks to ensure that the 2 frontline units could withstand the attacks. Just then, his gaze suddenly locked onto the distance. Little Pink. A pink slime fell from the sky, and Yang Tao's eyes lit up instantly. This rare creature couldn't be let slip by. Without saying a word, he unleashed 2 poison spells in quick succession, the red and green poison lights flashing alternately on the pink slime. Pink slime, level 8, rare. Seeing that it had almost full health of 1,500, Yang Tao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately jumped down and slashed down. Subtract 35. Defense level 20. The pink slime was sent flying, but its injuries were not obvious. Yang Tao chased after it, and the zombie's arm slammed down repeatedly, the damage numbers jumping up again and again, but each time it was only 18 points. This stuff is real meat. He pursued relentlessly, only to find himself surrounded by a large horde of slimes. Yang Tao leaped and attacked from the front, while the colorful monsters surged forward, turning the battlefield into chaos in an instant. 3 minutes later, the pink slime finally couldn't hold on any longer, and its body exploded. 100 experience points, pink gel, silver coins, copper coins, iron potion, and a staff all dropped at the same time. Yang Tao paused, out. He bent down to pick up the staff, and an introduction immediately appeared before his eyes. Slime staff summons a baby slime. The next second, Yang Tao waved his hand gently, and a palm-sized, light green slime appeared in midair, blinking its big cartoon eyes. It even fluttered and flew into Yang Tao's palm. Yang Tao was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but burst out laughing. This thing is interesting. Chapter 27. King Slime. The little slime is exceptionally active on the battlefield. Although its body is inconspicuous, it can cause a series of damages every time it collides with an enemy slime. Aside from the green slime, which can barely withstand the full damage, other slimes will only lose 1 point of health if they get grazed by it. But for Yang Tao, that was enough. He quickly cleared away the purple slimes in front of him, but his expression didn't relax in the slightest. At least 180 have been killed. Why hasn't the Slime King shown up yet? Normally, killing more than 150 slimes in a slime event should trigger the boss, Slime King. Yang Tao deliberately controlled the pace, keeping his health and mana at a safe level, and continued to harvest the monsters around him. Experience plus 12 copper coins plus 5 slime balls plus 2. Just then, a system notification popped up. King Slime has awakened. Yang Tao suddenly looked up, his gaze quickly sweeping across the battlefield, and soon locked onto the behemoth. A gigantic, exaggeratedly large blue slime leaped out from the horde of monsters, its size exceeding 10 meters. It wore a magnificent golden crown on its head, with rubies and emeralds gleaming dazzlingly in the dim light. Yang Tao couldn't help but gasp. This thing is too outrageous. The oppressive feeling was like 2 container trucks bouncing and crashing head-on into him. King Slime, level 8, boss level, 2798/2800 HP. Without hesitation, Yang Tao raised his hand and unleashed 2 poison spells, green and purple poison lights landing on the Slime King in succession. At the same time, the swarm of little slimes charged forward fearlessly, with countless damage numbers constantly popping up. Subtract 1, subtract 1, subtract 3, subtract 1. King Slime suddenly leaped up, his enormous body blocking out the light, before crashing heavily to the ground. You guys retreat first. Yang Tao immediately ordered, but he himself gripped the zombie's arm and went to meet it. With a loud bang, the ground shook violently, and the shockwave kicked up a large cloud of dust. Yang Tao did not retreat. Instead, he used his momentum to get closer to the Slime King, preparing to attack at close range. But King Slime bounced up again, this time at a significantly faster speed than before. Yang Tao's pupils contracted, and he rolled to dodge the blow. The next second, the zombie's arm slammed into the blue body. Reduced by 28. Reduced by 1. The fire effect instantly ignites the Slime King, causing poisoning and burning. Combined with the continuous impacts from the smaller slimes, the damage begins to steadily accumulate. Minus 29. Jumping chop. Minus 38. The Slime King's body gradually shrank, from 10 meters, 8 meters, and finally to about 7 meters. But the smaller it is, the faster it is. Yang Tao used to be able to seize an opening and strike 3 times in a row, but now he can often only strike twice. Health 1280/2500. Yang Tao continued to cast 2 more poison spells, completely disregarding the mana cost, while the baby slime charged towards the boss like a perpetual motion machine. Yang Tao couldn't help but think to himself, this thing is the real output. The next moment, King Slime crashed down again. A minus 55 buff appeared above Yang Tao's head, and he swayed for a moment before immediately casting a healing spell on himself. The battle began to become a protracted stalemate. But when the Slime King's health dropped to half, 6 or 7 minions suddenly burst out of its body. Blue Slime Servant level 6 spiked, Slime Servant level 8. Yang Tao frowned, then decisively turned around and created some distance. Create some distance first. But the Slime King had no intention of letting him go. With a sudden shudder, he vanished from the spot. Only the crown landed and rolled, then turned into a semi-transparent afterimage. The next second, blue particles rapidly condensed in front of them, and the Slime King suddenly appeared in front of them. Reduce 38. Jumping slash. Yang Tao had no choice but to fight it head-on, but then he was hit with a 54-point debuff, so he had to heal quickly and pull back. As his health continued to drop, the Slime King kept summoning minions, and the battlefield became increasingly chaotic. Yang Tao was attacking while dodging attacks and guarding against minions' interference, gradually pushing his rhythm to the limit. Too fast. The Slime King slammed down again, reducing Yang Tao's health by 50 and causing him to jump out of the area. Yang Tao immediately drank a minor healing potion and cast a healing spell. As the battle entered its final stage, his eyes darkened. It's time to take the medication. The green agility potion took effect instantly, and Yang Tao felt that everything around him slowed down. For the first time, he clearly captured the Slime King's movements, which were originally so fast they were difficult to maneuver. Subtract 29, get out of the way. Subtract 29, didn't dodge. Reduced by 51. Yang Tao stared intently at the Slime King's health bar, and before the next attack landed, he unleashed his final blow. Reduced by 28. Shield block. When? The Slime King's body suddenly exploded, and the golden crown rolled twice on the ground before gradually becoming transparent. Experience plus 250, silver coins plus 35, copper coins plus 87, Slime King's loot bag plus 1, inventory plus 1. Yang Tao immediately opened his backpack and quickly counted the compartments. 79 inventory slots is one too many. He squinted, a question surfacing in his mind. Defeating a boss can expand your inventory. Is this a fixed mechanism or some kind of module effect? But there was one thing he had completely understood. The boss in this world is far more valuable than he imagined. Chapter 28 Slime Mount. After clearing out the stragglers of slime, Yang Tao looked at the spiky slime that had turned into slime and couldn't help but complain. It's all gel, so how come the spikes this thing shoots are so incredibly damaging? He took out the Slime King's loot bag. The blue bag was printed with a golden crown. Defeating the boss in expert mode indeed resulted in the loot bag dropping. With a thought, the bag was opened, revealing only a curing machine, a ninja hood, ninja pants, a slime gun, and a glue saddle. Yang Tao was stunned. Such a big boss, and he's not giving us a single penny? The curing machine is a must-have item. It's available for free at the city gates and plazas. Its only function is to consume gel to make furniture, which is only worth 5 silver coins when sold. He glanced at the gel in his backpack and suddenly muttered, I heard that gel beds are even more exciting than water beds. I'll make one when I get back and give it a try. His gaze then fell upon the ninja equipment. The ninja hood and ninja pants were both level 5 equipment, increasing defense, magic resistance, and speed. The 2-piece set also provides additional boosts to defense, magic resistance, movement speed, and critical strike chance. The 3-piece set is even more powerful. Yang Tao immediately took off his Hermes boots and barricade helmet, and put on a ninja hood and ninja pants. The boots were suitable for traveling, while the ninja outfit was clearly more suitable for combat. Go back and see if you can find a ninja outfit. It should only cost around 30 silver coins. Finally, he picked up the saddle-like sticky saddle, which had only one instruction. After use, it can summon a rideable slime mount. Use. The saddle disappeared from his hand, and a blue slime, about 2 meters tall, appeared in front of him, with the saddle strapped to its back. Yang Tao reached out and touched it. The bouncy texture made him love it. Oh no, my collecting instincts kicked in. Time to get on. The next second, he sat directly on the slime's back, his body seemingly fixed in place by an invisible force, and he could clearly feel the mount as well. The slime hopped forward a few steps, moving at a pitifully slow pace, less than half the normal speed of Yang Tao, but he didn't mind at all. This thing wasn't originally for traveling, it's for playing with. With a thought, the slime sprang up, leaping nearly 20 meters into the air before landing steadily back on the grass. Apart from the jump being a bit fast, Yang Tao, who was sitting on it, did not experience any discomfort. Although it can smash monsters, it's best to use it sparingly. If you step on a demon eye and get thrown into the air and fall to your death, that would be such a waste. Slime mounts can indeed cause damage, and he has been sent flying into the air and killed by the Eye of Cthulhu more than once. Just then, a level 3 goblin charged over, carrying a broken wooden club. Don't go, Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix. Let me handle this. Yang Tao rode his slime and charged towards them, landing squarely on the goblin's head. Reduced by 20. The goblin's health dropped from 140 to 120, and the slime bounced up and fell. Reduced by 20. A fixed 20 points of damage? Not bad, considering it's just a mount. He forcefully sat on the goblin until it died, then dismounted, put on the Hermes boots again, and summoned the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick to head to H City. After following the map for more than an hour, the outline of H City finally appeared at the end of the plain. Looking at that familiar city, Yang Tao couldn't help but smile. I'm finally back. He felt his mind was about to break down after spending too much time in the evil cave. After entering the city, he first went to the market and found the NPC who sold general merchandise. Boss, I'm selling something. The shop owner, dressed in shorts and a tank top, didn't even look up, saying while playing on his phone, I broke up with my boyfriend today, so the price is down by 3%. Take it or leave it. Yang Tao almost cursed, but suppressed his anger and advised, Boss, as the saying goes, failure is a common occurrence in war. Reduced by 5%. Damn it, don't let me run into you on the street. He glared at the NPC fiercely, then turned and left. Anyway, there was more than one general store owner in the city. He didn't believe everyone was heartbroken. Back at his apartment, Yang Tao ate and drank his fill, then went to the management office and paid 3 months' rent in one go. With those concerns resolved, it's time to get down to business. He took a bus to the entertainment street in H City, walked along the street to the middle section, and soon saw the building with the gilded facade. Jinzuan Karaoke was the place where he had worked for 3 months. The concierge at the entrance greeted him warmly as soon as he saw him. "Brother Yang, I heard you switched to a combat class. How have you been these days?" "Sigh, they're all the same. Is Brother Su there?" "Yes, I just arrived." Yang Tao entered the familiar KT lobby, took the elevator directly to the top floor, and knocked on the door of Brother Su's office. The office wasn't as luxurious as I'd imagined. Instead, it was simple and understated. 34 or 35-year-old Su Wenbin was sitting behind a solid wood desk, reviewing reports. Upon seeing Yang Tao, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, "What? You've returned home in glory?" "No way. Don't pretend. If you weren't doing well, you would never have come back like this. You're just a stubborn person." Brother Su pulled him to sit down, poured him a cup of tea himself, and became serious. "Life outside is tough. You have to be careful with everything you do. But Yang, I believe in you. You can succeed no matter what you do. It's a pity you became a combat professional." Yang Tao took a sip of tea and joked with a smile. "What? Brother Su, do you really want me to be your slave for the rest of my life?" As he spoke, he took something out and placed it on the table. "Old dice. Toy. You can try your luck when you have free time." "Brother Su, this is a local specialty I brought for you. This thing is useless, but it's a souvenir with a price tag. The value of 20 silver coins isn't important. What's important is that if Brother Su hadn't taken him in, he doesn't know where he'd be hiding." Chapter 29, The Blood Moon Rises. After returning to his apartment in the afternoon, the kind-hearted Yang Tao went next door to help Sister Shan fix the drain. He worked for several hours and only managed to drink some water in the end. He was lounging lazily on the sofa when a line of scarlet notifications suddenly appeared in front of him. The blood moon is rising. Yang Tao's expression changed drastically. He sprang to his feet, grabbed his phone, and shouted at the 2 zombie dogs on the ground. "Sleeping Dragon, Young Phoenix." The 2 zombie dogs immediately got up and followed him to the next room. Yang Tao pressed the fingerprint lock. The clothes inside were in disarray, but he didn't bother to look further and rushed straight into the bedroom. Startled awake, Sister Shan saw Yang Tao's anxious expression and instinctively trembled, saying, "Yang, let me rest for a while." "Sister Shan, blood moon." Yang Tao pulled clothes out of the closet and threw them at her. "Put them on quickly." Screams and fighting could be heard outside. Sister Shan's face turned pale, and she hurriedly changed her clothes. "Where are we going? Let's see how things go first." Yang Tao drew back the heavy curtains, and the scarlet moonlight poured into the room like congealed blood, dyeing the entire bedroom an eerie red. Outside the window, chaos reigned, with twisted, blood-soaked monsters climbing the building. A blood moon hung in the sky, and dark shadows swept past. Evil eyes, dart monsters, cave bats, stinking crows, vultures, harpies, and even balloon zombies all appeared in the sky above the city. The piercing alarm blared throughout the city. Yang Tao decisively said, "To the underground shelter." Every time a blood moon descends, monsters spawn directly in the city. Before combat professionals can react, ordinary people often suffer heavy casualties. The 2 rushed out of the room, and Yang Tao warned in a deep voice, "Take the stairs, don't touch the elevator." The residents on the same floor also fled their rooms, with the combat professionals leading the way, guiding the life skills professionals to the underground shelter. The power of the blood moon only affects the surface. Once you go underground, you will be safe for the time being. But just as they reached the corridor, a scream suddenly rang out. A door was kicked open, and a young man wearing only shorts, pale-faced, tumbled to the ground in a disheveled state. Immediately afterwards, a blood-soaked zombie lunged out of the house, and a strong smell of rust instantly filled the air. "Get out of the way." Yang Tao raised his hand and unleashed 2 poison-casting techniques. Bloody Zombie, Level 10. Health 500/500. This is the most common and lowest level monster during a blood moon, but it is still deadly to ordinary people. Taking advantage of the zombie's aggression being diverted to Yang Tao, the 2 daring men immediately dragged the young man off the ground and led the others into the stairwell. "Sister Shan, you go with the main group first." Although Shan was scared, she was still clear-headed and nodded, saying, Be careful. Yang Tao raised his shield and charged towards the bloody zombie. With a bang, the zombie's claws slammed into the shield, and the crouching dragon and phoenix chick immediately circled around to its rear, biting down hard on its body. Reduced by 25. Reduced by 27. Even after being wounded, the zombie kept its eyes fixed on Yang Tao, moving faster than ordinary monsters. Yang Tao took 2 steps back, dodging the swinging claws, and was secretly shocked. It truly lived up to its reputation as a blood moon monster. The next second, he raised the zombie arm and smashed it into the target, instantly triggering the burning effect. Yang Tao put away his shield, which was still cooling down, took out his slime gun, and pulled the trigger at the bloody zombie. Blue slime sprayed onto the flames, causing the fire to flare up violently. The slime gun doesn't deal direct damage, but it has the trigger interval for burning damage. What used to be a burn attack every second is now a damage attack every half second. Combined with the continuous biting of the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks, the bloodthirsty zombie's health bar is rapidly decreasing. Plus 20 experience. Copper coin 33. Rotten flesh 3. Yang Tao picked up the spoils of war, casually tossed 2 pieces of rotten flesh to Wulong and Fengshu, and rushed into the stairwell with them. People were still fleeing downstairs, and although there were many of them, there was no stampede. Just then, Yang Tao's phone rang. The caller ID showed it was from the apartment management office. After the call connected, a calm voice came from the other end. Mr. Yang Tao, what level are you? Can you assist with the evacuation? A level 6 Taoist priest and 2 level 6 zombie dogs. They are currently at the stairwell and can provide assistance. The other party immediately said, we will send a level 6 paladin and a level 5 mage over. Please check the current floor, confirm that everyone has evacuated, close the fire door, and then proceed to the first floor lobby to defend against the monsters. Yang Tao agreed, and after hanging up the phone, he kept a watchful eye on both sides of the corridor, on the verge of a monster suddenly appearing. Soon, the two arrived from upstairs. One man was dressed in metal armor and carried a shield and short sword. The other woman wore a robe and held a magic wand. The 3 were close in age, and all were combat professionals below level 10. Most of them dared not leave the city to level up, so they naturally didn't level up as desperately as Yang Tao. Yang Tao spoke first. Yang Tao, a level 6 Taoist priest. The armored man nodded. Ma Tao, level 6 Holy Light Paladin. The woman also said, Shun Ming, a level 5 Frost Mage. Yang Tao immediately proposed, let's form a temporary team. For the sake of efficiency, I'll take charge. Any objections? No objection. Can. Blood Moon Group 000 established. Yang Tao pulled the 2 into the group, and Ma Tao carried the shield to the front. Yang Tao scanned the corridor and said in a deep voice, check the left side first, and be quick. Ordinary people have almost no ability to fight back when they encounter monsters. Having decided to leave, the 3 immediately headed towards the left corridor. Chapter 30, Game Intrusion, focuses on intrusion. Upon opening the door, Ma Tao was the first to rush inside. But the room was empty, clearly indicating that the residents had already evacuated. Yang Tao glanced around the room, frowned slightly, and suddenly raised his hand to pat Sang Biao's head. Wulong, find the living people. Wulong and Fengshu are zombie dogs, extremely sensitive to the scent of living people. The 2 dogs sniffed the blood-soaked air and quickly ran towards another apartment in the corridor. Yang Tao immediately led Ma Tao and Chun Ming to follow. Wang Kai was already guarding the door of room 1218, barking wildly at the door. I'll do it. Ma Tao flung open the door with his shield, revealing a blood-red, spherical monster suspended in midair in the pitch-black living room. The thing looked like a ball of flesh and blood, covered in blood, and its surface was covered with fist-sized eyes. Just looking at it made one's scalp tingle. Watch out, it's a deity monster. The monster was frantically banging on the bedroom door. Ma Tao raised his shield and rushed forward, a circle of pale golden holy light emanating from his body. The aura of piety took effect instantly, increasing the defense and magic resistance of nearby teammates. Chen Ming was not to be outdone, raising her hand and firing an ice bullet as thick as an arm. The living room wasn't small, but it was still crowded when fighting. Yang Tao didn't join the battle. Instead, he focused on the bedroom door that had been rammed by the deity monster. He grabbed the doorknob, found the door was locked from the inside, took a half step back, and kicked the door open. Rushing into the bedroom, Yang Tao found himself face to face with the woman who had just sat up in bed. She looked bewildered at first, then her expression changed drastically, and she opened her mouth to scream. The moment the banshee's howl was triggered, Yang Tao took 2 steps forward and slapped her across the face, forcefully interrupting the skill. The woman covered her face, completely stunned. Yang Tao saw her information. Chu Yu, level 2 priest, 119 health points, and surprisingly, a combat professional. He pointed out the window. Blood moon. Chu Yu followed his hand and looked up. The blood-red sky came into view, and her face turned pale instantly. The handprint on her face became even more conspicuous. Evacuate immediately once you understand the situation. Oh, thank you. Yang Tao felt quite gratified watching Chu Yu hurriedly get dressed. At this point, most people could at least understand human speech. A notification came from outside, indicating that the monster had been dealt with by Ma Tao and Shen Ming. Yang Tao left the bedroom and sent Wulong to search for survivors again. Wulong stood still and called out twice, but did not continue to lead the way. Clearly, there was no longer any trace of other living people on this floor. For safety's sake, Yang Tao decided to quickly search the entire floor. He and Ma Tao acted alone, while Chun Ming led the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks to search the other side. A mage is too fragile when alone, while the crouching dragon and phoenix chick have higher health, making them perfect for protecting Chun Ming. Neither of them objected, and the plan was finalized when Chu Yu, dressed in white robes and carrying a staff, chased after them. Wait for me. Yang Tao glanced at her. Everyone is evacuating to the underground shelter. Your level is too low. You'll be suppressed by the level when you encounter monsters. Even Yang Tao doesn't get experience from killing level 1 slimes now, and his damage will be even more affected when facing higher level monsters. Shen Ming, take her to the stairwell to evacuate. Shen Ming glanced at the slap mark on Chu Yu's face, then silently looked at Yang Tao and nodded in agreement. The 3 immediately split up. Yang Tao pushed open doors one by one along the corridor, and when he opened the 4th apartment, baby slime rushed in first. A zombie couple stood in the living room, one dressed in a suit and the other in a wedding dress. At their feet lay a bloodied corpse. Yang Tao's gaze immediately turned cold, and he used poison techniques to lure the 2 level 10 monsters into the corridor. Ma Tao happened to be coming out of another apartment, and, seeing this, immediately raised his shield to protect them. Yang Tao called out to Chun Ming, and also rushed to their aid, holding up a zombie arm. As the silvery light of the healing spell descended, Ma Tao's defense proved to be quite robust, allowing him to stand firmly against 2 level 10 monsters. What's the situation inside? Ma Tao asked. Someone died. Ma Tao fell silent. Every blood moon brings death. The only difference is the number of deaths. Avoiding the blood moon monster isn't difficult. Just move everyone underground. The underground shelter is nearly 10 meters above ground and can isolate most surface events. Taking refuge is an option, but moving everyone underground permanently presents too many problems. And being unaffected doesn't mean monsters won't be drawn to the scent of living people. Just then, Shen Ming returned, bringing both good news and bad news. The good news was that she had returned safely, but the bad news was that she was followed by both ordinary zombies and bloodthirsty zombies. Yang Tao immediately cast a healing spell on Feng Chu, then shouted, Shen Ming, focus fire on the zombie grooms and take them out one by one. Ice bullets were thrown, and the 3 focused their fire. The zombie groom's health bar quickly emptied, and he fell down, dropping copper coins, a top hat, and rotten flesh. Fire on the bride. Yang Tao continuously used healing spells to maintain the health of the 2 zombie dogs. The 2 zombie dogs were only level 6, and it was indeed difficult for them to withstand a level 10 monster, but fortunately, the healer was holding them up. After losing her groom, the zombie bride in her wedding dress was no match for the 3 attackers and soon collapsed to the ground, exploding her veil, wedding dress, iron ingots, and rotten flesh. Take care of the bloody zombies first. Upon hearing this, Ma Tao raised his shield and charged forward, unleashing a bright golden holy light warhammer that struck the bloody zombie, exploding into a pale golden light. Subtract 22. It doesn't do much damage, but it looks really cool. Chapter 31 Elite Monsters Appear. After clearing the apartment building floors, the bodies of 2 victims were found. To be honest, this made Yang Tao feel really bad. After all, this was originally a living, breathing person. They ignored the 2 bodies and said that someone would come to handle them tomorrow. He reached out and closed the heavy fire door on the floor, then hung up a green sign. The fire door couldn't stop the monsters during the Blood Moon event, not because the door wasn't sturdy enough, but simply because of the rules. Looking at Ma Tao and Chun Ming, Yang Tao said in a low voice, Go downstairs and also keep an eye out for any open fire doors to see if there are any other floors where you need help. Good. The three people, along with two zombie dogs, headed downstairs. Assist in clearing or exploring floors that haven't been properly cleaned, and deal with the monsters that have spawned in the apartments and corridors. The further down he went, the stronger the smell of blood became. By the time he reached the lobby on the first floor, Yang Tao felt his breath becoming thick and sticky. Various sounds of fighting rang out from outside the hall. Let's go take a look. We're low level, so we mustn't act rashly. No. The three of them were only around level 5.5 on average, barely able to protect themselves against 10 ordinary monsters, let alone an elite or boss. Even Ma Tao couldn't withstand it. Healers. Watch out for the frontline tanks, defensive units, health. Summoners, send your pets to tank. Mages, deal damage, watch your aggro. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hall, one sees a man in a handsome robe standing on a table, holding a megaphone and constantly directing nearby combat professionals. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao immediately moved closer. Immediately, a slender figure holding a dagger and wearing a black mask walked up to them. Occupation level. Taoist priest, level 6. Holy Knight, level 6. Frost Mage, level 5. You belong to the third team. Your responsibility is to launch aerial attacks on any stray monsters that infiltrate the team, protect the healers in the back row, do not leave the core area, and do not hinder other professions, understand? Yang Tao and the other two nodded. If you're of low rank, then just obediently follow instructions. Okay, stay safe at all times. Having said that, the person in front of him, who was clearly an assassin or thief, turned and left decisively, and then, under the control of the main commander, continuously adjusted the coordination of the various professions. Yang Tao glanced at the two people beside him, clicked his tongue, and said, let's just treat this as a preview of large-scale team battles. We can't kill all the monsters, as long as we hold out until sunrise. That's right, the holy light will purify all evil. Comrade Yang Tao, may the holy light be with you. Ma Tao's eyes were resolute. Yang Tao raised an eyebrow and looked at him. May you be blessed by heaven. Comrade, spreading this is illegal. Ma Tao instantly deflated. It's a professional skill, there's nothing we can do about it. Even you don't believe in the holy light itself, so the skill's effect will definitely be reduced. You're doing it wrong, brother Ma, you have to do it this way. Yang Tao leaned closer to Ma Tao and whispered something. Ma Tao looked at him incredulously, then stared at him and leaned in to listen. Frost Mage Chun Ming glanced at the two men. She couldn't understand how men could become either righteous and awe-inspiring or extremely lewd as they talked. Stop talking, a bloody bat has come in. Yang Tao looked up at the blood-red bats flying overhead, coughed twice, and said, the holy light doesn't look at what you do, it looks at your heart. As a protection paladin, you only need to remember that as long as you live, no one will suffer. Ma Tao looked at him in surprise. Isn't that a line from Sorika, the super NPC from S-City? Does it matter whose words they are? What matters is the heart. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Stop thinking about it. Danger is coming. It's your turn to step up. Ma Tao scratched his head, raised his shield, and blocked the bloody bat that swooped down. As a protection paladin, his attacks were naturally taunting. As long as the damage is not more than several times his own, he can hold the monster back. Of course, this only applies to monsters that don't have much intelligence. For some high-level monsters, you have to use skills to stop them, as simple aggro sometimes won't work. Under the attack of the three, the bloody bat in front of them rapidly lost health. Yang Tao stared at the demon eye swooping down. Compared to the demon eyes that spawn in the wild, the demon eyes in the Blood Moon were clearly larger and of a higher level. Watch out, another one is coming. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The emerald green demon eye charged straight at him, but before it could land, Yang Tao had already drawn his shield and prepared. Focus fire on the bloodthirsty bats first. Bang! The demon eye slammed into the shield. Plus 8 experience. Copper coin 7. Batwing 1. With the blood bat dealt with, the remaining demon eye couldn't cause any trouble. Watch out. An elite monster is coming. Defense classes below level 10 and damage dealing classes below level 8 immediately retreat to the apartment building. Upon hearing the command, Yang Tao immediately looked up at the distant sky, where he saw a new monster appear. They have bright red flying fish bodies, but their heads are huge eyeballs. Wandering eyeball monster fish, level 10, elite. Health 600/600. Monsters covered in algae green coloration also appeared on the ground. Zombie Mermaid Level 10, Elite. Health 800/800. The arrival of the two elite monsters immediately put pressure on all professionals. Elite monsters not only have increased health, but their attack power and defense have also been increased accordingly. Yang Tao sighed and said, "Let's retreat. The three of us are just too inefficient to be effective outside." Indeed, level 10 elites have too high attack power, putting too much pressure on healers. Following the other low-level professionals back into the apartment building, the group looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Yang Tao watched the battle outside the door, occasionally casting a healing spell or two. Seeing this, the others followed suit and imitated it well, one casting a spell of healing, the other casting a spell of holy light. She doesn't produce much milk, but she can stand in the front row and watch the show. When his mana was down to half, Yang Tao returned to the hall and, without any hesitation, plopped down on the ground. Ming, a mage in the group, stepped forward and asked, "Are we just going to watch like this? Otherwise what?" Looking at the blood-red sky outside, Yang Tao sighed and said, "Weakness is the original sin. If you are level 10, you can become a key member of the apartment guard team. If you are level 15, you can travel around the city by car to assist other professionals. If you are level 20, then you are qualified to climb the city wall to defend against the more powerful monsters outside." The Blood Moon event also follows a tiered system, meaning that monsters around level 10 will spawn in the safe zone. Then the original level 1 to 5 areas will become level 15 to 20 areas. Moreover, these monsters will seek out the nearest professional as soon as they appear. Therefore, we have now entered the monster siege phase. If a large number of level 20+ monsters storm into the city without restraint, then what follows will be a battle. Artillery shells bombarded the ground. Human firearms are not ineffective. It's just that with current productivity, they are not up to par with those used before the disaster strikes. That's simply asking the impossible. Level 32 special message. "Do you have a team now?" Ming asked curiously, and Ma Tao, who was standing next to her, also came over. "No, I'm alone right now." Yang Tao took out a piece of bread from his backpack, stuffed it into his mouth, and took a couple of bites to restore his reduced hunger level. Then he looked up at Ming and smiled. "What? You want to team up with me? Is that not allowed?" Ming looks like an ordinary woman, with neither outstanding looks nor an outstanding figure. She's like someone who consistently ranks around 20th in the class. You can vaguely recall her when you try to remember her, but you can't quite put your finger on her. I think you would be very suitable to be a team leader. Looking into Ming's clear eyes, Yang Tao's smile faded. "Are you serious?" Ming nodded, and Ma Tao beside her nodded in agreement. "Brother, I feel the same way. You become very calm when you're fighting. To be honest, if I didn't already have a team, I would really like to go on a training trip with you." Yang Tao shook his head and said, "Well, actually I'm quite radical at heart. When I was level 3, I went to mine in the evil cave. When I was level 5, I encouraged 3 level 8 and 9 professionals who were fleeing to challenge the corpse fire. When I was level 6, I gritted my teeth and defeated the Slime King." He then pointed to the blood-red world outside and said with a hint of helplessness, "Well, the Blood Moon is here again." Upon hearing this, Ming couldn't help but interrupt Yang Tao. "Are you sure you're not in Versailles? Others might not be able to do something like this in their entire lives. You've done so much and survived. Now I think you're even more special. I'm used to being alone. Both of my teammates are beauties." Well, let's take this matter more seriously." Ming took out her phone and handed it to Yang Tao. "Hey, this is my teammate. Look at his physique and looks, Brother Yang. Do you know what it means to be in a good position and get the moon first?" Yang Tao glanced at the photo, and Ming wasn't lying. The two women in the photo were indeed 8 out of 10 beauties. But Sigma men never fall into women's traps. If it were just you, I might actually agree, but since you have other teammates, then forget it. "Huh? What?" Ming did not expect Yang Tao to refuse so decisively. Yang Tao just smiled but didn't explain. "Do you think I'm stupid? There are 4 of us, and I'm the only guy. I'll be used like a nuclear power plant. I'll be busy at night and during the day. It'll be harder for me to level up as a team than for me to level up alone. Just like nurses in hospitals, it's similar for professionals. Women are treated like men, and men are treated like animals." The battle outside was fierce, but it wasn't without its benefits. At least Yang Tao had seen 2 professionals emit golden light. "It looks like I need to reach at least level 10 before things really get serious. Before level 10, it's baby mode. After reaching level 10, each class will gain powerful skills and the qualification to wear level 10 equipment. then their strength will be greatly enhanced. I took out my phone and entered the forum for professionals. As expected, the entire forum was now completely flooded with posts about the blood moon incident. However, the content is quite dry and lacks valuable information. After all, those who have time to idly scroll through their phones are mostly professionals below level 10. Just then, Ma Tao, who was idly scrolling through his phone, suddenly spoke up. Hey, have you guys heard? It seems like a new monster has appeared outside of H. Oh, and there are also new NPCs. Upon hearing this, Ming asked curiously, new monsters and NPCs? Where? Let me see. Ma Tao handed his phone to Ming and said, here, take a look. They say a small pond has appeared outside our city. Fish of no level will spawn in the pond, and killing them will give you a raw cod or a raw bass. Upon hearing the names of sea bass and cod, Yang Tao immediately perked up his ears and looked at the phone in Ming's hand. A small pond of 553. Holy crap, isn't this my fishing pond? Has it not been refreshed? After glancing at the title, I quickly searched on my phone and found the post. Click on it. The first thing that came into view was a figure dressed in a magnificent blue robe and wearing a cloak, with two square-shaped alpacas leading behind him. The traveling merchant in my world. The wandering NPC claims to be a traveling merchant. He says he is looking for Steve, and when the author asks who Steve is, he only says that Steve is Steve. Furthermore, since the trade window cannot be accessed, it is impossible to determine what items this merchant is selling. After wandering aimlessly for a while, the other party drank a bottle of semi-transparent potion and disappeared, which was suspected to be an invisibility potion. However, according to the author's personal inspection, this special traveling merchant simply vanished completely. Yang Tao. Trader. There are also traveling merchants in the world of Terraria, but the things they sell are really too expensive. By the way, won't the terrain I modified be refreshed? This is a very serious problem. No, at least the tunnels dug out of the mine have disappeared. Does that mean only the blocks I placed won't disappear? The pool looks ordinary, but the water inside is from my world. Go out and try it when you have time. Time passed until the next morning. The moment the orange sun rose, the moon, which had not yet set, instantly returned to normal, and the strong smell of blood disappeared along with the moon. It felt like everything from last night was a dream. Let's go. The monsters won't respawn anymore. Let's go upstairs and clear out the monsters in our assigned area. Good. Ma Tao and Ming stood up, and the three of them led the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick up the stairs. Only after all the monsters have been cleared will this blood moon officially end. Half an hour later, after confirming that there were no remaining monsters, Yang Tao sent the message to the apartment management office, along with the room numbers of the two deceased people's homes. After finishing all this, Yang Tao said goodbye to Ming and Ma Tao, returned home, sat on the sofa, and stretched out his two hands to rub the head of the dog, Wulong and Fengqiu. We need to hurry up and reach level 10, and also figure out how to get some diamonds. I wonder what the traveling merchants in the real world sell. My world without diamonds is soulless. Just as Yang Tao got up to cook something hot to eat, there was a knock on the door. They're here. Yang Tao walked over and opened the safety door. Before he could say anything, a figure rushed into his arms. Yang, I'm scared. Sister Shan, I'm here for you. Sister Shan stepped forward and pushed Yang Tao into the house, then closed the door behind her. Bang. Yang, please use your healing spell on me. Oh, you've ruined all your skills. Chapter 33 Monsters in Minecraft. Around 3 p.m., Yang Tao finally arrived at the outskirts of Grand Forest. It wasn't because of the young woman next door, Sister Shan, but because he went to the auction house in the central square and spent a huge sum of 50 silver coins to buy the last piece of equipment in the ninja set, the ninja robe. Ninja clothes. Set. Level required, 5. Defense plus 6, magic defense plus 5. Critical hit rate increased by 3%. Ninja hood, ninja clothes, ninja pants. Set bonus. Defense plus 8, magic defense plus 6, movement speed plus 20%, critical hit rate plus 5%. Looking at the dense forest before me, and the path that stretches out from the depths of the forest, we've finally arrived. His defense has now reached 27 points, and most monsters of the same level can only deal a maximum of 1 point of force damage to him. As long as he isn't surrounded by more than 10 monsters of the same level, he doesn't even need to use potions. Walking eastward along the edge of the forest, I found a relatively secluded spot, took out a shovel, dug out a 33 centimeters hole, and then filled it with soil. I'll come back in a couple of days. He took out the anvil, put the last unenchanted iron pants he was wearing into it, and sighed as he looked at the experience points he had painstakingly accumulated. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Ding ding dang dang. Iron pants. Armor value increased by 5. Durability 141/225. Durable. Projectile protection. Experience patching. The 300 experience points disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Yang Tao equipped the iron pants that shimmered with a purple aura. A 3-piece armor set with 4 pieces of protection and 1 piece of projectile protection. Let me calculate. Take out your phone and open the calculator. Armor value of 15 points, not counting the highest point, but only the lowest 0.8. 12% damage reduction, 3 pieces of enchantment, for percent plus 12, which is 48%. If you suffer 100 points of damage, subtract 27 points of defense, and then multiply the remaining 73 points by 0.88, then by 0.52, you will ultimately only suffer 33 points of damage. If it's a projectile, then it's 12.8, let's say 13. Each level of the protection enchantment reduces damage taken by 4%, while each level of the projectile protection enchantment reduces projectile damage taken by 8%. Including the protection of other parts, it can be said that it perfectly reaches the 80% damage reduction cap for projectiles. No, we need to prepare several more pairs of boots. To avoid draining the battery too quickly, he put his phone in his backpack and brought a power bank with him. He took out his workbench and crafted 3 more pairs of iron boots. 1 pair enchanted with fire protection, another with explosion protection, and the last pair with normal protection. This way, you can switch to different equipment to deal with enemies of different attributes. After finishing all that, I packed away the workbench and anvil, pondering with some regret. If only I had calculated my world's damage reduction first. With 100 points of damage reduction and 80% damage reduction, and then reducing his current defense, the monster would probably cry out in despair. After tidying everything up, Yang Tao took out the rotten flesh and threw it to Wulong and Fengqiu. Let's go meet the little cuties in the forest. Step into the grand forest. Woof, woof. The phoenix chick issued a warning, and a squad of goblins emerged from the woods. For goblins, 2 throwing goblins. Superior. The opponent, who was at the same level as Yang Tao, both were level 6, was not able to put any pressure on Yang Tao at all. He charged ahead of everyone else. Jumping slash. Bang. A burst of white light suddenly appeared on the zombie's arm. Reduce 108. Goblin level 6. 132/240. In an instant, the goblin's eyes became clearer. A critical hit combined with a leaping attack almost triggered the goblin's safety switch. A basic attack. -32. The damage difference was more than 3 times. -1. The goblin swung its wooden club at Yang Tao, but when Yang Tao saw the damage numbers, he couldn't control his facial expression. So it was just a nobody. The zombie swung its arm and slammed it hard on the goblin's head, the force causing the goblin to stagger. The remaining health was completely wiped out by a single attack from the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. At that moment, 2 fist-sized stones were thrown at him. -1. -1. Sure enough, after changing into the suit, his strength was indeed different. While the ninja set may not be the strongest among level 5 equipment, it is still considered a tier 1 set. After defeating the goblins one by one, Yang Tao strode deeper into the forest. The fighting continued until nightfall. Just then, several figures clad in dark silver chainmail suddenly appeared on the earthen platform outside the grand forest. Skeleton Archer level 5. Health 250/250. Zombie level 5. Health 250/250. Spider level 5. Health 250/250. These monsters are square-shaped, just like the trio commonly seen in the original Minecraft. As soon as they appeared, they headed towards the skeleton soldiers that had spawned not far away. When they were still more than 10 meters apart, Skeleton White raised his longbow, aimed at the skeleton soldier, and pulled back the bowstring. A mosaic arrow appeared on the bowstring. Swoosh. The arrow struck the slowly approaching skeleton soldier squarely on the head. The zombie, wielding an iron sword, followed closely behind. Puff. In no time, the skeleton soldiers fell to the ground, releasing colorful experience orbs that merged into their bodies. The 3 monsters exchanged a glance. The zombie made a whimpering sound, and the skeleton archer nodded with a crackling sound, then immediately drew his bow and shot an arrow at the demon eye wandering in the sky. At the same time, on the outskirts of the forest, Yang Tao was being attacked by a group of goblins. Wulong, retreat immediately. You can't hold out. Yang Tao sprinted to Wulong's side, and used his body to block a goblin's one-handed sword. -11. Goblin Tin Man Commander level 8. Elite. Health 550/550. This is the lowest ranking elite unit of the goblin race. It looks a bit taller than a regular goblin, with green skin, pointed ears, and a long nose. Unlike regular goblins, it doesn't hunch over. Instead, it stands tall and imposing. He was wearing a simple leather armor and a belt with the insignia of a centurion around his waist. Although it was simple, it was much better than the ordinary goblin with a strip of cloth tied around its waist and a wooden stick in its hand. Healing spell. Bang. Subtract 22. Yang Tao stared at the damage numbers rising above the goblin centurion's head. The damage is a bit low. It's time to switch weapons. Despite the sharpness enchantment bonus, the zombie arms level was simply too low. They slowly whittled down the goblin centurion's health bar. Plus 60 experience. The centurion's short sword 1. Silver coin 1. 22 copper coins. Plush curl 1. Cracked yellow sapphire 1. Oh. Yang Tao suspected he was cheating. He had just wanted to get a new weapon, but this elite sergeant generously offered him one. He wielded his weapon and cleared away the goblins around him. Open the backpack. The cleaver's short sword. Level required, 5. Attack, 15 to 25. Strength +5. Agility +5. There is a 5% chance to inflict bleeding upon attack. Fun fact, a short sword is not a dagger. Generally, the blade of a short sword is 50 to 60 centimeters long. Chapter 34, Saving Celia. I spent 400 experience points to enchant the centurion's short sword. Although the short sword is not as long as a zombie's arm, it is more flexible to use. Puff. Subtract 61. The short sword was deeply embedded in the chest of a goblin that had been thrown. Yang Tao pressed hard on its shoulder, offering a silent word of comfort. Don't move. Dizziness is normal. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. As he spoke, he drew his short sword and plunged it into the heart of the goblin once more. Judging from their expressions, these spawning monsters, like ordinary professionals, can also feel pain. However, Yang Tao did not believe they could feel pain. Plus 14 experience. 24 copper coins. The goblin, its health bar emptied, slowly collapsed to the ground, its body gradually becoming ethereal and finally disappearing. He shook the clean short sword. Looking at the large tree not far away, which would require at least 7 or 8 people to encircle, I saw. It looks somewhat like the world tree in Terraria, and also like the treehouse where Syria lives in Dungeon Fighter Online. However, none of these are the most important things. The most important thing is that there is an oval-shaped dungeon portal on the tree trunk. The sky blue vortex completely obscured the view inside the instance. A wild copy. This is getting interesting. When Yang Tao was about 5 meters away from the teleportation portal, a notification popped up in front of him. Special dungeon, Saving Celia. Recommended challenge level, 10. Is it a challenge? Weather. Syria? That woman is no good. He had personally witnessed 8 million warriors going in and out of Celia's room. Moreover, their clothing has become increasingly luxurious. However, the monsters in the dungeon have a higher experience and drop rate than those in the wild, and Yang Tao's eyes showed a thoughtful look. Upgrade is coming soon. Let's do it. Yang Tao immediately chose yes. You won't actually die in the dungeon. Even if you do die, you'll only lose 2 levels and randomly drop 1 to 3 pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, the dungeon can only be run once a week. After selecting yes, the originally blue portal turned green, and Yang Tao resolutely led the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick into the portal. Before he could even get a good look at his surroundings, he smelled a scent that was a mixture of musty and fresh grassy aromas. What lay before them was no longer a sparse forest in the wild, but a dense, impenetrable giant jungle. In the outside world, the green forest is a place of bright moon and few stars, but in this instance, the sun hangs high in the sky. Someone's causing trouble. My blood is boiling. In an area roughly twice the size of a football field, stood more than a dozen goblins of various shapes and sizes. Upon seeing him, the ordinary goblins charged at him with howling voices, as if they were in heat. Goblin. Throwing goblins. Flame goblin. Frost goblin. Centurion, elite. Yang Tao was somewhat surprised to see that all of them were level 8. It really is level 8. He pulled a shield from his backpack to block the fireball launched by the flame goblin, and then accelerated towards it. We must first deal with these low-health, high-attack goblin ranged units. Jumping slash. Reduce 78. Unfortunately, no critical hit damage was triggered. The flame goblin, struck hard, staggered back 2 steps, but its face remained contorted with madness. My flames will burn you to ashes. He immediately raised his hand and shot a fireball. You talk too much. The monsters inside the dungeon are noticeably more intelligent and realistic than those outside. He thrust out his short sword with a sudden burst of speed, then withdrew it and thrust it out again. Slashes deal high damage, but thrusts are incredibly fast. A burst of flame erupted from Yang Tao's body. Combustion 015. Before the numbers could even register, a bucket of water was poured at Yang Tao's feet. Sizzle. The flames went out instantly. Yang Tao jumped up and kicked the flame goblin to the ground, then raised his short sword and frantically stabbed it into the goblin's body. Still dare to set fire to the forest? No trial needed. Execute him on the spot. Experience plus 27. Copper coins plus 21. Mild treatment solution 1. The experience gained is indeed higher than that of monsters of the same level outside, by about 50%. As for whether the drop rate of other items has increased, the control group is too small to calculate. Healing spell. Healing spell. Give the sleeping dragon and the phoenix chicks a sip of milk. Kill the blue one first. The frost goblin possesses the ice bolt skill, which slows down enemies upon impact. The man and 2 dogs slaughtered the animals at lightning speed. When only the elite centurion who kept jumping up and down in anger remained in the area, 3 golden lights emerged from Yang Tao and the 2 zombie dogs. In an instant, the consumed health and mana are instantly restored to full. Level 7. With Minecraft as his cheat code, Yang Tao's monster-killing efficiency is terrifyingly high. While others were still worrying about supplies, he was stuffing his backpack with loot. While others were carefully calculating damage, he had already jumped into the monsters and started his rampage. In addition, there are 2 helpers who level up along with you but don't share experience. Yang Tao. Strength, 16 plus 5. Physical condition, 18. Agility, 16 plus 5. Spirit, 36 plus 2 plus 2. Free attribute points, 2. The level increase has given you many insights. Congratulations on receiving spiritual enlightenment. Spiritual revelation. Passive. Display target health. Level 7. I'm 1 step closer to level 9, awakening the soul fire rune. Once he possesses the soul fire rune skill, he truly becomes a noble spellcaster, rather than a reckless brute who spends all his time in close combat with monsters. As Yang Tao raised his shield to block the goblin centurion's short sword, a bright, sunny smile spread across his face. So eager. The squad leader, who had been furious, felt a chill creep into his heart when he saw Yang Tao's smile. I'll send you on your way now. The short sword in his hand sliced across the sergeant's neck. The sergeant took a step back and instinctively reached out to touch his neck, only to find that there were no wounds. However, Yang Tao did not have a chance to savor the feeling he had just experienced. Take a step forward. He handed over the short sword again. Minus 41. In less than a minute, the elite goblin fell to the ground. Philosopher's Stone Ring 1. Stack limit increased by 10. Yang Tao glanced at the ring's attributes. Philosopher's Stone Ring. Requires level 6. Strength plus 3. Constitution plus 2. Attack speed increased by 10%. It's alright. Although it doesn't boost spirit, overall it's better than the Rotten Straw Ring, and it even has some stacking potential. Could it be that defeating elite-level monsters can also increase the value of this cheat? This is good news, since there aren't many bosses, and each one is a challenge. Take off the ring. My gaze fell upon the marble archway at the far end of the open space, which was carved with runes and looked exactly like the door used to switch rooms in the Dungeon Fighter game. If there's an elite in the first room, there should be one in the second room too. They stepped towards the second room. Chapter 35 Falling into Lake Hainuo. Mu. A muscular minotaur, his face contorted with rage and shame, raised his millstone-sized stone axe and swung it fiercely at Yang Tao. Even when the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick were biting him fiercely from behind, it didn't even think of turning around to attack. Yang Tao, holding a bucket of milky white liquid, said as he ran, "We're just professionals and monsters. It's not like this milk has nothing to do with you." Roar. Yang Tao's words only made things worse. The minotaur's eyes turned red, and it wielded a stone axe with tremendous force. Bang. The thin shield easily blocked the attack of this elite-level minotaur. I didn't bring any wheat with me. Otherwise I would have definitely treated you to something. Who would have thought that milk could actually be extracted from the minotaur? I should have prepared some wheat, in case the minotaur liked it. Just as the minotaur raised its stone axe again, the last bit of health on its head was wiped out by the crouching dragon and phoenix chick. Its massive body froze abruptly, then crashed heavily to the ground and gradually disappeared. Plus 70 experience points. Mild Treatment Solution 1. Mild Treatment Solution 1. Bull Warrior's Mask 1. Shattered Emerald 1. Stack limit increased by 10. Yang Tao watched as the Minotaur's body gradually became transparent and sighed softly. I wonder if there are any equipment or accessories that can summon a Minotaur or a Minotaur guard. If I could really have a follower like that, I wouldn't have to worry about milk anymore. You should know that milk is incredibly powerful in Minecraft. Drinking it can erase all status effects. I tidied up my belongings. I glanced at the equipment dropped by the Minotaur. Minotaur Warrior's Mask. Toy. The Bull Warrior never takes off his mask. Hee, you can't wear this thing. What if you turn into a Minotaur? He took a bottle of grade C mineral water out of his backpack and gulped it down, then looked toward the last stone door. Unlike the previous stone doors, this last stone door was not white, but a dark red with flame patterns on it, giving it a dangerous feel. The Centurion, the Throwing Centurion, the Cat Demon, the Dark Cat Demon, and the Minotaur all don't know who the boss will be. From the initial level 8 Elite Centurion to the current level 10 Elite Minotaur. I wonder what kind of monster the final boss in the room will be, and what its level will be. The Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix. We must fight to the death. Woof, woof. Stepping into the next area, Yang Tao heard a voice as soon as he entered. Help! Someone save me. Looking up, a black totem pole covered in thorns stands in the center of the room. Celia was locked in a metal cage next to the totem pole. Her white dress was stained with mud and dark red marks. Her blonde hair was disheveled and stuck to her cheeks. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and her hands were tightly gripping the cage bars. Upon seeing Yang Tao enter, a light instantly ignited in his eyes, and his cries for help grew even more urgent. Warrior, please open this cage. I beg you. Yang Tao was slightly taken aback, then revealed a teasing smile. Well, finally, it's not that glamorous image from the game anymore. Damn it. The game is practically a scheme orchestrated by goblins and Celia, just to make warriors keep risking their lives. Another reckless adventurer has entered my territory. Yang Tao looked up at the sound and saw a short goblin with pale skin, holding a blue scimitar, standing alone next to the totem pole, looking at him. Lightning Kino level 12. Lord. 2500/2500. This is my prey, adventurer. If you want to save her, then show me what you've got. Yang Tao's expression suddenly became very interesting. He looked at Wulong beside him and pointed at the boss, Luo Lei Kino. Wulong, I never expected it to be this guy. Ha ha. Whether it's the Poison Cat Demon, the Minotaur King, the Zombie King, or even the pair of Ice and Fire Sisters, Yang Tao will find them all incredibly troublesome. To my utter surprise, it was actually Thunderclap Kino. In Dungeon Fighter Online, it is indeed a newbie killer, with its extremely fast speed and the added electrocution effect on its attacks. They can often take someone down with a smooth little combo. Seeing Yang Tao's expression, Luo Lei Kino immediately became angry. Adventurer, you have angered me. Don't you know Luo Lei Kino? No, coincidentally, I know you. Yang Tao took the lightning rod out of his backpack and gently tapped it. Kino, do you recognize this magical artifact? Luo Lei Kino was slightly taken aback. It's okay if you don't know me. I'll introduce you to me. He then planted the lightning rod in the ground and took out a short sword and shield. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Kino, whose skin was originally as white as jade, immediately turned green and then red. You lowly thing. Resisting me will come at a price. Enraged, Luo Lei Kino raised his blue scimitar, crackling with electricity. In an instant, a large number of golden marks appeared on the ground. This is Kino's skill. Thunder. The damage is very high, especially against low-level professionals. Yang Tao's lips curled up in a smile. Pea shooter. Although the damage is indeed lower now, it's better than nothing. Boom. Several bolts of lightning descended from the sky, but before they could strike the golden markings, they were drawn away by an invisible force, and all the lightning struck the lightning rods instead. When Luo Lei Kino saw this scene, his eyes widened in surprise. This is impossible. Having said that, it raised its curved sword again and swung it down repeatedly, but by then Yang Tao had already rushed in front of it. Don't waste your energy, just consider fighting me hand to hand. -29. With Yang Tao's current level, the damage he inflicts on Lightning Strike Kino is considerable. Furthermore, with the poisoning technique suppressing it, Lightning Strike Kino's healing is almost negligible. You despicable wretch, what have you done? Kill me first, then ask me questions. Then I'll kill you first. Luo Lei Kino raised his scimitar, crackling with lightning, and slashed fiercely at Yang Tao. When the shield blocked the opponent's attack. Lightning Kino is a boss with low defense, low health, high agility, and high attack. Bang! Another slash fell. -28. Hee. Upon seeing the damage, Yang Tao let out a cryptic laugh, which further enraged Luo Lei Kino. I'll skin you alive. It's a deal. Healing spell. A silvery white light fell upon Yang Tao. Add 15. Green numbers floated above Yang Tao's head, which was the source of his confidence with a damage reduction of up to 76%. 15 armor plus 12%, enchantment protection plus 64%. Once you equip the diamond armor, which grants 80% damage reduction, and then put on a few more pieces of equipment that increase your health. When they stand alongside other boss monsters of the same level, it's hard to say who the boss will be. Enraged, Luo Lei Kino shouted, "Help! Help!" Several ordinary goblins and 2 illusory frost goblins appeared beside him and gradually solidified. Chapter 36 Kino's lightning-struck sword. -2. -1. Ordinary goblins could only cause him minor damage. Even when attacked by Lightning Kino and others, Yang Tao would only need to drink a mild healing potion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kino kept summoning lightning bolts, but without exception, all of them were attracted by the lightning rod. Not to be outdone, this guy charged straight over and slashed at the lightning rod. The lightning rod did develop a crack, but the crack spread extremely slowly. Chop slowly. I have more if you're not done. As he spoke, he took 2 more lightning rods out of his backpack and stuck them into the ground. Lightning Kino. Healing spell. Every 5 seconds, Yang Tao would cast a healing spell on his own head. The 5-second skill duration and the 5-second cooldown are calculated together. In theory, as long as he has enough mana, he can keep using it indefinitely. The only problem is that he can heal himself, but not others. I don't admit it. Lightning Kino was eventually killed by Yang Tao with a short sword, even though it was fragile. It was still a Lord-level monster with at least 2,500 HP. That averages out to over $100. Experience plus 600. Silver coin 41. Copper coin 31. Lightning protection ring 1. Kino's lightning sword 1. Mild treatment solution 2. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. A series of drop notifications filled Yang Tao with immense joy. So generous? Lightning protection ring. Binding. Requires level 7. Magic defense plus 12. Spirit plus 5. Kino's lightning sword. Binding. Level required 10. Attack 32 to 40. Strength plus 8. Spirit plus 10. Critical hit rate increased by 5%. A basic attack has a 7% chance to drop 8 Kino lightning bolts, and a 20% chance to inflict an electrocuted status on hit. I glanced at the cool, electric silver longsword in my backpack. Its cold blade was still shimmering with faint electric sparks. He then looked at the 10-man long and short sword in his hand, which was shimmering with a pale purple halo. In an instant, he felt that the clerk's short sword was incredibly ugly. It's a pity you need to be level 10 to do it. All items dropped in dungeons are bound. Besides using them yourself, the only other option is to sell them to NPC shops. Adventurer, help me. Upon hearing this sound, Yang Tao remembered that his mission in this instance was to save Celia, so he put away his weapon and walked to the metal cage. Celia looked somewhat agitated. Thank you. Don't. Yang Tao immediately reached out to interrupt Celia. Madam, we've only just met. Why should I save you? What reward can you offer me? You already caused me a lot of trouble back then. Oh. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, Celia's excited expression froze on her face, and she stared at the man in front of her in disbelief. Aren't you an adventurer? No, I'm a profit-driven bounty hunter. My principle is to do things for money. Coco is penniless right now. Beautiful lady, then I'm afraid I can't help you. You can't expect me to break my own principles, can you? After saying that, Yang Tao made a gesture and walked towards the blue portal that appeared after defeating Thunderclap Kino in the distance. Wait, I have inherited the memories of ancient elves and possess vast knowledge. If you can save me, you can ask me any questions you may have. Oh, Yang Tao stopped and turned to Celia, smiling as he asked, Young lady, you're very knowledgeable. Tell me, what's inside a creeper's body? Oh, friendly reminder. Creepers are special green creatures that will chase after enemies and self-destruct when they encounter them. Celia. Sir, to the best of my knowledge, there is no such creature on the mainland. Knowledgeable. That doesn't count. Okay, then tell me which monsters drop the protective ring. how to summon the wall of flesh, how many races are there in the Elder Scrolls world, how many heroes are there in Runeterra, and who is the good guy, Umbrella or Umbrella? Yang Tao blinked and looked at Celia. Celia remained inside the cage, unable to answer any of these bizarre questions. Do you want me to ask you something simple? No need, you can go. Celia squatted in the cage, head down, and began drawing circles. Yang Tao chuckled and stepped forward, tapping the cage with his pickaxe. Splash! As if the sound of shattering glass rang out, the seemingly sturdy cage instantly turned into fragments. I've saved you dozens of times already, so one more time won't make a difference. Celia looked up at Yang Tao with teary eyes, while Yang Tao smiled and said, Goodbye. This may be the last time I save you in my life. Wait, what do you mean by dozens of times? That's just the path I once walked. I'm gone now, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. After crossing the blue portal and returning to Grand Forest, Yang Tao patted Wulong and Fengchu on the head and laughed. You two have indeed grown taller. The distance between them was at least 20 centimeters, which was noticeable even to someone as oblivious as Yang Tao. Once we reach level 10, we'll go back to the wasteland and challenge the biomonsters deeper inside. Woof! Woof! Let's go to that lake we visited last time. Those fishmen are already courting death. Just as he lifted his leg to leave, he heard Celia's voice behind him. Sir, can you take me away from this forest? Yang Tao. He turned around abruptly and looked at the somewhat disheveled Celia. He felt a jolt of electricity run from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. How did you get out here? No. Wait a minute. Yang Tao took out his phone and immediately went to the forum to search for Celia's name. Something terrible happened. There is no NPC named Celia Crumman. Celia leaned closer, looking curiously at the phone in Yang Tao's hand, and asked, Sir, what's that in your hand? A mobile phone is like a technological product from the heavens. It allows you to look up information. Yang Tao looked up at Celia and said, Congratulations, Celia, you've traveled through time. Huh? Isn't this the Arad continent? Celia was very surprised. No, but this place isn't much better. Huh? Wait, how do you know my name? Yang Tao stared at Celia with a sincere look in his eyes. Miss Celia Crumman, I know everything about you. Celia Crumman is the embodiment of a primordial fragment, carrying the memories and power of ancient elves, and is a key entity connecting Arad and the elven race. He was adopted by Linus at the Elwyn line at a young age and lost some of his past memories. But he was born with knowledge of the past and present of Arad and could sense the fluctuations of magic circles. Now that you've clearly become an NPC in this world, do you need me to contact the official authorities to safely send you back to the city? I want to understand the situation of this world first. Okay, I'll lead you back and explain as I go. The importance of NPCs is self-evident, especially important NPCs like Celia, whose presence can greatly enhance the town's magical defenses. Okay, what's your name? Yang Tao is a Taoist priest. Chapter 37, Escorting Celia. Step out of the forest. The sun rose, but the morning mist had not yet dissipated. Yang Tao dealt with a goblin squad, then glanced back at Celia, who was looking at her phone. The two strategists, Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu, were protecting her on either side. Celia has a really strong learning ability. Yang Tao turned his gaze to the earthen platform that had been laid out yesterday. The soil had disappeared, leaving only an unrecovered pit. Wait a minute, even if it recovers, it shouldn't disappear, right? He scratched his head. Forget it. I'll try it out in the city sometime. Little did he know, at that moment, he was in the outer edge of a forest less than a kilometer away. A group of monsters from Minecraft, under the command of 3 leaders, are relentlessly attacking the surrounding goblins. Every now and then, the zombies at the front would fall down and disappear in a puff of white smoke. But soon new zombies will emerge from a 33-level dirt platform and join the battle. Chainmail Zombie Level 6. Elite. Chainmail Skeleton Archer Level 6. Elite. Spider Level 6. Elite. The chained zombie raised its rectangular arm and pointed into the depths of the forest. Wah! Little White, holding the enchanted wooden bow, shook his head and raised his arm, pointing at the goblins. Although it couldn't make a sound, the zombie still understood what it meant, scratched its head, and finally nodded in agreement. Outside the forest, watching Wulong and Fengchu clear out the monsters in the wilderness, these lone fallen, bristly rats, goblins, and slimes posed no threat to him, or even to Wulong and Fengchu. Mr. Yang. Don't call me Mr. Just call me Yang. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Celia smiled and nodded, giving off a very intellectual vibe. Yang, The information here says it's a game intrusion. Does that mean our existence is fake? This question is meaningless. Yang Tao stopped and looked at Celia, saying very seriously, existence is its own justification. Celia, whether it's true or false is not important. What matters is what you want to do and who you want to become. At this point, Yang Tao suddenly smiled. Actually, at first, I found it harder to accept this reality than you did. I felt like a lab rat locked in a cage, like Truman living in the Truman Show. But as time went on, I discovered that the people in this world are flesh and blood, including you so-called NPCs. You can raise the price of goods when you are in a bad mood, and you can also enthusiastically attract customers when you are in a good mood. Celia, the world may be fake, but you and I are real, at least for this moment. Let's go. Look at how dirty you are. You're so different from how I remember you. Go back and take a good shower. After saying that, Yang Tao turned around and walked towards H City. Celia quickly followed. Yang, what kind of person should I be in your mind? Wearing a mink coat and showing off her long, slender, snow-white legs, she stayed in a bright and warm room, ordering 8 million thugs to attack the so-called apostles. Huh? How is that possible? How could I possibly have 8 million thugs? 8 million is an understatement. Assuming an average of 3 main characters per person, you must have seen at least tens of millions of heroes. Of course, I'm talking about in the game. I thought about the official anime. Following the normal trajectory, you should have met some main characters, the kind of adventurers and heroes you mentioned. Under your guidance, they cleared out places like the Grand Forest, Sky City, Floating City, Sky Giant Beast, and Snow Mountain. Yang Tao's favorite character is the paladin uncle in the anime, whose massage skills are so good that even a ghost swordsman can't resist him. Oh, Celia, whose box had been opened, felt that Yang Tao was like a prophet. Then what kind of world is the Truman Show? Celia, you ask a lot of questions. Celia immediately put on a pitiful expression and said in a wrong tone, please don't be angry, I was just curious, I like learning new things. Jinchi, who is Tsench? The story of the god of knowledge and change is a long one. But let me tell you about the Truman Show first. The sun rises. The two men led the two vicious dogs toward H City. An hour later, Celia stared at the long black line on the distant horizon, her eyes filled with shock. So that's the H City you were talking about. Celia, who has lost her memory, is just a little girl living in a treehouse in a border defense area. The entire DNF world does indeed have some buildings that can be described as miracles, such as the Sky City built by elves. However, those were special buildings created by the elves using magic. The city walls of H City were built bit by a professional architect, a civil engineer. Although there are backpack and skill bonuses. But the most important thing is the most basic and primal power of humankind. That's right, let's go into the city. Yang Tao led Celia toward the city gate, and they immediately attracted the attention of many professionals. The main reason is Celia's image. A normal professional wouldn't be in such a sorry state unless their health bar was completely depleted. Brother, who is this? A man in a Buddhist robe stepped forward and asked curiously. My friend, Celia. Yang Tao stared into the man's eyes with a polite smile. The man, realizing he had been somewhat presumptuous, gave an awkward laugh. Brother, I didn't mean anything by it. I was just a little curious about that thing. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. Yang Tao nodded and glanced back at Celia. I'll take you to the management office, where there will be staff to assist you. And what about you? Celia was suddenly in this unfamiliar world and felt a little scared. There are too many people. There were hundreds of people at just one entrance. The entire Elwyn line didn't have that many. Yang Tao suddenly chuckled and said, go record the information, then go collect your reward, 30 gold coins. You sold me out. Wishful thinking, the reward for discovering friendly NPCs. Oh, let's go. Let's take the bus to the central square. Celia followed behind Yang Tao like a country bumpkin visiting the Grand View Garden, curiously looking at everything around her. Yang Tao, on the other hand, was thinking about where to go after selling Celia. Let's go to the wasteland. There are lots of monsters there, and there's also a Resident Evil 1 dungeon. Take this opportunity to level up to level 9 or 10. After getting off the bus, Yang Tao led Celia straight toward the Professionals Association. There are NPCs there who are specifically in charge of NPCs. Yang, will we ever see each other again? Celia felt a unique sense of dependence on the person who saved her and was the first person she met in the new world. Of course, I've already thought about your future workplace, the city library. You can apply to be an administrator, where you can learn new knowledge and get to know the world at the same time. Don't worry, There will be no danger. As the staff member walked towards her, Yang Tao comforted her. Chapter 38 Elite Liquor. Around noon, Yang Tao said goodbye to Celia and left the Professionals Association. The warm Celia was replaced by cold gold coins. 30 gold coins, TSK, 300,000. This is practically human trafficking. With a large sum of money in his pocket, Yang Tao did not go home, but took a bus straight to the north of the city, since he had only been away for one day for this training trip. Based on the principle that money is no object, Yang Tao once again purchased a large quantity of grade C mineral water and grade D bread. Then he spent a huge sum of 10 gold coins to buy a bottle of memory potion. Memory potion. Disposable consumables. After use, you will be teleported to your current main city. Looking at the icy blue potion of memories in his hand, Yang Tao was filled with emotion. 10,000 yuan. Enough to buy a small car, TSK. Money is only useful when you're alive. He tucked the medicine into his pocket and left the pharmacy. After leaving the city, gazing at the desolate wasteland of the city with its endless yellow sand in the distance, Yang Tao let out a long sigh and said, "Sleeping dragon and phoenix chick, back to our hometown. Let's work harder and at least earn back some of the money we spent today." Woof, woof. He strode towards the endless ruins of the city in the distance. Unlike last time, this time his level had reached 7, which was enough to completely crush the ordinary monsters on the outskirts. Take out your phone and plug it into the power bank. Then bring up this shameless map. 7 dungeons have been discovered in the wasteland areas so far, with the lowest level Biohazard World dungeon located in the outer area. Having located the location, Yang Tao tossed his phone back into his backpack. We need to hurry. After changing into Hermes boots, Yang Tao ran at full speed towards the ruined city in the distance. Roar. As soon as they stepped into the city, the roars of zombies immediately rang out, and several zombies reeking of a foul stench emerged from the dark corners. Having long been accustomed to the 18+ images of these monsters, Yang Tao showed no change in expression on his face. With a thought, he changed the Hermes boots on his feet into ninja boots. Then he took out the 10-man long and short swords, jumped up and slashed at the zombie in front. -81. After landing, he raised his hand and flicked it. Trigger a critical hit. -110. Looks like I'll have to focus on getting gear with higher critical hit rate. Critical hit 2. Jumping chop 1.5. If every attack is a critical hit, combined with a jump slash, his damage can be explosive. Roar. Roar. The roars of the zombies triggered a series of responses, and a few scattered zombies emerged from the dilapidated buildings. Faced with an ever-increasing number of zombies, Yang Tao felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, he felt a sense of excitement. Jumping slash. Critical hits are uncontrollable, but leaping attacks are controllable, and he gradually mastered the technique of leaping attacks. All he needs to do is lift his feet off the ground and fall, and his attack will result in a critical hit in Minecraft. It has nothing to do with the jump height. Reduce 78. -82. Subtract 132. Every now and then, a critical hit combined with a leaping strike will trigger double damage, and you'll see the monster's health bar drop dramatically. +11 experience. +11 experience. +13 experience. A barrage of notifications began flooding the screen. 2 zombie dogs with mottled fur in the distance made hoarse, low noises. The crouching dragon and phoenix chicks, who were helping Yang Tao bite the zombies, immediately perked up their ears upon hearing the noises. Woo! Fengchu let out a low warning growl, and the 2 running zombie dogs slowed down instantly. Yang Tao dealt with the zombie in front of him. He looked at the approaching wild zombie dog, then examined it closely for a few moments. Compared to you two, you've indeed changed quite a bit. Not only has he grown taller, but he has also become much more robust. Most importantly, his previously decaying body has now returned to normal. TSK tisk, I'll leave these 2 to you too. Woof! Wulong let out a human-like cry, then stepped onto the collapsed bricks and tiles of the building and charged towards the 2 zombie dogs. It looked like a golden retriever caught in a fit of jealousy, seeing another of its kind. Raise your shield and parry. Yang Tao continues his slaughter. Healing spell. He healed himself, restoring his lost health. Suddenly, a feeling of unease arose within me, as if some danger was about to befall me. This is a passive ability of spiritual revelation that can enhance a Taoist's perception. Yang Tao looked up. From the 3rd-floor window of the shop building beside him, a creature resembling a skinned frog was peering down at him. Liquor level 11. Elite. Health 1100/1100. Its skin was sticky and dark red, its muscles were exposed and turned outwards, and its long tongue hung in the air, constantly dripping foul-smelling mucus. It is one of the most delightful monsters in the Biohazard dungeon. Little Lick. Level 10, Elite Template, a full 800 HP, plus those sharp claws and mouthful of fangs. Just by looking at them, they are far superior to the ordinary zombies on the outside. A game can exist without a tyrant, but it absolutely cannot exist without Little Lick. You've come at the perfect time. Yang Tao showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he gripped the 10-man long and short sword in his hand, a smile of excitement curving his lips. The Licker's head stared at Yang Tao, its eyes completely degenerated due to the T-virus's renewed mutation. The long tongue provocatively licked its lips in the air. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao immediately struck the shield with his short sword, making a thud. Provoked, the Licker suddenly stomped on the wall, its limbs bursting with astonishing explosive power like a wild beast, and its entire body shot down from the 3-story building like an arrow. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao had a sudden thought, and a wall made of round stones instantly rose up. Bang! The powerful impact shattered the cobblestone wall. Subtract 121. A large number appeared above the Licker's head. This world still has some degree of science. Kinetic energy and thermal energy do exist. Taking advantage of the Licker shaking its head, Yang Tao rushed forward, his 10-man longsword and short sword whistling through the air as they precisely struck the Licker's exposed brain. The bright red damage numbers suddenly exploded. The Licker cried out in pain, letting out a sharp, piercing screech. Its long tongue swept out like a whip, moving so fast that it left only a blur. Yang Tao, who was prepared, raised his shield to block the Licker's attack. Without a leaping slash, the short sword plunged once more into the Licker's brain, twisting it forcefully. Reduce 55. The Licker slapped him with its claw, moving so fast that Yang Tao had no chance to dodge. Subtract 12. Wow. Yang Tao's smile widened, and at this moment his defense was more like that of a boss. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The Licker with its bare skin looks more like a green frog. We'll have hot pot when we get back, but I don't know if we'll be able to buy bullfrogs. After defeating the 2 zombie dogs, Wulong and Fengchu rushed over to help Yang Tao attack the Lickers. If you 2 mutate twice, don't be stupid like the Licker and evolve your brains outwards. Chapter 39 Campfire Barbecue. At night, zombies are greatly enhanced in both speed and strength. At the entrance of a room reinforced with cobblestones by Yang Tao, he used his shield to hold back the surging army of zombies outside. One man can hold the pass against 10,000. Outside the door, Yang Tao had laid out a 33-layer trap platform with a campfire and a stone brick wall to prevent long-range sprays. Any zombie that wanted to attack him at the door would have to step on the campfire. These monsters will suffer fire damage as soon as they step onto the campfire. Creatures above the campfire will take 1 point of fire damage every second. In Minecraft, both Steve and monsters have invincibility frames, meaning they can only take damage once every 0.5 seconds. Monsters in the real world don't have invincibility frames, so the fire damage from the campfire is incredibly high. 1 second equals 20 game ticks, frames. 20 DPS. Wulong, attack Sadako. Wulong took a bite out of the white-clad, long-haired zombie that Yang Tao had imprisoned in the fence in the corner of the room. Screaming zombie level 10. Special. Health 328/500. With 1 bite, Sadako let out a piercing scream comparable to that of a banshee. The sound was extremely penetrating, and the nearby crouching dragon and phoenix chick took several steps back in great discomfort. This is the monster commonly known as Sadako, in 7 Days to Die. Its official name is the Screaming Zombie. It screams and summons hordes of zombies. It is a special infected that is triggered to spawn when the heat value generated by player activity reaches a threshold. In reality, Sadako will respawn after you hunt down enough zombies. Its cries can increase the spawn rate of zombies in the vicinity and attract them to the target location, which is the main reason why so many zombies gather outside the door. Healing spell. Yang Tao used his shield to withstand the zombies' attacks with his bare body, while his short sword continued to thrust out. Plus 12 experience. Copper coin, 27. T-virus stock solution, small, 1. Minor mana potion, 1. Plus 12 experience. Copper coin, 33. 5.56 mm 12. Double-barreled shotgun, 1. Plus 12 experience. Scalpel, 1. Shanwei can food, 1. Various random drops and experience points kept flooding the screen, and 20 damage per second was still too overpowered for these low-level zombies. The campfire illuminated Yang Tao's eyes, which held no fear, only the flickering light of greed. Just then, a burly figure wearing an American-style blue police uniform appeared in Yang Tao's line of sight. The stereotypical image of an overweight American police officer. Police infection level 10. Elite. Health 1200/1200. Your health bar seems a bit off. Is it really that strong? However, looking at that muscular figure, which was 2 meters tall and had a waist circumference of 2 meters, Yang Tao suddenly felt that this was quite reasonable. Sleeping dragon and phoenix chick, bite that Sadako to death. Woof woof. The appearance of the infected police officer in 7 days to die already foreshadowed the failure of his door-blocking tactic. He easily slew the wounded zombies before him with his short sword. The infected policeman who had been trying to squeeze his way to Yang Tao's side for ages suddenly bent over and covered his abdomen with his large, fat hands. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao's pupils suddenly contracted. I'm mentally prepared. Vomit. The infected policeman suddenly looked up and spat a mouthful of green, sticky liquid at Yang Tao. Raise the shield. The mucus suddenly burst open. Not to mention the zombies that were splattered with slime. Even the walls made a hissing, corrosive sound after being covered in the slime. A plume of white smoke rose up. A sour and astringent taste filled the air. Poisoning 015. Yang Tao's health bar turned green. Healing spell. Compared to the zombies in the Resident Evil series, the zombies in 7 days to die have a special destructive bonus against various blocks and buildings. The fact that a single drop of corrosive acid could cause such damage to a building shows how extraordinary this zombie is. Yang Tao did not retreat an inch, still wielding his short sword to harvest the zombies in front of him. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. His level increased from 7 to 8, but he did not gain any new skills at level 8, only 5 fixed attribute points and 2 free attribute points. Keep your spirits up. He has everything he needs now. The white light on the short sword became even brighter. The infected policeman, swaying his beer belly, finally squeezed his way to Yang Tao. Yang Tao plunged his sword into his stomach. -38. Upon seeing this number, Yang Tao's heart sank. -1. The infected policeman's large hand slapped him, causing only a minor injury. Typical high defense and high health. Its damage output is even lower than that of a regular zombie. The reason it became an elite is entirely due to 2 skills. Vomiting acid and self-destruction. That's right, self-destruction. This guy will self-destruct when his health drops to 20%. Extremely high damage. Most importantly, its self-destruction is suicide, with no experience points or loot dropped. However, its self-destruct has a 3 to 5 second pre-destruction animation. If you clear its remaining health during this time, you can gain experience and loot. What bad luck. Just as the fat man's health dropped to 20%, it suddenly bent over, just like when it vomited acid, and its obese body began to tremble. -20. Damage halved. Run! Yang Tao shouted, and turned to run towards the 2nd floor of the building. As soon as I stepped onto the 2nd floor, a violent tremor came from beneath my feet, and the howling of the zombies that had been surrounding the doorway came to an abrupt halt. The infected police officer's self-destruction was indiscriminate, regardless of friend or foe. As the sound of the building collapsing rang out, Yang Tao immediately reached out and grabbed the crouching dragon and phoenix chick, leaping out of the window and landing in the pool that had been prepared below. Let's go. Facing 100 or so zombies head-on is just asking for trouble. It's not that you can't fight them, but the energy consumption is too high and the gains are disproportionate. At that moment, Yang Tao's heart skipped a beat. He released the sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, turned around, and took out his shield to block a zombie vulture that swooped down from the sky. This is a large, rotting, emaciated bird of prey with no intact feathers at all. Its slender neck was exposed, covered with necrotic grayish-brown skin, and its sunken eye sockets stared at Yang Tao with a pair of cloudy eyes. Yang Tao frowned as he smelled the stench coming towards him. Why does this thing stink even more than a zombie? Did it eat too many rotting corpses? Zombie vulture level 10. Health 284/350. A sword cleaved the vulture, which let out a miserable cry. Looking at the vulture with hardly any good feathers on its wings, yet still managing to fly high into the sky, Yang Tao suddenly felt that it was very unscientific. But then I thought about it again. Even a wingless demon-eyed monster can fly, so this vulture at least has wings. For a moment, he felt that this vulture was just too scientific. Let's go? Forget about it. Let's go somewhere else. Yang Tao called out to the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks, who were staring at the sky, and headed towards the location of the biohazard instance. These flying monsters are like flies. They have low health and defense, but they attack once and then fly into the sky, waiting for an opportunity to swoop down again. Without remote means, these vultures are truly disgusting. Chapter 40 Resident Evil 3, The Final Escape. Nights in the Wasteland City are fraught with danger. Yang Tao pulled the short sword from the zombie's forehead and looked up at the brightly lit camp not far away. We're almost there. The first instance in the Wasteland City, and also the lowest level instance in this area. He put away his weapon and walked toward the camp built around the ruins. His arrival attracted some curious glances, but no one seemed to notice. Ayong. Suddenly, a somewhat surprised voice came from not far away. Yang Tao looked in the direction of the sound and was surprised to see the figure waving at him. Is H City really that small? He immediately smiled and went over. Brother Lei, we meet again. The trio who took him to the evil cave to mine were the mage Sister Qian, the dragonborn warrior Wu Lei, and the warlock Sister Yao. Although the girl was older than him, he still thought of her as a girl. Sister Qian, Sister Yao. Wu Lei, who had been sitting on the gravel, stood up and looked him up and down. Then he reached out and patted Wu Lei's arm, asking, Hey kid, what are you doing here? I'm here to level up, so I thought I'd check out this dungeon on the way. Duplicate. Wu Lei looked surprised. You? A dungeon? Bro, what level are you now? Just leveled up to level 8. Yang Tao said somewhat embarrassedly. Holy crap. Bro, are you cheating? Is it stable? Introduce yourself to me. Wu Lei found it hard to believe that Yang Tao had actually reached level 8 in just a few days, which was only 2 levels lower than theirs. At this rate, it won't be long before Yang Tao's level completely surpasses theirs. The sorcerer girl also showed surprise when she heard Yang Tao's level. Ayong, how did you level up so fast? One person with 2 helpers will level up faster, but the consumption will also be greater. A white lie. Upon hearing this, Yao Mei looked at the obedient crouching dragon and phoenix chicks following behind, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. Where did you get these 2 Dobermans? If she could get 2 more majestic Dobermans, it would significantly boost her strength. I used a special bone tool to subdue it, but don't try it on randomly, or you'll be in trouble if you get bitten. Yang Tao turned his gaze to the blue portal in the middle of the camp, which was the biohazard instance and his destination. Bone. Wu Lei curiously approached the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix to examine them, and when he saw the eyes of the 2 Dobermans, he couldn't help but frown. Zombie dogs. That's right, it was subdued here in the wasteland. Then, Yang Tao sat down to the side. What are you doing here? Let's rest here for a bit and go deeper to upgrade when it gets light. Wu Lei sat down as well and casually explained. Bro, are you planning to run a dungeon? Yang Tao nodded, then took out his phone from his backpack, logged into the forum, and checked information about this instance. Dungeon World City, Raccoon City. Upon seeing the city's name, Yang Tao looked relieved. Once a professional enters the instance, they will randomly appear in Raccoon City. Main tasks: survive for 6 hours in easy mode, 8 hours in normal mode, 12 hours in hard mode, 24 hours in king mode, and 33 hours in abyss mode. Note: after entering the instance, Raccoon City will be subjected to a tactical nuclear strike 32 hours later. The impact will extend deep into the sewers, causing radiation damage. Surviving ordinary zombies will evolve into level 12 or higher, and elite zombies will evolve into level 15 elites. Raccoon City possesses a unique invisible wall, making it impossible for professionals to leave the city's boundaries. Main monsters: regular zombies, elite lickers, Umbrella USS Secret Operations Forces, mini-boss Tyrant, and final boss Nemesis. Special unit: Umbrella UBCS Operations Squad, can be eliminated. Special NPCs: Gillis Valentian, Carlos Oliveira, Claire Redfield, Lion Scott Kennedy, Mikhail Victor, Nikolai Kineviv. Resident Evil 2 and 3? That sounds interesting. Yang Tao smiled when he saw these familiar names. Resident Evil 2 and 3 are actually just different protagonist perspectives in the same city and at the same time. Even the NPCs in the game have some interactions. Clicking on the corresponding name reveals detailed information about them, even clearly outlining the 3 stages of a tracker. Bioweapons are indeed powerful, but which of the job changers isn't a non-human being? Ayong, if you want to go to the dungeon, then choose the easy one to get used to. The zombies there are slow-moving and have weak defense. Although you get less experience, there are a lot of them. Just be careful of the Tyrant and the Stalker. Even in easy dungeons, they're level 10 bosses and very strong. The warlock girl saw Yang Tao looking at the dungeon information and kindly reminded him. Yeah, I know. I'll get used to it. If it doesn't work out, I'll just find a place to hide. Anyway, I'll be automatically teleported out once the survival time is up. Although you won't actually die in the dungeon, losing one level is still a huge loss. He glanced at his phone, jotted down some key information, then stood up and looked at the three of them. You guys rest first. I'm going to check out the dungeon. Hey, wait a minute. The sorcerer girl stood up, then extended her slender, fair hand, and a wisp of green light gathered in her hand. Here, have some candy. Looking into the warlock girl's college student-like eyes and at her emerald green healing stone, Yang Tao felt as if he had fallen in love again. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner when we get back. Then I'll wait for your message. Yang Tao smiled and put the healing stone into his backpack. For at least 2 hours, he would have a way to restore 100% of his health and survive. Primary healing stone. Only. Instantly restores 260 health points. Independent CD does not share cooldown time with other regular potions. 1 hour 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Healing stones, formed from fragments of souls, possess the power to save lives. The girl's milk production has increased again. As soon as you get close to the dungeon portal, the dungeon window pops up in front of you. Resident Evil, Raccoon City. Difficulty options: easy, normal, hard, challenger, inferno. Yang Tao pondered for a moment and finally chose the hard mode. The next moment, the scene before his eyes changed and he disappeared from the spot. The sky was completely shrouded in thick black smog. The streetlights along the road flickered on and off, and occasionally there were sparks from short circuits. The roads were blocked by wrecked, overturned, and burned-out cars and buses. The air was filled with the piercing sounds of sirens and gunfire from all directions, interspersed with desperate screams. Raccoon City, ravaged by the biohazard outbreak, is filled with an atmosphere of death and despair. Yang Tao appeared out of thin air on the street corner, accompanied by 2 huge Doberman pinschers. He chuckled softly as he watched the ordinary zombies wandering toward him. Upgrade is just around the corner. Chapter 41 Gaga's Rampage. Boom. A burning car suddenly exploded, sending passing zombies flying. The air was filled with a foul smell of blood and burning. Zombie level 8. Health 320/320. Ordinary zombies are weak and slow. The only things that can trouble professionals are the T-virus and their sheer numbers. Professionals will not be infected, but they will be poisoned. He took a blue test tube out of his backpack. T-virus stock solution, small. Medicine. There is a 10% chance to gain 30 health points. Usage limit, 1. This is a special potion I obtained while fighting zombies outside. The T-virus enhancement, I don't know if there are any side effects, but there probably aren't. Otherwise it could be identified after data processing. He glanced at the delicious-tasting blue bottle of T-virus stock solution in his hand, then turned to look at Wulong. Wulong noticed the gaze and turned to look at him. Open your mouth. Yang Tao directly unscrewed the T-virus liquid and poured it into Wulong's mouth. Wulong did not resist at all, but just swallowed it in big gulps. As the medicine took effect, Wulong's body began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, in the blink of an eye, he was 7 or 8 centimeters taller than the Phoenix chick next to him. Wulong level 7. Health 400/400. The limit has increased by 50. Damn, biochemical agents really can't be trusted. They're so unstable. Yang Tao simply threw the empty bottle aside, and the container disappeared automatically half an hour later. Glug. Wulong's stomach growled with hunger, and drool dripped from the corner of his mouth, but without Yang Tao's command, he obediently stood still. This blue bottle is quite good for digestion. Take out the rotten flesh and throw it into the sleeping dragon's mouth. Then he pointed to the zombies that were wandering over. Superior. Woof. Woof. The impatient Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Liang immediately darted out, like wild dogs unleashed. Yang Tao followed closely behind and rushed forward as well. Noxus guillotine. He leaped and slashed, striking a zombie on the head with his sword. A large amount of damage is generated. With a backhand flick, Yang Tao's eyes remained calm as he drew his sword and thrust it straight forward. Puff. With only 320 health points in total, it was easily taken down with the help of 1 person and 2 dogs. Plus 20 experience points. Copper coin, 27. Miniature therapy, solution 1. As expected of the difficult level, it gives a lot of experience. Hearing the commotion, the zombies slowly began to gather in this direction. To chop or cut. Experience points skyrocketed, and I also got some random drops. Damn, but it's really a disadvantage when fighting groups of monsters. If it were a mage, they could just use explosive flame or frost nova to clear the groups. It can only be said that each has its own advantages. Plus 20 experience points. Copper coin 17. Primary antidote 1. A basic antidote. Primary antidote. Drug. Removes poison effects caused by levels 20 and below upon use. There are level restrictions. What a piece of trash. Yang Tao's milk doesn't have so many messy restrictions. Healing spell. Just then, the sound of propellers suddenly filled the sky, and 2 helicopters flew quickly overhead. Suddenly, a bold idea popped into his mind. Can we take this helicopter back with us? After this thought came to mind, Yang Tao suddenly became clear-headed and then looked around at the various car wrecks and roadside shops. Holy crap, other professions can't destroy the terrain and environment, but that's none of my business, Steve. So, does that mean I can't take things out of the dungeon? He doesn't expect things to have attributes. Even everyday items are enough for him to enjoy when he's in the wild. Besides, there are all sorts of weapons. Yang Tao felt as if his run and do meridians had been opened, and he felt a sense of clarity throughout his body. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix. The rest is up to you. After saying that, Yang Tao took a step back, and Feng Chu immediately stepped forward to hold the monster back. Healing spell. After feeding Feng Chu, Yang Tao walked straight to the car wreckage beside him. Normally, you can't take the items out of the dungeon. Even if you put them in your backpack and leave after the time is up, the items in your backpack will disappear. But Yang Tao raised his pickaxe and struck the car wreckage heavily, and soon some cracks appeared on it. Wrecked car wreck 4. Damaged car parts 2. Burnt frame 1. If we can dig it up, then let's see if we can melt it down in a furnace into iron pellets or ingots. If you don't allow items from dungeons, what does that have to do with Minecraft iron ingots and iron nuggets? He took the blast furnace out of his backpack and placed it on the road. A blast furnace is a furnace that can only smelt ores, armor, and tools, but its smelting speed is twice that of an ordinary furnace. He stuffed the car wreckage he had just obtained into the blast furnace, which instantly burst into flames. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao looked up at the city again, and his eyes changed. It seems that we will no longer have to worry about not having enough iron. Without saying a word, Yang Tao picked up his pickaxe and walked toward another car that had crashed into the wall. Thump thump bang. The car was dismantled, and the pieces flew into the backpack as various random debris. Seeing this, Yang Tao took out the workbench and placed it aside, then made a box and a funnel. Then all the iron products obtained were stuffed into the box above, connected to a funnel, and put into the blast furnace to create an automatic melting furnace. Healing spell. I gave Wulong a sip of milk. After confirming that there were no elite monsters around, Yang Tao picked up his pickaxe and, like a scavenger, started hitting whatever he came across with it. Wall 1. Gravel 1. Gravel 1. Counter 1. Shelf 1. Keep the valuable items. Burn the worthless ones with a flint and steel to clean up the backpack. Woof! The Phoenix chick suddenly cried out, and Yang Tao, who was searching for firearms in a shop on the side of the street, immediately ran back to the street like a gust of wind. Mutant Zombie Level 8. Elite. Health 700/700. A zombie whose body has become deformed lies on all fours with spikes growing on its back. Although its body looks somewhat rotten, its legs are unusually well developed. Roar. So it was just a nobody. Yang Tao simply waved his hand, and streams of poison powder appeared out of thin air above the other party's head. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Healing spell. After being poisoned, the mutated zombie immediately abandoned its attack on Wulong, adjusted its body, and kicked off the ground with both legs. This guy shot towards Yang Tao like a cannonball. Stone bricks. A stone pillar appeared out of thin air in front of Yang Tao, giving the mutated zombie no time to react. Thud. A crisp impact sound rang out. Subtract 141. Upon seeing this injury figure, Yang Tao couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Are monsters these days so ruthless to themselves? Jumping slash. -72. The mutated zombie roared and opened its huge mouth to bite Yang Tao's thigh. Yang Tao quickly took 2 steps back, looking terrified, and complained. You almost succeeded. Just then, another helicopter flew overhead, this time hovering directly on top of a 5-story parking garage next door. Chapter 42 unlocks the minimap. Boom. The helicopter overhead suddenly exploded, a sudden turn of events that startled Yang Tao, who was fighting against mutated zombies. He quickly looked up and glanced at it. A huge propeller descended from the sky at breakneck speed. And there's even a plot-driven death? Yang Tao's expression changed slightly as he braced himself against the attacks of the mutated zombies. With a wave of his hand, a stone pillar and a platform enveloped him. Bang! The sturdy propeller chiseled straight through the stone bricks. -77. Yang Tao stared at the propeller inserted into his body, completely bewildered. So 666 isn't even going to act anymore. He kicked the mutated zombie that was clinging to his leg and gnawing at him back 2 steps, then stepped forward and used his short sword to clear the health bar above its head. Experience points increased by 80. Silver coin 1. 54 copper coins. T-virus stock solution, small, 1. Vital analyzer 1. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. Yang Tao first cast a healing spell on himself, silently calculating the damage he had suffered. Even if the stone bricks block the attack, the pure damage will still be over 150 points. If the stone bricks hadn't blocked it, the damage would have been at least 400 points. However, looking at the 5-meter-long fan blades, Yang Tao felt that the damage was justifiable. The fact that he survived the high-speed rotation and gravitational acceleration proves that he has a very strong destiny. 5 seconds later, Yang Tao cast another healing spell on himself. Before he could even open his backpack to check the life analyzer, he heard the roar of a car engine overhead. I looked up at the top floor of the parking lot next door. A car carrying a massive monster flew off the roof. Damn it, am I going to die today? Yang Tao's pupils suddenly contracted, and he immediately used the lazy donkey roll technique with force. Bang! A yellow sports car crashed heavily to the ground, and at the same time, Yang Tao recognized the monster's identity. Tracker level 15, stage 1. Leader. Health 2566/2500. Upon seeing the amount of health, Yang Tao couldn't help but gasp. Logically speaking, is it high that a level 15 boss only has 2,500 HP? Not high. Not high at all, but it has 3 stages. Just then, a soft cough was heard, and a woman with short bob haircut climbed out of the overturned car. Gil. Special. Health 131 to 150. I glanced at the 5-story parking garage. Then I looked at Jill, who was wearing denim shorts and a tank top. As expected of a special NPC. Forget about dying. He only had abrasions all over his body and wasn't even wearing a seatbelt. He jumped from the 5th-floor parking lot. Unless he landed in water, he would have been seriously injured. Yang Tao retreated a few steps back to the side of Wulong and Fengchu. Healing spell. Raise the Phoenix Chick's health, then take out the T-virus stock solution, small, that just fell. Phoenix Chick opens its mouth. Yang Tao unscrewed the medicine and stuffed the cylindrical object directly into Fengchu's mouth. Glug glug. The Phoenix Chick's body also grew at a visible speed, and it took out a few pieces of rotten flesh from its backpack and stuffed them into its mouth. Boom. Jill had just climbed out of the car when it exploded. Yang Tao looked at Jill, who was being blown towards him by the blast wave, and instinctively reached out to catch her. The hunter, dressed in a black restraint jacket, stood beside the car, his body ignited by gasoline splattered from the explosion. But the hunters acted as if nothing had happened, walking step by step through the raging flames toward Yang Tao. The hunters, shrouded in flames, exude an overwhelming sense of oppression. Hey, you bastard. A voice came from the sidewalk next to the highway. Carlos. Special. Health 180 to 180. Wearing a combat uniform, Carlos carried a quadruple rocket launcher on his shoulder and pulled the trigger, aiming at the hunter. Swoosh. The 30-centimeter-long rocket flew out, trailing a plume of flame, but the pursuers reacted extremely quickly. It turned sideways and raised its hand, and a tentacle shot out from its palm, wrapping itself around the rocket. The powerful force made it difficult for the rocket to advance. After a 2-second stalemate, the rocket released its tentacles, and the freed rocket wobbled as it hit a shop by the roadside. The violent explosion blew the shop away. Sensing the threat, the hunters immediately focused their attention on Carlos. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao immediately threw Jill aside and unleashed 2 poison spells. The hunter, now completely red, turned to look at Yang Tao. His hideous face was covered in scars. Swoosh. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Carlos pulled the trigger again, and another rocket flew out of the launcher. Boom. Subtract 814. Extremely high damage rose from above the hunter's head. The hunter, who had just been looking down on the world, was hit by a rocket and immediately knelt on the ground. The flames on its body not only did not go out, but even seemed to be burning brighter. This is the game world. If this were in the real world, there would be absolutely no way any carbon-based life form could survive such a rocket launcher. Even blue whales won't work. Carlos threw the rocket launcher off his shoulder and rushed toward Jill, who was slumped on the ground. Yang Tao, on the other hand, stared intently at the M66 quadruple rocket launcher that Carlos had thrown to the ground. This is a special individual rocket launcher from Resident Evil 3 with extremely powerful capabilities. Yang Tao immediately rushed toward the M66 4-round rocket launcher. The two brushed past each other and exchanged a glance. Yang Tao smiled and nodded, while Carlos seemed a little confused. Pick up the M66 quadruple rocket launcher from the ground. M66 quadruple rocket launcher. 2/4 of the ammunition capacity. It has no damage value and no durability. It's just a rocket launcher, not an equipment, so it won't have any skill bonuses or special effects. But that's enough. Hey, Yang Tao, carrying a rocket launcher, shouted at Carlos and Jill. You'd better get out of here right now. This monster isn't dead yet. Jill had stood up with Carlos's help, but the series of injuries left her in excruciating pain all over her body. Healing spell. A silvery white light appeared above Jill's head and then slowly descended. Jill felt the changes in her body, and her beautiful eyes revealed surprise. You? This is not the time to chat. Get away from that monster. Yang Tao has already locked onto the hunter, and this is arguably his only 2 chances to take it down. Who are you? As soon as Carlos opened his mouth, Yang Tao, seeing that they were about to waste more words, pulled the trigger of the M66 4-round rocket launcher. Swoosh. A slender rocket flew out of the cannon barrel. Carlos's expression changed slightly, and he immediately pulled Gil away. Boom. The rocket hit the hunter as expected. -807. The first stage hunter, with only 2,500 health points, now has less than 500 health points left after losing health points and being hit by 2 rockets. Damn it. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Yang Tao, who had originally intended to keep the rocket launcher and enchant it with infinite attributes, gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger. He cannot allow the hunters to advance to stage 2 or 3, otherwise his safety in Raccoon City would be in jeopardy. Pull the trigger again. Boom. The hunter boss's health bar was cleared, and it was not given the condition to enter the second phase when its health dropped below 10%. No experience, no dropped items. Only Travel Map Module 1. My world doesn't care about this or that. Once someone dies, they're dead. Chapter 43 The Evolution of the Crouching Dragon. Carlos stared warily at the rocket launcher that had suddenly vanished from Yang Tao's hand and asked, Who are you? Yang Tao looked at the horde of zombies in the distance, drawn by the sound, and muttered with a touch of helplessness. Speak, who are you? Shut up, who are you? I'll say my name is Yang Tao, and I'm a Taoist priest. Do you understand? Carlos. Carlos stared at Yang Tao, who was dressed in a mismatched manner, and for a moment he really didn't know how to start the conversation. Jill, who had recovered, spoke up and asked, Are you one of Umbrella's? No, I'm also very busy, so I'll have to talk to you guys later. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick, get ready to go. He came to upgrade. Now that the big boss is dead, he's safe as long as Umbrella doesn't deploy new bioweapons and special forces. Tyrant. The Tyrant at this stage is a complete idiot. Carlos, watching Yang Tao lead 2 large Dobermans charging towards the zombie horde, shouted, Hey, we've set up a safe point. Wanna go? Don't worry about me. You can understand that my mission is to clear out all the infected and bioweapons in Raccoon City. After shouting, Yang Tao jumped up and slashed at a zombie. Upon hearing this, Carlos and Gil exchanged a glance, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. I am Carlos, and I've come to rescue you. It seems this mysterious Easterner possesses extraordinary power. Let's go. Jill looked at Yang Tao, who had already disappeared into the horde of corpses. There was no fear on his face, but rather an inexplicable fanaticism. It was as if killing these walking monsters was a form of hunting. After the two left, Yang Tao felt nothing. He was now nothing more than a ruthless experience machine. Looking at the pulsating experience, Yang Tao's smile grew even brighter. Just as he was indiscriminately slaughtering, the experience points of the Crouching Dragon and the young Phoenix reached the critical value, and 2 golden lights rose from their bodies. Their levels also increased from level 7 to level 8, and the 2 dogs received an all-round upgrade. Yang Tao dealt with the zombie in front of him, and then used a healing spell to restore his lost health. Suddenly, a name popped up on the right side of my vision. Liquor Elite. Taking 2 steps back, I looked around, and soon saw the liquors rushing towards me from afar. The Life Analyzer works quite well. Life Analyzer. Accessories. When possessing/equipping, The names of elite or higher-ranking creatures around the professional will appear on the right side of the view. With this, you won't have to worry about being ambushed by elites. However, looking at the lickers running recklessly on the highway, Yang Tao felt that anyone who wasn't blind could see this type of elite. The elite licker used its limbs to push off the ground, using walls, roads, and abandoned vehicles as springboards for leverage. It moves so fast that it leaves afterimages. The elite licker let out a piercing roar. It suddenly leaped into the air and pounced, its sharp claws whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Yang Tao's head. Do they all like to show their faces? This time, Yang Tao did not use the stone pillar tactic, but instead directly raised the shield in his hand. Bang! The licker, despite its formidable impact, came to an abrupt halt upon hitting the thin shield. The transition from extreme movement to extreme stillness can cause discomfort in the brain. Puff! Yang Tao didn't think much about it, and directly pulled out his short sword and stabbed it into the licker's neck. The sleeping dragon and the young phoenix pounced and bit the licker's strongest hind leg, completely restricting its movement. Well done, Bruce. No matter how much the licker struggled, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix refused to let go. Even when dragged around by the licker, they showed no intention of releasing their mouths. Healing spell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Tao wildly swung the short sword in his hand. Finally, the licker collapsed to the ground, extremely unwilling to accept its fate. Experience plus 80. Silver coin 1. Copper coin 17. T-virus stock solution, small, 1. Licker's claws, left 1. Backpack stacking limit increased by 10. Did the original solution leak out again? Obviously, elite-level biomonsters have a much higher chance of dropping T-virus stock solution. After dealing with the lickers, Yang Tao looked at the zombies that were gradually wandering over, chuckled, and took out the T-virus stock solution. Sleeping dragon. Woof woof. Open your mouth. Unscrew the cap of the undiluted solution and pour it into its mouth again. Unlike last time, this time after drinking the original liquid, Wulong rolled on the ground in pain, and his originally smooth and shiny fur turned grayish-white at a visible speed. Yang Tao was startled by the sudden situation. What's going on? Wulong's health is dropping rapidly. Healing spell. However, Yang Tao quickly calmed down. Although Wulong's health was decreasing rapidly, its maximum health was increasing rapidly. It is evolving, but this evolution is somewhat dangerous. Yang Tao took out the life stone and rotten flesh that the sorcerer girl had given him. Phoenix chick, you carry the load for a bit. Woof. After letting out a cry, Feng Chu went to meet the wandering zombies. Healing spell. Yang Tao stuffed the rotten flesh into Wulong's mouth, his eyes full of concern. Silver energy flowed into the dragon's body, forcibly stabilizing its plummeting health and engaging in a tug-of-war with the rampant T-virus fluid within its body. Muscles swelled, tore, and healed rapidly beneath the skin, bones crackled and popped, and the body expanded at a visible rate. Hold on, Wulong. If something happens to you, only Feng Chu will be left to eat your rotten flesh. Yang Tao held the life stone in his hand and silently recited the mantra. Pale green life energy surged forth, frantically replenishing the life force that had been torn apart by the virus in Wulong. After a brief stalemate, Wulong's condition finally stabilized. Wulong level 8. Elite. Health 888/888. Active skill, Berserk. Consumes 20% of health to significantly boost all attributes for a short period. Passive skill, Deterrence. It has a strong suppressive effect against low-level zombie dogs. Damage taken from zombie dogs is reduced by 30%, while damage dealt to zombie dogs is increased by 30%. Health points have nearly doubled. The control group's Phoenix chick only had 450 HP after reaching level 8. Wulong got up from the ground, looked around in a human-like manner, and finally focused his gaze on Yang Tao. He leaned forward and stuck out his tongue to lick Yang Tao's palm. Its shoulder height has increased from 1.2 meters to 1.6 meters, making it look even more exaggerated than a real Great Dane. Looking at Wulong's withered, yellowish-gray fur, Yang Tao sighed. I have to feed you again, otherwise people will think I don't feed you all day long. They took out some more rotten flesh and stuffed it into the dragon's mouth. I've already decided that I'll go kill the corpses again later to test whether the elites and bosses I've killed can drop items from my world again. While we're on the way, let's gather some more reserve food for Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu. Go help Feng Chu. Upon hearing this, Wulong, who was gnawing on rotten flesh, immediately swallowed the rotten flesh in his mouth. Berserk. Its health points instantly decreased by 20%, but its speed increased to an extremely exaggerated level. Almost in the blink of an eye, it darted in front of a zombie, opened its blood-red maw and bit the other's neck, then began to shake its head wildly. Chapter 44 Heading to the Substation. Bang! After the Wulong evolved, Yang Tao became even more relaxed, and he sat on the workbench next to the blast furnace. Healing spell. Is this what it's like for a Taoist priest to have a dog? No wonder everyone says that even with a dog tied to a mythical beast, you can just coast to victory. The number of zombies is decreasing, which clearly means that the zombies in the dungeon are not respawning indefinitely. Sizzle. The flames in the blast furnace went out. Yang Tao immediately jumped off the workbench and walked to the blast furnace. He took out all the iron granules and ingots that had been fired from the box and put them on the workbench next to him to combine them into iron blocks. 9 iron pellets can be combined to form 1 iron ingot. 9 iron ingots can be combined to make 1 iron block. Looking at the 2 sets of iron blocks in his backpack, Yang Tao wielded his pickaxe to dismantle the blast furnace, the box, and the hopper. Now he had no shortage of iron. Hey! Just as Yang Tao finished packing, Jill emerged from the subway station entrance like a specific NPC. Yang Tao turned his head, smiled, and greeted him. Hey, what's this? Jill stared at the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, who were attacking the zombies with abandon, her eyes filled with doubt. You have some tasks here. Your name is Yang Tao, right? My name is Jill. Yes, I know. Yang Tao nodded slightly with a kind smile, then walked towards Wulong. The zombies here have been mostly cleared out. He needs to go find the rest. It's unrealistic to kill all the infected in Raccoon City, given the time limit, but killing as many as possible is always a good thing. The experience gained in dungeons is 1.5 to 2 times that of other dungeons. Seeing Yang Tao about to leave, Jill quickly asked, Sir, do you know why Raccoon City has become like this? Sleeping Dragon. Young Phoenix. Yang Tao stopped and looked up at the road ahead, which was blocked by the collapsed billboard. He then opened the mini-map to check where there were more zombies. I'm not a local, so I don't know. He casually gave Jill a couple of perfunctory replies. Jill is just a special NPC in the dungeon. She doesn't have a golden exclamation mark above her head. Jill looked disappointed. She could sense Yang Tao's distance. Why are you hunting these infected people? I can sense that you seem quite happy. Yang Tao closed the mini-map, looked at Jill with a puzzled expression, and then smiled. Was I that obvious? Jill nodded. Okay, I am indeed very happy. The infected people in your eyes are not much different from treasure chests with 2 legs in my eyes. Zombies that drop copper coins, silver coins, and other special items could easily be considered treasures. After saying that, Yang Tao walked straight toward the collapsed billboard in the distance. Although the so-called mini-map module was a stripped-down version, he was surprised that the mini-map could actually work with the depth gauge and life analyzer. The information displayed is more detailed than the original version. For example, each red, green, and white that has a name, and the altitude of its location is also shown. Remembering her mission, Jill watched Yang Tao's departing figure and took out her walkie-talkie. Carlos, I've reached the main road. What's the next step? Carlos's voice came through the walkie-talkie. See the huge power tower? That's the substation. You have to go around to the right through the alley to get there. Upon hearing this, Jill looked at the alleyway engulfed in flames and asked, You mean the one that's on fire? Carlos's tone became somewhat uncertain on the other end of the walkie-talkie. Someone as beautiful as you should be able to put out some fires, right? Go to hell. Jill hung up the walkie-talkie and murmured, gazing at the raging fire in the alley. We have to find a way to put it out. He then glanced in Yang Tao's direction. I shouldn't have looked, because when I did, my eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The barrier that originally blocked the road was as fragile as foam in the hands of the other party with that strange pickaxe. Knock knock. Bang. With the sound of knocking, the sturdy fence, barbed wire, and sandbags all vanished into thin air. How is that possible? Jill looked up at the Eiffel Tower, then at Yang Tao below, and immediately gritted her teeth and chased after him. Hey sir, could you give me a ride? Yang Tao directed Wulong and Fengchu to rush towards the zombies, then turned to look at Jill with some surprise. Follow me. Don't you have anything better to do? Jill pointed to the substation in the distance and said, I have to go over there, restart the subway's power system, and escort the survivors out of this damn place. Tisk. Yang Tao suddenly remembered the introduction to the Resident Evil dungeon on the professional forum. Both King-level and Abyss-level players need to hold out until the nuclear bomb explodes, but the power of a nuclear bomb is something that ordinary professionals cannot withstand. However, there is an invisible wall that prevents you from leaving Raccoon City. It seems that to clear the King's Dungeon and the Abyss Dungeon, we'll have to retreat with the main character. After all, it's a copy, so we have to respect the original work to some extent. I can escort you there, but you have to obey. Upon hearing this, Jill instinctively took a half-step back. Yang Tao raised an eyebrow, watching Jill retreat, then turned and charged towards the zombie. We're going to the police station later. Lion Lisong Wang is much more interesting than Gil. At least he won't back down even a fraction of a step to hurt his good intentions. Jill realized what she meant and quickly shouted, "That's not what I meant." Yang Tao brandished his short sword and said without turning his head, "Follow me if you want, or leave if you don't." Having said that, he ignored Jill. The short sword in his hand pierced the zombie's chest. The zombies in Resident Evil all have different speeds. When they travel slowly, they are like 80-year-old men, but when they attack, they are extremely fast. The key point is that their attacks are not fixed and can break out at any time, making them difficult to defend against. Plus 20 experience. The sinister Cloud Bottle 1. Yang Tao was genuinely surprised to see the items that had fallen. Unexpected good luck? The sinister Cloud Bottle. Increases damage by 4%. It allows the holder to perform a double jump. Removing the regeneration bracelet will reduce health regeneration, but will increase mobility and damage output. The second accessory slot can only be unlocked at level 15, so you can't have your cake and eat it too. Several ordinary zombies, under the combined attack of Yang Tao and the crouching dragon and phoenix chick, fell to the ground and turned into warm experience points and loot. While she was at it, Jill rummaged through a nearby police car and found some handgun ammunition and some medicine to treat her injuries. He stuffed the items into his small bag and then looked at Yang Tao, who was rushing towards the zombies. The other person leaped up lightly. The sharp short sword in his hand pierced the infected person's body, and suddenly a wooden shield more than a meter long and 60 centimeters wide appeared out of thin air in the opponent's hand. Jill suddenly felt a headache. She sensed something was amiss, but subconsciously ignored these discordant elements. Keep up. Yang Tao's words brought Jill back to her senses. The massacre was still ongoing. Chapter 45, Level 9 Soul Fire Talisman. On the chaotic streets of Raccoon City, Yang Tao was suddenly struck by a flash of golden light. Yang Tao. Level 9. Experience 2/9000. Strength, 18 Constitution, 20. Agility, 18 Spirit, 46. Skills, Healing, Poisoning, Mental Combat, Mind Revelation, Soul Fire Talisman. Finally activated the Soul Fire Rune. Yang Tao's face was filled with barely suppressed excitement. He, a dignified Taoist priest, had almost turned into a warrior. Soul Fire Talisman. A talisman, about the size of a junior high school political textbook, appeared out of thin air and shot rapidly toward the zombie more than 10 meters away. The talisman was enveloped in a special flame, very similar to the fireballs of mages, but a normal person could tell at a glance that the two were definitely not the same thing. The talisman landed on a zombie dressed in construction clothes and wearing a safety helmet. -91. Soul Fire Talisman. Consuming 5 mana, it deals damage equal to 18 times the Taoist magic power, amounting to 140%. The damage is very high. However, a single Soulfire Talisman costs 3 copper coins, and a stack of 100 talismans costs 3 silver coins, and it is different from the poisoning technique. The poisoning spell can last for a long time after a single use, but the Soulfire spell is a one-time use. If you're unlucky and kill a monster but don't get any money, then you've lost money. Soul Fire Talisman. Another fire talisman flew out. -91. The damage is very consistent, which is what Yang Tao likes, as it makes calculations very simple. We need to figure out a way to get some Taoist equipment. However, good equipment in the auction house is very expensive. The attacked zombie didn't look too good. In fact, it certainly didn't. Wulong rushed forward and finished off the zombie with its remaining health. At least we have a ranged attack now. If we encounter Vulture and Demon Eye again, at least we won't be so passive. Level 9 Soul Fire Rune. Level 10 Summon Skeleton. Once you reach level 10, all the main skills of all professions will be activated. There was a reason why the Blood Moon Commander ordered the withdrawal of professionals below level 10 last time. Seeing Jill bent over searching for bullets in the police car, Yang Tao walked over with some curiosity. Hearing footsteps behind her, Jill cautiously drew her gun and pointed it behind her, but when she saw that it was Yang Tao, she immediately lowered her hand. Have all the infected people here been dealt with? Yang Tao nodded slightly, walked to the trunk of the police car, took out a pickaxe from his backpack, and forcefully struck it. I heard that America's patrol cars all have heavy weaponry in the trunk. Bang. The trunk lid has disappeared. Jill's eyes were complicated, and she opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. First aid kit, tire deflation device, small fire extinguisher, roadblocks, basic tool kit. These are standard features on American patrol cars. However, Yang Tao's gaze fell on the Remington M870 pump-action shotgun in the trunk. A standard police shotgun. Holding the gun in his hand, the cold touch gradually warmed Yang Tao's heart. Since it has no equipment attributes, it will not grant any experience points when used to clear zombies. But this is a gun. This thing is much more effective than the Soulfire Talisman. He pulled a box of ammunition from the trunk. Number 12 buckshot. Jill, teach me how to use this thing. Jill snapped out of her daze and walked to Yang Tao's side, asking with some surprise, "You don't know how?" "I should be able to. You used a rocket launcher before. I just pulled the trigger." Upon hearing this, Jill looked at Yang Tao as if she had seen some rare and precious animal. For an adult in America to say they won't shoot is roughly equivalent to saying you can't ride a bicycle in China. Although they exist, they are extremely rare. Jill reached out and took the shotgun, then turned it over and pointed to the magazine below, explaining. This is a Remington M870 pump-action shotgun with a magazine capacity of 7 rounds, 1 round in the chamber and 6 rounds in the magazine. Yang Tao opened the box in his hand, took out the shotgun shells inside, and handed them to Jill. Jill took the bullets and loaded them into the magazine one by one. The crisp sound made something inside Yang Tao awaken. "Here's the safety. Hold it down, then load the gun." A crisp click sounded as the pump cocked the gun. "Just aim and pull the trigger. Remember that the recoil is huge, so keep your shoulders tight." Jill took a half step back. After taking the shotgun, Yang Tao looked around but couldn't find any zombies, only the crackling sounds of burning car wreckage. "Damn, you guys are gone when I need you." He aimed at the car not far away and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out, leaving the car riddled with bullet holes. It still has to be firearms. Yang Tao took the cracked anvil out of his backpack and placed it aside. Jill stared at the anvil, her mind momentarily blank. Although some inexplicable force wanted her to ignore this abnormal behavior, it was right there on her face, wasn't it? "What are you doing?" "Enchanted." Ding ding dang dang. Experience points reduced by 498/9,000. Can you believe they can owe money? Remington M870 pump-action shotgun. Power V. Durable. Fire arrow 2. Experience patching. Unlimited. He hadn't used ranged weapons before, so this enchanted book, which was suitable for ranged weapons, had been lying in his backpack. Today, it finally had a chance to be put to use. "Jill, give me your Desert Eagle too. I'll upgrade it for you." Jill looked at the shotgun shimmering with a purple halo in Yang Tao's hand, hesitated for a moment, and then handed her own Desert Eagle to Yang Tao. Jill Desert Eagle. Special binding, Gil Valentine. Demand level, 10. Occupation, gunman. Attack 15 to 20. Strength +5. Agility +10. Armor penetration increased by 15%. Effective range, 25 meters. When attacking the target's head, critical hit rate is increased by 25%. Gillis Valencian's favorite weapon, but unfortunately, its recoil was too strong. Its equipment. Unfortunately, it's Jill's exclusive equipment, and it's bound to her. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my gun? No, it's just that this gun is too good. Once a gunslinger gets this weapon, they'll probably become a killing machine. Low damage? Is pulling a trigger the same as wielding a weapon to kill someone? Stuff it into the anvil. With a loud bang, the cracked anvil shattered and disappeared instantly. However, Jill's Desert Eagle was fully enchanted, with a purple halo around its silver-white gun body. He handed the gun back to Jill. "Okay, you can try it later." Yang Tao stuffed the shotgun into his backpack, ensuring it would appear in his hand with a thought. He opened the mini-map, glanced at the red dots, and quickly discovered that the substation ahead was densely packed with red dots. Are there really that many infected spiders in the substation? Let's go straight to the substation. Following that, Yang Tao took out a pickaxe and struck the wall beside the street. His teacher taught him this when he was in school. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Chapter 46: The Infected Spider's Nest. Bang! A muffled gunshot rang out from the next room. Jill reacted very quickly. The instant she heard the gunshot, she pulled out her enchanted Desert Eagle and stared at the door leading to the next room. Never mind that. It's normal to hear gunshots in this situation. Let's go to the substation first. Yang Tao ignored the so-called gunshots. This was Raccoon City, overrun by zombies, so it was perfectly normal for gunshots to appear in the background of the game. They walked straight toward the iron gate leading to the substation. Jill nodded slightly upon hearing Yang Tao's words. Rescuing the survivors in the subway was her primary task now. Yang, I always feel that you give me a special feeling, as if you have no doubts or curiosity about any of this. Don't you want to know what really happened? In no mood. Because I know everything. Yang Tao answered decisively. After breaking through the wall, 2 rotting zombie dogs rushed in, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Upon seeing that its own kind was about to attack Yang Tao, Wulong immediately bared its teeth and let out a deep, muffled roar. Upon hearing the sound, the 2 menacing zombie dogs instantly became much less aggressive, and even their movements became sluggish. Wonkai pounced suddenly. Without comparison, there is no harm. Now its huge body could practically stuff the 2 zombie dogs inside. It opened its blood-red maw and bit down on the neck of one of the zombie dogs. Death shakes its head. Subtract 147. With elite attacks combined with a special attack on zombie dogs, an exaggerated number appeared above the zombie dogs' heads. What's so great about knowing that? Yang Tao walked past the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, and casually stabbed the 2 zombie dogs twice with his sword. Whether it's a natural disaster or a man-made one, Raccoon City is meaningless to me. Only these infected creatures are my targets. What's the meaning? Yang Tao glanced back at Jill, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Because they are a treasure to me, Ms. Jill, we need to speed things up. Soul Fire Talisman. A fire talisman pierced through the iron fence and struck the zombie behind it. -91. Although Yang Tao has reached level 9, he is still 898 experience points short. He needs to hurry up and clear out the monsters in Raccoon City. A dozen minutes later, the 2 finally arrived at the perimeter of the substation. Yang Tao looked up at the huge nest that occupied the interior of the substation and frowned slightly. The closer you get to the substation, the stronger the nauseating stench becomes. Jill stared at the mountain of flesh-like nest, raised her hand to cover her mouth and nose, and complained uncomfortably. Just thinking about this smell makes me want to vomit. You'll get used to it after a while. I feel like I'm in serious trouble. Yang Tao chuckled and strode towards the enormous lair. According to the map, there were no fewer than 200 monsters inside. As soon as we stepped into the substation area, an infected spider suddenly crawled out of the wall of its nest, which looked like rotten flesh. Hiss. Infected spider level 8. Health 320/320. Yang Tao took out his phone and took a picture of the nest and the spider in front of him. He raised his hand and immediately unleashed a soul fire talisman. Squeak. Upon being attacked, the infected spider immediately emitted a sharp cry and rushed forward. Jill, be careful. Drawing his shield and short sword, Yang Tao quickly went to meet them. The cries of the infected spider had attracted many of its kind. Parasite 020. The spider's damage wasn't high, but a buff appeared in Yang Tao's status bar. Not only him, but also Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong have this buff. Parasitic. Once the countdown ends, a new hostile creature will spawn on the target. The hostile creatures that are born are only half the level of the parasites. This is the information he saw on the forum before he came. Damn, this state is really weird. The spiderlings born from the parasites created by the level 8 infected spider are level 4, just 5 levels below each other. Therefore, Yang Tao did not intend to remove the buff on his body. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Yang Tao transformed into a long-range attack turret, unleashing a barrage of fire talismans upon the infected spiders. Half an hour later, Yang Tao completely cleaned up the entire substation, not a single red dot remains on the mini-map. Then I'll turn it on. In the substation control room, Jill stood behind the control panel, looking out at the huge nest through the observation window, and asked a question. Yang Tao, who was examining the gunpowder, casually said without looking up, let's combine them. Gunpowder said, can I find some items from my Minecraft in real life? The gunpowder that was originally used to make ammunition in the game was transformed by him into gunpowder in Minecraft. We need to find a way to get some obsidian or diamonds and lava. Yang Tao tried to think of places in H City where there might be magma, but after thinking it over, he could only think of places hundreds of meters underground. Buzz. As Jill switched on the switch, the massive nest that was attached to the power towers outside was instantly pierced by the powerful energy, and soon the nest collapsed and scattered on the ground. A strong smell of roasted feces seeped into the room through the crack in the door. Even Yang Tao's expression changed this time. Holy crap, why did they make a perfectly good survival horror game so disgusting? After venting his frustration, Yang Tao immediately held his breath, shutting out the indescribable stench. As Steve, he is actually not required to breathe, just as miraculously as he can breathe and speak normally underwater. Jill, now that the electricity is back on, I'll be going. Wait, where are you going? Aren't you coming out of this godforsaken place with me? I still need to clean up the infected organisms around here. Yang Tao left the room, and Jill quickly followed. As soon as the two left the substation and returned to the highway, the sound of a propeller spinning came from the sky. The two of them instinctively looked up. A helicopter carrying a shipping container was seen flying rapidly toward their location. The Umbrella Corporation logo was prominently displayed on the container. Bang! The shipping container crashed into a car on the road, and then the door opened, revealing 4 or 5 figures inside. These people are all 2.1 meters tall, wearing black overcoats and wide-brimmed hats. T-103 Tyrant Level 12. Elite. Health 1400/1400. The helicopter that dropped off the biological weapons showed no intention of lingering. It nodded and flew away the instant the container landed. Yang Tao watched the tyrants file out of the small shipping containers and said helplessly, Ms. Jill, I have a feeling we're being watched. Should we prepare to fight? Chapter 47-5 Mere Tyrants. 5 T-shirts -103 Leather Jacket Tyrant. Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, you two hold one back. Jill, you take care of one, and leave the rest to me. You? Just as Jill was about to speak, she saw Yang Tao leading 2 obviously mutated Dobermans, rushing quickly toward the tyrant. With a low roar, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix surged with power, lunging at the tyrant with AT-103 reduction on the far left. Everyone here is an elite. I, Wulong, am just a little lower in rank. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Wulong, activate berserk mode now. In an instant, the health of the dragon's head dropped by 20%, but then the silver light of the healing spell fell. Sharp canines bit down hard on the tyrant. Well done, Bruce. Bang. The Desert Eagle's signature gunshot rang out, and the tyrant on the far right was knocked off balance. Ranged enchantments like strength and melee enchantments like sharpness are completely different. Sharpness adds 2 attack points per level. Each level of the strength enchantment increases damage by 25%, plus 1 level, rounded up. Strength V increases damage by 150%. Unfortunately, Yang Tao was neither an archer nor a gunman. Otherwise, he would have stood up long ago. Bang bang. Gunshots echoed through the street. Yang Tao looked at the remaining 3 tyrants with a smirk, drew his short sword and shield, and charged at the tyrants that were slowly walking towards him. Thump. The tyrant's powerful blow landed on the shield, but it was completely neutralized, leaving not a trace of impact. Yang Tao's sharp short sword had already pierced through the tyrant's protective cloak and plunged directly into his abdomen. A thought crossed my mind. 2 smooth stone pillars appeared to the side, perfectly blocking the heavy punch of another tyrant. After testing, he discovered a characteristic. Blocks that appear to have the same hardness in Minecraft have different hardness in reality. Smooth stone bricks, stone round stones. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Soul Fire Talisman. He glanced at Wulong out of the corner of his eye, then cast a healing spell. His tankiness is such that he only needs to drink a small amount of healing potion to withstand the tyrant's attacks. The healing spells can be left to Wulong. Soul Fire Talisman. Yang Tao moved among the 3 tyrants, occasionally stabbing their bodies with his short sword. With the smooth stones providing cover, he was like a dancer twirling on the edge of a knife. Yang, I don't have enough bullets. Just pull the trigger. Jill was completely bewildered, but she obediently pulled the trigger. Bang. The Desert Eagle, with a magazine capacity of 7 rounds, fired its 8th bullet. Bang bang bang. 9th, 10th, 11th. Jill suddenly felt a splitting headache, as if something was about to burst out of her head. Roar. Suddenly, a roar rang out, and the tyrant's health, which was being attacked by the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick, finally dropped to 50%. Clothes ripped off. The trench coat that had been binding the tyrant's power instantly shattered, and fragments of the black trench coat scattered everywhere. The entire tyrant, reduced by 103, completely broke free from the power restriction, and the super tyrant form suddenly appeared. The grotesque, gray-black muscles swelled and expanded, completely exposing the virus-infected heart in its chest. Its weakness. Call me Mom. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix attacked its heart. That's its weak point. After his clothes were torn off, the super tyrant's speed and strength were greatly enhanced, but his health remained unchanged, and his weaknesses were also exposed. Woof! Wulong showed no fear despite the opponent's sudden increase in size, and charged forward with a shout. Sharp claws viciously clawed at the super tyrant's still violently beating heart. Soul Fire Talisman. Healing spell. Yang Tao led the three tyrants beside him around, but the Soul Fire Talisman flew towards the tyrant that was being attacked by the crouching dragon and the young phoenix. The incredibly powerful tyrant had its health bar emptied under the siege. Plus 125 experience. Silver coin 1. Copper coin 74. T-Virus Serum, small, 1. Tyrant Necklace 1. Add 1 slot to backpack. Item stack limit increased by 10. Yang Tao's eyes lit up when he saw the drop notification. It turns out that you can't only get one type at a time. Wulong this one. With a flick of his hand, Yang Tao sent the crouching dragon, which had been poisoned and turned green, swooping it to the ground. It opened its mouth wide and bit down hard on the other's head. However, a tyrant is still a tyrant. A fist the size of a clay pot slammed into Wulong, knocking him over. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Before the other party could get up, Fengchu opened her mouth and bit the other party's arm. Healing spell. After being attacked in a series of attacks, the tyrant's health also reached the critical value of 50%. Roar. Sensing a life or death crisis, the tyrant roared and grabbed the restrictive trench coat on his body, tearing it off forcefully. Another exhibitionist has emerged. With a forceful shove, he threw Fengchu away. Fengchu crashed into a container in the middle of the road, letting out a mournful cry. It's just an ordinary zombie dog with relatively high health growth. It's already quite remarkable that it doesn't flinch when facing an elite tyrant. It's extremely difficult to confront them head-on. Healing spell. As the silver light fell, Fengchu rose from the ground once more. However, upon seeing Fengchu's miserable state, Wulong's originally gray eyes turned blood red again. Berserk. Blood volume reduced by 20%. With a roar, it once again pounced on the super tyrant and launched a frenzied attack. At this moment, Yang Tao suddenly felt that the 5-second cooldown time was far too long. Soul Fire Talisman. Minus 84. It seems that the super tyrant has gained some magic resistance. Just then, the tyrant on Jill's side also entered the second stage, and its leather armor burst open. Yang Tao watched Jill constantly dodging and unleashed 2 poison spells. Lure them over, and I'll draw their attention. Although she didn't understand what drawing hatred meant, Jill understood and drew him over. He ran quickly toward Yang Tao. Plus 125 experience. Heritage, the mysterious Silver Lake Narcissus Heavy Cannon 1. Item stack limit increased by 10. What a ridiculous name. So long. And why are some tyrants so poor? After making a comment, the super tyrant was defeated by the Berserk Dragon, and now there are only 3 tyrants left on the field. Yang Tao used his shield to block an attack from a tyrant. This one. The dragon with silver light on its head charged over with practiced ease and bit the tyrant. Yang Tao then pulled out a Remington 870 from his backpack and aimed it at the super tyrant, who was closely following Jill. Get out of the way. Jill stared at the dark muzzle of the gun. He immediately dodged away. Bang bang. As Yang Tao pulled the trigger, he walked towards the super tyrant with a blank expression. At this moment, he was possessed by the Terminator T-800. At a distance of less than 10 meters, even a novice like Yang Tao didn't need to worry about aiming. Every shot landed squarely on the super tyrant's exposed heart. Item stack limit increased by 10. Careful. Jill glanced at the tyrant behind Yang Tao, who had raised his fist, and immediately gave him a tense reminder. As Yang Tao turned to the side, a shield appeared in his hand. It blocked the tyrant's punch. Tyrant, you have already met your end. Chapter 48 Heading to the Hospital. Plus 125 experience. Silver coin 1. Copper coin 9. T-Virus stock solution, small, 1. Increase backpack capacity by 1. Plus 125 experience. Copper coin 99. Tyrant gloves 1. Increase backpack capacity by 1. Yang Tao looked up at the still dark sky and murmured to himself, I wonder if Umbrella Corporation will send another elite tyrant over. Who says the Umbrella Corporation is bad? This Umbrella Corporation is absolutely fantastic. Normally, the Umbrella Corporation is conducting biological and chemical tests in Raccoon City. Anyway, a nuclear bomb will be dropped in the early hours of the day after tomorrow, and everything inside will be reduced to nothing. Yang Tao's unique circumstances, however, piqued the curiosity of high-ranking officials within the Protective Umbrella, a government agency responsible for protecting Yang Tao. This allows for testing and capture. Of course, This is a realistic theory. If we follow the game's storyline, then Yang Tao found the plot weapon beforehand and defeated the pursuers, thus triggering the special CG. 5 leather-clad tyrants is almost equal to 1 hunter. What exactly is going on? Jill looked at Yang Tao, her dirty face full of confusion. We left together, and these tyrants were thrown down by their protectors. You ask me, I don't know either. Yang Tao opened his backpack to check the equipment that had just been dropped. Tyrant gloves. Level 10. Defense plus 12. Strength plus 5. Constitution plus 5. Special ability, clothes ripped off. Equipping the tyrant gloves, and then removing your clothes will increase your attack power by 20%. Yang Tao clicked his tongue, offering a negative assessment of the equipment. However, it is clear that this is a piece of equipment very suitable for warriors. Heritage, the mysterious Silver Lake Narcissus Heavy Cannon. Bind after equipping. Level required, 10. Attack 25 to 30. Strength plus 5. Agility plus 10. Increase maximum health by 50. Male gunner, knee strike skill plus 1, M-137 Gatling gun skill plus 1. Female gunner, back kick skill plus 1, M-137 Gatling gun skill plus 1. Melee combat for headshots is also pretty good. Great equipment, and it can be sold for money. It's fantastic. It's packaged in purple and only becomes bound after being equipped. That's incredibly generous. Jill stepped forward and looked at the hand cannon in Yang Tao's hand. I'm not asking about these tyrants, but I want to ask why my gun has an endless supply of bullets. Because of the infinite enchantment, literally speaking, as long as your gun has 1 bullet left, it will never run out of bullets unless the gun breaks down, understand? Jill nodded, seemingly understanding, then asked again, Yang, where exactly did you hide your shield and short sword? And what about the thing that turned the tyrant red and green just now? Etc. Yang Tao interrupted Jill, looking at her with a half-smile. Why have you become such a curious person? Ever since we met, I've displayed all sorts of incredible abilities. Why didn't you ask me anything then? Why did you suddenly bring it up now? I don't know either. Jill's expression became somewhat bewildered. After my gun went against the rules, I felt like something was going to get weird. It's as if some force is making me subconsciously ignore these illogical aspects. Yang Tao raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. The NPCs have awakened? That shouldn't be the case. There are at least 800 to 1,000 players running this dungeon, and I haven't seen anything about NPCs awakening on the forums. Am I poisonous? What did you say? Nothing. I just remembered something. Well, now that the substation has been cleaned up, the subway company must have had its power restored as well. Yang Tao smiled and put the legacy, mysterious Silver Lake Narcissus heavy hand cannon back into his backpack. Beautiful lady, it seems we must part ways. I have some matters to attend to. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, Jill recalled the survivors in the subway. Wait, is it possible for us to meet again? Certainly. Yang Tao didn't even turn his head, just stretched out his hand and waved, leading Wulong and Fengshu away. After standing there in silence for a moment, Jill also walked towards the subway company. Woof! Both Phoenix Chick and Crouching Dragon, having evolved into elite-level beings, pounced together on the oblivious elite-level mutated zombie. Yang Tao pointed at the mutated zombie with the finger holding the cigar. Phoenix Chick, push. He finally felt like a Taoist priest. Woof! Although both are elite level, the Phoenix Chick awakens not a berserk state, but a frenzied biting attack. It bites and subdues the target for 3 seconds. The greater the difference in levels, the worse the effect. There are still 3 hours left. Oh well, let's kill as many as we can. In hard mode, you won't see Leon for 12 hours. To see Leon, you have to choose 24 hours. I wonder if Jill has left? In the normal plot, the subway Jill was riding in at this point in time had already been destroyed by the hunters. I was also infected and fell into a deep coma. During her coma, Li Sanquang went to the Raccoon City Police Department, stormed through the police station and underground laboratory, and then took the subway to the outside world, leaving Raccoon City. Its efficiency is simply terrifying. After glancing at his experience bar and paying off the debt, his experience bar was now 1/6 full. It has to be a dungeon. If it were outside, forget about the experience points. It would be hard to even find this many monsters. He looked up at the building in front of him, which appeared extremely quiet. Spencer Memorial Hospital. The most dangerous place in Raccoon City, with the largest number of zombies. The zombie density here is high, and elite monsters are everywhere. The wards, corridors, and elevator entrances are all ambush points. If you are not careful, you will be surrounded and killed inside. However, for Yang Tao, This is the best place to level up. Walk. Arriving at the hospital building, looking at the sealed hospital gate, I took out a pickaxe from my backpack and started hammering it down. Thud. Black cracks spread rapidly across the heavy iron gate. Bang. The hospital door flew into Yang Tao's backpack as a piece of debris, and in an instant, several zombies, carrying disinfectant and the stench of decay, rushed out from behind the door. Yang Tao didn't even move. Wulong and Fengshu had already rushed out and tackled several ordinary zombies to the ground. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao couldn't help but chuckle. Kids, you're really into this. There were many corpses lying haphazardly in the hall. However, under the passive influence of the mind revelation, Yang Tao was able to clearly see the health bars above their heads. He drew his short sword. Since you're pretending to be dead, I'll send you on your way. Soul Fire Talisman. Boom. The fire talisman struck a zombie, and Yang Tao followed up with a leaping slash, which landed heavily on the zombie that was trying to get up. Lie down properly. He raised his foot and stomped hard on the other person's head. At this moment, Yang Tao really wanted a hammer commonly used by paladins. Chapter 49, The Hunter Beta. You mean you cheated on me? In a ward on the second floor of the hospital, Yang Tao looked at Jill lying on the hospital bed with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" At this moment, Jill's face was deathly pale. She didn't object to Yang Tao's words, only weakly nodding. Nikolai Janovsky planted a bomb on the subway tracks. The train derailed, and everyone except me died. He injected me with the T-virus, and I lost consciousness. Yang Tao stared at Jill with a strange look, inwardly thinking, "You survived a subway derailment? You're really hard to kill." The sounds of fighting outside the ward were incessant. It was Wulong and Fengshu clearing out the zombies in the hospital. Looking at the weakened Jill, he raised his hand and cast a healing spell on her. TSK, I didn't expect that Nikolai would actually forcefully correct the plot. Jill, feeling her own condition, reached out and propped herself up to sit up. You know Nikolai Genov? No. Yang Tao listened to the sounds outside while answering Jill's question. He is ostensibly the leader of UBCSB squad, but in reality, he is an umbrella surveillance officer. He is cold-blooded, selfish, and only cares about profit. If you see him again, just shoot him and take him out without hesitation. He stood up and patted Jill on the shoulder. I don't have much time left. You get some rest. I have to go out and deal with the monsters in the hospital. Etc. Jill tried to stand up, but her legs gave way and she sat back down on the hospital bed. Yang Tao turned around and glanced at her. Thank you for saving me. I just cleaned up the T-virus for you. If I'm not mistaken, it was Carlos who carried you here. After entering the hospital, he opened the mini-map and was surprised to find that in addition to the two white dots, there was also a green dot inside the hospital. Red equals hostile. White equals neutral, unfamiliar. Green equals friendly. So, driven by curiosity, Yang Tao rushed to the second floor of the hospital and saw Jill lying on the hospital bed. It took a bottle of antidote to save Jill from her T-virus infection. Carlos, where did he go? When I arrived, you were the only one here. However, he must have gone to find a cure for the T-virus. After giving an explanation, Yang Tao pushed open the ward door and walked directly towards where the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick were. Using the mini-map, he saw an elite monster called Hunter Beta creeping towards him. Woof! Woof! Upon hearing the cry of the phoenix chick, Yang Tao immediately quickened his pace. Just as he turned the corner of the corridor, he saw the dark green monster. The Hunter Beta is one of the earliest bioweapons developed by the Umbrella Corporation. It looks like a giant toad standing upright. Its skin was covered with green bumps, its arms were long and slender, and its two claws looked extremely sharp. Roar! The small mouth split open into 4 lobes, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. After applying 2 coats of paint, Hunter Beta, who had originally intended to attack Wulong, immediately turned his attention to Yang Tao. With a powerful push off the hospital corridor floor, he charged towards Yang Tao at high speed. Wulong, Fengshu, you two put in more effort. Time is running out. Don't let it get away. Upon hearing this, Wulong instantly activated his berserk skill, lunging at Hunter Beta with all 4 limbs. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Instead of retreating, Yang Tao advanced, raising his shield to meet the Hunter Beta head-on. There are only 10 minutes left in the dungeon. If he lets this elite get away, he'll probably have to wake up and slap himself twice in his sleep. Soul Fire Talisman. Raise shield, jump and slash, double jump, slash again. The Hunter Beta roared and stretched out its claws to quickly grab Yang Tao's body. But someone is faster than it. The Phoenix pounced and activated its skill. Frantic biting. The skill's forceful nature caused Hunter Beta to freeze, allowing Phoenix Chick to frantically bite and gnaw at its body. Yang Tao seized this opportunity to speed up his attack. With 2 elite zombie dogs and Yang Tao providing a reasonable amount of damage, the Hunter Beta's health was reduced to more than half in just 3 seconds. Once the skill ended, the Hunter Beta turned and ran towards the stairwell. How could Yang Tao possibly give it that chance? With a thought, a stone wall completely sealed off the corridor. Roar. Hunter Beta let out a reluctant cry, but Wulong and Fengshu ignored him completely and pounced on him with their mouths wide open. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. The remaining health points have been cleared. Experience plus 80. Silver coin 1. Copper coin 6. T-Virus stock solution, small, 1. Diamond 2. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. Yang Tao paused slightly and opened his backpack with some disbelief. Even after seeing the blue diamond lying inside, he still doubted his own eyes. Wait, elites can drop diamonds. No, is it phased or by type? The appearance of the blue diamond caused a slight change in Yang Tao's heart. I closed my backpack and looked down into the hospital corridor. If I remembered correctly, there were always 46 Hunter Betas spawning in the hospital. If these hunters can drop 2 diamonds each, then his diamond armor and diamond pants are beckoning to him. The iron set with 15 armor points only provides a minimum of 12% damage reduction, while the diamond set with 20 armor points provides a minimum of 16% damage reduction. For percent damage reduction, Yang Tao began to exude an inexplicable aura of hostility. He needs diamonds. Only with diamonds can he craft a diamond pickaxe to mine obsidian, and only with obsidian can he go to the nether to obtain blazing rods and nether wart. This allows them to create potions that can greatly enhance their strength. I glanced at the dungeon countdown. 8 minutes and 21 seconds. 8 minutes. There's not enough time. It looks like I'll have to wait until next week. He sighed and knocked down the stone bricks in the corridor. Just then, footsteps sounded behind him, and Jill walked towards him with a desert eagle in her hand. Where do you plan to go next? I'm looking for these guys. I kicked the Hunter Beta under my feet. The monster corpses in the dungeon hadn't disappeared. Everything here felt more realistic. But there's not enough time. We'll have to wait until next time. After 12 hours of intense fighting, Yang Tao didn't feel any fatigue, only a feeling that it wasn't enough. Not enough time? Where are you going? Go home. Yang Tao opened his backpack and looked at his loot from this dungeon, a satisfied expression on his face. The drop rate for equipment in the Biohazard series dungeons is very low, but the number of monsters is really large. Combined with the 3-way grab, they made a fortune. Yang Tao walked down the corridor to a vending machine and slammed his hand down on it. Several bottles of drinks were shaken to the ground. He crouched down, pulled out 2 bottles of drinks, tossed one to Jill, and laughed. Here's a drink for you, don't overthink it. Once Carlos gets back, you and he can leave Raccoon City. Jill hurriedly caught the drink. Yang, I want to know the truth. The truth? The truth is that Umbrella is conducting biological experiments on the entire Raccoon City. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m., a nuclear bomb will be dropped, and Raccoon City will be completely wiped off the map. Everything here will be erased, including Umbrella's atrocities in Raccoon City. Yang Tao opened the drink and took a sip. This drink can't be taken out of the dungeon, but it's not bad to drink it inside the dungeon. Chapter 50 Heading to the Desert Region. Nuclear bomb. Jill was stunned. Has Umbrella gone mad? There are still many survivors in this city. Nuclear bombs are meant to eliminate survivors like you. Gil. Yang Tao took out a small vial of T-Virus stock solution from his backpack, walked to Wulong's side, opened it with practiced ease, and poured it into Wulong's mouth. However, this T-Virus stock solution, small, has become negligible for Wulong now. Drinking 1 bottle only increases your maximum health by 10 points. In addition, not all elites will drop items. There is a chance, but the chance seems higher when it comes to competing for them. Jill looked at the blue potion that Yang Tao poured into Wulong's mouth and asked hesitantly, "Is this the T-Virus?" Yang Tao casually tossed the empty bottle on the ground and glanced at the countdown. "It's time, Jill. It's nice to see you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao and the crouching dragon and Phoenix Chick disappeared into the corridor. Jill's pupils contracted sharply, and she rushed to the spot where Yang Tao had just been standing. That's impossible. The next moment, the entire instance world began to reset. Yang Tao felt a blur before his eyes, and then he appeared in the wasteland city outside the instance. The endless yellow sand made Yang Tao squint his eyes instinctively. "Hey bro, where did you catch those 2 pets?" He turned his head and saw a young hunter wearing tattered leather armor and carrying a longbow staring intently at the crouching dragon and the young phoenix beside him. That look in his eyes was as perverted as a thug encountering a naked woman. She noticed the young man's malicious gaze. Wulong cautiously raised his eyelids and let out a low growl. Fengchu then moved closer to Yang Tao's legs, looking like she was protecting her master, which made the young man laugh awkwardly. They're just zombie dogs, but they were bred exceptionally well by chance. Yang Tao raised his hand and patted Fengchu's back, casually offering a perfunctory remark. Before entering the dungeon, Wulong and Fengchu were just ordinary zombie dogs, at most with slightly shinier fur. However, the current Zhuge Liang and Fengchu are elite level, and they can attract a lot of attention just by standing there. Huh? Zombie dogs? You can catch these things? No way, I have to try. The young hunter immediately turned and left, determined to catch a zombie dog and train it. Just as Yang Tao was about to speak, he saw the hunter summon a white horse and ride away at high speed. If he's too hard to catch, let him be. Leading the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick towards the east side of the wasteland, which connects to a desert, he wanted to dig some sand and level up to level 10 along the way. On the way, Yang Tao took out his phone, opened the professional forum, and then entered the H-City section to see what new information was available. Suddenly, a new message caught his attention. New monsters appear in Green Forest. A new monster? Yang Tao instantly became interested and dodged a vomiting zombie's ranged spit. Poisoning technique. Soul Fire Talisman. Zhuge Liang and Fengchu charged forward. I randomly clicked on the post. Before he could even read the text, the first image inside suddenly made him lose his composure. A group of zombies dressed in leather suits and wielding stone swords are attacking a group of goblins and minotaurs. Where did these zombies come from? Some special monsters have appeared on the outskirts of Grand Forest, namely zombies, skeleton archers, spiders, and rare creepers. Their bodies are all in a standard block shape, and they should belong to the same series as the wandering merchant from before. In addition, these monsters are extremely aggressive. They will actively attack any creature that enters their territory, including both monsters and human professionals. Below the text description is a video recorded on a mobile phone. In the Grand Forest, hordes of zombies and skeleton archers, spiders, and equally large armies of goblins and minotaurs clashed in a fierce battle. After watching the video, a question suddenly popped into Yang Tao's mind, leaving him completely bewildered. If the monsters on both sides start fighting, whose side should I help? Smack. I gently slapped myself. What nonsense are you talking about? Of course I want them all. Although he said that, his inner emotions were very complicated. Once I reach level 10, I'll check it out. Could it be that the monsters in Minecraft only appeared after I became Steve? He never imagined that it was because of the dirt platform he casually built that monsters from my world spawned in this world. After spending more than 2 hours, Yang Tao finally entered the desert terrain. The view was filled with undulating sand dunes, with a few cacti scattered in the distance. The scorching sun made the desert air seem distorted. Yang Tao raised his hand to shield his eyes from the bright light, opened the mini-map and glanced at it. Deep in the desert, there was a light green oasis, but it was a bit far away. Let's go to the sand dunes over there first. Only by standing tall can you see far. Several yellow slimes were hopping and jumping toward him. Desert Slime Level 10. Health 400/400. Slimes are extremely resilient and can be found in deserts, grasslands, forests, underground, ice fields, corruption zones, and even the hellish regions. The desert slime is quite large, with a diameter of at least 2 meters, and its oval body looks like flowing yellow sand. Soul Fire Talisman. -91. A number appeared on the desert slime's body. Its already fast jumping speed suddenly increased by 30% after being attacked. Soul Fire Talisman. While the slime was jumping, the dragon ran to its landing point in advance. Take advantage of its landing. Take a bite out of it. Reduce 85. At the same time, a number also rises above the dragon's head. Subtract 26. The damage dealt by a normal level character to an elite level character is indeed pitifully low. Easily deal with the desert slime. Plus 10 experience. Copper coin 19. Looking at the dry, uninformed message about the item's drop, Yang Tao felt a sense of urgency. It's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to simplicity. Never mind, the danger outside is relatively low anyway. Soul Fire Talisman. After dealing with all the slimes that jumped at him, he continued walking towards the distant sand dunes. The yellow sand was swirling in the wind, and 5 or 6 snow-white goats with spiraling horns were hopping and leaping about beneath the sand dunes ahead. 2 of them were covered in pale blue arcs of electricity, and their horns crackled, clearly indicating that they were electrified. Sheep in the desert? Yang Tao wondered for a moment if it was a mirage, mainly because the sheep looked very abstract. It looks like a sheep from the world of Don't Starve, with a long face and 2 horns that point straight up to the sky like lightning rods. Volt Ram, level 12, Rampage. Health 600/600. Volt is sheep, level 10, Neutral. Health 350/350. It's actually a type of sheep? That's interesting. Although Yang Tao had experienced famine before, he had never seen a vodka sheep. Before he could attack, the 2 Volta sheep, their bodies crackling with electricity, had clearly spotted him, the uninvited guest. They immediately came bounding over. It looks quite comical. Chapter 51. No experience gained without venturing into the anthill. Above the yellow sand, the shadows of 3 vultures swept by, their throats emitting low hissing sounds like sandpaper rubbing against sheet metal. Why is that vulture's cry such a lousy noise? Standing on the sand dune, Yang Tao looked up at the vultures circling high in the sky. I wanted to use Soulfire Rune to knock these things down, but the attack range wasn't long enough. Gazing at that patch of green in the distance. Oasis. A supply depot in the desert. Walk. But after taking only a few steps, the sand in front of him began to wriggle, and a giant sandworm emerged from the sand. Their bodies are golden and plump, with distinct segments. The body is a stout, elongated oval shape, with several pairs of short, sturdy legs on the sides supporting their bodies. It has a pair of conspicuous, enormous pincers on its head, which clearly indicate its strength and power. Strong and powerful. A huge, fat maggot with many legs and beetle pincers. Sandworm, level 12. Health 480/480. Hunters are all crazy. Why don't they catch such good pets, and instead try to catch zombie dogs like I do? If Yang Tao were a hunter, he would definitely tame a sandworm, and then go outside Stratholme to catch the golden giant maggot after reaching a higher level. Puff. The 2.5-meter-long sandworm opened its pincers and spat out a mouthful of green venom. The venom flew very slowly, and Yang Tao easily dodged it. The phlegm landed on the ground, making a hissing sound as it corroded. Soulfire Talisman. He dodged the venom, but the sandworms in front of him weren't so fast. After being hit by the Soulfire Talisman, it squeaked and fled to the side, laying 2 giant sandworm eggs on the sand as it crawled away. Wulong, attack the sandworm eggs. Fengshu, suppress the opponent. Woof, woof. If you don't attack the sandworm egg, it will hatch into a baby sandworm after 10 seconds. The key point is that these little sandworms don't provide any experience, so Yang Tao naturally wouldn't do such a losing business. Soulfire Talisman. The newly charged dragon and phoenix chicks were stained green by the venom of the sandworms. However, the health bars above these 2 are decreasing very slowly, which clearly indicates that they have a very high level of resistance to the toxin. Plus 12 experience. Baby Sandworm 1. Sandworm Meat 3. A series of drop notifications followed, and in less than 2 minutes, the group of 5 sandworms became illusory corpses. Yang Tao took the sandworm baby out of his backpack. It was a golden amber with a mini sandworm inside. Baby Sandworm. Pet. Equipping this item in your pet inventory will summon a mini sandworm to accompany you. Mini Sandworm. Yang Tao tossed it back into his backpack and planned to list it on the auction house once he returned to the city. He figured there were all sorts of birds in a big forest. There are always people who like to collect all sorts of random pets, especially those who are rich but lack the ability to kill monsters. He led the crouching dragon and the young phoenix towards the oasis. Woof! Woof! Passing by a pile of exposed bones in the sand, several scruffy-looking hunting dogs emerged from them. Although its name is dog, it looks more like a wild boar, and a black wild boar at that, without a waist, a huge head, and a gaping, blood-red mouth. Upon hearing the dog bark, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix reacted instantly, immediately adopting the posture of a husky and whimpering warning sounds. Soulfire Talisman. Sleeping dragon, young phoenix. They're just taking advantage of your good tempers. Enough talk, let's get them. Yang Tao, a master of stirring up trouble, raised his hand and unleashed a Soulfire Talisman. Deal with these hunting dogs. The level of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix has also reached level 9, and their maximum health has been increased by 100 points as they are now elite level. As dusk settled, Yang Tao hesitated before a tunnel leading underground. Let's do it. It's almost night, and who knows, the desert surface might be more dangerous than underground. At night, not only does the number of monsters spawn increase, but the monsters' levels also increase. In areas with levels 10 to 15, monsters with levels 15 to 20 spawn at night. The 5-level difference is simply outrageous. Unlike underground, it's only level 15. The deep anthill was pitch black. Yang Tao took out some sandstone from his backpack and laid a spiral staircase to head deeper into the anthill. Very few people come to the anthill to level up, and correspondingly, there is very little information available. This is mainly because the anthill will inevitably spawn tomb crawlers. Grave crawler attacks are generally weak. But when you hear a rustling sound coming from behind the wall, you'll then know what it means to be afraid of a thief eyeing you, not the thief stealing from you, because you never know when or where a tomb crawler with a terrifyingly gaping mouth might emerge. The anthill was pitch black, and from deep within, one could hear the sounds of arthropods walking on hardened sand. Entering the anthill through the overhead entrance, Yang Tao took out a torch and stuck it into the wall, gazing at the deep, interconnected anthill. A cave adventure, how about that? Squeak. The sound from deep within the tunnel grew closer, not the clumsy wriggling of sandworms. Instead, it was the crisp sound of countless thin legs rapidly rubbing against the ground, so dense it sent chills down one's spine. It should be an antlion horse. Humans have a great fear of the unknown, but when they know what kind of monster it is, that's a different story. A giant beetle with a hard, yellowish-brown shell darted out of the darkness, its head enormous and its jawbones protruding like pincers. Its entire body is in a streamlined charging posture, and although its limbs are short and thick, they have amazing explosive power. Antlion horse level 15. Health 600/600. Really? Yang Tao stood still, watching the charging antlion horse, and raised his shield. Bang! The hard jawbone struck the shield, but the powerful impact was completely neutralized by the rules. Yang Tao raised his short sword and stabbed it fiercely into the other man's body. Subtract 44. Damage dropped sharply. Extremely high defense, plus level advantage. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Soul Fire Talisman. Minus 82. They can fight. It's not that one antlion horse can't solve the problem, but rather that monsters in this kind of underground terrain always appear in large groups. Squeak. Attacked. The antlion horse let out a sharp cry, then opened its pincers and bit down hard on Yang Tao. Subtract 22. The damage is very high. However, the antlion horse's greatest advantage is its charge, and Yang Tao's greatest weakness is these guys who like to charge and rush in. As soon as Feng Chu arrived, it immediately activated its skill, frantically tearing at the body of the antlion horse. Under repeated attacks, the antlion horse in front of them died with resentment. Plus 15 experience. 41 copper coins. Banana boat 1. Huh? A banana split? Are you being too polite? Yang Tao opened his backpack and looked at the fallen banana boat. Banana split with ice cream is a classic American cold dessert. Banana boat. Food. Consuming it grants a very satisfactory buff, moderately increasing all attributes and boosting life regeneration speed. Duration 10 minutes. These premium enhancement foods are far superior to the bananas, apples, and cookies sold in the store. Could it be that because fewer professionals are coming, these antlions have become more generous? Looking into the deep passage, Yang Tao took out a torch and stuck it into the wall of the anthill tunnel. They continued their journey deeper into the area. Chapter 52. All Close Combat Masters. Buzz. Healing Spell. Phoenix Chick Retreat. Yang Tao stared intently at the battlefield, his short sword already flashing, leaving afterimages in his hand. The danger of the ant nest far exceeded his expectations. The monsters here are not only numerous, but also impossible to guard against. In addition to the tomb crawlers that can burrow into walls, there are also antlions and sandworms that can suddenly emerge from underground. Even hunting dogs from the world of Don't Starve occasionally appear. Soul Fire Talisman. I silently prayed for a minor healing potion. I hadn't used it in the previous dungeon, but I did use it in the underground desert this time. Soul Fire Talisman. The fire spell hit an antlion peeking out from the wall. This was a ranged unit within the underground desert antlion colony. They can move extremely slowly inside walls, and when they encounter an enemy, they will spit out a cloud of sand. The impact of sand is very strong. Raise the shield. When the sand sphere the size of a human head was blocked, but unfortunately the shield could only block a single target, so the antlion horse next to him bit him. Healing Spell. A silvery white light enveloped Yang Tao's body. The decreased blood volume is slowly recovering. Soul Fire Talisman. Clear the antlion's health. Plus 15 experience. Copper coin 33. Mild treatment solution 1. He used his short sword to kill the antlion horse in front of him. Plus 15 experience. Desert fossils 3. Wulong retreat. Fengshu push forward. Once the healing spell's cooldown was over, Yang Tao immediately cast another healing spell on Wulong. The roars of antlions echoed incessantly in the darkness, and every now and then several monsters would rush out of the shadows. Plus 15 experience. Plus 15 experience. Yang Tao pushed forward while drinking his medicine. This battle, where even catching his breath was a luxury, kept his nerves on edge. He wasn't nervous. On the contrary, he felt a strange sense of exhilaration. Rustling. A strange sound came from behind the solid sandstone, somewhat like the sound of a shovel being repeatedly inserted into the sand and then pulled out. Tomb crawlers. Yang Tao slowed his movements slightly, his attention completely focused on the sound. Plus 15 experience. The sound became clearer and clearer. Underfoot. Yang Tao immediately leaped to his side, and the next moment a tomb crawler with a diameter of at least 1 meter darted out from where he had just been standing. The enormous mouthparts were enough to send chills down your spine with just a glance. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Before the tomb crawler could burrow into the wall, Yang Tao darted forward and thrust his short sword inside. Minus 72. Soul Fire Talisman. Minus 91. It only managed to attack twice before the grave crawler retreated back into the sand behind the wall. Rustling. Healing spell. Worm-type monsters are such a nuisance. It's a pity he doesn't have any attacks that can penetrate walls right now. Otherwise he would definitely teach this tomb crawler a lesson. Soul Fire Talisman. He took out a bottle of blue, slightly mana-enhancing potion and drank it. Soul Fire Talisman. Another plump sandworm had its health bar emptied, its large mouth opening to continuously spew out green mucus. Its originally round body eventually became as flat as a piece of paper stuck to the ground. Plus 15 experience. Desert Fossils 3. Cracked Yellow Sapphire 1. 20 minutes later, Yang Tao finally managed to clear out the endless stream of monsters. Stepping into a spacious cave, the cave was at least the size of several basketball courts, with some sandstone pillars in the middle of the cave. He was drinking C-grade mineral water while sticking torches into the walls and support pillars. Phew, this is even more fun than in the dungeon, but the defense is a bit lacking. Without level 10 equipment, you're at a huge disadvantage when facing level 15 monsters. However, the fact that Yang Tao and the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick could still kill so swiftly despite the high level of punishment suggests that they are truly beyond the limit. Simply toss the empty mineral water bottle aside, and it will automatically disappear when the refresh time ends, so there's no need to worry about polluting the environment. My backpack still isn't enough. It's like some games where even though you have a large inventory mod installed, it still feels like your inventory fills up all the time. I glanced at the experience points. 6710/9000. I still need 2,300 more experience points. At 15 points per kill, that's about 150 kills. Almost there. Feed the rotten flesh from the backpack to the Crouching Dragon and the young Phoenix. He then carried the short sword and walked towards the widest tunnel in the cave, where the familiar rustling footsteps rang out once again. Yang Tao stuck the torch on the wall, then raised an eyebrow as he looked at the cactus ball in front of him, which was 1.5 meters in diameter. Yo-ho! The cactus is a trap inside the antlion's nest. If you touch or attack it, it will roll away. Its damage is extremely high. Even Yang Tao would lose more than 50 health points if he were hit. He stepped forward and gently bumped the cactus with his shield, and instantly the cactus began to roll deeper into the tunnel. The charging antlion horse never expected Yang Tao to be so uncivilized, and was directly crushed by the cactus. Minus 100. Minus 100. The cactus dealt 2 instances of damage, and the antlion horse's charge was also interrupted. As expected, he truly lives up to his reputation as a newbie killer in the world of Terraria. The damage he inflicts is incredible. A fire talisman landed on the antlion horse, allowing the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick to pounce on it. Yang Tao opened the minimap and took a look. A dense array of red dots were approaching him along the tunnel. Wait, what is this thing? A white dot is mixed in with many red dots. A neutral monster exists underground in the desert? Could it be a scorpion? The white dot of light piqued Yang Tao's curiosity, especially since the name displayed above it was 3 question marks. Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, watch out, a group of guys are coming. As soon as he finished speaking, A black cloud formed by a swarm of black insects drifted in from the darkness. Swarm level 15. Health 450/450. If a single dark cloud can be considered a monster, then this dark mass in front of us must be at least a dozen or so. With its ability to absorb stamina at close range and 50% physical damage reduction, it's practically a nightmare for melee fighters. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Soul Fire Talisman. Today I'll show you who's the boss. Lao Tzu was a Taoist priest, and he didn't have any concept of physical strength. Soul Fire Talisman. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the water fertilizer warriors following behind the swarm of insects slowly emerged from the shadows. Yang Tao's mood changed from laughing to not laughing. These guys may have some funny names, but they're the real kings of melee combat. Water and Fertilizer Warrior level 15. Health 750/750ths. Release charged bullets when attacked. These creatures have low attack, low defense, and low speed. They look like giant scarabs with 2 long legs. But this thing isn't for fighting, it's for disgusting people. A close-range attack will unleash a ring of charged projectiles, and a ranged attack will also unleash a ring of charged projectiles. Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix. Don't charge yet. Yang Tao shouted urgently and slammed a Soul Fire Talisman into the Water Fertilizer Warrior. Buzz. 6 or 7 arcs of electricity shot out from the Water Fertilizer Warrior and then floated slowly in the narrow passage. This is just one. If a group spell were to fall, even a person might not be able to stand in this passage. It's time for lightning rods to make an appearance again. Chapter 53 Golfer. No wonder nobody comes to the anthill to level up. Damn it. Yang Tao sat on a protruding sandstone, munching on bread and drinking mineral water, glancing at his phone, which still had no signal. However, this did not stop him from compiling information about underground ant nests. Complete the information on monsters such as water fertilizer warriors, insect swarms, antlion horses, and antlions, and take photos of the environment and monsters inside the ant nest. Once we leave the desert and find a place with a signal, we can transfer the data to the forum. You can earn points and redeem them for official rewards and benefits. For example, housing, membership cards, rare equipment, etc. In this godforsaken place, even a tank class would be cursing. Even damage-dealing classes aren't that strong. The tomb crawler that can pass through walls can teach the backline a lesson. Yang Tao shook his head and glanced at the minimap. The white marker indicated his current location, but the empty tunnel had been filled with torches. The creature represented by the white that was still not visible. Close the map. Yang Tao looked down at the orange-yellow sandstone beneath his feet and murmured, "Could it be underground?" "Very likely." Yang Tao immediately took the pickaxe from his backpack and began to strike the sandstone beneath his feet. Knock, knock, knock. Sandstone 1. Sandstone 1. Sand 1. Sand 1. Desert Fossils 73. Splash. A huge hole appeared underground, and Yang Tao's body fell into it uncontrollably. Holy crap. He quickly took out a torch and adjusted his body. With a powerful push, a cloud of white light appeared, lifting his body into the air. It then landed on the roof of a nearby building. Several dragonfly-like antlion bees rushed towards him. Raise the shield. Soul Fire Talisman. They were trying to prevent it from falling. But who the hell would have thought there would be a chain of mining operations? I didn't take it seriously when I was cutting down trees before, but now I almost learned a bloody lesson. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have clicked into that dense horde of monsters below. Grandma should have brought some hand grenades. The grenade he mentioned is a throwable item sold by the NPC demolition expert, which has an explosive damage of up to 60 points. Priced at 3 silver coins, it makes no distinction between friend and foe. However, it is very suitable for Yang Tao's current situation. The anxious cries of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix came from above. Yang Tao swung his sword at the antlion bees and shouted, "Don't worry, I'll widen the passage a bit later to get you down." Only when they are far enough away can the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix be teleported here by the rules. Upon hearing his response, Zhuge Liang and Fengchu finally calmed down. After dealing with the antlion bees, I stuck torches on my body and peered down at the dense swarm of monsters below. 2 sandballs flew past his head. He instinctively pulled his head back. There must be at least 30 monsters. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and Yang Tao took out a slime summon from his backpack and waved it gently. A palm-sized, light green slime appeared to the side. Yang Tao bent down and grabbed it in his hand, looking into those innocent eyes and smiling. "The rest is up to you." Having said that, he grabbed the baby slime and threw it down forcefully, instantly throwing the entire anthill space into chaos. The invincible baby slime wreaked havoc among the monsters, and for a moment, a large number of -1 numbers rose up above the monsters' heads. Haha. As expected, in critical moments you still need an invincible summon. It's a bit of a pity. If we threw some more grenades, it wouldn't work. It's fun to gain experience with grenades, but there's no chance to steal enchantments. It's just throwing money around. On average, 10 grenades kill a group of monsters. Even if they all drop money, it's only a little over 1 silver coin at most. Using 30 silver coins to kill 10 or so monsters is far too extravagant by any measure. Just as Yang Tao was doing the math in his head, a muffled sound came from inside the sandstone beneath his feet. Help me. Because of the monstrous cries coming from below, Yang Tao momentarily wondered if he was hallucinating. Is anyone there? Can you help me? Yang Tao stared wide-eyed at the sandstone beneath his feet, somewhat incredulous. There are people in this godforsaken place. Wait. A figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Golfer. He took out a pickaxe from his backpack, and after confirming that what he was looking at was not a desert fossil, he swung the pickaxe and tapped it. Knock knock. Bang. A gap was exposed, and the inside of the gap was pitch black. Hey, can you hear me? Yang Tao called out, and an excited voice immediately replied from inside. Someone's here. Someone's here. Thank goodness. Finally, someone has come here. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao took out a torch from his backpack, and the orange-yellow flame illuminated the environment below. A figure dressed in a golf uniform and wearing a white golf hat is shielding his eyes from the light of a torch. It was clear that he had been in the darkness for a long time. Take 2 steps back first. I'll get down first. Good. Upon hearing this, the golfer immediately took 2 steps back, and Yang Tao jumped down through the gap. At this moment, he could also see the environment below clearly. A very dilapidated house. The walls of the small room were mottled and covered with cobwebs, and there was a black cat sculpture in one corner. Stick the torches into the wall. Yang Tao looked at the golfer who was still getting used to the game and asked, Friend, how did you end up here? To be honest, I don't know either. I just picked up a ball and landed in the sandpit, and then I ended up in this godforsaken place. There are monsters everywhere outside. If it weren't for you, I probably would have gotten heat stroke. Could you give me some water? Yang Tao took out a bottle of D-grade mineral water and a piece of D-grade bread from his backpack and handed them to the other party. What do you think of this water? Is it all right? I'm so thirsty, I'll drink any kind of water. The golfer took the bottled water and bread and began to wolf it down. My name is Tiger Woods. Upon hearing this name, Yang Tao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Tiger Woods, a legendary golf star, is nicknamed Tiger. Is there something wrong with my name? No, very imposing. By the way, my name is Yang Tao. It's nice to meet you in this godforsaken place. You're absolutely right. This really is a horrible place. The names of the NPCs in Terraria are quite interesting. Yang Tao walked to the corner of the room and looked at the exquisite black cat sculpture. He first took out his phone and took a picture. He then took the pickaxe out of his backpack and hammered it on. This is a piece of furniture with special abilities. Thump thump bang. The black cat sculpture flew into Yang Tao's backpack as a falling object. Buster statue. Furniture, special. Once placed, it will grant nearby players a Buster defense buff, increasing their defense by 5 points. Cannot be stacked. Are you an adventurer? Seeing Yang Tao take the statue away, the tiger asked somewhat vaguely. You're not wrong. There's a desert crate in the room downstairs. It should contain what you need. By the way, Yang Tao, could you take me away from here? I can give you a small gift. Tiger devoured the bread in a few bites, then pulled out a key with a rabbit pendant and tossed it to Yang Tao. Yang Tao caught the keys, a genuine smile spreading across his face. Of course, no problem, boss. Golf cart key. Mount. Summon a rideable golf cart mount. Top speed 80 kilometers per hour. Price, 2 platinum coins. Bringing this guy back will at least earn us another 20 to 30 gold coins from the official sources. This business is definitely a sure thing. Chapter 54 Summoning Skeletons. Yang Tao climbed the dilapidated stairs to the lower level of the house and stuck torches on the wall. The orange-yellow firelight illuminated the small room, where a sandy-yellow box was placed against the wall. Sandstorm bottle. No, it seems like sandstorm bottles are only found in pyramid chests. Oh well, let's see how lucky we are. Storm Spear 1. Mild Treatment Solution 2. Agility Potion 1. Snake Charmer's Flute 1. Iron Skin Solution 1. Yang Tao frowned slightly upon seeing the contents of the box. It's not that it's impossible, but it just feels like something's missing. Storm Spear. Level required, 10. Attack 28 to 35. Strength +5. Agility +5. Upon thrusting, the spear fires a small bolt of lightning, dealing 160% of its base damage. The stats are decent, but the special effect of this storm spear means that its only attack method is thrusting. Snake Charmer's Flute. Toy. When used, it summons a jar. Blowing the flute will cause a writhing, ascending snake to emerge from the jar. It can be climbed, but disappears after 25 seconds. After tossing his belongings into his backpack, Yang Tao looked around the room to make sure he hadn't left anything behind before going back upstairs. Tiger, wait a moment. I'll check on those monsters down there. Once we've cleared them out, we'll head back. The golf cart nodded understandingly. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Once all the monsters below are cleared out, his level will be high enough to reach level 10, at which point his strength will be greatly enhanced. Breaking open the wall, the densely packed numbers of -1 continued to rise. After such a long time, most of the monsters' health had dropped to less than 2/3. It has to be a little slime. I looked up at the gap in the sky and saw 2 dog heads peeking out. Yang Tao smiled, and then looked at the ant lions and ant lion horses below, raising his hand to cast a soul fire talisman. Boom, boom, boom. As fire talismans rained down, the monsters below rapidly lost health. +15 experience. Desert Fossils 3. Copper Coin 36. +15 experience. Jawbone Sword 1. 10 minutes later, a golden light flashed from Yang Tao's body. Yang Tao. Level 10. Experience 5/10,000. Strength 19. Constitution 21. Agility 19. Spirit 50. Skills: Healing, Poisoning, Mental Combat, Mind Revelation, Soul Fire Talisman, Summon Skeleton. Summon skeletons. Summon melee skeletons or ranged skeletons. Excited, Yang Tao immediately shouted, "Summon skeleton," the moment he leveled up, but the prompt in front of him left him somewhat bewildered. Melee? Ranged? You can't even choose. Melee, of course. Yang Tao suddenly noticed the monsters below and paused, then said, "Let's start with the ranged skeletons." As he made his choice, a naked skeleton archer appeared beside him. What appeared was none other than the skeleton archer from Minecraft. Although Yang Tao had a premonition, seeing it with his own eyes still felt somewhat unreal. The moment the skeleton archer appeared, he didn't need to be told anything. He immediately raised his wooden bow and aimed at the monster below. With the sound of a bowstring, an arrow flew out. -79. Upon seeing this injury, Yang Tao's eyes lit up. That's some serious damage. He immediately opened the skill bar to view the detailed information about the Summon Skeleton skill. Summon skeletons. Consume 50 mana and 5 spirit talismans to summon a skeleton from another world to fight for you. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. Skeleton, Archer, level 10. Health 300/300. Dual defense, 0. Attack, level 2 plus 140% of Taoist magic is almost equal to 96. Wither Skeleton, level 10. Health, 600/600. Double defense, 100% Taoist magic equals 54. Attack, level plus 60% of Taoist magic is almost equal to 32. Additional skill, Wither, draws aggro. Additional attribute, immune to fire. After reviewing the attributes of the summoned skeleton, Yang Tao couldn't help but complain. These are completely two extremes. Skeleton archers deal high damage, but they are very fragile. Not to mention other monsters. Even a Wulong can take them down in just a few bites. The Phoenix Chick is even simpler. It just needs to rush up and start a frenzied tearing attack. The Wither Skeleton is terrifyingly tough. Even a dragon might break a tooth if it took a bite, but if it wanted to cut down a monster, even a stone sword would break. The team has enough tanks. It looks like we still need to summon Little White. Xiaobai, standing to the side, worked diligently without uttering a word. Yang Tao glanced at the few cats and dogs below, then turned to the golfers in the room and shouted, "Let's go." "Good." The golfer responded excitedly. Yang Tao took out stone bricks from his backpack and began to build them up in a spiral shape towards the gap above. He widened the opening of the cave and reached out to pull Tiger Woods up. When Wulong and Fengchu saw Yang Tao come up, they immediately rushed over excitedly. "Woof! Woof! All right, we're back now, let's go." Following the torches back, the monsters in the anthill hadn't spawned yet, so the return trip was very smooth. Return to the desert via the exit of the anthill. As soon as they appeared, several large cats dressed in leather armor stood up on their hind legs and charged towards Yang Tao, brandishing long whips. Night Tiger level 20. Health 1000/1000. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Tao took out the golf cart key and silently summoned his mount. Puff! A pure white golf cart appeared out of nowhere beside him, and Yang Tao grabbed Tiger Woods. Get on the bus first, and hold on tight. There was no need to step on the gas. With a thought, the golf cart shot off. The soft sand had absolutely no effect on the vehicle. It's just a car-shaped vehicle. With a thought, the golf cart jumped up from the spot, and then a cloud of smoke appeared under the golf cart. Double jump. Even golf carts can double jump now, but some people still can't learn it. Buzz. The golf cart quickly reached its top speed, leaving the crouching dragon and the young phoenix far behind. However, after a certain distance, the two of them would automatically teleport back to Yang Tao's side. Yang Tao stretched out his hand to feel the howling wind, and glanced back at the flying monsters chasing after him in the sky. Goodbye, everyone. It suddenly ran over a desert slime. Reduce 80. Yang Tao drove off at full speed, leaving the victim, the desert slime, helplessly chasing after him. After leaving the desert area, Yang Tao reduced the speed of the car, looking at the dragon and phoenix that had been teleported over. Come on, you two stand in the back and lie on the roof of the car. I'll drive slowly. With his help, the Wulong and Fengchu placed their legs on the golf cart where the clubs should have been, while their upper bodies lay on the roof. Seeing the way they look, Yang Tao couldn't help but laugh and said, I'll drive slower. If you can't stand it, just yell a couple of times. Woof! Woof! Sitting in the passenger seat, Woods turned around and looked at the Wulong and Fengchu and said with a smile, when I organize a golf tournament, if you come and participate and win first place, you can exchange this golf cart for a 4-seater golf cart with me. Yang Tao smiled and asked, what if someone else gets first place? Of course, it's the golf gold trophy. The two looked at each other and smiled. While the rules are restrictive, they can also be made more flexible. The 2 people and 2 dogs rode in a golf cart along the wasteland highway, heading towards City H. Chapter 55 Celia's Mysterious Necklace. Yang Tao drove the golf cart and handed the person over to the professional association's on-duty personnel. After completing the statement and receiving 30 gold coins, find Woods at the NPC rest area. Woods, this is my phone number. Call me if you need anything. Woods took the slip of paper, looked at the string of numbers on it, and smiled. Okay, I just heard them mention that the zoologist seems to be here too. I'll text you once I've settled into life here in a couple of days. Come and patronize my golf shop then. Must. He was really envious of the 4 golf carts. Currently, the most valuable mounts are flying mounts, followed by 2-person mounts, and the cheapest are single-person mounts. Single-person mounts range from 50 gold to 2 platinum, depending on speed. 2-person mounts start at 2 platinum, and 4-person mounts are unheard of. At that time, I will buy a set of golf clubs, holes, pennants, and golf balls. Wow, if you do the math, Woods really makes a lot of money. However, since I got a golf cart and 30 gold coins for free, I can still afford this expense. Leave the professional association. After retrieving the pets from the pet boarding area, I summoned the golf cart again. This time, without his instructions, the 2 men climbed onto the car from the back and lay on the roof. Next time, we'll get you a 4-seater so you can take turns driving. The sky was just beginning to lighten, and the morning mist had not yet completely dissipated. Back home, I sorted through the various odds and ends in my backpack, and then took some more rotten flesh from the box to give to Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Liang. I took a quick shower in the bathroom and changed into a clean and refreshing set of sportswear. Sit down. You two stay home quietly. I'm going to grab some breakfast. Don't worry, I'll bring you some steamed buns back. Woof! Woof! Upon receiving the command, the crouching dragon and the phoenix chicks obediently sat in the living room. Yang Tao walked over, patted their heads, and then turned and left. He opened the door, and a beautiful girl walked past him. You're back, adventurer. Good morning, Celia. Yang Tao instinctively greeted them, but his steps froze on the spot. Then, he stared incredulously at Celia, who was wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam with a perfectly placed slit that revealed her fair and shapely calves, and below that, she wore a pair of exquisite red high heels. Her previously messy gray-silver hair was now styled into an elegant updo, with a delicate pearl hair accessory tucked behind her ear. They're like completely different people. These 4 words immediately popped into Yang Tao's mind. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is, what are you doing here? Shouldn't the Professionals Association have arranged a place for you? Seeing the incredulous expression on Yang Tao's face, Celia's faint smile widened even more. I asked them to arrange for me to be placed near your house. Oh, I feel safe when I'm with you. Oh, how come I didn't know I had this function? Nobody told me. Yang Tao felt his brain go blank, but looking into Celia's calm eyes, he finally nodded gently. Where are you going? Library. I took your advice and temporarily found a job as a librarian. The knowledge in this world has benefited me a lot. Well, whatever makes you happy. As Alice stepped into the elevator, she took a cell phone out of her obviously expensive bag. Yang, what's your WeChat ID? 1. As the elevator slowly descended, Yang Tao stared at the constantly changing numbers, and then gave Celia his WeChat ID. After Celia added Yang Tao on WeChat, she suddenly turned and looked at him with very sincere eyes. Yang, thank you for saving me from the goblins. Don't mention it, we're all brothers. Yang Tao thought to himself that he had already earned 30 gold coins, and Celia was worth the price. I have a gift for you. Yang Tao quickly looked at Celia, and saw that Celia had a silver-white elven-style pendant in her hand, wrapped with a thin chain, gleaming with a soft light. Celia smiled and said, This is a necklace I made with fragments of my memories and ancient elven magic. It contains my obsession with protecting the Grand Forest, and with you. Yang, please accept it. Women will only slow down my speed of drawing my sword, but rich women will buy me better swords. He reached out and took the necklace from Celia's hand. Artifact, Celia's enigmatic necklace. Required level, level 20. Found by Yang Tao. Constitution plus 20. Spirit plus 40. Speed increased by 8%. When attacking, inflicts an additional 100 points of white damage, ignores defense. Set, necklace, bracelet, ring. The attributes are simple and aggressive, but the most important thing is the set bonus. Yang Tao looked at the necklace in his hand, then at Celia, whose face still wore a serene smile. You gave it to me? Celia nodded gently, then said softly, I sensed dark power gathering deep within the Grand Forest. But light and darkness are never simply opposites. If you can go deep into the Grand Forest and find the source of this dark power, I can purify it and create new equipment for you. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao instantly became alert and scrutinized Celia with a very critical gaze. You don't want me to become one of your 8 million henchmen again, do you? This woman doesn't seem like a good person. Looking at the magical necklace in his hand, Yang Tao felt that Celia should be a good person, or at least not a bad one. Why are you saying that again? Celia's expression turned aggrieved. That's the Celia you know, and I'm just someone you rescued from the Grand Forest. Furthermore, given the unique nature of this world, even if you solve the source of the dark power in the Grand Forest, that dark power will reappear before long. I just need some materials to make the ring and bracelet for you. Bite. The elevator doors open. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Yang Tao put the necklace back into his backpack, and the two walked out of the elevator side by side. It's mainly because you left such a deep impression on me before. Even just hearing your voice makes my heart tremble. Upon hearing this, Celia couldn't help but chuckle, saying playfully, My voice? Is it that exaggerated? Cough cough. She cleared her throat and said with a bright and cheerful tone, Today is also a day full of hope. Today is also a day full of 70,000. Yang Tao quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I can't afford it. I can't afford it. Haha. Celia covered her mouth and burst into laughter upon seeing Yang Tao's reaction. Yang, you really are different from others. By the way, where are you going? Let's have breakfast, then go for a stroll around the central square. By the way, do you want to come along? Okay. Celia readily agreed. It just so happens that I haven't had breakfast yet. Chapter 56 Accidentally Entering the Imperial Family. Standing by the roadside, Yang Tao took out the golf cart key and summoned the golf cart. Syria, get in the car. Celia looked at the small golf cart with surprise. Is this a new mount? It doesn't seem to be listed among the 172 mounts registered on the professional forums. Yang Tao, who had just sat in the driver's seat, looked at Celia in surprise upon hearing her words. What information have you been looking at these past few days? Why are you, an NPC who traveled from another era, looking at mount information when you have nothing better to do? Celia sat in the passenger seat and gave him a look with the eyes of a top student. I've seen a bit of everything. I have a great memory, and learning new knowledge makes me feel like I have a purpose. Yang, you're different from other professionals. You're more like me. Don't you want to have some aspirations? Yang Tao chuckled and said, The meaning of my life is to go to the docks and get some fries. French fries? What does that mean? The fries are really delicious. With a thought, the golf cart drove towards the steamed bun shop. Yang Tao's thoughts were actually very simple. He didn't have any lofty goals. He just wanted to live a simple life. Just like childhood dreams, goals that are too distant are eventually forgotten, and you might even forget what the goal was in the end. In the eyes of a group of envious and sour losers, Yang Tao and Celia finished their breakfast and left the steamed bun shop. Upon arriving at the H-City Library, Yang Tao could see a long line of people waiting at the library entrance from afar. Huh? When did the library get so crowded? Is there some kind of event going on? Celia glanced at the crowd in line. Those people must have been waiting for me. I met you today. I'm a little late. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao immediately stopped the car and stared at Celia in astonishment. Waiting for you? What? Perhaps it's because the pets I sell are very popular. By the way, take a look and see if there's anything you like. The rare pet that appeared today is Mini Micah, and there's only one available. It's very rare. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao opened Celia's trading interface, and a huge mall page appeared in front of him. Medicine. Basic, Intermediate, Advanced HP/MP potions. Celia's special cool drink. Teleportation potion. Remy's Aid. Shiny Remy's Aid. Celia's handmade bread/milk. Ancient elf secret medicine. Celia's divine blessing. Celia's holy blessing potion. Pet. Mini Goblin, Mini Cat Demon, Mini Minotaur, Paper Doll Series Pets, Yami, Poppy, Pixel Celia, Snowman Pet, Zodiac Commemorative Pet, Mini Micah, Radish Donkey. Yang Tao clutched his forehead, as dormant memories were relentlessly lashing at his spirit from the depths of his mind. This isn't just bringing back an NPC, it's practically bringing back a professional's doting mother. The official giveaway is 30 gold coins. Now it seems that 30 platinum coins aren't much. An inexplicable melody began to play in my mind. I mistakenly entered the heavenly palace, and was advised to put down the sand in my hand. I opened my mouth to sing, but my voice was hoarse. My face was powdered, and I put on my clothes, and called out a false one. Ancient Elf's Secret Medicine, Beginner. Increases experience gained by 1.5 times after drinking. Duration 30 minutes. Price, 50 gold coins. Celia's Divine Blessing Potion. Resurrected immediately upon death, with 30% of health and mana restored. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Price, 2 platinum coins. Remy's Aid. Drinking this will restore 100% of your health and mana. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Price, 1 platinum. Yang Tao stared at Celia's sales window, unable to utter a single word for a long time. Besides lamenting his own poverty, he also felt a sense of awe for the items Celia was selling. Yang, are you alright? I'm fine, it's just that my poverty is acting up again. Let me rest for a bit. Celia was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, I can give you a 10% discount. That's the maximum I can do. No, it's not about whether it's a 10% discount or not. Looking at Celia, Yang Tao felt his bank account tremble. Are there many people buying high-end potions and pets? What they see is different from what you see. They can only see basic, intermediate, and advanced HP/MP potions, and the only pets they see are goblins, cat demons, minotaurs, and pets without special attributes. Celia explained earnestly. Only after you reach the spending threshold and the intimacy level reaches the limit will the subsequent features be unlocked. Bundled sales. Isn't this just like any other designer boutique? If you want to buy a designer bag, you have to buy all sorts of random things first. What is intimacy level? I find it pleasing to the eye. So, you're saying the merchant has the final say on the interpretation? Celia did not refute. Yang, Micah is indeed quite good, and it also has 16 extra backpack slots, allowing you to carry more things when you go out to train. Never mind, I still have enough space in my backpack. I want one too. 2 platinum coins each. Even if I ran myself ragged, it wouldn't be worth 2 platinum coins, okay? You go to work first, I still have some things to take care of. Okay. Celia got out of the car and waved to Yang Tao. Yang, may the spirit's aura accompany you. The same to you. After saying that, Yang Tao drove away. I need experience potions. I need Remy's help. I need the totem of undying. I used to think I was a fairly wealthy person, since I had a platinum coin. But seeing what Celia was selling, I now understand what it means to have accidentally wandered into the heavens. With the little money I have, I can only buy some bread, milk, and ordinary pets in Celia's shop. However, I learned from Celia that the items in the store are not static, but vary depending on the closeness of the relationship, and the prices will also change. Woods, on the other hand, needs to meet certain conditions. It seems that to buy a golf cart, one must score over 2,000 points in golf. I don't know the conditions for the other NPCs either. After thinking about it, he finally shook his head. He didn't have much interaction with the NPCs, as long as he could get the flame rod and hellwort. So he would be a pharmacist tycoon, and if he could travel to the main world, he would be a business mogul. Platinum coin? They'll fill them by the basket. Driving to the central square, it was as bustling as ever. Yang Tao walked in the square outside, looking at the various goods sold at the stalls. The items were all quite nice, but they weren't really suitable for him. However, those 12 compartment bags caught his attention. 10 slot bags are now available on the market, and it seems that 12 slot bags have become the mainstream. High-level professionals should already be equipped with 14 slot or even 16 slot bags. Looking at his backpack, which was clearly oversized, Yang Tao gave up the idea of buying a 10-compartment bag. We can get it done in one go and avoid wasting money. Chapter 57 Searching for the corpse leads to anger. That doesn't make sense. In the living room of his home, Yang Tao was searching for information about the T-virus stock solution, small, on the forum, but after searching for a long time, he found nothing. Could it be that this T-virus stock solution is an extra drop in my world? But this thing doesn't exist in my world. Could it be from a module? Minecraft has a huge number of mods, and naturally, famous IPs like Resident Evil also have corresponding mods. If a mod isn't well known, it just means it has lower playability, but it definitely exists. Yang, what did you say? The beautiful young woman sat beside him and asked hesitantly. Nothing much, just looking up some information. Yang Tao placed his phone on the table beside him, reached out and touched Sister Shan's flushed cheek, and smiled. I didn't find anything good on this trip, just a small pet and a toy. But the pet has a bit of a personality, and I don't think you'd like it. So how about I give you a flute instead? Upon hearing his words, Sister Shan immediately became interested and looked up curiously, asking, what toys and small pets? Yang Tao took out the snake charmer's flute and the baby sandworm from his backpack. The flute can summon a snake-shaped rope. As for the sandworm babies, you'll have to see for yourself. The summoned sandworm babies are not large. Their beige bodies are only half a meter long. When Sister Shan, dressed in black pajamas and stockings with lettering, saw the baby sandworm, she screamed in surprise, and her originally rosy face immediately turned pale. Yang Tao immediately recalled the baby sandworm and comforted it, saying, all right, it's just a pet. He has a penchant for the unusual, but he also knows that mainstream aesthetics may not accept such bizarre pets. However, existence implies its own justification. Sister Shan composed herself and smoothed her hair a little embarrassedly. I didn't mean to. I just didn't realize it for a moment. But I think some people would like this sandworm pet, especially those who like insects. In reality, people keep snakes, lizards, geckos, beetles, and even flies and mosquitoes. It's safe to say that the world is full of wonders. Moreover, it's a sandworm that's 100% harmless. Yang Tao patted Shan Jie's head and smiled. Next time I'll see if I can bring you back some other pets. Tartar sauce is quite good. I'll see if I can buy a fishing rod from Terraria, then I can have Terraria in my left hand and Minecraft in my right. Double the fishing, double the fun. Sister Shan, I've been resting at home for 2 days now, so I should go out for a walk tomorrow. Oh, you're leaving again after only 2 days? Yang Tao walked towards the bathroom, replying as he went. Try to level up as soon as possible, so that we won't be caught off guard if we encounter any unexpected situations. Upon hearing this, Sister Shan remained silent for a moment, then got up and followed her into the bathroom. Then be careful. The next day, early in the morning, Yang Tao drove his golf cart with Wulong and Fengchu straight to the evil cave. Driving across the grass, I felt the gentle breeze on my face. South City is much more comfortable. The wasteland environment in North City is just too awful. It's nothing but dust. Suddenly, a sick deer grazing came into his view. Yang Tao's eyes lit up for a moment, but then dimmed again. Level 3. Even if you kill it, you won't get any experience or loot. Let's leave it for someone who's destined to find it. If it weren't for the fact that their levels were more than 10 levels apart, he would have driven over and dealt with the deer. If you happen to find some deer antlers or deer blood, those are all good things. Half an hour later, the evil cave came into view, the exposed rocks looking very desolate. They're back again. There were some professionals coming and going at the entrance. Morning is the peak time for professionals to change maps. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of others, since not many people have mounts in such a low-level map, let alone a golf cart. The car stopped, and Wang Kai and Fengchu jumped down from the back. A female priest, holding a staff and wearing a white robe, asked curiously, "Brother, where did you get this car? Did you buy it or did it fall off?" "I bought it, but the NPCs haven't opened the shop yet, so you'll have to wait a bit longer." The female priest's eyes sparkled, and she wanted to ask more questions, but a burly man carrying a giant sword couldn't resist coming closer. Bro, is your mount a two-seater? I've looked through all the stalls and auction houses, and two-seater mounts start at 2 platinum tiers. Yours must be even more expensive, right? Yang Tao patted the roof of the car and smiled. I was lucky. It was a gift from an NPC by chance. Well, I still need to go find the corpse to vent my anger on, so I won't chat with you guys anymore. The corpse is on fire? The burly man was slightly taken aback, but quickly realized that the man in front of him was clearly of a high level. In places like the evil cave, apart from corpses that set the place ablaze, there are no other monsters that can provoke your attention. Then you'd better hurry. A small team just came looking for the body to start a fire. If you miss them, you'll have to wait a whole day. Lords have a long respawn time. Even low-level lords like Corpse on Fire take a whole day to respawn. I've heard that high-level lords can even refresh their ranks once a week. Then I'd better hurry. Yang Tao raised an eyebrow, patted the heads of the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick, and the two immediately headed towards the entrance of the evil cave. The priestess quickly reminded him, the Corpse on Fire is a level 10 lord, surrounded by many zombie minions. You're all alone. But I still have 2 helpers. Yang Tao smiled and said, with more people, there won't be enough experience to go around. Upon hearing this, the people around him showed expressions of envy. Soloing the boss. Many people have had this thought, but among those of the same level, unless you have very good equipment, you're just feeding the corpses and sending them to their deaths. Even now, without the damage reduction from his Minecraft gear, Yang Tao would lose 2/3 of his health if hit by a ghost that's burning corpses. The burly man, carrying a giant sword, clicked his tongue and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're awesome. Hope you get your hands on the corpse and get furious. Thank you for your kind words. Yang Tao said no more and turned to step into the evil cave. As soon as I entered, a cold, damp atmosphere enveloped my entire body, and the familiar smell of decay assaulted my nostrils. I'm back. Yang Tao took out Kino's lightning strike sword, which was radiating an enchanted aura and crackling electricity from his backpack. Kino's lightning sword. Binding. Durability 50-50. Level required 10. Attack 32 plus 10 to 40 plus 10. Strength plus 8. Spirit plus 10. Critical hit rate increased by 5%. Sharp V. Durable. Snatch. Flame Edition. Experience patching. A basic attack has a 7% chance to drop 8 Kino lightning bolts, and a 20% chance to inflict an electrocuted status on hit. Chapter 58, The Noob Slaughter Game. Has the torch been respawned? Yang Tao stared in surprise at the torches on the walls of the evil cave, which were the ones he had placed there. Does that mean that blocks and items in Minecraft are not excluded by the game rules? However, he suddenly remembered the earthen platform he had built outside the Grand Forest and scratched his head. Wait a minute. The earthen platform from before has disappeared. Could it be that there are different situations? Unable to figure it out, he put the thought aside. Putting everything else aside, at least he saved on the torches this time. He raised his hand, and 5 spiritual talismans appeared out of thin air around his body. Summon skeletons. The talisman spontaneously combusted, and a square-shaped skeleton archer appeared beside Yang Tao. Yang Tao frowned slightly as he opened the map. There wasn't a single monster on the familiar road, but there were monsters on the road to the right. I closed the map, looked at the passage on the left illuminated by torches, and then at the dim passage on the right. Even a fool knows which one to choose. It's true what they say, one generation plants the trees, and another enjoys the shade. He shook his head and walked straight toward the dimly lit passage on the left. After walking for about several dozen meters, a series of heavy, dragging footsteps came from deep within the tunnel. Yang Tao casually stuck the torch into the wall, and the skeleton archer beside him immediately fired his arrow. -100. 3-digit damage numbers rose in the darkness. Zombie level 7. Health 220/320. With the 10 spirit bonus from Kino's lightning sword, the skeleton archer's attack power has also increased significantly. Following behind this zombie were 4 or 5 other zombies. Once they entered the area illuminated by the torches, their previously sluggish speed noticeably increased. Gripping the lightning-struck sword tightly, Yang Tao chuckled and said, "Let's go together." Woof, woof. The ordinary monsters in the evil cave only have 300 to 400 health points, which poses no problem for Yang Tao at present. The boy who was once bullied by these monsters has finally returned here. Monsters of the evil cave. You dare to mine in the evil cave at level 2? Who's bullying whom? After equipping the regeneration bracelet, Yang Tao stood at the forefront, shield in hand. Now he lacked nothing, not even needing to use healing spells. The 6 zombies couldn't even last a minute, collapsing to the ground after giving up their possessions. Looking at the easily defeated zombie, Yang Tao pursed his lips slightly, a hint of impulsiveness in his eyes. Sleeping dragon, young phoenix, let's start the train. Having said that, he took out a torch and rushed into the depths of the dark tunnel. In the game, the so-called train driving refers to pulling a large group of monsters at once, or continuously pulling new monsters while fighting, making a group of monsters follow you, like a locomotive pulling carriages. With his current defensive attributes, combined with the help of the crouching dragon, the phoenix chick, and the skeleton archer, he can easily run a train through the evil cave. Rakanishu, a familiar cry rang out from the depths of the tunnel. Yang Tao jumped up and slashed at the fallen wizard hiding in the corner with his sword. Boom. Several bolts of lightning fell from the top of the cave. The fallen sorcerer, who had just drawn his small dagger to retaliate, was struck by the lightning and entered an electrocution state. Silver arcs of electricity coursed across the fallen sorcerer's body, causing his thin, red frame to tremble as if electrocuted. It's actually an electric shock. Swoosh. A mosaic arrow pierced his body and entered the fallen wizard's body, reducing its health to near zero. A backhand flick. +8 experience. Copper coins +19. Miniature therapy, solution 1. No experience bonus. A sound of flapping wings rang out, and several cave bats flew out of the darkness. Since you're here, why don't you stay as well? Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Fire talismans struck the blue bodies of the cave bats. Yang Tao didn't stop running at all. After dealing with the key fallen wizard, he continued to drag the monster deeper into the area. Half an hour later, Yang Tao took out a bottle of mineral water and drank it down. Wow, that was so exciting. The ground around his body was littered with the corpses of monsters, zombies, skeletons, and fallen demons. Open the minimap and look at the fork in the road ahead. I don't know where the corpses respawn when they go on fire. The location of the corpse ignition is not fixed, but rather it randomly spawns deep within the evil cave. Defeating the corpse ignition requires not only strength, but also some luck. Suddenly, several white dots of light appeared at the fork in the road ahead. Alas, there are other competitors. As a low-level lord, the corpse fire has obvious weaknesses, but the drop rate is not low, so it is understandable that many people are eyeing it. I turned off the minimap, took out a piece of bread, and took a couple of bites. Although the monsters in this evil cave are low level and there is no experience bonus, as long as you are diligent, it won't be much slower than leveling up in the desert underground. He got up and ate the bread in a few bites. Yang Tao got up and walked forward. After a while, he heard the roar of a monster coming from ahead. As I approached to check the situation, I heard a loud shout. Stop! A tall, scantily clad, hot woman is holding a longbow and aiming it at his location. Yang Tao immediately stopped in his tracks. I meant no harm. I was just passing by. Although professionals are usually easy to talk to each other, it's a different story when fighting monsters. Sometimes, it's easy to use someone else to do the dirty work. Seeing that Yang Tao was no longer advancing, the woman, who was clearly an Amazon archer, shot an arrow at the zombie that was attacking its teammate. Friend, please wait a moment while we clear out these monsters, then you can go over. Good. Yang Tao responded, and then looked at the 4 people who were fighting. Legendary warriors, archers, frost mages, and battlefield medics. A standard team consists of a controller, damage dealer, healer, and tank. If you add a high damage dealer, the team is considered complete. After clearing out the last skeleton, the frost mage in the team took out a bottle of mineral water and drank it down. The Amazonian beauty with the longbow finally lowered her guard, put the arrows back into her quiver, and strode towards Yang Tao with a nimble and dashing figure. Sorry to keep you waiting, friend. No, you guys are pretty efficient. The Amazonian beauty smiled and formally introduced herself. My name is Lena, the captain of this team. You are just yourself. My name is Yang Bo. As a Taoist priest, it's normal for me to be a lone wolf. Taoist priests were initially disliked, but later they got used to doing it alone, just as the wise saying goes. The more people I meet, the more I like dogs. The warrior who had been tanking the monster earlier also came over and immediately spotted the crouching dragon and phoenix chick sitting quietly behind Yang Tao. His eyes lit up instantly. Bro, you're amazing. 2 pets and summoned creatures. You're worth our whole squad by yourself. Are you here just to farm corpses and cause trouble? Yang Tao smiled, not showing off much. I'm also here to vent my anger on the corpse. Which route are you planning to take? Let's split up and see whoever runs into whom. Lena simply tapped her finger lightly, and took out the map of the evil cave from her backpack. We plan to take the second branch on the left. Okay, I'll choose the first one on the right. We'll see who has better luck then. 10 minutes after they separated, Yang Tao glared at the slowly solidifying corpse in the tunnel and flew into a rage. Holy crap, did I just open it? Chapter 59. Take each other's rings. As the burning corpse gradually solidified, its icy blue body began to emanate a chilling aura. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've seen a Lord monster spawn. It's quite impressive. Ordinary monsters usually appear suddenly in a flash, but the corpse in front of me was slowly solidifying. Corpse ignition level 10. Leader. Health 2000/2000. The health bar is showing. The boss's corpse, which once instilled great pressure in him, now only made Yang Tao want to laugh when he saw its remaining health. As expected of the weakest boss. After the corpse descended into the fire, it immediately spread its arms and led more than a dozen zombie servants to charge towards him. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao immediately raised his hand. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The ice blue corpse was turned green by the poison spell. Swoosh. An arrow was stuck in its body. -71. However, a boss is still a boss, and its defense is still strong. Soul Fire Talisman. Bang. Wulong and Fengchu. You two are responsible for holding back those zombie minions. Leave the corpse fire to me and the skeleton archers. Upon receiving the order, Wulong and Fengchu immediately rushed towards the zombie servants, while the corpse's hatred was now entirely focused on Yang Tao, completely ignoring the two dogs running past it. Soul Fire Talisman. Reduce 88. With the added boost from Spirit, the damage from the Soul Fire rune is also extremely exaggerated. The second and third Soul Fire talismans flew out one after another, the golden talismans turning into streams of light, accurately hitting the corpse's burning, icy blue body, and explosions rang out one after another. Continuous damage numbers floated up above the corpse's head. It let out a hoarse roar, suddenly accelerated, and charged towards Yang Tao, its icy blue claws slamming down. Good grief, it came out with a ghost attack right away. Is this corpse so enthusiastic about getting angry? Yang Tao did not dodge at all, but instead raised the shield in his hand. Bang! The ghost's attack was blocked. However, Yang Tao's body turned ice blue. Slow 010. Yang Tao raised his lightning sword and struck the burning corpse. I forgot to mention, Ghost Strike not only doubles the damage, but also contains ice elemental properties. Shields can block physical attacks, but they cannot block magical damage of this type. The lightning-struck sword, flashing with the white light of mental combat techniques, struck the corpse with a fierce blow. Subtract 54. The corpse roared in anger and pain, raising its claws to bring them down again. -28. Healing spell. As the silver light fell, Yang Tao's health was restored to full in the blink of an eye. Damn, I forgot. After upgrading and getting new equipment, my spirit attribute increased significantly, and the healing spell's effect also improved. The healing spell lasts for 5 seconds. If the health is fully restored in 2 seconds, then the healing for the rest of the time is wasted. Even if the health drops again in the 3rd second, the remaining effects of the healing spell will not appear. Buzz. Lightning pierced through the cave's ceiling and struck the corpse, along with its 2 zombie minions behind it, which were also struck by the extended lightning. Unfortunately, this time the electrocution state was not triggered. The corpse, enraged and impotent, stretched out its 2 claws and frantically scratched at him. But unfortunately, without the boost from the ghostly strike, its attacks were nothing special. Is that all the strength you have? You think you can be the boss? His left-hand shield occasionally parried the opponent's ghostly strikes, while his right hand wielded Kino's lightning sword, each strike imbued with the white light of his mental combat techniques. Fall down. Just as Yang Tao raised his thunderstrike sword, ready to bring it down, an arrow pierced the corpse's burning eye socket at a tricky angle. Reduce 85. The health bar was depleted, and the corpse's enraged body fell straight to the ground. Experience plus 250. Silver coin 17. Copper coin 77. Cracked yellow sapphire 4. Light mana potion 2. Death hand 1. Take each of the rings 1. Diamond 2. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. Huh, diamonds? No unique items? Yes. Yang Tao raised his hand and cast a healing spell on Wulong, then opened his backpack. Diamonds emit a mesmerizing color. 4 diamonds are enough to make a diamond pickaxe. However, this time the corpse is on fire and diamonds are starting to drop. Could it be that the reason something is dropping isn't because of the monster, but because of my level? Yang Tao has reason to doubt any variables, but as he said before, without enough comparisons, he can only take it one step at a time for now. My gaze fell upon the two newly dropped pieces of equipment in my backpack. Take each ring. Level required, 7. Spell damage reduced by 3. Add 5 agility. Add 5 strength. The attacker suffered 30 damage. Remote attacks are ineffective. 30% better chance of obtaining magical equipment, MF. Full MF value. Under normal circumstances, the MF value of each ring will fluctuate between 15% and 30%. Looting increases the quantity of loot, while MF increases the quality of loot. Although the ring he wore didn't increase his spirit, its other attributes completely surpassed those of the pearl ring he was wearing. Then his gaze fell on another pair of dark red leather gloves. Death Hand. Set. Level required, 6. Defense, 3. Durability, 12/12. Antitoxicity increased by 50%. Toxin duration reduced by 75%. Hand of Death, Touch of Death, Guardian of Death. Anariel Happy Gloves. Anariel, the final boss in Act I of Diablo 2, possesses terrifying poison damage, and the Hand of Death is the best piece of equipment to counter Anariel in the early game. Keep it for future use. Unless you collect all 3 pieces, the individual pieces of the death set are only suitable for facing specific special monsters. After collecting his spoils, Yang Tao looked at the surviving zombie servants and made up his mind. First, level up the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick to level 10 in the Evil Cave, and level yourself up to level 11. Then go to the North City to farm the King-level Biohazard Dungeon. Healing Spell. Soul Fire Talisman. The noob-slaying game continues. The next day, Yang Tao sat on a raised rock in the cave, the air filled with the smell of decay. The Crouching Dragon and the young Phoenix have finally reached level 10. He munched on a convenient sandwich, watching the crawling zombies slowly disappear on the ground. Humans are incredibly adaptable. I never would have believed I could eat so happily while guarding a corpse. TSK. I glanced at the experience bar. 9527/11,000. Before level 10, the experience requirement increased by 1,000 for each level up. Now it's 2,000. Based on this calculation, it will be 3,000 or 4,000 after level 20, and probably 6,000 at level 30. I took a bite of the sandwich, but it's much more generous than the leveling experience in some games. I took a sip of water. Suddenly, more than a dozen figures appeared out of thin air in the tunnel illuminated by torches ahead, and were slowly solidifying. Smack! The sandwich that Yang Tao hadn't finished eating fell to the ground. A corpse getting angry? You're addicted to it. This reminded him of the hunters who went up the mountain to hunt bears. Chapter 60 Garden Dwarf. Didi. Yang Tao drove his golf cart along the outskirts of H City, heading towards the north of the city. I killed 2 corpses in a row. I don't know if I was lucky or if the corpses were unlucky. Bang. A blue slime was run over by a golf cart. Reduce 80. Golf carts are considered mounts, and according to Terraria's lore, mounts can damage monsters once they exceed a certain speed. Some people have even taken advantage of this feature to create devices that allow high-speed mining trucks to instantly kill bosses. The surrounding environment became increasingly desolate, and the monsters' levels also increased. Soon, the outline of a wasteland city appeared in the distance. However, several enormous trees of life stand between the wasteland and the barren land. The Tree of Life? Yang Tao slightly turned the steering wheel and drove straight towards those tall trees of life. As they drew closer, the trees of life appeared even more majestic, their height of over 100 meters comparable to that of a real-world redwood. Damn it, this tree of life is even more exaggerated than in the game. It has such a thick canopy. The tree's toughness and hardness must be beyond the norm. After getting out of the car, it would take at least 10 people to encircle the tree trunk. He reached out and knocked. Bang bang. Black cracks appeared on the tree trunk. Yang Tao. The Tree of Life is a large tree-shaped forest structure that was created when the world of Terraria was created. Most importantly, it's hollow inside, and treasure chests will spawn inside. He took out his phone. I searched for the Tree of Life. Soon, some information popped up. The Tree of Life is a special biome, and the hard living wood possesses extremely high hardness and toughness. The trunk is mostly hollow inside, containing natural passages and secret chambers. The passages lead deep underground, and the secret chambers have a chance to spawn treasure chests. The area contains a special monster, a level 10 dwarf, which is extremely fast. Non-defense players should be very careful. Yang Tao shook his head slightly as he looked at the information on the forum. The passage has been mentioned, The treasure chest has been mentioned, and the dwarf has been mentioned as well. However, the most crucial dwarf statue has not been mentioned. Dwarfs can only live underground where there is no sunlight. If they come to the surface while chasing job changers, they will be petrified by sunlight. Thus, it became a garden dwarf statue. The garden dwarf statue increases the wearer's luck by 0.2. Luck influences many random items and events, such as the drop rate of unique items, the spawn rate of rare enemies and small animals, the first appearance of some NPCs, and the number of items sold by traveling merchants. Overall, it is very valuable. He took the axe out of his backpack, looked at the 100-meter-tall tree of life, and had some doubts in his heart. Could this thing also be involved in chain mining? Knock, knock, knock. Good news. The tree of life can indeed be cut down. Bad news. The tree of life seems to be within the scope of the chain reaction. The cracks spread very slowly on the thick tree trunk. This one will probably take a very, very long time to mature. Hopefully, we can only make a small opening. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the tree trunk in front of him cracked open, and a tunnel leading inside immediately appeared on the thick trunk of the tree of life. Can it be controlled at will? That's not bad. Looking into the dark tree hollow, Yang Tao was just about to take out a torch when a dwarf, no more than 60 centimeters tall and wearing a red hat, rushed out from the dark tree trunk. The little guy was incredibly fast, just as the forum had said, but as soon as he ran out of the tree of life's range, the dwarf's body was exposed to sunlight. The originally colorful body was instantly petrified and turned into a sculpture. Yang Tao bent down and picked it up. Garden Dwarf. Bound by Yang Tao. Decorations. It is said to bring good luck and ward off evil spirits. It's still bundled with something. I was originally planning to sell it for some money. He placed it on the ground, then took out his phone and took a picture of the garden dwarf. His hands flew across the keyboard as he typed out a description of the garden dwarf. When dwarfs are exposed to sunlight, they will petrify and become garden dwarfs, which can increase their luck. Upload it directly to the professional forum. Hee, I'm sure many people will be looking for this garden dwarf then. When professionals are all poor, let alone adding 0.2 to their luck, even adding 0.01 to their luck would make them travel long distances to come. Put away your phone and put the garden dwarf into your backpack. Then he gazed at the dark tree hole. Let's be lay phone today. Immediately, he took the workbench out of his backpack and placed it aside, then spent 6 planks to craft a wooden door. After thinking for a moment, he took out an iron axe and widened the hole by a circle, then built a stone brick frame, inserted torches, and installed a wooden door. Yang Tao looked at his masterpiece with a satisfied smile on his face. The torches won't disappear, but I wonder if the wooden door will. If it doesn't disappear, then other professionals won't need to go to the trouble of making holes in the tree trunk when they come over in the future. Pushing open the wooden door and stepping inside the tree of life, in a corner of the not-so-spacious space, there was a wooden treasure chest. Wow, there's a treasure chest in the very first tree of life. Not bad. Unlike in the world of Terraria, these treasure chests will respawn, but the respawn time and location are not fixed. Moreover, their numbers are extremely limited. Open the treasure chest. Step stool 1. 10 shuriken. Miniature therapy solution 1. Night owl potion 1. 44 copper coins. A step stool? That's fine too. It's free anyway. The ladder stool is an accessory that, when equipped in the accessory slot, summons a stool at your feet. Yes, that's the only effect. After packing his things into his backpack, Yang Tao looked at the spiral staircase in front of him and walked down the naturally formed staircase with a torch in hand. Some rustling sounds came from below. It was the sound of the dwarf running towards him. Light the torches. Soul Fire Talisman. -94. Dwarf, level 10. Health 306/400. Almost instantly, the dwarf rushed up the stairs to him and slammed into his knee. Subtract 12. The damage is not low. He drew his lightning-struck sword and struck the little guy. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. With another backhand flick, it instantly emptied its health bar. Plus 15 experience points. Dwarves do not drop any coins or items, which is why there are no professionals here at the Tree of Life. We didn't make a single penny. In fact, we lost some money. He shook his head slightly and continued to explore downwards with the torch in hand. However, after wasting half an hour, Yang Tao did not find the Tree of Life treasure chest, but only 2 ordinary wooden treasure chests. I got the climbing claw and the spark wand. Damn, so poor. Yang Tao got into the golf cart with obvious disdain and drove off. Chapter 61 Raccoon City Second Playthrough. Phoenix Chick Retreat. Even elites can't withstand a horde of zombies attacking them. The zombies in the wasteland at night are truly insane. Boom. A large, obese police zombie suddenly exploded, sending the surrounding zombies flying with the powerful impact. Healing spell. Soul Fire Talisman. Buzz. The additional skill of the lightning sword was triggered, and several bolts of lightning fell from the sky, striking the horde of zombies. Smack. A puddle of green slime splattered onto Yang Tao's face. Poisoning 015. He didn't even look at it before drinking a bottle of mild treatment medicine. Roar. A roar rang out, and a fat zombie wearing a blue dress leaped out of a broken window of a high-rise building. Bang. The ground shook, kicking up some dust. Fierce, Big Mom level 15. Elite. Health 1000/1000. She has the typical image of an American middle-aged woman, with muscular arms that are a size thicker than the thighs of an average adult. Unlike the rotting bodies of ordinary zombies, her body showed no signs of decay, only covered in bloodstains. Its eyes, which emitted a faint golden light, made it stand out from the other zombies. Healing spell. Phoenix Chick is helping me suppress this elite. Woof. As their levels and health increase, Wulong and Wang Sai's intelligence also rises sharply. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The ferocious old woman's body turned green, but she wasn't the type to take a beating without fighting back. She immediately opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of green venom. There is no pre-animation. The poison effect, which was almost at its end, was instantly boosted to level 1, and the duration was extended to 30 seconds. After vomiting, the old woman let out a roar and charged into the horde of zombies with her thick legs. Then, using both hands, he grabbed the zombies blocking his path and threw them at Yang Tao. Holy crap, you can do that. With no better option, Yang Tao could only desperately swing the lightning sword. Healing spell. Soon, the 2.2 meter tall and 1.5 meter wide woman rushed in front of Yang Tao and raised her fist, which was as big as a clay pot, to smash it hard at him. You're a zombie, not a boxer. Raise the shield. A crisp sound of blocking rang out. Yang Tao thrust the lightning sword in his hand into the old woman's body. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Upon being attacked, Big Mom instantly entered a berserk state similar to that of Zhuge Liang. As for the similarity, that's because the opponent only increased speed and strength without reducing health at all. Iron Sheet Medicine. Defense +8 for 10 minutes. Banana Boat. 10 minutes to achieve a very satisfactory state. Very satisfied. Add 3 to defense. Increase critical strike chance by 3%. Increase melee speed by 7.5%. Add 7.5% to all damage. Add 0.75 to summon knockback. Increase movement speed by 30%. Yang Tao had 3 servings of Banana Boat in his backpack, and given the current situation, eating one wouldn't be a loss. Healing spell. In an instant, Yang Tao felt that all the zombies around him slowed down. Take a deep breath. Again. Buzz. The lightning on the lightning sword was triggered, and Big Mom's body entered an electrocution state. However, being an elite, she recovered very quickly. Phoenix Chick, suppress it. He leaped up and slammed his fist into the old woman's body. Reduced by 168. The blinding critical hit numbers exploded, and the elite monster's massive body shuddered violently. The skeleton archer kept firing arrows from behind, the mosaic arrows hitting Big Mom one after another, continuously whittling down her remaining health. Roar! The Big Mother went berserk again. Is this never going to end? Yang Tao's temper flared up, and he immediately used the blocks to separate the Big Mother from the other zombies. Standing atop the block, he fiercely stabbed the Big Mother in the head with his lightning sword. Bang! A stone brick was broken and smashed by the old lady, so Yang Tao simply took out an iron block to replace it. Your punches aren't fast enough, and they're not hard enough. Puff! The impotent, furious old woman could only spit out a mouthful of venom to vent her inner rage. Plus 100 experience. Silver coin 4. 12 copper coins. Bacon and eggs 2. 0.44 Magnum 1. Yucca juice smoothie 1. Obsidian 3. Item stack limit increased by 20. With the buff still active, Yang Tao leaped off the iron block and charged back into the zombie horde, wielding his lightning sword. When we enter the dungeon tomorrow, we'll need to burn a lot more iron. From now on, we'll say goodbye to the Stone Age and have to use iron blocks to build everything. He has now reached level 11, and even the experience bar for leveling up to level 12 is 1/10 full. As time passed, the sky over the wasteland gradually brightened, and the crazed zombies regained their senses. Yang Tao sat on the rooftop of a building, eating steamed buns he had bought from H-City by a campfire. Finally, it's dawn. He took out 2 steamed buns and tossed them to Zhuge Liang and Fengqiu. There are too few elites outside. We still need dungeons. The higher the dungeon level, the more elites there are, and of course, the greater the danger. He got up and dusted himself off. Let's go. Let's get there as soon as possible and get into the lab. Woof, woof. Upon arriving at the dungeon portal again, some of the professionals who had rested here the previous night began to leave in 2s and 3s. After looking around and not seeing any familiar faces, Yang Tao walked directly to the blue teleportation portal. Resident Evil, Raccoon City. Difficulty options: easy, normal, hard, master, abyss. I made a mistake before, I wrote purgatory. King. In an instant, Yang Tao and the figures of the crouching dragon and the phoenix fledgling disappeared from the spot. A piercing alarm sounded. Raccoon City in the alternate world has descended into chaos, with streets filled with fleeing pedestrians and zombies chasing after flesh and blood. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood, and Yang Tao's figure appeared out of thin air on the street. They're back again. 2 wandering zombies spotted him and ran towards him with their arms outstretched. Instead of walking unsteadily, they rushed over at a jog. Zombie level 10. Health 500/500. The level of the ordinary zombies has increased by 2 levels. This is truly a king-level dungeon. Don't underestimate these 2 levels. Level 8 and level 10 are really 2 different things. A level 8 zombie has 320 health points, and a level 9 zombie has 360 health points. However, the level 10 zombie's health doesn't jump from 400 to 500. Summon skeletons. Let's go. I'll heat some iron first. After letting out a cry, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix pounced directly at the 2 zombies that were trotting towards them. However, even faster than them are the mosaic arrows of the skeleton archers. Yang Tao looked around and found a relatively open spot. He took out the furnace, funnel, and box from his backpack. Semi-automatic iron-making machine. He picked up a pickaxe and walked toward the abandoned car next to him. Knock, knock, knock. Wrecked car, wreck 4. Damaged car parts 2. Burnt frame 1. Cars, fallen billboards, metal frames, and store security doors. Yang Tao used his pickaxe to knock off any metal objects and stuff them into the furnace box. Items that can be fired will be fired automatically, and items that cannot be fired will fall through the funnel into the box below. When the time comes, all we need to do is simply collect them, throw them into the fire, and destroy them all at once. Chapter 62, Awakening Gill. We need to leave some stone blocks. Yang Tao then built 2 more furnaces, which sped up the process of firing iron ingots and iron pellets. Stone bricks and smooth stones can be thrown away easily, but throwing away iron blocks feels like a waste. Because of him, the zombies wandering nearby slowly began to gather towards his location. However, those who came were all ordinary zombies, and he didn't need to take action against them at all. With the help of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, and the skeleton archer, you can teach them to become zombies. Sitting on a box to the side, Yang Tao silently opened the mini-map. Looking at where I am. The location of the dungeon is different each time. We'll go to the hospital first, where there are more elites. Then we'll go to the police station to find Li Songguang and follow him to leave via the underground laboratory train. Suddenly, Yang Tao thought of something else. Carlos's rocket launcher. He only has a rocket launcher now, and he doesn't have the last rocket, so there's no way to trigger the infinite enchantment. The distance isn't far, so grab the rocket launcher first. Even if you don't use it to kill monsters, it's still a good backup option. Ordinary items inside the dungeon cannot be taken out of the dungeon, just like the food he collected last time. However, the enchanted weapon remains safely in his backpack. Yang Tao took out the Thunderstrike sword and walked step by step toward the zombies. At this moment, the noise of propellers came from the sky. Looking up, 2 helicopters sped past overhead. Time is running out, crouching dragon berserk. The dragon's health dropped sharply, and then Yang Tao's healing spell landed on its head. At the same time, Jill, who was lying on the table, suddenly looked up, panting heavily. Looking at my fair hands, the image of myself becoming an infected person in my dream flashed through my mind. What the hell? The visit to the mansion kept her on edge, and the terrifying memories kept replaying in her mind. The sound of police sirens from outside seeped into the room. She stood up and subconsciously picked up the Desert Eagle, which was emitting a purple glow, from the table. The instant she gripped the gun, a flood of memories surfaced from the depths of her mind. The tracker, Carlos, Nicola, Brad, and Yang Tao. Dream. Jill reached out and rubbed her temples, her eyes filled with confusion. Then she looked at the desert eagle in her hand, which was emitting a purple glow. The memory of Yang Tao came flooding back to me. Yang Tao, he must know something. He's so mysterious. I went into the bathroom and washed my face. Then, looking at my clean face in the mirror, I couldn't help but reach out and touch it. Did not turn into those monsters. As Jill turned to leave the bathroom, the phone in the room suddenly rang. She was about to answer it, but then she stopped in her tracks. Her memory tells her that the caller was Brad Vickers, and that her pursuers broke through the wall while she was on the phone. He gripped the Desert Eagle holstered in his hand, his eyes fixed on the wall behind the phone. Bell. Bell. The crisp sound of the bell echoed in the room. Boom. A supersized, burly man broke through the wall and entered. The stalker's oppressive presence was so strong that even though Jill was mentally prepared, her pupils still contracted sharply the moment she saw it. As a member of the STARS Alpha team and a survivor of the mansion incident, Jill possesses top-notch reaction and adaptability. After the initial shock, he immediately raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! The enchanted bullet slammed into the tracker's broad chest. Even though the tracker was covered in enhanced flesh and blood, the shot made him stagger half a step, and his ferocious head suddenly turned towards Jill. Roar! A deafening roar erupted. The walls collapsed with a crash, and cement fragments flew everywhere. The pursuer neither dodged nor avoided, but charged straight at them with heavy steps. Jill's eyes were fixed as she pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 The 3 shots hit the tracker's head and chest precisely, the powerful impact preventing the tracker from moving an inch. No, the pistol's damage is too low, Carlos. Rocket launcher. She and Yang Tao had the same idea. In her memory, Yang Tao could take out the pursuers with a rocket launcher, so she could do the same. She pulled the trigger again, and as the 8th bullet flew from the muzzle, the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. Desert Eagle with unlimited ammo. Taking advantage of the moment when the pursuer's body stiffened, Jill immediately rushed out the door. The pursuer behind them was in hot pursuit. Its primary duty was to collect combat data, and its secondary duty was to hunt down the survivors of the mansion incident. Bang! Bang! The Desert Eagle with infinite enchantments is really amazing. Just as I left the apartment building, I heard Brad's voice coming from the alleyway. Jill, over here. Brad, run. Boom. The tracker leaped out of the building, and Jill fired a few more shots at it with her backhand. Brad. Looking at Jill running towards him. I was going to remind you, but it seems I don't need to now. Let's go quickly. Jill dragged Brad along as they ran for their lives, and just as she remembered, the metal fences blocking the zombies in the road were pushed to the ground. A dozen or so zombies trotted toward them. Brad looked at the infected with a grim expression. Jill, this way. Bang, 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 bang. Jill didn't speak. Instead, Brad responded with a series of gunshots. The Desert Eagle may be less than ideal against the nemesis, but it works really well against regular zombies. Follow me. Don't fall behind. Brad stared at the dashing Jill, his eyes filled with utter bewilderment. No, Jill, you feel like a stranger to me. On the other side, Yang Tao stood on the street with a cigar in his mouth, looking up at the 5-story parking lot. This time I'll stay far away. I refuse to believe that helicopter rotor blades can kill me single-handedly. Yang Tao opened the mini-map, and his expression froze. A green dot marked Jill on the map is rapidly approaching his current location, and the red dot marking the tracker's boss followed closely behind. Jill is fine, the tracker is fine, but why is Jill's marker green and friendly? However, both Jill and the tracker have appeared, so Yang Tao stared at the white dots on the map, certain that one of them must be Carlos. However, Carlos is a supporting character and not a friendly unit, so he is not yet qualified to have his name displayed on the mini-map. Yang Tao closed the mini-map, put away his cigar, took a deep breath, stretched his limbs, and muttered, "Time to get to work." Gazing at the parking lot, they quietly awaited the arrival of the helicopter propellers and the trackers. A few minutes later, Yang Tao, save me. Jill's voice pulled him back to reality. Yang Tao quickly turned his head to look at Jill and Brad, who were running from around the corner, and showed an expression of mental blankness. No way, man. I just got my loot box opened by an NPC. Chapter 63 Legion's Arrival, Prelude. Yang, the trackers are here. Jill led Brad, panting, to Yang Tao's side, then looked back at the approaching pursuers. No, Jill, how do you know me? Yang Tao didn't want to pay any attention to the trackers right now. What he wanted to figure out most was Jill. Jill paused for a moment, staring at Yang Tao's bewildered expression. You don't recognize me? Of course I know you, Gil Valentine, member of STARS Alpha team, survivor of the mansion incident, but the question is why you know me. He took out the lightning sword and the iron block from his backpack. Jill was momentarily at a loss for words to explain her past relationship with Yang Tao. It's a bit unbelievable. I remember you saved me. Etc. Yang Tao stared at Jill in disbelief. You mean, you remember what happened at the hospital? Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The pursuers had caught up, and Yang Tao immediately unleashed 2 poison spells. The next moment, the tracker raised its hand, and a bright red tentacle shot out towards Yang Tao. The tracker is Umbrella's ultimate bioweapon, created by modifying AT-103 Tyrant in an Any-Alpha parasite. That's why it possesses extremely strong recovery and mutation abilities. Yang Tao raised his shield to block the pursuer's tentacles, but the extremely high attack power caused the shield's durability to drop drastically. Bang bang bang. Yang Tao looked at the desert eagle with its purple aura in Jill's hand, and his mood worsened. Goodness, it's a second playthrough, Jill, huh? All that's missing is the infinite bazooka. Phoenix chick, come with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao charged towards the tyrant, with Feng Chu following closely behind. The tyrant moved slowly in its first phase, but its attack speed was extremely fast. By the time Yang Tao reached the tyrant, its powerful fist had already landed. Subtract 44. Yang Tao's health dropped sharply. Healing spell. Then, with a thought, a 55-level iron platform appeared on the ground, and Yang Tao took a step back and retreated directly onto the platform. The tracker didn't think much of it, and simply followed Yang Tao onto the iron platform. Seeing that the tracker was so cooperative, Yang Tao smiled. Phoenix chick suppression. Frantic biting. The pursuer's body suddenly froze as Yang Tao's cage, made entirely of iron blocks, enveloped him, leaving only room for Feng Chu to retreat. The boss-level tracker possesses extremely strong resistance. The Phoenix chick's frenzied bites only paused the tracker's body for 1 second before it lost its ability to suppress it. The tracker subconsciously sensed a crisis. He punched Feng Chu. The immense force sent the Phoenix chick, which was only slightly larger than the tracker, flying backward. Great opportunity. In an instant, the iron block completely sealed the pursuer inside. Thump. A dull thud echoed from inside the iron block. Healing spell. He walked over and touched the whimpering Phoenix chick twice. Thanks for your hard work. Looking at the unmoving iron block, Yang Tao's lips curled up. Smash it. Let's test the iron block's defensive capabilities. Normally, a 1-meter-thick iron block is virtually impossible for any carbon-based organism to break. But in this world, the other attacker is the nemesis, so what if it is? He put away the weapons and iron blocks, then turned to Jill. Now we can talk. Jill stared at the strange cage that had appeared on the highway, though she had no idea what the silvery white thing was. I don't know either. I suddenly woke up, and then the memories came to mind. Suddenly, Jill's tone became somewhat agitated. Yang, you must know what happened, right? You remember me. Yang Tao clicked his tongue and looked at Jill in front of him with a sense of helplessness. He waved to her and then sat down on the iron block. Jill walked over and looked at Yang Tao. To be honest, I don't understand your situation either. This is the first time I've ever seen or even heard of something like this. This world is just a copy for me, a game copy, and you, Brad, Carlos, and so on are all NPCs to me. Do you really understand? Seeing Jill's bewildered expression, Yang Tao knew that she hadn't understood. Brad, who was standing to the side, was quite surprised when Yang Tao mentioned his name and asked, "You know me?" Yang Tao nodded slightly. Jill, realizing what was going on, pressed on. What do you mean by dungeon? It seems you really don't play games much. The dungeons are probably just a small, independent world for me to fight monsters and farm equipment, and you guys are just actors in this world. It's that simple. Gil. It is truly difficult for people to understand things beyond their comprehension. So what's going on with me? Have no idea. Yang Tao shrugged. Through the forum guides, he could see that many people had contact with the main characters, and some even had a good relationship with them. However, he had never actually witnessed an NPC awakening. Jill was clearly having some difficulty accepting this, but she didn't do anything drastic. At this moment, Yang Tao suddenly gestured to Jill, indicating that she should look at Brad. Jill paused for a moment, then looked at Brad and saw that he was dazed and his attention was not on the matter at all. What's going on? It should be the dungeon's correction ability. You had the same situation last time, but it wasn't very obvious. You would just subconsciously ignore the unreasonable things or find a reasonable excuse. Yang Tao stood up and pointed to the cage where the trackers were being held. Don't you think it's strange that I can build these things out of thin air? Jill was slightly taken aback by what she heard, and then she recalled the feeling in her memory that made her subconsciously ignore everything that was unreasonable. There is indeed a special force interfering with me. What should I do now? I don't know. I'll leave once the dungeon is over. There's really nothing I can do for you. But I suspect it's because I enchanted your weapon. Why don't you give me back the gun? Yang Tao pointed to the enchanted desert eagle in Jill's hand. Just in case. Without my interference, you won't have these memories when the dungeon resets next time. Upon hearing this, Jill looked down at the desert eagle in her hand, which was emitting a purple glow, hesitated for a moment, and then shook her head firmly. No, losing my memory is no different from killing me. Even if this world could be reset countless times, it would never be me again. Then, Jill looked up at Yang Tao, her bright eyes filled with pleading. Yang, I know you're different. I hope you can take me away, really away. Legion Descent Prerequisite. The Burning Legion has launched a full-scale invasion of your world. The Alliance/Horde has suffered a crushing defeat, and you must gather followers, assemble artifacts, search for the Pillars of Creation, and ultimately defeat the Legion at the Tomb of Sargeras and resurrect Illidan. The excellent grade Gil Valentine wants to become your follower. Would you be willing? Grass. The Legion expansion just popped up out of nowhere. Chapter 64 Rocket Launcher Acquired. Jill, there was no way before, but now there is a way to get you out of the instance. But think it over carefully. After you leave, you will have no connection with this world. Yang Tao's expression was very serious, although this wasn't the first time he had done something like abducting NPCs. But this time it's different. Jill is clearly not a functional NPC, but a proper combat-oriented NPC. Jill hesitated for a moment. Everything that happened in the mansion flashed through my mind. Is everything in this world an illusion? Have no idea. I'll go with you. As soon as Jill finished speaking, a new notification popped up on Yang Tao's end. Gil Valentine has become your follower. Gil Valentine level 11. Excellent followers. Former member of STARS Alpha Team, one of the founders of BSAA, and anti-biochemical warrior. Abilities: Master Lockpicker, Bomb Disposal Expert, T-Virus Antibody Positive Constitution, Proficient in Melee Combat/Firearms. Yang, look. Jill's voice interrupted Yang Tao's plan to check the details. Looking up, he saw the whole world beginning to crumble. I seem to remember this scene. After the whole world became like this, I woke up. Resident Evil 3 is missing key NPCs in its missions. Missions are currently being reset. A sudden pop-up notification made Yang Tao realize the current situation. It's nothing. The instance has just been reset. It should be fine in a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding white light instantly engulfed the entire space. The shattered walls, collapsed floors, and lingering smoke all vanished like a painting that had been wiped away, leaving only pure white. Yang Tao instinctively shielded Jill behind him, and the crouching dragon and the young phoenix immediately pressed themselves against his feet, growling nervously. A few seconds later, the image reconverged. The ground beneath my feet was once again solid concrete. A cold wind blew in through the broken windows, and the faint howls of zombies could be heard in the distance. This time, however, the scene was no longer next to the parking lot, but in front of the Raccoon City Police Department. Yang Tao breathed a sigh of relief and explained with a smile. It's nothing. I just identified you as one of my people and refreshed the instance. Jill gripped the desert eagle that gleamed with purple light in her hand, glanced at the real Yang Tao beside her, and her previously tense lips finally relaxed slightly. I have more information in my mind, some information about the followers. To be honest, this is a blatant tyranny. I have no choice but to obey your orders. Yang Tao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He looked Jill up and down. To be fair, Jill was really beautiful. After all, she was the protagonist of the Resident Evil series. And it perfectly matches his aesthetic. Oh, so you have to obey every order. Jill smiled and said, Lord Yang Tao, you can give it a try. Haha, forget it. I've never even considered doing anything reckless at work. I looked up and glanced at the police station. Jill, I need a rocket. With just one rocket, I can have an unlimited rocket launcher. Even if we can't beat the trackers head on, we still have a trump card. Upon hearing this, Jill forgot her earlier joke and asked incredulously, a rocket launcher too? Theoretically, there's no problem. Yang Tao took out a rocket launcher that emitted a purple glow from his backpack. Let's go and wait for Carlos to bring the rocket launcher over. We can also practice our teamwork along the way. Good. Jill watched the zombies wandering in the distance and quietly stood guard beside Yang Tao. This was her duty as a tracker. Sleeping Dragon, Young Phoenix, find the zombies, let's start. 2037. Yang Tao, Jill, Wulong, Fengchu, and the motionless skeleton archer stood on the second floor of the parking lot. Boom. A violent explosion rang out. Black propeller blades fell from the rooftop and plunged heavily into the ground. As expected, no one's luck can stay bad forever. Yang Tao patted Jill on the shoulder. Later, you and Wulong and Fengchu will stay here. Carlos will definitely throw away the rocket launcher, and we'll pick it up and run. Aren't you in contact with them anymore? Contact? What if it awakens another version of yourself? I don't have a penchant for collecting Gil Valentines. Jill nodded slightly upon hearing this. Since awakening, she has come to a profound understanding of one thing. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Bang! The roar of a car engine came from overhead. Jill's pupils contracted sharply as she watched the car fall from the sky. She saw herself sitting in the driver's seat. A strange sense of fear welled up from the bottom of my heart. Things unfolded just as she remembered, except that Yang Tao didn't step forward. Hey, you bastard. Carlos ran out of a shop by the roadside carrying a rocket launcher, steadied himself, and taunted the pursuer who was engulfed in flames. Swoosh. The tracker reached out and a tentacle wrapped around the rocket, but released it just before it exploded. The rocket hit the billboard, albeit erratically. Boom. The second rocket struck the pursuer. The second rocket slammed into the tracker, engulfing its massive body in flames and sending shockwaves trembling the ground. The burning tracker knelt directly on the ground. Carlos dropped the rocket launcher and ran quickly to Jill's side. Hey, don't be nervous, you're safe. Jill too looked at Carlos and asked weakly, Who are you? What are you doing? I am Carlos, and I've come to save you. As he spoke, Carlos lifted Jill off the ground. Come on, I'll take you to a safe place. But just as I got up, Carlos heard a sigh of relief and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a young man standing next to the rocket launcher he had just thrown away. Before he could react, the other person smiled at him, picked up the rocket launcher he had thrown away, and ran away. Carlos, are people this impatient to find things these days? Without much thought, he helped Jill walk towards the subway station. Got it. On the second floor of the parking lot, Yang Tao excitedly retrieved the rocket launcher that Carlos had thrown away. Jill, could you please remove the rocket and install it into this rocket launcher? Jill nodded slightly, stepped forward, and skillfully removed the rocket and installed it into the rocket launcher that emitted a purple glow. What about the trackers? The tracker? Let's wait until it enters phase 2. Killing it now would be a waste. The last tracker was wasted. This one can't be wasted. Yang Tao put the rocket launcher into his backpack and looked up at the dilapidated raccoon city outside. Let's go. Let's go to the hospital and hunt down the elites there. By the way, Yang, are you familiar with Umbrella Corporation? Of course, Umbrella's top brass collapsed first and then questioned, so there will absolutely be no wrongful convictions or miscarriages of justice. Yang Tao explained to Jill the intricate relationships between various biochemical research companies and institutions. They walked towards the hospital. Chapter 65 The Hunter Phase 2. Plus 100 experience. Treatment Potion 3. T-Virus Stock Solution, Small, 1. Mini Shark 1. Diamond 2. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. No money was lost. Yang Tao was a bit annoyed. 3 consecutive elite-level hunters, Beta, hadn't dropped a single coin, rendering his looting enchantment useless. Fengchu flicked its tail beside him, as if to comfort him, but its eyes seemed to say, If you're bad, practice more. Yang Tao patted its head impatiently, then took out some rotten flesh from his backpack and threw it to it, and Wulong. Yang, it's already 11 o'clock. Jill reminded him, as previously instructed. So fast. Yang Tao looked at the stairwell leading from the hospital to the underground parking lot. Forget it. Let's go challenge the second stage tracker first. If we can't beat it, we'll nip the danger in the bud. If you can't even beat the second phase, then forget about the third phase tracker. So we can only try during the second phase. If it works, we'll take it out directly. If not, we'll just use a rocket launcher to destroy it. And who knows, the Umbrella Corporation might even send over a few tyrants. Jill, let's go. We'll come back and continue after we've dealt with the nemesis. Jill nodded, then hesitated before saying, I want to change my clothes. Okay, let's do some free shopping while no one's around. Although they don't have a specific skin color, they are currently participating in a limited time event in Raccoon City. After leaving the hospital and arriving at the commercial street, Yang Tao glanced around at the empty streets. The zombies here have been mostly cleared out, so it's safe for now. He pointed to a clothing store next door that hadn't been smashed yet. Jill, this is the place. Let's get this over with quickly, or the trackers will be done for. Jill nodded without hesitation and went into the shop, while Yang Tao leaned against the door, directing Wulong and Feng Chu to clear the remaining zombies on the street. A few minutes later, when Jill came out again, Yang Tao's eyes widened slightly when he saw her. She changed out of her sexy shorts and tank top and put on a dark gray hooded windproof jacket, zipping it all the way up to her chin. A hood pulled up over his head, and a black tactical mask covered half his face, revealing only a pair of calm and sharp blue eyes. You're wrapped up quite well. If you didn't speak, no one would recognize you. Let's go to the bell tower square. The two humans, two beasts, and a snow-white skeleton traversed the ruined streets and arrived at the Raccoon City Clock Tower Square. Looking at the clean and tidy clock tower square, Jill asked with some concern, Yang, are you sure the trackers will come back? She was admitted to the hospital after being infected and falling into a coma following the completion of the second phase of the tracker challenge. She still finds it hard to forget that battle. Hey, Yang Tao raised his chin, gesturing for Jill to look at the bridge in the distance. In this instance, Jill is currently sprinting across the sightseeing bridge connecting the opposite bank of the river, with the pursuer, who has already entered the second stage, hot on her heels. The pursuer had completely lost its human form. The heavy black trench coat that had bound its body was now tattered, with only a piece hanging behind it like a cloak. It is now completely free of restraint, its body covered with swollen, knotted, and bluish-purple mutated muscles, its shoulders and back bulging with numerous bone spurs, and its arms deformed and swollen into giant claws, the sharp keratin layer gleaming with a cold, hard metallic luster. Looks a lot like a mutant lizard. Tracker level 15, stage 2. Leader. Health 5000/5000. Characteristics: rapid regeneration, rapid attack and kill, tentacle puncture, T-virus infection. Instead of taking the stairs, Jill 2 jumped directly off the bridge, landing awkwardly on the ground. The hunters also jumped off the bridge, blocking Jill 2's path. Roar. The hunter roared to the sky, announcing the official start of the boss battle. Get ready, it's our turn to go. Yang Tao's expression was serious and his eyes were incredibly firm. The second stage tracker is indeed very strong, but he firmly believes he is even stronger. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. In an instant, the menacing stalker was painted green, which looked somewhat comical. The pursuer, who was about to pounce on Jill 2, paused, then turned sharply to look at Yang Tao. Hey, you grandson. Start with a taunt. The Soulfire rune landed on the opponent along with Jill's bullet. Subtract 27. Minus 41. The skeleton archer's arrows followed closely behind. Subtract 33. Its defense is frighteningly high, even after the damage was inflicted following the poisoning procedure. Furthermore, the tracker's healing ability surpasses the suppression and poisoning effects of the poisoning spell. Although the healing is slow, it is indeed healing. You need to move around on your own, be careful of damage overflow, and be aware of random attacks from the boss. Okay, I understand. Jill responded, and then raised her Desert Eagle, repeatedly pulling the trigger at the pursuer. As a follower, she doesn't have an equipment slot or inventory, but she has a level. Depending on her aptitude and level, her attributes will be improved accordingly. Soulfire Talisman. Roar. The hunter pushed off with both legs and lunged at Yang Tao, covering the distance of more than 20 meters in the blink of an eye. Wipe. Iron Wall. Given the tracker's strength and speed, the smooth stone would probably shatter at the slightest touch. Thump. Reduce 88. The hunter crashed into the metal block, causing cracks to appear. Although the cracks were small, they made Yang Tao realize that the thing could be knocked off. This is normal, though. In reality, even a 1 cubic meter thick iron wall wouldn't remain completely still if a heavy truck hit it. However, the iron block in front of them, despite its cracks, remained completely still. That defense is terrifying. It only took this much damage to come crashing in at that speed. Soulfire Talisman. Phoenix Chick. Suppressed. The Phoenix Chick, which had been poised to pounce, roared and its massive body shot out like a cannonball. A frenzied biting attack is triggered instantly. The pursuer was knocked to the side, his movements abruptly halting for a second. It's this very second. Yang Tao's hands flew, summoning blocks frantically. Iron blocks crashed down from the left, right, rear, and overhead, locking half of the pursuer's body into a makeshift cage. The tracker is too fast, so its movements must be restricted, and it must also be prevented from escaping when it is low on health. Wulong. Skeleton Archer. Full power. The suppression effect disappeared, and the Phoenix Chick was slammed to the ground by the tracker's claw. Minus 264. A terrifying damage number rose above Fengchu's head. Healing spell. Yang Tao's pupils suddenly dilated. They couldn't hold on any longer. Even the young phoenix and the sleeping dragon couldn't keep up with the milk supply. Banana boat. Iron skin solution. Agility potion. Regenerative medicine. Yang Tao consumed all the potions and food he had that could provide buffs. Phoenix Chick stepped back. Now, the only one who can withstand the hunter's direct attack is himself. As Fengchu retreated, Yang Tao immediately stepped forward. When you actually stand in front of the stage hunters, a terrifying sense of oppression hits you head-on. Yang Tao's figure in front of his opponent was like a 7 or 8-year-old child facing a professional boxer. Praise Steve. Before the pursuer could attack, he took the initiative to raise his lightning-struck sword and slash it fiercely at the pursuer. Chapter 66. A Bountiful Harvest. Bang! The thin shield blocked the hunter's attack, but the shield, which didn't have much durability to begin with, shattered instantly. But as Yang Tao's arm fell, another shield appeared in his hand. How could Yang Tao not make more of these life-saving items? The lightning sword struck the hunter again, and in an instant, several bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Perhaps the garden dwarf or Yang Tao's own luck played a role. The hunter was hit by an electric shock buff. Its body trembled, and its movements became somewhat sluggish. Roar. The roar at close range instantly caused Yang Tao 1 point of damage. Is this considered an attack? Isn't this underhanded? He was Steve who was hit by a sonic attack, so he only lost a little health. However, if other tank classes are yelled at head-on, they will probably lose health and experience some strange status effects. Reduce 55. While the shield's parry was on cooldown, the stalker slapped Yang Tao with its claws. Healing spell. Yang Tao currently only has 270 health points, and the hunter can take away 1/5 of his health with a single slap. With a thought, some iron blocks reappeared, completely sealing off the pursuer, leaving only an opening of 11. Speed up the output. The hunter struggled frantically inside the iron cage, roaring angrily. Cracks appeared on the iron blocks surrounding it, and the cracks were slowly spreading. Just as Yang Tao was preparing to replenish the iron blocks, a dark red tentacle suddenly shot out from the gap and wrapped around his body with lightning speed. Grasp! Yang Tao was startled by the sudden attack, but the next moment the tentacle dragged him toward the location of the pursuer. -2. Yang Tao's body got stuck in the iron block for a moment, and then he was dragged into the cage by the hunters. As the hunters drew near, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses. Yang Tao's lips twitched slightly. Hey, is it possible to reconcile? Roar. The giant claw slammed down on Yang Tao. Raise the shield. Bang. Jill's anxious voice came through the gap as she parried the hunter's attack. Yang, how are you? You're not dead yet. If you don't hurry, you're going to die. Jill, looking anxious, could only keep pulling the trigger with her Desert Eagle. Wulong and Fengchu anxiously circled the cage, but without ranged abilities, they were of no help at the moment. Only the skeleton archer remained motionless, firing his arrows with the calm efficiency of a machine. Inside the cage, Yang Tao also discovered new blind spots. The hunter's movements were far less agile than before due to environmental limitations. I'll give you 2 more pieces. After enduring 2 claw strikes from the hunter, while the hunter extended its claws, the hunter placed some iron blocks to restrict the hunter's movements. Healing spell. Mild treatment solution. With the double recovery, Yang Tao's lost health points are rapidly recovering. If you've got the guts, lift your foot. Campfires can only damage enemies who step on them, so placing a campfire under the stalker's body by Yang Tao was completely useless. With the help of the iron block and shield, Yang Tao engaged in a unique close-quarters combat with the pursuers. Just then, the gunfire outside changed slightly, and the hunter's health bar started dropping at an accelerated rate. Is this a shotgun? There was only one person present who possessed a shotgun. Gil 2. With the NPCs helping, everything should be fine, right? He initiated the raid, and he, the skeleton archer, and Jill dealt most of the damage. Jill's assistance as a second member shouldn't be a problem. But you used a shotgun. Did you even consider me being in the middle of it? However, Yang Tao knew how to comfort himself. It's good enough that they don't use grenade launchers. Shotguns are fine. After everyone took turns attacking the pursuer's health finally reached 0. Roar. The tracker roared in frustration, its powerful body not even having a chance to fall. Now, its body was completely blocked by the iron blocks that had been inserted into every nook and cranny. Experience points increased by 410. 1 gold coin. Silver coin 19. T-Virus stock solution Chinese, 4. An irreduced alpha parasite helmet 1. Lucky horseshoe 1. 5 mana potions. Revitalizing potion, small 1. Diamond 12. Increase stacking limit by 20. Increase inventory limit by 1. Gunfire continued. Yang Tao quickly shouted, "Okay, stop shooting. The pursuer is dead." Upon hearing his words, the gunfire outside ceased. Taking advantage of this moment, Yang Tao opened his backpack and glanced at the items that had fallen. The first thing that catches the eye is the purple vitality potion. The purple potion emitted a mesmerizing glow. Revitalizing potion, small. Medicine. Instantly restores 35% of maximum health and 35% of maximum mana upon use. The small purple potion in Diablo 2, it's a lifesaver. You only need 3 small purple bottles and 1 gem to synthesize a large vitality potion. It restores 100% of health and mana after use, making it a potion that can be used from start to finish. Unfortunately, there's nowhere to buy the small revitalizing potion, and similarly, there's nowhere to synthesize the large revitalizing potion at this stage. "Yang, how are you?" Jill's voice came from the gap, and Yang Tao replied without looking up, "It's okay. I'll go out now." The backpack page is temporarily closed. He took the pickaxe out of his backpack and hammered it onto the iron block. Chain mining. The steel cage that had been painstakingly built vanished in an instant, and the pursuer's ferocious body collapsed to the ground. He patted the 2 boys, Wulong and Fengchu, who had run over, and nodded with a smile at Jill. "Let's go." Etc. As Jill too looked at Yang Tao emerging from the cage, she quickly stepped forward and asked, "Thank you for your help. My name is Jill." "Steve." Yang Tao didn't want to have too much contact with Jill too, as it would be troublesome if another awakened NPC were created. The setting is that the more you come into contact with Minecraft elements, the easier it is to break free from dungeon correction abilities. Normal communication will not. "Miss, I have some things to take care of, so I'll have to talk to you later." After saying that, he simply left the bewildered Jill too standing there. "Hey, wait a minute." Jill too spoke, but Yang Tao and Jill, along with the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick, had already disappeared around the street corner. On the way to the hospital, Yang Tao said, "We'll stay at the hospital until tonight, then go to the police station. By the way, according to the current progress, your former colleague Brad has now been infected and is right outside the police station." "Brad?" Jill's expression changed slightly. "Yang, can you save him? I can remove his T-virus, but I can't take him away. There are only 5 spots available for followers for the time being, and Yang Tao is not going to waste these precious spots on Brad." Logically speaking, Jill's aptitude can only be described as average. His direct combat ability is even inferior to that of Carlos or Lee Sanquan. "Let's go to the police station first. I'm afraid if we're late, Brad will be completely beyond saving." Not everyone is Jill. The T-virus infection lasted for more than half a day, but failed to turn him into a zombie. Chapter 67. Now I have everything I need. Jill. Brad, who had been infected with the T-virus, had bloodshot eyes. He could no longer feel the pain from his wounds. Only waves of hunger washed over him. Jill's eyes were filled with pity, while Yang Tao patted him on the shoulder. "I have an antidote here, but I'm not sure about its effectiveness. If it doesn't work." Jill watched Brad walk towards her, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. "Yang, thank you. If it doesn't work, I'll personally end his suffering." Brad looked at Jill and said in a hoarse voice, "I think I might still be able to save things." "Stop talking. Save your energy to fight the pain." Yang Tao stepped forward, took out a bottle of antidote, and silently recited the instructions to Brad. As soon as the antidote disappeared, Brad let out a piercing scream. Once the T-virus was neutralized, his sense of pain returned, and he had been bitten all over his body by zombies more than once. Now, Brad finally understands what it means to be in unbearable pain. "Jill, do it." "Gil, you're being incredibly presumptuous. I really want to give you some 0.50 injection pills." Healing spell. The silvery white light fell on Brad. For an ordinary person without a professional template, the healing effect was immediate, and his hideous, festering wounds began to heal visibly. However, Brad's face grew paler and paler. Well, it's normal for a wound to itch a bit when it's healing. The west gate of the police station suddenly opened, and a thin black police officer emerged from the station carrying a gun. Marvin Brana. Health 84 120ths. Marvin Brana, clutching his bleeding left abdomen, staggered out of the police station's west gate, his lips pale and his hand holding the gun trembling slightly. He immediately spotted Jill standing in the center of the courtyard, and Brad lying on the ground, panting in pain, his wounds mysteriously healing. And Yang Tao, who was observing him from the side. Jill, you're alive. Marvin was both surprised and delighted, but as soon as he took a step, a sharp pain in his abdomen made him groan and stagger. Yang Tao glanced at Jill with some surprise. You two know each other? Marvin Branna is a lieutenant in the Raccoon City Police Department, and I am a member of the STARS Alpha team. We are both in the Raccoon City Police Department system, so we are colleagues. I see. Yang Tao originally thought that the STARS Alpha team was a special secret team of the government, but now that Jill said this, it turns out that it is a special task force of the police department. Damn, that's a complete drop in prestige. Yang Tao kicked Brad, who was lying on the ground, and said, Hey, get up when you're done. You'll catch a cold if you lie on the ground. Let me take a moment. Brad responded weakly, feeling that this journey from hell to heaven and back to hell was taking a toll on his spirit. He wasn't a tough guy at all. In fact, he was quite timid. Marvin looked at Brad on the ground, then at Jill, who seemed weak, and asked, Hey, can you tell me what's going on? The outside world is in complete chaos. Jill briefly explained Umbrella's plan to Marvin, whose face turned extremely ugly. Damn it, those bastards. His tone was full of helplessness. Yang Tao chuckled, then looked at Marvin's injured leg. Lieutenant Marvin, let me treat your leg injury first, then we can consider leaving Raccoon City. Although Yang Tao knew this was a dungeon, he greatly admired Marvin. Do good deeds and don't worry about the future. Is the bullet still in your leg? Without. Healing spell. A silvery white light fell on Marvin, and the gunshot wound on his leg was healing rapidly. Marvin felt the change in his legs, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Oh, shit. Let's talk about this at the police station first. There aren't many elite monsters in the police station, only a few wandering lickers. The tyrant shouldn't have arrived yet at this time. Jill helped Brad up from the ground, and the four of them went into the police station. Upon arriving at the police station lobby and looking at the familiar surroundings, Yang Tao smiled and asked, Marvin, where is the police station's armory? Upon hearing equipment depot, Marvin's face darkened, and he shook his head violently. No, the armory door is locked by Elon's, and he took the key card. We can't get in at all. He pointed towards the second floor of the hall. But STARS has spare weapons in the office, shotguns, pistol rounds, and flashbangs are all there. I'll take you there. No need, just tell me where the weapons are, and I'll handle the rest myself. Marvin said with some concern. The police station is not safe now. The monsters outside have already broken in, and the injured survivors have also turned into monsters. Don't worry, leave it to me. Mawen wasn't one to fuss over details, and immediately told Yang Tao the location of the underground equipment depot on the west side of the first floor. After pinpointing the location, Yang Tao opened the mini-map and suddenly noticed a white dot on it. It seems there's a reporter in the police station's underground jail. Yang Tao remembered clearly that when the tyrant appeared, this guy's head was crushed by the tyrant's hand. The visuals can be described as very explicit and violent. After marking the location of the armory, he then looked at the red dots marked with Elite. All right, Lieutenant Marvin, you and Brad stay put. Jill and I will clean up the police station. Looking at Yang Tao, Mawen felt inexplicably taken advantage of, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. You must be careful. Jill's eyes revealed a complex emotion, but she ultimately nodded and followed Yang Tao toward the second floor of the police station. As soon as the door opened, a zombie dressed in a police uniform pounced on Yang Tao. Bang! The distinctive gunshot of the Desert Eagle rang out. Yang Tao leaned forward. Jumping slash. High damage numbers rose from above the zombie's head. Actually, Jill, you can stay in the lobby and watch over Marvin and Brad. Jill knew Marvin, so she naturally knew the other officers. Her former colleagues now turned into zombies. She must be feeling terrible inside. I am now your follower, so naturally I will follow you. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao smiled and teased. You're quite perceptive. Plus 12 experience. 41 copper coins. Mild treatment solution 1. Oh right. Wait a minute, let me upgrade my equipment first. After saying that, Yang Tao took the workbench and new anvil out of his backpack and placed them in the corridor on the second floor. Jill cast a curious glance at Yang Tao, who was holding a strange, sky blue stone. What's this? Diamonds, special diamonds. Take out all the diamonds dropped by the elites. One type has 34 pieces. The hunters alone contributed 12. It took 24 diamonds to create a complete set of diamond helmet, breastplate, pants, and boots. Then, enchant all the reserved enchantment books onto the diamond set. Put on brand new gear. I have everything I need now. 16% guaranteed armor damage reduction, plus an additional 64% damage reduction from the protection enchantment. He has now reached the 80% damage reduction cap in Minecraft. Chapter 68 First Encounter with Lee Song-won. Any Alpha Parasite Helmet. Level required, 10. Defense plus 15, Magic Defense plus 10. Strength plus 10. Constitution plus 10. Add 0.5 health regeneration per second. It's alive. The helmet dropped by the tracker boss has incredibly powerful stats. However, its appearance is really hard to describe. Once worn, it looks like a complete Ini Alpha Parasite has been spread out, shaped, and wrapped around the head, which is both eerie and oppressive. To describe it specifically, it's like a scorpion with more than 10 legs crawling on your head. Damn it, it's fine if it doesn't look very good. He took off the ninja helmet, which was no longer up to his level. The set bonus of level 5 is only dominant below level 9, and becomes ordinary equipment after reaching level 10. Jill, standing to the side, looked at Yang Tao as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. If you like it, that's fine. Knock down the workbench and anvil to retrieve the backpack. Continue. As they continued forward, a zombie hissed and lunged at Yang Tao. Just as Jill was about to raise her gun, a large hand pressed down on it. Don't move, let me do it. After saying that, he took off his ninja top, and the clothing-tearing buff took effect instantly, increasing his already strong attack by another 20%. Push off hard with your feet. Yang Tao charged towards the zombies like a cannonball. Great capture technique. He grabbed the zombie's outstretched arm. Over the shoulder throw, followed by a spectacular backflip. Bang bang bang. Plus 12 experience. 18 copper coins. Plush curls 3. The level 12 zombie couldn't even last 5 seconds before being taken down by Yang Tao's combo attack. Looking at the zombie lying motionless on the ground, Yang Tao clapped his hands with satisfaction. Not bad, this power wasn't wasted. There are elite monsters ahead. Let's speed things up. After we clear out the police station, let's also take care of the zombies outside. Jill gripped the Desert Eagle, now having a new understanding of Yang Tao's strength. The police station was thoroughly cleaned up. Yang Tao and Jill led the 2 surviving officers back to the police station lobby. The AR-15 patrol rifle, W-870 pump-action shotgun, and 2 game-exclusive Lightning Hawk .50 EE Magnum revolvers found in the armory are tossed to Lieutenant Marvin and Brad. Lieutenant, where's the rocket launcher in the police station? After a period of rest, Marvin recovered. He had just picked up the AR-15 automatic rifle when he heard Yang Tao's question full of doubt. He looked up incredulously and asked, "Hey, friend, what makes you think the police station has rocket launchers?" No. This time, Yang Tao was completely bewildered. Isn't this standard equipment? Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, Jill stepped forward and explained, under normal circumstances, automatic rifles are already the police station's heavy firepower, while the M19 pistol is the commonly used weapon for police officers. Yeah. Yang Tao felt that he had been poisoned by games and movies. He always felt that even if an American police station's arsenal didn't have a Gatling gun that shoots blue flames, it would still have to have a few rocket launchers to feel right. Never mind, I can't use this thing anyway. I walked to the window and looked out at the torrential rain. Lion should be arriving soon. The thought had barely formed when a violent explosion rang out from afar, shaking the windows even across the street. They're here. The tanker truck Lion was driving exploded. Jill walked over to Yang Tao and asked, "What's here?" Main character. Lion. While cleaning up the police station, Yang Tao, having nothing else to do, talked to Jill about Resident Evil 2, including the culprit behind this Raccoon City virus leak. The infamous Lee Song-won and the Arms Queen Claire. Our main task now is to follow them on the train from William Birkin's underground laboratory and leave Raccoon City. Can't we leave on our own? Yang Tao turned to Jill and said softly, "Jill, this is a dungeon. You and I are both restricted, and there's no way for us to leave Raccoon City on our own. In my opinion, there may be many ways to leave Raccoon City, but I only know 2. The first option is to follow you, the you in the instance, and leave with you and Carlos in a helicopter before the nuclear bombs hit. The other option is to leave with Leon and Claire." After hearing Yang Tao's explanation, Jill gained a deeper understanding of the dungeon. No sooner had the words left his mouth than hurried footsteps and the howls of zombies came from the direction of the police station's main entrance. Yang Tao smirked and gestured with his chin toward the main entrance of the hall. Speak of the devil, and he appears. However, there are more zombies wandering over from outside. It seems we didn't kill them hard enough or fast enough just now. Marvin, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately picked up the AR-15 rifle he had just acquired and stood up when he heard the roar of the zombie. The other two police officers also raised their shotguns. Only Brad gripped the pistol nervously, his hands trembling. Indeed, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. Brat the coward. The heavy wooden door to the police station lobby was pushed open, and a figure soaked to the bone by the rain walked in. Hello? Click. The sound of several bullets being chambered brought Leon, who had short, side-parted hair, back to his senses. Looking at the several guns pointed at him in the hall, Leon immediately raised his hands. Don't be nervous. My name is Lioness Kennedy, and I'm a new police officer reporting for duty. Yang Tao looked at Leon, the famous handsome man from the Resident Evil series, chuckled and teased. I should be the one saying that. All right, put down your guns. Seeing this, Marvin was the first to relent, raising his hand to signal everyone to put down their weapons, and stepped forward to examine the somewhat disheveled young man in front of him. My name is Marvin Branagh, Lion. We had prepared a welcome party for you, but I'm afraid that's no longer possible. Lion slowly lowered his raised hands, let out a long sigh of relief, and wiped the water stains mixed with rain and dust from his face. Marvin? Lieutenant Marvin, I want to know what exactly happened. I arrived in Raccoon City and encountered those crazy patients at the gas station. After finally getting to the police station, he was confronted by several colleagues who pointed automatic rifles at his head. These things are absolutely insane. While questioning him, his gaze remained fixed on Yang Tao, who was wearing a strange Alpha parasite helmet. There's no way around it. This image is just too eye-catching. Jill then stepped forward, put away her Desert Eagle, and introduced herself briefly. I am Jill Valentine, from STAR's Alpha Team. This is Yang Tao, who is temporarily our leader. Lieutenant Ma Wen wanted to speak, but considering Yang Tao's abilities, he ultimately acquiesced to the fact. The situation outside is a bit complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Right now, we need your help. Stars, I've heard of you. Lion nodded, his guard lowering somewhat, but looking at the empty hall, he couldn't help but ask, where's everyone else? All the officers in the station. Marvin's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, they're all gone. Most of them turned into those monsters. Now there are only a few of us left in the police station. Yang Tao took out an automatic rifle and threw it to the other man. Rookie, I'll tell you about what's happening outside on the way. Right now, we need to survive. Survive? That's right. At 6 a.m. tomorrow, the military will launch a nuclear missile to cover everything in Raccoon City. Right now, our main task is to leave Raccoon City. Upon hearing this, everyone except Jill was incredulous. Chapter 69, Hunting the Tyrant. Do you want to live or die? You have 3 seconds to think it over. In the underground detention center of the police station, Wulong, Fengchu, and Jill are clearing out the zombies imprisoned in the cells. Yang Tao, on the other hand, was staring at the figure in a cell at the deepest part of the prison. The man in the cage huddled in a cold, dark corner, his worn-out trench coat stained with dirt and dust, and his glasses perched crookedly on one side. His eyes held a mixture of fear, vigilance, and a hint of shrewdness typical of a journalist. Hearing Yang Tao's question, he strode forward, grabbed the sturdy iron bars, and asked in a deliberately calm tone, Who are you? Are you also sent by that madman Elons to kill me? Yang Tao had a good understanding of Ben Bertolucci's personality. I just wanted to save you. If you don't want to, then pretend I wasn't here. After saying this, Yang Tao turned to leave. He had been wondering what Yang Tao wanted from him, but seeing Yang Tao about to leave, he hurriedly said, Hey, don't go, I know something. Yang Tao stopped and looked at the reporter before asking again, Do you want to live or die? I want to live. I want to live. He had a gut feeling that if he tried to be clever and said he wanted to die, the other party would actually abandon him in the cage. Friend, please save me. I will definitely repay you. As he spoke, the reporter put on a fawning expression. All right, I don't care what you know, nor do I care about your so-called repayment. Saving you was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. Yang Tao walked to the cell and looked at the tightly locked cell door. These cell doors all have electronic locks, but the power is out in this cell for some reason. You'll have to fix it first. Before Ben could finish speaking, he saw Yang Tao take out a strange device and stick it to the cell bars. It looks like a lever. It was extremely rudimentary, consisting of nothing more than a wooden stick stuck in a rectangular stone. The other party gave a gentle pull. The electronic lock, de-energized, emitted a crisp unlocking sound, and the cell door opened automatically. You weren't trying to get me to fix the circuit breaker, were you? Ben stood blankly in the cage, staring at the lever stuck to the iron bars. No. I was just talking nonsense. Yang Tao pulled down the lever and put it into his backpack, then turned and walked towards the crouching dragon and the phoenix. Stay close, or you'll die. Oh. Ben hurriedly got out of the cage and followed behind Yang Tao, looking around nervously. I'm telling you, the police chief. Yang Tao had a sudden urge to tease the reporter, so he immediately interrupted him. Let's go take him down later. Huh? You know he was bribed by Umbrella. I don't know, but does that have anything to do with me wanting to kill him? Yang Tao turned his head and glanced at Ben with a forced smile. Ben, who was already suspicious, subconsciously shivered. Without. Bang bang bang. Gunshots rang out continuously as Jill, holding her Desert Eagle, called out the names of the zombies in the cages one by one. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head and glanced at Ben, who was following behind Yang Tao. Is he the unlucky guy you were talking about? He used to be, but now he's met you and me. Looking at the zombies lying on the ground, Yang Tao opened the map. Leon and Marvin went out to pick up Claire. Sigh, this white that should be Claire, but it's actually Ada Wong. Ada Wong from Resident Evil is a character that cannot be ignored. Ada Wong can be described in 3 words. Sexy, capable, and efficient. At this moment, a red dot marked with the tyrant's name entered the area of the mini-map. After it entered the map, its route was clear, the police station in Raccoon City. Jill, a tyrant is coming. Let's go and greet it. It's just a naked tyrant. He had a record of challenging 5 tyrants last time. Even if this one is of a higher level and stronger, it's still just here to be killed. Hey, what kind of weapon do you like to use? Yang Tao suddenly looked at Ben, who was slightly taken aback before pointing at himself with disbelief in his eyes behind his glasses. Before you get bitten to death by those zombies, I hope you at least have the courage to pull the trigger once, even if it's to end your own life. Ben stared at the shotgun and several round defensive grenades that were suddenly handed to him. In that instant, he felt the world expand. He reached out and took the shotgun and grenade. I won't hold you back. Hee, then you'd better be more alert. He pulled out his police walkie-talkie, pressed the side button, and said, Marvin, if you pick up Claire, meet us immediately in the underground parking lot. A big guy has arrived. The walkie-talkie first emitted a static sound, followed by Marvin's gunshot. Yang, we found Miss Claire. A helicopter crashed into the 2nd floor of the police station. Leon wants to go check it out and see if there are any survivors. Upon hearing Ma Wen's words, Yang Tao immediately replied, let's go to the parking lot first. What a joke. The helicopter pilot isn't the main character, and the people sitting on it aren't prisoners. How could there possibly be any survivors? Okay, we're coming right away. Marvin was quite straightforward. As a police officer, how could he not know the survival rate after a helicopter crash? Yang Tao opened the mini-map and stared intently at the approaching tyrant. This guy's primary target should be Reporter Ben. The reason is simple. He knows too much, and the Umbrella Corporation would never allow him to live and spout nonsense. Soon, footsteps came from the stairwell, and Marvin led 5 fully armed men down from the police station upstairs. Yang, where is the enemy? Yang Tao glanced at the minimap, then pointed at the tyrant who had already come behind the wall. Right behind there. Later, everyone looked in the direction Yang Tao was pointing, and the next moment, with a loud bang, an extremely thick arm smashed through the wall. It has to be Commissioner Smith again. Using red bricks is one thing, but a single layer of red bricks is another. The walls of the bungalows in the village are all made of 24 double-layered red bricks. With a crash, the wall collapsed, and the tyrant bent slightly as he walked through the gap into the police station parking lot. What the hell is this thing? Marvin stared at the tyrant, who was 2.5 meters tall, wearing a black trench coat and a wide-brimmed hat, and found it hard to accept. T-103 mass-produced tyrant. After giving an explanation, Yang Tao took out the Thunderstrike sword and shield. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Fire. The next moment, 3 AR automatic rifles and 2 shotguns fired simultaneously. Ben was even more decisive, pulling out the grenade that Yang Tao had just handed him from his pocket. Pull the pull tab off. Try this stuff? Ben, who should have died at the hands of the tyrant, has now transformed into a hunter. Chapter 70 isn't enough. Not enough. Plus 100 experience. Silver coin 2. Copper coin 7. Tyrant boots 1. T-virus stock solution, small, 1. Diamond 2. Item stack limit increased by 10. Yang Tao stepped forward and stared at the tyrant's corpse with a serious expression on his face. Killing monsters with the help of NPCs will also grant experience and loot. However, the specific calculation depends on whether I participated in the attack or on the percentage of damage dealt. Under normal circumstances, professionals use non-attribute firearms or other methods. For example, if you lift a 15-ton steel coil and crush a monster to death, you won't get any experience points. However, even after the tyrant in front of them was targeted by everyone, he still dropped experience in items. He only used some poison spells and soulfire spells throughout. I'll check the information when I get back. What exactly is this thing? Lion's expression turned extremely solemn as he watched the tyrant finally collapse after enduring their relentless attacks for half a minute. Tyrant, a bioweapon manufactured by Umbrella Corporation, came to the police station mainly to kill and silence witnesses. Following this, Yang Tao looked at Ben, who was inspecting the tyrant. This guy's profession was indeed worthy of a reporter. He really had a lot of courage. Everyone's eyes also turned to him. Ben, completely bewildered, pointed at himself and exclaimed, "You killed me." Yang Tao patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "You should know how important what you're investigating is to Umbrella Corporation. To be honest, given your situation, even if you manage to leave Raccoon City alive and publish the news, people will find out that you were shot in the back and committed suicide." "Book. So I'm destined to die?" Marvin then stepped forward. He first glanced at the tyrant lying on the ground, then looked at Yang Tao and asked, "What do we do next?" Yang Tao turned to look at Marvin and held up 2 fingers. "First, we'll go directly to William Platinum's underground lab. Take the underground train to leave Raccoon City. Second, we'll take out Police Chief Elon's, and then take the underground train to leave Raccoon City." "Irons." Marvin frowned slightly. "Why did you want to kill Director Elon's?" Upon hearing Marvin's words, Ben let out a mocking laugh. "Why? Lieutenant Marvin, haven't you figured it out yet? That madman Elon's has been in cahoots with the Umbrella Corporation for a long time. The fact that there are so many zombies and monsters in the police station is not an accident. He let them in on purpose." Marvin's expression changed drastically. "What nonsense are you talking about? Chief Elon's is the head of the Raccoon City Police Department. How could he possibly?" "The person in charge?" Ben chuckled, pulled a few crumpled photos from his clothing pocket, and slammed them down in front of Marvin. "Look for yourself. This is what I secretly filmed when I broke into his office. He took bribes from Umbrella Corporation, signed a secret agreement, and deliberately blocked the police station exits and cut off external communications. He wanted to trap all of us, including me, a reporter who knows too much, here and kill us." Faced with irrefutable evidence, Marvin finally recognized the truth. Yang Tao looked at Marvin, who had an incredulous expression, and said, "Lieutenant Marvin, Elon's doesn't just take bribes. He also likes to make specimens. He used to be fascinated by making all kinds of animal specimens, but gradually animals no longer satisfied his appetite, so—" Yang Tao gave him a knowing look. As a police lieutenant, Marvin was well aware of Yang Tao's meaning. He immediately gripped the photo tightly in his hand and said, "Where is he? I want to go and try him myself." Yang Tao pointed to the passageway in the corner of the underground parking lot. "He's in a hidden underground monitoring room, watching our every move." Everyone was immediately shocked, never expecting that Elon's was underground. Marvin immediately picked up his automatic rifle and said seriously, "I'm going to investigate Elon's situation. If he really did all this, I will definitely not let him get away with it. In that case, Marvin, you take Leon and your 2 other colleagues to find Elon. Jill and I will go find the underground laboratory first. If there are any problems, we can contact each other by walkie-talkie." "Good. Well." At this moment, Claire, who had been silent until now, spoke up with some surprise. "What about me? You can follow whomever you want." After saying that, Yang Tao led the crouching dragon, the Phoenix chick, and Jill directly toward the exit of the underground parking lot. "Wait, I'll follow you." Claire quickly caught up. "My name is Claire Redfield. Why aren't you with Lion?" Yang Tao looked at Claire with some puzzlement. Logically speaking, she should be more familiar with Leon, so there was no way she would choose him. "I came here to find my brother. Lion and the others don't know anything about him, so I thought I'd come with you and ask if you have any news about him." "Your brother isn't in Raccoon City. He should be in Europe right now." "Huh? You know my brother?" "I know him, the famous Chris." Yang Tao took out a lever from his backpack, stuck it next to the roller shutter door of the underground parking garage, and then reached out and pulled the lever. The roller shutter door, which originally required an access card to open, slowly rose. Before the roller shutter door could be fully raised, Wulong and Fengchu had already rushed out and tackled the zombies outside to the ground. The zombie lay helplessly on the ground, struggling desperately, but it had no ability to resist the elite-level crouching dragon and Phoenix chick, who had also reached level 12. "If we move quickly, Even if something unexpected happens, we'll have enough time to recover. I see. Jill has now adapted to being a follower and understands the danger if she doesn't evacuate on time. Bang bang. Claire, following behind the two, held her small pistol and stared at the two men and two dogs wreaking havoc, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Hey, don't just stand there. Use this first. Claire instinctively reached out and caught the .50 revolver that Yang Tao threw to her. This thing was far more powerful than the small pistol she was currently using. Sir, it's my brother. Yang Tao unleashed a soul fire talisman, drawing the wandering zombies from afar towards him. You'll have to investigate your brother's specific situation yourself after you leave. After the heavy rain, the stench of blood in Raccoon City was somewhat masked, but the lingering stench became even more pronounced. Are you my brother's friend? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. The renowned Chris is incredibly powerful. On average, eliminating a cluster of infected individuals requires the loss of one teammate or friend. Yang Tao felt that his fate wasn't that tough. Claire, what you need to do now is leave Raccoon City with us. Otherwise you'll never be able to find your brother again. Good. Claire gripped her revolver tightly, raised her hand, and fired a shot at the zombie that had been lured in from a distance. Bang! Brain matter splattered everywhere. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 71 Heading to the Sewers. Leave the police station. Jill glanced at a gun shop by the roadside, her heart filled with mixed emotions, and said, Yang, Robert Kindo is the top gunsmith in Raccoon City, and this is his daughter. I know. Yang Tao interrupted Jill. I'll try to see if I can save his daughter. The gun shop owner is also a tragic figure. His daughter, Emma, is infected with the T-virus, but Robert Kindo protects her and refuses to give up. In the end, Robert Kindo killed his own daughter and then committed suicide. Although in my opinion it doesn't really matter whether we save them or not. As long as it makes you feel better, then let's do it. Jill was touched by his words. She had been reborn and had witnessed instance resets. Yang Tao's words also make sense. If they re-enter the instance, everything will start over. But the man in front of her, in order to consider her feelings, chose to save Robert Kindo's daughter. Thanks. Yang Tao chuckled and walked straight toward the gun shop. If you really want to thank me, then I'll work hard from now on. Pushing open the wooden door of the gun shop, the shelves inside were overturned, with only some scattered gun parts and bullets lying on the floor. When the disaster struck, Robert Kindo donated the guns in his shop to the survivors in the city. He kept only some weapons for self-defense. Kinder, Jill called out after entering the house, and as soon as she finished speaking, a middle-aged man carrying a shotgun walked out from behind the shop shelves, his eyes full of vigilance. Jill, what brings you back? Kinder, don't be nervous. We're here to help you. No, Jill, you all leave. I just want to stay here with my daughter. Kindo was somewhat agitated. Yang Tao approached Kindo unarmed. Your daughter can still be saved. If this drags on any longer, she'll definitely turn into one of those monsters outside. Upon hearing this, Kindo was momentarily stunned. The next moment, Yang Tao suddenly grabbed Kindo's wrist, which was holding the shotgun, and then raised the shotgun high. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the ceiling was riddled with bullet holes, with dust and debris falling down. Yang Tao snatched the shotgun from the other man's hand with just a little force. He then slapped him to the ground. It's not usually noticeable, but with his current strength attributes, it's basically 3 times that of an average person. Jill, Claire, you can keep an eye on him. I don't have time to explain things to him. Jill was taken aback when Yang Tao made his move, and her mind went blank for a moment. She paused for a moment, then immediately reacted and stepped forward to hold down Kindo, who was still struggling to get up, and said urgently, Kinder, calm down. He's not the enemy. He really has a way to save Emma. Kindo was pinned to the ground, his eyes red-rimmed, tears mingling with dust as they streamed down his face, his hoarse roar almost breaking. Save her? How can we save her? The entire Raccoon City is beyond saving. She's about to turn into a monster, and all I want is to be with her on her final journey. Why do you all have to come and bother me? There's an old Chinese saying, treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Yang Tao walked towards the door at the back of the gun shop. If you don't save her, your daughter will definitely become one of those infected. If you save her, at least there will be a sliver of hope. After saying that, Yang Tao reached out and opened the door, where a little girl in a white dress was standing. He looks about 8 or 9 years old. At this moment, her skin had lost all color, and some hideous black lines were spreading from her neck toward her head. She saw that Yang Tao didn't pounce on her. He just stood there quietly, motionless. Fortunately, we arrived much earlier than the timeline in the story. He took the antidote, basic, out of his backpack, aimed it at the little girl, and silently recited the instructions to use it. This item has a chance to drop when you kill regular zombies, since you can easily get poisoned in this dungeon. With the addition of stolen enchantments, Yang Tao had quite a few items in his inventory. The antidote worked instantly. After it was administered, the little girl's body went limp, and she was about to collapse when Yang Tao caught her with lightning speed. Healing spell. The silver light fell on the little girl, and her pale skin gradually regained some color. Jill, let go of him. Luckily we arrived early, and the child has been saved. Kendo, who was outside the cubicle, widened his eyes upon hearing this, and rushed in as soon as Jill released him. Looking at her daughter held in Yang Tao's arms, she trembled as she stroked her daughter's forehead and neck, watching her daughter gradually recover. The man completely broke down, kneeling down in front of Yang Tao and weeping bitterly. Thank you, thank you. He kept repeating those two words to himself. Yang Tao returned his daughter to him, then looked at Jill beside him and teased with a smile. Jill, I slapped him, and he should thank me. Jill stepped forward, knelt down to check on the little girl, and looked up at Yang Tao. For a father, the importance of his daughter is self-evident. Of course I know. After all, people often call me Dad. After making a harmless joke, Yang Tao packed all the scattered gun parts and ammunition in the gun shop into a box, and then put it into his backpack. In this way, all these random things only need to occupy one grid. Robert Kendo, although the virus in your daughter has been resolved, her body has been weakened by the long infection. She won't wake up until at least tomorrow. Yang Tao told him about the nuclear bomb and extended a team invitation. You can choose to leave with us. How about that? Robert Kendo, holding his daughter, said gratefully, Thank you. I will follow your instructions completely as long as my daughter can be saved. Take your daughter to the police station to find Marvin first, and I will contact you then. Okay. The sewers, research institute, and police station are actually connected. The reason Yang Tao chose to take the longer route was simply because he had his eye on the elite infected individuals outside the sewers. After watching Robert Kendo carry his daughter to the police station, Yang Tao led Jill and Claire through the passage behind the gun shop and directly to the sewers that were under repair. Jill, Claire, be careful later. The sewers are complicated. He gave instructions as he walked deeper into the sewer. On the way, Yang Tao pondered to himself. Ada Wong should be arriving at the police station soon by now. Ada Wong is dangerous, both physically and technically, especially against a rookie like Leon. She is incredibly lethal. As the saying goes, meeting Ada can ruin your life. I'm talking about Leon. Entering the sewers, Yang Tao looked at the main sewer pipe, which was large enough to carry Optimus Prime, and showed a sigh. As expected of America, these pipes are fucking outrageous. There's just no one maintaining it. Chapter 72 William Birkin. Roar. A crocodile-like mutated creature, the size of a dump truck, opened its massive mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged at Yang Tao. This guy's an elite. So cunning. Mutant giant crocodile. Special elite. Health 5000/5000. Damn, it has the template of a lord boss, but the loot is only for elites? In Resident Evil 2, this giant crocodile is a one-hit kill, even more monstrous than the third stage nemesis. Of course, the way to defeat it is also a plot-driven kill. All you need to do is lure it to the gas pipe, and it will bite the pipe. Then, a single, gentle shot will be enough to blow it up. But now, poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Don't hold back, go all out. Soul Fire Talisman. Jill put away her Desert Eagle and conjured a submachine gun out of thin air. The Desert Eagle is her starting weapon, while the submachine gun is her exclusive upgraded weapon. As she levels up, she can unlock even more weapons. A barrage of bullets landed on the mutated crocodile, splattering a large amount of blood. Roar. The mutated crocodile let out a painful roar, but it moved even faster. Soul Fire Talisman. Yang Tao stared at the gaping maw, which was at least 3 or 4 meters in diameter, and then looked at the tiny shield in his hand. Unstoppable, unstoppable. If it gets swallowed whole, it will only be able to block one attack. Iron block. A silver-white pillar appeared out of thin air in the sewer. Because of its size and attack method, this crocodile was practically useless, becoming a sitting duck. The cube is still too overpowered. With a satisfied grin, the Arms Queen picked up her grenade launcher, aimed it at the mutated crocodile, and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. The crisp sound of a grenade being launched rang out. Boom boom boom. Health points plummeted. Plus 100 experience. Silver coin 1. 21 copper coins. Shark bait 1. Shark necklace 1. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. Yang Tao was completely bewildered as he stared at the fallen items. Jill stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" Without. Yang Tao was puzzled as to why all the things this crocodile dropped had the prefix shark. Could it be a hybrid of a shark and a crocodile? How did they manage to get by like this? This question is worth exploring. You can find the entrance to William Platinum's laboratory by following the sewers, but be careful, it will only get more dangerous from here on out. Move on. The monsters encountered along the way gradually transitioned from T-virus-infected mutated creatures to G-virus-infected ones. Solve a mature G-virus full of Kryptonian genes. G-virus stock solution. 1% chance to increase health regeneration rate. There is a 99% chance of dying on the spot. People with G-virus antibodies can undergo perfect evolution. It is not recommended to use it. With these odds, even a gambler would have to wake up. T. Dead people turn into zombies. Uniform, stable, and mass-producible. G. Only living people can mutate, becoming stronger and stronger, without a fixed form. One is a virus, and the other is a parasite. Yang Tao stuffed the thing into the corner of his backpack. He would never give it to Wulong and Fengchu before the undying totem was mass-produced. With only a 1% chance, it would be better to just bury Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Oh, don't be ridiculous, he still wants to have children. How can he play with a virus all over his body? Just then, a static sound rang out, and Ma Wen's voice came from the walkie-talkie clipped to Yang Tao's waist. "Yang, where are you now?" "The sewers, I'll take a look later." Yang Tao opened the map to confirm the location. It's right below the police station. You can take the elevator down directly from the secret meeting room in the police station lobby. The police station was previously an abandoned museum, and apart from the chief, no one else knew much about some parts of the station. Even Marvin is the same. "Okay, we're coming right now." Yang Tao did not inquire about the police chief. He was just an insignificant lackey. Push open the iron gate leading to the underground landfill. A man whose body has undergone deformity is embracing and kissing another man. Yang Tao's pupils dilated suddenly. "That's exciting." "No way. William Birkin?" "Well, although I didn't mean to disturb you, Mr. William, please be more mindful of your behavior in your next life. Start with 0 frames. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. In an instant, William Birkin turned completely green, and after being attacked, it threw the man it had just been kissing passionately into the air. He was completely exposed to Yang Tao and Jill's gaze. Although William Birkin still retains the general outline of a human, he has been completely distorted and deformed. The scientist's originally thin body swelled up to be unusually thick. The right shoulder and arm were completely devoured by the G-virus, swelling into a deformed limb covered with blue veins and lumps. A strange, wriggling sensation surged beneath my skin, as if something alive was growing wildly inside. The most terrifying thing was his face. His right eye had turned into a huge, unicorn-like deformed tissue. His left eye still barely retained a human appearance, but it was bloodshot and he was in a frenzy and pain. William Birkin G1 form. Hidden Lord level. Level 15. Health points 1791/1800. Soul Fire Talisman. Yang Tao never expected to run into the wandering William Birkin here. Jill and Claire, you two be careful not to get kissed by this guy. The so-called kin is actually the transmission of infection. After being infected by the G-virus, William Birkin became a parasite with William Birkin's appearance. It can infect other living organisms by spitting out larvae, and evolve into different individuals by absorbing the host's genes. The ones I encountered in the sewers before were all G-type adult forms that had broken out of their bodies. Jill was taken aback at first, then immediately took several steps back and said, "Be careful, I feel he probably prefers men." "Go to hell." Yang Tao raised his shield to block William Birkin's attack, and took the opportunity to turn his head and glare at Jill. This woman doesn't seem like a good person. William Birkin's regenerative abilities are far superior to those of the T-virus tyrant, and his maximum health continues to increase. This is what makes the G-virus so terrifying. It evolves whenever it suffers severe damage. Summon skeletons. A black, withered skeleton, over 2 meters tall, appeared out of thin air behind William Birkin. His square shape looks quite cute, especially compared to William Birkin's current image. Poke his eye, that's his weakness. William Birkin's weaknesses are his mutated eyes and his fear of fire. Upon receiving the order, the wither skeleton immediately raised the stone sword in its hand and thrust it directly at the eye, which was the size of a basketball, from behind William Birkin. Puff! Withering 015. Yang Tao lunged forward and slashed William Birkin's head with his sword. Combustion 010. If you raise the ceiling, I'll cut the floor. Chapter 73, Riding My Beloved Little Train. William Birkin G2. William Birkin entered Phase 2, and the maximum health bar above his head suddenly increased by 1 level, causing his body to mutate again. His original arms became even more bloated, and his huge, gouged eyes were restored, becoming even more lively and evil. It's Phase 2. Actually, Yang Tao's reminder wasn't necessary, since William Birkin had changed so much. Roar! A deafening roar erupted, shaking even the sewers. In his G2 form, William Birkin is no longer as clumsy and sluggish as before. His speed has nearly doubled, and his giant tentacles sweep out fiercely. Yang Tao showed no intention of dodging and directly raised his shield to block the opponent's tentacles. Bang! The shield shattered once more. But the tentacle also became weak and powerless, as if it had been overworked. He jumped up and pounced on it. Yang Tao, like the warriors in Terraria who max out their defense, has no idea what pain is. Healing spell. After gulping down a mouthful of pure yang milk, the amount of blood lost began to rise rapidly. After entering Phase 2, William Birkin's last vestiges of humanity vanished, and he has now completely degenerated into a monster. Gunshots, explosions, and William Birkin's shouts created a chaotic cacophony. Claire, where the hell is your howitzer? Bring it up here, you son of a bitch. Claire, who was loading bullets into her revolver, heard Yang Tao's words, and a look of surprise appeared on her still childish face. Oh, what the hell? Fire the cannons. Bomb the hell out of them. Claire watched Yang Tao wrestling hand-to-hand with William Birkin, pursed her lips, and finally took out the grenade launcher from behind her. Careful. Phoenix chick, suppress. Yang Tao suddenly jumped toward Fengchu, and in the blink of an eye, used an iron block to separate himself from Fengchu. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions rang out, and even Lord-level monsters had to bow down before firearms. Continue. Boom boom boom. With a whoosh, the nearest wither skeleton was shattered by the aftershock. Hearing the noise outside stop, Yang Tao peeked out from behind the iron wall, and almost vomited at the sight of it. The high temperature and impact from the howitzer explosion directly blasted William Birkin's deformed body to pieces. Holy crap, they're still alive. Yang Tao had already figured it out. Once he left the dungeon and returned to H-City, he would do everything he could to get some gas cylinder enchantments. Let these monsters experience what it means for an explosion to be art. Summon skeletons. This time, Yang Tao directly summoned the skeleton archer, letting him handle the tanking himself. Banana boat. Iron skin solution. He enhanced his defensive capabilities again, jumped onto the iron wall, and leaped down. Buzz. A hissing sound rang out, and several bolts of lightning fell from the sewer ceiling. Yang Tao frantically poked at the mutated giant eye, and some yellow liquid gushed out. Damn, that's disgusting. With the support of mental combat techniques, Yang Tao's close combat attacks are not too weak. William Birkin G3. After being attacked repeatedly, William Birkin entered the third stage. Yang Tao immediately took out a campfire and stuffed it under William Birkin's increasingly swollen body. -20. -20. William Birkin's fire resistance is almost negative, so the damage from campfires is fully utilized. Looking at the enormous damage, Yang Tao smiled and took out the slime water gun. Here, let me water you. A stream of blue water fell onto William Birkin. Boom. -40. -40. The flames that were already burning suddenly became even more ferocious, and William Birkin, who was in the process of evolving, was directly interrupted. Give it a try, it's failing. Seeing his maximum health bar stop rising, Yang Tao's face immediately lit up with joy. William Birkin is currently stuck between stages 2 and 3, feeling frustrated and wanting to escape. However, the iron wall that Yang Tao just built is the biggest obstacle to its escape. Buzz. Yang Tao plunged the short sword, crackling with electricity, into William Platinum's mutated giant eye. Puff. With its health bar nearly depleted, the giant eye lost its luster, and the bloated body collapsed onto the cold concrete floor. A golden light flashed as the upgrade progressed. Yang Tao. Level 12. Experience 5/12,000. Strength 21. Constitution 23. Agility 21. Spirit 54. Remaining points 2. Skills: Healing, Poisoning, Mental Combat, Mind Revelation, Soul Fire Talisman, Summon Skeleton. William Birkin's experience directly helped Yang Tao break through the barrier to level 12. Experience plus 500. 1 gold coin. William Birkin's necklace 1. G-Virus abnormal pants 1. Treatment potion 2. Mana potion 2. Blazing rod 2. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. A flame rod. Yang Tao's face showed shock. Now all that's left is the hell warts. If he obtains hell wart, he can start brewing potions and embark on a path of completely abstaining from beef. He had long been fed up with all this red tape. Power potion. Increases melee damage by 30% per level. Speed potion. Increases movement speed by 20% per level. The effects of these 2 potions alone are enough to make Yang Tao a father of the same caliber. If you also include rule-based potions like fire-resistant potions and divine turtle potions, then Yang Tao could easily hold his own against a lord of the same level. I glanced at the equipment that had just dropped. G-Virus abnormal pants. Binding. Level required, 10. Defense, 15. Strength plus 8. Constitution plus 8. Increases life regeneration by 0.5 per second. These attributes are good, but looking at the deformed pants in his backpack, Yang Tao felt a headache coming on. The entire pair of pants looks like a distorted piece of flesh and blood, but that's not the point. The point is that there's a lifelike big yellow eye in the groin area. The vertical pupils appear devoid of any emotion. He's clearly a very emotional person. Forget it. Attributes are more important. He simply changed into pants. In the eyes of the NPCs, his equipment was just considered strange attire, so it wouldn't cause any disdain. As for other professionals, eldest brother, not to mention second brother, they're all the same. He had seen male assassins wearing tube tops. Just then, a series of footsteps came from outside the iron gate behind them. Marvin, Lion, and their group walked over with a little girl. Marvin looked at William Birkin on the ground and asked, "What is this?" A monster that possesses human corpses." The little girl who had been hiding behind Leon trembled. She looked up and her eyes were instantly filled with fear, confusion, and a sadness that she herself couldn't quite explain. Yang Tao looked at the little girl and smiled gently. The little girl's name is Shirley Birkin. The mutated William has his eye on her. The reason is simple. Shirley is his biological daughter, and her genes are the most compatible. G wants to use her as a host. Then, Yang Tao looked up at the woman standing at the back of the crowd. "Ms. Wang Ida, it's a pleasure to meet you here. But for each other's safety, I hope you can hand over your weapons. You won't need to do anything for the rest of the journey. Of course, I wouldn't mind finishing you off here." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone except Leon raised their weapons and pointed them at Ada Wong. Chapter 74, Leaving the Dungeon. "Look, you all saw it, she started it." Yang Tao pointed at Ada Wong, who was clutching her stomach and looking pale, and gazed innocently at the people around him. She crouched down and looked at Ada Wong, who was in so much pain that she couldn't even speak. "Have you always been this brave? Didn't you know I know martial arts?" "You?" Looking at Ada Wong's defiant gaze, Yang Tao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, you're not convinced." He got up and unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! Ada Wong's body arched into a shrimp-like shape once again. Her body had clearly undergone biochemical modifications, and it was a mild form of biochemical modification. Although the increase in strength is small, the defense is good, and it can also slow down aging. Seeing Yang Tao preparing to kick again, Leon quickly stepped forward to block Ada Wong. "Yang, calm down." Click. A desert eagle, radiating a purple glow, was pressed against Leon's head from one side. Yang Tao looked at Lion and smiled. "What? Why didn't you stop her when she pulled a knife out of her pants?" I didn't react." Leon was not afraid of the gun barrel pressed against his temple. "She's an FBI agent." "No. You really believe that?" Yang Tao stared at Lion with disbelief in his eyes. "Would you believe me if I said I'm actually the president?" "She has identification." Reach out and press Jill's arm down. "Let's go." "I feel insulted. By the way, Jill, if I ever get this horny again, don't hesitate to shoot me awake." Jill glanced at Leon with pity. "Looks like the police academy has become corrupt too." 21-year-old Lion graduated from police academy with honors. Ada Wong is clearly problematic, but Leon tries to see things from her perspective. Let's go straight to the underground lab." As for Ada Wong, her goals don't conflict with ours. What she needs is research data on the G-Virus and the G-Virus antidote serum. Leon, who was being ignored, blushed. As an outstanding graduate of the police academy and the protagonist, he had long suspected that Ada Wong was suspicious. But it's understandable for men to act this way. In the original storyline, Leon was certain that Ada Wong was suspicious and was about to confront her on the tram leading to the underground laboratory, but Ada Wong grabbed him and kissed him. My brain was completely sucked away. The group boarded the train at the bottom of the laboratory. I have left Raccoon City and can leave the instance at any time. The moment the train started moving, a notification popped up in front of Yang Tao's eyes. Haha, just as I thought. The King and Abyss dungeons require deep involvement in the storyline. Otherwise, you can only grind zombies in Raccoon City and wait for the dungeon time to run out. Inside the train carriage. Jill, we can go now? Is there anything else? Hearing this, Jill was slightly taken aback. She knew she would be leaving, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. He glanced at Claire and Marvin and the others. I'll listen to you. We'll have to face it sooner or later anyway, so let's just leave. The longer we stay, the more uncomfortable we'll feel. Jill nodded slightly. Seeing Jill nod, Yang Tao thought to himself, evacuate. The next moment, the scene changed, and when they could see clearly, they were already in the wasteland city outside the instance. Looking around, Jill, Zhuge Liang, and Fengshu were all there. Jill looked around at the desolate, lifeless city, a look of shock on her beautiful face. Is this reality? Raccoon City is already a living hell, but this wasteland city is even more extreme. The pervasive atmosphere of loneliness fills people with a sense of oppression. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the environment of the dungeon world wasn't so unacceptable after all. Several zombies rushed out of the wasteland building, but before they could get close, they were hit by a barrage of ranged attacks. In the blink of an eye, the zombies' health bars were emptied. I don't know if this is what you call reality, but I quite like it here. These are Yang Tao's honest thoughts. Just then, an incredulous voice rang out from the side. Jill? A party preparing to head to the dungeon saw Jill standing alive before them, and the leader of the warriors wore an expression of disbelief. It was as if a game character had come to life in reality. No, for ordinary professionals in this world, Jill's appearance is like a game character coming to life. His shout immediately attracted the attention of other professionals. A group of people, regardless of age or gender, surrounded Jill, staring at her as if she were some rare animal. These are the followers in Legion mode. It really is Gil. My god, I want Jill too. Dude, how did you gain followers? Yang Tao glanced at the male professionals around him, their eyes gleaming, and quickly shielded Jill behind him. Make way, have some professionalism, you barbarian. Yes, I'm talking to you. Stop with that perverted look and look behind you. The barbarian pointed at by Yang Tao suddenly woke up, and then he felt a murderous aura coming from behind him. The next moment, a small, fair hand pinched his ear, followed by a series of incomprehensible dialect words. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Tao pulled Jill out of the crowd, then took out the golf cart key and summoned the vehicle. Get in the car. Jill was also startled by the stylishly dressed professionals and quickly sat in the passenger seat. The sleeping dragon and the young phoenix skillfully perched on the roof of the car. Yang, are all people in this world like this? If you suddenly saw a familiar movie character in front of you, wouldn't you run over to take a look? Gil, am I a celebrity now? Once we have more followers, it will be fine. Jill's gaze swept across the desolate, broken highway, collapsed high-rise buildings, gray sky, and the occasional silhouettes of various infected creatures in the distance. Why has this place become like this? Has order completely collapsed? Upon hearing Jill's words, Yang Tao was taken aback at first, then looked at the surrounding scenery, and a look of realization appeared on his face. I told you looked constipated after leaving the dungeon. You probably thought all cities were like that. This is just a wasteland map. Besides here, there are forests, grasslands, sky islands, underground areas, hell, and so on. As for the main city where humans live, you will see it in a moment. After hearing Yang Tao's explanation, Jill realized that she had misunderstood. I thought all cities outside had become like this. How could that be? If everything really turned out like that, people would have to figure out how to stay in the dungeon world forever. Chapter 75, The Dark Tower. Upon returning to H City, the first thing they did was to go to the Professionals Association to register Jill's information. After some simple inquiries from the professionals, Yang Tao and Jill finally returned to their apartment building near dusk. Phew, this is really troublesome. Yang Tao plopped down on the sofa, looking exhausted. Jill, I only have 2 rooms here. You can make do in the guest room for now, and move out when there are vacancies in the apartment. Jill sat exhausted on the sofa. She was just a follower, like other professionals, and didn't have unlimited stamina like Yang Tao. The intense battles of the past 2 days have pushed her body to its limits. Move out. Don't you have a room? Big sister, I also need privacy and a private life, you know? Upon hearing this, Jill smiled slightly on her tired face and said, I won't keep you in my tracks. I'm a heavy sleeper. This isn't about whether you're a heavy sleeper or not. It's about whether I'm a pervert or not. Go take a shower first. I'll go buy some food. By the way, do you eat spicy food? I won't eat. Yang Tao nodded slightly, seemingly indicating that not many Americans enjoy spicy food. Okay then. After saying that, Yang Tao got up and left the apartment. He first went to the mall to buy some daily necessities, and then went to the restaurant to pack some food. On the way, I passed a pet store and bought 2 bags of dog food for Wulong and Fengqiu. Back in the apartment, I pushed open the door. As soon as he entered the room, Yang Tao saw Jill lying on the sofa, wrapped in a bathrobe, already asleep. He gently closed the door. Sigh, another mouth to feed. Yang Tao sighed silently. The warm yellow light of the living room lamp fell on Jill, making her originally heroic spirit even more warm. Yang Tao gently placed the food on the dining table, then took a clean, soft blanket from the bedroom and carefully covered Jill with it. Looking at Jill's delicate face, so different from other Americans. Suddenly, Jill opened her eyes. The two locked eyes. You're back. Although I was physically exhausted, having just returned from a hellish place like Raccoon City, how could I possibly be completely unprepared? I just got back. I didn't have the heart to wake you up since you were asleep. Would you like to rest first, or eat something? I'm a little hungry. Let's eat something first. Yang Tao nodded slightly and led Jill to sit at the dining table. I just bought some stir-fried chicken and rice. If you don't like it, there are also ham slices, bread, and milk in it. If all else fails, I can order you a hamburger. Jill looked at the food on the table and smiled. I'll try it first. Okay. The two sat down and began to eat. Although Jill was not used to rice and chicken at first, she gradually came to appreciate the connection between the two. Yang, where are we going next? Are we going to the dungeon again? You can only re-enter the Resident Evil instance, which is the instance you were in before, at least 1 week later. Yang Tao threw the leftover chicken bones into Wulong's mouth. As a zombie dog, it was practically a living garbage can. It could chew and swallow not only chicken bones, but also beef bones. After all, it's now a level 12 elite zombie dog. Tomorrow we'll go deep into the Grand Forest. Alice still had her mission to complete, and she also wanted to see the zombies and skeleton archers she had seen on her phone last time. Grand Forest. I'll give you the materials on the way tomorrow. You should rest well later. I'm going out for a bit. Jill paused for a moment upon hearing this, put down her spoon, and asked with great confusion, Are you going out again tonight? Okay, go teach other people. A smile appeared on Yang Tao's face. Although the smile seemed normal, Jill still sensed a lewd aura and immediately teased. You really have boundless energy. You can go 2 days without sleep and still manage to go to class. He emphasized the word class very heavily. Yang Tao, being an adult, wasn't embarrassed by Jill's teasing at all. Instead, he spoke frankly. I have good stamina. There's nothing I can do about it. By the way, I just checked some information. Once I reach level 40 and officially own my territory, I'll be able to freely dismiss followers in the follower hall. If you don't want to follow me then, I can set you free. Upon hearing this, Jill's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. She had left the instance world because of Yang Tao, and if she were really asked to leave, she would feel somewhat lost. We'll see when the time comes. Okay, no rush. Upgrading later won't be that easy either. The next morning, the sky was covered with dark clouds, looking like it could rain at any moment. The golf cart slowly drove along the road towards the south of the city. Yang Tao drove steadily, while Jill sat in the passenger seat, holding her phone and checking various information about the world. Just outside the city, the leaden clouds finally gave way, and large raindrops began to fall from the sky. Woof! Woof! The two phoenixes, soaked in the rain, cried out twice. They weren't afraid of the rain at all. They just cried out to remind Yang Tao. Suddenly, a pure black building deep in the Grand Forest in the distance caught Yang Tao's attention. What is this? He swore that there was no such thing in the Grand Forest before. Hearing his voice, Gil looked up in confusion. This is the Magic Tower. Yang Tao looked at Jill in astonishment. The Magic Tower? That's right. When I was checking the Grand Forest messages just now, a pinned message appeared at the very top. Jill reached out and tapped a few times on her phone before handing it to Yang Tao. Yang Tao took the phone and glanced at it. Magic Tower. Mysterious towers that suddenly appear all over the world are filled with all kinds of monsters. The interior of the Magic Tower is a special independent space, similar to a dungeon world. Loot. Ability Ruby, Ability Sapphire, Red Potion, Blue Potion. After reading the message, Yang Tao looked astonished. This works? Isn't this the classic 50-story tower of magic? He originally thought Plants vs. Zombies was invincible, but he never expected there to be such a formidable opponent. He handed the phone back to Jill. When Yang Tao looked at the building deep in the Grand Forest again, his eyes gleamed with an unusual light. Ability Ruby, Level 1. Attack +1. Maximum of 10 can be used. Ability Sapphire, Level 1. Defense +1. Maximum usage, 10 pieces. However, Yang Tao knew very well that even rarer gems would drop from the higher levels of the Demon Tower. Jill, let's take a walk around the outer area first. Look for the zombies and skeleton archers I'm looking for, and then go to the Magic Tower to grind our stats. Although the Magic Tower has changed from turn-based to freeform combat, the items that used to spawn regularly have become extremely rare drops. However, just by adding extra attributes, he's guaranteed to clear this Magic Tower. Good. Jill had no particular ideas. All she had to do now was adapt to the world. Chapter 75, Boss Level Skeleton Archer. The sky showed no signs of clearing up. In fact, the rain seemed to be getting heavier. Bang! Gunshots rang out. A flying fish swimming in the rain had its health bar emptied by Jill. Plus 8 experience. 22 copper coins. Rain Song 1. Having spent so much time in the dungeon, Yang Tao suddenly felt a sense of disgust upon emerging and seeing the monsters giving him experience points. You have too little experience, but Jill, you're lucky. This flying fish even dropped a toy. Rain Song is a musical guitar that has a 1 out of 100, 1% chance of being dropped by a flying fish that spawns during rain. Of course, this is just the drop rate in the game. According to his calculations, in reality, if the drop rate of flying fish is even 1 in 1,000, then you'd be incredibly lucky. The Black Rain Song looks very unique, and most importantly, toys don't last long. As long as it's not deliberately damaged, it can be used indefinitely. I still feel like flying fish are swimming in the air. Jill put away the Desert Eagle and looked at the flying fish corpse that had fallen to the ground and was gradually disappearing, her expression somewhat sentimental. You'll get used to it gradually. Goblins, Rakanishu, skeletons, murlocs, and so on. Yang Tao, wielding the Thunderstrike sword, walked towards the outskirts of the Grand Forest. Due to the passage of time, more and more information about zombies and skeleton archers was appearing online. Therefore, their main activity range has now been determined. Yang Tao opened the map and glanced at the mini-map, but he was immediately stunned. White spots. Numerous white dots are wandering through the forest, some aimlessly strolling, while others are attacking nearby red dots. At its core are 3 glaringly obvious names. Skeleton Archer. Zombies. Spider. There are lords too? Yang Tao found it hard to accept. The fonts for the names of elites and lords on the mini-map are different, and the 3 guys in the core position are clearly lord-level monsters. What's wrong? It's nothing. It's just that things have a bit beyond my expectations. Let's go inside and take a look. White represents neutral organisms. In Minecraft, monsters and Steve are clearly on completely opposing sides. As you enter the forest, a skeleton archer soon emerges from behind a thick tree trunk. The pure white, square body is exactly like the skeleton archer in Minecraft. However, the skeleton archer only glanced at him before continuing its aimless wandering. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao couldn't help but scratch his head. Could it be that I'm actually a creation mode? In my world, specifically in creative mode, Steve is ignored by ordinary monsters. However, this thought was fleeting. If he were truly in creative mode, even if the monsters attacked him, he shouldn't have lost health. Most importantly, the backpack has long since become a resource bar for infinitely acquiring various materials. Jill, let's assess the situation first and not attack. Jill nodded slightly, looking at the skeleton archer with curiosity, and asked, Yang, did you capture the skeletons you summoned from here? No, but they are the same thing. The skull in front of me is already level 12, and I wonder what level the boss in the core area is. Along the way, Yang Tao's eyes were opened wide. There were not only ordinary skeleton archers, but also some archers and zombies wearing leather armor and iron breastplates, and even a lot of spider riders wandering among the treetops. Damn it, even the monsters have evolved. Yang Tao felt that even he would run out of supplies if he were surrounded and attacked by this group of guys. The group of archers is just too overpowered. Yang, look over there. Jill gently nudged his shoulder and pointed to the battle scene in an open area on the left. Dozens of wild goblins, led by an elite centurion goblin, charged towards several armored zombies, wielding wooden clubs. Before they could even get close, more than a dozen pixelated arrows pierced the air. In the distance, on the treetops, a skeleton archer clad in chainmail kept drawing its bow and shooting arrows. It showed no emotion towards the fallen goblins and zombies, only continuing to pull back its wooden bow. As the elite centurion fell, Yang Tao watched helplessly as the chain skeleton archer's level increased by 1. Holy crap, it can even kill monsters and level up? No wonder. The report said they were aggressive, and he originally thought it was because the monsters in Minecraft and the monsters in Grand Forest didn't get along. Looking at it now, these guys are just killing monsters to level up. This is almost on par with professionals. Just then, a crisp sound of bones colliding suddenly came from the core area of the forest, accompanied by the low growls of zombies and the hissing of spiders. 3 unusually tall figures slowly rose from the depths of the dark forest. Yang Tao's eyes immediately bulged. A mutant organism. Skeleton archer level 18. Lord. Health 4000 4000s. Right hook, penetrating shot, scatter shot, rib strike. Zombie level 18. Lord. Health 4000 4000s. Shockwave, hammer throw, roar, resurrection. Spider level 18. Lord. Health 4000 4000s. Weaving nets, burrowing underground, spinning cocoons. Aside from the spider becoming somewhat larger, the other 2 creatures don't resemble ordinary monsters from Minecraft at all. They're from the Mutant Creatures mod. The skeleton archer is now 4 meters tall, and even one of its ribs is as long as Yang Tao's arm. The iconic wooden bow has now been transformed into a wooden crossbow strapped to a skeletal arm, much like Vayne in League of Legends. Wah, Steve. The zombie took a step forward, letting out its signature cry. The enormous body emitted the original zombie's voice, which sounded strange no matter how you looked at it. Yang Tao opened his mouth in surprise. When did zombies start talking? No. When did I start being able to understand monsters? Wah, you've finally come. Yang Tao stretched out his hand. Stop. Don't talk about other things first. Tell me what's going on here. The zombies, skeleton archers, and spiders exchanged glances and then let out another wailing sound. We are just like you, eliminating the invaders. Intruder. Yang Tao, his expression strained, asked, is it possible that you are the ones who came here? Wah. The zombie's voice was noticeably hurried. They want to invade our world. Only by completely eliminating them can we return to the way things were before. Yang Tao slapped his forehead. Steve and the monsters had no past. Even if there is such a thing, it's a karmic entanglement that only occurred after the addition of the module. So, are you willing to come with me? 3 Lord-level bosses. Even a fool could tell they must be incredibly powerful. But the 3 of them shook their heads in unison. We need to clear out the intruders around us and catalyze the birth of a stronger being. Chapter 76 The Gift of Parting. Do you have any way to get to the main world? Now, the monsters in my world have all become neutral monsters to him. Perhaps in the monster's eyes, they were on his side. The zombie scratched its head in a human-like manner and made a whimpering sound again. The place you are in is the main world, but there is also the nether and the end. You mean this is the main world? Silk. The spider chimed in. The world you live in is the main world. What matters is you, not the world. Yang Tao was momentarily confused. Is there any way for me to return to the original main world? When you remember your power, you can create any world at will. Remember me? Yang Tao wanted to slap himself twice to see if he had forgotten something. Damn it, if I could create worlds at will, would I need to be on adventures all the time? Actually, adventures are quite interesting. If it weren't for the pursuit of power and excitement, he would have simply found a decent job in H City, followed the monogamous system, married a man, and settled down to live a good life. That would have been better than anything else. Jill, who was standing to the side, watched Yang Tao talking to the zombie mouth and found it very magical. This is not a species at all. I don't know how they communicated. At this moment, Yang Tao snapped out of his monogamous fantasy, looked at the 3 mutated creatures in front of him, and finally sighed. Do whatever you want. If these monsters kill too many people, and those high-level professionals on the front lines come back, even if they reach level 30 and break through to the next level, they will still die. Wah. Steve, could you give us some blocks? Cubes? What do you need cubes for? Can you build houses with them? No. The more blocks we have, the more of us we will have, and the more of us we have, the faster we can increase our strength. Oh, who is Steve? Yang Tao glanced at his own level, then looked at the level and health above the zombie's head. So I'm just a tool? However, considering that they were all on the same side, Yang Tao took out 2 sets of round stones from his backpack and threw them to the zombie. Do you need some planks? Should I cut some down? No need. This is enough for now, Steve. Alright, you guys go ahead with your work. I'll go check out the tower deep in the forest. Upon hearing this, the mutated zombie looked up at the towering tower deep in the forest. Be careful of the demon king inside. Yang Tao nodded, then turned and left with Jill, Wulong, and Fengqiu. I wonder if the demon king who invaded reality has been strengthened. The demon king in the original 50-floor magic tower alone has 8,000 HP, plus 1,580 attack, and a defense of 190. Health is one thing, but with 1580 points of attack power, let alone other professionals of the same level, even Yang Tao at this stage might not be able to withstand a single hit. With a defense of 190 points, Yang Tao couldn't even break through the opponent's defense. After Yang Tao left, the 3 mutated monsters from Minecraft started discussing among themselves. Wah, Steve, we've been found. The skeleton glanced at the zombie. The outer edges of this forest are no longer challenging, so let's move deeper into the forest. This time there are more blocks, which will summon the Enderman, making it even more powerful. But it's afraid of water. Let it go underground first. Okay, let's level up for a while longer, and then go underground. That's our territory. I just don't know when Steve will come looking for us again. Soon. Time and life mean nothing to Steve, and they mean nothing to us either. Wah, I understand, let's go. The zombie let out a roar. Upon hearing the sound, the zombies, skeletons, and spiders that were originally wandering in the forest quickly rushed towards the location of the 3 leaders. Soon, an army of hundreds of hybrid monsters marched into the depths of the Grand Forest. An even more brutal battle has begun. On the other side, Yang Tao, heading towards the Demon Tower, looked somewhat melancholy. Yang, what's wrong? No, it's just that I suddenly feel like my leveling up is a bit slow. Yang Tao was somewhat emotional, certain that these monsters appeared after he changed jobs. But I'm still a pitiful level 12, while these guys are already level 18, and they're even lords. This really made him feel frustrated. I don't want to think about it too much. Let's go check out the magic tower first. When Yang Tao arrived at the foot of the Demon Tower, many professionals had already gathered there. Soon, the expressions on the professionals' faces turned grim. Clearly, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of the magic tower. Damn it, we're just missing the yellow key. I shouldn't have killed that skeleton soldier. I was just a hair's breadth away from killing it. In the level-based version of the Tower of Deception, I met the final boss right away, and then got thrown into a jail. As Yang Tao walked toward the entrance of the magic tower, a staff member in professional attire stopped him. The other party politely reminded him, "Sir, the forum has been updated with a lot of information about the magic tower. You'd better take a look before entering the magic tower." Yang Tao stopped, raised an eyebrow, and looked at the staff member sent by the Professionals Association to maintain order. The Anti-Alpha parasite helmet on his head twitched slightly, startling the other person so much that they subconsciously shifted their attention from Yang Tao's face to the helmet. As a staff member of the Professional Association, I have seen my share of ups and downs, but such abnormal behavior is still in the minority. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I'll take a look first. After saying that, Yang Tao took out his phone again and opened it. Sure enough, there were more updates about the Magic Tower this time. The strategy version of the Magic Tower has already been conquered up to Area 4, but it was unfortunately defeated by the Knight Captain's subordinates. Unlike other copies, while dying in the Magic Tower won't cause you to lose levels, the penalties are much more severe. You'll immediately lose attack and defense upon death. Of course, the lost attack power can be recovered by obtaining gems from monsters in the regular version of the Magic Tower. Furthermore, the loss of defense and attack will not count towards the usage limit. However, this will take a lot of time, and if you're unlucky and can't get it, then you're doomed. After glancing at the strategy guide on the forum, Yang Tao subconsciously shook his head. Zone 1 with added defense? It was great at first, but then we were dumbfounded. The 50-story Magic Tower is divided into 5 areas. Except for the 3 empty areas, the other areas have shops. You can purchase health, attack, and defense attributes through the shop. Since the number of purchases is shared across all stores, the higher the store level, the more cost-effective the purchase attributes will be. After glancing at it, Yang Tao tossed his phone into his backpack and headed straight into the Magic Tower. A prompt appeared before him. Standard version of Magic Tower. Strategy Guide to Magic Tower. Chapter 77. The Key? What key? Strategy Guide. He wanted to see what rewards the walkthrough version of the Magic Tower would offer. Yang Tao's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. and when he came to his senses again, he was already in an empty room. Is this the inside of the demon tower? Jill looked around curiously. Although there was no light source, the interior of the magic tower was quite bright. The empty room contained only a notice board and a golden key. This should be it. Yang Tao walked to the yellow key, reached out, and put it into his backpack. He didn't plan to use it. If he were to honestly follow the traditional strategy to defeat the Demon King, it would be a pure betrayal of his Steve identity. Jill, you stay here with the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick for a while. I'll try to conquer this magic tower using my method first. According to the information on the professional forum, even if you are a high-level professional player above level 40, you still have to obediently follow the rules and be sealed in the strategy version of Magic Tower. Furthermore, squad members share attack, defense, and health. It's not that having more people means having an advantage. Jill nodded slightly. Then be careful and stay safe. Yang Tao said confidently. Don't worry, no problem. He now only needs to test two things. First, whether he is restricted, and second, whether sneaking to the third floor will result in being sealed off. He walked up to the yellow gate, took out the lever from his backpack, and gently pulled it against the wall next to the yellow gate. Kaka. As the mechanism inside the yellow gate sounded, it vanished from Yang Tao's sight in the blink of an eye. Yang Tao grinned like a city superhero. In the Demon Tower, the Demon King is just a little girl. Even if the pickaxe can't break the wall, the difficulty of the Magic Tower is reduced many times over simply by having the ability to open doors infinitely. He took out a diamond pickaxe from his backpack and hammered it at the stone wall next to him. Knock knock. The cracks spread. Bang. Magic Tower bricks 1. Yang Tao felt that the Magic Tower had become somewhat boring. Not only did he have countless experiences of clearing the Magic Tower, but he also now had unlimited keys and unlimited wall-breaking picks. Even if the third floor is forcibly sealed, he can still easily roam freely in the Demon Tower. Let's go up to the third floor first. If it really is a forced seal, then even if we consume attributes now, it won't help. Immediately, Yang Tao took the workbench out of his backpack and placed it aside, then synthesized some ladders. Then I took out my phone and carefully examined the cached map. The safest spot should be next to the stairs. Never mind. Let's dig up to the third floor first, then open the 5th district shop directly. In this way, his attributes are completely overwhelming. Just as Yang Tao was about to set up the ladder to go upstairs, an item suddenly came to mind. Holy crap, a lucky coin. The precious items that were originally supposed to be obtained later on the basement level can now be obtained much earlier. He immediately took out a diamond pickaxe from his backpack and smashed it against the bricks of the Tower of Desmos at his feet. Knock knock. Bang. There is only one level between the upper and lower levels of the Magic Tower. After the ground is broken open, the room on the lower level is revealed. The space below was even more spacious, with only a single golden coin placed in the very center. The gold coin has a cartoon smiling face printed on it, which looks rather cute. I'll go. Although he knew the lucky coin was on the lower level of the Magic Tower, seeing it with his own eyes still gave him the feeling of playing the Magic Tower with cheat codes. Jump directly down through the gap. Lucky coins. Only. Accessories. Double the amount of coins you get when you defeat an enemy. It would be great if I could take this out with me. Yang Tao sighed and equipped it directly in his accessory slot. Strangely, there is no staircase on the first floor leading to the basement, but the basement has a staircase leading to the upper floor. However, the staircases in this Magic Tower are just for show. A square meter in size looks just like a staircase in my world. Yang Tao walked straight over and stepped onto the steps. The next moment, he was teleported to the first floor. Hiss, that's convenient. The elevator mod in Minecraft works similarly. You can simply stand on it and jump to the next floor. Jill, who was stroking the sleeping dragon, looked at Yang Tao, who had jumped down and suddenly reappeared in front of her, and asked curiously, somewhat confused, "Where did you go?" "I went downstairs to get a treasure. You rest here for 2 hours while I go deal with the Demon King." Given his current situation, if he can't defeat the Demon King within 2 hours, then he'll be considered to have failed. After saying that, Yang Tao left the room on the first floor and headed straight for the second floor according to the map. This Magic Tower seems to be larger than the one in the game. Shaking his head, he walked down the corridor toward the second floor, when soon a green slime blocked his way up the stairs. Green slime. 35 HP. Attack 18/defense 1. Value, 1 magic coin. The green slime's attacks couldn't break through his current defenses at all. Yang Tao looked at the 3 slimes lined up in a row. Unlike in the game, these 3 slimes did not completely occupy the passage. There was still a lot of open space next to them. If nothing unexpected happens, he can easily walk around the slime. It looks like it will automatically attack once you get close. Just as he expected, the green slime automatically rammed into his body as he got close. Subtract 0. The slime's 18 attack power was not enough to break through his defense. According to the rules, while the slime attacks him, it also suffers damage from Yang Tao's attack. Puff. The health bar disappearance spell appears. The green slime was defeated. Magic coins too. Looking at the red slime in front of him, he chuckled and said, "It's quite convenient. Fighting monsters has become completely automatic. If this were outside, you could just lure a whole bunch of monsters inside, and they'd all be there, and the older brother wouldn't have to do anything while the younger sister did everything automatically." Continuing forward, the red slime standing behind the green slime also launched an attack. Snap! The health bar disappearance spell reappeared. Magic coins 4. After eliminating the 3 slimes, the journey became smooth sailing, and we headed straight for the 3rd floor. Upon arriving on the 3rd floor, everything around me seemed no different from downstairs. If we avoid the plot points directly, then we won't be sealed away, right? The plot point of the 50-story magic tower is in the small room at the front, but he can simply dig through the wall to get around it. Holding the diamond pickaxe, I walked towards the corner wall. If I remembered correctly, the stairs leading to the 4th floor were behind this, but I had to open a yellow door first. But before he could even reach the wall, magical guards clad in blue armor surrounded him. Magic guard. Health points, 400. Attack 450/defense 180. Value, 180 magic coins. Skill, flanking attack. Behind the magical guards, a figure dressed in a red robe let out a demonic laugh. "Welcome to the magic tower. You are the 100th challenger. If you can defeat all my subordinates, I will duel you one-on-one. Now you must accept my arrangements." Upon hearing these familiar words, Yang Tao felt as if the NBA had moved. Chapter 78 Obtaining Magma. Demon King. Health points 8,000. Attack 1580/defense 190. This attack. Yang Tao's vision went black, and when he came to his senses again, he had been teleported to his cell. At the same time, a voice rang out beside my ear. "Are you awake now? You were unconscious when you arrived at the prison, and the magic guards threw you into this room. But you're lucky. You woke up just as I finished navigating the escape tunnel. Let's break out together." There was also a thin, wiry young man in the cell, wrapped in a dark, tattered cloak, with shifty eyes. Thief, Demon King. Looking at the real-life version of the thief, Yang Tao felt rather speechless. The Demon King, what a waste of time. Crash. The wall leading from the cell to the outside corridor crumbled. The thief walked out of the cell. Yang Tao didn't rush to go out with them, but instead opened the properties panel. Yang Tao. Attributes and skills are sealed. Health, 400. Attack 10/defense 10. After reviewing the attributes, Yang Tao joked to himself, "Hee, after being sealed, my health has actually increased." After closing the properties panel, Yang Tao left the cell along the wall that the thief had broken open. As soon as he came out, he saw the thief who had just left standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor. "We finally escaped." The thief seemed very happy to see Yang Tao come out of the cell. "By the way, your weapons and armor have been confiscated. The iron sword is on the 5th floor, and the iron shield is on the 9th floor. You need to get them first before you can go to the higher floors. I'll go up there and scout ahead first. See you later." After saying that, the thief dashed off towards the stairs. Yang Tao frowned slightly upon seeing this. It seems the dialogue has changed, and it's normal that the realistic magic tower differs somewhat from the original 50 magic tower. He turned back into his cell and stared at the tightly closed iron door. The prison iron door is a mysterious thing. There is no key to the iron door inside the magic tower. To open it, you must defeat the guards watching over the prison. But Yang Tao took out the lever, attached it to the wall of the magic tower, and gently pulled it. Click. The iron gate vanished with a sound. Yang Tao strode into the prison's internal passageway. There were iron gates on both sides of the road, and in some of the cells, an old man and a merchant dressed in a red robe were being held. He walked straight to the cell where the old man was being held. This time, instead of taking out the lever, he pulled out his enchanted diamond pickaxe and banged it on the iron door of the cell. Knock knock. Bang. The iron gate didn't fall down, it simply disappeared. The mid-level guard standing not far away remained motionless, like an incompetent husband, allowing Yang Tao to do whatever he wanted to the prison's iron gate. Yang Tao walked up to the old man, thinking to himself, "Hey, old man, first gold coins. Young man, thank you for rescuing me. Here are 2,000 gold coins for you to use to improve your strength. I wish you a speedy victory over the Demon King. 2,000 magic coins. After saying that, the old man in the blue robe with a white beard disappeared instantly. 2,000 gold coins. Let's go straight to the 5th floor area and talk. Yang Tao swung his diamond pickaxe at the outermost wall of the magic tower, a wall that even the wall-breaking pickaxes inside the tower couldn't breach. However, even in the face of a diamond pickaxe, cracks slowly spread. Bang! The magic tower bricks disappeared, and outside was not grass or wilderness, but an endless starry sky. Is the magic tower floating in space? Or is it a special little world? Yang Tao was more inclined to believe it was a special little world. If it were really deep space, he would probably have been sucked out by now. This little world is quite interesting. I'll come back and explore it more later. Let's go up now. He swung the diamond pickaxe and smashed it against the wall of the magic tower. Thump thump bang. The outer walls are noticeably harder than the walls inside the tower. Just as Yang Tao was about to dig through to the 13th floor, he suddenly heard a gurgling sound coming from above. This sound is just like the lava in my world. Yang Tao suddenly stopped moving, as if he had been shot in the head by a 9mm bullet, and then showed a shocked expression. The holy sword on the 13th floor. It's surrounded by lava. Normally, warriors need to go to the 35th floor to fight the dragon and get the frozen badge, then go back to the 13th floor to open the yellow door and the frozen lava to get the holy sword. However, Yang Tao wasn't very interested in the sacred sword. What mattered most was the magma. There's a lava pool overhead. We need to find a safe place to go up. The Demon King is no longer important. With just one bucket of lava, he can create an infinite amount of lava using the dripping stone cone. You will then be able to obtain obsidian and travel to the nether. Finding a safe place, Yang Tao went up to the 13th floor. Looking at the lava that filled the entire room, he couldn't contain his excitement. Finally found you. He took the bucket out of his backpack, aimed it at the lava on the ground, and silently recited, "Fill it up." Magma Bucket 1. Yang Tao's backpack was full of iron buckets, and he worked quickly, filling the backpack with buckets of lava. Unlike the original, his lava buckets are stackable. In the very center, surrounded by scorching lava, a long sword radiating holy light floats silently in midair. Just one glance at it brings a sense of peace and tranquility. Yang Tao stepped forward and took his hand, projecting the holy sword. Special weapons inside the magic tower. Attack plus 100. Originally, the attack power was only 10 points, but after obtaining the holy sword, it directly increased to 110 points. Does this mean the weapons inside the demon tower can only be used inside the demon tower and cannot be taken away? This sacred sword looks pretty good. With a thought, Yang Tao's sacred sword disappeared, but the attack bonus remained. We need to speed things up. Now he had only one thought in mind: to leave the Tower of Deception as soon as possible, open the nether portal, and obtain the nether wart and the flame rod. Thus began his journey to becoming a legendary potion master. Knock knock. They dug all the way down to the 5th floor shop. Welcome to the attribute shop. Here you can upgrade your abilities. The price will increase with each purchase. Strengthen defenses first. His attacks are now able to move freely in the first 2 areas, allowing him to first increase his defense and reduce health loss. Increase your attack power later on, so you'll suffer less damage when facing the Demon King. Unfortunately, the 44th floor of the Hidden Holy Shield is in another dimension and is not in the Magic Tower sequence at all. I still need to get the Ascender and the Bomb first. Oh well, after I get to Zone 5, I'll upgrade my attack and defense, and then just brute force my way through the high-level guards. How many people who play the 50th floor Magic Tower have ever thought about directly killing high-level guards? Having spent all the magic coins he had, Yang Tao quickly ran downstairs through the gap he had dug. Damn it, I forgot to bring the floor teleporter. If we had a floor teleporter, we could just select floor 1 now, instead of going through all this trouble. Back on the 1st floor, Yang Tao immediately switched to I don't eat beef mode. Chapter 79. If you walk by the river often enough, you're bound to get your shoes wet. The 26th floor of the Magic Tower. Yang Tao used an iron bucket to pack up all the lava surrounding the fake princess and took it away. The lava he obtained in the Resident Evil instance last time had already made him completely free of iron ingots. A mere few dozen iron barrels are nothing. Yang Tao moved swiftly, putting the last bucket of crimson lava into his backpack, and the lava barrier that had trapped the fake princess completely disappeared. The fake princess stood in the cramped space, her white dress covered in dust, her long golden hair disheveled and plastered to her cheeks, her face pale and bloodless, looking weak and pitiful. The time has come. You have been chosen by fate. The princess's eyes were devoid of emotion, and the Demon King's voice rang out. The time has come. You have been chosen by fate. If you are not afraid of death, you will eventually come to me through time and space. Normally, a warrior arriving here would exclaim in surprise, "Oh, what? It's just a doll." However, Yang Tao is clearly not a normal person, or rather, he is the truly normal person. Taking a step forward, Yang Tao reached out and touched the fake princess's cheek. The realistic feel of it made him exclaim in amazement, "This is actually a doll? I never imagined the Demon King had such skill." A purely magical creation, devoid of any signs of life. Yet the fake princess's body possessed normal body temperature and tactile sensation. I don't know if the Demon King handled the details well or not, but never mind, let's take him back first. I wanted to pick up the princess and throw her into my backpack, but the doll in front of me seemed to be stuck to the floor. Holy crap, so stingy. He took the enchanted diamond pickaxe out of his backpack and smashed it against the princess's doll. Thud. Black cracks soon appeared on the doll's body. It really is just a decoration. Bang. The doll flew into Yang Tao's backpack as a falling object. Loot +1. Yang Tao nodded with satisfaction, turned around, and went back to the stairs, taking out the floor teleporter from his backpack. Monsters, health potions, treasures, and weapons are all in hand, and the passage to the 50th floor has been opened, but we still need to figure out how to get everything out. Although the attributes of the Holy Sword and Shield are monotonous, their numerical values make up for this shortcoming. The Holy Shield, in particular, with its defense value of up to 100 points, allows him to go further and further on the path of tanking monsters. Try enchanting first. We went back to the first floor. Jill stared at the figure that suddenly appeared beside her and instinctively took out her Desert Eagle. After she recognized Yang Tao, she put away her gun and asked, "Have you already cleared the game?" Yang Tao took an anvil out of his backpack and placed it on the ground. "No, but it's almost there. All that's missing is the Demon King." The sacred sword and shield were inserted into the anvil, and with a series of clanging sounds, the sacred sword and shield, which originally radiated a holy light, now emitted a purple halo. In this way, the holy sword and holy shield should be able to be taken out. He gazed at the other treasures in his backpack. After a slight hesitation, he took the lucky coin off and put it into the anvil. I tried all the basic enchantment books I had left in my backpack, but I couldn't enchant the lucky coin at all. Damn, was I too greedy? What's wrong? Jill looked at Yang Tao, who looked unwilling, and stepped forward to ask him softly. "I want to take the treasures I obtained from the magic tower out of here, and leave this lucky coin that doubles the number of gold coins that drop." Looking at the interface in front of me, Yang Tao had a flash of inspiration and immediately focused his attention on the name of the lucky coin. Is it okay to change the name? Spend 100 experience points to rename lucky coin to my coin. What does it have to do with my coins if your magic tower doesn't confiscate my lucky coins? Yang Tao looked at the other special items in his backpack. Wall-breaking pickaxe? Garbage, utterly useless. Symmetrical flight? Only usable inside the magic tower, also garbage. Bomb. Ineffective against elite and higher-level monsters, also garbage. A notebook? That's even worse. Yang Tao suddenly noticed the floor teleporter lying in the corner of his backpack. Floor teleporter. Quickly jump between explored floors. Can only be used near stairs. So, can we take the stairs with us too? Yang Tao licked his lips, feeling his heart beating faster. Jill, wait a little longer, I need to test something. After saying that, he quickly ran to the stairs on the first floor and knocked on the stairs leading to the second floor. Thump thump bang. The stairs were covered in cracks. First floor staircase, up. They took out the floor teleporter again, but this time it didn't respond at all. That's interesting. Yang Tao ran into the cubicle and put the stairs back on the floor. He took out the floor teleporter, silently recited the command to use it, and this time the teleportation interface appeared in front of him normally. Isn't this just a disguised teleportation steal? There are 50 floors in total, with stairs going up and down, and 24 can be dismantled. After glancing at the compartments in his backpack, Yang Tao thought this deal was worthwhile. Yang Tao, the strategist behind the magic tower, has logged off. Demolition worker Yang Tao is now online. Knock knock knock. The entire space of the magic tower was filled with the sound of pickaxes digging. In the end, not only did I not gain any experience points from the magic tower trip, but I also ended up owing 4,000 experience points. Flying to the 24th floor, and looking at the red door blocking his way. This time, out of respect for the generous magic tower, Yang Tao didn't use the pickaxe. but instead obediently took out a red key. The red key flew out of his hand and merged into the red door. The next moment, the red door disappeared, revealing the hidden teleportation point leading to the 50th floor. Yang Tao walked towards the teleportation point, feeling somewhat embarrassed due to his thin skin. The demon tower is now just a wall, and it's a wall riddled with holes. I took quite a lot of things, but I also left several levers behind. It was all an equal exchange. He took a deep breath and stepped directly onto the teleportation point leading to the 50th floor. In an instant, he was teleported to the 50th floor of the magic tower by a force. The small room is only about 100 square meters in size. A thief and a demon king in red are standing in the space. Thief, demon king. True demon king, level 100. Epic boss. Health points? / Yang Tao stared at the true demon king dressed in red. His expression changed slightly, and his lips twitched twice. It's like cheating is a ghost. Hee, you finally decided to come up here. The true demon king stared at Yang Tao with his scarlet eyes. He showed no anger on his face, but instead looked at him with great interest. I've guarded the demon tower for 100 years, and I've seen greedy warriors, arrogant swordsmen, and foolish adventurers, but I've never seen a guy like you who wants to dismantle and pack up the entire demon tower. You're quite interesting. Looking at the demon king before him, Yang Tao said quite bluntly, I admit defeat. Come on, finish me off quickly. This place is just my playground. I'm just curious who could have broken my seal. The walls inside the demon tower are walls that can be broken according to the rules, while the walls of the demon tower itself are a manifestation of the true demon king's power. You possess the power to control the rules. You're not even human, are you? Chapter 80, Defeating the Demon King. Inside the 50th floor of the magic tower. To be honest, I don't know either. Does your majesty have any further guidance? Seeing that the real demon king didn't seem to have any intention of making a move, Yang Tao finally felt relieved. As Steve, he was not afraid of death. Putting aside the fact that dying inside the demon tower isn't true death, even if he died outside the demon tower, he would be reborn in the bed of the young woman next door. His only worry was whether the items in his backpack would fall out after he died, since he wasn't immune to losing things upon death. If things go back to square one, he won't get any compensation from Brother Chuang right now. The demon king looked at Yang Tao and smiled. How interesting, you actually disguised yourself as an ordinary human. Hee, I just came here to see you. I will be waiting for you at the top of the real magic tower. That's when our game will truly begin. I hope that day will come soon. The demon king slowly raised his head and looked into the depths of the void, as if he had pierced through the demon tower and seen countless overlapping worlds. The next moment, the demon king's body began to turn transparent, dissipating like a shattered phantom. Yang Tao stared at the vanished demon king and curled his lip. Playing games? Only a fool would want to play games with you. What kind of good person is someone who spends all day training heroes who break into the demon tower? The real demon king had already left. Yang Tao walked straight up to the thief and slapped him across the face. The monsters in this magic tower are nothing more than magical creations, just like the princess's dolls. As expected, the thief, after being slapped, showed no anger whatsoever and mechanically replied, I'm here for only one reason, and that is... Yang Tao muttered helplessly, Who asked you? Before he could finish speaking, the thief transformed into a red-clad demon king. Of course, he was just the demon king in this demon tower, and he was incomparable to the level 100 epic lord boss from before. The holy sword is your weapon, and the scepter of wisdom is mine. The prophet said that they are only fit for true warriors and wise men. You were too weak when you first entered the tower. I set all this up to train you into a hero who can wield the sacred sword. The princess is an imposter. She was just there to lure you here. Now let's cooperate, destroy the holy sword together, and usher in a great era. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao plunged the sacred sword in his hand into the demon king's body. You live in Dunhuang? There are so many murals there. In an instant, the demon king, who had 8,000 HP, was defeated. Instead of collapsing, the guy yelled, I never thought I'd be defeated by you, but I will never die like this. I look forward to the next battle. Tier 1 Attack Gem 10. Tier 1 Defense Gem 10. That's it. Yang Tao was somewhat helpless. It wasn't that the rewards were bad, but rather that these items could all be obtained in the regular magic tower. And you should have been able to gain experience points, but after spending so much time, I haven't received a single bit. Use. After silently reciting the mantra, his attack and defense both increased by 10 points. At this moment, another prompt popped up in front of me. Your health has been listed. Would you like to upload your record? Your attack count has been listed. Do you want to upload the record? Your defense score has been ranked. Would you like to upload the record? No. Yang Tao did not hesitate at all and immediately chose no. He knows exactly where his data came from. Even if he posted a guide for a normal level 50, it would be impossible for him to reach his current stats. The challenge is complete. Shall we leave the magic tower? Leave. The scene shifted, and Yang Tao appeared out of thin air outside the magic tower. Jill, who was originally on the first floor, and the crouching dragon and the phoenix also appeared beside him. Yang, let's get out of here first. After saying that, Yang Tao took out the golf cart key and summoned the car. Get in the car first. Jill glanced at the other professionals, then quickly sat in the passenger seat, while Wulong and Fengchu skillfully lay down on the roof. Yang Tao stepped on the gas and sped away. Opening his backpack, Yang Tao looked at the magic tower items he had brought out through renaming, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Seeing those buckets of lava gave him a sense of hope for the future. After leaving the magic tower for a while and checking the mini-map to make sure no one was around, Yang Tao stopped the golf cart. Yang, what happened? Seeing Yang Tao's mysterious demeanor, Jill couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. I'm just a little impatient. Oh, what are you so eager to do? There are monsters all around here. Isn't that a bad idea? Yang Tao took the diamond shovel out of his backpack and began digging directly into the ground. It's all right. There are only level 10 to 15 monsters in this area of Grand Forest. Even if the number increases at night, it's just giving us experience points. As they were talking, a similar underground tunnel appeared before Yang Tao's eyes. Come on, follow me. Yang Tao took out a torch to illuminate the dark underground tunnel and wielded a diamond shovel to dig out a large space 5 or 6 meters underground. Jill watched Yang Tao's actions with wide eyes. Although she had begun to accept that the game was invading the real world, she still couldn't quite process what Yang Tao was doing. Yang Tao didn't consider at all how much his actions would impact Jill. First, they blocked the entrance, then used torches to illuminate the darkness inside the cave, and took out some smooth stones to reinforce the entire space. After finishing all that, Yang Tao didn't stop there. He used a shovel to expand the underground space and create a 555 fishing pond. Especially after seeing Yang Tao take the sofa out of his backpack, she felt things were getting out of control. Yang, do other professionals also possess this ability? Yang Tao, who was arranging the cat god statue, turned around and looked at Jill when he heard her words, and smiled. There should be, but I haven't found any yet. Then take a staircase out of the backpack and place it in the corner of the underground space. Jill, why don't you sit down on the sofa and rest for a bit? Several boxes were made, and the workbench and furnace were placed against the wall. I took out my phone and glanced at it. It's only noon now. He took some food out of his backpack and handed it to Jill. It's noon. Have a bite to eat first. I'll grill you some fish tonight. You go ahead and get busy. Although Jill didn't know what Yang Tao was busy with, she could sense that he had something very important to do. Yang Tao responded softly, opened his backpack and looked at the lava bucket inside, wondering with some hesitation. Should this hell gate be placed at home or outside? What if the nether piglins inside surge out after the portal is activated? I don't know if nether monsters are represented by red or white dots. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Tao decided to activate the netherworld portal underground. If red dot piglins really start spawning, then activate the mob farm immediately. Chapter 81 Journey to the Lower Realm. Underground level. Yang Tao is using a casting method to turn buckets of magma into obsidian. The purplish-black obsidian looks extremely hard. Reaching out to stroke the hard yet warm obsidian, Yang Tao took out a flint from his backpack. Hopefully, they won't cause any trouble. Click. A crisp sound. A flame erupted from the obsidian beneath the nether portal, but was quickly replaced by a purple portal. Before Yang Tao could even try to travel to the nether, the rocks near the portal were instantly replaced by red hell rock. And the hellish rock, which seemed to be made of flesh and blood, continued to spread in all directions, but stopped after spreading for 5 or 6 meters. Holy crap, there are special effects too? A strange sound came through the portal. It sounded like a soul's low growl. Although Yang Tao had never heard a soul make such a sound before, his subconscious told him that it was a soul's voice. Taking a deep breath, Yang Tao stepped onto the obsidian, and the next moment he was transported to a completely new world. The scorching air rushed into his lungs. Although he, as Steve, did not feel any discomfort, he could clearly feel that the temperature here was extremely high. Damn it, if an ordinary person came in here, they probably wouldn't survive a minute. Looking at the scenery below, Yang Tao was filled with shock. Beneath my feet lies the blood-red hell rock, and beyond my eyes stretches a crimson, twisted, giant hellwort forest. The lava sea in the distance was very calm, with some dark red creatures swimming on the lava. Not far away, the magnificent nether fortress stands tall in the sea of lava, its height of over 100 meters truly awe-inspiring. Some zombie pigmen wielding golden swords were wandering through the netherwort forest. These nether creatures showed no emotion whatsoever towards Yang Tao, this uninvited guest. Hellwort, flame rod. But these monsters don't have levels above their heads. And shouldn't their health be 20 points? How come they've all become 100 points now? Could it be that they're balancing it based on my initial health? 100 points is fine. For him now, there's not much difference between 20 and 100 points. It's all the same. One hit kills him. If there's no level displayed, it's obvious that there's no experience. At most, there are some experience orbs. Let's get some netherwort and blaze rods first, and test the other things later. Yang Tao walked straight towards the nether fortress on the sea of lava, silently calculating the number of blocks needed to get up there, based on the height of the fortress. He opened his backpack and looked at the soil he had just obtained from digging the underground space. That's more than enough, but we'll dig out some more netherrack for later use. Netherrack has extremely low hardness, making it arguably the easiest block to break in vanilla Minecraft. Even a stone pickaxe can easily break it in seconds. However, if hellrock can be smelted into hell bricks in a furnace and a fire can be lit on it with flint and steel, the fire will continue to exist as long as it is not actively extinguished. Yang Tao simply swung his diamond pickaxe, and the nether rock in front of him shattered one after another, the series of bangs sounding extremely stress-relieving. After collecting some materials, Yang Tao directly used mud to build a staircase to climb up to the lower fortress. As soon as he came up, he heard a sharp, piercing scream. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao instinctively raised his shield, and a name came to mind. Evil spirits. Bombers in the lower realm. A giant, burning fireball slammed into the shield. Bang! Flames exploded, and Yang Tao looked up at the direction from which the fireball had come. A giant white evil spirit hovered in midair. The huge, blocky body looks intimidating. In fact, the original version's meager health was no match for Yang Tao's current health. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Soul Fire Talisman. With a single shot, the evil spirit's body turned slightly red, and it crashed in midair, turning into a cloud of white smoke and disappearing without a trace. Some debris flew out of its body and fell into the sea of lava below. TSK, what a pity. If they were close enough, they might be able to salvage the situation, but at this distance, they could only watch helplessly as the things dropped by the ghasts, along with those colorful green experience orbs, fell into the lava sea and were burned. Summon skeletons. A pure white skeleton archer appeared beside him, and as soon as it appeared, it automatically drew its bow and attacked the zombie pigman standing on the bridge of the nether fortress. A pixelated arrow struck the head of the zombie pigman who hadn't provoked anyone. Subtract 106. The zombie pigman only had 100 health points. Before it could even react, it collapsed to the ground and turned into warm loot. It's somewhat bullying. Yang Tao stepped forward and picked up the fallen rotten flesh and gold nuggets. Now we have a source of rotten flesh for Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. The colorful green experience orbs flew into his body, but these experiences had no effect on the job change experience bar. Even the original experience bar didn't pop up, but the durability of the equipment and tools with experience restoration was restored to some extent. Continuing forward, the skeleton archer beside me, like a calm sniper, flipped over any monster that stepped into its range, none of them escaping its arrows. Yang Tao nodded in satisfaction. Could these summoned skeleton archers be from Bedrock Edition? The skeleton archers in the Bedrock Edition are significantly stronger and more violent than those in the JAA Edition. The same applies to the Withering Boss. There are many monsters in the Nether Fortress, but they are no longer able to cause any damage to Yang Tao. Yang Tao led the skeleton archers through the Nether Fortress as if they were in an empty field. The interior of the Nether Fortress in front of us was also generated in the open air. The entire fortress looked magnificent. Looking into the distance, we soon saw a blaze spawner. A mob spawner is a special block in Minecraft that can quickly generate mobs as long as a player is nearby. With 2 blaze spawners in a Nether Fortress, blaze rods can theoretically be obtained indefinitely. Roar. As soon as I stepped onto the platform where the blaze spawner was located, 3 blazes appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing him, some bright yellow monsters immediately burst into flames. A a sign that they were about to launch an attack. However, before they could launch fireballs, an arrow and a fire talisman landed on them. 100 points of health were depleted. Blazing Rod 5. The stealing attribute is still very useful. Swoosh. Another mosaic arrow struck the last blaze. Yang Tao stepped forward and put the fallen flame rod into his backpack. Little White, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go to the inner room to find the hell warts. Kaka. The summoned little white creature couldn't speak, but it could still understand some commands. Chapter 82 The teleportation staircase is really useful. The monsters that escape to the outside world gain intelligence, so why don't the ones in the lower realms possess it? Yang Tao collected the hell warts planted on both sides of the stairwell in the nether fortress. These hell warts looked like mushrooms on the soul sand. It's thick and red, with a very rounded mushroom-shaped top, almost as big as Lao Huang and all of you readers. After being picked, these things turn into round, red spheres. I also packed the soul sand covered in distorted human faces into my backpack and took it with me. Without adding mods, hellwort can only be planted on this soul sand. Click, click, click. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Tao immediately became alert. He was all too familiar with it. Withered skeleton. Looking up, he saw 3 withered skeletons wielding stone swords rushing towards him from the passage behind the stairs. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Fire talismans flew out, and the bodies of the 3 withering skeletons instantly shattered and fell to the ground, leaving behind only a pile of loot and experience orbs. There's no challenge at all right now. If the loot could be improved, even just a little stronger, I'd be okay with it. With a sigh, he walked over and picked up the withered skull and charcoal that had fallen to the ground. The wither skull is the core item for summoning the wither boss. You only need to collect 3 to summon the wither. I've got the hell warts, time to head back. He can now see the brewing station and various potions beckoning to him. Back at the blaze spawner, Yang Tao stared in astonishment at the blaze rods, rotten flesh, gold nuggets, and golden swords scattered all over the ground. A scene of massacre has already appeared in my mind. Is the skeleton archer really that powerful once its attack power is increased? As they were talking, a flash of fire appeared again on the mob spawner, and as soon as the 2 blazes appeared, a pixel arrow shot into one of them. Puff! The fiery man's body turned into white smoke, and the other one followed in its footsteps before it could even fire a fireball. Yang Tao gasped upon seeing this. Step forward. Blazing Rod 121. Rotten Flesh 77. Gold Granules 49. As for the golden sword, which took up space but had little value, he casually tossed it into the lava. Xiaobai, that's enough for now, we should go. I took the magic tower staircase out of my backpack and was about to put it down, but then I thought about how insolent it was to be placed next to a monster spawner. Let's go inside the fortress first. Place the magic tower staircase in the atrium room of the nether fortress, and then take out the floor teleporter. Find the floor that has been renamed Grand Forest. Transmit. The next moment, his figure disappeared into the lower fortress. A wandering zombie pigman stared motionless at the staircase left by Yang Tao. A moment later, some purple particle effects appeared on its body, and several words appeared below the health bar above its head. Zombie Piglin. Life 500 of 500. Instantaneous viscous regeneration. If Yang Tao were still here, he'd probably be terrified and cry. He was terrified of sticky keywords back then. No matter what weapon you use, it will stick to you. On the other side, Yang Tao had already returned to the underground of Grand Forest. I knew I hadn't taken the wrong one. This magic tower staircase is really useful. I'll go back to the magic tower again when I have time. After glancing at the underground space, Yang Tao hesitated for a moment, then took out his tools and began to expand it again, at least to create a place to plant the hell warts. No one else could help with this, so Jill could only stand aside and watch with curiosity, along with Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu. In a short while, the underground space expanded again, and not only did it add a wart cultivation area, but it also added a regular crop cultivation area. It is used to grow carrots and wheat. When we get back, we'll see if we can buy some pumpkin seeds to plant so we can make a few iron golems to guard the house. If a normal monster gains 5 times the health, then an iron golem would need at least 500 health points. With that in mind, guarding a house in Grand Forest shouldn't be a problem. Use cobblestone and blazing rods to create a brewing stand. It looks like I'll have to go back home since all the sand is at home. I took out my phone and checked the time. It was already night, and the monsters in the Grand Forest must have already gathered in large numbers. He walked to the fishing pond, where he had already enchanted all the important enchantment books on his equipment inside the magic tower. Let's take this opportunity to add something. Sitting on the sofa, he took out his fishing rod and gently cast it into the water. Jill came over and sat down beside him, watching the float in the pool. Are you fishing? There wasn't a single fish in the clear pond. But as soon as she finished speaking, a ripple appeared on the calm water. Yang Tao smiled slightly and said, Jill, now is the moment to witness a miracle. The float suddenly sank, and with a forceful flick of Yang Tao's wrist, a fishing rod identical to the one in Yang Tao's hand flew out of the pool. Jill's eyes were filled with disbelief. What? You need your license checked too? No. Where did it come from? Creation from the void. Early the next morning, a rich aroma of fish wafted through the underground space, and Jill, who was lying on the sofa, slowly opened her eyes. As I sat up, I saw Yang Tao feeding the wulong and fengchu grilled fish. You didn't sleep all night? Not sleepy. He tossed the grilled fish into Fengchu's mouth and glanced at Jill, who had just woken up and whose eyes were still a little dazed. Wash your face. It's already 6 o'clock. It should be light outside. After Jill finished washing up, the 2 people and 2 dogs left the underground and returned to the grand forest. Because of yesterday afternoon, the air in the forest was very fresh this morning. Yang Tao glanced at the sky. The weather's nice today. Let's try to take care of the Ice and Fire Sisters and the Bull Demon King. I'll listen to you. Jill has also adapted to real life, killing monsters to improve her strength, which is better than being chased around by pursuers. As for the Resident Evil incident, isn't there also Jill? Just a few steps into the depths of the forest, a cat demon leaped down from a thick tree. It is small and thin, covered with short, dark purple fur, and has a black face and limbs. His vertical pupils were a cloudy, pale yellow-green, and his gaze was both blank and fierce. Bang! Jill reacted incredibly fast. The moment she saw the shadowy figure, she had already raised her Desert Eagle. 1 shot to the head. Cat Demon, level 12. Health 395/480. Jill's strength increases according to Yang Tao's level. Summon skeletons. The skeleton archer reappeared, and as soon as he came out, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. The arrow, in a blur, struck the cat demon. Immediately afterwards, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix pounced on them. Yang Tao didn't even have a chance to make a move. He could only stand aside and jokingly say, if Fu Rue Kong saw this, he'd probably offer himself up on the spot. He naively thought that liking animal ears and tails meant he was a fan of Fury. Later, he realized that the Furies that those Furies fans liked were the kind of Furies who could stand up, even more powerful than the sorrowful emperor who favored orcs. Chapter 83: The Beast Commander. Jill, watch out. Deep in the forest, Yang Tao raised the holy shield in his hand and stood in front of Jill, blocking the flying axe in the distance that was as big as a human head. Orc Chieftain level 15. Commander. Health 5200/5200. A powerful enemy from the legendary orc race. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, its dark green, rough skin was taut over its bulging muscles, and its head was covered in a tangle of coarse brown hair. 2 enormous yellow fangs protruded from its lips. It was clad in the heavy iron armor inherited from the orc race, the plates of which were covered with dents from being slashed. He gripped a giant battle axe, taller than a man, tightly in his right hand. The axe blade was rusty but thick and sharp, and each swing brought a whooshing sound of wind breaking through it. Compared to the orc chieftain in the game who only throws axes, the real-life one is much more powerful, capable of both melee and ranged combat, and extremely fast. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Yang Tao rushed towards the half-beast leader. Wulong and Fengchu, you 2 hold off the other half-orc warriors. Jill, you follow behind the skeleton archer. It doesn't matter if it breaks. I can summon another one. Good. Healing spell. Holy light fell upon the sleeping dragon, rapidly restoring its waning moon. Once it goes berserk, it will lose a significant amount of health without the enemy even having to lift a finger. Bang. The orc leader, not far away, threw his battle axe again. Bang. -21. Yang Tao, wielding the holy shield, is currently 2 points tougher than tank classes. Soul Fire Talisman. Roar. As the half-orc leader watched Yang Tao approaching, he roared, and several half-orc warriors dressed in animal skins appeared out of thin air beside him. One of its skills is summoning minions. Is my sword not flawless? The holy sword, radiating both divine and enchanted light, slashed fiercely at the body of the orc leader. This guy also raised his battle axe and swung it at Yang Tao. Yang Tao thrust the holy shield forward, directly confronting the battle axe, while simultaneously taking a step forward and charging straight at the orc commander's armor with the holy sword. Minus 182. With the boost from mental combat techniques and attribute bonuses, high numbers floated up from above the orc leader's head. As gunshots rang out continuously, its health steadily decreased. Soul Fire Talisman. The fire talisman exploded on the orc leader's face, but Yang Tao completely ignored the orc warriors who were hitting him with spiked clubs. Healing Spell. Yang Tao's eyes were fixed on the half-beast leader, pressing the enormous creature back step by step. This forced the orc leader to rage helplessly. Seeing the opponent's health bar nearly empty, Yang Tao smirked, stomped hard on the ground, and then raised his holy sword to strike the opponent's neck. Those scarlet eyes lost their color. Experience plus 500. Silver coin 66. 52 copper coins. Gale ring 1. White tiger tooth necklace 1. Ghost suit 1. Treatment potion 3. Somewhat 2. Increased the backpack slot limit by 1. Stack limit increased by 10. A massive explosion. Looking at the loot notification, Yang Tao felt a sense of relief. He knew he still had to defeat the boss. The game has invaded reality, but the drop rate has been reduced many times over. He managed to significantly increase the drop rate through a combination of looting, luck, and my gold coins. He raised his hand and unleashed a Soul Fire Talisman. Take away a half-orc warrior with low health. A few minutes later, all 20-odd orc warriors led by the orc leader fell to the ground. A considerable amount of medicine and coins were scattered around. After surveying the surroundings and confirming that no enemies remained, Yang Tao exclaimed, "I never expected to encounter a half-beast commander." For ordinary professionals, the half-orc leader is like a real urban legend. Everyone has heard of it, but 99% of professionals have never seen it. Unlike the fixed spawn corpse fire, its spawn point is located throughout the outer layer of the Grand Forest. The entire Grand Forest covers a vast area, and also includes uninhabited areas rarely visited by humans. This also resulted in its mortality rate being far lower than that of corpses burning. I opened my backpack and took a look at the ghost suit. Ghost suit. Durability 28/28. Defense 18-22. Magic defense 15-18. Spirit +8. Job requirement, Taoist priest. Attire requirements, requires a spirit level of 38. He took off his ninja clothes and put on the Taoist's exclusive equipment. The plain white Taoist robe was fitted at the waist and stood out neatly, with bright yellow breastplates firmly embedded in the chest, and dark gray ghost patterns faintly visible at the hem. "How are you feeling?" Yang Tao couldn't help but ask Jill, who was standing next to him. "Well?" Jill looked at Yang Tao, seemingly wanting to say something, but then stopping herself. Yang Tao reached out and plucked the insect that was clinging to his head. And now, as Jill gazed into Yang Tao's bright eyes, she felt a touch of emotion. She sensed a unique charm emanating from him. That was the unique aura of a Taoist priest. "It really resonates with me." After receiving affirmation, Yang Tao happily put the Ini-Alpha parasite on his head, while Jill once again showed that look of having just eaten shit. "Jill, being handsome isn't important. Being strong is what matters most right now. He lacks ability, not looks. When he returns to the city, he will remove the parasite and become that strong, skilled, and handsome man again." Jill simply nodded without saying anything. I opened my backpack and looked at the remaining 2 pieces of equipment. Gale ring. Durability 10/10. Attack +2. Attack speed +2. White tiger tooth necklace. Durability 15/15. Wearing requirements. Spirit 40. Spirit +4. Magic evasion +30%. Lucky +2. Yang Tao silently swallowed. The Gale ring increases attack speed by 2, which is equivalent to a 20% increase in attack speed. To be honest, it's not bad, but it's not much better than the ring he's wearing now. However, this white tiger tooth necklace is somewhat bizarre. A regular white tiger tooth necklace only has 20% magic evasion, but this one not only has 30% magic evasion, but also has 2 points of luck. In this world invaded by games, there are currently no NPCs who can add luck attributes to necklaces. Although the luck stat in Legendary doesn't increase the chance of getting rare drops, it does have the effect of triggering the highest attack and critical hit rate. If the luck stat of the necklace and weapon can reach 9, then every attack will trigger the highest attack, and the critical hit rate will be greatly increased. Perfect timing to replace the pearl necklace. This necklace should last at least until level 20. The main reason is that the 30% magic evasion is just too good to pass up. From now on, when facing magic-related monsters, you will have a 30% chance to dodge their magic damage. Wearing the necklace further enhanced his strength. Let's go. Let's make some preparations ahead today. Once we reach level 14, we'll go and meet those twin sisters. The core area of Grand Forest has 2 special dungeons. Dark Thunder Ruins. Frosty Dark Forest. To access either of these dungeons, you need to defeat the prerequisite monsters and obtain the tokens. Chapter 84 Searching for the Fiery Graka. Yang, there's a cow over there. Jill's voice rang out beside Yang Tao. Jill, do you think it's possible that I'm not blind? The two of them stared at the bull-headed beast, which was at least 5 or 6 meters tall. Minotaur level 15. Elite. Health 3000/3000. Normally, it should be the Dark Forest Lord boss in Grand Forest, but now it can only be considered an elite. In the game, the Minotaur was already terrifyingly tall, but in reality, when a 2-story tall, muscular bull demon walks towards you, the sense of oppression is truly overwhelming. Stop looking, it's time to get started. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The giant bull's head turned green, and Yang Tao raised his hand to unleash a soul fire talisman. Jill also raised her desert eagle and aimed it at the bull-headed behemoth, pulling the trigger. Yang Tao, watching the crouching dragon and phoenix fledgling frantically gnawing on the legs of the Minotaur, quickly instructed, "Crouching dragon and phoenix fledgling, if it raises its hand, you two run behind it immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, the bull-headed beast raised its arms, and pale blue energy began to gather in its fists. "Run!" Yang Tao shouted immediately. 1 second, 2 seconds. Yang Tao. Boom. The bull-headed beast slammed its fists into the ground, and the ground began to tremble instantly. Yang Tao and Jill lost their balance and were knocked to the ground by an invisible force. Damn it, it's still a forced knockdown. No wonder the pre-animation time is so long. If this were instantaneous, then an ordinary lord would be no match for a Minotaur. Yang Tao quickly got up from the ground and threw out a series of talismans. The crouching dragon and phoenix chick pounced on the guy again and bit him hard on the heel. The Minotaur's health is dropping rapidly. Its attack speed was so slow that it couldn't even touch the hem of Yang Tao's clothes. Roar! Enraged by the fire talismans and bullets, the bull-headed beast suddenly raised its head, its chest heaving violently, and let out a deafening roar. No damage, full-screen stun, force stun. In reality, the leaves in the surrounding dense forest rustled loudly. Jill froze on the spot, gun barrel drooping, dazed. The crouching dragon and the phoenix chick collapsed to the ground, completely disoriented. Yang Tao experienced a 5-second nausea. Damn it, its speed and defense are both terrible, but this skill is truly insane. 2 force control skills. If these were in the hands of an ordinary professional, they'd be laughing all the way to the bank. Seizing this brief moment, the Minotaur raised its arms high, and pale blue energy gathered once more. It was that same move again, charging up a punch to slam the ground. Seeing this, Yang Tao didn't even think twice before rushing to the spot where the bull-headed beast's fists would land and raising his shield. Looking up, Yang Tao's expression froze slightly. Is this Minotaur a product of biotechnology? This is a cow without a calf. Just as the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick had regained their senses, the fist, which was as big as Yang Tao's body, finally landed. Bang! A sound of a fist hitting a wooden board rang out, and the powerful punch was blocked by the shield. Focus fire, take it down. Woof, woof. Violent. Frantic biting. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots followed, and in no time, the Minotaur's massive body crashed to the ground. A golden light flashed across the body of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, and their level reached 12. The Minotaur didn't drop anything good, only 2 pieces of heavy armor that weren't suitable for him, and some health potions. Yang Tao looked at the little dragon and phoenix that had grown a bit taller, walked over, hugged the dog's head, and rubbed it vigorously. Where else can you find such a good master? I'm worried you won't keep up with your leveling, and you're even lacking experience for enchanting. Wah! Phoenix Chick let out a whimpering sound. Yang Tao sighed. This trip to the Demon Tower yielded a lot of valuable equipment and items, but he lacked a lot of experience. Otherwise, he would have leveled up by now. Keep going, try to reach level 13 today. I've been wandering around the middle level of the Grand Forest for a while now, and to be honest, there are a lot of monsters in the forest. With a fairly high level of experience, Yang Tao gazed at the distant forest ablaze with flames. That's where Flame Graka is located, and also the boss he'll be facing next. However, according to the information, Lord Flame Pinoshu is a level 17 Lord boss. Yang Tao felt that it would be safer to raise his level to 14 first, Then go back to get sand to make some glass and refine some fire-resistant potions before going over. One can never be too cautious when dealing with a mage. It was approaching evening. A golden light, indicating a level increase, also appeared on Yang Tao's body. Yang Tao. Level 13. Experience 5/14,000. Strength 22. Constitution 24. Agility 22. Spirit 56. Remaining points 2. Skills: healing, poisoning, mental combat, mind revelation, soul fire talisman, summon skeleton. I'll gain invisibility after leveling up one more time. Invisibility is also a Taoist life-saving skill, although it is not very useful against enemies that are 3 levels above them or have special abilities. However, it still works very well against monsters of the same level or when playing a prank. The only downside is that you can't move while invisible. Phew, that's all for today. Although he wasn't tired, the Grand Forest at night was too difficult, and grinding it was too much of a waste of energy and time. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well go to the outskirts of Grand Forest or the wilderness. You can easily farm monsters over there, and you can even take this time to go back home, bring back some sand, and build a staircase along the way. Why so fast today? Jill put away her gun and walked to Yang Tao's side. Yang Tao, who was pondering whether to go back alone or take Jill with him, subconsciously replied, "I'm not feeling well today. I'll rest for a bit." Halfway through his sentence, Yang Tao suddenly looked up at Jill. Seeing the worry in her eyes, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Jill didn't understand the joke. If she had said something like okay or no, or take a break, my reputation would have been ruined. "Are you alright? Why don't we go back first and you get some rest?" "No need, I was just thinking about something. I'll build a transit station underground first." After saying that, Yang Tao took out a shovel from his backpack and, just like when he was on the outside, shoveled it directly onto the ground. With a strange rustling sound, a tunnel leading underground appeared before Jill's eyes. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen Yang Tao demonstrate this ability, she still found it amazing. This time, Yang Tao did not expand the underground area much, only about 30 square meters. He lit the torch and shouted outside, "Jill, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, come down." Jill and the young dragon and phoenix entered in single file. Yang Tao took out a bed and placed it in the corner of the wall. "Jill, you stay here with the crouching dragon and the young phoenix. I'll go back later to get some things." Jill nodded slightly. Yang Tao first took out some food for Jill and placed it on the wooden plank, then took out some soil to block the entrance to prevent monsters or other professionals from breaking in. "Sit down." The crouching dragon and the phoenix chick immediately sat upright on the ground, so that they wouldn't automatically teleport to his side. "Take out the floor teleporter and walk to the stairs. After you've eaten your fill, take a nap. I'll be back when you wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao's figure disappeared beside the stairs. Chapter 85: The Perverted Potion. Under the cover of night, a golf cart speeds through the wilderness. A demon eye was sent flying by a speeding car, but the man in the driver's seat didn't stop at all, instead casually tossing out a talisman. Bang! Flames rose up. The attack power is still a bit low. Yang Tao sighed and stopped paying attention to the demon eye that had flown into the sky. Instead, he drove the vehicle and continued towards H City. It took Yang Tao half an hour to get back to his apartment. "Celia?" As soon as I entered the apartment lobby, I saw Celia, dressed in sportswear, waiting for the elevator. Hearing the voice, Celia turned around and looked at Yang Tao in surprise. "Mr. Yang Tao, didn't you just go out? Why are you back so soon this time?" "I came back to get some things." Yang Tao smiled at Celia, then asked with some confusion, "What are you doing out so late?" Celia reached out and gently tucked her hair behind her ear. "No, I had nothing to do after dinner, so I went for a run." "Why is it just you? Where are the crouching dragon, the phoenix chick, and that lady named Jill?" "They're waiting for me in the Grand Forest. I have to leave soon." Bite. The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped inside. In the small space, only he and Celia remained. As Yang Tao smelled the scent emanating from Celia, many classic films suddenly came to mind. Before he could speak, Celia said first, "The situation in first-tier cities has been rather worrying these past few days." Hearing this, Yang Tao asked curiously, "What happened? Tell me more." Legion mode activated. Organized demon legions begin their sieges, drastically increasing the consumption of firearms. If humanity doesn't have enough legions before firearms are depleted on a large scale, then... Before Celia could finish speaking, Yang Tao knew that the situation on the front lines was far from optimistic. While firearms are powerful, They are ultimately stockpiled goods unless humanity possesses abundant resources to manufacture them. However, since the wilderness is now mostly game maps, it's very difficult to reliably obtain resources. The combat professionals who have now developed are currently the only way to resist enemies for an extended period of time. Yang Tao sighed softly. Then let's seize this time to grow up quickly. I'll hurry back with the sand and refine some potions to use. Tonight will definitely be another sleepless night. Bite. The elevator doors open. Yang Tao and Celia left the elevator together and arrived at the door of the apartment room. Would you like to come in and have a cup of tea? Upon hearing this, Yang Tao looked into Celia's bright eyes with a half-smile on his face. He waited until Celia's face flushed slightly before smiling and asking, "Just drinking tea and chatting?" Celia paused for a moment, then asked with some confusion, "What could you possibly be doing so late?" "Haha, I don't drink tea at night. This time when I go to Grand Forest, I will bring back that so-called dark power." "Are you confident now?" Celia really didn't expect Yang Tao to grow up so fast. Yang Tao opened the door to his apartment. "No problem, I'll be back in half a month at most." Yang Tao, who was about to enter the house, suddenly remembered something, stopped, and turned around to walk in front of Celia. "What's wrong?" "It's a little bull demon." "Oh, mini minotaur, I'm going to do an experiment." "Oh, and help me choose a cow." Celia. After spending a fortune to buy a genderless miniature minotaur, Yang Tao returned home and equipped it in his pet pen. A miniature minotaur, about a meter tall, appeared beside him. He took the iron bucket out of his backpack and aimed it at the minotaur. "Take it." The empty iron barrel was suddenly filled with white liquid. An excited expression appeared on Yang Tao's face. "Unlimited milk is done. Huh. Moo. Moo moo." The miniature minotaur stared at its master, who was emitting a chilling laugh, and made a call that was difficult to understand. With the sand in hand, Yang Tao immediately placed the magic tower staircase in the corner of the balcony. He took out the floor teleporter, opened the teleportation interface on a whim, and finally selected the Grand Forest middle floor teleportation. The next moment, he and the miniature minotaur disappeared from the apartment building balcony. Glug glug. Stuff the hellwort and water bottle into the brewing stand. Then add blaze powder to serve as fuel. The once calm alchemy platform immediately erupted into a boiling sound. We still don't have enough hellfire. Once this wave of hellfire matures, we'll go to the nether and mine more soul sand. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. Wouldn't it be more convenient for me to just grow it in hell? Why do I have to bring it back? Yang Tao began to worry about his intelligence. When he found the soul sand canyon, where there was soul sand everywhere, wouldn't he be able to plant as much as he wanted as long as he had time? Jill walked over to him, and Yang Tao took out 2 bottles of potion from his backpack and handed them to her. 2 speed potions, which can increase your speed by 40%. Jill was very surprised. 40%? Is this potion very precious? A small bottle of medicine is enough to make an ordinary person crush a second-level professional athlete. Aside from the basic material, hellwort, the only other thing is sugar, which is both precious and cheap. Hellfire can be grown, and sugar can be produced infinitely using sugarcane. Although the human world has shrunk considerably, the quantity of living supplies has actually increased thanks to the skill effects of various ordinary professionals. Jill put the 2 bottles of medicine into her backpack. "I won't give you the strength potion. It only increases melee damage. Ranged weapons can be enchanted with the strength attribute, which also increases strength by a percentage. Strength potions are only meant to compensate for the damage taken by melee fighters." "Okay, I understand." Yang Tao tidied his backpack, then took out his phone to check the time. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix. He called out, and the 2 creatures sitting on the ground immediately stood up, wagging their tails and running to his side. "Jill, let's go upgrade. Be careful." "Good." Yang Tao broke through the passage and returned to the forest. Before he could even check the situation, an ice spike shot towards his face. "Raise your shields." Parry. Bang. Watching the goblins continuously rushing out of the dense forest, Yang Tao did not hesitate. He threw a strength potion and a speed potion at his head, the spray enveloping him and the crouching dragon and phoenix chick behind him. The power is surging forth. He immediately raised his enchanted holy sword and shouted, "Go! Crush them!" Yang Tao took the lead with a leaping slash. -317. Strength 0.8, plus holy sword plus spirit 0.2. Strength potion increases by 60%, and jumping attack increases by 50%. Without a critical hit, the goblin was directly inflicted such terrifying damage that his eyes, which were holding the wooden stick, immediately cleared up a bit. With a backhand flick, he instantly emptied the guy's health bar. Gunshots, tearing sounds, and the sounds of swords piercing flesh filled the air. Chapter 86 Poison Elvis. Phoenix Chick suppressed that elite goblin slinger. The Phoenix pounced forward with its massive body. As elite beings, there was no suppression between them at all. All skill effects were perfectly displayed. Yang Tao rushed forward like a ghost, suddenly stood up and leaped up, gripping the hilt of the holy sword with both hands and slamming it down heavily. Execute. Puff. The blade pierced the goblin slinger's head. Critical hit plus leaping strike. With a single sword strike, the elite goblin's health bar was emptied. Healing spell. The casting of a healing spell made the already nearly depleted mana pool even more precarious. However, Yang Tao is now a complete berserker, and in pursuit of attack power, he has even taken off his ghost suit. Bare-chested and muscular, he weaved among the short, ugly goblins. Little White, Jill, focus fire on that Poison Cat King. Unlike ordinary brown cat demons, the Poison Cat King is about the same size as ordinary cat demons, but its fur is a sickly purple. Even without knowing its properties, one glance is enough to tell that this thing is poisonous. I'm going to poison you. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The Poison Cat King is extremely fast. Even with a speed potion, Yang Tao is still a step slower than it. However, with the speed 2 buff, Wang Kai and Feng Chu are a step faster. Yang Tao retorted sarcastically. A cat like you should just meow obediently. The Poison Cat King's golden vertical pupils were filled with hatred. Damn adventurer. I smell Kino on you, my brother. I will avenge you. Poison Cat King and Lightning Kino are allies in Grand Forest. Upon hearing the Poison Cat King's words, Yang Tao immediately shouted, Shut up. I admit it. I've had enough of you intelligent but cannibalistic monsters. Accept your judgment. Meow. Looking at Yang Tao, who had inexplicably become enraged, Poison Cat King felt somewhat lacking in momentum, even though it was clearly the righteous cat seeking revenge for its ally. Mana potion. After drinking a bottle of tier 3 potion, my fate is now in my own hands, not in the hands of heaven. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. As it turns out, even the Poison Cat King, whose body is covered in poison, is not immune to the Taoist's poisoning techniques. Poison Cat King pounced on Yang Tao, its body blurring into a blur, using all 4 limbs. Wulong and Feng Chu bared their teeth and roared, abandoning the ordinary cat demons in their mouths and rushing towards Poison Cat King. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Poison Cat King pushed off the ground with both legs, leaping towards Yang Tao and dodging the attacks of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Crazy Claws. Its skills are the same as those of the Phoenix Chick, except that the Phoenix Chick uses its mouth, while this Poison Cat King uses its sharp and poisoned claws. Poisoning 015. Poisoning 020. Poisoning 025. As the Poison Cat King attacked, the number of poison buff stacks and the duration of poison on Yang Tao increased. However, Yang Tao looked at his own health points. -5. Subtract 6. -4. The Holy Shield's 100 points of defense is still too authoritative. Remove his defenses and reduce the damage by 80%. Physical, frantic scratching will only get him covered in spittle and venom. It won't do anything else. Hayek stretched out his large hand and grabbed the Poison Cat King by the neck. Although the Poison Cat King was a lord, its greatest strengths were its poison and speed. Its size is similar to that of an ordinary cat demon. Take a bottle of milk out of your backpack. Silently recite, use in your mind. In an instant, his body, which had turned purple, returned to normal, and the Poison Cat King's sinister eyes widened in shock. Impossible. How could my poison just disappear like that? As the Poison Cat King struggled, it emitted a purple poisonous mist from its body. In an instant, the poison buff that had just disappeared reappeared on Yang Tao. Yang, watch out. Fine. Yang Tao's voice came from within the poisonous fog. Jill, Crouching Dragon, and Phoenix Chick, you two clear out the cat demons around here first. I'm going to have some fun with this Poison Cat King. Then, from within the poisonous fog came the terrified cry of the Poison Cat King. Human, what are you doing? No. Wah, I don't want to. Too much. Gil. A moment later, the poisonous fog dissipated, and Yang Tao stood unharmed in the same spot. However, the Poison Cat King underwent a dramatic change. Its once purple fur had become dull and lifeless. His once gloomy and vicious gaze had now become numb and empty. He simply sat blankly on the grass in the forest. Milk can actually be used by the enemy? Incredible. Milk. All conditions will be relieved after drinking. It applies to all states. The poison of the Poison Cat King has a positive effect on it, but milk doesn't care about this or that. It will directly clear it away first. Of course, for the Poison Cat King, with its venom sac, the toxins would quickly accumulate in its body, turning it back into the highly venomous Poison Cat King. The holy sword rested directly on the Poison Cat King's shoulder. Do you want to die or live? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light finally returned to the Poison Cat King's eyes. It raised its head and said, "Want to die? Dying isn't that easy." Yang Tao took the fish directly out of his backpack. If bones can tame the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix, then there's no reason why fish can't attract the poisonous Cat King. The moment the fish appeared, the Poison Cat King's eyes immediately fell on it. Its eyes were filled with terror. It felt like it was losing control of its body. It wanted to wag its tail and beg for food. This is terrifying. Human, please. I surrender and will tell you a secret. A fragment of space-time containing dark power has fallen into the Dark Thunder ruins. But I'm waking you up. That place is filled with dark forces and the dead who have risen from the dead. Seeing the Poison Cat King's resistance, Yang Tao immediately put away the fish in his hand, bent down slightly, and looked into the Poison Cat King's eyes. I know the secret you're talking about very well, so I'll send you on your way. I hope you're not so unlucky as to be seen by me again after you're resurrected. Lords possess wisdom. It's just a matter of degree. The Poison Cat King immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, it really did have a moment of thought. Why not just follow the human in front of it? There's nothing wrong with being a pet cat. Puff. It sat motionless on the ground, letting Yang Tao's attacks fall on it. Experience plus 500. Silver coins 67. 30 copper coins. Poison Cat King's Poison Claws 1. Poison Cat King's Poison Bag 1. Pumpkin Seeds 3. Increase inventory limit by 1. Pumpkin seeds? That's like a godsend. Yesterday I was thinking of making a few iron golems to try it out, but I didn't expect that killing monsters would directly drop pumpkin seeds. Could it be that the falling object is related to my thoughts? If that's really the case, then it's such a huge loss. No matter how you look at it, 3 pumpkin seeds can't possibly outweigh the stacking limit plus 10. I checked the dropped items. The Poison Cat King's Poison Claws are claw-type weapons from the Street Fighter class in DNF, so he can't use them. The Poison Cat King's Poison Pouch is an accessory. When equipped in the accessory slot, it inflicts poison damage on enemies. Chapter 87 Elite Iron Golem. What did you do to that poisonous Cat King in the poisonous fog? On the shore of the nameless lake in the Grand Forest, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix were chasing after those wailing fishmen, while Yang Tao was wielding a hoe to cultivate a piece of farmland by the lake. He planted the pumpkin seed dropped by the Poison Cat King, turned to Jill beside him and laughed. Of course I'll feed it milk. What else can I do to an alien? I'm not the Emperor of Sorrowful Wind. The Emperor of Sorrowful Wind. Jill cast a curious glance at her. Yang Tao put the bones into the crafting menu in his backpack and broke them down into bone powder. Hearing Jill's question, Yang Tao's face showed a look of admiration. A man who can sacrifice everything for others, even if misunderstood by the world, will stick to his principles. He is a true man, a real man. Despite saying that, Yang Tao still thought of the heroic words and deeds of the Sorrowful Wind Emperor. Me? I love mixed-race animals the most. Lambs are greedy, calves are hot-tempered, and puppies are naughty. But when I encounter a half-orc, I'm completely captivated. Half-orcs are my absolute favorite. Of course, this was just an excuse used by the Sorrowful Wind to cover up the origins of the orcs. But this did not stop people from regarding him as a pervert. In summary, gender, bayfoam, crime, bayfoam, charge, bayfoam. Thinking of this, Yang Tao smiled knowingly and then sprinkled the bone meal in his hand onto the pumpkin seedlings. As the bone meal was consumed, the green pumpkin seedlings grew rapidly, reaching a new height. Jill, what do you want to happen to me? No, I'm just curious. A square pumpkin, about 1 meter in size, appeared out of nowhere next to the farmland, and Jill instinctively took a half-step back. What's this? Pumpkin, for making the iron golem later. Yang Tao didn't explain much. He just said he would know once it was made. He walked to an open space by the lake and took out the iron blocks from his backpack and arranged them in a T-shape. Finally, carve the pumpkin with scissors. This will not only give you new pumpkin seeds, but also turn the pumpkin into a carved pumpkin. Yang Tao placed the carved pumpkin on top of the T-shaped iron block. Bang! An iron golem with some vines wrapped around its body appeared on the lakeside. Iron Golem level 15. Elite. Health 2400/2400. Elite terms: rebirth, heavy armor, regeneration. Seeing the health bar above the Iron Golem's head, along with its level and elite attribute, Yang Tao was speechless. Standing beside him, Jill was also staring at the puppet in front of her. She really couldn't understand how Yang Tao had managed to stack up a bunch of strange blocks to create a robot. Yang, is this Iron Golem one of your summoned creatures? Hearing Jill's words, Yang Tao finally came to his senses. I don't know, but Taigu is a friendly organization. Iron Golems that spawn in villages are neutral units. They will automatically retaliate if the villagers they are protecting or if they themselves are attacked. However, the Iron Golems created by players will not put up any resistance even when attacked by the players. Wulong, lure a murloc over here. Yang Tao shouted, and the Wulong in the distance immediately bit a fishman carrying a harpoon. After biting it, it turned and ran away, making the fishman carrying the harpoon yell angrily. With its short legs, it followed closely behind Wulong like a duck. Just as the fishman approached, the Iron Golem, which had been standing still staring at Yang Tao, suddenly turned its head to look at the fishman rushing towards it. Bang 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 bang. The Iron Golem started running. Each step made a heavy sound. The Iron Golem raised its leg, which was thicker than a telephone pole, and slammed it onto the ground. The next moment, the merman, who was still running wildly, was uncontrollably thrown into the air. The knockback attribute has been modified. The thought had barely crossed Yang Tao's mind when he saw the Iron Golem swing out its arm, which was as thick as a thigh. Uppercut. The merman, who was about to fall, floated up again. A beautiful blue fist combo, and the murloc's health bar was emptied by the Iron Golem before it even landed. 22 copper coins. Rags 2. Yang Tao was dumbfounded, but this time he recovered very quickly. No experience required, but there are loot drops. The fantasy of an army of Iron Golems was completely stillborn. Clearly, Iron Golems with levels can also be upgraded, just like zombies and skeletons. But what's with this elite attribute? Even Iron Golems have it. I wish even the legendary Zhuge Liang and the young Phoenix could have such an attribute. As he pondered this, the Iron Golem returned to his side. Suddenly, a bright red poppy appeared in front of him. Looking up, he saw the Iron Golem tilting its head slightly as it gazed at him, holding a bright red poppy in its hand. Yang Tao took the poppy from the Iron Golem's hand and smiled. Thanks. Then he took some iron blocks out of his backpack and placed them on the ground. Although Iron Golem can't help him kill monsters and gain experience, that doesn't stop him from making more Iron Golems to keep the ones in front of him company. Walking to the edge of the farmland, Yang Tao used bone meal to accelerate the ripening process and produced 4 more Iron Golems in one go. However, these 4 Iron Golems are not elites, but just ordinary level 15 Iron Golems, but they still have the elite attribute. Although there is only one, and it is a unified one. Heavy armor. Reduce damage taken by 50%. This is a mod for Minecraft, and it has little to do with this world. 4 ordinary Iron Golems vaguely surrounded the elite Iron Golem in the middle. Yang Tao looked at the 5 Iron Golems in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. Even the ordinary ones have 800 health points. No wonder he's called Iron Bro. The created Iron Golems do not actively follow the player. They wander around automatically. However, the 5 Iron Golems in front of him did not run around, but stood still, as if waiting for his command. Seeing this, Yang Tao pointed and said, "There are many monsters in this forest. Let's eliminate them and level up as soon as possible." The elite Iron Golem actually nodded. Those black eyes revealed a human-like expression, and then he led the 4 Iron Golems beside him, walking heavily into the forest. Jill watched the Iron Golems leave and asked, "You're just going to let them go like that? The forest is too dangerous. If we keep them around, they won't grow, and neither will we." Images of zombies and skeletons flashed through Yang Tao's mind. He then took the poppy seed that the Iron Golem had given him from his backpack and handed it to Jill beside him. "These flowers are for you." "Thanks." Yang Tao summoned the sacred sword, and then walked towards the small island in the middle of the lake, where there was a Lord-level Murloc named Old Blind Eyes. "We need to step up our efforts, or we'll never catch up with them in this lifetime." Stepping onto the lake, a layer of solid ice instantly spread from Yang Tao's feet outwards. Frostwalker. Enchantments are the top choice for showing off. Chapter 88: The Ice and Fire Sisters. A flash of golden light. Yang Tao finally reached level 14 and obtained another life-saving Taoist technique. Invisibility. Effect: Grants invisibility and redirects monster aggro. Duration increases with skill level and Taoist magic. Limitations. Moving, attacking, poisoning, or casting spells will immediately break stealth. It's pretty useless. I wish I could get an invisibility ring from it. Once you reach level 15 and clear Grand Forest, head straight to Centipede Cave to level up, where the monsters are high level and numerous. Jill, take a break and have something to eat. We'll head to the frosty dark forest later to find your sister, Kra. Upon hearing this, Jill sat down on the grass, just like Yang Tao, the warm sunlight shining on her. If you ignore the fishman corpses scattered all over the island and the lake, this scene is indeed quite heartwarming. Yang, I've noticed that you know a lot about these monsters, even more than the information on the forum. Yang Tao took out some roasted meat and bread from his backpack, because I've dabbled in all these games. He handed the food to Jill, but I only know some basic information. Games have invaded reality, and many things are very different. My information may not be accurate. A newly spawned murloc poked its head out from underwater and immediately let out a wah sound upon seeing Yang Tao sitting on the shore. With a thought, Yang Tao's fishing rod automatically appeared in his hand. With a strong flick, the fishing hook flew straight towards the fish that was swimming towards him, as if it had been equipped with a GPS navigation system. He hooked it, and then Yang Tao gently applied force. The fishman didn't even have time to react before it flew out of the lake, baring its teeth and claws. The dragon lunged forward and opened its blood-red maw, biting into the fishman. Subtract 114. The fishing rod works quite well. Fishing rods are considered a must-have for PvP players in Minecraft, especially in maps like Skywar and Bed War. Plus 20 experience. Silver coin 2. Copper coin 14. Fins 1. Luckily, the murloc even dropped an accessory. Flippers. Accessories. Swimming in liquids is permitted, with a slight increase in swimming speed. In Terraria, accessories are generally not very useful unless you go to the ocean. However, they are materials for crafting higher-tier accessories. Keep it safe, and later find goblin craftsmen in other cities to craft high-end accessories. Without thinking twice, we ate and drank our fill, and then went to grind monsters. Several hours later, Yang Tao stared solemnly at the battle flag in his hand. Goblin banner. How could a finished product just fall out? Jill, who was firing her gun, was drawn to Yang Tao's sudden pause. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this thing? No problem, I just didn't think of that. Goblin banner. After use, it will generate an army of goblins that will target you. Minimum level requirement, level 10. I'll put this thing in my backpack for now. Normally, this item requires killing goblin scouts wandering the beach to obtain rags before it can be crafted, but now the crafting step has been skipped entirely. Looking up at the dense forest ahead, the temperature around him was getting lower and lower, clearly indicating that he had entered the icy, dark forest. Jill, be careful from now on. Jill responded, and then replaced the Desert Eagle in her hand with a black shotgun. Bang! A goblin core that charged at her was shot down with a single shot. Swoosh! If a character is left with low health, then Xiaobai's arrows will inevitably follow. After a fierce battle, the 2 men and 2 dogs headed straight into the depths of the frost-covered forest. Soon, the surrounding temperature dropped more than just a little. The green grass was covered with frost, and there were even huge blocks of ice in the distance. Some goblins were frozen inside. Arrive. Yang Tao watched the tall figure freely unleashing magic in the forest, and immediately took out the holy shield and holy sword from his backpack. As soon as they stepped into the open space where Croc was, the other party immediately turned around alertly. At this moment, Yang Tao finally got a clear look at Kra, one of the famous twin sisters in Dungeon Fighter. Kra possesses a cold beauty that perfectly complements this frozen, dense forest. She was slender and tall, with skin that was almost transparent and cold white, as if sculpted from millennia-old ice, and surrounded by a faint, persistent white mist of cold air. Her long, icy blue hair was not as soft as ordinary hair. Instead, it resembled strands of frozen ice crystals, neatly tied up at her shoulders and waist. What's most eye-catching are her long, slender legs, with an ice blue tattoo at the base, making one wonder what the full tattoo looks like. Who are you, and why are you intruding into my territory? A cold voice came from her mouth. This place is mine now. Without further ado, Yang Tao immediately raised the holy sword. Poisoning technique. After being attacked, Kra's icy blue eyes flashed with anger. Since you're here, why not stay? An ice blue magic circle rose beneath Yang Tao's feet, and almost instantly, slender ice spikes emerged from the ground. If Yang Tao had been any slower, these ice spikes would have pierced his body. A cage prepared for you. An ice wall suddenly rose up, blocking Yang Tao's path of attack. Phoenix Chick, suppress. The two, Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu, were much faster than him. Just as Croc was focusing his attention on him, they had already flanked him from the side. Upon hearing his command, Feng Chu immediately let out a loud cry and fiercely pounced on Croc. Frantic biting. Damn it! Damn it! Kra was tackled to the ground by the phoenix, and in her anger, she could only vent her inner rage through her mouth. Bang! The skill duration has ended. A powerful force erupted from Kra's body, sending the Phoenix Chick and Crouching Dragon, who were tearing at each other, flying away. As soon as Kra floated up, before she could even unleash her skill, she saw a longsword radiating a purple aura hurtling straight toward her face. Ice burst. In an instant, Yang Tao was enveloped in transparent solid ice, and the sacred sword was less than a palm's distance from Kra. A transparent block of ice has solidified in my hand. It's so beautiful. I want to turn you into an ice sculpture too. Click. The ice suddenly cracked, and Yang Tao slashed at her with his sword. Without warmth, there is no soul. Soul Fire Talisman. At this moment, Wulong pounced on him and bit down on Kra's thigh. Although the injury wasn't very high, looking at Croc's pained expression, Yang Tao felt that it must have been very painful. Ice Shield. Today, Yang Tao is going to treat the ladies with utmost tenderness and care. Take another one of my jumping strikes. Bang. Ice splattered everywhere, and Croc was knocked to the ground again. Croc. Sometimes people really feel helpless. Chapter 89 Fiery Pinocchio. Experience plus 600. 1 gold coin. Silver coin 54. Life potion 4. Rum 3. Crass staff 1. Croc card 1. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. Leaky pot 2. Looking at the spoils dropped by Frost Kra, a series of question marks flashed through Yang Tao's mind. A slatted planter. Ignoring Croc, who was lying on the ground looking weak and trying to speak, she quickly opened her backpack and looked at the leaky planter that had just fallen. A gray square tray. There is also a gray-black square logo in the very center. Holy crap, it really is this thing. Yang Tao immediately felt that Croc was truly generous. The slatted planter is a prop in the bonsai module. Place it on top of the box, fill it with soil, and then plant the necessary saplings. A small tree will appear in the center of the pot, and the small tree will continue to grow. Once the sapling has grown to a certain size, it will automatically deliver any materials that can be obtained manually to the container below. It goes on and on. Yang Tao can now place these 2 potted plants at home and plant oak saplings, achieving complete freedom in obtaining logs and apples. If things go even faster, he can even get bone meal. It's a pity we can't grow crops. Otherwise we could just grow hellwort. The potted plant module can only plant trees. Various kinds of trees, including the chorus fruit which doesn't look like a tree at all, can also be grown. Close the backpack. He glanced at Croc lying on the ground. Oi, are you alright? It's so cold. Aren't you cold wearing so little? The Ice and Fire Sisters were originally normal human magicians, but in pursuit of ancient magic, they ignored warnings and ventured into the Grand Forest, where they were corrupted by the elven barrier and dark magic, and both went mad. Now, despite her serious injuries, she has regained some of her rationality. However, in the original story, they will eventually be drawn to the magic of the floating city, and adventurers will go to the floating city to finally free them. My sister is still setting fire to the house. Please, save her. Good. Yang Tao agreed to Croc's request. Get up. She extended her hand to Croc, paused slightly, and then placed her hand in Yang Tao's. A cold sensation came from Croc's hand. Thanks. Healing spell. A silvery white light appeared above Kra's head and then slowly merged into her body. Let's go find your sister together. Croc floated up again. I can't use magic for the time being, so I might not be able to help you when facing your sister. Upon hearing Croc's name, Yang Tao simply chuckled and said, You'll see when the time comes. Having said that, he walked towards the area where the flame Graka was located. Gil stepped forward, glanced at Kra, and then asked in a low voice. Yang, can she be taken away? Take away. Stepping onto the gradually thawing grass, Yang Tao glanced at Jill and smiled. Don't let her appearance fool you. Apart from the final thank you, everything else she said was just a script. The real souls of Croc and Pinocchio are already in the floating city. If you really want to save them, you have to go to the floating city. Jill glanced at Croc behind her, who remained silent, and then nodded. I feel sorry for them. There's nothing pitiful about them. They simply fell on the path of pursuing power. The two sisters simply failed. If they had truly mastered ancient magic, then we'd probably have to call them master magician now. As they went deeper, the surrounding air became increasingly hot and dry, and the distant sky was painted fiery red by the flames. Yang Tao took out a bottle of fire-resistant potion from his backpack and handed it to Jill. If you are attacked by fire later, don't hesitate, just drink it. I see. Jill took the medicine that Yang Tao handed her. The forest was burning, and ordinary people couldn't get in at all. However, the flames didn't seem to be spreading outwards, as if there was an invisible barrier isolating them. Croc looked at the blazing forest with an anxious expression. Adventurers, my sister should still be inside. I will suppress the flames here for now, and the rest will be up to you. After saying that, Croc flew directly to the edge of the forest, raised the slender golden wand in his hand, and gently tapped it at the still burning forest. In an instant, white frost appeared. The raging flames paused abruptly, and a passage leading to the depths of the fiery Graco was carved out amidst the flames. Seeing this, Yang Tao did not hesitate and stepped directly into the forest. As soon as they entered, a group of flame goblins rushed over enthusiastically, politely throwing fireballs at them. Seeing this, Yang Tao did not hesitate and directly took out a bottle of splash-type fire-resistant liquid and threw it on his head. Let's give it a try and see how it goes. Subtract 0. Subtract 0. This fireball, which would have left other professionals scrambling to react, landed on Yang Tao without inflicting even a single point of force damage. Sure enough, fire-type items are everywhere now. Fire resistance potions in Minecraft are the strictest fathers of the fire element. Even the obsidian skin potion in Terraria can't compare. In Terraria, the obsidian skin potion only grants immunity to lava damage and the I'm on fire debuff, and the contact combustion loss of meteorites, prison stone bricks, and ancient prison stone bricks. There is no way to be immune to elemental damage caused by fire. He strode forward and kicked the leader of the flame goblin centurion to the ground. These goblins, tainted by fire, have fiery red skin, making them look much cooler than ordinary green goblins. Speed up, Yang Tao shouted, and the crouching dragon and the young phoenix rushed toward their respective targets. Experience points begin to rise rapidly. Bang bang bang. The dull yet powerful gunshots echoed through the forest, and Jill's expression was very serious during the battle. Within minutes, all the flame goblins in the first area had fallen. Yang Tao, carrying the holy sword, looked around and pointed to the path that was not blocked by flames, saying, "Over here." After fighting their way through, before they even reached the boss's location, they heard a burst of maniacal laughter. "This guy can summon meteors, Jill. Watch out for the magic circle under your feet." Stepping into the area where Boss Pinnock was located, I looked at the fiery Pinnock whose face was 90% similar to that of Croc. Yang Tao pursed his lips, his gaze becoming increasingly interested. Sisters, and sisters of ice and fire at that. The two looked very similar in appearance and build, except that one had a cold expression and the other looked crazy. "How dare you filthy adventurers trespass into my territory? Turn to ashes." Upon seeing Yang Tao, Flame Pinashu immediately raised the golden staff in his hand, without saying a word. "Come forth, my slaves." Numerous magic circles appeared around her, and more than a dozen goblin figures emerged from the magic circles. Same as usual, Gil, you take care of the mobs, and Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick will handle Flame Pinocchio with me. Chapter 90 Dark Thunder Ruins. Yang Tao, standing on the ground, stared wide-eyed at Pinocchius, who had suddenly taken to the air. They're even giving out perks at halftime. Pinochet, dressed in a fiery red miniskirt, takes flight. What else could it be but a fan service moment? Unfortunately, this is a wild monster, not an NPC. A fiery red magic circle appeared beneath Yang Tao's feet. At the same time, a giant meteorite with a diameter of at least 2 meters appeared in the sky and crashed down on Yang Tao at high speed. Seeing this, Yang Tao remained unmoved and continued to use soul fire talismans to deplete Pinocchius's health. Woof! Woof! The flying dragon and phoenix chicks could only anxiously circle around under Pinocchio's body. Just as the meteorite was about to fall, Yang Tao suddenly sprang into action, switching from the holy shield in his hand to a thin wooden shield. Double jump. A cloud of white smoke rose up at Yang Tao's feet. The body, which had been sinking slightly, rose again. Bang! The giant meteorite crashed heavily into the shield, its impact so great that Galileo, Newton, Kepler, and Lagrange were utterly defeated and lost everything before the shield. The giant meteorite fell weakly from midair and eventually disappeared slowly. Adventurer, I admit you do have some strength. Pinochet looked at Yang Tao, his crimson eyes revealing admiration, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of madness. A surge of flames erupted from her body, and Yang Tao, who had just landed on the ground, leaped up again and plunged headfirst into the raging inferno. Upon seeing this, Pinochet burst into maniacal laughter. Burn, and all will turn to ashes. Laugh. A sigh of dejection suddenly came from the flames. Suddenly, a broad, thick hand emerged from the flames and grabbed her slender ankle. Got you. Pinochet looked down and saw Yang Tao's bright smile. Gravity struck, and Pinochet's body could no longer float in midair. He could only be pulled down to the ground by Yang Tao. Let me go. Go ahead and shout. The impatient lackeys immediately pounced on Pinochet and pinned him down, while Yang Tao took the opportunity to draw his holy sword. Woman, the more you resist, the more excited I become. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Yang Tao and struck Pinochet. Yang Tao turned sharply to look at Gil. The monsters have been cleared out. Sighed Jill, a boring life needs some spice. Just as Yang Tao swung his sword twice, a powerful force erupted from Pinochet, sending him and the crouching dragon and phoenix chick flying. However, at this moment, Pinochet's health was already critically low. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Just as Pinochet was about to ascend into the air to summon meteors, her health finally reached 0. She, who had been so imposing just moments before, fell from the sky. Elder sister. Like a police officer arriving after the fact, Croc arrived at just the right moment. She rushed forward and pulled the fallen Pinochet into her arms, crying out with tears in her eyes, Sister. Sister Kra. I'm so sorry I couldn't protect her. When Pinochet saw her sister, her crazed eyes filled with regret. She reached out and stroked her sister's cheek, forcing a smile. Then, she turned to Yang Tao and said haltingly, Be careful of the large magic circle. Someone might try to destroy it. Just as Yang Tao was about to speak, a blue light suddenly appeared in the air beside Pinocchio. The light then transformed into a long line, and then into an oval-shaped teleportation portal. The sudden turn of events made Yang Tao tense up. The sacred sword he had just put away reappeared in his hand, and at the same time, he took out the iron block, ready to build the pyramid at any moment. What's going on? Is there some other unexpected development? Soon, the blue portal rippled, and a long, slender leg emerged from it. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Celia? Just as Yang Tao guessed, the person who walked out of the portal was Celia, wearing shorts and a t-shirt. After Celia emerged from the portal, she greeted Yang Tao warmly. Yang, I didn't expect you to arrive here so quickly. Yang Tao put away his weapon and looked at Celia in surprise. How did you get here? And what's with this portal? Of course I'm here to accompany you through the storyline. Without my guidance, you wouldn't be able to find the Dark Thunder ruins at all. Celia walked over to Yang Tao, greeted Jill with a smile, and then explained. It is also my duty to open the Dark Thunder ruins dungeon. However, I will only come here the first time. The Flame Pinochet's fire barrier is to stop the spread of zombies. After that, adventurers can go to the Dark Thunder ruins dungeon as long as they defeat Pinochet. It's quite troublesome. Yang Tao complained that other dungeons didn't have these kinds of messy requirements at all. Celia nodded in agreement. I think so too. However, after clearing the Dark Thunder ruins, you can come to me to receive a level 15 accessory suitable for the adventurer class. Of course, Yang, you're different. I'll always give you the best. Upon hearing Celia's words, Yang Tao wished he could go to the hospital to have 2 more liver transplants. Hee, don't try to fool me. Let's go to the dungeon early, and then we'll go home for hot pot. Celia smiled when she heard about hot pot, and turned to walk towards the 2 sisters who were supporting each other. No one knows what she said, but Croc and Pinochet's bodies gradually became transparent and eventually disappeared into the forest. Then, a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from Celia. Very strong, extremely strong. It even gave Yang Tao the feeling of facing a true demon king. No matter how frail Celia may appear, she is the reincarnation of one of the fragments of creation, and also an elf. Soon, everything around them changed. The forest, which had been burned by fire, became even more distorted and eerie, and an ominous and cold aura filled all around. Celia landed in the air and looked at the zombies roaming out of the woods as she explained, Yang, we are now in the instance where Dark Thunder Ruins is located. As long as we destroy the large magic circle, this instance will become a regular instance. Hungry Zombie level 18. Health 1000/1000. Jungle Zombie level 18. Health 1000/1000. Class of 2018. Yang Tao nodded slightly. According to the information he had checked on the forum, the final boss was only between level 18 and 20. Celia, take care of yourself. Raise your hand to initiate with the Soul Fire rune. The talisman flew out and exploded on the hungry zombie running in the lead. Jill, watch out for that black energy ball. The energy balls fired from the hungry zombie's hands have the ability to blind, posing a significant threat to ranged attacks. Chapter 91 Heading Home. Experience plus 56. Furnace Rock Carbon 3. Rotten Flesh 4. 2 carrots. After defeating a bright red zombie, I stood up straight and looked towards the location of the boss. The chilling aura in front of me grew even stronger. Unlike the physical aloofness of Bing Mei, this coldness is a chilling and disgusting cold that makes one shudder deep in their soul. It has to be a dungeon. The experience is just so high. Regular monsters basically give double the experience points you'd get from outside, and they're also very numerous. Unfortunately, while he is a Taoist priest who excels in both melee and ranged combat and has excellent survivability, his only weakness is fighting groups of monsters. His current skills are mostly single target. Celia stepped forward, and all the monsters along the way completely ignored her presence, not attacking her even when they were right in front of her. Yang, the grand magic array of the elf in the Grand Forest, is broken just ahead. Be very careful. If you can't beat it, I can take you out of the instance. Hearing Celia say that, Yang Tao smiled and glanced at her. You have that ability? Does that mean fatigue is deducted? Celia asked curiously, what kind of fatigue? Fatigue is liver fluid. For hot pot, let's go. Yang Tao shouted and immediately strode towards the location of the final boss battle, passing through a forest and arriving at an open space. A tall, blue-white, decaying corpse stood before a magic circle, surrounded by a chilling aura, the ground beneath its feet already covered in a layer of ice. Bone Prison Breath, level 20. Lord. Health 5000/5000. A level 20 Lord is quite tough. He also knew some information about Bone Prison Breath. In its previous life, it was a forest elf skilled in ice magic. After the Great Fire of Gran, it sacrificed its life along with its people and sank underground to repair the auxiliary magic array. Unfortunately, it was awakened by dark forces, seized the auxiliary array of the magic array, and used dark magic to resurrect the corpses of elves as zombies, claiming to be the guardian of the collapsed forest. Enter the land of death and die. Bone Prison Breath's voice was extremely unpleasant, and given its rotting appearance, it was truly remarkable that it could even speak. As soon as he finished speaking, zombies emerged from the magic circle beside him. Wulong and Fengchu, you two are responsible for clearing out these ordinary zombies, and the rest of you are responsible for assisting me in dealing with Bone Prison Breath. After giving the order, Yang Tao immediately raised his hand and unleashed 2 poison-casting techniques. The chilling aura emanating from Bone Prison Breath is not just for show. It's one of its skills, the Frost Aura, which greatly affects melee classes when they get close. Yang, I'm going to purify the magic circle. You must protect my safety. Yang Tao glanced at Celia and thought to himself, Big sister, why don't we just stop pretending and you slap all these monsters to death? Good. Yang Tao responded and raised his shield to face the boss head-on. As soon as he got close, a slowing buff appeared on him, which not only reduced his movement speed but also slowed down his attack speed. Soul Fire Talisman. Raise the holy sword and strike the raised hands of Bone Prison Breath, triggering the fire effect, which engulfs them in raging flames. Does fire deal extra damage? Seeing the almost doubled burning damage above Bone Prison Breath's head, Yang Tao did not hesitate and immediately poured a bucket of lava at Bone Prison Breath's feet. As soon as the orange-red magma appeared, the numbers above Bone Prison Breath's head became even denser. Slime Gun. A stream of blue gel water shot out from the water gun, making the already raging flames on Bone Prison Breath even hotter. At this moment, the health bar above Bone Prison Breath's head decreased rapidly, as if a floodgate had been opened. With a defiant roar, it raised its hand, and without any warning from a magic array, an extremely thick and solid block of ice erupted from the ground and pierced through Yang Tao's body. Yang Tao, although it doesn't hurt or itch, the feeling of being skewered like lamb is really not pleasant. He slowly raised the sacred sword in his hand. Fall. Jill, get closer and use shotguns. Upon hearing this, Jill immediately took out her shotgun, took a few steps closer, aimed at Bone Prison Breath, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang. The powerful impact struck Bone Prison Breath, causing it to collapse directly into the lava. It's fucking hard. When Yang Tao swung his sword at Guyushi, it felt like he was chopping down a tree with a broken blade. Celia exuded powerful energy, gradually suppressing the dark aura on the magic circle and slowing down the continuous stream of zombies. Healing spell. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Yang Tao began to unleash his skills indiscriminately. At this point, mana was no longer of any use. Once he dealt with Bone Prison Breath, everything would be over. Soul Fire Talisman. Although the Soul Fire Talisman has fire in its name, it is not a true fire-based attack. If you were to classify it, it would be a Taoist-based attack. Even enemies immune to fire cannot be immune to the damage from Soul Fire runes. A few minutes later, Bone Prison Breath's icy blue body finally collapsed to the ground, but there was absolutely no indication of its fall. Yang, come help me quickly. Yang Tao quickly looked over and saw that another blue, decaying corpse was rapidly condensing within the magic circle. Bone Prison Breath is about to be resurrected. What am I supposed to do? While it's still gathering strength, let's destroy it completely. Without saying a word, Yang Tao rushed into the magic circle and swung his holy sword at Bone Prison Breath. A special blue health bar appeared above its head. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao shouted, "Concentrate your fire on the Bone Prison. If this guy really comes back to life, and we have to do it all over again, I'll have to drink the potion again, which will double the cost." With everyone focusing their attacks, the blue health bar above Bone Prison Breath's head was finally wiped out. Finally free, Bone Prison Breath's body disappeared. Experience points increased by 1,000. 3 gold coins. Vanguard Coat 1. Striped Frostblade Leopard Reins 1. Colorless Small Crystals 6. Heart Cut Ring 1. Mana Potion 3. Rotten Flesh 5. Iron Ingot 1. Backpack Stacking Limit increased by 10. Looking at the fallen object, a series of question marks popped into Yang Tao's head. No, I accept that you dropped the colorless cube, but what's with the striped Frostblade Leopard Reins? The striped Frost Saber is a mount for the Night Elves in World of Warcraft. Ordinary Night Elves can purchase it from the mount vendor once they reach level 10. Other Alliance race characters require reaching Exalted Reputation with Darnassus before they can be purchased. Could it be because this Bone Prison Breath was an elf in his previous life? Just then, Celia suddenly let out a soft cry and her body gradually floated directly above the magic circle. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted. Click. As if the sound of shattering glass rang out, the magic circle that was originally engraved on the ground shattered into many points of light and disappeared. Celia's face turned slightly pale, and her body fell uncontrollably through the air. Yang Tao reacted quickly and rushed over to catch her. "How are you?" Celia looked up at Yang Tao with some fatigue and smiled. "It's nothing. It's just that my power hasn't fully awakened yet, so I've just used up a lot of energy. I'll be fine after a rest. I have obtained the purified power core. I will forge equipment for you tomorrow." Yang Tao looked at the somewhat weak Celia and said softly, "No rush. I'm only level 14 now. We can talk about it when you've rested enough." Chapter 92, Let's Wash Together to Save Water. Heart Carving Ring. Level requirement, 14. Magic Defense, plus 24. Strength, plus 8. Spirit, plus 11. Special effect, 2% chance to cause the enemy to bleed when attacking. In the Grand Forest, a group of people sat on an island in the heart of the Fishman Lake. Celia's power needs some time to recover, and the scenery on the island in the middle of the lake where the Murlocs are located is quite nice. As long as you don't harass the Murlocs, it's a good place to rest. Finally, a decent piece of equipment has arrived. Yang Tao happily put on the heart-piercing ring, which further enhanced his mental attributes. His equipment drop rate isn't low, but not many of the dropped items are suitable for him. For example, the Vanishing Windbreaker is a pretty good PvP item in Dungeon Fighter Online, but the attack speed bonus it provides is simply not suitable for him right now. "Yang, that's enough, we can go back now." Celia, who was sitting on a rock chatting with Jill, suddenly spoke up. Yang Tao looked up at the somewhat dim sky and immediately stood up. "All right, let's go back and eat first." Celia stood up and nodded, then closed her eyes and muttered incantations. Soon, a blue portal appeared in front of her. "The portal won't last long. Hurry up." Upon hearing this, Yang Tao took the lead and stepped into the teleportation portal, where he arrived at a somewhat cozy living room. Celia's house? The Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix didn't use the teleportation portal at all. Instead, they instantly teleported to his side according to the rules. Jill and Celia also crossed the portal and returned home. Yang, welcome back. Is this an apartment? Well, what would you like to drink? I have orange juice, tea, and warm water. No need to be so polite, Celia. I'll go buy some groceries first. Come to my place tonight. I'll send a message to Sister Shan later so we can all have some fun together. After saying that, Yang Tao walked towards the apartment entrance. Upon hearing this, Celia quickly said, I'll go with you. You should rest first. You've used up too much magic power. After saying that, Yang Tao left Celia's apartment, went home, tidied up the things in his backpack, and then threw them into a box. Take a 2-day break, then go to the magic tower to train your attack and defense, level up to 15, and then explore the centipede cave and the underground. Once the goblin invasion is defeated, his level should reach 15. As for the attack and defense gems in the magic tower, he wanted to test whether Jill and the crouching dragon and phoenix chick could use them. If they could, he would spend more time grinding in the magic tower. The levels and grades of the magic tower are directly proportional, and theoretically, there are enough monsters inside for all combat professions to level up at this stage. Night. The 4 of them were having a lively hot pot meal at home. Phoenix chick. Yang Tao picked up a slice of hand-cut beef and tossed it to Feng Chu, who was eagerly waiting. The boy opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one gulp without even chewing. Yang, I'm afraid Feng Chu hasn't even tasted the flavor yet. Jill looked at the phoenix chick, which was already over 2.5 meters long. This guy must be at least 3 meters tall when he stands up. The amount of beef that you can pick up with your chopsticks isn't even enough to fill a gap between your teeth. Just tasting it is enough. Yang Tao, somewhat helplessly, pulled out the rotten flesh from his backpack and threw it to the 2 guys. It's only because of me that most people probably couldn't afford to raise these 2 guys. The zombies in the Dark Thunder ruins drop a lot of rotten flesh, which is perfect for feeding the crouching dragon and the young phoenix. Shan Jia sat next to Yang Tao, her gaze shifting between Jill and Celia, but she quickly turned her attention to Yang Tao. By the way, Yang, I recently heard some news that the authorities have mastered some methods to predict the arrival of a blood moon. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao looked at Sister Shan, feeling quite puzzled. If you can't predict things in games, how can you predict them in real life? What method? There must be a moon. A blood moon will not occur during a new moon, and the closer the moon is to a full moon, the higher the probability of a blood moon. Neither Celia nor Jill had ever witnessed a blood moon descend, and they were equally curious, so they pricked up their ears. In addition, the moon was very bright that day, and there were no other stars in the sky. Hearing Shan Jia's explanation, Yang Tao nodded gently. The moon in the game will appear at 7:30, but the blood moon will also start at 7:30 and last until 4:30 the next day. However, in reality, the moon and stars appeared much earlier. That's good too. Even a warning 3 to 5 minutes in advance can be very helpful. Just like an earthquake warning, there are only a few tens of seconds of golden time. But it is precisely in those few dozen seconds that many people can be saved. Suddenly, Yang Tao thought of his iron golem. There isn't enough space to assign one combat professional to every ordinary professional. However, if he could create some iron golems and distribute them to every apartment or even every household, the situation would be completely different when the blood moon monster reappears in the city. Oh, and various medicines too. Yang Tao was lost in thought when Jill, seeing him motionless, reached out and waved her hand in front of his face with concern. What are you thinking about? I'm wondering whether I should bring out the iron golem. We can wait a bit longer regarding the medicine. There are simply too few hell warts. Yang Tao put down his chopsticks and glanced at the high ceilings of the apartment. It's about 2.7 or 2.8 meters tall. It's already quite good that it's that tall after the renovation, but it's not enough for an iron golem. There's not even enough space to put it. Moreover, his iron golem's height was based on the bedrock version of the iron golem. Therefore, their height is 2.9 meters, not 2.7 meters. You want to create iron golems in the city? Even if they can't get into the apartment building, being outside can greatly reduce the pressure on combat professionals. The number of monsters and their spawn rate during Blood Moon are both very high. Given the limited number of professionals, the only option is to rely on favorable terrain to block monsters that try to rush into the shelter and attack ordinary people. Let me think about it. Celia, I'd like to sell some things later. Could you see if I can entrust them to you for consignment? Celia readily agreed. Of course, no problem. My little donkey can set up a stall automatically. I'll buy one and have it set up a stall in the central square and come back to me at night, so no one will come looking for you. Holy crap, an automatic street vendor? If this thing existed back then, wouldn't Tencent charge you 80 yuan a month? After several rounds of drinks and 5 courses of food, after they had eaten and drunk their fill, Yang Tao escorted the rosy-cheeked Celia back to her apartment. Then he took Sister Shan, whose eyes were filled with spring-like joy, home. He plopped down on the sofa as soon as he got home, and Jill, who was cleaning up the mess in the kitchen, looked at him with some surprise. Why are you back? Didn't you stay at Sister Shan's house? What are you saying? What are you saying? Yang Tao looked at Jill with righteous indignation. Sister Shan and I are really good neighbors. We just help each other out. To be honest, she is not feeling well. After saying that, Yang Tao walked straight to the bedroom. Get some rest. Tomorrow I'll take you around H-City. After saying that, he went into the bathroom in the master bedroom. I had just taken off my clothes to take a shower when the door was opened from the outside. Who? Jill. Click. The bathroom door was also opened. Jill raised an eyebrow and looked him over without any hesitation. Wash together to save water. Chapter 93 The Soul of Music Acquired. The next day, Yang Tao, lying on the bed, opened his eyes. He glanced at Jill, who was still fast asleep beside him, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. Damn it, I was the one who was passive. Jill's personality is completely different from Shan's. Jill appears to be the calm and intellectual type in Europe and America, but deep down she still has a wild and unrestrained personality. Fortunately, my lower back is still holding up. With no stamina restrictions and the improved physical attributes after the upgrade, he felt invincible. I got up, put on my gear, wrote a message on a sticky note, and then went to the stairs on the balcony. Take the floor teleporter from your backpack. The nether. In an instant, the scene before my eyes shifted, and the once bright and sunny balcony became a dim nether fortress. The dark red environment instantly filled me with pressure. The zombie pigmen facing him in particular gave Yang Tao a chilling feeling. Holy crap, sticky. He quickly put the floor teleporter into his backpack. It would be a big problem if it were stolen. I need to go to the magic tower again and get a few more floor teleporters as backup. The zombie pigman glanced at him with its empty white eyes, then turned and walked away in another direction. To be honest, Yang Tao really didn't want to fight monsters with the elite attribute. The loot they dropped wasn't any better either. It was just disgusting. Looks like we'll have to be more careful this time. The elite monster has 500 HP, and with his current strength, he has no way to kill it instantly. Leave the courtyard room. As soon as he showed his face, a withered skeleton covered in black charged at him, wielding a stone sword. Before it could get close, a fireball the size of a human head shot towards it. Holy crap, the wither skeleton doesn't use melee attacks, but fireballs. Is there no justice in this world? In a moment of haste, Yang Tao raised the shield in his hand. Bang! Flames splattered everywhere. Yang Tao suddenly felt a large danger character appear above his head. Withering skeleton. Health 500/500. Fireball, charge net. Yang Tao's lower body was immediately entangled in a spider web, and his speed dropped by 80%. Mud horse. Soul fire talisman. Soul fire talisman. The elite wither skeleton, which was already quite fast, suddenly increased its speed and appeared in front of Yang Tao in the blink of an eye, raising its stone sword high. Bang! The holy shield blocked the stone sword. Yang Tao immediately raised the holy sword and began to counterattack. You actually make me feel that you are in danger and cannot be allowed to live. Summon skeletons. The moment the skeleton appeared, the arrow was already fired. The skeleton archer is still way too overpowered in my world. Under his and the skeleton archer's 2-round attack, the wither skeleton had no chance of survival. After its health was depleted, the wither skeleton slightly turned to the side and vanished into smoke. Withered skull 1. Coal 4. Diamond 2. Item stack limit increased by 5. Yang Tao suddenly stopped moving and stared at the falling notification in disbelief. Stacking limit. Wouldn't life be better now? Let's go to the mob farm. Sigh, no way. Ordinary monsters have 100 HP, and elites have 500 HP. There's no way to damage them much. Just in case, as long as a mob farm is built, there will definitely be elites with the explosive teleport ninja attribute. The monster-slaying tower that I spent so much time building is probably going to become a complete mess. Just as Yang Tao was pondering how to maximize his profits, a restless groaning sound rang out. The voice was all too familiar. The zombie pigmen have rioted. As Yang Tao closed his backpack, he saw zombie pigmen charging towards him from all directions of the nether fortress. Many of them elite monsters with purple particle effects all over their bodies. Damn it! I forgot to give Xiaobai an order. A platform was quickly erected beneath their feet. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Looking down at the skeleton archers being overwhelmed by zombie pigmen, Yang Tao felt a sense of shared sorrow. Little Bai, may you have a safe journey. With little defensive capabilities, Xiao Bai quickly turned into white smoke and disappeared, leaving Yang Tao still throwing fire talismans at it. They didn't even dare to pick up weapons. After some effort, Yang Tao finally swam out of the lava sea. The speed boost provided by the flippers is quite useful. Indeed, there are no useless accessories, only inappropriate occasions. The landscape before your eyes is desolate. This is the Soul Sand Canyon terrain, with brown soul sand everywhere and occasionally some giant skeletons made of white bone fragments. I don't know what kind of creature left it there. Perfect timing, let's dig up some soul sand. Before he could even make a move, several white evil spirits had already set their sights on him, their massive white bodies drifting towards him. Soul Sand Canyon is the territory of these ghasts, and due to the terrain and soul sand, the spawn rate of other monsters here is exceptionally low. However, it is very suitable for refreshing ghasts. Yang Tao stared at the incoming fireball. Backhand. Find the right moment and slap the fireball with your backhand. The fireball, which would explode upon contact with a body or object, was slapped, but instead of exploding, it flew back towards the evil spirit that launched it at an even faster speed. Boom. The evil spirit's white body turned red, and its health bar was instantly emptied. Go to hell. The rebounding fireball killed the evil spirit. Yang Tao reacted very quickly, returning each fireball to its original owner. Bomb me? You'll have to practice that. The fireball that bounces back can deal up to 2,000 damage to the ghast. This damage is amazing for the vanilla Minecraft, where even a critical hit only deals a few dozen points of damage. After dealing with the evil spirits around him, Yang Tao took out a shovel and was about to get to work when suddenly his body stopped, and then he ran wildly toward the giant skeleton made of white bone blocks not far away. Musical Soul. Walking on the soul sands will slow down your movement speed, but that can't stop Yang Tao's eagerness at all. Double jump. He ran and jumped into the skeleton, looking at the soul of music that seemed to be carved from lime and had lost its water. It was like seeing an infant lying on the ground. For a moment, he felt helpless. Holy crap, there's even a version with Music Soul. Because he frequently plays with mods, he has been playing on versions 1.2 and even January 7th, 10 for many years. These two versions are the most stable and have a large number of suitable mods. Flying mounts for 4.5 people. The reason it's said to be 4.5 people is because one more person can be suspended below by tying a ring. Once he possesses the soul of music, he can go and have some fun on the Sky Island. He immediately took out an enchanted diamond pickaxe and knocked the dehydrated soul of music off. Without hesitation, he took out blocks from his backpack and transformed the wreckage into a small house, ensuring that he wouldn't be bombarded by a horde of gassed fireballs when he came over. Place the magic tower stairs on it. Teleport to the underground area outside Grand Forest and put the dehydrated evil spirit into the pool. It only needs to be soaked in water and given some time to come back to life. We need to find a way to get some snowballs. Music Soul likes to eat snowballs. You can't get snowballs in hell, but finding a frost mage shouldn't be a problem. With just 2 snow blocks, he can create a snow golem and thus obtain an infinite amount of snow. Chapter 94 Goblin Invasion. Unaffected by light and environment, hellworts grow very quickly. In just one day, some have already matured. However, if we want to open a pharmacy, this area would need to be expanded by at least several dozen times, and we would also need someone to cultivate it. If he's allowed to keep an eye on things, he won't have time to do anything else that day. Yang Tao harvested the mature hellfire, then slightly expanded the plot and replanted the newly obtained hellfire on the soul sand. I returned to the pool and glanced at the happy evil spirit soaking in the water. The little guy is still the same as before, without any change. It takes 20 minutes in the game, which is equivalent to a whole day, and it seems to be similar in reality. The Soul of Lost Water is the only 4-person flying mount in this world, and its value is self-evident. How about we go down to the mortal realm and kill some more evil spirits? Besides finding wild dehydrated souls in nether remains, you can also synthesize dehydrated souls using gas tears and soul sand. I took out my phone and glanced at the time. Let's go back first, get one to test its effects, and then go to the netherworld. Using the floor teleporter, he instantly returned home. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw Jill sitting barefoot on the sofa wearing only a shirt. Warm sunlight streamed through the window and fell on her. Looking at her still slightly damp hair, it seemed she had just taken a shower. Perhaps hearing the sound, Jill turned to look at the balcony, and when she saw it was him, a smile appeared in her sky-blue eyes. "You're back. This time, I found a new mount." Yang Tao walked to the bedroom, took out the hairdryer, went to the TV cabinet, plugged it in, and then waved to Jill. Jill walked barefoot to Yang Tao, glancing at her shirt. "Oh, by the way, my clothes were torn, so I'm wearing one of yours. Let's go to the mall later." Jill is a follower and has no equipment slots. Of course, as her level increases, her overall attributes will improve, including defense and attack. Yang Tao carefully blew Jill's hair, pondering where to find a frost mage. "Why don't you freeze an ice block and shave it yourself?" Suddenly, a name flashed through my mind. Chen Ming, the frost mage I encountered during the last blood moon. After drying his hair, Yang Tao touched Jill's delicate cheek and said, "Sit down for a while. I'll contact a friend, and we'll go out in a bit." "Good." Jill, lost in thought, turned and sat on the sofa in an alluring pose. Yang Tao glanced at it, smiled, and then took out his phone to send a message to Chen Ming. Chen Ming is not in H-City. Helpless, he could only take Jill shopping. At noon, he went to have lunch with Celia, who was at work. In the afternoon, he went to see a golfer and spent a lot of money to buy 2 golf sets. I delivered the gift I bought for Sister Sean in the evening, and what should have been a day of rest came to an end. However, looking at the happy Jill, Yang Tao felt that the day had been quite fulfilling. The main issue is that after Jill leaves the instance, she often thinks about Raccoon City and everything there. "Yang, what do you need Shue for?" "Make snowballs. Then use the snowballs to make snow blocks, and thus create a snow golem." Upon hearing the name Snow Golem, Jill immediately pictured Iron Brother in her mind. Snow will do. Snow golems are different from iron golems. Although both are utility golems, snow golems only throw snowballs and do not cause any harm to people or monsters. Yang Tao explained the snow golem's abilities to Jill. "However, it leaves a layer of snow wherever it goes, and that's what I want." He tried shaving ice himself, but what he made was an ice ball, not a snowball. It would be interesting if the snow golem threw ice balls. A snowball fight is more fun if you stuff bricks in the snow. The two sat on the sofa and browsed the information on the professional forum together. However, Jill soon threw the tablet in her hand aside, tucked her short hair behind her ear, and lowered her head. The following day, Jill drove a golf cart carrying the young dragon and phoenix across the wilderness. Yang Tao, on the other hand, rode a saber-toothed leopard covered in black stripes, clinging tightly to the back of the golf cart. Striped Frostblade Leopard. A low-tier single-person mount with no special effects. However, these mounts, carefully bred by the elves, can maintain a stable speed of 50 kilometers per hour, and the ride is not bumpy. Looking at the distant mountains and the desolate surroundings, Yang Tao called out, "Jill, that's about right. Let's stop here." Upon hearing this, Jill stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. "Here." Yang Tao rode his striped frost saber to the golf cart, surveyed the surroundings, and revealed a very satisfied expression. "The view here is wide open, and apart from a few wandering monsters, there isn't a single person in sight." "Okay, I'll do as you say." Jill didn't say much. She just got out of the golf cart and casually tossed the car keys to Yang Tao. Yang Tao took out the iron blocks from his backpack and quickly made 5 iron golems, but this time there was no elite-level Iron Brother. Yang Tao then built a high platform with firing ports. "Jill, you stay up there and focus on attacking the goblin archers. Steve is so convenient. He can build advantageous terrain anytime, anywhere." "Okay, I understand." Jill walked up the stairs to the platform, which only had 33 spaces. This was to prevent goblin wizards from teleporting up there. Seeing that Jill had taken her position, Yang Tao took the goblin banner out of his backpack. "Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, come closer. Iron Golem, you come closer too." Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, the nearly 3-meter-tall Iron Golem immediately took heavy steps to his side, its red eyes fixed on him, appearing to obey orders. "Use." The goblin banner covered in scribbled patterns disappeared. "Ugh." The bugle sounded. A prompt popped into Yang Tao's eyes. The goblin army is approaching from the west. More than 20 goblins of various appearances suddenly appeared in the western wasteland. "Don't move yet," Yang Tao shouted, and then threw 2 bottles of medicine over his head. "Strength potion, speed potion." Bang! The glass bottle shattered, and particle effects appeared on the crouching dragon, the phoenix chick, and the iron puppet standing next to Yang Tao. He took out the holy sword and shield from his backpack, pointed them at the 20-odd goblins charging at him, and shouted, "Crush these green things." The crouching dragon and the young phoenix charged forward first. With a thought, Yang Tao saw the striped frostblade leopard appear beneath him. With a gentle squeeze of his legs, he charged forward. Cavalry Company, charge. Chapter 95. The giant that shouldn't have appeared. Mounts cannot be used in combat, but you can ride them to the battlefield. Yang Tao leaped off the striped frostblade leopard and slashed fiercely at the goblin thief in the lead. It is a typical green goblin with a slightly pointed head, yellowish red eyes, and is unarmed without any weapons. However, it is the fastest in the goblin army, bar none. Puff. Minus 315. A level 14 goblin rogue is an agile character with a total of only 460 health points. Yang Tao's sword almost struck its main artery, and the powerful force sent the small creature flying backward. Soulfire Talisman. Without giving the goblin thief any chance to catch his breath, he casually followed up with a Soulfire rune. Plus 14 experience. Silver coin 1. 22 copper coins. Spiky ball 12. After glancing at the fallen items, Yang Tao had a sudden thought, and a fist-sized iron caltrip appeared in his hand. Spiky ball. Trap. Damage, 32. The effect takes effect immediately upon landing. Contact triggers damage. Duration 60 seconds. Seeing the properties of the spiked ball, Yang Tao didn't hesitate and threw it directly at the goblins. This thing is actually the same as a grenade, except that since he is a Taoist priest, he doesn't have the corresponding skill, so the spiked ball's damage isn't increased. However, 32 points of damage is enough. Yang Tao threw all the spiked balls dropped by the goblin thief into the goblins. These things have an effect similar to the spikes in Plants vs. Zombies. It will only disappear completely after the time is up. A dense array of damage numbers rose above the goblins' heads. Yang Tao gripped the holy shield and charged swiftly toward the goblin clad in lead-colored armor. Goblin Warrior. Unlike their shorter kin, each goblin warrior is over 2 meters tall, and their thick armor gives them a powerful and imposing presence. Goblin Warrior level 14. Health 786/840. With a leaping strike, the holy sword landed on the goblin warrior. Minus 271. High blood pressure and thick defense. But he had to kill them. Yang Tao wielded his holy sword with great force, and every now and then he had to raise his shield to block the arrows fired by the goblin archers. There is pressure, but not much. On the other side, 5 iron golems rushed into the goblins, and every goblin that got close was thrown into the air. Those arms, thicker than a typical goblin's waist, were practically a massacre when they struck these guys. Time passed second by second, but the number of goblins around them did not decrease at all. On the contrary, it seemed to be increasing. Yang Tao slashed down a goblin wizard that had teleported behind him. A golden light flashed, and his level finally increased from level 14 to level 15. Increased the maximum number of accessories by 1. At level 15, you gain an extra accessory slot, allowing you to equip an additional accessory and significantly boost your strength. The quantity is incorrect. Yang Tao. Level 15. Experience 5/12,000. Strength 24. Constitution 26. Agility 24. Spirit 66. Remaining points 2. Skills: healing, poisoning, mental combat, mind revelation, soulfire talisman, summon skeleton. In an instant, his depleted mana was restored to full. Poisoning technique. Immediately apply poison to those goblin warriors with high defense and health. Normally, a goblin army should only have 80 members, so I should have killed at least 200. Why is it still spawning? Is it like other events in Terraria, where it takes a whole day to spawn? Soulfire Talisman. He hurled a fire talisman at the goblin wizards who were blasting energy balls at him from afar. These guys' magical attacks posed the greatest threat to him. Could it be that goblin invasions in the real world are calculated based on the number of entities? Under normal circumstances, the number of goblins spawned during a goblin invasion is proportional to the number of players challenging it. On average, each additional person will increase the number of animals by 80. After Yang Tao killed the wizard who was throwing energy balls not far away, he looked around and saw himself, Wulong and Fengchu, Jill, Xiaobai, and 5 iron golems. Healing. Throw a healing spell at Wulong. Even ants can kill an elephant, let alone these goblins, which are not ants. A few more minutes passed, and finally no more new goblins spawned. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao's spirits lifted. Keep pushing, it'll be over soon. With a single sweeping strike, he repelled the goblin warriors who were attacking him. Plus 16 experience. A goblin warrior with low health was taken away. Bang! With a muffled gunshot, The last goblin archer fell on the wasteland. Looking at the spiky balls scattered all over the ground, Yang Tao couldn't help but let out a long roar. Finally finished. Grandma has a lot of monsters, but their experience is too low. Jill jumped off the platform and walked towards Yang Tao, shaking her slightly sore wrist. My hands are sore from hitting them. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao looked at Jill and teased. It's okay. The more you practice, the less sore it will be. To be honest, it's tough on Jill. She's been shooting on the platform all this time. Although her physical abilities have been enhanced by her level, she's still just a mortal. I opened my backpack and glanced at the 2 weapons that had fallen out. Harpoon gun. Level required, 10. Attack, 38. Agility plus 10. Critical hit rate increased by 4%. A very poor weapon that can fire a harpoon with a chain attached. It returns automatically upon hitting an enemy, but at an extremely slow speed. Close the backpack. If it weren't for the need to obtain the qualification to craft accessories using Goblin Craftsman, Yang Tao would never have touched Goblin Invasion. Poor and troublesome. He summoned the golf cart. Jill, let's head straight to Death Valley. Death Valley is also known as Centipede Cave. It contains a large number of centipedes, giant worms, jumping bees, black maggots, and pincers. In real life, there are also bats, spiders, and some worms. As we drove toward Death Valley, the surrounding environment became increasingly desolate. Yang Tao was looking at his phone's navigation, checking the entrance to the spider cave, when suddenly Jill's urgent voice came from behind him. Careful! Upon hearing the sound, Yang Tao reacted swiftly, immediately dismounting his mount and taking out his most trusted shield from his backpack. With a thought, an iron wall appeared in front of him. The next moment, with a thud, many cracks appeared on the iron block, and Yang Tao's heart sank upon seeing this. This attack power is terrifying. Jill, what's going on? There's a giant on the hillside. Giant? Yang Tao was slightly taken aback, but soon he heard a series of heavy footsteps. Looking over the edge, one could see a burly figure, over 4 meters tall, striding towards them from the hillside. His skin was a rough, grayish-brown stone color. His muscles were bulging like the roots of an old tree, and his head was bald except for a few tangled gray hairs stuck haphazardly to his scalp. It carried a giant club as thick as a tree trunk, with a huge rock tied to the top. With each step it took, the ground trembled slightly, and dust was kicked up by its heavy footsteps. Giant level 28. Elite. Health 50-40/50-40. Immense power, deterrence. No. Dude, where did you come from? Chapter 96 Death Valley. Just looking at the panel made Yang Tao's eyelids twitch violently. Level 28, a full 13 levels higher than him, and with the most health he had ever seen among elite-level beings. Roar! The giant was clearly targeting him. What the hell? How come this place is spawning giants, and elite giants at that? Normally, giants live at the foot of mountains. Although the name Death Valley contains the word valley, it is actually more like a huge rocky hill. The highest mountain is only about 20 meters high. Jill, be careful. Neither of you should go near the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. Stay away from it. Although Zhuge Liang and Feng Yu are both elites, there is a 16-level difference between them. The level difference alone is enough to give them a hard time. Only him. Only then can one be a qualified meat shield. With 80% damage reduction and an additional 100 points of divine shield, Yang Tao dared to charge, and even with a level advantage. Reduce 88. Run. Run without stopping. The jump attack plus the critical hit only dealt 88 damage to the giant, but this number left Yang Tao with a shadow of 880,000. Yang Tao's hot-blooded mind instantly calmed down. This level 15 suppression was indeed quite difficult to bear. Stone wall. A stone wall appeared out of nowhere, briefly blocking the giant's path, but the enraged giant roared and swung his thick wooden club at it. Pebbles flew everywhere. Stone wall. One dismantles, the other mends. After chasing for 100 meters or so, the giant finally got fed up, and, carrying his wooden stick, headed back to the valley he had come from. Yang Tao took the opportunity to take out his phone and snapped a few photos. There is a level 28 elite giant in Death Valley who can launch stones from a distance. Players below level 25 should definitely avoid this area. Click publish. Damn it. He suspected that this damn giant had killed a lot of people here. Of course, it's also possible that it was refreshed suddenly. The appearance of monsters that shouldn't have appeared is the biggest culprit causing injuries and deaths among professionals. He jogged into Death Valley and immediately saw a group of professionals sitting at the entrance, staring longingly at him and Jill, until a righteous knight stepped forward and asked, Have you encountered a giant? Yang Tao. Never fought before. Yang Tao. Although he didn't speak, his expression said it all. He looked around at the dozen or so professionals and asked in confusion. So what's going on here? The knight said with a helpless expression. What else could it be? We haven't fought it yet. We don't know why this giant suddenly spawned in Death Valley. It was fine when we came here the day before yesterday. Then why don't you post messages on the forum? No signal. Yang Tao was slightly taken aback when he heard this. When he posted a message on the forum just now, the signal was full. How could there be no signal? However, when he looked at the phone the knight had pulled out, it was indeed out of service. He secretly took out his phone and glanced at it. It's still at full capacity. Oh no, my phone might have mutated. Without hesitation, he took his phone, moved closer to the entrance, and dialed the professional association's service number, informing the other side of the situation in Death Valley. The staff member who answered the phone had a very sweet voice. Mr. Yang Tao, please rest assured that the information you just posted on the forum has already caught the attention of our H-City Professionals Association. A team of high-level professionals will arrive at Death Valley in half an hour to check the situation. All right. Thank you for your help. Thank you for providing the information. The Professionals Association has already credited the corresponding points to your account. Okay, thank you. Yang Tao hung up the phone and then stared at his phone suspiciously. That's right, it's definitely the one I bought. Could it be that Android phones have better signal? This world is almost identical to the one before I transmigrated, except that there are no more Apple computers, only Android phones. He put his phone in his pocket and went back into the valley. Brother, did you just call the Professionals Association? Yang Tao nodded slightly, looked at the group of professionals, and smiled. They said they'd be there in half an hour. That distance, they probably just flew over. This is not a joke. It's perfectly normal for a professional association, as an official organization, to own a few helicopters. You guys rest, I'm going to upgrade now. Alright, bro, good luck. As the group watched Yang Tao's departing figure, a hunter petting his wolf stepped forward and asked, Isn't that woman next to that young Taoist priest Jill from the Resident Evil scenario? A female mage nodded gently. That's right, it's Jill. A level 15 Taoist has followers. This guy is probably the one who activated the Legion mode. I also want followers. I read on the forums that followers don't take up experience points, and once they have a base, they can complete missions independently. Then you'd better go to sleep quickly. You can dream about anything. The group burst into laughter. The professional being teased didn't get angry. He simply kicked the assassin who had spoken in the buttocks. I'll level up slowly. I'll grind my way to level 40. Then I'll recruit some followers and show you. Then we'd better save up some money. I saw on the forum that any building in the Legion's base costs tens of gold coins, and some even require platinum coins and gems. We don't want to be so poor that we have to sell our butts. The conversation gradually shifted from Yang Tao to the Legion mode, with a group of level 15 to 20 reserves discussing things beyond level 40. Yang, I'm feeling a little unwell. Jill stared at the monster in front of her with disgust. You can't blame her. After all, it's not normal to have a centipede nearly 2 meters long crawling around in front of you. Don't worry, this centipede doesn't bite. It does bite, but don't worry, just shoot. With me here, it won't hurt you. Besides the giant centipede, there were also giant green worms, flightless jumping bees, black maggots, and black pincers with giant pincers on the open ground in front. In the game, he didn't find these guys particularly scary, but in reality, he really wanted to try these guys after they were deep fried. He raised his hand and unleashed a soul fire talisman. Subtract 131. Centipede, level 15. Health force 69/600. Having just experienced the blood rush from the elite giant, Yang Tao now finds even these terrifying insects quite attractive. Bang. Reduce 88. Jill shot the centipede. 88 points of damage is already terrifyingly high for a gunslinger. Yang Tao would need to spend mana and talismans, while Jill would only need to pull the trigger. Skeleton Archer. Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, go lure the monster. Woof woof. You raise a dog for 1,000 days, but only use it for one. Now is the time for Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong to put their talents to good use. Chapter 97 An Encounter with a Lone Ranger. Puff. The young Rayquaza lay on the uneven ground of the cave, some green liquid flowing from its body. The visuals are so good they're almost edible. The only thing that can rival them is when the black maggots die. Yang Tao finished off the weakened pincers with a single sword strike, and then footsteps sounded around the corner of the tunnel ahead. Take a few steps back. A figure clad in leather armor emerged from around the corner ahead. The two exchanged a glance, and the newcomer stopped in his tracks. Hello, I meant no harm. Wait a moment. Yang Tao drank a bottle of mild mana potion to replenish the mana he had just used. The two swords defeated the centipede that was being held back by the sleeping dragon. He looked up at the person who had come. The newcomer was dressed in light brown leather armor, with a short dagger and a cloth bag at his waist, and a finely crafted short bow on his back. Her hair was tied back, and her face showed a hint of weariness and wariness, but not a trace of murderous intent. He looks like an adventurer who spends most of his time wandering in the wilderness and caves. Sorry to bother you. I'm not here to cause trouble. He lowered his voice, afraid of disturbing the monsters deeper in the cave. My name is Lin Yi. I was originally with a group, but we encountered a giant pincer beetle halfway through. The group broke up, and I stumbled upon this place. Yang Tao reached out and wiped the insect blood off the sacred sword. He glanced at the other party with an unwavering expression, then a bright smile appeared on his face. Lin Yi, by the way, what was the first thing you said when you came over? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback. I meant no harm. Yes, that's the sentence, but... Yang Tao waved to the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, then took out 2 bottles of potion and smashed them on his head. I have. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Just moments ago, the gentle-looking crouching dragon and phoenix chicks bared their teeth and lunged at Lin Yi the instant they unleashed their poison technique. Not to be outdone, Yang Tao, empowered by the speed potion, charged towards his opponent with the holy sword. Unfortunately, no matter how fast the 3 of them were, they couldn't match the ranged classes behind them. The moment the 3 of them made their move, Jill and Xiaobai had already launched their attack. Damn mortals! The name above Lin Yi's head instantly transformed into vampire when the poison spell landed on it. Vampire level 18. Lord. Health 4,000. He, who originally looked like a normal person, has become pale-faced and fanged. How exactly did you see through my disguise? Wanna know? I'll tell you after I'm dead. Soul Fire Talisman. A blazing red soul fire talisman shot out and struck the vampire Lin Yi precisely in the chest, sizzling as it burned. Do Taoist priests get a bonus when fighting vampires? Phoenix chick. Frantic biting. Phoenix pounced on him and kissed him wildly. The vampire, who was knocked to the ground, couldn't stand the passion and lay motionless on the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Tao rushed forward, raised the holy sword, and stabbed it into the vampire's heart. Puff! The vampire suddenly transformed into a cloud of black mist. The holy sword passed through it without causing any effect on the vampire, and even the lost health points were rapidly recovering. Get up, blood servant. The vampire's voice came from the black mist, and the pincers and centipedes that had just been dealt with suddenly stiffened and got up. Come on, go to sleep. Blood temptation. Just as Wulong was about to pounce, he suddenly stopped and looked around blankly. Soul Fire Talisman. Yang Tao naturally couldn't let this guy run rampant. Phoenix chick, hold those insects back. As for the bewitched Wulong, Yang Tao ran over and used a powerful punch. The bewildered Wulong suddenly snapped out of it. It was slightly stunned at first, and then angrily roared at the vampire. Stop yelling, go help Fengqiu. The black mist suddenly solidified, and the vampire reappeared. It stretched out its hand, and a blood-red beam of light landed on Yang Tao. Do not resist. Accept the great gift. Vampire. The core skill of vampires is the ability to absorb blood, and even stamina and mana. There is also a chance that it can cause hemophagocytic fever. Although the chance of infection is very low if it doesn't directly bite, it is still enough to cause headaches. Vampire Disease 1959. Yang Tao. I won. But the prize is wrong. Shouldn't it be called blood fever? What the hell is this blood fever? The vampire in front of me is clearly a vampire from the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. But the vampire disease is a status effect from the vampire and hunter mod in Minecraft. Once the countdown ends, Yang Tao will turn into a vampire. If I'm not in good condition, just give me the poison effect. We really don't need to make do like this. However, after thinking about some of the vampire's skills and passive abilities in the game, Yang Tao gave up the idea of drinking milk. Healing spell. After recovering your lost health, rush in and engage the vampire in close combat. Then seize the opportunity to pour a bucket of lava under it. Vampires possess extremely high frost resistance, and consequently, they will suffer more damage from fire. The opponent's life-stealing ability couldn't keep up with the group's damage output. When his health was down to only 10%, this guy actually turned into a shadow and tried to run away. Trying to run? You're dreaming. In an instant, a solid stone wall completely blocked its escape route. Seeing that escape was hopeless, the vampire became defiant and immediately laughed loudly. Haha, you're already infected. Embrace the blood. I will. Yang Tao grinned and plunged the sacred sword in his hand into its chest. Experience plus 800. 1 gold coin. 22 silver coins. Vampire necklace 1. Soulstone 2. Vampire ashes 7. Vampire Fong 3. Book of Vampires 1. Increase the maximum number of accessories by 1. Yang Tao stared at the countdown to the blood-sucking disease and fell into deep thought. The new version of the hunter seems to be very strong, but the vampire can fly and teleport, so choose the vampire first, and if that doesn't work, then give up the vampire identity. By purifying the altar, one can renounce their vampire identity. However, you need to die once first. Hunters are a middle-of-the-road class. Their skills aren't strong, but they also don't have many negative effects. Vampires, on the other hand, have powerful skills, but they come with a lot of negative effects. Vampire necklace. Level required, 15. Agility plus 5. Energy plus 5. 5% of the attack damage will be converted into health. Top notch. The equally exquisite white tiger tooth necklace suddenly lost its appeal. His attacks are very consistent, so the white tiger tooth necklace isn't very effective, but the lifesteal necklace can make him more durable. Take off the necklace. Keep the white tiger tooth necklace as a backup, since it still provides 30% magic evasion. It seems like the item slot limit was increased by 1 just now. I opened my inventory, but found that the accessory slots were still only 2. Then I opened my Minecraft inventory, and a new accessory icon appeared next to the inventory slots. He opened it, and an empty accessory bar was beckoning to him. Yang Tao scratched his head, thinking to himself, why do I feel like my strength is gradually returning? Chapter 98 Vampire Skills. Yang, how did you figure out he had a problem? To be honest, Jill was a little curious, since she really hadn't noticed anything wrong with the previous vampire. Yang Tao, who was studying his own character, heard Jill's question, closed the attribute panel, turned to look at her, and smiled, saying, I didn't see it. Oh, but I knew he had ill intentions towards me, and even wanted to kill me. The red dots are marked on the mini-map. Why aren't you attacking? I don't believe in magic tricks. I believe in this stranger I've never met before. It's my ability. I have a special mini-map that will show up as a red dot when any hostile or hostile target gets close. Jill nodded slightly, agreeing with the explanation, and she reacted quickly, immediately figuring out some other issues. Are there other color markings? You and the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix are green, strangers are white. Telling Jill this little secret won't hurt much. His self-destruction speed is nowhere near as fast as the secret's growth. Just like his 2 equipment slots, 2 accessory slots, the ability to resurrect, and even the possibility of turning into a vampire in a few minutes. These are all secrets. Let's continue, killing as we go, and check if the death coffin contains the dragon god. A death coffin? It's the 5th level of the centipede cave. The centipede cave has a complex and intricate terrain with all sorts of messy passages. Although professionals can grind monsters and level up here, achieving an exploration rate of 30% is already considered quite good. I'll listen to you. Once you upgrade again, I'll be able to awaken a new weapon. Alright, let's give it our all. Jill currently only has a Desert Eagle and a shotgun, but as her strength increases, she will be able to acquire more weapons. It's like a skill. Fluttering. Several blue bats flew towards them. These cave bats in Terraria are practically everywhere. They can be found wherever there are caves. Similarly, there's slime. Bang. Jill shot and killed a bat. Plus 15 experience. Silver coins plus 2. Blessing oil 2. Small sun water 3. When Yang Tao saw the name, Blessing Oil, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Blessing Oil. This bat also produces Blessing Oil. As the name suggests, Blessing Oil is actually an item that increases the luck of weapons. Take the Blessing Oil that had just fallen out of your backpack. A small, transparent glass medicine bottle, slender in shape with a round cap, containing a sky blue liquid. Unscrew the cap and pour the liquid directly onto the holy sword. The weapon has been blessed. The holy sword now has an additional luck plus 1 attribute. Taking advantage of the momentum, Yang Tao took out a second bottle and poured it onto the sword again. The weapon has been blessed. Adding 1 became adding 2. Making money by selling the blessing oil isn't bad either. Back in the day, he frequented places like the Centipede Cave and Woma Temple to farm blessing oil, which he then sold to those big spenders. This is no exception now. Wealthy big shots never think they have too many of these things, since a person can't use only one weapon. Yang, how is it? Jill asked with some concern. It worked both times. No, I meant you, your complexion. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao looked up at Jill, whose pupils contracted slightly. Your eyes. A little red, isn't it? It's okay, you've just become a vampire. The eyes are just a bonus effect. But, a vampire? Jill really wanted to knock open Yang Tao's head to see what he was thinking while he was lying on the ground. Are you really alright? Your face looks a little pale. It's nothing. I was just after some of the special effects of vampires. Once I have the materials, I'll switch to Vampire Hunter. The skill bonuses of the Vampire Hunter are more valuable to him, who also has the Taoist class, but playing the vampire first is also a good idea. Yang Tao didn't offer much explanation. He simply walked up to a centipede that was crawling towards him and reached out his hand. Vampire. Subtract 67. The core skill of the vampire race is the ability to replenish their blood. Currently, for balance, the damage is related to their strength. The stronger the force, the stronger the bite force. Having become a vampire, he no longer has a hunger meter. All he has is a blood meter. Although I don't understand why centipedes can suck blood, the skill effect still works. As for the underlying principles, who cares? Jojo, I'm not human anymore. Jill stared at the red particle effect that appeared in Yang Tao's hand, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. This blood-sucking is much better than Yang Tao having to eat centipedes raw in the past. Phoenix Chick, come over and suppress it. I'll draw some blood to make a blood vial. For a vampire, blood vials are like experience points for leveling up. Right now, he just wants to level up and learn how to transform into a bat and teleport. Suck the centipede in front of you dry. Yang Tao took out his workbench and placed it on the ground with satisfaction, then created the invigorating altar needed to upgrade his level. Pour the blood from the vial into the invigorating altar and silently chant, upgrade. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck him directly through the top of the cave above, the sudden sound startling Jill, who was luring the monster. However, when she turned to look at Yang Tao, who was unharmed, her anxiety subsided for the time being. Yang, could you please let me know in advance next time? Yang Tao chuckled and said, then I'll have to chop it a few more times later, so be careful. Gil. By the way, can you tell what changes have occurred after my upgrade? Change. It seems like his eyes are even redder. Yang Tao nodded slightly upon hearing this. Red eyes are fine. Just treat them as Sharingan. Help me lure another monster over. One monster isn't enough to keep its health up. Okay. Jill raised her hand and fired a shot. The hopping bee, which was far away, hopped over without Yang Tao giving any instructions. As soon as it arrived, it was pinned down by Feng Chu. Yang Tao immediately began to suck blood. 1 bottle, 2 bottles. Next, after draining the blood from the jumping bee, Yang Tao poured the blood vial into the altar. Upgrade. Boom. Upgrade. Boom. Healing spell. Getting struck by lightning will cause you to lose health. Once Yang Tao's vampire level reached level 4, he knocked down the invigorating altar and put it back in his backpack. The first 4 levels can use the invigorating altar. To upgrade to higher levels, you'll need a more advanced altar. If it were possible to directly level up to level 15 using the invigorating altar, that would be insane, and hunter players would be doomed. Similarly, the upgrade materials have become much more complex. However, at level 4, the vampire's skills are already beginning to show their power. Yang Tao used the skill points he gained from leveling up on his skills. Night vision regeneration transforms into a bat. These 3 skills are essential. Jill. Yang Tao called out to Jill, and the instant Jill looked over, he activated his skill, and a chubby brown bat replaced his original body. It's a very strange feeling. How about it? So cute. Chapter 99 Arrival in the Dark Zone. 2 days later, in the Dark Zone. Yang Tao, who had leveled up to 16, stood firm on the front line, resisting the surging insect swarm. A green grenade flew into the monster horde, blasting several low-health monsters into pieces with a loud bang. His defense was formidable. The attacks from these insects and bats could only inflict a dozen or so points of damage on him at most, and most of them were only single digits. Thanks to the vampire necklace's properties, they were able to maintain a balance between income and expenditure. No professionals came from the depths of the Dark Zone. The number of monsters was simply outrageous. Yang Tao muttered a complaint to himself. He swung the holy sword rapidly, his health dropping quickly, but also recovering just as fast. Not a defensive class, so its health is somewhat lacking. Since his constitution attribute didn't provide any extra bonuses, he put all his points into his stamina in pursuit of maximum damage, which made him feel like his health was too low. We also need to find a way to get some equipment that increases health or constitution. He has completely forgotten his initial idea of getting a dog at the start. A dozen seconds later, Jill pulled out another grenade from behind. Boom. Some of the remaining insects were blown to pieces again. Various dropped items started flooding the screen. Yang Tao glanced at it, but seeing nothing of interest, he simply ignored it. Yang, be careful, an elite is coming. Upon hearing Jill's reminder, Yang Tao looked up behind the insects and saw a huge, silvery white pincer insect crawling towards him. The centipede cave has this one advantage. It only contains this one type of elite. Evil pincer bug level 15. Elite. 1100/1100. This was the 5th evil pincer worm he encountered upon entering the centipede cave. Aside from being a bit slow, this guy is practically flawless. It has high health, strength, and defense. Poisoning technique 2. Apply 2 coats of paint. Lower the evil pincer bug's defense. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. First, use ranged attacks to wear down the enemy, and buy time for Jill's grenades to cool down. Then, quickly clear out the smaller monsters before dealing with the evil pincers in front of you. Leading the evil pincers in circles through the cave, Jill occasionally threw out a grenade. Whenever the evil pincers showed any sign of breaking free from their hatred, Yang Tao would jump over and slash them a few times. The low-intelligence evil pincers could only squeak angrily before turning around and circling behind Yang Tao again. Plus 150 experience. Silver coin 23. Blessing oil 3. Memory ring 1. Backpack stacking limit increased by 10. Huh? A memory ring. Yang Tao stopped and opened his backpack in surprise, letting the black maggots that had caught up with him bump into him. The memory ring is the core component of the memory set, and also the most difficult to obtain. It has a level 26 requirement for wearing the item, but only 3 points of spirit attribute. However, it possesses extremely unique properties. By wearing the memory helmet, memory necklace, memory bracelet, and memory ring, the entire team can be instantly teleported to the captain's side. We're still missing a memory helmet. The 4 evil pincers in front provided him with memory bracelets and memory necklaces, and now with the addition of the rarest memory ring, his set of memory equipment is now secure. Although it can only be used at level 26. Healing spell. Is this indecent behavior never going to stop? He then swiftly killed a black maggot that was nudging his rear with its head. While I was looking at the ring, this guy kept rubbing against it endlessly. Just because it doesn't hurt doesn't mean he doesn't feel anything. Clean up the remaining monsters. Yang Tao sat on a protruding rock, took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it to Jill, then took out a bottle for himself and drank it down. Glug glug. Phew, Jill, do you think we should find a mage? The Taoist's area of effect attack ability is just too weak. Jill sat on the rock next to Wulong, took a sip of mineral water and said, your situation is not suitable for finding teammates. Although I am not a professional, I can see that you are different from other professionals. You have too many secrets. I am your follower. We share the same fate, so I won't tell others about your affairs, but I might not do the same for other professionals. After all, in my observation, other professionals still have a strong sense of collective honor. Hearing Jill's words, Yang Tao chuckled and took another sip of mineral water, saying in a relaxed tone, because those without a sense of community are almost all dead. Things are actually pretty good now. We have a stable logistical life, timely information updates, and a lot of fresh blood being injected into our lives. Even the most skilled professional wouldn't want to go through a trial and error process only to find that all that's left in their home is a security door. Yang Tao stood up and glanced at the wall. Jill, it's getting late. I'll dig a temporary safe house first. Knock knock. Yang Tao wielded his pickaxe and dug an upward tunnel into the wall. The darkness was so deep that worms would occasionally crawl out of the wall. Therefore, safe houses must be located close to the ground. After a flurry of activity, they set up a makeshift shelter and placed a ladder in the corner. You rest first, I'll go check on Yuan. After saying that, Yang Tao took out the floor teleporter and teleported to the underground base on the outskirts of Grand Forest. As soon as I arrived, I saw a huge creature floating in the cramped space. You've finally grown up. Completely different from ordinary evil spirits in the lower realm, who are fierce, cry out, and breathe fire. The happy ghost was pure white and soft, with a few delicate tentacles floating beneath its round body. It had a soft, smiling face and no trace of ferocity. Because it wasn't fed with snowballs, it took 2 days for it to really grow. Upon seeing Yang Tao approach, the happy evil spirit immediately floated over joyfully, emitting soft, meowing sounds from its body. Then, it extended a white tentacle from its body and affectionately rubbed against his arm. You're intelligent. Finally, I don't have to worry about you flying around aimlessly anymore. Yang Tao was genuinely pleasantly surprised. Take out the harness made of leather, glass, and wool from the backpack. Adult happy ghosts cannot be ridden directly. They must be equipped with harnesses. Similar to a horse saddle, except this harness looks more like a happy ghost's windproof helmet, since it even has goggles. Come on, let me equip you with harnesses. Yang Tao held the harness, aimed it at the happy evil spirit, and silently recited the command. The next moment, the happy ghost vanished. Yang Tao was shocked. Where's my huge happy demon? However, when he looked down at the happy evil spirit wearing a harness in his hand, his heart immediately calmed down. Happy ghost. Pets mounts. Equipping this item in the pet slot will summon a mini happy ghost. Flight speed 60 kilometers per hour. That's interesting. Yang Tao was pleasantly surprised, never expecting that happy ghost would have the dual identity of being both a pet and a mount. Immediately replace the minotaur in the pet slot. Silently recite the summons in your heart. A happy evil spirit, less than a meter square, appeared beside him. Compared to the colossal 444-meter-tall creature from before, Little Music Soul is clearly much cuter. I was worried about your health before, but now that you've become a mount and pet, I don't have to worry anymore. Pets and mounts do not have health points. Chapter 100 Selling Villagers. We're expanding the wart cultivation base again. These red things are really good stuff. Bang, bang. The sound of picking hell warts is crisp and indescribable. The happy ghost floated beside him, slowly following him as he picked and planted hell warts. After finishing all this, Yang Tao looked at the vast soul sand planting field in front of him, a satisfied expression mixed with a hint of worry. There are too many. It's too much trouble to plant them. Indeed, in reality, you don't need that many hell warts at all. This isn't about trying to improve the survival skills of people in other professions. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Tao suddenly turned his head to look in the direction from which the voice came. A figure wrapped in a blue robe, leading 2 docile alpacas, slowly walked towards him, holding the reins in his hand, with a friendly yet shrewd smile on his rectangular face. Upon seeing that the speaker was a homeless merchant, Yang Tao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It startled me. I thought someone had come closer. He strode toward the wandering merchant, who, in fact, was the first physical being to appear in this world besides himself. The wandering merchant is a passively friendly NPC in Minecraft. He has a bell sound and spawns randomly across the entire map. Steve, finding you is really difficult, in cities, forests, wilderness, underground. I can only say you're unlucky. Since you have normal intelligence, let's get straight to the point. Open the trading window and let me see what you're selling. The wandering merchant's humming laughter sounded somewhat like Squidward from SpongeBob SquarePants. You're really impatient. Well then, let's get down to business. 10 gold coins for 1 emerald. 4 fermented spider eyes 1 emerald. 4 Aquarius 1 emerald. 2 emeralds 1 in stone. 1 emerald 2 gunpowder. 5 emerald coconut tree saplings. 5 emerald invisibility potions, 8 minutes. Looking at the trading board of the wandering merchants, Yang Tao's expression was very complicated. That's it. This garbage? The coconut tree sapling is clearly a tree from the module, but he really doesn't seem to have any interest in coconuts. It's not like you can't buy coconuts in this world. Of course not. The wandering merchant pulled a black silk scarf from somewhere and wrapped it around his face, covering his mouth and nose. Wandering merchants and black market merchants. The next item is something only you and I know. 64 emeralds, I'll send to 1 villager. If it's 100 emeralds, I'll send to 2. Want a chorus flower? You can't go to the inn right now. Buy my end stone, then spend 32 emeralds to buy a chorus flower and plant it there. That way you'll have a continuous supply of chorus fruit and chorus flowers. Yang Tao stared in disbelief at the homeless merchant before him. No, you have this connection? Of course, I am a qualified businessman. But let me make it clear beforehand that villagers who leave the main world will not be able to reproduce. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao gasped, his mind filled with images of the Persian merchants who sold Kunlun slaves in ancient times. You castrated them? How could that be? The villagers are all my beloved relatives and friends. At most, I can only be considered a middleman. You're a human trafficker, and you're talking to me about loved ones and family. Yang Tao finally understood what those immigration agents who advocated for immigration before he transmigrated were really like. Although he was somewhat aware that the masked homeless merchant in front of him was likely trying to swindle him, he needed the villagers right now. Promise to be obedient? Of course. The wandering merchant rubbed his hands together, his eyes full of sincerity. Villagers, don't you know? They work hard without complaint. As long as they have a mouthful of food and a mouthful of water, they are born to be oxen and horses. We still need to eat. Yang Tao, who had never imagined that he would be provided with food, was quite surprised to see a crow perched on a black pig. No. Why do villagers need to eat? Eating is for reproduction. What's the point of eating if you don't reproduce? Wandering merchant. Steve, the rules are different, unless. Unless what? The wandering merchant's eyes lit up as he said, unless you directly alter this world. Once the number of blocks exceeds a certain threshold, this world will revert to the one you're familiar with. Yang Tao fell silent after hearing what the wandering merchant said. To be honest, when he learned that laying blocks could spawn monsters, he really thought about continuously laying blocks to spawn an endless army of monsters. But the monster is growing too fast. If it really becomes the main world, those intelligent and high-level skeletons and zombies will be blocking his resurrection point every day. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Let's put this matter aside for now and talk about the villagers first. I need 2 villagers. He took out gold coins and a water bottle from his backpack and handed them to the wandering merchant. The wandering merchant took the bottle and smiled warmly. Steve, there's a limit to the number of gold coins and water bottles I can buy here. If you want 100 emeralds, you'll have to make at least 10 transactions. But you can give me the items first, and I'll bring the villagers to you next time. Don't worry. I, the wandering merchant, am honest and fair. Yang Tao glanced at him, wondering whether he should brush 2 reins. But he does lack villagers, stable labor, and people who can help him grow hellfire and brew medicine. The villagers are the best choice. All right, I'll trust you this once. However, after not seeing any villagers here for 3 days, I doubt you'd want to know what the end candle can still do. Yang Tao walked towards the box containing miscellaneous items and took out some water bottles left over from fishing and alchemy. They then used spider eyes, sugar, and mushrooms to make some fermented spider eyes. He handed over all the gold coins he had to the wandering merchant. The wandering merchant's face lit up with a broad smile. Steve, consider this in stone a gift to you. Next time I have chorus flowers or other good stuff, I'll definitely come find you sooner. Having said that, the wandering merchant tossed over a piece of in stone that looked like cheese. Then, as if afraid Yang Tao would change his mind, he tugged at the alpaca and laughed. Steve, turn around first. Yang Tao caught the end stone, and after hearing the wandering merchant's words, he subconsciously took 2 steps back and asked with some confusion, what are we going to do if we turn back? You're watching me, I can't leave. Am I some kind of anchor or something? Following the wandering merchant's words, Yang Tao turned his head. The next moment, a crisp bell rang. When he turned back, the wandering merchant who had been leading 2 alpacas had disappeared into the underground space. Yang Tao was somewhat surprised. It really disappeared? Meanwhile, in a world entirely made of blocks, the wandering merchant who had just disappeared suddenly reappeared on the gravel path leading to the village. He led the alpaca toward the village, the clear sound of the alpaca bells attracting the attention of the villagers. Ahem, the great Steve is recruiting villagers. 10 emeralds per villager, only 2 needed. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In an instant, the villagers erupted in excitement. Choose me. I can endure hardship. Who among us isn't hard-working and resilient? I'll offer 11 emeralds. I'll put up 12. I have 15. Fortunately, Yang Tao from the main world didn't see this scene. Otherwise he would have definitely built a street lamp and hung the homeless merchant on it to dry. Chapter 101 The Dragon God. Jill, if things get weird, come back here. In the map of the death coffin, Yang Tao stood beside the stairs of the magic tower and gave very serious instructions. Even if I die, you don't need to worry. After removing the little evil spirits from their bodies and replacing them with the Minotaur, they were about to face the real boss, the Dragon God. Unlike the lowly bosses like the Corpse King, Skeleton Spirit, and Orc Commander in the early stages of the legendary series, the Touch Dragon God, with its combination of group poison, group paralysis, and ranged group attacks, is incredibly overpowered. If you're not strong enough, even if you're surrounded, you're just a sitting duck. I wonder what level of boss this Touch Dragon God is. There is no information about the Dragon God on the forum because it doesn't move, and even if it does spawn, it's hidden on the edge of the underground cliff of the Coffin of Death. As long as he doesn't get close to that specific edge, this guy can survive forever. Stand behind me, and Xiaobai. Taking out the holy shield and holy sword from his backpack, Jill saw Yang Tao's serious demeanor and gripped the shotgun even tighter. Near the edge of the coffin, the cliff edge is pitch black. The centipede cave has a magical light source, but the area below is part of Terraria's cave terrain, and it's truly pitch black without torches. When they were about 4 or 5 meters away from the cliff, a giant mutated centipede emerged from the edge of the cliff. Roar! Dragon God level 20. Lord. Health 6,000/6,000. Both are level 20 lords, but the dragon god in front of us has 1,000 more HP than Bone Prison Breath. However, this is quite normal. The Bone Prison Breath is only the size of a normal human, but the touch dragon god's torso and head alone, which are exposed above the ground, are over 8 meters long. According to the setting, this guy is a full 66 meters tall, so big that he could be considered a monster even if you threw him into Ultraman. Do it. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Even venomous snakes can be poisoned. Although the dragon god has high venom resistance, it can still be poisoned. Yang Tao stepped forward, his divine sword piercing fiercely towards the body of the dragon god. The sword blade struck the opponent's leg, producing a metallic clang. -162. The damage was only SOSO. The massive body of the dragon god shuddered violently, its over 8-meter long exposed body twisting wildly at the edge of the cliff, its 100 legs digging at the ground like scythes, sending rock fragments flying everywhere. Its mouth opened, and a jet of dark green, highly toxic mist instantly spewed out, covering an area of tens of meters in radius. Yang Tao was immediately poisoned, but he was not worried about himself and instead observed the range of the poisonous fog. After a quick mental calculation, he immediately shouted, "Jill, your attack range is just outside the poison mist's area of effect. Get out there and start ranged attacks." "Okay, be careful." Jill turned and ran out of the poisonous fog, which had both poisoning and attack properties. Jill's small frame simply couldn't withstand it. Healing spell. A silver light struck her, stopping her rapidly decreasing health. Use milk. Silently recited in your heart. He immediately returned to normal after turning green, and the holy sword in his hand once again slashed at the dragon god. And then he pulled out the magma and poured it under the dragon god. This guy can't move, so soaking in this lava is perfect. Next, Yang Tao plans to use the infinite milk to detoxify and deal with the touch dragon god. If only I could subdue this dragon god. However, he always felt that the size and level of this touch dragon god were mismatched. He felt that this touch dragon god should at least be a level 40 plus lord boss. Just as he was calling for the Minotaur to come over, the massive body of the dragon god suddenly twisted, and its 2 thick forelimbs swiftly stabbed towards him. Holy crap, the dragon god is in melee combat. This scene is no less impressive than seeing someone running naked in the street. Just as he was about to raise his shield to block the attack of the dragon god, his body suddenly turned gray. You've been paralyzed. Puff. Subtract 34. Explosive damage. Upon recovering, Yang Tao immediately used his lifesteal skill. Although it couldn't directly restore his health, it could increase his health value. This thing is like a hunger bar. Once it's full, it quickly restores your health. Then he cast a healing spell on the green-covered crouching dragon, while Phoenix Chick could only wait 5 seconds. He raised his shield to block the dragon god's maw, and a cloud of green poisonous mist sprayed onto him again. Poisoning V. Milk. The condition was lifted as soon as it appeared. This so-called poisonous fog attack, could it be that the dragon god is just taking a deep breath? You're really overestimating yourself. The dragon god's legs were very agile. Yang Tao blocked with his shield at a 180-degree angle, but was still kicked from time to time. Vampire. Soul Fire Talisman. Yang Tao fought with great passion, while the skeleton archer stood as steady as a rock in the poisonous fog, drawing his bow. In Minecraft, skeletons are undead creatures, and in the game's lore, all undead creatures are immune to poison. If it weren't for the fact that the dragon god would burrow underground if the enemy was too far away, Xiaobai could have soloed the dragon god. At most it would have been a bit slower. In less than 5 minutes, the health bar on the head of the dragon god was depleted, and its massive body suddenly stiffened and fell backward. Plus 1,000 experience. 1 gold coin. 22 silver coins. Treatment potion 7. Mana potion 8. High efficiency solar water 4. Blessing oil 2. Wuji stick 1. Increase the maximum number of accessories by 1. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. This dragon god runs a pharmacy. Yang Tao took the milk and walked towards the crouching dragon and the phoenix chicks to neutralize the poisoning effects on them. In this wave, the skeleton archer, the lava, and even Jill can be considered MPs. The sleeping dragon and the young phoenix are just easy wins. He was just a laborer. Standing at the edge of the cliff and looking down, a giant shadow was creeping deeper into the earth. Forget it. The loot has already been exposed. Whether it's dead or alive, the exposed part alone is as tall as a 3-story building. This dragon god is probably one of the most powerful beings in the entire legend world. Wuji staff. Durability 35 to 35. Spirit required 50. Required profession Taoist. Attack 38 to 46. Spirit plus 13 to 18. Holy plus 24. Increases damage against undead. Attack speed plus 1. Increased the number of summoned skeletons by 1. Poisoning skill level increased by 1. Looking at the Wuji staff in his hand, Yang Tao suddenly felt that this world was so unfamiliar. How was the harvest? Jill stepped forward and asked. Not bad. I lost a gold coin and a weapon that is quite different from what I remember. He took the Wuji staff from his backpack. It was a long, slender staff. Yang Tao remembered that the background of this weapon seemed to be that it was made from the trunk of the world tree and the 5 elements divine water. The Wuji staff is made of relatively soft wood and has a slightly curved body. Both ends and the middle section are decorated with ancient metal runes. The holy sword is powerful, but it only has pure attack stats. Jill, wait for me. I need to enchant first. Chapter 102 Lucky Horseshoe. After leaving Death Valley, Yang Tao summoned the Happy Ghost, whose enormous body appeared before him and Jill. We can sit on 1, 2, 3, 4, just enough to stretch out, and we can even tie Little White down there. Skeleton Archer, please turn on your microphone to communicate. Woof, woof. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix were very excited to see the music soul suddenly appear and couldn't help but shout. The Happy Ghost was also happy, making a soft, slightly trembling ooh sound. It stretched out its white tentacles, as thick as an iron golem's thigh, and touched Yang Tao's head. In that instant, Yang Tao felt like he had been reduced to the same level as a pet. Jill stared at the Happy Ghost's smiling face. Yang, what kind of creature is this? The Happy Ghoul is a kind of nether creature. Jill, stand beside it, and think about riding it. Jill still didn't quite understand what Happy Ghost was, but she obediently walked to Happy Ghost's side, and, following Yang Tao's instructions, thought about taking it. The next moment, she disappeared from her spot and reappeared above the Happy Ghost's head. Wulong and Fengchu, you two see if you can sit down. If not, I'll build you some steps to climb up. Woof woof. As it turns out, no matter how much Yang Tao treated Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong as partners, they were still dogs in the face of the rules. However, Happy Ghost has a collision volume above its head. Woohoo! Yang Tao sat directly in front of the joyful soul, controlling it to fly into the sky. Jill sat on the east side, while the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick lay trembling in the middle. The sky islands that were normally difficult to reach are now within reach. Yang Tao controlled the happy evil spirit and flew towards the nearest sky island. Yang, a bird demon is chasing us. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao turned his head and saw 3 bird demons swooping down from the top of the clouds. They are the guardians of the airspace over Terraria's sky islands. With human bodies and eagle wings, their bodies covered only in blue feathers and no clothes. Jill attack. Summon skeletons. Little White appeared right between Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Without needing Yang Tao's command, it immediately raised its wooden bow and pointed it at the flying bird demon. Once the harpy enters its range, it will show these naked guys what a sharpshooter is. Yang Tao controlled the joyful soul and suddenly flew higher. The bird demons naturally wouldn't let this uninvited guest go and immediately flapped their wings to catch up. The lead bird demon launched the first attack, flapping its wings and sending 3 sharp feathers flying out in a fan shape, hurtling straight at the group above the happy evil spirits with a whooshing sound. At the same time, Jill and Little White also launched an attack. Gunshots and the twang of bowstrings rang out at the same time. Yang Tao immediately controlled the happy evil spirit to perform a maneuver. Damn it, the game has invaded the world, and I have to learn dogfighting. The bird demons are only level 15, but most professionals really don't want to bother with them. Low-level enemies lack flight capabilities, while high-level enemies don't drop any loot. After Jill and Little White dealt with the 3 bird demons, Yang Tao also landed on the sky island in Happy Ghost. As soon as it landed, The happy evil shrunk obediently, hovering softly beside Yang Tao, making soft woo-woo sounds, like an oversized white floating cat. Yang Tao surveyed the environment of the floating island, trees, grass, flowers, clouds and mist swirling all around, a gentle breeze blowing, and a vast sea of clouds stretching into the distance. The scenery here is so beautiful, Jill exclaimed softly, reaching out to catch a wisp of cloud drifting by. I never imagined there was a place like this in the world. The environment is indeed nice. It would be even better if there were no bird demons to bother us. As soon as Yang Tao finished speaking, the skeleton archer shot an arrow at the bird demon that flew out of the forest. Soul Fire Talisman. The flames of the talisman exploded on the bird demon's body. If the transportation were more convenient, living here would be quite nice. They walked toward the golden house in the woods. In the game, the sun block is a gold-colored block with a blue interior, but in the real world, it's 3D and you can't see the blue inside the gold, so the whole house looks shiny gold. Yang, is this house made of gold? The sun block is made of clouds. If you like, I can dig some up and take them back with me. Clouds. The clouds that don't move in the sky are floating islands. Below are solid clouds, some of which are gray rain clouds that can rain continuously. It's very interesting. Jill wore an expression that said, I've learned something new. The Resident Evil world she lives in is only around 2000. Not to mention the amazing things in these games. Even smartphones and tablets are high-tech to Jill. Yang Tao pushed open the blue celestial gate, entered the somewhat dimly lit room, and took out a nuclear-powered torch from his backpack, sticking it on the wall. The orange flames illuminated the room. The room was furnished very simply, with only a blue celestial table, 2 celestial chairs, and most importantly, a celestial treasure chest. Let's eat something and rest here first. Good. Jill walked to the glass window and gazed intently at the scenery outside. Yang Tao then walked up to the heavenly treasure chest and opened it. Lucky Horseshoe 1. Kimmo 1. Minor Mana Potion 3. Silver Coin 2. Apart from the Lucky Horseshoe, everything else is something you can get from a regular treasure chest. Lucky Horseshoe. Accessories. Immune decline damage. Perfect timing. The Dragon God just gifted me another accessory slot. Equipped the Lucky Horseshoe in the Minecraft accessory slot. He casually took out the Wuji staff and used the Summon Skeleton skill. The cooldown of the Summon Skeleton skill had just ended, and another skeleton archer appeared beside Yang Tao. Go out and help. The skeleton archer shook his blocky head up and down, then strode lightly out of the room to cause trouble for the bird demons. Jill looked at Yang Tao, who was sitting in a chair taking food out of the kitchen, and asked, Where do we go next? Yang Tao gestured for Jill to sit down. Next, I plan to go to J City to hunt some vampires in the Elder Scrolls dungeon there. Jill couldn't quite understand it. J City, why go there specifically? There aren't many dungeons with vampires. There was one more thing he didn't tell Jill. He now needed to hunt down some humans. In the Elder Scrolls, Skyrim, there aren't many other things besides bandits, thieves, and skeletons. I'll go with you. Yang Tao had already come up with a reason. Airfare is too expensive. Each person needs to use 5 cracked gems to teleport. I'll be back in a few days, so don't worry. Jill stared into Yang Tao's eyes. She could tell that this was Yang Tao's excuse. Okay, but you must come back. I'm just going to kill some monsters. It's not like I'm not coming back. Chapter 103 gives you a sense of participation. Not all sky islands have houses, and not all houses have treasure chests. Some of the floating islands even consist of only a single giant pool. A giant pond that's perfect for fishing. I landed on the rooftop helipad of the apartment building, which was specially set up for professionals with flying mounts. However, there are only 2 helipads, because most of the professionals who own flying mounts have already left H City and gone to those cities that rank higher. What do you want to eat tonight? As soon as his feet touched the ground, Yang Tao asked Jill, who was standing next to him. Let's have hot pot instead. Jill is very adaptable to hot pot, with both meat and vegetables, clear broth and spicy hot pot, as well as fruit platters. No matter how picky she is, she can always find something she wants to eat. She looked at Yang Tao. How about we invite Celia and your good neighbor too? Yang Tao glanced at her and teased. What? You've developed feelings for each other after just one meal? This isn't about creating an opportunity for you. Jill teased. Your good neighbor will be so happy to know you're back, he might just break the water pipes in his house later. Who told me to be so capable? Okay, let's have hot pot tonight. I'll call Sister Sean first. When I got home, I took out my phone, contacted Sister Sean, and then called Celia. Jill opened the refrigerator, took out a bottle of orange juice, turned to Yang Tao, who had just hung up the phone, and asked, "How was it?" "I have time. I'll pick up Celia later and buy the things on the way." Jill stepped forward and tapped Yang Tao on the helmet. "You're back, so take this bug off now." Upon hearing this, Yang Tao took off his helmet and laughed. "I'm so used to wearing it that I almost forgot about it. I'm off now." After leaving the apartment, Yang Tao drove his golf cart to the small door next to the city library, took out his phone, and sent a WeChat message to Celia. Soon, Celia, dressed in a light-colored long dress, came out of the library. When she saw the golf cart parked by the roadside, she immediately put on a bright smile and quickly walked over to greet it. "You're back, adventurer." The familiar words gave Yang Tao goosebumps all over. "Don't say that. It makes me feel bad. By the way, who is this?" Yang Tao sized up the young man who followed Celia out of the library. He was around 25 or 26 years old, with a tall and neat figure, and his light brown short hair was styled in a neat and energetic manner. He has handsome features and a gentle demeanor, with a natural air of superiority. Wearing a light green, lightweight leather armor with delicate vine patterns embroidered on the cuffs, it's clearly the signature attire of a druid. He naturally took half a step forward, blocking Celia's side slightly, as if to assert his presence. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao raised an eyebrow, looking at the other person's outstretched hand, and then at their polite smile. "Hello, my name is Lin Yu, a level 25 druid." No wonder I couldn't see his information in the spiritual revelation. The difference in their levels is quite significant. Yang Tao got off the golf cart and extended his hand, introducing himself in the same way. "Yang Tao, level 16 Taoist." Upon hearing Yang Tao's rank, Lin Yu showed no disdain whatsoever. Instead, his expression became more serious. Celia glanced at Lin Yu, her brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Then, without making a sound, she took a half-step closer to Yang Tao, creating distance between herself and Lin Yu. Her voice remained soft, yet carried a clear sense of estrangement. "He just happened to be going out with me. We weren't traveling together." Upon seeing Celia's reaction, two words immediately flashed through Yang Tao's mind. "Simp." This Lin Yu is probably a persistent, self-indulgent pursuer, a classic example of someone who fawns over others without realizing it. Upon hearing Celia's words, Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged, still gentle. "Celia, I've made a reservation at the Cloud Peak restaurant downtown tonight." Before he could finish speaking, Celia interrupted him, gently leaning closer to Yang Tao, her voice soft yet firm. "I can take care of myself and don't need any extra help. Besides, Yang and I have made plans to have hot pot together, so I won't take up any more of your time." Just then, Yang Tao finally spoke up. "Mr. Lin, you're very kind, but Celia has already agreed, so we'll be leaving now." "Brother Yang." Hearing Yang Tao's words, Lin Yu was clearly somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected that. His tone grew heavier, carrying a clear warning. "Celia is innocent and naive. Don't hurt her if—" Like Celia, Yang Tao didn't let him finish speaking. He took out his phone, pulled up the payment code, entered 98 copper coins, and handed them to the other party. 98, thank you." Lin Yu was completely bewildered. "What do you mean?" "Buy a better condom. Firstly, to protect Celia's health, and secondly, to give you a sense of participation." Lin Yu's face turned liver-colored in an instant, and he pointed at Yang Tao but couldn't say a word for a long time. Cut. Yang Tao put his phone back in his pocket and, with a thought, appeared directly in the driver's seat of the golf cart. He patted the passenger seat. Celia sat obediently in the passenger seat. "Next time, don't threaten your competitors. It's really tasteless." Just as Yang Tao was about to leave, Lin Yu said angrily, "Yang Tao, I'm going to the dueling arena with you. Professionals are human too, and if they want to vent their emotions, they naturally have something like a duel arena. 10 gold coins." "Good." Lin Yu agreed readily, and Yang Tao immediately felt that he was missing out. Celia quickly said, "Yang, should I do it?" Hearing Celia's words, Yang Tao looked at her innocent-looking face and laughed. "You? What I call a friendly spar, what you call robbery." Although Celia does not have a specific rank, her power is extremely strong. Turning to Lin Yu, whose expression was still not very good, he said, "Let's go. I'll be waiting for you in the PK arena." After saying that, Yang Tao drove the golf cart directly towards the sports plaza. "It's all my fault. It has little to do with you. I was just teasing him out of boredom." If he hadn't said those words, the other person wouldn't have gotten so angry. But he's doing this for her own good. "Celia, you really can't handle it. What makes you think you can win over a woman that even 8 million brave warriors couldn't win over? Do you have unlimited stamina? That's because of me. Since it has already happened, let's finish the fight first. I also want to see how strong the other professionals are. There were a lot of people outside the stadium. There were not only combat professionals, but also a large number of ordinary professionals who were there purely to watch the matches and public duels. Just as Yang Tao was waiting for Lin Yu to come over, a giant wolf, pure white and looking majestic, appeared beside him and Celia. Whose pet is so handsome? Yang Tao felt that this giant wolf was even more handsome than Zhuge Liang and Feng Yu. After all, both Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong have short fur, and it's a combination of brown and black. Just as he reached out to touch the giant wolf's head, the wolf's long fur rapidly receded, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into Lin Yu. Yang Tao's eyes widened. He felt as if he had missed out on a hunter's greatest dream. What pet is better than taming a druid? Chapter 1: O for the Wolf's Nemesis. Looking at Yang Tao's regretful expression, Lin Yu felt a strange sense of relief, as if he had escaped a disaster. He banished the absurd thought from his mind and looked at Yang Tao again, saying, "This duel has nothing to do with Celia, so I won't take advantage of you. Let's go straight for the coordination arena." The so-called coordinated competition means eliminating the bonuses brought by equipment, level, and attributes. It can be considered a mode for honing skills. After all, a level 16 Taoist priest is no match for a level 25 druid. But Yang Tao is an exception. Be free, lest word get out that I'm bullying you. What a joke. Even with equal stats, you still have several more skills than me. You might as well just go to free mode. I can use my 80% damage reduction and some additional mechanics to teach you a lesson. Lin Yu looked at Yang Tao in astonishment. Are you serious? It's more real than real gold. Stop being so wishy-washy. Let's get in there and get it over with. There are two beautiful women waiting at home. After saying that, Yang Tao led Celia toward the stadium. Looking at Yang Tao's retreating figure, Lin Yu suddenly felt a strong urge to go home. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Upon entering the stadium, Yang Tao walked toward the staff member in charge of the duel. Free Duel Arena, 11. The staff member glanced at the two, his fingertips moving rapidly across the light screen. A mechanical announcement sounded. Free Duel Arena, 11, no balance, no restrictions. Victory is achieved by knocking down the opponent until their health reaches 0. You may use class skills, equipment, and passive traits. Contract is in effect. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu felt more confident. There was a full 9 levels between level 16 and level 25. Even if Yang Tao was wearing top-tier equipment at level 15, he would still be 2 generations behind Lin Yu. Not to mention high-level skills. Yang Tao, right? Let me remind you again, I'm a level 25 druid. This isn't just a difference in level and stats, but also in equipment and skills. Yang Tao nodded slightly, looking at Lin Yu's rather handsome face and smiling. I know. She then leaned close to his ear and whispered, for the sake of what you said, I'll sincerely warn you. You really can't handle Celia. You have no idea who she is. A fragment of the origin of creation level power reincarnated, and it is also an elf. The difference between the two was simply too great, both in terms of strength and lifespan. Lin Yu remained silent. Let's go. Let's get straight to the game. I need to go to the supermarket to buy some groceries as soon as we finish. The huge stadium was divided into more than a dozen free duel arenas, surrounded by a transparent protective barrier. When the audience in the stands saw a professional performer come on stage, they immediately started pointing and whispering about the two people on stage. A level 25 druid fighting a level 16 Taoist? That's just too unfair. There's no balance in the free field. There's no need to even look at this game. The Taoist is bound to lose. This Taoist priest is quite handsome, but he seems to have some mental issues. Wouldn't it be better to just call a mediator directly? Celia stood at the very front of the viewing platform, her clear eyes fixed on Yang Tao. She had made up her mind that if Yang Tao lost, she would directly challenge Lin Yu, which would also save some face for Yang Tao. The staff member held up a signal sign and solemnly announced, "The duel begins." After speaking, Lin Yu did not rush to make a move, but waited gentlemanly for Yang Tao to summon the skeleton first. Yang Tao smiled at the other person and immediately took out the Wuji staff from his backpack. Summon skeletons. As soon as he made his move, Lin Yu's body surged with green light. His form suddenly twisted and contracted, and his fur and muscles rapidly took shape. The next second, the human figure was gone, replaced by a giant white wolf with glossy fur. The mutated form of the druid cat druid in World of Warcraft, the wolf druid. People in the audience gasped in surprise and pulled out their phones to record videos. Normally, it's rare to see even one mutated professional, but suddenly 2 have appeared. Look at the skeletons that the Taoist priests summoned. Don't they look like the skeleton archers from Grand Forest? Is this a matter of resemblance? They are exactly the same. Silver Wolf is so handsome. I wonder if it's comfortable to hug him. When it's not looking after the event, I'll test my taming skills to see if they work. Without a doubt, the person who said this must be the infamous perverted hunter. With a single step, the Silver Wolf's figure instantly became a blur, its travel form accelerating and its leopard's swiftness fully stacked. Like a ghost, it circled behind Yang Tao, making no unnecessary movements, and its sharp claws stabbed straight at his lower back. Tear. Yang Tao was filled with mixed emotions. With all his points allocated to spirit, he was at a huge disadvantage against agility-based professionals. That's too fast. All I can do is offer my thin shield. Raise the shield. Bang. The damage was negated. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The painting technique turned the Silver Wolf into a vibrant green. This poison is extremely potent. Lin Yu, Langda's pupils constricted sharply in disbelief. He immediately followed up with a diagonal swipe, then swept his claws across the ground. Subtract 13. Subtract 13. Subtract 13. The damage is quite consistent. Healing spell. Sleeping Dragon. Young Phoenix. Give him a good performance. As soon as Yang Tao finished speaking, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix appeared out of thin air. Frantic biting. Berserk. Bang bang. The sound of two potions shattering rang out, and the level 25 Silver Wolf was tackled to the ground by the crouching dragon and phoenix chick. -31. -17. The damage was indeed quite touching, but Lin Yu wasn't a warrior or a knight, and his health was pitifully low. It's impossible that physical attacks, bleeding, and tearing are all ineffective. And how can your defense be so high? As soon as the skill ended, the wolf druid broke free of the restraints, unleashing his wild instincts. He slammed down with lacerate again, stacking the armor penetration effect to the maximum, attempting to ignore defense and deal true damage. Unfortunately, Yang Tao's defense wasn't a defense at all, it was a genuine damage reduction. Why don't you try my staff technique first? Mental combat tactics. Yang Tao and Lin Yu engaged in close-quarters combat. The level advantage made Yang Tao's damage extremely low, and the two of them were like two tank classes fighting each other. The crouching dragon, the young phoenix, and Little White stood motionless, watching the two. You swipe with your claw, I swipe with my stick, and we're having a lively fight. Summon skeletons. Yang Tao, bored out of his mind, summoned a second skeleton archer to act as a spectator. Lin Yu, seeing this, showed a human-like resentment on his face. He was no match for Yang Tao. His attack power wasn't high, but his defense was incredibly tough, making him feel like he was fighting a boss with his teammates. Most importantly, this boss can heal itself. It pounced forward suddenly, using its superior strength to suppress Yang Tao, and opened its mouth to bite his shoulder. One bite. It's like biting into thick cowhide. You can't bite through it at all. Suddenly, a strange longing arose deep within her. She had previously found Yang Tao somewhat repulsive, but now she suddenly felt that Yang Tao possessed an indescribable charm. Even the bone in the other person's hand is incredibly tempting. Choosing such an outstanding person as the master will definitely lead to a bright future. Startled awake, Lin Yu abruptly retreated, quickly deactivating his wolf transformation. In an instant, the strange feeling receded like the tide, and the white bone in the other person's hand became ordinary. What exactly did you do to me? Yang Tao, carrying the bones, walked towards the other person with a smile, and Lin Yu subconsciously stepped back. It's nothing. It's just that my affinity for wolves and dogs is hundreds of times greater than that of ordinary people. I surrender. I surrender. Don't come any closer. Stay away from me. As a druid, Lin Yu looked at Yang Tao and immediately thought of those hunters who had ill intentions towards him. A handsome druid should be wary not only of women when he goes out, but also of hunters and Yang Tao. Chapter 105. The villagers arrive. Yang, how do you do such a high level of defense? Celia's voice was full of curiosity. SOSO. Yang Tao drove Celia away from the supermarket, thanking Druid Lin Yu for his generous donation, which allowed him to buy a large amount of groceries today. Such unexpected wealth should be spent on the same day it is received. When I got home, Jill, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up to greet me as soon as I opened the door. Yang, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix have suddenly disappeared. Looking at the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick following Yang Tao back, he swallowed back the rest of his words. How did they end up at your place? Yang Tao smiled and said, I've run into an interesting fellow. He couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Lin Yu throwing him 10 gold coins and running away. I was just trying to pick up a bone. I couldn't possibly treat people like dogs. Sister Shan, who was busy in the kitchen, immediately gave Yang Tao a look when she saw him return. You're back. Give me the groceries you bought. I'll take care of them. Seeing this, Yang Tao gave a knowing smile, took out the vegetables and meat he had bought at the supermarket from his backpack, and went into the kitchen. Sister Shan, let me help you. Gilcelia, you two watch TV for a bit. It'll be ready soon. Yang Tao is a good family man, but soon Sister Shan, her face flushed, pushed him out of the kitchen. Helpless, Yang Tao could only sit on the sofa and look through his phone, preparing for tomorrow's dungeon. The next day, Yang Tao, who had spent the night repairing the sewers, returned home from his neighbor's house, looking refreshed. Yang, are you leaving already? Looking at Jill in her pajamas, Yang Tao nodded gently. I'll go check out the outskirts of Grand Forest first, and then I'll go to J City. Don't worry, I'll be back in no more than a week. He needs some materials from the vampire and hunter mod, whether to become a hunter or to increase his vampire level, and he is determined to go to the J City dungeon to get them. Be careful and don't act impulsively. Jill stepped forward and wiped the lipstick off Yang Tao's face. You get too carried away. If you can't win, just run. Should I avoid his sharp edge? I understand, don't worry. After saying that, Yang Tao walked towards the balcony, took out the floor teleporter, stood by the stairs, and silently chanted teleport. In an instant, he appeared in the underground planting base of Grand Forest, where he was originally at home. As soon as I arrived, I heard two slightly excited voices. It really is Steve. Steve, we finally see a live Steve. Yang Tao looked at the villagers walking towards him, and a few black lines appeared on his forehead. The villagers in front of me are exactly the same as those in the game. The only difference being that they are more realistic and their eyes are more expressive. Yang Tao looked at the two excited villagers in front of him, his lips twitched, and he said helplessly, You've even seen the dead Steve? The two villagers were stunned for a moment, then chuckled foolishly with their hands in their pockets, their eyes still shining brightly with admiration. Steve is a legend among our villagers. Everyone knows Steve exists, but no one has ever seen him. I spent 25 emeralds just to come and see you. Another villager nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao immediately grasped the crux of the matter. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the two of them, asking, Wait, what's this about spending 25 emeralds? After exchanging a glance, the two villagers told each other about the traveling merchant. Damn, that's incredibly dark. But he had to swallow this fact. If it weren't for the traveling merchants, he wouldn't have been able to acquire two villagers even after spending 10,000 emeralds. Unless he goes to find those monsters and sees if any zombie villagers have spawned. Steve, please assign us some work. The villagers have no aversion to working, and they cannot be judged by human standards. Just as you can't judge itinerant merchants by the standards of a normal and scrupulous merchant. Yang Tao pondered for a moment. You'll be in charge of planting crops for now. By the way, is it okay to plant hellworts? No problem. Just give us your instructions, and we'll do it. Yang Tao nodded slightly. Just take whatever you need from the box. I'll come back and get it when I have time. By the way, don't run around if you don't have to. There are monsters outside, and your small bodies might not be able to handle them. Yes, we will stay obediently at the base and will not run away. The two villagers also had levels after they came to this world, but they were a bit lower than Tai Gu, only level 10. He trusted the villagers completely, and after giving them all the instructions, Yang Tao turned and left. Back in H City, Yang Tao left his apartment and went straight to the Professionals Association. Walked to the service desk. As he approached the service counter, the female employee in uniform looked up at him, her tone both formulaic and polite. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Yang Tao stood in front of the counter and said directly, Use the cross-regional teleportation array, destination J City, single-person teleportation. City J is a dangerous zone. The cost for teleportation per person is 12 gold coins. Are you sure? Sure. Using a teleportation array requires energy, and gems are the best source of that energy. A cracked gem costs between 1.5 and 2.5 gold coins, depending on its type, and 5 gems are needed for each transfer. As for charging 12 gold coins, you can also collect 5 cracked gems yourself and pay some service fees. It saves 2 gold coins. He paid, and was then led by a staff member into a large hall. Some professionals were coming and going here. These people were all using the teleportation array. Although it's expensive, H City has a large population base. The art style of the teleportation array was completely out of place with the teleportation hall of the Professionals Guild. A simple stone platform, about half a person's height, made of gray and white stones, with ancient patterns of dark red and dark gold carved on its surface. A faintly glowing, dark blue crystal was embedded in the center of the teleportation array. Several identical small stations stood side by side, and many professionals were standing in the center of the stone platform. They would disappear without a trace in a flash of light, while others would appear out of thin air and walk down with slightly unsteady steps. This is the cross-regional station. The coordinates for J City have been locked. You can just stand here. The staff member pointed to the small station on the far left, which was glowing with a pale blue light. You may feel a little dizzy during the teleportation process, which is normal. After you arrive, you will appear directly at the corresponding station of the J City Professional Branch within the safe zone. Yang Tao nodded and stood on the stone platform at the small station. There was no dizziness, but the light around me suddenly distorted and stretched into blurry bands of light, and a slight sense of oppression from the folded space enveloped my whole body. In a mere instant, the light faded. When Yang Tao landed on his feet again, he was no longer in the lobby of the H City Professionals Association. It is the J City Professionals Association. Beneath my feet is a similarly styled dark teleportation station. Don't just stand there. Get down quickly. Don't delay those behind you. An impatient middle-aged woman in uniform urged him on, instantly giving Yang Tao the feeling of being on a crowded bus. Chapter 106 The Elder Scrolls. The Elder Scrolls, Skyrim. Difficulty options: Easy, 10, Normal, 15, Hard, 20, King, 35, Hell, 50. Normal difficulty. In front of the blue dungeon portal, Yang Tao chose the normal dungeon with a level restriction of 15. The minimum level requirement is 15, but you can't just wander around. Generally, there are quests available when you go to Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim dungeons. The simplest way is to clear out animals like wolves, mud crabs, snow rats, rabbits, and deer. His ordinary level involves clearing out bandits, sworn raiders, ghouls, and newly minted vampires. After confirming this in his mind, Yang Tao felt a blur before his eyes, and when he could see clearly again, he was in a carriage. The wheels rolled over the muddy, rugged dirt road, and the cold wind carrying snowflakes lashed his face, but nothing could clear Yang Tao's overloaded mind. Several prisoners, looking terrified and with their hands tied behind their backs, were huddled around him. In the distance are the iconic gray-white mountains and snow-covered pine forests of Skyrim. Dark clouds hung low, and a cold wind howled. It's exactly the classic opening scene of Skyrim, the prison van. Holy crap, this isn't right, is it? Normally, shouldn't professionals randomly appear at the quest location when entering a dungeon? They were either by a stream, outside a bandit camp, or in the wilderness or an ancient tomb. However, after studying the information for a long time before coming, he didn't see any cases of directly traveling to the main story carriage. A bearded prisoner beside Yang Tao noticed his gaze, lowered his voice, and spoke hesitantly, his tone filled with despair. Brother, were you also taken to Helgen to be executed? I only stole a piece of bread, and I didn't expect to run into an Imperial Army patrol. Hearing the sound, Yang Tao snapped out of his daze and looked around. Prisoner level 10. Imperial Soldier level 15. Imperial Archer level 15. Ranger level 18. Imperial Captain, Elite, level 18. Hadawa, Elite, level 18. General Tullius, Elite, level 18. Mudhorse. He had no desire to go to Helgen Fortress. Who knew what level of superboss Alduin, the dragon that attacked Helgen, was? He's not the main character. If he gets blown to smithereens by a dragon's breath, wouldn't that be a tragic death? Without any hesitation, he leaped directly from the carriage and ran towards the woods beside the path. In an instant, the guards escorting the carriage shouted, "A prisoner has escaped. Shoot an arrow. Don't let him get away." The arrow tore through the cold wind and grazed past Yang Tao's body in an instant. Imperial soldiers on both sides immediately drew their shields and swords and jumped off the carriage. The Imperial captain roared and charged forward, brandishing his fine iron sword. Take him down and kill him on the spot. 2 Imperial soldiers had already surrounded them, thrusting their long swords straight at them with steady and ruthless movements. In theory, these soldiers couldn't catch up with Yang Tao, but with their level bonuses, their speed wasn't slow. After confirming that there were only 7 or 8 people behind him, Yang Tao slowed down. He came to this Elder Scrolls instance to hunt living people, Whether they were bandits or imperial soldiers was of little concern to him. If it's an enemy, then we can fight it. Summon skeletons. A skeleton appeared beside Yang Tao, and an imperial soldier immediately shouted, "Watch out. The enemy is a necromancer." The necromancers in the Elder Scrolls world have a really bad reputation, and the protagonist, the Dragonborn, often encounters wild necromancers causing trouble in the wild. The sound of something cutting through the air rang out. Xiao Bai's arrow shot straight at the face of the imperial soldier, but the soldier reacted quickly and immediately raised his shield. -71. Damage is halved. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Yang Tao, wielding the Wuji staff, charged towards the imperial soldiers. These ordinary imperial soldiers were no better than the centipedes and black maggots in Death Valley. A necromancer. He dares to charge into the enemy lines. The imperial soldier roared and parried with his sword. The fine iron blade collided with the Wuji staff with a loud thud, making his arm go numb. -151. The white damage numbers exploded, and Yang Tao's force sent him staggering back 2 steps. This necromancer has stopped playing with corpses and started working out. The low-health sniper, Xiao Bai, sensed the enemy's low health and immediately fired an arrow at a tricky angle, hitting the low-health imperial soldier in front of him. +30 experience. Copper coin 71. Imperial leather armor 1. Cabbage 4. Human heart 3. Upon seeing the fallen items, Yang Tao was truly unable to contain himself. No. Can we consider the situation before we rob attributes? This is a human heart. Is it reasonable for you to drop 3? I would accept 3 kidneys if it were 3 human hearts. Although it's a lot of complaints, I have to admit that this kind of robbery is really tempting. Shoot an arrow. Shoot an arrow. Seeing Yang Tao's ferocity, the remaining soldiers hesitated, but the elite imperial soldier captain immediately shouted. In an instant, 4 or 5 arrows flew toward Yang Tao. -11. -14. -9. Yang Tao didn't even think about dodging. He charged towards the imperial captain through the hail of arrows. His gaze was so indifferent it was almost cold. While killing fish may not necessarily lead to emotional detachment, killing too many zombies and monsters can indeed make one accustomed to killing, especially since this is a dungeon. The imperial captain's pupils constricted and his heart pounded. The prisoner in front of me was clearly just a necromancer, yet he was not only immune to arrows, but his physical body was also ridiculously tough, which was simply against common sense. Arrogant. The captain roared, gripped his sword with both hands, and swiftly stepped forward. The fine iron longsword, accompanied by a whooshing sound, slashed straight at Yang Tao's head. This strike concentrated all his strength and was enough to cleave through heavy armor. Raise the shield. 2 figures appeared out of thin air beside Yang Tao. Woof woof. 2 barks later, the imperial captain saw 2 giant dogs, almost as tall as him, open their mouths and lunge at him. "You beast, get out." Unfortunately, before he could attack, Feng Chu activated his skill and completely suppressed him. A smile appeared on Yang Tao's face. "You actually dared to chase after me. But since you're here, you might as well stay." He raised the Wuji staff in his hand and slammed it hard onto the helmet of the imperial soldier captain. "Deal with the pursuing soldiers." Yang Tao looked at the imperial standard equipment in his hand. Imperial longsword. Requires level 15. Attack 35 to 50. There are no additional attributes. Similarly, the imperial leather armor, apart from some defense, has no other attributes. Yang Tao didn't even consider taking it back to the store to sell for money. He simply threw it on the ground. Just then, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix clamped their tails tightly and huddled next to Yang Tao, making whimpering sounds. Yang Tao immediately took out his phone and pointed it at the sky. A moment later, a figure even larger than the one in the game swept across the sky. Alduin the World Eater. Level, unknown. Legendary boss. I really want to unleash a poison spell on it. If I hadn't been familiar with the plot, I almost would have fallen for this dungeon's trap. Put your phone away and upload it directly to the professional forum when you get back to earn points. It's time to move out of the apartment and, ideally, into a 2-story villa with a pool. Chapter 107 The Human Heart. As the saying goes, a wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall. Yang Tao didn't even bother to watch the scene of Alduin's massacre. If he were targeted by that guy, he wouldn't die, but he'd still be badly injured. It's best to avoid doing things that are thankless and exhausting. I opened the mini-map and took a look at the surrounding environment. This road should lead to Riverwood Town. If he were a Dragonborn, he would definitely have to go to Riverwood. but he's only here to hunt vampires and bandits, so going to Riverwood would be pointless for him. Let's take a look at this mission first. Cleaning up the desolate waterfall and ancient tombs. Completely eradicate the dark power within the desolate waterfall tomb and eliminate the resurrected ghouls. Shouldn't this task be completed by the main character? Normal level dungeon quests usually involve clearing out some mud crabs, wolves, small bandits, or causing trouble for some wild mages. How come it's become the desolate waterfall ancient tomb for me? Yang Tao felt that he was being targeted. Turn off the minimap. Finally, let's talk about the mission. First, find a few vampires to kill. The vampires suitable for him to hunt now are the Broken Tooth Cave in the west of Whiterun, or lone vampires wandering in the wild at night. Look up at the distant mountains. Throat of the world. The highest peak in Skyrim, and even in the entire continent of Tamriel. Take the golf cart key out of your backpack and silently say use it to yourself. A golf cart that would never have existed in the Middle Ages appeared on a gravel road. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix. Get on the bus. Woof woof. The two guys barked twice, and then expertly lay down on the roof of the car. As for why he didn't ride the Ghast, that old bastard Alduin was wreaking havoc in Helgen behind him. Riding the happy Ghast would be like lighting a lantern while going to the toilet. It would be courting death. The golf cart headed straight for the throat of the world, its destination just on the other side of the mountain. Time flies. As soon as he turned the corner, an arrow shot straight into his car. Upon being attacked, Yang Tao instantly switched to combat mode, and the golf cart, which had been stationary, became a hindrance. Two bandits dressed in leather armor stood on a protruding platform on the cliff, holding longbows. A local so enthusiastic? Yang Tao immediately abandoned the golf cart and ran directly below the cliff platform, with Wulong and Fengshu following closely behind. The moment they stood up, the bandits' arrogant shouts rang out. Kid, you'd better hand over all your gold coins and equipment, or I'll shoot an arrow through your head. And those two dogs, they're perfect for making soup. Knock knock. Yang Tao remained silent, simply swinging his diamond pickaxe at the cliff face. Compared to the NPCs in the game, the bandits in these dungeons clearly possess the intelligence of normal people. Seeing Yang Tao crouching at his feet in a blind spot, he immediately began to adjust his position. But as soon as they moved to a new location, one of the robbers rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Everyone is gone. Another bandit who remained shouted, that strange carriage is gone too. The golf cart that was originally parked in the middle of the road, like Yang Tao, disappeared without a trace. Is this some kind of ghost? Just then, they suddenly heard a strange thumping sound coming from inside the mountain. Thump thump bang, thump thump bang. The sound was muffled yet rhythmic. The two robbers looked at each other in bewilderment and quickly drew their curved knives from their waists. What is that sound? It seems to be in the mountains. One of them mustered his courage and approached the cliff, but before he could react, a dark hole was suddenly chiseled open on the side of the rock wall. A large hand suddenly reached out from inside and grabbed the robber's collar. A terrified scream rang out, and the next moment he was dragged directly into the gap in the mountain. A scream, accompanied by a chilling chewing sound, came from the dark cave entrance. The sounds from the cave entrance stopped abruptly after only a few moments. The bandits outside the cave were deathly pale. Hey, Nari. But the only response he received was the howling mountain wind. He swallowed hard and couldn't help but take 2 steps back towards the edge of the platform. Smack. A hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, followed by a sinister voice in his ear. Your friend says he misses you. The bandit's hair stood on end, cold sweat instantly soaking through his leather armor. He stiffly and slowly turned his head, but what he saw was not some mountain spirit or monster, but Yang Tao's face, which had a half-smile on it. The terror completely overwhelmed his reason, and he quickly broke free from Yang Tao's grasp, leaping directly off the platform more than 10 meters high. A sharp pain struck, and as soon as I looked up, 2 giant dogs that had been waiting for me pounced on me. Experience plus 28. Rum 4. Bread 3. Human heart 3. Standing on the platform, Yang Tao looked down at the robbers' corpses and couldn't help but shake his head. Honestly, with such poor mental fortitude, why become a robber? Wouldn't it be better to just honestly farm the land? The platform on the cliff led to a cave, which, based on his knowledge of the Elder Scrolls, should be the hideout of these bandits. Clean everything up first, then go find the vampire. Besides blood and a human heart, the vampire book is also needed to level up. He only had 1 book in his backpack, which was far from enough to upgrade him to have the teleportation skill. With a light leap, Yang Tao transformed into a bat and flew towards the cave. The plump bats went straight into the hidden cave entrance. The cave was dark and damp, with dry grass, rags and scattered bottles everywhere. The air was filled with the smells of sweat, alcohol, and a faint musty smell. Several bandits sat in chairs drinking and boasting, completely unaware that the men outside the cave had already been dealt with. Where did this bat come from? It's huge. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao shook his body in midair. A faint light flashed, and he transformed back into human form, landing with the Wuji staff in his hand. There's an even bigger one. Summon skeletons. The skeleton archer appeared beside him. Leave no one alive. Several bandits immediately stood up and shouted gruffly, "Go! Kill him!" The four immediately surrounded him, their blades flashing and their aura menacing. Facing these ordinary bandits who were only level 13 to 15, Yang Tao did not retreat but advanced, a white light flashing on the Wuji staff in his hand. Bang! He swung the stick and hit a robber on the head. Reduce 178. Critical hit. The bright red numbers rose above the other person's head. Without the holy sword, Yang Tao's damage output decreased significantly. Soul Fire Talisman. Reduce 158. However, as his spiritual level rises, his Taoist skills are becoming increasingly refined. Poisoning Technique. Raise your shield to block, then unleash a 5-star kidney strike. The Wuji staff suddenly shot out and stabbed the robber in the waist. Soul Fire Talisman. Subtract 172, subtract 185, subtract 169. The damage numbers kept jumping, and the bandits fell to the ground one after another, without even the power to resist. In less than half a minute, all the bandits in the cave collapsed to the ground, completely lifeless. Yang Tao glanced at the fallen loot and couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder he became a bandit. He's so poor he's practically urinating blood. Chapter 108 Cleansing Up the Vampires. Rushing as fast as possible. Finally, as dusk approached, they arrived at the Broken Tooth Cave, where the vampire was located. Yang Tao flipped through the mini-map, trying to match it with the map deep in his mind. Unfortunately, the instance world has no hardware limitations, and the entire Skyrim province is magnified at least dozens of times, or even nearly 100 times, in size. You'll know once you go inside. Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, you two stay here and don't move. After giving the order, a dark red light flashed across Yang Tao's body, and he transformed into a bat, flying towards the Broken Tooth Cave. Just as he flapped his wings to the shadows at the cave entrance, two slender, swift black shadows suddenly darted out of the cave, almost colliding with him. They are two vampire cubs who have gone out hunting. The hierarchy clearly appears before your eyes. Vampire Cub level 20. Vampire Cub level 20. With pale skin, dark red eyes, slightly protruding fangs, and a faint aura of frost and death surrounding him, he was the most typical low-level vampire in the early stages of the Elder Scrolls. It seems there's no mistake. The two vampire cubs looked up at the bats in the sky, a question flashing through their minds. How could bats possibly come here? The place where these vampires live is filled with deathly energy, and normal creatures will instinctively avoid it. Even more bizarrely, this bat was abnormally obese, and the aura surrounding it was not that of a purely living creature. Something's not right. This isn't an ordinary bat. The vampire on the left gave a low warning, and a pale red glow of vampiric magic gathered in his hand. Unfortunately, before he could unleash his spell, Yang Tao in midair deactivated his transformation. A crow flies an airplane. Bang! A critical hit and a leaping strike occurred simultaneously, with high damage values rising from above the vampire's head on the left, interrupting his vampiric spell. Against vampires, the holy damage of the Wuji staff also proved effective. Soul Fire Talisman. The talisman exploded, and the vampire screamed in agony. A vampire only has a little over 1,000 health points in total, and after just one encounter, they're left with only half their health. Two skeleton archers, and the crouching dragon and Phoenix Chick appeared out of thin air beside him. In just one round of attacks, one of the vampires had its health bar emptied. Plus 60 experience. Silver Coin 1. Vampire Ashes 3. Life Potion 3. Vampire Fong 2. Book of Vampires 1. Pure Blood, 1/5, 3. Out. Logically, the Book of Vampires should be a rare item dropped only by high-ranking vampires, but now it can drop by killing ordinary vampires. This truly surprised Yang Tao. Focus fire and take out the other vampire. This time, my luck wasn't so good. I only got an extra vampire Fong. Looking at the dimly lit cave of broken teeth. Level up your vampire to level 6 before going in. Yang Tao called out to Wulong and Fengchu and quickly walked towards the ravine next to the Broken Tooth Cave. He found a relatively flat place and took out the materials he had prepared from his backpack. Altar pillars, altar spikes, and medicine altars. After arranging all the components, Yang Tao walked to the altar of potions and placed the still-beating human heart into the blood pool in the center. It's impressive that you can still jump. Consuming 5 hearts, I took out the Book of Vampires and silently chanted, "Upgrade." Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, hitting Yang Tao precisely. Level 4, level 5. Not enough. He took out a stone brick and filled it into the altar pillar, then returned to the potion altar. This time, he did not take out a human heart directly. Instead, he took out 1/5 of a bottle of pure blood with a golden bat-shaped stopper and threw it into the blood pool. After the pure blood had been absorbed into the blood pool, he took out 5 human hearts and threw them in. Luckily, they all have 3 hearts and 2 lungs, otherwise there wouldn't be enough robbers. The process of going from 4 to 5 and from 5 to 6 each requires 5 human hearts, but going from 6 to 7 requires 10, and going from 9 to 10 requires 15. Holding the Book of Vampires in his hand, he silently chanted, "Upgrade." The familiar lightning struck from the sky. The vampire technique transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body. It's done. Although a level 6 vampire cannot unlock the teleportation skill, they can unlock 2 very good skills. Vampire's Wrath. It greatly increases the user's speed and strength, but makes the user need more blood. Grants speed and strength buffs. Strengthening of the masseter muscle. Enhancing the user's blood-sucking efficiency and stopping at the perfect point will also increase the user's biting damage. Lifesteal skill damage increased by 100%. Just one more level, and the most crucial skill will be unlocked. Turning to look at the Broken Tooth Cave not far away, Yang Tao's eyes revealed a look of determination. Terminator. Users are allowed to wield the Heartseeker or Heart Piercer to instantly kill non-vampire creatures with less than 25% health. This is the main reason why Yang Tao chose the vampire race. Even teleportation is secondary. Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix. Let's go. It's time to get to work. He cast a healing spell to restore the health lost to the lightning strike, then entered the Broken Tooth Cave and gently waved his hand to completely seal the cave entrance. An octagonal battle to the death has begun. The dimly lit cave was crystal clear under the vampire's passive night vision. Who goes there? A vampire dressed in a black robe noticed this uninvited guest and immediately questioned him. The commotion here immediately triggered a chain reaction, and the vampires deep in the cave also rushed over in droves. Looking at the dozen or so vampires in front of him, Yang Tao, wielding the Wuji staff, showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, he revealed a wild smile. "Vampires, your emperor is back." Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The battle began instantly. The vampire's wrath was unleashed with a roar, and the dark red energy on Yang Tao's body surged. Speed and power buffs are applied to the entire body. A crimson hue appeared in Yang Tao's vision, and even his field of vision became wide-angle. With a powerful stomp of his feet, his body moved so fast that only a blur remained. The Wuji staff, imbued with a sacred white light that subdues evil creatures, slammed into the faces of the vampires with each swing, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. With a 60% damage bonus, even the Wuji staff has damage comparable to the divine sword. 2 skeleton archers kept firing arrows from behind, their angles so tricky that they were impossible to defend against. After just one encounter, these vampires showed signs of weakness. Bang! A blow landed on a vampire who was casting a blood-sucking spell. Vampire. A burst of red energy erupted. -91. Haha, we're all vampires. Who doesn't know how to take a few sips? The blood loss due to vampire's wrath was sucked up in this gulp. You're a vampire too. That's impossible. The crimson energy may be stimulating the nerves of these vampires, making these already red-eyed creatures even more ferocious. Chapter 109 Heading to the Ancient Tomb of the Desolate Waterfall. Bang! The cave, which had been sealed off by stone bricks, was broken open from the inside, and Yang Tao, who was clean all over, slowly walked out of the cave. High drop rate is great. In addition to the ordinary vampires, there were 2 elites and a level 20 vampire lord in the cave. Yang Tao. Level 17. Experience 12/17,000. Strength 26. Constitution 28. Agility 26. Spirit 76. Remaining points 0. Level 17. one step closer to level 20. After clearing the desolate waterfall ancient tomb, the experience bar should be about 1/5 full. Behind them, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, along with 2 skeleton archers, filed out of the cave. The 2 Wulong and Fengchu have also reached level 15, but their size hasn't changed much after leveling up. He glanced up at the moonlight, then walked straight toward the altar of potions used to increase a vampire's level. Level up to level 8 first, then go to the desolate waterfall ancient tomb. He now has the vampire book and pure blood, but he doesn't have enough human hearts. There are some humanoid Gundams near the desolate waterfall tomb. We can go over there later and take out some of their hearts. Walking to the altar, I took out the pure blood dropped by the elite vampire and threw it into the blood pool. This time was different from the previous 2 times. As soon as the pure blood entered the blood pool, red particles appeared on the altar spikes placed atop the altar pillars. Yang Tao chuckled softly upon seeing this. It's different when you're at a higher level. There are special effects when you level up. As human hearts were taken out and thrown into the blood pool, the crimson energy condensed on the spikes became increasingly concentrated. As Yang Tao took out the Book of Vampires, a beam of blood-red light shot out from the 9 pillars and landed on him. Boom. A silver column of lightning struck Yang Tao precisely on the head. Subtract 114. The damage from this lightning is getting higher and higher. Healing spell. He took out a pickaxe from his backpack and dug up the altar, its pillars, and its spikes, then packed them all up. With a slight thought, a pure white, goggles-wearing happy ghost appeared beside him. A staircase was built to make it easier for the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick to perch on the head of the happy evil spirit. Lie down properly, let's go. In the world of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, apart from dragons, there are basically no flying monsters. The desolate waterfall and ancient tomb were all too familiar to Yang Tao. He controlled the evil spirit and flew at a low altitude towards the throat of the world. The wild waterfall tomb is located high in the snow-capped mountains west of Creekwood Town. It is a large, ancient Nordic stone tomb embedded in the mountain. The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim could actually be renamed Tomb Raider Legends without any problem. It's either this ruin or that ancient tomb. The evening wind, carrying snowflakes, whistled past as Yang Tao maneuvered his mount to slowly land on the open ground in front of the entrance to the desolate waterfall ancient tomb. 1, 2, 3, 4. Several bandits were sitting around a campfire, eating black bread and drinking rum, their knives leaning against each other. The crackling fire illuminated their fierce faces. Do you really think there's treasure in these dilapidated ruins? One of the female bandits took a sip of rum and asked in a low voice, while the burly man to her left snorted and said, "Which ruin doesn't have treasure? Are you stupid? Once that elf unlocks the door, we'll live a good life with gold. This awful weather is freezing. We should really find a warmer place to rob someone." Suddenly, one of the bandits caught sight of them approaching up the stone steps out of the corner of his eye. He immediately grabbed the longsword beside him and stood up. "Hey, who are you? Get lost, or we'll make our move." He had barely finished speaking. Before the others could even turn around and figure out what was going on, 2 arrows had already pierced his body. Enemy attack. A loud shout caused the resting bandits to grab their weapons. "Watch out, it's a necromancer. Kill him. Leave no survivors." Several bandits immediately picked up their bows and arrows and pulled back the bowstrings. The arrow pierced Yang Tao's body, but only caused a series of negligible damages. Subtract 11, subtract 14, subtract 11, subtract 9. He didn't even bother to cast a healing spell for such a small amount of health loss. He raised the Wuji staff in his hand. Poisoning technique. Soul Fire Talisman. The talisman flew out and landed on the bandit who had been hit by 2 arrows. Well, now 4. Experience plus 36. Silver coin 1. 22 copper coins. 12 arrows. Worn out leather armor 1. Human heart 3. They killed Olaf. Avenge Olaf. Upon seeing their companion fall, the bandits immediately rallied together in solidarity against their common foe. Unfortunately, faced with absolute power, even a bandit without a small cosmos could only fall unwillingly in this icy wasteland. Yang Tao is now at the entrance of the desolate waterfall ancient tomb, looking at the heavy stone gate, on which are carved some Dino script. With a push, the seemingly heavy stone door was easily opened. Upon entering the main hall of the desolate waterfall tomb, a chilly, damp, musty smell and a heavy stench of death assault your senses. Several torches were stuck in the rock walls and stone pillars, their dim yellow flames flickering and illuminating the empty hall. Scattered on the ground were broken pottery jars, withered bones, and tattered cloth bags. In the corner, there were also some wine barrels and luggage, indicating that this place had been occupied by this group of tomb raiders for a long time. Hearing the stone door open, they all turned around and saw Yang Tao with the skeleton archer and the crouching dragon and phoenix chick behind him, and they instantly erupted in chaos. Damn it, are all the guys outside dead? How could they let outsiders in? It's a necromancer. Shoot an arrow. These bandits were clearly of a higher rank than the guys outside. Arrows flew in rapidly. Yang Tao raised his shield to block the incoming arrows. Vampire's wrath. Suddenly, my vision turned red, and everything in front of me slowed down. With a powerful push of his feet, he leaped forward, with the crouching dragon and the young phoenix close behind. Careful! An elite bandit leader raised his longsword and slashed at Yang Tao with all his might. He raised the Wuji staff and successfully blocked the attack. Vampire. After taking a bite, a red glow appeared on the elite bandit's body. It's a vampire, a mage. A mage. Vampires and necromancers are notorious in the Elder Scrolls world. If Yang Tao were to reveal his vampire identity and go to Whiterun with these bandits, then the city's guards and residents would definitely kill him first. A mage in a robe raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning shot out and struck Yang Tao. -37. It is impolite not to reciprocate. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The wild mage among the bandits immediately turned green. With the enhancement of the Wuji staff skill, Yang Tao's poisoning technique truly hurt. Poisoning skill level 2. Red poison. Increases the target's damage taken by 30%. Green poison. Prevents the target from naturally regenerating health. Deals 15% spirit damage every 2 seconds, ignoring defense/magic resistance. Given Yang Tao's current state of mind, this is tantamount to pouring arsenic into the enemy's mouth. Chapter 110 Running Fast. Leg broken. The main hall of the ancient tomb at the desolate waterfall. Yang Tao was holding a ceramic jar about 40 centimeters in diameter, shaking it vigorously with the opening facing down, but no matter what he did, he couldn't pour anything out of the jar. But he slammed it to the ground with force. Bang! Crash! Several objects flashing white light flew out of the jar. Spider egg 2. Blue mountain flower 1. Lockpick 2. Copper coin 43. That's fucking amazing. Yang Tao had to give this setup a thumbs up. He had checked the pottery jar countless times and was absolutely certain that it was empty. Is it because of the desolate waterfall ancient tomb, or do the pottery jars and burial urns in this world all have this effect? Although the items inside weren't valuable, Yang Tao thought that hiring NPCs to build a pottery factory and then bringing the pottery jars to the desolate waterfall ancient tomb for them to smash was a way to make money. Walking down the stairs into the depths of the desolate waterfall tomb, the tunnel was filled with white spider webs. Yang Tao gently flicked the spider webs with his Wuji staff. The spider webs vanished in an instant, turning into debris that flew into Yang Tao's backpack. Line 2. It's alright. We'll make it into wool and use it to pave the floor. Wool carpets are gentle on the knees. Continuing onward, after passing through a winding tunnel, they finally arrived at a large hall, where a bandit dressed in exquisite leather armor was studying the mechanisms inside. Bandit level 18. Elite. Health 2200/2200. A very powerful bandit. Normally, Yang Tao wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The bandits in front of him would simply pull the trigger and be riddled with arrows. In reality, the damage from the traps wasn't that high. It was purely a plot device. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. He raised his hand to save the elite bandits who were about to pull the lever. Who? Upon being attacked, the opponent immediately grabbed the long sword and shield behind him. Your father. Soul Fire Talisman. Flames suddenly exploded on the opponent, followed closely by the skeleton archer's arrows. He activated Vampire's Fury to increase his speed and charge forward. Looking at the angry elite bandit, he immediately raised his hand. Vampire. The rapidly depleting blood was almost entirely drawn back in one gulp. Soul Fire Talisman. The enraged bandits were overwhelmed by Yang Tao and his group's relentless attacks. Damn vampires. Hit the dog's head with a stick. Hit the dog's back at an angle. Yang Tao's self-created dog-beating stick technique is performed with great vigor and power. The elite bandits cursed incessantly, but unfortunately, they could only meet their demise on the spot. Plus 180 experience. Silver coin 6. 22 copper coins. Exquisite leather armor 1. Cracked yellow sapphire 3. Human heart 3. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. Backpack stacking limit increased by 10. After glancing at it, Yang Tao closed his backpack. TSK, nothing good. Looking around, this is a large hall filled with ancient Nord stone carvings. 3 walls are inlaid with 3 relief stone slabs depicting snakes, fish, and snakes, while the overhead compartments are filled with a dense array of crossbow mechanisms. Only by aligning with the symbols on the stone slab can the mechanism door be opened correctly, otherwise you will be riddled with arrows. In the corner were several modeled burial urns and broken pottery jars. Yang Tao casually kicked them one by one, shards of porcelain flying everywhere, and flashes of white light appearing one after another. Snowberries 2, Death Knell 1, Lockpick 3, Silver Coins 3, Copper Coins 51, Miniature Soulstones 3. These are all alchemical materials. Taking them back to sell to crafting professionals or having them help make potions are both good options. He walked straight toward the tightly closed mechanism door. The sturdy fence is reinforced with iron bars, making it even more secure. Mechanisms? Huh. I'm not on adventure mode. I don't care about this or that. He took out the diamond axe and struck the wooden mechanism door. Thump thump thump. Bang. The sturdy mechanical gate turned into debris and flew into Yang Tao's backpack. Squeak. Behind the gate is a spiral staircase. A sharp, urgent cry came from below the stairs. Upon hearing this sound, the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick immediately went into stress mode. Without waiting for the monster below to come up, they charged over barking wildly. Wait for me. Yang Tao quickly followed. Although he knew that the squeaking below was probably from those rats, he still followed behind like an old father to avoid any accidents. Reaching the lower level via the spiral staircase, the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick had already charged into the gray-haired giant rats. These mutated rats, which grow by feeding on human corpses, are over a meter long, excluding their tails, making them comparable to One-Ear's uncle. Normal cats would only be considered food for these giant rats. But they were a bit unlucky today, as they encountered 2 dogs catching mice. The 2-meter-tall crouching dragon and phoenix chick were overwhelmingly superior to these gray-haired giant rats in both size and attributes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wulong rushed forward and bit a giant gray rat. Click. As if something had broken, Wulong began to shake his head frantically. Death Swing. Although it's not considered a skill, the ability is automatically triggered when the crouching dragon and the young phoenix encounter small animals. The gray-haired giant rat's blood volume is decreasing at an unscientific rate. After only 2 shakes, the gray-haired giant rat in Wulong's mouth went limp and died. Experience plus 32. 16 rat teeth. Mouse skin 4. When Yang Tao saw the fallen items, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Did you knock all the rat's teeth off? Because he really knows how many teeth a mouse has. Common house mice, field mice, and rats usually only have 16 teeth in total. Squeak, squeak. A creature that was noticeably larger than the other gray mice jumped around frantically and made squeaking noises as it saw its companions being slaughtered. Giant rat level 15. Elite. Health 1500/1500. Yang Tao raised his hand and unleashed 2 poison spells. It was only a few copper coins, which he could afford to waste. Feng Chu is usually quiet and has a completely different personality from Zhuge Liang, but when he saw Yang Tao use his poison technique, he immediately pounced on him. Frantic biting. A dual suppression of bloodline and skills. The saying, "a barking dog bites," perfectly describes this guy, Feng Chu. Once Wulong realized what was happening, he ran to Feng Chu's side and let out a pitiful whimper, occasionally turning his head to look at Yang Tao. He stepped forward and patted Wulong's dog head. Okay, there's more to come. Just be faster next time. After dealing with this rather unimpressive giant rat, I obtained a giant rat whip. The entire whip is actually made up of a rat's tail. Its properties are okay, but it's not very suitable for Yang Tao to use. Put it in your backpack and sell it to Syria after leaving the instance to get money. They walked deeper into the tunnel, clearing away the increasingly dense spider webs. A cool breeze dispersed the dark and damp air in the tomb, clearly indicating that there was a connection to the outside world in the front. Has someone arrived? Is it Harknir? Bjorn? Thorin? A voice came from ahead. Abel the Swift. Upon hearing the voice, Yang Tao's lips curled up slightly. Unexpectedly, we meet again, Avel. He was once so naive that he actually believed Avel's lies while playing the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Chapter 111 Frostbite Spider. A blanket of white ice spiderwebs hung from the dome, covering the entire hall. At the entrance to the back passage from the main hall, Swiftman Avel was tightly bound in a cocoon, with only his head showing. His blonde hair was disheveled, and his face was ashen white. Seeing someone approaching, Abel's eyes widened instantly. The moment he saw Yang Tao, as if grasping at a lifeline, he burst into a heart-wrenching cry, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Help! Please help me. There's a giant ice spider up there. It's going to eat me." Yang Tao chuckled lightly, using his Wuji staff to clear away the spider's silk blocking his path. However, he didn't head towards the hall where Abel was. Instead, he stood at the entrance, looking at Abel with a half-smile, and said in a tone reminiscent of Lu Yu, "Oh, really? I don't believe it. Unless you show me how spiders eat." "Abel, do you want to hear what you have to say? Please, save me. I know the secret of the desolate waterfall tomb. I can help you obtain the powerful energy hidden by the dinner people in this tomb." "Are you talking about the golden dragon claw you stole? Or the stone wall that grants one the power of a dragon's roar? Or perhaps I should put you down so you can use the mechanisms of this desolate waterfall tomb to shake me off, or even let me die under the mechanisms, so you can keep all the treasure and power for yourself." Upon hearing this, Abel, who was wrapped in spider webs, widened his eyes in surprise. "You? How do I know so much?" Yang Tao took a step forward, and a hissing sound came from above as a giant frost-devouring spider leaped down from above. Frostbite Spider, level 20. Lord. Health 6800/6800. This frost-eating spider is enormous. It stands nearly 3 meters tall in the hall, and is at least 5 or 6 meters wide. Upon seeing the frostbite spider, Abel immediately let out a sharp cry, like a young virgin about to be violated. "Help me, I don't want to die." Yang Tao flashed a tiger-like smile. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Even if Abel dies, he shouldn't die in the mouth of this frostbite spider. Only children make choices. He wants the dragon claw, and he also wants the experience. The giant frost-devouring spider was stained red all over, and it didn't hold back. Yang Tao immediately opened its mouth and spat out a ball of spider silk. Stone wall. A stone wall rose up, keeping the spider webs out. "Spit it out more." Yang Tao shouted at the frostbite spider, then tapped the shield with his Wuji staff, making a series of thumping sounds. Provoked, the frostbite spider immediately hissed, and its 8 slender legs leaped over the stone wall, ready to teach Yang Tao a lesson. For example, the green toxins. Soul Fire Talisman. Flames exploded, and the frostbite spider spat out a mouthful of venom. Poisoning V025. Tisk, all you guys do is cause poisoning. Silently chanting, use milk. And with a sudden, unexpected drinking sound, the poison buff vanished without a trace in less than 2 seconds. Vampire's Wrath. He thrust the Wuji staff into the frostbite spider's mouth with all his might. Blowjob. Wulong activated its berserk mode and leaped down, biting the frostbite spider's leg. Yang Tao took the opportunity to get behind the spider. A sharp sword. A sharp eye. Hiss. Even Abel, who was wrapped in the spider web, felt the pain of the frostbite spider. He immediately tensed up and stared at the Wuji staff covered with the unsolidified spider web. Phoenix Chick, suppress. Frantic biting. With 1 human, 2 beasts, and 2 skeleton archers who could only shoot wildly, the frostbite spider desperately wanted to escape. It simply couldn't withstand the relentless attacks on its own. As soon as the Phoenix Chick suppression ended, it sprayed out a web that covered the crouching dragon. It turned around and tried to escape, but Yang Tao, who was prepared, flashed and blocked its retreat. Trying to run away? Did you report it? Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Vampire. Replenish the consumed blood. The frostbite spider let out an extremely shrill scream, and its 8 long legs immediately launched a frenzied attack. -31. -35. -42. For a moment, Yang Tao was completely suppressed. Healing spell. Mild treatment solution. Vampire. Yang Tao stood firm against the frostbite spider's attacks without retreating an inch. If the spider were to escape to the ceiling, according to its mechanics, it would definitely regenerate health rapidly. At that time, his poison powder, talismans, and magic power will be wasted. Little White, shoot faster. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. The crouching dragon and the Phoenix Chick also exerted all their strength, grabbing the frostbite spider's 2 hind legs and gnawing fiercely at them. 50%, 40%, 30%, 25%. Arrive. Yang Tao's eyes lit up suddenly, and he immediately replaced the Wuji staff in his hand with an ordinary flesh-colored longsword, which he gently extended forward. Subtract 1,231. The frostbite spider's remaining health was instantly wiped out, leaving it no chance to even reach the critical health stage. The Mind Explorer. Attack, 8. Vampire exclusive. The initial swing speed is slow, requiring the killing of a large number of creatures to increase proficiency. After increasing the charge level by 1, the damage increases by 8, and each attack consumes 1 charge point. The frostbite spider suddenly flipped over, its 8 legs retracting uncontrollably. Plus 1,000 experience. 1 gold coin, 12 silver coins. Spider Egg 1, Spider Egg 1, Spider Egg 12. Frostbite Venom 5, Ice Sac 4. Life Potion 5. Spider Eye 4 Line 4. Training Rations 10. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. Looking at the fallen items, Yang Tao was very puzzled. Why was the spider egg notification repeated 3 times? Does it mean important things need to be said 3 times? But this lord is too unfair. He doesn't even drop any equipment. Open the backpack. Golden, blue, and white spider eggs are arranged side by side in the backpack slots. Upon looking at it, a description of the item immediately popped up. Spider eggs. Bound by Yang Tao. Mount. Used to obtain a frostbite spider mount. Spider eggs. Pet. You will receive a mini frostbite spider pet after use. Spider eggs. Material. It seems to be able to refine some potions. Good heavens. Different people, different fates. Yang Tao took the golden spider egg out of his backpack and silently recited the command to use it. A frostbite spider that looked exactly like the frostbite spider boss from before appeared beside him, except that this frostbite spider was bound with some soft leather straps and a saddle. He's quite handsome. Mounts that drop randomly in the wild are more valuable than those sold directly in the city. With a thought, he put his mount away. I take back what I just said. This frostbite spider is truly generous. They're giving away a mount and a pet too. He then opened his backpack and found the training rations that had fallen out earlier. Training rations. The first food you upgrade for your dog will level it up to level 20. You can turn a tamed wolf into a DT puppy. Note, cannot be synthesized. Cannot be synthesized? Yang Tao felt his heart bleeding and could only console himself. If it can't be, it can't be. Anyway, killing monsters will drop it. With so many elites, lords, and even epic and legendary bosses all over the world, it will only take some time at most. Yang Tao closed his backpack, looked up at Abel, who was trapped in a spider web, and walked slowly to him with a smile on his face. 2 skeleton archers raised their wooden bows, and the crouching dragon and the young phoenix also gave him friendly smiles. Abel the Swift, I'd love to see if you're faster, or they are. Chapter 112. You run, I chase. The Heartseeker's long sword lightly sliced through the spider web, and the web, so tough that even a living person couldn't break free, instantly transformed into threads and flew into his backpack. Abel fell directly to the ground. At this moment, Yang Tao also got a clear look at Avel's physique in real life. A taut, exquisite leather armor covered her slender body. With slender limbs yet bursting with explosive power, he's clearly someone who spends his life stealthing, scaling walls, and running away. With gray-blue skin, golden eyes, and pointed ears, it has the typical appearance of a dark elf. I never imagined that a noble elf would stoop to this level. Some elves, even in their decline, are still full of arrogance, but Avel in front of me gives off a sleazy vibe. Avel didn't care about Yang Tao's teasing at all. He only felt 2 warm breaths blowing on his neck. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix were right next to him, sniffing his scent. Run, swift Avel, I'll chase you, and if I catch you, I'll hee-hee. Cold sweat beaded on Avel's forehead. He immediately pulled out the golden dragon claw from his pocket and said in a trembling voice, My lord, this is the golden dragon claw. It's the key to opening this ancient tomb of dinner. Yang Tao reached out and took the golden dragon claw, tossed it in his hand, and then, golden dragon claw. Quest items. It seems to contain some secrets. There were no other prompts besides a brief one. With a light laugh, he tossed the golden dragon claw to the ground, the gold striking the stone floor with a crisp sound. Aver's forehead instantly broke out in even more cold sweat. My lord, please don't kill me. Looking at Avel kneeling on the ground, Yang Tao said calmly. Don't worry, I won't kill you, at least not now. Lead the way, let's go see the so-called Dino treasure together. Avel had many thoughts running through his mind, but he really didn't know what Yang Tao's purpose was. A perfectly healthy adult. With the dragon claw lying on the ground in his face, Avel said obsequiously, I understand the symbols on the dragon claw, the door to the Hall of Stories. The Nords must be hiding many secrets here. Perhaps. Yang Tao was eager to know if Aval would eventually find out that the so-called power had actually been decided long ago. No one but the Dragonborn can comprehend the power left on the dragon language wall. Continuing onward, watching Aval's retreating figure, Yang Tao suddenly felt a pang of longing for Jill. Leveling up alone can be quite boring. He patted the crouching dragon that was staring intently at Aval, took out the training rations from his backpack, and silently recited, "Use to it." Training rations reduced by 1. Wulong suddenly turned to look at Yang Tao. Its eyes became more lively, and Yang Tao even developed the communication ability with it. Previously, Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong could only passively accept commands and express their emotions through roaring, but now they can be said to be one with their dogs. Wulong jump. Although the dragon gave Yang Tao a questioning look, it still obediently jumped up. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao's lips curled into a smile. Training food is an item in the Genius Puppy mod. Its effect is to increase the pet's level. Of course, this level does not conflict with Wansai's own level. This is a mod that can turn an otherwise harmless dog into a top-tier Bruce Wayne. 5 training rations were used on Wulong in one go, raising his level to 4. Rationally, Yang Tao knew he should use all the training food on one dog to make Wulong very strong. However, Yang Tao has always adhered to the principle of distributing benefits equally to everyone. Feed the remaining training rations to Fengchu, then open Wulong's attribute panel. After becoming genius puppies, Wulong and Fengchu also gained their own attribute slots. Wulong. Sex, female. Level 0. Remaining skill points, 19. You start with 15 skill points, and each level up will increase that by 1 point, and your maximum health will also increase by 5%. The genius puppy has 19 skills that can be learned, and each skill can be upgraded to level 5. However, Yang Tao's focus was not on the skills, but rather on staring at Wulong with some disbelief. Holy crap, you're actually a woman. He wasn't a pervert, and he hadn't really cared too much about the genders of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. He had always thought Zhuge Liang's personality was like that of a male dog. Wulong glanced at him, but didn't utter a sound. Looking at the dazzling array of skills, Yang Tao hesitated for a moment before choosing Black Strike, Hellhound, and Dog Dash. Black Strike level 4. 16% chance to critically strike. Upon critical strike, increases damage by 50%. Hellhound Max. Grant your dog a fire effect when it attacks, and make it immune to fire damage. Dog Sprint Max. When charging toward the target, movement speed is increased by 75%. These 3 skills alone significantly boosted Wulong's strength. When he opened Fengchu's attribute panel again and saw that his gender was male, he suddenly felt that things made sense again. Similarly, add the skill to all 3 skills. Watch out, there are ghouls. Perhaps lacking confidence, Swiftman Aval did not take the opportunity to escape, but instead issued a warning. Yang Tao looked up and saw that the tomb of the desolate waterfall ancient tomb was right in front of him, with niches carved into the rock walls on both sides. 2 neat rows, one above the other, standard dormitory bunk beds. Each compartment contained a corpse wrapped in tattered rags and rotting armor. Be careful, they're on the wall. Aval's voice trembled. He wasn't really that strong. His only advantage was his speed. Perhaps sensing the presence of a living person, a sound of bones colliding with armor came as soon as he finished speaking. A ghoul lying on the left wall suddenly opened its eye sockets. A ghostly blue flame lit up, and stiff arms pushed it out of the stone wall. Horror movies have become a reality. But Yang Tao is a Taoist priest. This wave of job opportunities is a perfect match. He reached out and placed his hand on Aval's shoulder, gently pushing him aside. Remember to cheer them on. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Tao looked at the ghouls wearing dinner armor and wielding shields and one-handed axes. Superior. The figure of the crouching dragon instantly transformed into a blur, appearing in front of the corpse demon and opening its massive mouth to bite down on it. Call. Flames rose up. These undead creatures have essentially negative resistance to fire. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. One after another, talismans flew out. Silently chanting in his mind. Wulong. Activate your skill. The already ferocious Wulong instantly became even more brutal. You start with 2 dogs, and all your equipment comes from playing. They easily dealt with the several ghouls. No additional human hearts were lost. But rotten flesh fell off. His gaze swept over Aval. Actually, you can try running it. They're not usually this fast. Aval's body trembled, and an expression more painful than crying appeared on his thin face. Sir, I really won't run away. I can help you solve the mystery. I I can lead the way for you. Run? He'd probably have barely taken a step before those two dogs were already biting the back of his neck. He, Abel, can also be loyal. Chapter 113, heading to the ancient tomb and sacred temple of the desolate waterfall. The most dangerous thing about the desolate waterfall tomb is not the corpses, but the traps that block tomb raiders. But these dangerous institutions have met their most stern father. With Yang Tao's violent destruction along the way, the mechanisms in this desolate ancient tomb were completely destroyed, and Yang Tao even dug up some traps with high iron content and stuffed them into his backpack. Abel became increasingly respectful. With a single blow, Yang Tao dispatched the ghoul in front of him, which was capable of casting ice spells, and then dusted off the frost that had settled on his clothes. The world of the Elder Scrolls is quite interesting. Even the undead can wield elemental power. The definition of professions in this world is very vague. He was wielding a one-handed axe and fighting you fiercely in close combat. Then suddenly he raised his hand and cast a frost spell. If he doesn't pull that trick, I'm doomed. Passing through a cave located in the ancient tomb of the Desolate Falls, we arrived at the front hall of the Nord Sanctuary. Sir, I'll pull the iron ring. It's the mechanism for this door. Yang Tao reached out to interrupt Abel, as if to say that this was not the case. Well, what if there's a trap? Wouldn't I die unjustly? I'll do it. Yang Tao didn't even use the main entrance. Instead, he swung his diamond pickaxe and banged it against the wall next to the sanctuary's main gate. Having gradually gotten used to digging up various blocks, he now dislikes puzzles and mazes more and more. If you have something to say, go talk to my pickaxe and lever. Thump thump bang. As soon as he broke through the wall, the desiccated face of a ghoul was revealed, its blue glowing eyes staring intently at him. Roar! Yang Tao was startled. Holy crap! He instinctively struck the ghoul in the face with his pickaxe, causing extremely minor damage. The ghoul also stretched out its withered hand and scratched Yang Tao fiercely. Go to hell. A group of ghouls followed behind this ghoul, and Yang Tao poured the lava into it without saying a word. In an instant, the lava and the ghouls underwent a strange chemical reaction, and the smell of roasted rotting flesh and tattered clothes flooded into the passage. Yang Tao quickly took a few steps back. Those ghouls were clearly intelligent. They all frantically ran away from the lava field. For a moment, the two sides looked at each other through the small gap. Roar! Mortals dare to trespass upon the holy land and die. TSK. Hearing the ghoul's voice, which sounded like a broken gong, he pulled a red cube out of his backpack. The word TNT is printed on the square. A mere rice dumpling dares to challenge me. You probably don't know what a black hand is. He took out a flint and lightly tapped it against the TNT in his hand. Sizzle. The sound of the fuse being lit rang out, and Yang Tao threw the TNT in his hand, which was flashing white light continuously. The TNT, originally the size of a palm, expanded as it was thrown, growing to a standard size of 1 meter square before even hitting the ground. Yang Tao turned and ran. Boom. A crater at least 7 or 8 meters in diameter appeared, and not only the passageway, but even the door next door was blown into pieces. Yang Tao took out the Wuji's staff, which was imbued with divine power, and pointed it at the elite-level corpse warrior. Go, kill that rice dumpling. 1 man, 2 dogs, and 2 skeletons charged at more than 20 ghouls. I'll crush you. Nord's rice dumpling clearly shouted out this sentence, and Yang Tao, not to be outdone, raised his Wuji staff and swung it at him. Bang! The sound of a wooden stick hitting a thick wooden board rang out. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Since you are dead, then lie quietly in your coffins. The tomb raider Yang Tao shouted, putting into practice the act of turning these Nord ghouls into real corpses. The spirit of Nord will never perish. The spirit is immortal, not the kind of immortality you possess. Poisoning technique. Soul fire talisman. With the blessing of divine power, even the elite ghouls were suppressed and forced to retreat by Yang Tao. Fuss. The ghoul warrior let out a low roar in dragon language, and a powerful impact struck Yang Tao. An unyielding force, fuss. A low growl sends the opponent flying and causing them to lose balance. Subtract 33. The damage is very high. However, Yang Tao, who was sent flying backward, simply exerted force in the air, and a white cloud appeared beneath his feet. Cloud bottle, double jump. He lunged at the ghoul warrior with even greater speed in midair. Critical hit, leaping attack. More than 300 damage numbers appeared above the head of the ghoul warrior. The heart-probing expert thrust out. The ghoul warrior, whose health was around 24%, had his health bar wiped out in one strike. Rest in peace. The soul fire in the eyes of the ghoul warrior gradually died out, and his corpse fell to the ground, indistinguishable from other ghoul corpses. Plus 120 experience. Silver coin 71. Copper coin 55. Nordga boots 1. Black soulstone, empty 4. Frost resistance potion 5. Training rations 10. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. With the help of skeleton archers, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix are wreaking havoc among the ordinary ghouls. Yang Tao simply didn't go over to help. Instead, he cast a healing spell on the dragon's head to restore its reduced health. Open the backpack. Nordga boots. Level required, 15. Durability 35 to 35. Defense, 15. Strength plus 5. Constitution plus 5. Increases cold damage by 5 points when attacking. The attributes are only SOSO, but the defense is higher than the tyrant boots he is currently wearing, and there is also an additional 5 points of cold damage. The damage from cold is not high. However, the fact that cold damage can slow enemies by 10% is quite appealing. Put your boots on immediately. Frost resistance agents. Increases ice resistance by 50% for 5 minutes. It's alright. It's not as good as the dissolving potion in the dark world, but it's enough. And 5 bottles fell at once. What else can he say? More than 20 corpse demons could only fall to the ground in resentment under the siege of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix. He walked over and collected all the fallen items into his backpack. The large amount of random and junk equipment was giving Yang Tao a headache. The backpack has a lot of space, but it can't withstand this kind of abuse. He casually tossed the trash out of his backpack, turned around to look at the entrance behind him, and saw that Swiftman Avel had already disappeared. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao's lips curled into a smile. They did manage to escape. That's normal. Given Avel's personality, it would be strange if he didn't run away. He didn't know if he would be suddenly killed if he followed him, so the safest option was to take the opportunity to leave. Yang Tao chuckled and then shook his head. It's just Avel. At most, he only gets 40 experience points. They walked deeper into the Dino sanctuary. Upon arriving at the deepest part of the desolate waterfall and ancient tomb, a large mechanical door blocked his way. The gate is decorated with many patterns. There are fluttering moths, owls, and polar bears, and in the very center of the gate is a recess for a golden dragon claw. The golden dragon claw is the key to open this last mechanism door. I walked forward, took out the lever from my backpack, and stuck it to the wall next to the mechanism door. Pull it down gently. The power of rules is at work. The heavy, mechanical door rotated automatically and aligned itself with the symbol. Click. The door clicked open. Then the door slowly opened. Solving puzzles is so much fun. Step into the final temple cave. Chapter 114, Do I Have the Potential to Become an Emperor? The interior of the temple cave suddenly opened up, and the surrounding rock walls were covered with faint fluorescent moss. A shallow pool of water flows quietly in the center. Ancient Nordic pillars support the dome, and the stone walls are covered with faded dragon language and murals of heroic spirits. There is an opening at the top of the cave, and a stream flows down from the opening. This first-age architecture from the Elder Scrolls world is quite nice. It looks very historical now. The Wastewater Tomb is a Nordic tomb built in the early First Age, during the period of the dragon cult. By the timeline of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, it has existed for approximately 3,200 to 3,400 years, making it a very old tomb. Crossing a moss-covered stone bridge, below lie snow-capped mountains, underground rivers, and streams formed by melting snowflakes. Upon entering the altar, one finds an altar, a table, a treasure chest, and a black stone coffin in the very center. Looking at the exquisite patterns on the outside of the stone coffin. According to tomb rating novels, I should be placing a candle in the corner of this altar right now. As the saying goes, man lights the lamp, ghost blows it out. When the rooster crows, the lamp goes out, so don't touch the gold. Following the custom, Yang Tao politely placed a torch in the southeast corner of the altar, then looked at the black stone coffin and teased. Well, if you don't want me to touch anything, then blow it out. If the torch doesn't go out, then I'll take it. He is a very principled person. Turning to look at the ancient, semicircular stone wall behind the altar, Yang Tao saw that the stone wall was inscribed with the language of the dragon race. Although it looked ordinary, Yang Tao knew very well that this stone wall contained the power of a dragon's roar. He stepped forward and reached out to touch the dragon script on the stone wall. Normally, after the Dragonborn arrives and sees the dragon script, it awakens its dragon bloodline, and only then will the ghoul overlord in the black coffin rise up. Does this mean I really have to pry open the coffin? He won't be able to complete the mission until he clears the desolate waterfall and ancient tomb, and if he doesn't complete the mission, he won't be able to leave the instance. If the dungeon drags on until the maximum time limit, not only will you fail and be kicked out, but you'll also lose a level. Helpless, he could only take out the diamond pickaxe from his backpack and walk towards the sarcophagus. If you won't come out, then I'll have to come myself. By the way, why can all the ghouls learn the dragon roar? Are they all descendants of dragons from past generations? The dragon is really playing tricks. The dragons in this world don't actually transform into humans. What's the dragon language for the first stage again? Fuss. As Yang Tao uttered the words, the fuss on the previously calm dragon language wall behind him suddenly emitted a golden light. He learned the dragon roar skill unyielding power, which is now sealed. The pickaxe, which had just been raised, stopped in midair. Bang! The stone coffin lid suddenly burst open, and a burly, dark figure nearly 2.5 meters tall slowly rose to his feet. This guy was clad in jet black, Nord heavy armor, and a faint mist of frost surrounded him. The hollow eye sockets burned with ghostly blue soul flames several times more intense than those of the ghoul warriors. The moment he gripped the ancient giant sword covered in dragon patterns, the temperature in the entire sanctuary plummeted. Corpse Demon Overlord Level 22. Lord. Health 6800/6800. It did not attack immediately, but merely lowered its head slightly, like a 1,000-year-old hero scrutinizing an intruder, and a deep, ancient roar carrying the might of a dragon rolled from its throat. Fuss. Yang Tao's eyelids twitched. They've arrived. Row. The air began to vibrate. Ripples spread across the surface of the pool, and the stone pillars swayed slightly. Da. The full version of unrelenting power. A violent shockwave slammed into them head-on, sending up a fierce wind and sending debris flying everywhere. A stone wall blocked Yang Tao's way, but in an instant, the stone wall was covered with cracks and fell to the ground as debris. However, the full version of the unyielding power was also largely neutralized. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Paint the ghoul overlord in front of you green. You're welcome. Yang Tao, who hadn't yet figured out the situation, could only deal with the corpse demon overlord in front of him for the time being. As the ghoul overlord raised his great sword, icy blue magic gathered. Ordinary ghouls all possessed frost magic, so the overlord's frost power must be even stronger. But Yang Tao didn't give it a chance at all. Phoenix Chick, suppress. With the boost from his dash skill, Phoenix Fledgling charged straight to the side of the corpse demon overlord. Yang Tao also unleashed his full vampire rage, raising the Wuji staff in his hand and circling behind the corpse demon overlord. Then, he raised it high and struck the alluring back of the head. State. The ancient Nord helmet, enhanced by the power of death and frost, did not decay, but instead became even more sturdy. The corpse demon overlord, in pain, swung its giant sword, and a layer of ice mist exploded, instantly covering Yang Tao's body with a layer of frost. The speed decreased sharply. Raising their shields to block the corpse demon overlord's subsequent attacks, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick pounced from the left and right, biting down hard on its leg armor. The Hellhound skill is triggered, and raging flames rise from the corpse overlord's body. Even as a lord, it is still a ghoul, inheriting the same weakness to fire, with a series of flames emanating from its head causing burning damage. The pixelated arrows ignored the ancient Nord armor on this creature, and a third of the arrows pierced into its body. Unfortunately, it looks fierce, but is actually quite weak. This ghoul lord's physical defense is practically maxed out. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. A perfectly suited Soul Fire Talisman landed on it, causing considerable damage. The corpse demon overlord suddenly opened its mouth. Zunhae-like. Yang Tao's Wuji staff and shield fell to the ground uncontrollably. Holy crap. It's sticky. Disarming Dragon Shout. Its effect is similar to stickiness. In an instant, after losing the skill enhancement of the Wuji staff, one of the two skeleton archers suddenly shattered. Unlike other professionals, anything he drops on the ground will be automatically sucked into his backpack if he gets close. Barehanded, he glanced at the weapons and shields that had flown to the side, then at the ghoul overlord before him. Wipe. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. His weapon did provide some spiritual enhancement, but only a little. Therefore, his Soul Fire Talisman was not greatly affected. Upon seeing this, the corpse demon overlord immediately raised his hand and unleashed a white frost spell. Yang Tao's health began to drop rapidly. Healing spell. He lunged toward the Wuji staff and shield that had fallen to the ground. Wuji stick 1. Shield 1. With a thought, he grasped it in his hand again. I hate playing with guys like you who take off their gear. Summon skeletons. A tall, black, withered skeleton appeared before the Lich King. The stone sword fell. Particle effects containing decay energy appeared on the ghoul overlord, turning its originally red health bar into a peculiar black, making it appear lifeless. Go in peace. I will take good care of your treasure. Upon hearing his words, the corpse demon overlord immediately roared, Thief! I will crush you. Call me a robber. Thank you. Chapter 115 Western Watchtower Dragon. The Mind Explorer is really useful. Yang Tao's ability to execute enemies at 25% health allows him to avoid many bosses' low health and rage mechanics. Plus 1,200 experience. 2 gold coins, 2 silver coins. Dragonstone 1. Frostbite Nord Ancient Greatsword 1. Ancient Nord's Belt 1. Large Soulstone 3. Black Soulstone, Empty 6. Potent Life Potion 2. Training Rations 10. Backpack Slot Limit plus 2. Large soulstones and black soulstones allow life professions like Nari to powerfully enchant weapons and armor. The difference lies in the types of souls they can accommodate. Ancient Nord Belt. Level required, 20. Defense, 12. Strength plus 8. Constitution plus 12. Increases ice resistance by 15%. Summon a level 20 ghoul for 5 minutes, consuming 500 soul energy. Soul energy 0/3000. What a great belt for a defensive class. It increases strength, health, and ice resistance. Unfortunately, it can only be equipped at level 20. The Frost Nord Greatsword, dropped by the same ghoul overlord, also has very strong stats, but unfortunately it doesn't provide any bonus to spirit and requires level 20 to equip. Looking at the corpse demon overlord lying on the ground, finally at peace. If this 1,000-year-old Zhongzi were to be transported to a cultivation world, it would probably require a level of 70 or 80 or higher. Unfortunately, this is the world of the Elder Scrolls, and it's quite remarkable that this 1,000-year-old zombie can even stand up. Walk to the treasure chest next to the altar and open it. Inside were just some random odds and ends, which Yang Tao stuffed into his backpack. Looking around, they searched through all the containers they could find and obtained quite a few burial goods. After finishing all that, Yang Tao took a look at the tasks. Cleaning up the desolate waterfall and ancient tombs. Completed. You can leave the instance freely. Forced evacuation time, 7 hours and 57 minutes. It seems we don't necessarily have to deal with all the people and monsters in the desolate waterfall ancient tomb. After all, he didn't kill Avel the Swift. Head towards the passage next to the dragon language wall. There is a shortcut there that leads to the outside world. If you take this route, you won't have to go through a long detour to leave from the entrance. After passing through a narrow passage and winding its way out of the desolate waterfall and ancient tomb, a ray of light shone into the cave tunnel from the entrance. Yang Tao walked out of the cave along the path. The platform outside the cave exit is located halfway up the mountain, surrounded by thick snow. Occasionally, 1 or 2 scattered pine trees were also adorned with snowflakes, turning them silvery white. Feeling the howling cold wind, Yang Tao couldn't help but shout. But the next moment, a ball of flame rose from his body. Yang Tao. Damn it, he forgot he's a vampire. The higher the level of the vampire, the more pronounced the negative buff effects they suffer under sunlight. Moreover, it also has a significant impact in water, which is why, despite having powerful abilities like the Terminator's teleportation and bat transformation, Yang Tao still always dreams of becoming a vampire hunter. Take a step back and retreat into the cave. The flames on his body vanished instantly. It's definitely inconvenient. Even a genius puppy wouldn't be as good. If eating training food could give him the talent and skills of a genius puppy, he would definitely give it a try. Feed all the training rations in your backpack to Wulong and Fengshu, raising their levels to 14. Looking at the extra 10 skill points, Yang Tao hesitated for a moment before summoning their 2 venomous fanged riding dogs. Once the venomous fangs are upgraded to level 3, they can make dogs immune to poisoning. After resolving their issues, Yang Tao opened his skill panel to check the unyielding power skill he had acquired. Unyielding strength. Fuss, power, not activated. Reduce row, balance, not learned. Reduce da, push, not learned. Fuss, power slight stun and minor knockback, causing the enemy to lose balance and become unsteady. A very powerful dragon roar, arguably the signature move of the Dragonborn, but I don't have dragon blood, so how did I learn this skill? Could it be that even descendants of dragons can do it? Yang Tao scratched his head. As for how to activate power, he knew very well that he only needed to go to the western watchtower of Whiterun and kill a dragon resurrected by Alduin to absorb the power of the dragon's soul, thereby activating the power of power. I glanced at the time of the forced departure. If I really am in the Dragonborn script, then if I go to the western watchtower, I will definitely encounter that dragon. If I kill it, I can master the power of the dragon's roar. He took the dragon stone dropped by the corpse demon lord from his backpack. Dragon stone. Quest items. This is an obsidian slab with a map of the sky dragon tomb on the front and dragon language engraved on the back. Perhaps you could give it to a knowledgeable person. Farinja, the court mage of Dragonfall Fortress in Whiterun City. Although the stone slab's description didn't specify who it was for, Yang Tao knew. He put the stone slab back into his backpack. If the western watchtower doesn't spawn dragons, then he'll try to enter dragons and to find the court mage Farinja. Then we'll start the main quest line for Rise of the Dragons and see if the western watchtowers actually spawn dragons. Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, you two sit here quietly and don't move. I'll go scout the place first, and I'll call you over when everything is alright. Woof, woof. After responding, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix obediently sat down on the ground. Transform into a bat. Yang Tao transformed into a chubby brown bat and flew towards the cave entrance. Strangely, the vampire mode burns, but the bats don't. They flew rapidly around the snow-capped mountain toward the location of the western watchtower. The real-world Throat Mountains are much more exciting than those in the game. Along the way, Yang Tao saw many level 30+ snow wolves, snow monsters, and frost-eating spiders wandering on the mountains, and some were even fighting each other. Yang Tao, a little bat, quickly flapped his small wings to get away from this bloody place. After flying for more than half an hour, Yang Tao finally saw the western watchtower located due west and south of Whiterun City. I landed on the collapsed watchtower and looked up at the sky. The good news is that we've managed to defeat the dragon. The bad news is that the dragon's level is a bit high. Milmanir, level 30. Lord. Health 10,000/10,000. A massive black shadow ripped through the clouds, letting out a terrifying roar. This wasn't just a figure of speech. Yang Tao genuinely saw a negative buff called pressure emanating from those white-clad soldiers. However, it had absolutely no effect on his mental state. Milmanir's scales reflected a metallic gleam, making it clear that this creature possessed incredibly formidable defensive capabilities. What is that? A white-clad archer pointed in terror at the sky. A dragon. It's a real dragon. The Whiterun archers standing on the watchtower let out trembling cries, and the Whiterun soldiers who had been resting inside the watchtower also ran out. The enormous body of the dragon Milmanir crashed onto the open ground next to the watchtower. Roar. Chapter 116, The Dragon Milmanir. A cold and majestic dragon roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth, causing the Whiterun guards to tremble and almost drop their weapons. Retreat. We can't stop this monster. The soldiers were terrified. Some turned and fled, while others gritted their teeth and drew their bows to shoot arrows. The arrows clattered against the dragon's scales, leaving not even a white mark. Yang Tao stood on the watchtower, gazing at the level 30 Lord Dragon, a thoughtful look in his small eyes. If they are paired with these level 20 Whiterunner soldiers, they should still be able to put up a fight. Milmoniel lowered his head, his scarlet dragon eyes sweeping over the panicked mortals, and he opened his mouth to unleash a breath of dragon fire. Two soldiers, their eyes filled with fear, stared at the oncoming flames, their hearts filled with despair. Right at this moment, Yang Tao's figure descended from the sky, directly blocking the two soldiers, along with a glass bottle containing an orange-yellow liquid. Bang! The glass bottle shattered, and the next moment Yang Tao, along with two soldiers, was engulfed by the dragon's breath. Before the dragon could finish exhaling its breath, four figures rushed out from within it. Yang Tao, who smashed down the splash-type fire-resistant liquid. The crouching dragon and the phoenix chick are immune to fire damage because their hellhound skill has reached level 5. And the wither skeleton, which is a hellish creature and immune to fire. They're all fire-type gods. Get a checkup. The Wuji staff, glowing with a white light imbued with spiritual power, was forcefully thrust into the mouth of the giant dragon Milmanir. -28. Without critical hits or leaping attacks, and with the level advantage, Yang Tao's damage output was pitiful. If the dragon's automatic health regeneration wasn't restricted, Yang Tao would probably have to stay here poking around for an hour even if the dragon didn't attack. Who? The dragon's breath vanished instantly. Milmoni let out a gagging sound, then angrily opened his mouth and bit at Yang Tao. Raise the shield. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Bang. He blocked Milmoniel from biting him like a cookie and forcefully swung the Wuji staff to smash the giant head. -29. Soldiers, take up your weapons. Today is the day to slay the dragon. The Imperial soldiers, who were originally terrified, were completely stunned by Yang Tao's fearless act. Some people stood frozen in place, while others gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes shifting from fear to shock. He withstood the dragon's breath head-on. That's a dragon, and it didn't even break its skin. An elite Whiterun soldier captain immediately drew his longsword and shouted, "Everyone, listen to my command. Archers, fire. Soldiers, attack the dragon's flanks." A series of damage numbers, only a dozen or 20, appeared above the giant dragon's head. Although the damage was somewhat low, the sheer number of these soldiers was overwhelming. A single volley of arrows could still inflict hundreds of points of damage. I glanced at the health bar above the giant dragon's head. They can fight. What's wrong with a level 30 lord? We'll just treat you like a world boss and grind you down. Milmoniel roared and flapped his wings, sending the 3 soldiers on his flank flying backward. Healing spell. Yang Tao's skill landed on the soldier with the lowest health. The injured must protect themselves. Survival is victory. Hearing his words and seeing the soldier's complexion gradually return to normal, everyone's morale soared. This was a warrior with extremely strong healing abilities and a hunter who could summon skeletons. The deterrence buff disappeared from their heads. Bang! The wooden shield shattered, but it still managed to block Milmonir's vengeful blow. Summon skeletons. A skeleton archer appeared to the side, raised his hand, and shot an arrow into the dragon's eye. Even if pixel arrows can't actually damage the dragon, planting too many will still obstruct the dragon's vision. Milmonir's hatred was unlike that of an ordinary monster. After being shot in the eye by an arrow, he immediately turned to look at the skeleton archer not far away. A filthy undead creature. He opened his mouth wide, ready to unleash a fiery baptism upon the skeleton archer. The 2 dragons, who were of one mind with him, immediately joined him and pounced on Milmoniel's dragon head. Shut up. Frantic biting. Because of the difference in level and rank, Feng Chu's skill lasted for less than half a second, but it still interrupted Milmoniel's skill. Very good and very powerful. Yang Tao leaped up and landed his staff on the giant dragon's head, then was swatted away by Milmoniel's claw. Healing spell. When the cooldown of the healing spell ended, Yang Tao didn't use it on himself, but instead cast it on another heavily injured Whiterun city soldier. Mild treatment solution. With a powerful leap, he adjusted his posture and raised the Wuji staff again, striking Milmoniel on the head. Milmoniel roared in pain. His massive body suddenly trembled, and his wings whipped up a gale that sent several soldiers who couldn't dodge in time staggering backward. As he watched the giant dragon soar into the sky, Yang Tao continuously unleashed soul fire talismans. Fireworks exploded on the dragon's body. Everyone, gather together. Although the Imperial soldier captain didn't know what Yang Tao was going to do, his overwhelming strength had already impressed him. All personnel, listen to my command. Assemble before me. The soldiers of Whiterun were indeed quite skilled in combat. Upon hearing their captain's order, they immediately rallied together. As Yang Tao looked up at the giant dragon in the sky, he explained, "This dragon will definitely use its aerial advantage to breathe fire. My potion can make you immune to fire damage for a short time." After saying that, he threw out a bottle of splash-type fire-resistant liquid. The bottle hit the Imperial soldier captain precisely on the head, shattering with a bang, and orange-yellow particle effects appeared on the soldier next to him. You've all seen the effect. If these orange-yellow particles disappear, it means the potion has lost its effect, so be sure to hide. He cast another healing spell on the soldier lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Archers, spread out and attack freely. Melee classes dodge. Beware of the dragon. It's coming. Before he finished speaking, Milmonir in the sky flapped his wings and swooped down towards the soldier's assembly point, accompanied by a gale and flames. The crimson dragon's eyes were fixed on the ants below, and its mouth spewed forth a torrent of fiery dragon breath, determined to turn these annoying mortals to ashes. Everyone scatter! The Imperial soldier captain immediately shouted, and all the soldiers scattered around the watchtower. Dragon breath swept over several soldiers. I'm really fine. Ha 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 ha. Shoot an arrow. Shoot an arrow. Yang Tao ignored the ecstatic soldiers and stared calmly at Milmoniel. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. To prevent Milmonial's resistance from being too high and causing the poison spell to lose its effect, Yang Tao cast 2 more poison spells. The normally devastating dive dragon breath attack failed to have any effect this time. There's no way around it. The fire-resistant potion is just too overpowered. Seeing that the dragon's breath had no effect, Milmonial descended from the air and stomped on the skeleton archer. Splash. As expected, the skeleton archer's body turned red, and he collapsed to the ground, turning into a cloud of smoke. Noob. Chapter 117, The Dragon Slayer. His little whites had always been disbanded by him, so when had they ever been killed? He never expected that today a black-haired man would send off a bald man. Yang Tao raised his hand and delivered a blow filled with hatred. Soul Fire Talisman. Damn it, if it weren't for the long cooldown of summoning skeletons, I would have drowned it with skeletons today. Meanwhile, a cavalry unit from Whiterun City charged toward the western watchtower from afar. The lead rider was a tall and slender female general, clad in silver armor and wielding a longsword. It was Captain Aurelia of Whiterun. The dark elf's deep gray skin stood out against the lush green grass, and his pair of sharp, scarlet eyes were so striking that one glance was enough to make anyone afraid to look directly at him. She and Avel the Swift are both dark elves, but she is the captain of Balguff's personal guard in Whiterun and is very powerful. Avel was just a petty thief. The watchtower wasn't far from Whiterun, and the dragon's roar when it appeared had already caught the attention of the guards on the Whiterun city walls. Aurelia's was the person sent by Lord Balguff of Whiterun to investigate the situation. Speed up! Aurelia shouted and spurred her horse, leading more than 10 elite cavalrymen straight toward the western watchtower. Meanwhile, in front of the western watchtower, Yang Tao's eyes were fixed on the health bar above Milmonial's head. Healing spell. A silvery white light fell on the crouching dragon. Thanks to the Genius Puppy module upgrade and the T-Virus essence, its current health has reached 2,600. Compared to the Lord Boss, it only lacks defense and attack. Keep attacking. It's at its last gasp. In 3 more minutes, it will surely die. Yes. Although the soldiers of Whiterun were physically nearing their limits, their spirits were incredibly high. This is a dragon. Just surviving from its clutches today would be enough for them to boast about back in Whiterun, let alone now having the honor of slaying a dragon. Suddenly, the sound of horses' hooves came from afar. Yang Tao looked in the direction of the sound and saw more than a dozen cavalrymen rapidly approaching the western watchtower. He frowned and raised his shield to block Milmonir's claws. Damn, something's changed. After drinking a mana potion, the mana consumed begins to rise at an extremely rapid rate. Summon skeletons. The little white dog that had been trampled to death reappeared on the battlefield. Aurelia's, who had rushed close, reined in her horse, her crimson eyes sweeping across the battlefield, taking in the situation. Seeing Yang Tao withstand the dragon's attack, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, she did not hesitate at all. She dismounted, drew her long sword, and its cold light was sharp. White Wanderer elites, form ranks. Shoot its wing membranes. Infantry follow me to hold it off. Her voice was cold and decisive. She nimbly dodged the dragon's sweeping tail and rushed to its side. Her long sword pierced through the gaps in the scales with swift and clean movements. Subtract 104. The damage output isn't very high. More than 10 cavalrymen quickly dismounted and split into 2 teams. Archers drew their bows and shot arrows, raining down on the dragon's wings. The infantrymen then stepped forward with thick hemp ropes to wrap around the dragon's feet, completely extinguishing its ambition to take off. The Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim is a world with various giant creatures, such as mammoths and giants that are now extinct in reality. Therefore, soldiers also have certain methods to deal with giant enemies. Milmonial struggled angrily, easily throwing the soldiers holding ropes away. Healing spell. The silver light fell on the wounded soldier, and Milmonial flapped his wings, stirring up gusts of wind. The soldiers beside him could not even stand up because of the strong wind, and their bodies were blown backward. Trying to run? Looking at the dragon whose maximum health is about to reach 25%, how could I possibly let it have its way? Just because it doesn't run away in the game doesn't mean it won't run away in reality. If this weakened dragon escapes, he'll probably burst into tears. With a leap, he double-jumped onto the dragon's body, slamming the Wuji's staff heavily into it. Bang! Milmoni let out a roar of pain, and with a powerful push of his legs, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Yang Tao took out reins from his backpack and tied them to the dragon. One wasn't enough, so he took out 2 more. The way the reins were tied was very special. It went into the dragon's neck, but didn't harm it, which was quite amazing. I'll let you fly? I'll let you fly. Yang Tao gripped the reins tightly with one hand, while wielding the Wuji staff with the other, striking the top of the giant dragon's head. Double-digit damage numbers kept appearing, and every now and then a critical hit would occur. Due to his physical structure, Milmonial could only frantically shake his body, unable to attack Yang Tao's back at all. Knock knock knock. After a barrage of blows, Milmonial was completely enraged. He immediately turned 180 degrees and folded his wings, letting his body be captured by gravity. The powerful wind pressure held Yang Tao firmly to the dragon's back. Fight to the death. Yang Tao struck the dragon again, this time triggering a jumping attack. As Yang Tao fell through the air without his feet touching the ground, he perfectly met the trigger conditions for a jumping strike. 2498. Now, Yang Tao put away the Wuji staff in his hand and replaced it with the flesh-colored heart probe. With a powerful thrust, the heart prober's long sword pierced through to the root. Reduced 2498. Milmonier suddenly widened his eyes, let out a mournful roar of resentment, and then his body began to roll uncontrollably. Even with 3 reins holding him back, Yang Tao was still thrown off. Plus 1,500 experience. 3 gold coins. Silver coin 66. Dragon scales 6, dragon bones 4. Ruby 3, topaz 5. Dragon bone armor 1. Dragon bone helmet 1. Increase backpack slot limit by 3. Yang Tao glanced at the dropped equipment and almost drooled. Unfortunately, they were all level 25 dragon sets, which he could only look at but not use. It was torture. I heard from people on the forum that if you get a scale or a piece of dragon bone from hunting a dragon, you're considered lucky. It seems that stealing is still too authoritative. I closed the backpack and adjusted my falling posture. The next second, he stood silently on the ground, where there was no sign of damage, and no damage numbers appeared above Yang Tao's head. Immunity to fall injuries is not just a claim. The next moment, Milmonial's body also fell down. Bang! A deep pit appeared in front of Yang Tao. For some reason, a sentence suddenly popped into Yang Tao's mind. There's a meteorite in every impact crater. Isn't that a coincidence? Due to the distance, the crouching dragon and phoenix chick skeleton archer and the wither skeleton all teleported to his side. Wah! Wulong made a wrong sound, and Yang Tao reached out and patted Wulong and Fengchu's heads, laughing. All right, I'm fine. As he walked toward the dragon's corpse, when he was about 6 or 7 meters away, Milmonial's sturdy dragon body seemed to burst into flames, turning directly into golden light and flying into Yang Tao's body. In just a few seconds, the enormous dragon body was reduced to a skeleton. Unyielding power activated. Chapter 118: A Triumphant Return. Aurelia dismounted from her warhorse, strode forward, and stared at the golden light of you absorbing the dragon's soul. That's a dragon's soul? Are you a dragonborn? I am Steve. Yang Tao wanted to take the dragon bones on the ground back with him. After all, they were extraordinary creatures. Even if they couldn't be used as materials, it would be great to send them directly to the winery to make wine. Unfortunately, just like the monster's corpse, the dragon bone has no value once it dies, and it can't even fit in a backpack. Aurelia was taken aback by his nonchalant attitude. After all, the Dragonborn were legendary beings in Skyrim, yet this person was so indifferent. Steve. Ignoring the mistake, Aurelia looked at Yang Tao and said in a deep voice, "We should not stay here any longer. The resurrection of the dragon is no accident. The news of the dragon's return will soon spread throughout the sky. We must return to Whiterun as soon as possible and report this to Lord Balguff." Yang Tao glanced at the dark elf Aurelia. This woman is the strongest tank in the early stages of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. As long as he follows the other party to Whiterun, he will surely gain a follower, just like in the story. But Yang Tao refused. Without mods, the women in the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim are soulless. Simply put, it's a rude rejection. I'm sorry, I have some things to take care of and can't go back with you. Well, I'll be going now. He flipped over and mounted the sleeping dragon. See you again sometime. After saying that, Wulong ran out quickly. With the help of the riding dog skills, Wulong carried him and ran faster than it could run on its own. Etc. Aurelia didn't react at all and could only watch as Yang Tao's figure suddenly disappeared. The appearance of dragons and Dragonborn must be reported to Lord Balguff. She mounted her horse and returned to the western outpost. Looking at the soldiers celebrating her survival, She immediately ordered the cavalryman who had come with her. You will stay here and provide temporary support. Kana, you come with me back to report what happened here. Yes. Despite his aches and pains, the Whitron city soldier captain was full of energy and immediately responded. On the other side, Yang Tao, who had manually left the instance, suddenly burst into flames. Although this amount of fire damage is negligible for his current life, but it is indeed quite eye-catching. Brother, are you alright? A knight in full suits of armor standing nearby asked with concern. It's nothing, just special effects. Brother, but you're losing health. Just a little bit of blood. He cast a healing spell on the top of his head and immediately left the Elder Scrolls instance area under the admiring gaze of the other party. Sigh, vampires can't even come out during the day, but the Terminator's 25% kill chance is just too good to pass up. Unlike H City, the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim instance is located in J City, so after leaving the instance, Yang Tao rode the crouching dragon towards a remote edge of J City. Along the way, Yang Tao encountered many kind people who offered to help him put out the fire, but he declined them all. Wiping the water off his face, Yang Tao looked at the sincere girl in front of him and gave a helpless smile. It's okay. You can go now. You meant well. The girl, holding a wand taller than herself, blushed and bowed repeatedly to show her sincerity. I'm sorry. I thought you were on fire, so I cast a water spell directly. You're right, but this fire is hard to put out. Just think of it as a negative effect on the equipment. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yang Tao tried to bring his gaze back and smiled. It's okay. I'll be going now. Controlling the dragon to leave, they headed straight for a park in the suburbs. After looking around and finding no one, they took out a shovel and began to vandalize the public environment. He quickly dug underground, blocked the entrance, and then lowered the magic tower stairs. With a thought, he returned to H City from J City in the blink of an eye, saving on 5 more cracked gemstones. With the money we saved, how about we open a jar? The thought had barely crossed Yang Tao's mind when he lightly slapped himself. Drugs destroy families and lead to death. Gambling breaks up wives and children. Earthenware pots have caused countless brave warriors to be unable to return home. These are all cautionary tales. Jill. I went into the living room and called out, but received no response. Not home. Yang Tao plopped down on the sofa, ignoring the crouching dragon and phoenix chicks who had been teleported back, and took out his phone to dial Jill's number. Jill answered the phone very quickly. Yang, you're back. Just got home. Where did you go? I'm at the library with Celia. I'll be right back. No need. I'll just come back with Celia tonight. Hang up the phone. A thought arose in his mind, and soon Wulong, who was lying in the doghouse, raised his head to look at Yang Tao, turned his head slightly, got up and walked to the refrigerator, took out a bottle of cola, and walked to the sofa. Yang Tao smiled as he took the Coke. Well done, Bruce. Extend your finger to open the cap of the glass Coca-Cola bottle. The Puppy Genius module is really useful. This wasn't the first time Yang Tao had expressed his feelings, but they were all heartfelt. Jill didn't wait until evening. She returned home less than 20 minutes after hanging up the phone. Yang Tao, who was looking through the news that the inner area of Grand Forest had been occupied by monsters from Minecraft, heard the door open and looked towards the doorway. Why are you back so soon? Jill changed into slippers and sat down next to Yang Tao. Was this dungeon mission difficult? Upon hearing this, Yang Tao recalled the various aspects of the Elder Scrolls dungeon. Difficult? What makes it difficult? His strength far exceeds his current level. Going to a dungeon to fight monsters of the same level would be nothing short of bullying them. The two super elites, Wulong and Feng Chu, also possess the ability to hunt down elite-level monsters even if they are of a higher level. When both of them attack together, they can even take on a boss of the same level, not even counting Yang Tao's support from behind. It's alright, but the dungeon starts off a bit sneaky. Starting with Alduin, isn't that sneaky? Go take a shower first since you just got back. I'll make you something to eat. As Jill walked towards the kitchen, Yang Tao was somewhat surprised. You can cook. Egg sandwich, bacon sandwich, vegetable sandwich, or steak, pork chop, vegetable salad, pasta, mashed potatoes. Yang Tao. He could almost see KFC beckoning to him, and he swore that Jill's fast food was definitely not as good as the KFC he frequented. You've worked hard. I'm going to take a shower now. After a quick wash, he finished the snacks Jill had prepared. He didn't know if it was because Jill had been with him for a while, but the bacon sandwich tasted pretty good. As the saying goes, don't worry about the details, just eat and drink your fill. 2 simple hours passed. My phone, which was on the bedside table, suddenly started bombarding me with notifications. Blood Moon Event Countdown, 9:59. Holy crap. Aren't you already? I was talking about the Blood Moon, not you. Chapter 119, The Blood Moon Returns. Bo. He withdrew and got up. Jill, there are only 9 minutes left in the countdown. We need to hurry. After saying that, Yang Tao quickly left the living room, ran to the storage box, threw the useless junk in his backpack, and then took out all the iron blocks. I'm going to the outskirts of Grand Forest to pick up some things. Jill quickly put on her clothes, just as a piercing alarm sounded in the apartment building. I called Sister Shunned and asked her to come over quickly. I ran to the balcony and used the floor teleporter to get to the underground area outside Grand Forest. As soon as I arrived, I saw 2 villagers transporting crops back and forth between the farmland and the boxes. Steve. Upon seeing him approach, the 2 villagers, like enthusiastic fans, immediately rushed to him with small, quick steps. The harvests of hellwort and wheat are good, but the space for sugarcane planting is a bit small. Steve, should we expand it? Yang Tao glanced at the lush crops and smiled. Trading a bunch of worthless things for 2 precious villagers was a worthwhile deal. When that unscrupulous merchant arrives, we must treat him to a drink before hanging him up. Thank you for your hard work. How are the pumpkins? Upon hearing this, the villagers instinctively grunted, then said, the number of pumpkins planted is the smallest, only a few dozen. Okay, that's enough. Having more pumpkins is pointless. He doesn't have that many iron blocks anyway. Suddenly, a splash of red in the corner of the space caught his attention. Hell rock? The red glimpse in the corner of the space was none other than the hell rock of the lower realm, and the image of the lower realm portal flashed through Yang Tao's mind. The moment the nether portal was activated, the soil and rocks near it were instantly infected and assimilated into netherrack and magma blocks. Wasn't it supposed to have stopped? Why is it still spreading? Yang Tao wanted to close the portal, but with the blood moon about to descend, it was more important to go to the city to assist in the defense. He ransacked the place and took all the pumpkins. Finally, looking at the 2 villagers, Yang Tao was still a little worried, even though he knew that the blood moon monster wouldn't spawn underground. They used an iron block and a pumpkin head to create 4 iron golems. Don't run around. The blood moon is here today. It's very dangerous. Hearing his words, the 2 villagers exchanged glances and asked, Blood moon? Is it the kind of blood moon where monsters appear in hordes and become much stronger? Yang Tao looked at the villagers in surprise. You know about the blood moon? I remember it. All right then, it's pretty much the same. You guys stay here, I'm leaving now. He waved and quickly returned to his apartment via the floor teleporter. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he saw that Sister Shunned had already arrived. Ayong. Jill, you take Sister Shunned to the underground shelter. I'll go to the first floor to assist with defense. Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, you 2 go and see if there are any idiots sleeping at home on the floor. In the eyes of other professionals, the Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix are green named and would not be regarded as monsters at all. Summon skeletons. A pure white skeleton archer appeared in the living room. Be careful, I'll take Sister Shunned and leave first. Jill was definitely not the fussy type, and she didn't say anything about staying to help Yang Tao. During a blood moon, the swords of professionals are indiscriminate, and the languages of monsters are incomprehensible. After assigning tasks, Yang Tao quickly went downstairs. Without taking the stairs or the elevator, he jumped directly off the balcony. It landed steadily on the ground. Because of the advance warning, many professionals were already waiting at the apartment entrance. However, most of the professionals this time were new faces. This is normal. After all, there is a lot of mobility among professionals. People who want to level up after reaching a certain level will move to another city, or some people will be training outside and can't come back temporarily. These are all normal things. But that doesn't mean I don't know anyone there. As soon as he came down, someone called his name. Yang Tao, over here. Looking in the direction of the sound, 3 girls were standing at the door. Chunming. During the last blood moon, this girl helped him clear out the monsters in the apartment building and saved several unlucky guys. I never expected to run into him again. He walked up to her and asked with a smile, why are you at the apartment entrance? Of course, it's because I'm already level 10, and this time I finally don't have to watch the show in the lobby anymore. Chunming suddenly remembered something and pulled her 2 female companions aside, saying, this is Su Yun, and this is Ling Shuang. They are both my teammates. Su Yun is an Amazon archer, dressed in a dark green outfit that accentuates her agile figure. Her eyebrows and eyes are lively and pretty, her almond-shaped eyes are curved like a new moon, and her skin is a healthy wheat color. Because of her profession, She possesses the spirited and untamed charm of a mountain girl and a wild aura. Ling Shuang is a heavily armored warrior, wearing a set of light leather armor. Her dark hair falls over her shoulders and is tied up with a ribbon. Her face is cold and stunning, with eyebrows like distant mountains and eyes like cold stars. How about it? Aren't my teammates beautiful? Want to team up with us? Let me tell you, we level up really fast. Ling Shuang slapped her on the head and scolded, "Don't talk nonsense." She then turned to Yang Tao and introduced herself. "Hello, my name is Ling Shuang, a level 10 warrior. I've always heard Xiaomeng say that you have great command skills." "Not bad, Yang Tao, level 17 Taoist." Qin Meng, who was rubbing her head, froze upon hearing Yang Tao's words. She looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. "What level do you say you are?" "Level 17, soon to be level 18. Qin Meng suddenly shouted, attracting the attention of the surrounding professionals, but she didn't care at all whether she had become the center of attention. Instead, she rushed in front of Yang Tao, grabbed the collar of his soul armor, and shouted, "Yang Tao, are you cheating? I only sleep less than 6 hours a day, and it's taken me so long to reach level 10. And now you're telling me you're level 17, and about to reach level 18. Huh? Speak up, look my eyes. Answer me." During the last blood moon, everyone was perfectly fine with their poverty, and now, how come you're driving a Range Rover? Yang Tao reached out and used the legendary head pat. "Comrade Xiaoming, I just used the time you spent sleeping to drink cola, so your leveling speed is a bit fast, which is normal." Qin Meng stiffened and released Yang Tao, looking as if she were indifferent to the heavens, and ran back to Su Yun's side, burying her head in her broad chest. "Why is he able to reach level 17? That's not how it works in reality. You should compete with me more, then level up and gain skills. Send me a message from time to time to tell me how difficult it is to level up alone. Then there's a special interaction between us during this special holiday, Blood Moon." Finally, during a leveling event, he showed me his leveling progress and challenged me to a duel. "I agree to team up with you, and then I'll show you my special CG. How can you jump straight to 17-something? That's not how it is in reality. I don't accept this." Yang Tao rested his hand on his forehead. The next moment, blood descended. Blood-red figures appeared in both the sky and the streets. Qin Meng, who had just been burying her head in her hands and crying, instantly returned to normal and took out her magic staff. "Get ready. Hold off those monsters." Chapter 120 The Eye of Cthulhu. A blood-red demonic eye swooped down from the sky toward Yang Tao. "Summon skeletons." The second skeleton archer appeared out of thin air, and its pixelated arrows shot out instantly, hitting the demon eye's pupil squarely. With its dive interrupted, the demon eye, now bearing the arrow, had no choice but to adjust its posture and prepare for the next dive. Well done. The skeleton archer's archery skills are truly impressive. With a thought, another skeleton archer that was originally in the living room of his house appeared beside him. Then he took out the iron block and the pumpkin head. Knock knock. The sound of the blocks being placed attracted the attention of several professionals nearby. Qin Meng, who was closest to him, asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "To create puppets." "Puppet." Bang. The 4 iron blocks plus a pumpkin head instantly transformed into a level 15 iron golem, still equipped with the heavy armor attribute. The newly born iron golem glanced at its surroundings, and, without Yang Tao giving any orders, strode towards the distant zombies. Bang. The left punch deals high damage, and the right punch deals high damage. In just one exchange, the charging zombie was struck by the iron golem's smooth combo, unable to even land. Qin Meng was utterly dumbfounded. "So this is why you level up so fast?" Being able to summon a level 15 helper at any time, and a very strong one at that, makes leveling up faster understandable. "I guess so." Kind-hearted Yang Tao didn't say that the iron golem was a burden to him, so as not to dampen Qin Meng's enthusiasm for leveling up. With the creation of 4 iron golems in one go, the professional guarding the apartment was instantly relieved of much of the pressure. Some medical units even discovered that these iron golems had significantly higher defense and health than other professionals of the same level, greatly reducing their healing burden. Some quick-thinking individuals immediately calculated that they could reduce their treatment dosage by a quarter and take turns going back to drink mineral water, thus significantly reducing their energy expenditure. Qin Meng raised her magic wand and pointed it out, sending out a series of ice spikes. "How long can these puppets last?" This world has all sorts of puppets, such as the professional puppets that drop in the sky tower. After use, it can summon a professional puppet of the corresponding level, which will disappear after the time is up. Yang Tao stretched out his hand, and waved one finger at Shenming. An hour? That long? A puppet's duration of 10 or 20 minutes is considered normal, while one that lasts for half an hour is considered exceptional. An hour has never happened. Yang Tao smiled and didn't explain further. You guys keep watch for now, I'll go check out the city gate. After saying that, Yang Tao called Wulong to his side, flipped him onto the dog, and then suddenly darted out. Riding the crouching dragon allows you to attack, which alone surpasses 90% of other mounts. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Whenever a monster is low on health, the skeleton archer can always teleport precisely to its side and then finish it off. In just a few minutes, 1 man, 2 dogs, and 3 skeletons had already rushed to the main city wall of H City. The scene here was far more horrific than at the apartment entrance. Arrows, spells, and cannon fire intertwined in the air, forming a web of death. Below the city, zombies and skeletons swarmed, and the sky was filled with large demonic eyes and blood-dripping eyeballs. Several large Blood Moon elite monsters were frantically charging at the city walls. The city walls were built by craftspeople, and they can also be destroyed by monsters, but they have high defense, so it's not so easy for monsters to break through. We must not let these monsters rush into the city. Pay attention to healing. Frontline tanks should focus on damage reduction and keep their survival skills up. Mages should focus on AoE damage. Melee agility classes should protect spellcasters. Standing at the foot of the city wall, one could hear the commands coming from above. Yang Tao flipped over and jumped off Wulong. They ran quickly toward the city wall. Holy shit. Hundreds, or even thousands of monsters simultaneously attacked this section of the city wall at the city gate, and coupled with the blood-red light, it truly felt like the end of the world had arrived. What profession? What level? Taoist priest, 17. A Taoist priest? What is her specialty? A panacea. Upon hearing this, the newcomer looked up and gave Yang Tao a very serious look, then pointed to the edge of the city wall. Taoists don't have high compatibility with other professions. Go over there and attack freely. Your level is relatively low, so if you can't hold out, retreat first, understand? Clear. The average level of the professionals on the city wall is over 20, and the level of the monsters is also over 20. It is indeed a bit risky for Yang Tao, who is only level 17, to come here. Yang Tao quickly led Wulong, Feng Chu, and the 2 skeleton archers to the location the man had pointed out. This made him chuckle even before he launched an attack. There were 8 people in a row. Including him, 5 were Taoists, 2 were necromancers, and 1 was a rare DNF summoner. He exchanged a smile with the other 4 hidden Taoist priests, everything understood without a word. Hostile units cannot see the cloaked unit, but friendly units can. Since neither of the crouching dragon nor the young phoenix had any ranged attack methods, Yang Tao arranged for them to guard him. Whenever a demon eye rushed down, the 2 of them would pounce on it and bite it. However, the 2 skeleton archers were having a great time shooting. Soul Fire Talisman. Bro, how did you summon that skeleton archer? Was it a mutation? Or a boost from equipment? I'd call it a mutation. When a Taoist priest reaches level 38, their summon skeleton skill will automatically upgrade to summon mutant skeleton. At level 1, you can summon 2 mutated skeletons. Their attack power is higher than that of divine beasts, but their defense and health are somewhat lower. The Taoist priests beside him all looked enlightened upon hearing this. In this world, those who possess mutated summon creatures are people who have both luck and strength. You feel an evil presence watching you. Yang Tao, who was seriously throwing out soul fire talismans, saw the pop-up notification and immediately looked up at the blood-red sky. That doesn't make sense. How could the Eye of Cthulhu appear together with a blood moon? But they just showed up together, and he couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, another Taoist priest next to him also spoke his mind. Damn, we're fighting a boss. Clearly, he also saw the notification. A giant eyeball, at least 7 or 8 meters in diameter, emerged from the blood-red clouds. There was a slight commotion among the professionals on the city wall, but they quickly calmed down under the command of the leader. Level 30 legendary boss, 30,000 HP. Range classes should keep their distance. Healers should find suitable positions. Dark paladins should switch to aura, and Warcraft paladins should use blessing. Barbarian, activate battle cry. Several strong, bald men shouted from the city wall, and waves of power spread through their voices, boosting everyone's strength. Yang Tao looked at his soaring defense and strength, and even his skill level had increased by 1 level. The barbarian, who had abandoned combat skills, chose to become a battle commander. Combat command, level 24. Effect, Increases the level of all skills of the entire team by 1. Prepare for battle. Chapter 1, 21 Summoning Mutant Skeletons. Summon Skeleton Level 2. Consume 50 mana and 5 spirit talismans to summon a mutated skeleton from another world to fight for you. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. The skill descriptions seem unchanged, except for the addition of the word mutation. Summon skeletons. A skeleton archer who was shooting arrows suddenly froze, and then turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared. A burly figure wearing leather armor appeared beside Yang Tao. Even with a slightly hunched body, it was about 3 meters tall, and the wooden crossbow strapped to its arm looked very powerful. Mutant Skeleton Level 17. Health 680/680. Defense, 50. Attack, Level 2 adds 140% of Taoist magic power. Right hook, shot, volley, rib strike. The mutated skeleton's attack remains unchanged from the regular skeleton, but its defense is increased by 50 points, and it also learns 4 new skills. This can be considered a compromise between the skeleton archer and the wither skeleton. Wang Defa. Isn't this a bit too strong? Yang Tao had an urge to tie up a level 24 barbarian with the howl skill, just like a hunter might want to tie up a druid. It smells so good. The other Taoist priests summoned a second skeleton, and their summoning power doubled accordingly. As they spoke, the Eye of Cthulhu swooped down. Their pure black pupils were incredibly deep, as if they could absorb even light, and a terrifying feeling arose in the hearts of all the professionals. It's a feeling of being spied on and seen through. It was as if something indescribable was watching them through that eye. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Unaffected, Yang Tao habitually unleashed 2 poison spells. The Eye of Cthulhu, originally white and bloodshot, instantly turned its gaze toward Yang Tao, who was holding the Wuji staff. Yang Tao, what the hell are you guys doing? Just watching and not attacking. The commander finally roared. Melee fighters, damn it. You're drawing aggro. The Taoist priest who used poison, get out of here. The paladin is ready to protect you at any time. Protective hand. Instant cast, 5-minute cooldown. The skill lasts for 6 seconds. Grants the target physical immunity, but prevents them from physical attacks / spellcasting. The target also gains autonomy. Self-discipline. You cannot use invincibility, protection, holy light, or divine protection on him for 2 minutes. Yang Tao knew he had launched a preemptive attack, but he had no choice but to bite the bullet and go for it. He took out his shield from his backpack and immediately moved away from his friendly forces. As soon as he ran, the support units found him. One buff skill after another was thrown at him like it was free, and the paladins were always waiting for their health bars to be instantly protected, so that at least he could survive. The next moment, a roar came from the Eye of Cthulhu, and then it turned into a blur and crashed into Yang Tao. There's no way to avoid it. There's absolutely no way to avoid it. Bang! The shield was shattered by the extremely high damage, which also made Yang Tao immune to the impact. Focus fire. Focus fire. Activate bloodlust. Wait for cooldown. Front row taunts to draw aggro. The overwhelming barrage of skills nearly engulfed the Eye of Cthulhu, but the damage inflicted was pitifully small. The highest damage was just over 100 points. Normal damage is only in the double digits. There were even single digits. The Eye of Cthulhu charged down again, and Yang Tao raised the holy shield, increasing his defense by another 100 points. Minus 120. The numbers that appeared above Yang Tao's head silenced the entire city wall. Only Yang Tao's heart was screaming. Holy crap! The Eye of Cthulhu's charge attack has 800 points. Subtracting his current defense of around 200 from 800 points, and then reducing damage by 80%, it still deals 120 points of damage to him. If this were any other spellcaster, they would probably die from a mere graze or a single hit. Only those tanks with over 1,000 health points and 200 or 300 defense points can survive under the Eye of Cthulhu. A holy light descended upon him. Add 142. The milk supply was clearly overflowing. The commander, who had just been shouting and mocking, immediately yelled after seeing the 120 damage number. Reduce DPS. Be careful of over-aggroing. Melee fighters have completely forgotten about taunting and aggro-generating skills. Other support players, keep an eye on this iron block status. The overwhelming attack suddenly paused and slowed down considerably. Buzz. Red light appeared on Yang Tao's hands. Bloodlust. For 40 seconds, the entire raid's melee/ranged/casting speed is increased by 30%. Are they trying to make me take the blame? Yang Tao gripped the Wuji staff tightly, staring at the Eye of Cthulhu charging towards him once again. I'll take it. It's just an Eye of Cthulhu. To deal even 1 point of damage to him, without considering defense, you would need 5 points of attack, which is extremely cost-effective. Pastor's Prayer of Perseverance. Increase maximum health by 25%. Druid Oak Sage. Increase maximum health by 25%. Barbarian Combat System. Increase maximum health by 50%. Yang Tao, who was being taken care of alone, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The maximum health limit increased by a total of 125%, which made Yang Tao's temperament change. Iron Skin Solution. Potion of Life. After drinking the 2 bottles of potion, although the effect was not as good as the skills of those professionals, they had the characteristic of not conflicting with skills. Vampire's Wrath. A touch of bloodlust appeared amidst the various lights emanating from Yang Tao's body. He raised his head, his scarlet eyes fixed intently on the Eye of Cthulhu swooping down. Fuss. A visible shockwave caused the Eye of Cthulhu, which had turned into a blur, to pause. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Tao dodged to the side, avoiding the impact. Those Dragonborn professionals. Friend, something doesn't seem right here. Taking advantage of the Eye of Cthulhu's collapse, Yang Tao leaped into the air and summoned his slime mount. The blue slime fell rapidly and landed precisely on the Eye of Cthulhu. Subtract 34. It deals more damage than those caused by professionals below level 20. Under the watchful eyes of a group of professionals, Yang Tao, riding a slime mount, was propelled high into the sky by the Eye of Cthulhu. You can actually do it like this? Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Poisoning Technique. Poisoning Technique. The boss has high resistance, which shortens the duration of the poisoning spell. Fortunately, Yang Tao often applies 2 layers of poisoning spell. Feeling that it was about time, Yang Tao immediately dismounted and performed a leap of faith from high in the sky. Even so, Yang Tao did not forget to throw out a series of spirit talismans. This feud should be settled. When we were still more than 10 meters away from the city wall, the descent suddenly slowed down. The next moment, his body was pierced by the Eye of Cthulhu. -97. Who the hell used a slow descent technique? -99. Without any leverage, Yang Tao was a sitting duck in midair. Add 207. The lost health was casually restored by a priest. Feeling provoked, the Eye of Cthulhu immediately fixed its gaze on Yang Tao and stopped charging. One by one, level 30 Demon Eye minions emerged from its dark pupils. A fierce battle has officially begun. Chapter 1:22 Defeating the Boss. Teams 1 and 2, clear out the minions. Teams 3 and 4, continue attacking the Eye of Cthulhu. The solo players and reserve teams, clear out the Blood Moon monsters. The healing team, send a few people to heal the Taoist priest. The reserve tanks, be ready to take over at any time. The command was extremely decisive, and the plan was assigned in an instant. Yang Tao paid no attention to anything else at the moment. His attention was entirely focused on the Eye of Cthulhu. Its health bar is steadily decreasing. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Flames exploded on its body, causing negligible damage. However, whether it was due to the poison spell or the slime mount's direct attack earlier, the Eye of Cthulhu's aggro remained firmly locked onto him. It's damn tough. To deal with it normally, you need to be at least level 35 with top-tier equipment, or at least level 40. So you're all timid and submissive in the game, but in real life you're a ruthless fighter? Fuss. The dragon's roar slowed the Eye of Cthulhu's descent considerably, and the Wuji staff swung out a blur of motion, striking the Eye of Cthulhu. Poisoning Technique. The mutated skeleton archer's attacks are extremely sharp. The crossbow on its arm fires at a lightning speed, much faster than that of the skeleton archer. Shooting. A crossbow bolt emitting a white light pierced through the Eye of Cthulhu's body. Slow 005. This crossbow bolt was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Eye of Cthulhu flew into the sky and began to spin in place, its enormous pupil being flung off, revealing a gaping maw full of sharp teeth. Numerous demon eyes flew out of its mouth. Half health, second stage. The most ferocious phase of the Eye of Cthulhu is yet to come. Roar. The Eye of Cthulhu let out a roar, and then its body seemed to vanish. Bang. Subtract 114. A phantom passed through Yang Tao's body. That's too fast. The second phase of the Eye of Cthulhu's charge is something he can't possibly dodge now. Healing spell. Roar. The scream rang out again, and the Eye of Cthulhu, as if possessed, charged forward once more. Run. While the Eye of Cthulhu still harbors hatred towards him during the dash, its dash range is significantly increased. Any professional along the way who gets touched by him loses 300 or 400 or even 500 of their health. Sleeping Dragon and Phoenix Chick, stop the little demon eye. Mutant Skeleton, use scatter suppression. Upon receiving the command, the Crouching Dragon and the young Phoenix immediately roared and pounced on the little demons that were charging down, tearing at them with their huge mouths and slapping with their sharp claws. They restrained the demon eye minions one by one. However, the difference in their levels also allows them to protect themselves. The mutated skeleton stood still, its wooden crossbow spinning rapidly, instantly unleashing a scattering skill that sent more than a dozen white bolts raining down on the demon eyes. Summon skeletons. A second mutated skeleton archer appears. The stench of blood in the surroundings grew stronger as Yang Tao stared at the massive health bar above the Eye of Cthulhu. 47%. As its health decreases, the Eye of Cthulhu's impact speed increases. Various skills were unleashed on the Eye of Cthulhu during the brief moment it paused in its charge, accumulating considerable damage. Healing spell. Yang Tao has now stopped resisting, as his agility makes it impossible for him to see where the Eye of Cthulhu is. All I could hear were the roars echoing in my ears. So Yang Tao simply sat down on the city wall, letting the Eye of Cthulhu crash into him. Damn it, with my talent for attracting hatred, I should have switched to a warrior or barbarian class. The Eye of Cthulhu has already set its sights on me. He took the Mind Explorer from his backpack. If the Eye of Cthulhu's health drops below 25%, any attempt to charge at it will be suicide. He was bombarded with various healing skills, and at this moment, he was not much different from the damage test dummies in the Terraria world. 2 minutes later, bored out of his mind, Yang Tao held up the Heart Seeker. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. His level broke through from 17 to 18. Not only him, but also the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick showed golden light after the upgrade. There wasn't even time to see the situation clearly. The next moment he was engulfed by shattered flesh and blood. Experience plus 500. Eye of Cthulhu Loot Bag 1. Training Rations 20. Increase the maximum number of accessories by 1. Scavenger 1. The Eye of Cthulhu is dead and has extremely high experience points. Even with so many people present who were judged to have participated in the battle, Yang Tao still gained 500 experience points. It's hard to believe how much experience you could gain by killing the Eye of Cthulhu alone. I'd better give up. I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to last even half a minute. Without the support of various skills, with his current health, he simply couldn't withstand the impact of the Eye of Cthulhu. With the Eye of Cthulhu dead, all the professionals breathed a sigh of relief. Each team should take their assigned post and guard their assigned area. If any emergency occurs, immediately sound the alarm. The commander immediately shouted for all the relaxed professionals to cheer up, as the blood moon was not over yet and the monsters were still attacking the city walls. Yang Tao returned to his assigned position, and the other lazybones who had just returned all turned to look at him. The Taoist priest standing next to Yang Tao immediately gave him a thumbs up. Brother, you're tough. I didn't believe you before that the difference between people was greater than the difference between people and dogs, but now I do. You'll catch up with the top tier sooner or later. Yang Tao smiled, took out a bottle of mineral water, and gulped it down. Then I'll take your good wishes. The other party did not inquire about his situation. All professionals in this world have some secrets or trump cards. No one would be foolish enough to ask about someone else's situation. However, this excludes government officials. Tomorrow morning, officials will definitely come to him to ask him some questions. After all, a level 17 Taoist priest who can withstand a level 30 legendary boss sounds like a fantasy story. But Yang Tao remained completely calm. Seeing his mana restored, Yang Tao immediately unleashed a soul fire talisman and rejoined the battle. Time passed quickly, until 4 a.m. the next day, when the blood-red sky faded, revealing a pale, fish-belly white color. Yang Tao plopped down on the city wall. Although he, as Steve, felt no physical fatigue, the mechanical use of talismans still made him feel somewhat tired. He took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it into his mouth. It's finally over. This time we should at least get a good rest in the city. By the way, Brother Yang, did you open the loot bag from the Eye of Cthulhu? Why don't we open it together and see who can get the Cthulhu shield? Overnight, Yang Tao became acquainted with the professionals around him. Hearing what Brother Su said, he opened his backpack and took out the loot bag of the Eye of Cthulhu. Brother Su, I've got plenty of lucky charms. Don't worry about me having a tough time or driving a Range Rover. Don't worry, your Brother Su isn't that kind of person. After saying that, he opened his bag of spoils, his expression first showing helplessness and then joy. I didn't get a shield, but the loot rewarded me with over 40 silver coins, along with potions and magic ore, so it's worth a total of 70 silver coins. Upon hearing Su Ji's words, Yang Tao also opened his bag of spoils. 1 gold coin. Cthulhu Shield 1. Magic or 25. Evil Arrow 50. Huh, not bad luck. Cthulhu Shield. Accessories. Damage 30 melee. Defense 5. Critical hit rate increased by 4%. Allows players to dash towards enemies and double-click in one direction. The attributes look rather ordinary, and it doesn't seem like an item dropped by a level 30 legendary boss at all. However, the Cthulhu Shield has a hidden property. When using the charge skill, it will be invincible for a moment upon impact. Sugu stared in surprise at the Cthulhu Shield that suddenly appeared in front of Yang Tao, then laughed and joked, "Forget it. This is boring. I'm leaving now." The kind where you don't have to use the stairs. Chapter 123 Divine Transformation Module. Don't be nervous, sit down. Yang Tao sat on the sofa in the apartment and looked at the staff in front of him with a smile. I thought you guys would come when I took out the iron golem last night. Sister Shan carried a pot of water and poured tea for several staff members. Thanks. A middle-aged man in his 40s thanked Sister Shan and then sat down on the sofa next to her. Mr. Yang, your performance yesterday was truly remarkable. Yang Tao picked up his teacup and took a sip. I don't like to play games. Let's get straight to the point. Iron golems can be mass-produced, and the materials are relatively cheap for me. As for why my defense is so high, it's because I have 2 classes and can wear a little more equipment. You probably know that I can use Dragon Shout. As for the skill mutation, that's beyond my control. As for other matters, is there anything else you'd like to ask? After saying that, Yang Tao took another sip of tea. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He had clearly not expected Yang Tao to be so frank, and all the probing questions he had prepared were stuck in his throat. He coughed lightly, his polite demeanor vanished, and his tone became serious. Mr. Yang is indeed straightforward, so we will speak frankly then. On behalf of the H-City Professionals Administration, we would like to cooperate with you to purchase your iron golems for city defense and stronghold defense, especially during times of crisis like the Blood Moon. The role of iron golems is beyond doubt. Yang Tao looked at the other party and suddenly smiled. No problem, but the official side should at least show some sincerity. That's natural. After saying that, the other person took out a golden mask from his backpack and placed it on the table. Upon seeing the mask, Yang Tao immediately sat up straight on the sofa. Seeing the style of the mask, he already had the attributes of this piece of equipment in his mind. Face of Fear. Level required, 20. Add 1 to all skills. Add 20 strength. Add 25 defense. All resistances increased by 10%. 50% damage to undead. That's incredibly sincere. This kind of dark gold equipment is probably only dropped by bosses level 30 and above. Moreover, it's not a bound item from the dungeon. This kind of equipment will never appear on the market. Alright, I'll take the equipment. To be honest, money doesn't mean much to me right now. If possible, I'd prefer to get some equipment that increases my strength. He paused for a moment, then said, I'm about to reach level 20 and am planning to move to a second-tier city. I hope to find a suitable place to live. That's no problem. Do you have any cities you'd like to visit? City C. City C was a city he had carefully considered, not only because it had a pig cave, but also because it was very close to the corruption lands and the jungle. I will relay your request to my superiors, and if possible, then the iron golem. I will first make 30 iron golems. They possess simple intelligence and can understand your simple commands. When Yang Tao is creating the iron golems, he can give them orders to obey other people's commands, but this must not be known to the authorities. Otherwise, if he creates tens of thousands of iron golems, the authorities will have to be on guard against him. By the way, iron golems can level up, just like professionals. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and smiled. We already know about this. When the blood moon ended, one of the iron golems you left behind had already reached level 16. After chatting for a while, Yang Tao followed them out of the apartment and headed to the Professionals Association. He created 30 iron golems in one go, using up all the iron blocks in his backpack. Back home, after working hard for several days, it's all gone in one night. Iron golems consume far too much iron. Then what should we do? Jill stepped forward and asked, What should we do? Of course, we should borrow it. Putting aside other instances, Resident Evil is full of steel everywhere, and the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim also has various ores, among which iron ore is plentiful. In addition, I took the cleaner that I had dropped yesterday out of my backpack. Cleaner. When you kill a creature with a weapon imbued with this spell, there is a chance that it will drop twice, which is equivalent to killing 2 identical creatures. The probability is 2.5% of the spell level. It can be stacked with robbery. Mythical module. This is a module that completely changes the rules of enchanting. The original enchanting table has a maximum level of 30 and can only enchant level 5 enchantments. However, the advanced bookshelves in the Divine mod can raise the level of the enchanting table to 100, and the corresponding enchantment effects can break through to level X, level 10, or even higher. However, the materials required for the bookshelf are quite complex and can only be obtained by defeating certain monsters. Additionally, the enchantments added in the Divine mod cannot be obtained through fishing. They can only be obtained through the enchanting table. Hopefully, defeating elites and bosses will reward you with rare materials. Jill looked at Yang Tao, who was deep in thought, walked to the refrigerator, opened it, and took out 2 bottles of Coke. She really likes to drink cold drinks. Yang, where are we going next? Yang Tao snapped out of his daze upon hearing this and looked up at Jill. Let's go to the magic tower first. You take the crouching dragon and phoenix chick to farm some rubies and sapphires to improve their attack and defense. I'll go to the challenge mode and bring you another floor teleporter so you can teleport with me. Jill nodded slightly upon hearing this. After resting for a while, Yang Tao took Jill in the elevator to the top of the apartment building and summoned the happy ghost to fly towards the magic tower. Time passes. After successfully passing the level again, Yang Tao left the magic tower with the stairs, floor teleporter, symmetrical flight device, lucky coins, and 10 defense gems as a new reward. TCH, it's just that some stairs were dismantled. What do you mean by not following the rules to conquer the demon tower? This level 100 demon king is too stingy. With a thought, Feng Shu appeared out of thin air beside him. In this way, Jill, who was farming gems inside the magic tower, should know that he had come out. Once I have my own teleportation stone tablet, who will need your broken staircase? We'll still need a floor teleporter. It's utter garbage. Sitting on the open ground outside the magic tower, with his eyes fixed on the entrance, Jill led Wonkai out of the magic tower 10 minutes later. He got up and went to greet her. How was the harvest? Jill shook her head slightly. The drop rate seems even lower than what the forums say. I only got 1 attack gem in 2 hours. As she spoke, Jill reached out and took out a red gem, handing it to Yang Tao. You can keep it for yourself. Don't worry, after a while, I guarantee I can make the monsters in this demon tower drop their entire fortune. Stealing X plus the scavenger, along with the lucky potion that can now be brewed, will allow for a single, decisive strike. The scene was so beautiful that Yang Tao felt it was somewhat exaggerated when he thought about it. Let's go to the base on the outskirts of Grand Forest first. I need to make some things first. Chapter 124 Heading to the Resident Evil 4 world. The Lower Realm. Yang Tao rode the happy ghost in search of the eerie forest terrain, as he needed to create a very important enchanting storage table, which is the spell library in the new version. This thing functions similarly to the equivalent exchange table in the equivalent exchange module, except it's an equivalent exchange table for enchanted books. You can put enchantment books that you don't need right now or can't put away into it, and you can exchange them for corresponding points, which can then be exchanged for other enchantments. However, the enchantment level you receive will only be calculated based on the best one you have ever stored. You can't put in a durability item and then take it out. To craft the enchanted library, you need an ender chest, and to craft an ender chest, you need ender pearls. This is a good opportunity to farm some more ender pearls. Ender pearls allow users to teleport to the location where the pearl lands, making them a very useful item. With the presence of the happy evil spirit, he soon spotted that eerie blue forest. This is the only terrain in the nether that spawns endermen. Yang Tao patted the top of the happy evil spirit's head, suspending it at a safe height, and then leaped off the happy evil spirit, landing on a tall, eerie fungus. As soon as he got down, he felt a force pulling him to the side. What? Magnetic attraction? Elites right off the bat? He took the Wuji staff out of his backpack and soon an enderman, whose body was pitch black but emitted purple particles, appeared in his sight. Enderman. Health 400/400. Take the prepared wooden boat out of your backpack and place it at your feet. He looked up at the enderman who hadn't noticed him yet, or rather, hadn't intended to pay him any attention. Upon noticing his gaze, the enderman instantly went into stress mode. The enderman, which had been quietly strolling around, immediately trembled all over and charged at him with its mouth wide open. Soulfire Talisman. Whoosh. Before the Soulfire rune could even touch this thing, it used its teleportation ability to dodge the Soulfire rune's attack. Yang Tao. Is this how you play? I can't even dodge Soulfire Talisman. Endermen are immune to projectiles such as arrows and tridents. A rule-level ability. Even without space for teleportation, it can ignore projectiles. A teleportation is just to let you see it. The Enderman's roar sounded behind him. Yang Tao calmly turned around and looked at the Enderman who was already sitting steadily on the boat. Yeah, I knew you were going to launch a sneak attack. Ships are also a rule-based existence for monsters in the original Minecraft world. As long as you pass by, you will be automatically sucked into the ship and sit on it. He swung the Wuji staff and landed it on the Enderman. Bang bang. Ender Pearl 4. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. Diamond 2. Nether elites can also drop some extra items, but they don't give experience. After wandering in the eerie forest for over an hour, I collected hundreds of Ender Pearls. Return to the outskirts of Grand Forest. You're back. Did you find the things? Jill, who was observing the villagers, heard the commotion and looked at Yang Tao, who had just returned. Found it. I'll make a bookshelf first. Walk up to the box, find all the materials you've stored up, and use the crafting table to craft an enchanting table and a bookshelf, then place them on the ground. The original version of the game only has a maximum of 30 bookshelves. The lack of a main world is a real hassle. There's no other way but to bite the bullet and go for it. The candle withered and the skull was used to create some nether bookshelves, which were then infused with experience. Looking at his experience points, which had turned negative again, Yang Tao felt heartbroken. Forget it. Let's just say it's to wait for Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. After building the framework, I created the enchanted library and stuffed it with all the enchanted books I got from fishing, and then put the cleaner's book in there. 2 books were redeemed directly. Use an anvil to strike it onto the Wuji rod. Jill, let's go. Let's go to the Resident Evil 4 instance first, and then we'll go to the Elder Scrolls instance again in a few days after it's on cooldown. Although he really wanted to improve his enchanting skills, he didn't have the materials. So he had no choice but to farm some elites and bosses first, and also improve his Dragon Shout skill. Upon hearing about the Resident Evil crisis, Jill's eyes revealed a complex expression, but she quickly nodded slightly. Okay, that's exactly what I wanted to know. After a quick preparation, the two rode the happy ghost straight into the depths of the ruins. Looks like we're not too late. After entering the Resident Evil 4 instance, Yang Tao glanced at the mini-map and discovered that the hunter's cabin in the game's storyline was located not far from the adjacent woods. It was early morning, before the sun had risen. Summon skeletons. A mutated skeleton appeared beside him. Jill, holding her desert eagle, surveyed her surroundings. Where is this place? Do you remember Lion, a remote mountain village in Spain? That guy who's obsessed with sex? Yang Tao looked at Jill with surprise. What you said is actually not wrong. Li Sanquan's IQ only drops when he is facing Ada Wong, but it doesn't drop when he is facing other women. Jill chuckled softly, without saying anything more. If you go through the path ahead, you'll reach the village. The villagers there are controlled by the Plaka parasite and have become zombie-like beings. Open the task list. Dungeon quest. Clean up all Plaka parasites in the village. Task progress 0%. Parasite. Jill frowned. Last time in Raccoon City, it was T-virus and G-virus. She didn't expect there to be parasites outside. Yang Tao saw through Jill's thoughts, smiled, and extended his hand to explain. This world is very interesting. There are 9 types of viruses that can enhance or infect the human body, a full 9 types. In addition, there is the Plaka parasite and a special fungus here. Of course, I'm only talking about what I know. As for how much is involved in secret, that depends on how much the game designers wrote. Upon hearing this, Gil's previously heavy heart immediately relaxed. She had completely forgotten about the game world if Yang Tao hadn't reminded her. If I could find the game planner, I would definitely shoot him. I think it's a bit difficult. Yang Tao walked towards the unmanned police car ahead, then took out a pickaxe from his backpack and hit the car. Thump, thump, bang. The car fell apart. Its debris scattered on the ground and flew into the backpack. Let's go. Today, all the metal in the village must be turned into iron blocks. As we walked along the path toward the village, a series of gunshots suddenly rang out from afar. Lion has already started his killing spree. It looks like we need to speed things up. Having not heard gunshots for a long time, Jill was suddenly struck by the familiar sound and felt a pang of nostalgia. Grip the desert eagle tightly in your hand. As her level increases, Desert Eagle's damage will also increase, which can be considered some compensation for not being able to wear equipment. As soon as we arrived outside the hunter's hut, several villagers came out of the house. Parasitized villager, level 15. Health 600/600. Upon seeing the health bar, Yang Tao immediately smiled. It's been a long time since I've bullied a monster that's lower level than myself. Soul Fire Talisman. Subtract 214. Jill pulled the trigger. Minus 185. Soul Fire Talisman. Subtract 212. The parasitic villager, with only 600 HP, collapsed to the ground. Chapter 125, A Mere Parasite. The villagers here are now all infected with the Plaka parasite. The villagers here are able to drop human hearts. Zombies and parasites are ultimately alive, while ghouls and skeletons are dead. Their underlying operating rules are different. Upon hearing this, Jill nodded slightly, and the last trace of apprehension in her heart disappeared. He picked up his shotgun, aimed it at the bearded villager with a dull-looking eye who was carrying an axe, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Experience plus 64. Silver coin 1. 12 copper coins. Mild treatment solution 8. Shattered guardian gem 4. Wait a minute. It seems like something interesting dropped. This villager clearly triggered the scavenger enchantment, as evidenced by the number of light healing potions dropped and the doubled experience. Ignoring the villagers who were yelling and rushing towards him, Yang Tao stood still and opened his backpack. Shattered guardian gem. Inlaid armor increases armor toughness by 0.5. Light weapons grant 5% lifesteal. Heavy weapons add 5% overhealing. Shields grant 5% armor. Gems from the divine module? Even mobs can drop them. Yang Tao looked at the parasites and raised the Wuji staff in his hand. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Each fire talisman was as free as if it cost nothing. Several villagers who had gathered around fell to the ground, dropping a lot of debris, but no new gems fell. Does it require triggering the scavenger enchantment? These conditions aren't entirely too harsh. After all, a 7.5% chance isn't too low. If you upgrade the scavenger to level 10 later, the 25% probability is frighteningly high. Let's go to the village. He and Jill are currently only on the edge of the village. A hunter's cabin. He had already cleaned out all the valuable items, including the furs in the hunter's house, which he had converted into leather. We walked along the path toward the village. Another burst of gunfire rang out. Summon skeletons. Jill, you ride the crouching dragon, and I'll ride the phoenix chick. We need to speed things up. If we're too late, that guy Leon will wipe out all the parasites in the village. Gil was somewhat surprised to hear this. Leon, is he really that good? He suffered a lot after leaving Raccoon City, but now he has transformed into a super soldier. Of course, he's still a little bit inferior to Jill. After all, Jill single-handedly took down a stage 3 tracker in Raccoon City. Then I'll see. The two flipped onto the dog, and with the help of their skills, Wulong and Fengchu leaped out. Yang Tao and Jill stood on the high ground, looking down at the village. It's a developed European country in 2005, but this village looks like it's from the Middle Ages. Many parasitic villagers are besieging a house, and it's clear that Leon is hiding inside, using the house as a base to launch a counterattack. Yang Tao pointed his finger at the strong figure holding a chainsaw and wearing a burlap sack. Jill, focus fire on that elite enemy later. No problem. As Yang Tao stormed into the village, he wielded his Wuji staff, smashing all the villagers along the way into a bloody mess. Two mutated skeleton archers followed closely behind, raising their arms. Scattering. More than a dozen arrows flew out, reducing the villagers' health bars to a sliver. At the very back, Jill raised her Desert Eagle and shot one villager after another. Various dropped items started flooding the screen. Just as he predicted, once the scavenger skill was triggered, these ordinary monsters would also drop some materials from the divine mod. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The chainsaw man, who was about to saw through the wooden door and rush into the 2-story building, instantly turned green. Soul Fire Talisman. The chainsaw man immediately gave up struggling with the wooden door and charged at Yang Tao with his buzzing chainsaw. Yang Tao leaped down from Fengchu. Double jump. Its body rose again, and then it opened its mouth. Fuss. The powerful dragon roar knocked the elite chainsaw man to the ground, and then Yang Tao's Wuji staff landed on it. A touch of icy blue reappeared on the chainsaw man's green body. Speed reduced by 10%. Phoenix chick. He called out softly. The phoenix immediately pounced and used its skills to pin the elite, which was one level lower than itself, to the ground and tear it apart. The Hellhound and Venomous Fang abilities are triggered, and flames engulfed the chainsaw man. Yang Tao stood aside watching the chainsaw man being pinned to the ground and torn apart by Feng Chu, and for a moment he found it inconvenient to intervene. He scratched his head. These crouching dragon and phoenix chick are too big. It's not good to feed them some small bones. Small bones. Using small bones on a dog can make it smaller. There are also two interesting special items, namely the large bone, although they do not increase attributes. Jill stepped forward, raised the Desert Eagle, aimed it at the chainsaw man's head beneath Phoenix Chick, and pulled the trigger. Bang bang bang. Experience plus 300. Silver coin 84. 24 copper coins. Bloody chainsaw 1. Bloodstained gloves 1. Medical bandage 8. 6-hole runestone. The end bookshelf 4. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. Yang Tao's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that this ordinary elite would trigger the scavenger enchantment, and the items it dropped were clearly of much higher quality than those dropped by ordinary monsters. Indeed, self-development is nowhere near as fast as plundering. No wonder America has developed so quickly. He had originally wanted to ask the villagers about the wandering merchant, but now, well, he'd better just make a street lamp and wait for him to come. With 4 end bookshelves, his enchanting table can be upgraded to level 40. This allows you to break through the limitations of the original enchantments and obtain stronger enchantment attributes. I'll scavenge more books in the village later, then convert them into books in my Minecraft world, and make some treasure books to try my luck back home. However, when he thought about it, although his enchanting table did not require lapis lazuli, each enchantment, regardless of its attribute, would cost 500 experience points, and he felt a little pained. This doesn't even include the cost of enchanting weapons and tools with enchantment books. Knock knock knock. The village church bells were rung, their clear tones echoing through the bustling village. The parasitic villagers, who had previously wanted to tear them apart, all stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction where the bell rang. They lost their senses and, like puppets, slowly walked towards the village's town hall, meeting hall, muttering to themselves. It's the sound of bells. It's time for prayer. Hurry up. The cult leader summons. Upon seeing this bizarre scene, Jill immediately moved closer to Yang Tao. What's going on? What happened? Yang Tao chuckled. Of course it's the perfect time to grind monsters. Charge, leave no survivors. The sound of the bells is one of the methods used by the mastermind to control the Plaka parasites. It is similar to hypnosis, which allows all the parasites to go to the church immediately after hearing the sound. However, this time the bell wasn't rung by the mastermind, but rather rang by Ada Wong to help Leon out of a predicament. The mutated skeleton archer raised its arm and leaped high into the air, aiming at the villagers who were about to leave. Scattering. After letting out a cry, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix suddenly pounced on those who dared to turn their backs on them. Chapter 126 Heading to the Church. Hey, stop. Lion leaped out of the second-floor window next door and easily rolled on the ground to dissipate the impact. Upon hearing the sound, Yang Tao unleashed a soul fire talisman, finishing off a villager with low health and triggering the scavenger effect, which dropped 8 lucky rabbit feet. Young man, are you trying to teach me how to do things? In my spare time, it's quite fun to tease Leon. Compared to the Leon in Raccoon City, he's much more mature now. After all, 6 years have passed since 1998, which is now autumn of 2004. When Lion saw Yang Tao's face clearly, his pupils contracted. It's you. Yang Tao. Yang. For a moment, Leon didn't know how to start the conversation. In his past memories, although he had some conflicts with Yang Tao because of Ada Wong, he still remembered that Leon had some conflicts with Yang Tao. But he couldn't deny that without Yang Tao, he would never have been able to leave Raccoon City so easily, and might even have died there. Where have you been all these years? You remember me? Yang Tao was taken aback. He had originally thought it was an independent film, but now he realized it was actually a TV series. How could I forget? If it weren't for you, I probably would have died in Raccoon City back then. For some reason, after seeing Yang Tao, Leon suddenly had a feeling that this mission was inexplicably secure. Yang, come here. Similar to what happened in Raccoon City, we're cleaning up all the parasitized villagers in this village. Yang Tao looked Lion up and down, and said with some emotion, I really didn't expect you to still remember me. Although several years have passed, I'm not going to forget what happened in Raccoon City so quickly. After dealing with the parasites inside, Jill also came over. Yang, where do we go next? City Hall, clean up each place one by one. Today, we can't let even a single parasitized rat escape. Upon hearing this, Jill smiled and said, Should we dig out the parasitized earthworms and cut them in half too? Chop vertically. Lion, who was standing nearby, was very surprised to see Jill. Miss Jill, what are you doing here? Upon hearing Leon's words, Jill gave Yang Tao a knowing look and replied, come and investigate the situation here. Is Yang someone from your Bioterrorism Security Assessment Alliance base? Jill didn't speak, but Yang Tao stepped forward and put his arm around Jill's shoulder. You're wrong. Jill is mine. Lion. No time for reminiscing, Lion. I need to hurry up and clean up the parasites here, lest things get complicated. What exactly happened here? An ambitious person wants to conquer the world using a parasite called Plaka. It's really just one idiot fooling another idiot. As for Ashley, who you're looking for, she is indeed here, but she has also been injected with the Plaka parasite. If you want to save her, you'd better hurry. Upon hearing this, Lion's expression became extremely solemn. As for Yang Tao's ability to foresee things, he had already witnessed it and did not find anything wrong with it. It just goes to show how incredibly adaptable people are. Yang, can you help me? By eliminating all the parasites, I'm helping you out in a way. After saying that, Yang Tao turned and walked towards the city hall, where there must be a lot of parasites gathered now. The village's town hall lacked any grandeur. The entire building had only 2 floors, topped with an extremely cramped clock tower. The dark red door was tightly shut, giving the impression that it could not be opened from this side. He walked over and took the axe out of his backpack. Jill immediately understood Yang Tao's meaning, and a grenade appeared in her previously empty hand. Thump thump bang. The city hall gates vanished without a trace, and the villagers who had just gone in had disappeared without a trace. It seems that those villagers have already gone to the church through the back door of the city hall. The church is located diagonally behind the city hall. In the game, Leon can only follow a fixed route, but in reality, Yang Tao can skip levels. There are still some villagers who have fallen behind in the village. Yang Tao opened the minimap and carefully examined the markings on it. Next up is the church, the farm, the mill, and the abandoned huts. Yang Tao pointed to the path next to the city hall, where a huge windmill could be vaguely seen in the distance. His task was to clean up the village. It should exclude quarries, castles, and isolated island areas, and even churches and docks are not included. However, since we're here, it would be a shame not to get promoted at least 1 or 2 levels. So he simply gave up on cleaning up the remaining parasites in the village, figuring he could just come back and kill them whenever he wanted to leave. As soon as Yang Tao finished speaking, Leon pressed his finger on the earphone. Windmill, received. After ending the call, Lion looked at Yang Tao and said with emotion, Yang, you really are all-knowing. To get to the lakeside, you have to go to the mill first. There's a road there that leads to the docks. I think Ashley should be there. Yang Tao closed the map. I don't know everything. I just happen to know. After saying that, he walked along the path toward the church. Hey Yang, you have to go this way to get to the lakeside. Ashley is in the church. Lion immediately shut his mouth and obediently followed behind Yang Tao. The 3 of them walked through the meeting hall and along the path toward the church, passing through a stone archway and arriving at a cemetery. Since it wasn't the so-called cult leader who summoned them this time, the villagers who had been drawn by the bells were now wandering around the church. Leon, don't make a move. Even if you do, only hit the villagers whose colors change. Leon can attack, but since he is an NPC, he will be instantly killed when attacking these parasites. If he did not participate in the attack, he will not gain any experience after death. Lion was filled with doubt upon hearing this, but ultimately nodded. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Bang, bang, bang. Jill and Lion fired their shots almost simultaneously, and the villagers who had been wandering aimlessly all turned to look at them upon hearing the gunfire. There's a stranger. Catch them. In an instant, the parasitized villagers grabbed all sorts of weapons and tools and rushed towards them. Yang Tao focused intently on applying the poison technique, ensuring that each parasite changed color. Fuss. The parasite running at the front was sent flying backwards and crashed into the crowd. Seeing the villagers huddled together, Jill reacted extremely quickly, pulling out a grenade and throwing it at them. Boom. The second one. Boom. After the 2 grenades landed, the loot on Yang Tao's side started flooding the screen, and he thought to himself, quite like for Sai, a high drop rate is also a troublesome thing. Fortunately, killing elite monsters can increase the number of inventory slots and the stacking limit. He raised his hand and swung the Wuji staff to knock away the flying iron axe. Successful parry. The next moment, 2 crossbow bolts emptied the health bar of the villager who threw the axe. Chapter 127 First Encounter with Ashley. Fuss. The shockwave knocked 3 villagers with low health back several meters, eventually leaving them pinned against the tombstone and their health bars depleted. The power of a single dragon roar is still too weak. A single dragon roar can knock people back, and if the angle is right, it can even send them flying. But a complete, uninterrupted 3-stage dragon roar can make people feel what a washing machine is all about. Lion couldn't help but turn to look at Yang Tao when he heard his murmur, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Yang Tao, who was very alert, keenly sensed Lion's gaze. What are you looking at? Yang, I'm very curious about the organization behind you. Lion stared at the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. They are clearly also products of biochemical modification and enhancement, but they are extremely stable. Not to mention their physical strength, their intelligence is also unbelievably high. They should still be the crouching dragon and the young phoenix who have been following you in Raccoon City, right? Yang Tao nodded slightly. If we look at it from the perspective of the Resident Evil universe, then Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick are definitely beings with perfect enhancements. It possesses immense strength, stability, and controllability. Its intelligence far surpasses that of its kind, and it also has special abilities. Yang Tao's ability to breed zombie dogs to such an extent made him question his own existence. Yang Tao patted him on the shoulder. Don't overthink it. I don't have any shady organizations behind me. I looked up at the church with its doors tightly shut. Let's go. Ashley is inside, but she's infected with the Plaka parasite. Fortunately, she's only in the larval stage right now, so there's still hope. The parasites in the villagers' bodies had matured into adult worms, and the enormous adult worms occupied most of their organs. The villagers' bodies are merely shells that provide energy. After nightfall, if you kill the villagers, those Plaka parasites can even crawl out of their bodies or take over their heads to continue attacking. The 3 walked to the door. Leon stepped forward, gazing at the tightly closed metal door, and bent down to study the special grooves on it. After a moment, he spoke. Yang, we need to find the key first. Looking up at Yang Tao, I suddenly realized that Yang Tao and Jill had already entered the church courtyard. The pointed wooden stakes that kept people away from the church and the towering walls had all disappeared. He suddenly felt that something important, solving the mystery, was slipping away from him. I quickly followed. Yang Tao walked to the main entrance of the church and pushed open the heavy oak door. The church looked dilapidated from the outside, but the situation inside was much better. The interior space is spacious, with bright light shining through several stained glass windows, although the religious patterns on the windows have been scrambled and need to be rearranged. This is also a puzzle involving a mechanism. Solving puzzles? I'll never solve puzzles in my lifetime. I can only rely on my abilities to get by and wait to die. He took out stone steps from his backpack and placed them on the ground. With a series of thumping sounds, the stone steps led directly to the second floor of the church. Lion stopped talking and obediently followed behind Yang Tao the whole time. The Ashley you're looking for is in that room. Where are you going? Me? Of course, I'll stop those parasites that are coming. As soon as Ashley touches Leon, the final boss will sense it, and the villagers from the village and farm will rush over. This is the main reason why Yang Tao came to save Ashley first. It's much easier to have monsters come to you than to search for them yourself. Go quickly. Leon nodded slightly and walked toward the secret room in the corner of the church where Ashley was imprisoned. Reaching out, she pushed open the somewhat worn wooden door, and gazing into the dimly lit room, she softly called out, Ashley? Ashley Graham, are you there? Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept in. Leon nimbly dodged Ashley's candlestick attack by sidestepping. Don't come any closer. Get away. Ashley's terror was palpable. Leon reached out, grabbed the candlestick, and threw it aside, explaining, calm down. My name is Leon, and the president sent me to rescue you. Listen to me, it's dangerous outside. Do as I say. Your father trusts me, and I will get you home safely. Ashley looked at the handsome Leon, hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, Lion. She had no other choice. Suddenly, Ashley showed a pained expression, reached out to cover her head, and fell to the side. Leon reacted quickly, catching her in his arms and asking with concern, What's wrong with you? Ashley's expression was pained. Images flashed through her mind. After a moment, she recovered, raised her head, and looked at Leon with red eyes, saying, They've spotted us. They're coming. As soon as she finished speaking, a suppressed voice came from outside the secret chamber. They've come. We are all their slaves. Counter-Strike Online Biohazard Mode. Ashley's face turned deathly pale upon hearing the suppressed, yet slightly neurotic voice. and she abruptly looked toward the entrance to the secret chamber. A young man was holding a wooden stick that emitted a white light and looking at him mockingly. You two have had enough of embracing, but the enemy is already here. Ashley's parasites had flared up, causing her to lose her balance, so Leon picked her up and didn't let go. Ashley quickly released Leon, but then she realized what was happening and asked, "Excuse me, were you also sent by my father to rescue me?" "No, your father isn't qualified to order me around. My goal is to eliminate those parasites and help Leon out along the way." Yang Tao walked into the room and looked outside the church. Many villagers were carrying all kinds of weapons and walking along the path into the cemetery. Among them are some special modified creatures whose heads have disappeared and been replaced with a black bull's head. Instead of sickles, hoes, and axes, they wield two-handed iron hammers, which look powerful and strong. 1, 2, 3. Lion asked curiously. "Yang, what are you counting?" The elites, those minotaurs and the villagers carrying chainsaws, have had their parasites mutate twice, giving them even greater strength. Just then, a series of barks rang out, and 7 or 8 parasitic dogs, their fur completely black, came running down the path. What to do? Leon gripped his pistol tightly. He simply didn't have enough bullets to take down these guys. Cold salad. Yang Tao kicked the window and shattered it. Standing on the edge of the windowsill, he glanced back at Leon. "Keep an eye on Ashley, she's a crucial bait." He leaped from the second floor of the church. Now, standing in the cemetery, I watched those parasitic dogs rushing towards me. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix are now in your care. As soon as he finished speaking, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix appeared out of thin air and made a warning whimpering sound. Even though the parasitic dog was under the control of the parasite, it still instinctively stopped in its tracks. The difference in both physique and strength between the two sides is simply too great. Jill attacked freely. If they manage to step into the church today, I'll call it a bomb. Vampire's Wrath. Yang Tao's figure rushed towards the parasitic villagers like a phantom. Chapter 128. The village chief is the one to beat up. Bang! With a single blow, the head of a parasitic villager was smashed like a watermelon, revealing the alien-like parasite inside. However, the parasite is extremely afraid of light during the day and will die along with the host when the host dies. Only at night will killing the parasites spawn explosive insects, which grow tentacles from their heads and can whip at long range. Vampire. Even if it's a parasite, it's still a living thing, and as long as it's alive, Yang Tao can absorb it. Jill, a grenade. A green grenade flew out from behind Yang Tao and landed directly in the horde of zombies. Boom. The powerful shockwave sent the villagers with depleted health bars flying, and the remaining few with low health were also killed by the mutated skeleton archers. The screen started flooded with falling items. Looking at the corpses scattered all over the ground, Yang Tao gripped the Wuji staff and thrust it into the ground. It should be about time. There were about 130 parasitic villagers, including 8 elites, who all fell in this cemetery after the battle. Jill stepped forward and holstered the Desert Eagle. The mission is complete? Not yet. Yang Tao's gaze was fixed on the path leading to the village, where a figure was slowly walking towards them. Our mission is to clear out all the parasites in the village, and the village chief is here too, isn't he? One of the village raid bosses in Resident Evil 4, his strength is similar to Tyrant in Resident Evil 3, but not as strong as William Platinum, who is mutated by the G virus. With his trench coat, hat, and muscular build, this village chief Mendez is much sexier than the mass-produced Tyrant. At least his gray beard looks quite manly. Village chief Mendez walked into the cemetery, his gaze sweeping over the corpses scattered everywhere, and said in a deep voice, "You dare to trespass into the Holy Land. You deserve to die." It would have been fine if the other person hadn't spoken, but as soon as they did, Yang Tao felt like laughing. Now that you're about to achieve the feat of massacring the entire village, you come here and say I deserve to die. Since that's the case, then let's use the Great Wilderness Imprisoning Heaven Finger. Poisoning Technique. Poisoning Technique. Village Chief Mendez, level 18. Lord. Health 2800/2800. This guy looks like he has very low health, but like many other characters in the Resident Evil universe, he also has a parasitic second stage, which is ugly and violent. However, Yang Tao will not give him the opportunity to start the second stage. Soulfire Talisman. Vampire's Wrath. In an instant, the world in Yang Tao's vision was shrouded in red, and everything around him slowed down. Wielding the Wuji staff and the crouching dragon and phoenix chick, they charged towards village chief Mendez. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill the opponent remotely, But the mind probe was like a sword. If it couldn't pierce the person, it couldn't be effective. I will tear you to pieces with my own hands, so you will know the consequences of resisting divine punishment. Village Chief Mendez immediately reached out and grabbed the stick that Yang Tao was swinging down. Just as he was about to throw Yang Tao away, a bullet was already lodged in his forehead. Bang! The impact caused the Village Chief Mendez to tilt his head back, and then Wulong activated his skill and tackled him to the ground. Wulong, exuding a violent aura, actually suppressed his opponent for a moment. Well done, Bruce. Yang Tao lightly leaped and landed his stick between the legs of the Village Chief Mendez, since the guy didn't use that thing anymore. Parasites don't reproduce through sex. Or, to put it another way, the number of eggs laid in one mating session is enough to last for a very, very long time. Flames appeared on the Village Chief Mendez's body, and upon closer inspection, there were also some green poison particles. Those who do not accept the Holy Lord will only face death. Village Chief Mendez struggled to break free from Wulong's hold, but before he could get up, Fengchu activated its skill and began to bite wildly at his head. This isn't about physical strength, it's about skill. Even if the Village Chief Mendez had extraordinary strength, he wouldn't be able to move. The 1,800 points of health disappeared like water being released from a dam. Soul Fire Talisman. The dog-beating stick technique, with its white light emanating from the boundless stick, mercilessly struck the lower body of Village Chief Mendez. It wasn't that Yang Tao was lewd, it was just that his upper body, with the dragon and phoenix squeezed together, was a bit cramped. Soon, the Village Chief Mendez's health dropped below 25%. But Yang Tao hesitated at this moment. If there's no second phase, what if this guy only drops the elite-level loot based on 1800 HP? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Just as Yang Tao hesitated, the Village Chief Mendez's health dropped below 20%. Almighty Lord, grant me the strength to crush my enemies. Mendez's roar suddenly rose, and his head, which had been firmly held by the phoenix chick, jerked violently. Uft! With a sickeningly loud, tearing sound, countless scarlet tentacles suddenly burst forth from his neck, sending the phoenix flying. The phoenix chick somersaulted in the air, landed steadily, and let out a low, threatening growl at Menace. At the same time, Mendez's body underwent a horrific mutation. His massive body swelled at a visible rate, the buttons on his trench coat popping off one after another, the fabric making a screeching sound as his muscles tore. The most bizarre thing was his torso, which seemed to have been forcibly pried open by internal forces, with a hideous vertical rift splitting from his chest to his lower abdomen, revealing the writhing plaka main nest inside, which resembled a giant heart. Yang Tao's eyes lit up, and his earlier hesitation vanished instantly. He took a step back, flicked his Wuji staff, and used the evil dog blocks the way move from the dog-beating staff technique to block Mendez's sweeping giant tentacle. Health 3800/5000. That's more like it. Jill, who had been unable to fire a gun or an arrow, and the mutated skeleton archer opened fire with all their might as soon as they saw the deformed Mendez. Having adjusted their stance, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix pounced again. Lion and Ashley, who were on the second floor of the church, were completely dumbfounded. From the moment Yang Tao began slaughtering those villagers who had lost their minds, to now dealing with the village chief who was clearly not human, the two of them were momentarily unable to process what was happening. Leon, are we just going to stand here and watch? Lion glanced at the small pistol in his hand and the dagger at his waist, and said hesitantly, it seems they don't need my help. Suddenly, Ashley's face turned deathly pale. It seems like those people injected something into my body, huh? As Yang Tao just said, you can still be saved, you parasite. Parasite. Ashley couldn't help but shudder as she looked at Mendez's distorted appearance. How can I get rid of the parasites? I don't want to become a monster like that. I'll ask later. Ashley nodded slightly and looked down at the cemetery below again. The parasites you're chasing aren't even worth shit, to be honest. Yang Tao made his final assessment and plunged the heart probe into the deformed body of Village Chief Mendez. Percentage kills are still too much. Scavenger trigger. Experience plus 2,400. 2 gold coins. 12 silver coins. Mendez's emblem 2. Perfect Plaka sample 2. Plaka parasite 12. Lower view bookshelf 4. Brilliant gemstone with cracks 10. Increase backpack slot limit by 2. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. It's like killing Mendez twice. This time, the harvest is truly plentiful. Chapter 129 Gem. Mendez's emblem. Necklace. Level required, 18. Constitution plus 15, Spirit plus 15. Thorns. When attacked, there is a 20% chance to reflect 40% of the physical damage back to the attacker. Parasitic suppression. Increases attack power against all parasitic infecting targets by 100%. Its attributes are quite good, especially in this Resident Evil 4 scenario, but its limitations are too great. He removed the vampire necklace from his neck and replaced it with Mendez's emblem, which gave him 15 points of mental attribute, making his spells more powerful. As for the 5% lifesteal, since we have the Divine Transformation mod now, we can just open a socket in the equipment and directly socket a perfect Bloodlust Lord gem, and everything will be back. Perfect Plaka sample. Materials/consumables. It will produce a 100% enhancement effect after use. The core sample, taken from Mendez's body, is of extremely high purity and is key to vaccine production. 100% success rate. Haha. Yang Tao tossed the thing into his backpack, intending to sell it to an NPC merchant for money when he got back. Let alone him. Even if it were Zhuge Liang or Pang Tong, he wouldn't plan to use such a method. Just thinking about a giant parasite that could crawl out of his body at any moment made Yang Tao shudder. Whoever loves to parasitize, whoever parasitizes. I glanced at the system notification. The dungeon quest has been completed. Evacuation time, biological 28:11. Should I leave the instance voluntarily? It looks like half an hour won't be enough to clear this dungeon. Jill stepped forward. Shall we leave now? Wait a minute. Let's help Lion out again. After all, we've known each other for a while. They watched as Leon and Ashley walked out of the church. Yang, I'm leaving. Lion swallowed the rest of his words. You're leaving again? The infected people in the village have been cleared out, so my mission is complete. Yang Tao kicked the deformed body of village chief Mendez. The rest is up to you. He wondered if the Leon he encountered next time he came back would still be the same one he knew. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Just then, Ashley suddenly stepped forward, her face pleading. Sir, do you have a way to get rid of the parasites in my body? Please help me, I don't want to become a monster like this. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao looked at Ashley. A typical blonde beauty from Europe and America is often described as pretty, naive, busty, and brainless. However, Ashley changed this stereotype. Because she doesn't have big breasts. Parasites? I have 2 solutions. Yang Tao held up 2 fingers and said with a smile, one of them is to go to the farm and find a guy named Lewis who has been researching how to get rid of parasites. He can take you to a laboratory deep in the deserted island and use the equipment there to eliminate the parasites in your body. Moreover, the machine's specific wavelength laser only kills plasmids and not human tissue, so it is very safe. Hearing his words, Ashley's eyes lit up with excitement, and she immediately reached out and grabbed Leon's arm. Leon, help me. I will. Lion glanced at her, then turned to Yang Tao. Yang, I know you must have an easier way. Yang Tao smiled. You've studied psychology all these years? He took a bucket of milk out of his backpack and handed it to Leon. Let her drink it. What's this? Ashley instinctively felt a sense of resistance as she looked at the white liquid in the metal bucket. Milk, Yang Tao casually explained. By the way, give me the bucket after you finish drinking. Leon took the milk and handed it directly to Ashley. Drink it. Ashley glanced at Yang Tao, then at Leon, and having no other choice, she took the milk bucket and poured it directly into her mouth. Glug glug. After only 3 sips, the entire bucket of milk was gone. As the parasitic buff above Ashley's head disappeared, Yang Tao put the empty bucket back. All right, we're leaving now. See you again sometime. Yang Tao chose to leave immediately. In an instant, Yang Tao, G-Air, and the young Phoenix disappeared. However, due to the influence of the rules, in Leon and Ashley's memories, Yang Tao left the village with Jill. The midday sun suddenly turned into evening, but the 2 of them still didn't notice anything wrong. Lion, where do we go next? I've already contacted a helicopter. Let's go to the helicopter landing area. Before they could finish speaking, a voice suddenly broke the conversation between the 2. Leon, you probably don't know your nickname Vehicle Killer very well. Lion looked over at the sound. Then his expression turned to one of surprise. Yang, why are you back again? New mission. Clear out the castle and the isolated island research facility, but this time, leave no buildings behind. Yang Tao, having changed his clothes, looked at Lion with a sunny smile. Behind him were the crouching dragon and the young Phoenix, whose sizes had increased dramatically once again. Leave the instance. Yang Tao glanced at his level and couldn't help but click his tongue. You really can't mess with enchanting. One wrong move wiped out a village and a bunch of elites, and now I'm still 12% short of leveling up. The levels of Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu are almost catching up, and experience is also consumed for experience repair. However, Yang Tao opened his backpack and looked at the shattered, brilliant gemstones inside. Inlaid armor. Adds 0.5 luck. Socketing weapons and tools increases experience gain by 7.5%. Inlaid boots increase speed by 10%. The value of this brilliant gem is self-evident, and most importantly, the gems in this mythic mod are clearly inspired by the gem system in Diablo 2. Broken, cracked, flawed, ordinary, flawless, perfect. You can synthesize a higher level gem by consuming 2 gems of the same level and materials of the corresponding level. It can be described as high quality and low price. Most importantly, it doesn't require any experience. Jill, let's go back to the outer perimeter of Grand Forest first. I need to test something. The two found a suitable spot and used the stairs to instantly return to the underground area outside the Grand Forest. Yang Tao walked straight to the enchanting table, placed the bookshelf that had fallen down next to it, and gazed at the enchanting table that had broken through to the 30th rank. It's still not quite there. Let's wait until level 50. Currently, using an enchanting table to farm enchanting books is a waste of experience. It's better to just get the bookshelves from the start, since killing some bosses can drop them anyway. Let's try if the recycling station can recycle the common equipment in this world. The original Divine Transformation mod's recycling station can convert equipment with affixes into 1-4 treasure materials. After checking the crafting recipe, I found that the materials required for this crafting table, while not particularly rare, are quite tedious. 3 copper ingots, 1 iron pickaxe, 1 forging table, 1 iron axe, 2 gem powders, and 1 bucket of lava. I still need to mine the gems. To be honest, Yang Tao was really reluctant to part with it, but you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Upon opening the backpack, I suddenly saw a shattered emerald. Gems in Diablo 2. While its value is not bad, it is far inferior to the gems in the mythic mod of Minecraft. Sigh, they're all gems, why don't we give them a try? Upgrade in Chapter 130? Easy peasy. The moment the shattered emerald was smashed into gemstone dust by the falling anvil. Yang Tao then realized that his fate had changed. He made a recycling station and placed it next to the workbench. He rummaged through boxes and cabinets, and even went back to put all the gems in the boxes into the recycling station to break them down into gem powder. This is a basic material in the Mythic module, and the demand for it is very high. I'll have to go to the market and collect some broken gemstones when I have time. The price of broken gemstones is very affordable, at least for him now. At worst, we can sell some potions and iron golems. Try putting ordinary equipment into the recycling table, and 3 pieces of old cloth immediately appear in the output slot. What? They gave us old cloth. Does that mean that in real life, equipment is also distributed based on rarity when it comes to materials? Try putting a piece of excellent grade equipment into the recycling table, and the materials in the dismantling inventory will immediately change. Glowing crystal fragment 2. Yang Tao immediately became interested and put the Wuji staff in his hand into it. Glowing crystal fragment 3. It's normal that the Wuji staff can only be considered a fine-grade piece of equipment, since it's only suitable for Taoists and isn't particularly powerful. Try inserting the holy sword that is no longer needed. Mysterious scrap metal 10. Puff. Yang Tao couldn't help but laugh twice. So realistic. The holy sword doesn't have any additional attributes, and at least it doesn't have any level requirements. Yet they're calculating it as the worst equipment. I'm speechless. Mysterious scrap metal is the worst material in the Mythic mod, and it's even a bit difficult to obtain, since equipment with common affixes isn't easy to find. Disassemble all the unused equipment in your backpack into materials. Mendez's emblem necklace is actually considered an epic level item in the recycling station. He was given 3 portions of Xian'eo sand directly. The process involves spending materials to upgrade a cracked, brilliant gem to flawless quality. Holding the flawless, brilliant gem, Yang Tao's face showed a look of emotion. It takes 8 flawed gems to make 1 flawless gem. I hope you won't disappoint me. Insert the Wuji rod into the forging table and spin 2 socketed runestones to make 2 holes in it. Wuji staff. Flawless and brilliant gem. Flawed, brilliant gemstone. Bonus experience gain increased by 62.5%. From now on, monsters that give you 10 experience points will grant you 16.25 experience points, so you no longer need to worry about enchanting consuming too much experience. However, we still need to find a way to brew some ancient knowledge potions. The 400% bonus experience gained is practically a super potion tailor-made for hunting bosses, although it only lasts for a few minutes. But men just need those few intense minutes. Jill, get some rest today. Tomorrow we'll head to Skyrim and get your level up to 21st. The magical artifact that Celia had prepared for him was waiting for him. Is this the horizon? Jill gazed at the majestic throat of the world, her face filled with awe. The throat of the world was very steep, extremely steep, except for the path carved up the mountain. Flying up is the only option. That's right, this is Skyline. Yang Tao rode on Fengchu's back and began to examine the current dungeon quest. Annihilate the Grey Wasteland Fortress. Clear out the bandits in the western fortress of Whiterun. Close the taskbar. Jill, we'll have to stay in this instance for a few more days this time. He needs both vampire and dragon souls. Just as Yang Tao was about to take Jill to find a random place to level up to level 19, a loud sound suddenly rang out in the sky. Dovahkiin, dragon descendant. Come to High Hrothgar. The way of the Ois awaits. Jill looked up at the sky, unable to figure out where the sound was coming from. Yang, what's that sound? Yang Tao looked up at the throat of the world and laughed. Hee hee, it seems those graybeards are already impatient. Let's go, Jill. Let's go straight to the monastery on High Howl Peak and learn the complete version of the dragon shout first. The road to the Hyrule Monastery is far from peaceful. The monsters he encounters along the way will definitely be enough to raise him to level 19. The monastery? Why are they looking for you? They've mistaken me for a dragonborn. Huh. Not everyone who can learn dragon roars and kill dragons is a dragonborn. With a thought, Yang Tao's phoenix chick immediately rushed towards the town of Zishan at the foot of the mountain. Seeing this, Jill urged Wulong to follow. As Yang Tao led Jill into Yu Town, a medieval atmosphere greeted them, with low wooden houses and somewhat muddy roads. The town is built at the foot of the mountain, and the houses are all made of logs and rough stone bricks. The roof was covered with dark gray wooden planks, some of which were covered with a thin layer of old thatch, and some light green vines climbed the walls. A crystal-clear stream flows through the center of the town. Yang Tao rolled off Fengchu and walked straight towards the back of the town, where the starting point for the Gaoho Peak was located. The 7,000 steps of the mountain path, like a thin line, meanders upwards from the back of the town and eventually disappears into the wind and snow. As they walked along the streets of the town, the townspeople cast curious glances at them. However, Yang Tao and Jill did not think there was any problem. You might not see many strangers even if you walk from one end of this godforsaken place to the other, let alone people whose style is completely different from this world. The environment here is not bad. It would be nice to build a wooden house here, plant some flowers and plants, and take a vacation here occasionally. Hearing his words, Jill smiled and asked, "Then why don't you stay?" "Don't be silly. This place is only suitable for tourism. If I were to live here permanently, I'm afraid I would go crazy. The only entertainment venue in this town is a hotel." Looking at the somewhat dilapidated, drunken hotel in the small town, I really couldn't bring myself to go in for a couple of drinks. But just then, a slender figure staggered out of the tavern. Upon seeing the other person, Yang Tao was slightly taken aback. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the other person also looked up at him. Their eyes met. Yang Tao's lips curled up, and his eyes became playful. "Hey, isn't this our swift man Avel? I knew I was right about your nickname. You really are fast." Avel, who was originally dazed with drunkenness, was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and his drunkenness was long forgotten. Thump. Pale-faced Avel didn't even think of running this time. He knelt on the ground and begged. "My lord, please spare me. I was just too scared to run away." Yang Tao stepped forward, pulled him up from the ground, and said kindly, "Don't worry, come with me to Gaoho Peak. Your running talent can't be wasted. Go and lure the monsters." Chapter 131, Level 19. "I must say, you're really fast." Turning to Jill, he smiled and introduced, "This is Avel the Swift, a tomb raider who managed to escape from my clutches. If he runs away later, help me feed him some special gunpowder." Upon hearing this, Jill glanced at Avel with some surprise. He managed to escape from the clutches of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix? It seems he's quite capable. Don't worry, I'll prepare a special medicine to ensure a complete cure. Avel overheard their conversation. Although he didn't know what the miracle drug was, he knew very well that he was probably doomed this time. "I hope you can make the right choice this time too." Yang Tao patted Avel on the shoulder and then walked towards the stone bridge leading from Zishan town to Gaoho Peak. As Avel watched Yang Tao's retreating figure, a battle between heaven and man was raging in his mind. Two voices kept echoing in my mind. Run, run fast. As long as you run to a remote place, he won't be able to find you. The opponent is too strong. This isn't the desolate waterfall ancient tomb. Those two strange dogs will definitely catch up. The brainstorming session proceeded quickly. He hesitated only for a moment before gritting his teeth and following Yang Tao and his group. Tisk, Jill, you can save your medicine. You want him to run away? He should have died in the ancient tomb I visited last time. The fact that he has lived this long is beyond his original destiny. So for me, life and death are just a matter of experience. In the normal game storyline, Abel the Swift will die regardless of whether you spare him or not. Unlike the protagonist who never dies, his death is definitely a plot-driven one. But Yang Tao changed his inevitable fate of dying. Stepping onto the stone bridge, two figures were chatting on it. One of them leaned against the bridge and looked at the man carrying a fish basket with a bitter expression, saying, "Going to climb 7,000 steps again, Colin McMahon?" Colin McMahon sighed and said, "Not today. I'm really not ready to climb High Hal Peak again. That route is too dangerous." The man leaning against the stone bridge spoke again. "But aren't the graybeards still waiting for supplies?" "To be honest, I don't know either." Colin McMahon turned to look at High Roar Peak. "I've never been allowed into the monastery before. Maybe I'll have the chance in the future." For the people of Skyrim, the throat of the world holds extraordinary significance, and the graybeards bear the sacred duty of its guardians. Yang Tao stepped forward and looked at Colin Mai, saying, "If you don't mind, I'm going to the monastery on High Roar Peak. Do you need me to take you up there?" Colin McMahon, who had already noticed Yang Tao and his group approaching, immediately showed a look of surprise upon hearing this. "Really? That's great. I'll give you the supply bag right away. It contains the ale, dried meat, and herbs that Graybeard wanted." After saying that, he took off the basket on his back and then took out a burlap sack from inside. "Remember, keep going up the mountain path and don't stray from the main road. Frostwolf and Troll are hiding in the snow and mist." Yang Tao reached out and took the supplies, then threw them into his backpack. At this moment, the man leaning against the stone bridge chimed in. "If you're afraid of getting lost, just follow the sound of the dragon's roar. Graybeard's roar can travel very far." Colin McMahon added, "When you get to the monastery, find Yengale. He is the leader of the Graybeards." "I understand, don't worry." Yang Tao and his group left the stone bridge and headed towards the stone steps leading to Gaho Peak. "I didn't expect you to be so kind-hearted." Hearing Jill's teasing, Yang Tao chuckled and said, "Anyway, we're going up the mountain, so it's just a side trip. Besides, bringing supplies up will increase Graybeard's favorability." He paused for a moment. "It's not much, but it's better than nothing." He glanced back at Abel the Swift, who was following silently behind them, and gave him a warm smile. Abel immediately responded with an emoji that looked even uglier than crying. Walking up the man-made stone steps, combined with the unique scenery on the horizon, gives one the feeling of embarking on an epic journey. "How far are we going?" 7,000 steps. Jill looked at Yang Tao in astonishment and disbelief. 7,000 steps? How is that possible? She was somewhat surprised that such a mountain road could be carved out by hand during the medieval period. Yang Tao chuckled and said, "It's just 7,000 steps. You should know that this is a magical and extraordinary world. Here's a little-known fact. Mount Tai has 7,863 steps. In ancient times, you could even drive a horse-drawn carriage directly to the top. If it were up to me, I could build a road that goes straight to the top of the mountain in half a day, and even save 4/5 of the journey." When it comes to infrastructure, Minecraft has never been afraid of anyone. If you have the right mods, changing the world is a piece of cake. Ugh. Before they had gone far, a wolf howl rang out, and the crouching dragon and the young phoenix immediately activated their stress response mode. "Woof! Woof!" A provocative shout rang out. After glancing at the minimap, Yang Tao took the Wuji staff out of his backpack. "Get ready for battle. Avel, you'll be in charge of cheering." Avel, his face paling again, asked tremblingly, "What is a cheerleader?" "That's the person cheering you on from the sidelines right now." No sooner had he finished speaking than 7 or 8 gray-furred wolves darted out from the woods on one side of the mountain road. The lead gray wolf was enormous, almost as big as Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. Soul Fire Talisman. The talisman, enveloped in a layer of light, flew towards the alpha wolf at an extremely fast speed. Wolf Leader Level 20. Elite. Health 1200/1200. Bang. Subtract 222. A leopard? That's interesting. As Jill's gunshot rang out, the alpha wolf's health bar dropped rapidly. It was unclear whether something ingrained in their genes had awakened, but Wulong and Fengchu charged towards the wolf pack without Yang Tao's command. Summon skeletons. A tall, mutated skeleton archer appeared beside Yang Tao, raised its arm, and fired a series of crossbow bolts. Scattering. 7 or 8 wolves couldn't even get Yang Tao and his group to warm up. Pity. What's wrong? The elite didn't trigger the scavenger enchantment, otherwise it would have definitely exposed its underwear. As we continued onward, the once lush green environment was gradually covered by a blanket of white snow. The monsters encountered along the way were not only a bit higher level, but their fur had also turned white, making them more suitable for survival in the snow. Poisoning technique. A polar bear was painted red. Yang Tao swung his Wuji staff and struck the snow mountain tank on the head. Give me some bear paws. With a flash of golden light, the elite polar bear collapsed on the snow, and Yang Tao's level finally increased to level 19. Yang Tao. Level 19. Experience 32/19,000. Strength 28. Constitution 30. Agility 28. Spirit 84. Backpack slots 36. Minecraft plus 10. Class plus 32. Bags plus 57. Extra slots from killing monsters, totaling 135. Stack limit 374. Experience plus 440. Bear claw 10. Snow bear skin 6. Bear tooth necklace 1. Leather 14. Cracked stable gemstone 8. Diamond 6. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. Yang Tao stood in front of the snow bear's carcass. 10 bear paws. That must have been quite a task for you. Bear claw. Alchemy materials. Effects. Restores stamina, increases health, enhances one-handed attacks, and restores lost mana. Alchemy materials? They're clearly food ingredients. In the world of the Elder Scrolls, brewing potions is comparable to that of a medieval witch. All sorts of random things can be put into them. Chapter 132, Learning Dragon Shout. Fuss. A powerful shockwave repelled a frost-devouring spider that was rushing towards it. The fire talisman, mixed with gunfire, emptied the health bar of the elite frostbite spider. We'll be there soon. On the way up the mountain, Yang Tao really fought his way up. Even if there were no monsters on the way, he would take care of them by pointing out the red dots on the minimap. Jill, Dungeon plus Brilliant Gem. This is fucking awesome. The dungeon double experience is further increased by 62.5%, and if any elite monster triggers the scavenger enchantment, you'll be rolling in loot. Looking up at the monastery at the end of the steps, I realized that apart from that troll who was somewhat powerful, everyone else along the way had come to deliver supplies. The last few steps of the 7,000-step staircase were polished to a shine by the mountain wind. These are all thanks to the pilgrims. As Yang Tao stepped onto the last step, a bright and clear view suddenly appeared before him. The High Roar Monastery is situated on this open mountaintop platform. The bluish-gray stone wall has a weathered look. The mountain wind, carrying snowflakes, swept past the archway, but was slightly deflected by the invisible, tranquil force surrounding the monastery. Upon reaching the steps of the monastery, a large wooden box was placed there. He took out the supplies he had brought for Kalanmai from his backpack and stuffed them into the box. He glanced back at Gil, who was looking around, and at Avel, who was shivering from the cold. We've arrived. Let's go inside. As he climbed the steps, Yang Tao reached out and forcefully pushed open the heavy black stone door. A figure wearing a gray cloak was standing in the corridor leading from the main entrance to the hall. The other person had an aged face, but incredibly clear eyes. Eingal level 70. Yang Tao couldn't help but exclaim holy crap in his mind. Level 70 is alright, much less than the original level 150. The 4 old men in the monastery in the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim are all more twisted than the last. Dragonborn, welcome to Hyrule. I am Master Eingal, representing Greybeard. The other person's voice was very low, as if they were suppressing their voice, something Yang Tao was well aware of. To put it simply, the way of the dragon's roar is the combination of sound and the power of the dragon's soul. Eingal is the strongest among the Greybeards and can still speak and communicate normally. The other 3 are not very good at controlling their power. Like practicing silent meditation, they generally do not speak in narrow places, for fear of hurting people or the environment. Hello, Master Yangal. I heard your voice and have come as promised. Eingal scrutinized Yang Tao, frowning slightly as he said, You are the first dragonborn to ascend Mount Hyrule in 1,000 years, but I sense some complex power within you, even some power of blood. It's quite interesting. Eingal turned and walked toward the hall. Young dragonborn, follow me. Yang Tao followed him toward the monastery hall. Compared to the monastery in the game, the real monastery had a much larger area. After walking into the lobby, several figures also emerged from other corridors. After the group stood still, Aingal said softly, "Dragonborn, don't worry. Use your dragon roar on me, just like on the mountain road. You can't hurt me." Fuss. As soon as Aingal finished speaking, Yang Tao didn't hesitate at all and immediately unleashed his dragon roar. The powerful shockwave was like a gentle breeze to Aingal, which he easily shattered with his long sleeves. "You are indeed a dragonborn. The soul of a dragon resides in your roar." "Nonsense. I killed the dragon with my own hands. How could I not know if it had a dragon soul?" "Let me reintroduce ourselves. We are Greybeards, followers of the way of the dragon's roar. We communicate with the heavenly language here to balance our inner and outer selves. We will now do our utmost to teach you, to use your talents, and to fulfill your destiny." Yang Tao looked at Aingal and nodded seriously. "No problem, Master. However, please arrange a place for my followers to rest." "Yes, Master Borui will take them to rest." One of the three white-bearded old men stepped forward. He first bowed slightly to Yang Tao, and then looked at Jill. "Yang." "Fine." Yang Tao patted Jill's arm and laughed. "You go and rest first. I'll learn some skills from the masters." Putting everything else aside, the complete unyielding power and whirlwind dash alone are enough to make him stay in this monastery for a week. "Take care of yourself. Rest assured." He then looked at Aingal and said, "Master, let's begin." "Very good. Remember that all dragon roars consist of 3 power words. The more you master a rune, the greater its power." Like the character Zhuagin in the story, Yang Tao humbly accepts the guidance of several masters. Under Aingal's admiration, Yang Tao learned the 2nd power word of unyielding power and the 1st power word of whirlwind dash in just over an hour. In the courtyard behind the monastery, Aingal looked at Yang Tao with admiration. "You learned the new power words with the ease of a master. You truly possess this talent." For ordinary people, learning even the simplest dragon roar requires years of arduous practice. But for you, dragon language is already ingrained in your blood, and it is almost effortless. SOSO. Yang Tao was also a little embarrassed. Like Shua Zhenbao, he could use the skills as soon as they came out. So where did he get the learning? Aingal gently shook his head. "Dragonborn, you don't need to be modest. Your talent is obvious to all. However, you are still too weak now. Go to the blazing tomb and retrieve the horn of Jurgen's wind, which is the key to unlocking the final teachings. When the horn returns, I will teach you Da, the last word of unyielding strength." The main questline is progressing again. "No problem, Master Aingal." Yang Tao looked at Aingal and stated his request. "Master, could you give me a detailed map of Skyrim? To be honest, I don't even know where the blazing tomb is." He knew the location of the blazing tomb, having run there at least 30 or 40 times, if not 50, but the real-world game world was definitely different from his memory. When Aingal heard his request, he did not refuse but turned to look at Einar. Master Einar's nodded slightly and gave him a look that said, "Come with me." Yang Tao obediently followed Master Einar's back to the monastery. After passing through a short corridor, the two arrived at a stone room by the window. On the stone table was a huge, old parchment map, its edges worn and yellowed, yet still clear and intact. Einar didn't speak, but simply extended his withered finger and gently tapped the western part of the center of the map. "This is Whiterun City." He spoke in a very low voice, as if afraid that his power would get out of control and crack the walls. His fingertips slowly moved upward, pointing to a symbol in the shadow of a mountain range. "This is the blazing tomb, Ustengraf. Deep within the tomb lies the horn of Jurgen to summon the wind. It is a sacred relic passed down through the Greybeards for millennia, and it is the key to you mastering the complete dragon shout." Yang Tao took out his phone from his pocket, pointed it at the sheepskin map, and pressed the shutter button. After a flash, the entire map's information was saved in his phone's photo album. "All right, Master Einars." Looking at the map displayed on the phone, Master Einars felt a sense of awe from modern technology. Chapter 133 Dragon Attack. "Are you cold? It's all right. Do you think that Elf can safely get down the mountain?" Riding the happy goes straight to the blazing tomb. Even if he doesn't reach level 20 in this main quest, he can still gain more than half of his experience. "I'll clear out the bandits and complete the dungeon quest later. Just thinking about it makes me happy." Yang Tao looked at the map on his phone while gazing at the terrain below. "I have a feeling that guy will definitely survive. We've cleared out all the monsters on the way up the mountain and even in the vicinity. The monsters in this instance won't respawn unless we go out and choose a new difficulty level to reset the whole world. Jill nodded slightly, and then remarked, the elves in this world are really ugly. Haha, I think so too. It's not because of the influence of online novels, but because in the Western worldview, even if elves are ugly, they are still elegant. The elves in the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, are quite unique. Roar. A loud roar rang out from the sky, and the crouching dragon, which had been lying on top of the happy ghost, suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. But after it realized what was happening, it obediently lay back down on the happy ghost's head, making a pitiful whimpering sound. Without any hesitation, Yang Tao immediately controlled the happy evil spirit to fall from the sky, while looking up at the sky. A green, blood-red dragon was rapidly swooping down on the happy evil. Blood Dragon, level 30. Elite. Health 2100/2100. The level 30 elites were just there to feed the enemy, but now that they were in the air, it was the enemy's home turf, so Yang Tao took the shield out of his backpack. Jill, ride down on the spirit of music. This guy's target is me. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Yang Tao cast 2 poison spells, and then leaped onto the happy evil spirit. The dragon, which was about to collide with the happy evil, roared and swooped down, its mouth agape, to catch up with Yang Tao. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. The howling wind blew past his ears, and the intense feeling of weightlessness made Yang Tao's heart race. The dragon is faster. Looking at the gaping mouth so close to his face, Yang Tao immediately exclaimed, wood. Without any leverage, Yang Tao's body was forced to move more than 10 meters to the side, perfectly avoiding the dragon's gaping maw. This is the power of the whirlwind sprint dragon roar. Each time you learn a dragon word and absorb the power of a dragon soul, your sprint distance and speed will increase significantly. In just a few seconds, the ground was within reach. Although having the lucky horseshoe grants immunity to fall damage, it's only effective when you're almost at the ground. Yang Tao still habitually used the double jump ability of the cloud bottle. White gas erupted from beneath his feet, instantly reversing his downward trajectory and propelling him several meters upward before he landed steadily on the grass. Summon skeletons. A mutated skeleton archer appeared beside him, and before it could attack, a blast of icy breath enveloped it and Yang Tao. Damn, an ice dragon. Blood dragons have 2 attributes, ice and fire. If it is a fire dragon, then Yang Tao's defensive pressure will be reduced by 70%. Penetrating shot. The mutated skeleton fired a fully penetrating arrow from the crossbow in his right hand, increasing its range by 80 meters. It can penetrate blocks, shields, and even bedrock, and has a chance to randomly inflict the effects of Hunger 2, Slow 2, or Poison Eye on the target. The mutated skeleton archer, who wasn't instantly killed, raised the crossbow bolt on its arm and fired its signature skill at the ice dragon. The unfortunate blood dragon was instantly afflicted with a slow debuff, reducing its speed by 40%. Healing. A silver light fell on the head of the mutated skeleton archer. This was the first time Yang Tao had healed a skeleton. Yang Tao looked at the blood dragon in the sky and immediately smiled. It can still fly, thanks to you. The dragon's speed decreased by 40%, but interestingly, its flight was not affected at all. It felt as if its time had been extended. He tried it out, but the dragon was outside his attack range, so he could only watch helplessly as the dragon came down. The happy ghost slowly descended from the sky, and Jill jumped down from above and ran behind a protruding rock, asking, Yang, how are you? It's okay, just wait for it to come down. Be careful, I'm afraid it might cause trouble. It's common sense that ADCs shouldn't stand next to tanks. It circled twice in the sky before quickly falling down after the slow debuff on its body disappeared. It still opened its mouth wide, and white icy energy gathered. Fuss Row. The second stage of unyielding power is much stronger than the single stage of Fuss, with a longer knockback distance and a longer stun duration. Even large creatures like dragons showed obvious signs of stiffness. Oh no, the plane crashed. Phoenix Chick, don't give it a chance to take off. Looking at the giant dragon whose breath had been interrupted and which had fallen, Yang Tao immediately smiled. Woof! Phoenix Chick responded, and then transformed into a blur as it rushed toward Blood Dragon. Frantic biting. Not to be outdone, Wulong activated his berserk mode and charged forward as well. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Although the ice dragon posed a greater threat to Yang Tao, ice is weak to fire, so Yang Tao and his group also inflicted significantly more damage on the ice dragon. Roar. As soon as the Phoenix chick's skill ended, the blood dragon roared and flapped its wings, ready to take off. 3 round grenades flew precisely into its large mouth. Boom, boom, boom. Dizziness. Blood dragon wasn't killed by the explosion, nor was it attacked from any weak point, but the imported grenade still made it dizzy. Pretty. As Jill's physical abilities improved, the distance and accuracy of her grenade throwing increased dramatically. He rushed forward and struck the dragon with his staff. The ice attribute was not triggered, so the 10% slow effect did not occur. Vampire. 1 bite, and your health is fully restored. Don't struggle, it's normal to feel dizzy. Don't worry, I'll be quick. Fuss. The enraged blood dragon unleashed its only dragon roar, the powerful impact sending Yang Tao flying backward instantly. Healing spell. A silvery white light fell on his head as he steadied himself and looked at the blood dragon, who was already low on health. I love your temper. Wood. As the wind surged, Yang Tao lunged at the blood dragon. The heart-probing expert thrust out. Sensing that its life was coming to an end, the blood dragon let out a mournful cry before its massive body collapsed limply to the ground. Experience plus 600. Yang Tao was somewhat disappointed upon seeing the experience. Unfortunately, the scavenger effect did not trigger. Silver coin 46. 12 copper coins. Dragon scales 4, dragon bones 3, dragon blood 5. Cracked sapphire 3. Cracked yellow sapphire 5. Dragon head 1. Increase the maximum number of accessories by 1. Backpack stacking increases by 10. Are you so reluctant to even drop a single piece of equipment? Most of the monsters in the Elder Scrolls dungeons drop various materials. Moreover, Yang Tao discovered that the dragon had a very high chance of dropping gems. That shouldn't be the case. I've never heard of dragons in the Elder Scrolls having a hobby of collecting treasure. At this moment, the blood dragon's body seemed to burst into flames, its sturdy scales and flesh turning to ashes, and the golden dragon's soul entered its body. Are there a lot of dragons in this world? Jill looked at the giant skeleton that had been left behind and asked curiously. No, that's not it. This dragon just spawned and attacked me. If you hand over the dragonstone obtained from the ancient tomb of Desolace to the court sorcerer in Whiterun, dragons will begin spawning in Skyrim. But now it seems that he will start farming dragons as soon as he obtains a dragonstone. From now on, a full-service delivery will be available every 2 or 3 days. Getting experience points by queuing up is simply wonderful. Chapter 134, A Friend's Letter. Your death is nigh. Upon entering the blazing tomb, they were greeted with a warm welcome by bandits, or rather, tomb raiders. My death day is here. Heh, could you please transfer me to a current account? With a thought, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick pounced on the ice mage who was speaking. Experience plus 64. Silver coin 2. Black mage robe 1. Miniature soul stone 5. Poor. Without any buffs, the items dropped by this ice mage are simply unappealing. The commotion here attracted the attention of robbers deeper inside. Something's up. Hurry up and go check it out. A moment later, a group of figures dressed in various leather armors and robes rushed out of the blazing tomb hall, led by a man who looked to be in his 30s. Bandit leader level 20. Elite. 1200/1200. Who are you? Fellow travelers. The bandit leader froze, not expecting Yang Tao to give such a reply. Wood. A gust of wind suddenly appeared in the enclosed passage. Yang Tao's figure blurred into afterimages and appeared in front of the bandits in the blink of an eye. Fussrow. The dragon's language unleashed a powerful force, sending the bandits, who were huddled together, flying. You rob money, I rob lives. Summon skeletons. A second mutated skeleton archer appeared beside him. Damn it, it's a necromancer. Fight him. Yang Tao, holding the Wuji staff, looked at the novice necromancer with an expression that said, Are you kidding me? Alright, so you all know about the methods used by your own people, huh? Scattering. Arrows rained down, and each bandit was pierced by at least 1 arrow. One unlucky fellow was even shot with 3 arrows. Soul Fire Talisman. Finish off the wounded bandit. Plus 128 experience. Wipe. Seeing the double experience points dropped, Yang Tao felt a bit annoyed. Although the scavenger enchantment had a 7.5% chance of triggering on every enemy, he still had a feeling of wanting to use it as a buffer. The bandit leader adjusted his stance and swung his mace at Yang Tao's head, clearly wanting to see if Yang Tao's melon was ripe. He raised the Wuji staff with one hand and used the end to strike the opponent's armpit. It won't cause disability, but it will hurt. The bandit leader's arm suddenly lost its strength. Have you always been this brave? Yang Tao gripped the Wuji staff with both hands and unleashed the ultimate spear technique. 1 stab to the brow, 2 stabs to the heart. 3 times you pierce your brow, 4 times you pierce your heart. After a few blows, the bandit leader was somewhat delirious from being poked. I'll fight you to the death. The other party roared, and its whole body emitted a red light. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. The opponent's defensive capabilities have clearly decreased significantly, and their remaining health bar was emptied by 2 Soul Fire Talismans. The scavenger enchantment wasn't triggered, but a few purple songflowers did drop. Looking at the corpse of the elite bandit, Yang Tao complained, "Damn, you scared me. I thought you were blessed by the god of courage." After dealing with all the bandits, Yang Tao headed deeper into the blazing tomb, emerging from the passageway into a spacious hall. "Yang, isn't this a tomb? Why are there so many bandits, and even sorcerers here?" Mage equals noble. However, in the world of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, mages are really worthless. There are far too many mages who rob and plunder, especially necromancers. Who knows? Maybe these bandits have secretly formed a tomb raiding association. You can find bandits and necromancers in most of the tombs in Skyline Province. Yang Tao took out the map of the blazing tomb that had just fallen from the bandits, looked around the entire hall, and quickly identified a passage and walked through it. It's not just the tombs. These bandits can be found in caves, forests, swamps, abandoned buildings, and even fortresses throughout Skyrim. Empire? Rebels? Compared to the omnipresent army of bandits, they are nothing but trash. In the game, not in the background. What? With so many bandits, how are the common people here supposed to survive? Commoners? Heh, the commoners here are probably even more ruthless than bandits. You can slaughter a fortress occupied by bandits, but go play with that chicken god at the gates of Riverwood, and the civilians will show you what fury is. Jill, confused, followed Yang Tao into a new passage, winding her way through several turns until she arrived at a room filled with giant jars. Nord's giant ceramic urn. Smash a giant jar with the Wuji stick, and scattered debris flies out of the jar. Coins, rags, and a broken gemstone. You're lucky. Gil frowned slightly as he looked at the giant Narod urn. Yang, what's wrong? These jars. Yang Tao glanced at Jill's expression, immediately realized what was going on, and laughed. Don't worry, there are no child corpses in here. This is just a loot container that you often see in games. There's actually nothing inside. Things only fall out the moment it's broken. These giant pottery jars were generally used to hold the remains of infants who died young, or as sacrificial offerings. But in the game, it really is just a reward jar. He had already thoroughly studied it in the desolate waterfall ancient tomb. Although there are no such giant pottery jars. Jill nodded slightly, accepting the premise. Yang Tao understood as well. If someone were to pry open a coffin in front of him, his expression would be quite interesting. Bang bang bang. Smash all the Nord terracotta urns in the urn chamber, and there really isn't much junk inside except for the fallen items. We walked up to a stone wall. Yang Tao reached out and touched it. This is it. He took the lever out of his backpack, placed it on the ground, and then pulled the lever. The sound of chains rattling echoed from the wall, and a semicircular stone door slowly descended, revealing a passage leading deep into the blazing tomb. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, this is the correct way to experience the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Jill didn't speak, but simply gripped her shotgun and examined the circular tomb passage before her. Yang Tao led the way, walking at the very front. There were no monsters in the narrow passage. After navigating 2 bends and entering the deepest part of the blazing tomb, an altar appeared before them, just like in the desolate waterfall tomb. Where's that horn you need? Yang Tao pointed to the roll of parchment on the altar and laughed. Look, it was supposed to be there, but someone beat me to it. Then what should we do? Go over there, take down the parchment, and open it. Dragonborn, I have urgent business to discuss with you. Go to the Sleeping Giant Inn in Riverwood and rent a penthouse room. I'll meet you there. A friend. After we clear out the blazing tomb, we'll head to Riverwood to meet this blade master. He casually tossed the parchment into his backpack. Within this blazing abyss lies a wall of dragon language, where one can learn the final word of unyielding power. Da push. Chapter 135 Don't Make a Fuss. Experience 37%. Yang Tao put the healing potion, which had been sitting on the stone table in the tomb for who knows how long, into his backpack. It seems that a single bandit fortress is unlikely to reach level 20. Jill gathered the coins from another table and handed them to Yang Tao. Your leveling speed is unbelievable. Aren't you satisfied? Taking the coins, Yang Tao joked with a smile. I didn't say anything if leveling up was slow before I started using cheats, but now that I'm using cheats, if leveling up is still slow, then what's the point of using cheats? He reached out and patted Jill's pert buttocks. Let's go. First, we'll go to Riverwood and retrieve the Horn of Jurgen. Then, we'll go back to the monastery to activate the final Da of unyielding power. After completing the dungeon quest, we can head back. Oh right, kill a dragon on the way back and learn a disarming dragon shout. Jill slapped him on the back. By the way, do you know how to tame a dragon? Tame. Yang Tao immediately pictured himself riding a dragon, then shook his head. Not for now, but who knows what will happen in the future. There are also quite a few mods for taming dragons. After leaving the blazing tomb, which had already been exorcised, the sky was already getting dark. The two people and two dogs rode the happy ghost towards Dragonblood Peak, and soon, a cluster of ruined buildings appeared below, controlling the happy evil spirits as they fall. Gazing into the distance at the wandering souls amidst the ruins of the warmongering stronghold. What are those? Souls. Jill had clearly seen the wandering figures as well. Putting away the happy evil, Yang Tao looked at the translucent figures and explained, they are indeed souls, but they are all being controlled. They were originally just wandering merchants, commoners, or adventurers roaming the skies, but in the end, they were killed by a necromancer. He took the Wuji staff out of his backpack. The dragon language wall is on the mountaintop. Let's help the souls here find peace along the way. As he walked toward the ruins of the war camp, the wandering souls spotted him as soon as he stepped onto the steps. One by one, people rushed towards him with expressions of pain or apology. My friend, I have no choice in this. Run? I can't control myself. I'm sorry. I had no choice. A group of souls spoke up, clearly not wanting this to happen, but the necromancer controlling them was too powerful, and even if they wanted to resist, they were powerless to do so. Yang Tao stared at the soul rushing towards him. Don't worry, I will help you get out of this predicament, so that you won't be forced into this situation against your will. The Wuji staff can also trigger holy attacks against souls. In addition, these soul monsters can reduce physical damage by 50%, but will suffer 50% additional spell damage. For example, poison spells and soul fire spells. Soul fire talisman. Bang. The flames, formed from condensed magical power, exploded. Reduce 360. The fire effect was triggered, and the soul dressed as a merchant burst into flames. Soul fire talisman. Crouching dragon and phoenix chick charged forward, but the hellhound's passive ability prevented their damage from being reduced too much. Plus 60 experience. Spirituality 7. Silver coin 2. Elite Nord leather armor 1. Before Yang Tao could even complain about his soul losing equipment, more than a dozen controlled souls rushed in front of him. Fusaro. The unyielding force sent the charging souls flying. The second stage dragon roar was far stronger than the first. Soul fire talisman. With the strength of Yang Tao and his group, they were basically able to slaughter these manipulated souls indiscriminately. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed from the mountaintop on the east side, but the giant dragon, which was quite far away, did not notice the small commotion below. Don't worry, I'll come up to you after I've cleaned this place. These dragons had been dead for countless years, but Alduin resurrected them all in the dragon tomb. The Dragonborn's primary task is to deal with Alduin, the world-destroying dragon, and secondly, to deal with the resurrected dragons. After killing Alduin, it wouldn't matter whether these dragons were left alone or not. Unfortunately, wherever there is a dragon language wall, there are dragons guarding it, so there's nothing that can be done. There are many souls in the ruins of the war fortress. As you travel, you will help these helpless spirits find peace. A flash of golden light. A golden light emanated from the bodies of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, and their levels finally reached level 18. Sigh. I'm afraid I'll never be able to get rid of you two in this lifetime. Although he looks like he's about to reach level 20, he'll probably be short 10,000 to 20,000 experience points when he goes to do an enchantment. After clearing away the ruins of the negotiation barriers, I looked at the stone tablet on the mountaintop. Jill, let's take down the dragon and that necromancer Hilda in one fell swoop. We'll rest on this mountaintop tonight. Okay. Jill readily agreed. She was about to reach level 20 and unlock a new weapon. He rolled over and climbed onto the back of the phoenix chick. Walk. Fengchu strode off along the mountain path, with Jill riding closely behind on her dragon mount. Sensing the intrusion of an unfamiliar presence, the giant dragon, which had been resting in front of the dragon language wall, suddenly raised its head. Roar! Before the warning roar could be uttered, an even more powerful dragon roar came straight at its face. It was as if a giant hammer had smashed into his face. His enormous head snapped to the side. Scream, scream, scream. What are you screaming for? Yang Tao leaped off the phoenix chick and used his double jump ability to quickly jump onto the dragon's back. Blood Dragon, level 25. Lord. Health 9,000/9,000. It's not as strong as the dragon Milmonial from the Western Outpost. Concentrate your fire. Don't give it a chance to take off. It's a pity that there's no way to learn Dragon Soul Tier at this stage. Otherwise one roar would directly cause the dragon to lose its ability to fly. In front of Yang Tao and his group, this level 25 Blood Dragon Lord level boss was as helpless as a girl encountering a rogue. A few minutes later, the giant dragon, its entire body shimmering green, finally collapsed to the ground, pulling the heart probe from its body. Yang Tao opened his backpack with a look of delight to check the dropped items. Experience plus 2,800. 6 gold coins. Blood Dragon Gloves 1. Blood Dragon Leather Boots 1. Blood Dragon Belt 1. Cracked Yellow Sapphire 6. Sapphire 4. Blood Dragon Hide 24. Dragon Blood 12. 8 Whole Runestone. Lower World Bookshelf 6. Increase backpack slot limit by 2. Wow, the cleaner has been triggered. Amazing. Blood Dragon Boots. Level required, 20. Defense plus 25, Magic Defense plus 40. Strength plus 15. Constitution plus 15. Additional set. Attribute 1. Increases attack power by an additional 20% against beasts below level 30. Attribute 2. Reduces stun duration by 25%. Set bonus 1. All attributes plus 15, activated. Set bonus 2. Plus 40 to all defense, activated. Set bonus 3. Increases Dragon Roar power by 50%, not activated. Set includes Blood Dragon Belt, Blood Dragon Gloves, Blood Dragon Boots, and Blood Dragon Helmet. That's the charm of set bonuses. The only thing Yang Tao found regrettable was the Blood Dragon set dropped by the dragon, which was clearly more suitable for warriors or knights. The full set is even more suitable for Dragonborn. However, Yang Tao happily stuffed the equipment into his backpack. Who says Taoist priests can't engage in close combat? Chapter 136. You fly for me. Just a little bit more. Level 19 is just one step away from level 20, and Yang Tao is now wishing a band of bandits would rush out and point their fingers at him, saying they want to kill him. Absorb the dragon soul of this blood dragon, then walk to the dragon language wall. Pale blue runes flowed slowly across the ancient stone wall, while golden light emanated from the wall and entered Yang Tao's body. Having learned the Dragon Roar skill, the user is disarmed and sealed. Do you want to spend 1 dragon soul to activate the Zune word? Activation. Without hesitation, he killed the dragon in order to activate the dragon's roar. Dragon soul -1. However, the inactive text following disarmed disappeared. Yang, shall we rest first, or should we level up your character? Jill could tell that Yang Tao was in high spirits after killing the dragon. First, level up. The necromancer who controls those souls is hiding deep within the ruins of the war fortress. As long as you can deliver the souls inside and then kill the necromancer inside, you will be able to level up to level 20 without any problem. Level 19 and level 20 are completely different levels. Once he changes into level 20 equipment, it's like going from rags to riches. Perfect timing. I also want to see how effective the new weapon is. We turned back down the mountain, found the gate leading underground, opened it, and immediately heard the warning voices of those souls coming from inside. The mutated skeleton archer raised his hand and fired a crossbow bolt, which pierced directly through the soul's body. Unfortunately, the damage dealt by the mutated skeleton archer after gaining 50% immunity to physical damage is simply appalling. Soul Fire Talisman. Jill, hurry up. I'm thinking of going to the top of the mountain to see the stars. Yang Tao kept throwing out talismans. You can't see such a beautiful starry sky outside. Are you sure you just want to look at the stars? Uncertain. Jill raised her pistol, aimed it at the charging souls, and pulled the trigger. Then you'd better hurry. Vampire's Wrath. Yang Tao suddenly darted out. Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix. Give it your all. Woof. Woof. Poisoning Technique. Poisoning Technique. Along the way, Yang Tao didn't consider the money spent on talismans and poison powder, nor the mana cost of Taoist magic. With all firepower unleashed, the souls deep within the ruins of the war camp had absolutely no power to resist. Occasionally, one or two elite souls would only provide Yang Tao with some amusement. A flash of golden light, and Yang Tao stopped in his tracks. Gain the skill Ghost Shield. Ghost Shield level 2. Mana cost, 80. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Increases own magic defense by 2 levels. Duration 60 seconds, adds 5 to spirit. After mastering invisibility, Yang Tao gained another new Taoist skill. 20 already? We haven't even killed the boss yet. Although he said that, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Ghost Shield. A talisman flew out, and then exploded, revealing a huge demon character that enveloped him, Jill, and the crouching dragon and phoenix chick. The magic defense on the attribute panel has increased by 40 points. I remember there's also the divine armor spell later on, which, if I remember correctly, increases physical defense. This Taoist skills really involve desperately turning himself into a meat shield. Yang Tao reached out and removed the parasite from his head, throwing it into his backpack. He then equipped himself with the Blood Dragon belt, Blood Dragon boots, Blood Dragon gloves, the Face of Fear artifact, Celia's enigmatic necklace artifact, Celia's enigmatic bracelet artifact, and Celia's enigmatic ring artifact. Looking at the terrifying boosts from the equipment, Yang Tao let out a long breath. Starting today, I'm not eating beef. Forget about beef, hot pot beef, and steak are fine. Even disregarding the bonuses from other equipment, the 3-piece jewelry set provided by Syria alone offers a whopping 300 points of base damage. Jill, you've activated it. Yang Tao turned to look at Jill, who was holding a sniper rifle in both hands. The M110A1 is a pretty good semi-automatic sniper rifle, but it's all show and no substance. Its main feature is that it increases my range by 5 times. That's enough. Jill's attacks increase with her level. Shotguns ensure close-range damage output. Grenades ensure damage output against groups of enemies. Pistols are suitable for quick reactions, and sniper rifles are capable of long-range attacks. The next new weapons to appear will likely be grenade launchers or rocket launchers. I wonder if skills like particle cannons or star lasers will appear after the upgrade. If all else fails, a warlord with G-0 is not out of the question. Let's go see the necromancer Hildo inside. Although there were some minor discrepancies with his expectations, it didn't stop him from going to meet this necromancer with his perverse hobbies. Upon reaching the deepest part of the first level of the War Barrier ruins, there is a dragon language wall and a huge treasure chest in front of it. Yang Tao looked at the gray-black ground, a slight smile playing on his lips. Jill, you and the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick stay here for now. I'm going down to play with that necromancer. That gray-black ground is a trapdoor set up by the necromancer. Anyone who is greedy and walks over the treasure chest in front of the dragon language wall will fall into the trap set by the necromancer. He walked along the tunnel wall to the dragon language wall, learned Kane's calmness, silently activated it, and his last remaining dragon soul was completely consumed. He turned around, walked to the trapdoor, and stepped onto it. The gray-black stone slab suddenly sank. He fell downwards. It's about 7 or 8 meters deep, much deeper than in the game. Yang Tao stood steadily in the puddle, glanced down and laughed. Tisk, water from the ground. Not even a lucky horseshoe needed. The air was filled with a nauseating smell of decay and the stench of herbs. Look up at your surroundings. The iron bars of the cage were very thick, with posts as thick as a baby's arm, but the gaps between them were so narrow that even a dog couldn't squeeze through. On the other side of the cage, a person slowly emerged from the shadows. Black robe, emaciated, and carrying a bone cane. Hilda's face was hidden deep within the hood, with only her eyes gleaming with an eerie green light in the darkness, and a sickly smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Huh, another fool has fallen into my trap. And he didn't die? Interesting. He walked up to the cage and said sarcastically in a tone of absolute control. You think that treasure chest is for you? Everything here is my collection. Yang Tao stepped forward and grabbed the fence, which was as thick as an infant's arm, his face showing fear. Who are you? What do you want? Seeing Yang Tao's reaction, Hilda burst into laughter like a pervert. Struggle, scream, and your soul will become my most perfect collection. After saying that, Hilda walked to the side and pulled the large lever on the wall, with the sound of a mechanism being activated, revealing the deep, black, cold, and putrid soul pool below, a mixture of rotten herbs, soul blood, and necromancy, with soul remnants and bone fragments floating on the surface. This is Hilda's method of torturing her prey. The various potions within can corrupt the soul and body. Even the strongest orcs couldn't hold out for more than a few minutes. Just as Hilda was looking on expectantly, a stone brick appeared at the prey's feet. Have you finished reciting your lines? Yang Tao took out his pickaxe and started mining in a chain, collecting the entire cage into his backpack. You. Hilda's eyes were filled with disbelief. Fly away. Fuss row. Hilda flew up in his underground laboratory like a tattered sack. Chapter 137 Demon God Moradbar. Vampire's Wrath. With the surge in attributes, Yang Tao's speed also improved. Now, with the added skill bonus, before Hilda could even regain her footing, he rushed over and grabbed her by the neck. Press it against the cold wall. Let go of the teacher. A voice rang out. Hilda's apprentice level 18. Health 1000/1000. A fragile mage, but because he is Hilda's minion, he has more health than mages of the same level. So noisy. Soul Fire Talisman. -322. Reduced by 300. 2 damage numbers, 1 red and 1 white, appeared above Hilda's apprentice's head. Poisoning Technique. Paint People Green. Deals 20% spirit damage every 2 seconds, ignoring defense/magic resistance. Level 1 deals 10% damage over 2.5 seconds. Level 2 deals 15% damage over 2.5 seconds, and Level 3 deals 20% damage over 2 seconds. -21. Reduced by 300. Poisoning is also a form of damage. 12. Before Hilda's apprentice could finish casting his spell, his body suddenly stiffened, and he fell straight to the ground. Hilda watched her apprentice die without feeling any sadness, only fear, a fear of death. No, you can't kill me. I know all the secrets here. Poisoning Technique. I really don't care about your secret. The 320 damage over 2 seconds was enough to overwhelm even the Lord Boss, Hilda, who was, after all, just a mage boss. Yang Tao reached out and gently patted his cheek, laughing. Struggle, scream, your body will become my perfect midnight snack. Vampire. Crimson energy emanated from Hilda, and the necromancer, who took pleasure in watching people struggle to their death and tormenting their souls, suddenly narrowed her eyes. Vampire. In the world of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, vampires and necromancers are universally hated. But vampires have an even worse reputation. At least necromancers have room to maneuver, but vampires are truly unstoppable. They'll kill you wherever they're encountered, even if you drown in the toilet. I can give you a treasure chest, dragon language, and gems to spare my life. Fool, even if I kill you, the stuff will still be mine. He released his grip on Hilda's hand. Looking down at Hilda's disheveled appearance, he asked, do you know what's most important in being a person? Hilda's mind flashed back to her past actions, and her already pale face turned ashen. The number of people he murdered here could form a small village. I don't know. Of course it's about the cooking time. Unlike those traditional vampires who eat raw food, I personally prefer cooked food. How well done do you like it cooked? Hilda trembled with fear. He knew that cannibals existed, but he preferred to handle corpses and had never considered tasting them. Watching Hilda's health bar drop by 1 level, Yang Tao smiled and said, fine, I'm kind-hearted, so I'll grant you eternal peace. He reached out and placed his hand in front of Hilda, who had completely lost her composure. Burst. Soul Fire Talisman. The flames suddenly exploded. This is diffraction. -267. Reduced by 300. Hilda, being a necromancer, clearly has high magic resistance. However, thanks to his equipment, mental combat techniques, and the boost from Vampire's Wrath, Yang Tao also possessed some knowledge of staff techniques. With a thought, he took the Wuji staff, which possessed divine attack power, into his hand. You can resist. I love active prey, especially the feeling of struggling when I bite the neck while the prey is still alive. It's just wonderful. Vampire. Hilda, who was just preparing to go all in, suddenly had 2 voices in her mind. One was resisted and was bitten to death. One option is to be killed without resisting. As for a counterattack, he had been poisoned, and the poison was extremely potent. In that short period of time, he felt his soul weaken considerably. Even if the other party doesn't make a move, he probably won't last even 5 minutes. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. You won't succeed, you damned vampire. With that, a resolute glint flashed in Hilda's eyes, and she raised the bone staff in her hand and plunged it into her heart. Holy crap! So ruthless? I curse you in the name of the soul of Malagbal and the Lord of Enslavement. May your soul be dragged into a cold harbor. May you be devoured by the screams of your soul day and night. May every soul you absorb become a sharp blade that pierces you. May you be a plaything of the demon god for all eternity. The words fell. By the mark of Baal, cursed by the demon god. Permanent debuff. In a world possessing the demon god Baal, one will suffer. Soul skill has a 10% chance to backfire on the user. Vampire power endures extra pain. Defensive skills become less stable. Continuously disturbed by the soul's scream. Regarded as mortal enemies by necromancers/vampires. Hilda lay on the ground, his face as pale as paper, an overwhelming aura of death emanating from him. Yet even so, he still managed a twisted smile. See? Even if you kill me, Baal won't let you go. Your soul will belong to him sooner or later. As soon as she finished speaking, Hilda died with her eyes wide open in disbelief. That's it. Sigh, you're going to die soon. Healing spell. With the extremely high mental boost, Yang Tao's level 2 healing spell was able to slow down the rate at which his soul dissipated. He took a bucket of milk out of his backpack, poured it directly into his mouth, and the imprint of the notorious Baal instantly disappeared. Hilda felt the curse on Yang Tao suddenly disappear, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. You? Puff. A mouthful of black blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his body instantly burst into flames. A pitch-black crack suddenly appeared, and the air was instantly filled with the unique decay and coldness of Lingong, as if the temperature of the entire underground stone chamber had been instantly drained. That was the aura of annihilation, the arrival of Maragbal's authority. An irresistible and terrifying suction force surged out from the crack, forcibly pulling Hilda's already dissipating soul from her body, turning it into a trembling ball of ghostly blue soul fire. No, Lord Baal, I am your faithful follower. I have imprisoned countless souls for you. You cannot do this to me. He sacrificed his entire life and tormented countless lives. He thought he would be given a place in Cold Harbor after his death, but he never expected that what awaited him was not a reward, but the most ruthless repossession by the demon god. Within the rift, a pair of bloodshot, savage golden vertical pupils slowly opened, revealing only a projection-like gaze. The necromantic runes throughout the stone chamber shattered, and the puddles began to freeze. That was the gaze of the demon god Maragbal. His gaze was fixed on Yang Tao, filled with scrutiny, greed, and a hint of barely perceptible surprise. Seeing that the other party showed no sign of making a move, Yang Tao immediately put on a bright smile. Lord Bar, what? You want to take me with you to your Cold Harbor as a guest? But Bar did not respond. He simply inhaled coldly. Ah! Hilda's soul screamed as it was dragged into the dark rift, with no chance to resist. The next second, the crack closed with a roar, and all the coldness and oppression vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Chapter 138 Blade Warrior Delphine. Yang Tao kicked at the ashes left by Hilda on the ground and sneered. You want to drag me down with you? Even if I can't get rid of the curse, it'll just be a bit of a hassle. But you actually delivered yourself to my doorstep. You don't even understand the God you believe in? Then what's the point of your faith? Experience points increased by 2,800. Staff of Tander 1. Hilda's Badge 1. Balanzia Gem 6. Hilda's Diary 1. Soul Pool Key 1. Cracked Samurai Gem 6. Redstone Block 3. Increased the backpack slot limit by 1. The moment the rift closed, a notification popped up indicating what items would fall. Yang Tao took out Hilda's diary and the key to the soul pool and threw them directly into the soul pool under the trap. Who would bother reading the diary of an old pervert? The diary also appears in the game, but it's placed on a table and contains Hilda's mental journey of tormenting others. The Staff of Tander is a suitable weapon for necromancers, but Hilda's emblem is quite interesting. Hilda's Badge. Accessories. Enslaving the undead and summoning skeletons are increased by 25%. Theoretically, this thing is more suitable for necromancers who can summon a skeleton army, but Yang Tao's summoning skeletons are also included in the bonus, which makes it very valuable. Use a double jump followed by spikes to reach the upper level. After we're done, let's go see the stars. Jill's face paled slightly. That aura just now. Don't worry, Demon God Maragbal. Although he is very strong, he should have limitations and won't have any impact. If there were any problems, he would probably be dead by now. Maragbal, one of the 16 demon gods, has the core domains of domination, enslavement, soul harvesting, torture, and the origin of vampires. The ruler of Cold Harbor in the Annihilation Realm. His character is utterly devious. Once he sets his sights on someone, there is only one way out: death. However, he was able to remove the permanent curse that Hilda had cast with her soul, which was equivalent to slapping him in the face. Even so, Baal did not kill him, which means that he was worried about something. In the future, can we not push too hard? It's easy for something to go wrong. Leaving the underground, we returned to the dragon language wall atop Holy Blood Peak. With a thought, a matchbox-sized wooden house appeared out of thin air on the mountaintop. Wulong and Fengchu, you two go inside and get some rest. There's plenty of food for you today. He took out a large amount of rotten flesh and the dog food he had prepared for the two of them from his backpack and put them into the wooden house. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix looked at the things in the wooden house, then at Yang Tao, and finally obediently went into the wooden house. After watching the two of them go inside, Yang Tao led Jill to the roof of the wooden house. He pulled out a sofa, sat down, put his arm around Jill's shoulder, and pointed to the dazzling night sky. This starry sky is so beautiful. As the saying goes, an old man's shoulders are cunning, and Yang Tao's hands simply couldn't stay on Jill's shoulders. They always unconsciously moved downwards. The following day, at the Sleeping Giant Inn in Riverwood. The horn you needed was the one that the landlady took? Yang Tao picked up the large wooden glass on the table and took a sip of the very distinctive malt beer. Yes, it's her. Delphine's disguise was excellent. The way she joked with the guests gave no indication that she was a member of the Blade Order. Jill used her knife and fork to cut the smoked meat on her plate, savoring the local specialty. The innkeeper, who had been joking with guests at the next table, walked over, her eyes sweeping over Yang Tao and Jill, a hint of inquiry in her gaze. Where are you two coming from? Yang Tao didn't try to play games with the proprietress in front of him. He simply took the parchment she had left in the blazing tomb from his backpack and placed it on the table. I have come as agreed to meet an old friend whom I have never met before. Upon seeing the parchment, even with her strong mental fortitude, Delphine was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly recovered, her smile remaining unchanged as she said, I know the old friend you're talking about. She's been waiting for you for a long time. I'll take you to see her. Yang Tao smiled, put away the parchment on the table, and then looked at Jill and instructed, You eat first. I'm going to see my old friend with the landlady. Then he looked at Delphine and smiled. Excuse me, could you bring another bottle of honey beer? This must be a free meal. So, having more is perfectly fine. Delphine smiled and gestured to her waiter to bring over a bottle of honey beer. Let's go then. Yang Tao nodded slightly and followed Delphina into a room at the Sleeping Giant Inn. After entering the room, Delphine said softly, Could you please close the door? Yang Tao then closed the heavy door and thoughtfully bolted it. He then walked towards Delphine. Delphine's smile vanished, and her once charming eyes turned icy cold. So you're the legendary Dragonborn. We need to talk. Come with me. After saying that, Delphine activated the mechanism, and the wooden bookshelf that was originally attached to the wall moved away automatically, revealing a staircase leading to the ground. Following behind Delphine, Yang Tao drove into the underground chamber. Looking at the cramped environment, Yang Tao complained, The environment here is really not good. I didn't expect you Blade Warriors to be in such a state. Delphine's gaze was somewhat cold. Greybeards think you're a Dragonborn, and I hope they're not mistaken. She pushed the horn of Jorgen, which was placed on the table in the secret room, forward. I hope you are a true Dragonborn, but don't expect me to believe you just because Greybeard says so. Yang Tao stepped forward, put away the horn, and stared into Delphine's eyes, smiling as he said, Ms. Delphine, what you said is very interesting. After saying that, Yang Tao said in a firm tone, Blade Warriors, elites who once served the Dragonborn Emperor, protected the Empire, and hunted dragons. And I am a Dragonborn. Even if you are not sure if I am a true Dragonborn, you should still give me enough respect, instead of forcing me to do something through deception or orders. Delphine placed her hand on the one-handed sword on the table, her gaze fixed intently on Yang Tao. Where on earth did you get so much information? I know far more than you can imagine. Yang Tao chuckled and took out the Wuji staff from his backpack, pointing it at Delphine's face. Why don't you try and see if you can keep me here after I've learned your identity? Let's make this clear beforehand. If you fail to kill me, then the two remaining Blade Warriors, including you, will all die. Delphine hesitated for a moment, but in the end she released her grip on the one-handed sword. I have to be careful, the Thormer eyeliners are everywhere. Your guess is correct. They did indeed play a role in pushing the dragons back. Seeing that Delphine's killing intent had disappeared, Yang Tao also put away the Wuji staff. I dislike, and even want to kill those Thalmor elves. The Thalmor are the ruling body of the Third Ancestral Lands, a totalitarian organization dominated by the Altmer, High Elves, and the biggest mastermind behind the main storyline of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim. Elven supremacy combined with extreme nationalism, viewing humans as an inferior race. Coincidentally, Yang Tao also couldn't accept this subspecies that couldn't face humanity. I will kill dragons, and I will deal with those high elves. It's your business if you don't trust Greybeard and the dragon Pathanax. Yang Tao braced himself on the table, leaned close to Delphine, and whispered, Madam, I never take sides. I am my own team, and you can choose to stand on my side. Chapter 139. It's a success. I, Taoist master, have succeeded. I will return to High Howl Peak to learn new dragon shouts. Now, only 2 blade warriors remain. Aspen, who is hiding in the rogue paths of Rift 10. Yang Tao released his grip on the table and looked at the somewhat stunned Delphine with a disdainful gaze. I am a dragonborn, and Greybeard can teach me dragon shouts. You want me to kill all the dragons, and you also want me to help you deal with the Thalmor elves. What can you give me? The air in the sealed room seemed to freeze instantly. Delphine stared blankly at Yang Tao, her pupils slightly contracting. She never imagined that a dragonborn recognized by the Greybeards would communicate with her in this way, through negotiation, transactions, and even threats. That wasn't arrogance, nor was it provocation. It was a fearless confidence in one's strength. She was stunned for a full 3 breaths. Then, she slowly, very slowly smiled. There was no anger in that smile, only a long-lost excitement. You little rascal, she murmured softly, as if evaluating someone of her kind whom she had never met before. I thought you'd be like those Nord fools. But you are different. You are a dragonborn. You can absorb dragon souls, and you can truly kill dragons. As long as you are willing to stand on our side, Blade can be rebuilt. We can work together to take down the Thalmor and drive the elves out of the sky. Yang Tao raised an eyebrow. So? Delphine took a deep breath and looked him straight in the eye. I can give you all of Blade's resources. The library of the Heavenly Temple, the intelligence we've gathered over 30 years of investigating the Thalmor, and the ancient knowledge of the Dragonborn. All of these can be given to you. We can fight side by side. But the prerequisite is that you must slay the dragon. You must stand with us and oppose the Summers. Her tone was serious, without the slightest hint of perfunctoriness. I'll take Pachanax. If there's something to talk about, great. If not, you go your sunny path, and I'll go my narrow bridge. Yang Tao was very carefree. Petunas had left a deep impression on him in the game. Pachanax once. Isn't it clear what I mean? Yang Tao pointed to his eyes. Pachanax's value in life is greater than his value in death. I can see that. After saying that, Yang Tao turned and walked upstairs. I'll give you time to think it over. I'll be back in a few days. Delphine watched Yang Tao's departing figure, her heart filled with complex emotions. This dragonborn was far more difficult to deal with than she had anticipated. Most importantly, what they said was true. The Blade Warriors have nothing right now. Back in the lobby of the Sleeping Giant Inn, Yang Tao sat back down at the table, picked up a piece of bread, and took a bite. Although he is no longer full, he can still eat something to taste, even if it's a bit wasteful. Are you done talking? We had a friendly exchange. Yang Tao said with a smile. This is really interesting. She wants me to work myself to the bone, but she won't even pay me a salary. So what do you think? Let's take it one step at a time. After we've eaten, we'll go to High Roar Peak, learn the dragon shout, and then complete the dungeon quest. It'll be about time. Just when I was almost full, Delphine walked to his side again and whispered, I agree to your request. A wise choice. Yang Tao turned to Delphine. Don't worry, I won't let you down. By the way, can we talk about something? I'd really like some chicken soup. Could you buy that chicken that's wandering around outside Riverwood and stew it for me? Don't worry, I'll pay 3 times the price. They're out. Yang Tao, who had just emerged from the world of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim, couldn't help but shout out in front of the dungeon portal, attracting a crowd of onlookers. Jill immediately took 2 steps to the side, pretending not to recognize him. Yang Tao. Forget it, I won't stoop to a woman's level. I quickly left the vicinity of the dungeon, used the magic tower stairs to return home, and walked from the balcony into the living room, where I collapsed onto the soft sofa. Home is still the best. Jill also sat down to the side and laughed. Indeed, although I haven't been away for long, it feels like I've been gone for a long time. Then rest at home for a few more days this time. Jill nodded slightly, and then asked, So what are your plans next? What's next? Yang Tao rolled over and lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling and pondering. There are so many places I can go after level 20. The Corruption Lands and Crimson Lands are great places to get trinkets. There are also loot dungeons, which are good for making money. You can also level up in the Pig Cave at level 20. The equipment drop rate there is pretty good. Speaking of the Pig Cave and the legend, Yang Tao pondered that these guys should be able to drop live pork chops. How come a pig that has become a spirit is not a pig? I'm fine with going anywhere. Jill has no equipment pressure. Her strength will increase as long as Yang Tao levels up. However, if her rank doesn't improve, her strength will sometimes fall behind. For example, Yang Tao is currently level 20, and beating other level 30 professionals is like beating a child for him. Even if 10 Jills were tied together, they couldn't possibly defeat Yang Tao. You rest first. I'll go to the outer edge of Grand Forest again to improve my strength. This time he's going all in to see if he can max out his equipment's enchantments. After resting at home for a while, I went to an auction house and bought a large number of broken gemstones. These broken gems can be synthesized into higher grade gems by incurring some processing fees. However, at higher levels, players can directly obtain cracked or common grade gems, so most professionals choose to directly purchase higher grade gems, instead of synthesizing it yourself, which is troublesome and not cost-effective. After returning home with a large number of gems, they went directly to the underground base on the outskirts of Grand Forest. The gains in the world of the Elder Scrolls V, Skyrim this time, were also considerable. Put all the ordinary equipment and broken gems into the recycling table to turn them into the most basic materials in the Divine mod. I took the bookshelf I had acquired from my backpack and placed it next to the enchanting table. That's about it. Oh, and there's also the water-filtering ocean bookshelf. The water-filter ocean bookshelf has a simple effect. It can hold 6 enchanted books with 6 different words, and these 6 words will not appear in the enchanting table during the enchanting process. It's like setting up a blacklist, making the chances of getting the desired enchantment much higher. Without sea crystal bricks, it's impossible to make ocean-themed bookshelves. Collect your bike and you could win a motorcycle. Take a deep breath, walk to the enchanting table, open the enchanting interface, and insert a weapon encyclopedia. As the name suggests, the weapon compendium only contains weapon-related enchantments, which is perfect for Yang Tao, who needs to enchant the Wuji staff. Let's look at the last column. Because of the bookshelf that adds clues, you can clearly see the enchantment entries that are about to be added. Robbery V. Sharp X. Durability 7. The Curse of Vanishing. What the heck? Chocolate that tastes like shit. Regardless of the level of the disappearance curse, it essentially means that your equipment disappears upon death. For Yang Tao, this attribute wasn't unacceptable. He could just put it in the library anyway. You're the one. 1,000 experience points vanished instantly. Yang Tao's lips twitched, then he gritted his teeth and took out new weapon manuals, boot manuals, chest armor manuals, and helmet manuals, stuffing them all into the enchanting table. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,000. It's done. I've succeeded. Chapter 140. If I hit you with that stick, watch out for your coffin money. Yang, are you alright? Jill looked at Yang Tao, who had been sitting silently on the sofa since returning from enchanting, and asked him with some concern. Yang Tao shook his head slightly. It's okay. I'm fine, very fine. He took the Wuji staff from his backpack and gently stroked its smooth surface. He spent an expensive removal stone to remove the experience gem from the Wuji staff, and then spent a high-grade socketing stone to open the 4th socket, and replace it with a new gem. Then use a grinding wheel to remove the original enchantments and apply new enchantments. Wuji staff. Sharp 12. Durability 7. Robbery of 12. Flame Edition. Cleaner V. Cavalry Charge. Attacks while mounted deal additional base damage. 1.75 carat enchantment level. Approximately 300 attack points. Flawless Shadow Gem. All enchantment levels increased by 1. Flawless Shadow Gem. Flawless Samurai Gem. Increases critical hit chance by 40%. Flawless Samurai Gem. Jill, I keep wanting to ride on my little phoenix and knock on something. He put away the Wuji staff. This time, he not only upgraded his weapon, but also significantly improved his diamond armor set. Of course, the cost is also enormous. Fortunately, enchanting allows you to incur debts, otherwise he would probably be back to level 17 by now. You should rest well and not think too much. Yang Tao nodded slightly, glanced at the bright red negative experience points, and finally took a deep breath. He took out his phone and opened a professional forum. Let me see where I can find interesting things to browse. After staying obediently in H City for a few days, Yang Tao, who was indulging in a life of pleasure, finally remembered his experience points related to his debts. Wine and women are harmful to health. I will quit drinking starting today. Hearing this, Jill, who was drinking coffee next to Yang Tao, couldn't help but complain. I should be the one saying that. In her eyes, Yang Tao's body was practically a perpetual motion machine. He didn't need to rest or sleep, and he was never tired. They're all the same. Yang Tao looked around. The new city was not large. Compared to H City, it was just a matter of the city proper versus the county seat. New Tuching. As a classic city in the legendary game, it has now been transformed into a semi-modern city. The original low and dilapidated earthen walls have been transformed into sturdy special stone walls, and the simple houses have become three-story buildings. The most outrageous thing is that the stone tomb in the middle of the city, which is comparable in size to a real pyramid, has been covered with tiles by some master architect. Under the sunlight, the stone tomb reflected a dazzling light. Are architects going to be this aggressive just to level up their characters? Yang Tao was not so much suspicious as he was certain that if the terrain in the wild didn't change, these civil engineers could have built a highway right up to the boss's doorstep. Everyone says the monsters in the stone tomb are very strong. That's them. Yang Tao is now eager to go to the pig cave and have a chat with the black and red wild boars inside. This time, he spent a fortune to create 12 bottles of ancient knowledge potion, all for the purpose of challenging the herds of white boars on the 7th level of the stone tomb and obtaining the final stone tomb corpse king. Jill, let's head straight for the 6th level of the stone tomb, which is the stone tomb array. There are many monsters there, so we don't need to worry about attracting them. The stone tomb has a total of 7 levels, and the deeper you go, the denser the monsters become. Following a few scattered groups of job changers, we walked up the long stone steps toward the upper level of the stone tomb. As you step through the stone gate, the sweltering heat of the outside world is instantly dispelled by the cool air inside the stone tomb. The environment of this stone tomb is really good. There was no strange smell in the stone tomb, not even a few loose stones. It was so clean it looked almost unreal. Yes, the temperature is just right. It's too hot outside. Mengzhong Earth City is a city built in the desert, and next to the entrance is a staircase leading to the 2nd level of the stone tomb. Without wasting any time, the two went straight to the 2nd floor. Yang Tao opened the mini-map, glanced at it, and pointed to the passage on the left. Let's go this way. This is the furthest from the entrance to the 3rd floor. The monsters along the way shouldn't have been cleared out yet, so let's test their strength. Yang, the information says that the monsters on floors 1 to 3 are around level 25, and there are no elites. On floors 4 to 5, additional wedge moths and hornflies will appear, and level 28 elite white boars will spawn immediately afterward. The final stone tomb corpse king is a level 30 lord level boss. Jill took out her phone and glanced at the information on the forum again. Also, there's more. Yang Tao waved his hand, indicating that Jill didn't need to introduce anything further. That's enough. I've looked at the information on the forum, and it's pretty much what I remember. The gate to paradise has not yet been found in this world. We don't know if it hasn't been discovered or if it simply doesn't exist. The 2 men and 2 dogs continued walking deeper into the stone tomb. Summon skeletons. Summon the mutated skeleton archer. With the 25% skeleton strength bonus from the trinket, the guy's body doesn't change at all, but the crossbow on his arm is noticeably larger. After walking for a while, a figure covered in bright red appeared ahead. A loincloth-clad hand. Red wild boar, level 25. Health 1250/1250. Thick blood. Phoenix chick. Fengshu immediately ran to his side, and Yang Tao rode on its back, took out the Wuji staff, and charged towards the red wild boar in the distance. For the current Phoenix chick, a distance of several tens of meters is just a blink of an eye. The Wuji staff, radiating white and purple light, landed directly on the head of the red wild boar. Critical strike, cavalry charge triggered. Minus 724. Reduced by 300. The blow dealt 1024 damage, leaving the red boar with only 226 health points. Before it could even turn around and do anything, the Phoenix bit it. Minus 247. Plus 60 experience. Silver coin 6. Silver snake 1. Glass ring 1. Life potion 18. Cooked pork chop 18. Ancient remains fragment 8. Endstone 18. It really does drop pork. With the help of the Hellhound's flames, the pork chop, which should have been raw, was transformed into a cooked pork chop. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix. I hereby declare that your meals from now on will be pork chops. With his current drop rate, a single run of the stone tomb would probably be enough to feed those two for 2 years. Fengshu's body didn't stop, carrying Yang Tao as it rushed towards another red wild boar. Reduce 694. Reduced by 300. Flames erupted, and Yang Tao once again picked up the Wuji staff and thrust it forcefully. Plus 30 experience. 8 silver coins. 10 mana potions. Sun potion 10. There is indeed less experience outside, but the monsters outside can respawn, which makes up for it somewhat. Bang. Gunshots rang out. In the distance, a black wild boar was shot in the head by Jill with a sniper rifle. Bang. Another gun. Yang Tao rushed forward, raised the Wuji staff in his hand, and brought it down quickly. Looking at the dropped items that were flooding the screen again, Yang Tao suddenly felt that he should try to get some 16-slot bags. Chapter 141 Heading to the Stone Tomb Formation. It would be great if we could have a conversion table, even if we don't have any red matter equipment. Upon entering the 5th level of the Stone Tomb, Yang Tao finally understood what the troubles of happiness were. With the bonus of 12 points in the gamble, the drop limit for common items has been increased to 12, the drop rate for rare items has been increased by 14.5%, and the drop rate for equipment has been increased by 20.5%. The drop rate for second-tier rare items and equipment is now 92.3%. The second chance here is that if you don't get a rare item or equipment the first time, there is a 92.3% chance that the drop will be recalculated. Normally, red boars would drop only 1 to 2 health potions, but in the event of a raid on level 12, they would drop 1 to 13 health potions. Jill glanced at Yang Tao. After reaching level 20, she felt that Yang Tao's strength was rising in a straight line, like a rocket. He was stronger than she could have imagined. Yang Tao opened the mini-map and glanced at the surrounding area. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he pointed to a narrow path. Jill, there's a white boar over there. Elite-level white boars are a must-do activity in the Stone Tomb. They are slow, give a lot of experience, and have a chance to drop high-level equipment. Riding the Phoenix Chick, I rushed quickly toward the location of the elite white boar, but before I could get there, a swarm of bats rushed over. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao's face showed a surprised expression. A hornfly. These bats are very small, about the size of a chihuahua. Their health points are only 100, meaning that any professional who can reach the Stone Tomb has the ability to kill them instantly. He swung the Wuji staff and delivered a sweeping blow. 7 or 8 small bats fell to the ground. +2 experience. +1 experience. Miniature life potion 6. +1 experience. Return scroll 6. +1 experience. Wait a minute. This thing can drop a town portal scroll. Although the price of a town portal scroll has dropped, it's still worth 8 gold coins. Yang Tao never expected that these little bats would actually drop a return scroll. He looked at the little bats that rushed up to bite him. Riding on the Phoenix Chick, Yang Tao opened his mouth and shouted, "Fuss ro da." A violent shockwave sent all the flying bats flying away, and in an instant, a flood of experience points and loot notifications appeared on the screen. Group attacks are really exciting. The little bats in the distance continued to fly towards them in droves. It doesn't look like a hornfly. While clearing away the harmless little bats, Yang Tao moved forward and soon came into view of the few horned flies that were nestled in the cramped tunnel. A mass of dark yellow, rotten flesh, devoid of any organs or limbs, with only a protruding hole at the top. The mass of rotten flesh contracted and spat out a small bat. Yang Tao, I've seen this countless times in games, but this real-life version is just too sanity-draining. But the mutated skeleton archer doesn't care about this or that. It just raises its arm and fires a barrage of shots. More than a dozen crossbow bolts flew out, taking care of all the charging bats and the newly corrupted ones. Miniature mana potion 6. 1 bullhorn ring. More than 20 small bats dropped a piece of equipment, even with Yang Tao having the bonuses of 12th level plunder, level 5 cleaner, and luck. For an ordinary professional, it's likely that even killing 100 wouldn't yield a single item. It's like a paralysis ring. Everyone says that wedge moths can be dug up, but no one has ever seen one. I did a quick mental calculation of how efficient these horned flies were at spitting out small bats, and the value of the dropped items. 2 seconds later. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The 3 horned flies sitting in the corner all turned green, and then a series of damage numbers appeared above their heads. Fighting small bats only gives 1 experience point, and the drop rate is so low. It's better to just fight red and black wild boars directly. At least you can take them down in 1 hit. He could easily finish off any enemy, whether it was a crouching dragon, a Phoenix Chick, or a mutant skeleton archer, with a single follow-up strike. His cost-effectiveness was far superior to these little bats. Knock knock. At this moment, the white boar in the distance, carrying a meteor hammer, charged towards him with heavy steps. Compared to the black and red wild boars, this white wild boar is much fatter and, most importantly, incredibly tall, at least 2.5 meters high. With a meteor hammer in its hand that's bigger than a human head, it's practically a walking tank. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The plump white wild boar turned into a red-skinned wild boar. -28. Reduced by 300. A hint of human-like shock even appeared in the white boar's eyes. His expression was as if he were questioning someone. Are you cheating? With a thought, Yang Tao's phoenix chick darted towards the white boar like an arrow released from a bow. Humph. Upon hearing the sound of the white wild boar, Yang Tao almost lost his composure. You have connections with the villagers? He raised the Wuji staff and struck the white boar. The extremely high damage caused the boar's body to shudder, and it then let out a miserable scream. Knock again. 2 crossbow bolts were lodged in its body. Knock again. The white boar with 2,800 HP was no match for Yang Tao's brutal attack. Explode. He withstood the white boar's meteor hammer and struck its plump belly with the stick. Experience plus 600. 1 gold coin. Silver coin 66. Potent sun potion 16. Blessing oil 14. Well moon 1. Ghost suit 1. Titan ring 1. 16 cooked pork chops. Ocean heart 6. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. There are 3 pieces of equipment, but only the Titan's ring is truly valuable. You're lucky. I opened my backpack and took a look at the Titan ring's stats. Titan ring. Level required, 20. Increase mental strength by 8 to 16 points. Special passive. Increases the base HP of skeletons and divine beasts summoned by the Taoist, and slightly enhances the attack power of the summoned creatures. Equip this Titan ring. The Titan ring is a Zuma level item, and it's already quite rare for it to drop from a white boar. Soul Fire Talisman. He threw out a fire talisman, attracting the black wild boar from afar. Jill, this white boar is valuable. Let's go to the Stone Tomb maze later. However, there are definitely a lot of professionals in the Stone Tomb formation. If that doesn't work, go to Stone Tomb 7, where the white boars are rampant and urgently need to be controlled. I just don't know how many people are inside. While cleaning, they walked towards the entrance of the Stone Tomb array. As soon as they arrived at the entrance, they saw a group of professionals gathered at the stairs. Let's go kill some monsters, take a break first. There are many monsters below, and the resources required are high. The black and red boars have very high defense, and the scorpion snakes have high attack power and an armor-piercing passive. That's right. If it weren't for the high drop rate and dense monsters here, I would never come here. Wouldn't it be better to go to a dungeon for double experience? Listening to the complaints of the group, Yang Tao was a little puzzled. Do scorpions have armor-piercing capabilities? I don't remember that. The scorpion snake looks like a snake with 2 giant pincers, only much larger. Its upper body alone, wriggling on the ground, is as tall as a normal person. The pliers are great, but they're not enough to crack it open. Otherwise, I could have tasted it. His arrival with Jill attracted attention. There were plenty of mounts, but none of them were riding dogs. Chapter 142, Earning Money to Pay Off Debts. Immediately, a mage asked curiously, Brother, where did you get this mount? It's quite unique. It's not a mount, it's a pet. It just happens to be rideable. The riding ability granted by the genius puppy. Pet. As Yang Tao climbed off Feng Chu, a series of gasps of astonishment filled the air. Those professionals with similar mind-reading abilities saw the phoenix's health. Holy crap. A level 18 pet with 4,071 maximum HP. Dude, are you bringing out 2 Lord-level pets? As an elite character, the Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix have 888 health points at level 8, and they can increase their health by 111 points for every level they gain. In addition, the Genius Puppy at level 20 provides a 100% HP bonus. In addition to the natural growth from the food they eat. It's normal for them to have over 4,000 health points nowadays. You could say that apart from their slightly lower attack and defense, they are comparable to other lords of the same level. You usually eat well. By the way, what's the next step? We just finished fighting monsters, and everyone has retreated for safety reasons to avoid being surrounded inside. Brother, if you want to say something, at your level, you should level up on the 4th or 5th floor first to avoid being surrounded when you go down. While the legendary talents of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong are indeed astonishing, Yang Tao's level of 20 is indeed rather low. It's alright, we have plenty of people too. With a thought, 2 mutated skeleton archers appeared out of thin air beside Yang Tao, and the mage who had been talking to Yang Tao immediately swallowed the words he wanted to say. He stood up and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Bro, that should be about right. Remember, this place refreshes every hour. It's best to get out if you can. If you can't, stand against the wall. Don't stand in an open area, or you'll feel bad if you get surrounded. After saying that, the other party called to his teammates and walked towards the stairs of the stone tomb formation. The other professionals who were resting also got up and lined up to walk inside. Yang Tao glanced back at Jill and said, "Let's go in too." Jill nodded and got off the dragon. Should we kill monsters in the stone tomb formation, or head straight for the 7th level of the stone tomb? We'll see how it goes, cleaning as we go. Yang Tao took the lead and walked deeper into the staircase. The staircase was dimly lit, with light only coming from the end. Soon they arrived at a spacious, square room. The room was similar to the previous floors, with a mound-shaped tomb in the middle. The professionals who had just come down were already fighting the monsters, with attacks, defenses, and healing going at a feverish pace, which made Yang Tao feel a little uncomfortable for a moment. The fight between level 30 and level 28 was evenly matched. Yang Tao did some mental calculations and realized that without the various buffs from my world, he would probably have to stop and drink some mineral water after killing just a few. Red and black wild boars do indeed have high defenses. Yang Tao didn't make a move, but walked directly towards the tunnel on the right side of the room. There are too many people. Let's go check other rooms. If that doesn't work, we'll go straight to the 6th floor of the stone tomb. The stone tomb maze has a total of 29 identical rooms, each with 4 doors on each side, forming a circular maze that makes it very easy to get lost. After passing through the tunnel, this room led to a room with some professionals, but there were far fewer of them. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao immediately pulled Jill around and turned back. The tunnels in these rooms are very special. Even if you come in one room and then walk back, you may not necessarily return to the room you were in before. This is also the origin of the name Stone Tomb Formation, which is similar to Maze Formation. As soon as he entered the new room, a white wild boar led several red and black wild boars charging towards him. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Let's do it. With a thought, Yang Tao mounted Feng Chu's back and raised his stick to face the burly white wild boar head-on. Bang! The Wuji staff struck the white boar, causing its fat to tremble. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Yang Tao swung his stick, attacking the white boar, while simultaneously casting poison spells on the ordinary monsters. With the support of the Syria 3-piece set, the 300 points of white damage were simply terrifying. Experience plus 35. Silver coin 3. Mild treatment solution 6. Runel 6. Experience plus 35. Snowfrost 6. Experience plus 35. Under Jill's and the mutated skeleton archer's onslaught, the low-health monsters fell one after another. Jill, lure the monster from afar over here, and we'll take care of it together. No. Jill solemnly took out her sniper rifle, aimed at a scorpion snake in the distance, and pulled the trigger. Bang! With a single shot to the head, Scorpion hissed and slithered rapidly across the ground towards Jill. Jill completely ignored it and instead raised her sniper rifle to aim at another red boar. The crisp sound of gunfire echoed in the empty stone tomb array room. Poisoning technique. After being poisoned, the scorpion immediately forgot about Jill and fixed its black eyes on Yang Tao. Damn, the Taoist poison technique probably takes priority over the warrior's taunt. To put it bluntly, let's take care of the elite white boar in front of us. Experience plus 300. Upon seeing the experience points, Yang Tao knew that the scavenger's double drop rate had not been triggered this time. However, he did not discuss it further. He simply turned around and dealt with the red boar next to him that was wielding a spiked club and constantly hitting him. Healing spell. Surrounded and attacked by 4 or 5 small monsters, his health did not drop much. A single healing spell was already considered an overkill. Phoenix Chick charge. Woof. Feng Shui responded and immediately rushed towards the group of wild monsters gathered not far away. Just then, several professionals walked out from the adjacent passage. The stone tomb array does have a lot of monsters, but there are also a lot of people. TSK, let's go check out the 5th floor later. If that doesn't work, let's go to the dungeon. Otherwise, leveling up will be too slow. Dungeons? They're all bound gear that can only be sold to shops. At least the monsters in the stone tomb drop a lot of potions. I'll save up some money and go to the Crimson Lands. I heard the drop rate for trinkets there is pretty high. Okay, let's add it then. The 3 of them chatted as they entered the room, and then they felt a gust of wind blow past them. Bang! A wild boar just a few meters away from them was struck on the head by Yang Tao with a stick. Minus 711. Reduced by 300. The long health bar instantly dwindled, but before the red boar could even let out a scream or retaliate, a A crossbow bolt landed precisely on its head. Subtract 222. The striking numbers appeared above Red Boar's head, and the three professionals' expressions changed instantly. Looking at Yang Tao, who was looking over, he couldn't help but shiver. "Excuse me, we've got the wrong room. We'll be leaving now." After saying that, the three of them turned and ran in perfect unison, as if Yang Tao would attack them at any moment. Yang Tao, perched atop Feng Chu's head, was filled with questions. "Jill, am I that scary?" Jill said helplessly. "Yang, there's an old Chinese saying that goes, a wise man doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Your blow caused over 1,000 damage. No professional can afford to gamble on whether you're a good person or not." "Yeah. I'm not the kind of psychopath who gets angry if I don't kill someone, and then kill someone if I get angry." Chapter 143, the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. The monsters in the Stone Tomb maze respawn very quickly, but they are also cleared out very quickly. As you walk through the passageway in the Stone Tomb array, the environment finally changes. Although it was still an empty square room, the giant tomb in the very center of the room had disappeared, leaving only a passage leading deeper into the room. Stone Tomb 6. This space, roughly the size of a single room in a typical Stone Tomb array, is the 6th level of the Stone Tomb. The 7th level can be reached by going up the middle staircase. Huh? So fast. Yang Tao didn't follow the route at all, but he didn't expect to reach the 6th floor of the Stone Tomb so quickly. On the 6th floor, a team of 4 and a team of 3 professionals were clearing out the monsters in the space. Seeing that both teams were looking over at the same time, Yang Tao nodded to them, and then walked towards the stairs leading to the 7th floor of the Stone Tomb. Neither of the two teams tried to stop him. After all, how could someone who made it this far unscathed not have some skill? Enter the 7th level of the Stone Tomb. Then the sounds of battle could be heard. A standard 5-man combat squad was besieging 2 elite white boars. "Xiaoqiang, lure them over here. Another elite white boar is coming over there." The bear, nicknamed Little Strong, immediately retreated, and 2 elite white boars followed with their short legs. Focus fire on the one with the lowest health. As Yang Tao gazed at the white wild boars roaming the 7th level of the Stone Tomb, and the evil scorpions and snakes covered in black armor, his heart began to race. "Jill, we'll all attack one at a time, and try to take down the elite monster as quickly as possible." "Clear. It is better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. Ghost Shield." A huge demon character enveloped Yang Tao and his group. The commander of the team that was leading 2 elite white boars looked over and subconsciously frowned. Although Taoists are indeed strong in soloing, the white boar is no pushover either. With its super strong defense and health, even a 5-person team can only slowly whittle down its health. Lure those 2 white wild boars further away. He was worried about being implicated by Yang Tao. As for Yang Tao, he didn't care about his thoughts at all. When he was halfway through his sprint, he activated Vampire's Fury, and the power buff increased his attack power by 60% again. A noble percentage bonus. Poisoning Technique. Poisoning Technique. Poisoning Technique. All monsters within Yang Tao's spell range, whether elite or ordinary, were affected by his magic. The fastest black maggots, after being poisoned, immediately rolled towards Yang Tao like a rolling wheel. He took out a bottle of ancient knowledge potion and drank it down. Experience increase 500%. Roll. With a single-handed golf club, he swung it at the black maggot, sending it flying with overwhelming force. The health bar disappeared as if by magic. What level is it? Why is it moving so fast? One hit kills a regular monster, and even if they don't die, they're taken down by the true damage triggered by the subsequent poison. Soon a white wild boar rushed in front of Yang Tao, raised its meteor hammer, and brought it down hard. Defense? Yang Tao didn't even think about raising his shield. His eyes gleamed with the red light characteristic of vampires. "Open your mouth. Take this." The meteor hammer and the Wuji staff struck, both of them simultaneously. Yang Tao's body remained motionless, but the white boar couldn't withstand the impact and took 2 steps back to dissipate some of the force. Shooting. 2 beams of white light pierced through the white boar's chest and, with undiminished force, penetrated its body, striking a red boar behind it. Yang Tao rode on Feng Chu's back, using the Wuji staff in his hand as if it were a spear. Plus 1,500 experience. The white boar, which was targeted by concentrated fire, was eliminated in less than 10 seconds. Despite having no legs, the evil scorpion snake is surprisingly fast. As soon as it arrived, it lunged forward to bite the Phoenix Chick. Phoenix Chick, of course, had no intention of indulging him. It suddenly opened its mouth wide and bit down on the evil scorpion snake's head with lightning speed. Kaka. Yang Tao vaguely heard a cracking sound coming from Feng Chu's mouth. Good heavens, Phoenix Chick, you have some really strange tastes. Focus fire. The stick in his hand slammed hard against the evil scorpion snake. Its jet black scales provided it with extremely high defense, but against Yang Tao's current attacks, it still needed more practice. The bullet pierced the evil scorpion's body, making it hiss and its attacks become even more ferocious. Yang Tao cast a healing spell on Feng Chu, then raised the Wuji staff again to deliver a fatal blow. Shut up. Bang. Experience points increased by 3,000. The scavenger enchantment was triggered, resulting in a massive amount of loot dropping. Meanwhile, the poison monsters also died without consequence, contributing their experience and loot. Yang Tao's smile grew even brighter. Wulong, hold off those elites. Don't try to tank them. I'll lure them out. Jill, you and Dub I focus fire on the low health ones. Jill responded to Yang Tao with a gunshot. Yang Tao, riding the Phoenix Chick, attracted several elites and headed straight for the deeper part of the 7th level of the stone tomb. The area of the 7th level of the stone tomb is not very large, only about the size of a standard football field. At the end of this spacious 7th level of the stone tomb, there is also a tomb mound, but this tomb mound is much larger than the tomb mounds in the stone tomb array. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Yang Tao used a simple poisoning technique like a mage using a fire wall to kite monsters. Every 2 steps he took, the monster's health bars would drop slightly. As for those small monsters with less than 1,000 health points, they can only last for 10 seconds. Plus 150 experience. Experience plus 300. Just then, a golden light flashed across the bodies of Feng Chu and Wulong. As expected, you two caught up with me. He's only 1 level away from level 19, and most importantly, his experience points are currently negative. More than 20 green and white boars and evil scorpion snakes were chasing him relentlessly. The professional team in the distance had already dealt with 2 of the white boars. At this moment, the entire team was staring in disbelief at what was happening on the 7th floor of the stone tomb. Captain, what should we do? What to do? Just take a quick look and get out of here. Damn it, where did this freak come from? 300 white damage is really damaging. This poison technique is probably made from the venom of the blue-ringed octopus. If you cast a poison spell, without antidotes, cleanse, dispel, or antidote, you'd probably have to frantically drink health potions and instant recovery potions to survive. The group stared blankly as the white boars fell to the ground, then quietly withdrew from the 7th level of the stone tomb. When a pro is frying fish, it's best to stay far away, or you might accidentally injure other fish. That's no joke. Yang Tao opened his backpack and looked at the already full bag. Sign. Sure enough, it still has to be white wild boars. Although most of the time they only drop some trash, there are still some pleasant surprises occasionally. A quick glance at the Zuma-level equipment revealed 4 pieces, including a unique weapon. Dragon pattern sword. Unfortunately, it's only level 25 equipment, so for now I can only drool over it. I glanced at the large tomb at the very end. He rolled off Feng Chu, took out the recycling table and placed it on the ground, then dismantled all the junk equipment in his backpack. This made the once full backpack feel empty again. Jill, when the boss comes out, we must attack with all our might and try to take it down in the shortest time possible. Chapter 144 The Gate to Paradise. Roar. Just as Yang Tao approached the stone tomb, a roar came from underground, and then a monk zombie emerged from the ground. It was wearing tattered monk's robes and a kasaya, and the huge beaded necklace around its neck was also modeled. Stone Tomb Corpse King Level 30. Lord. Health 10,000/10,000. The giant dragon that attacked the Western Watchtower was a level 30 Lord Boss, and the Stone Tomb Corpse King in front of him is also a level 30 Lord Boss, but Yang Tao's mentality and strength have undergone earth-shattering changes. Let's do it. Reduce defense and wear down health. The Stone Tomb Corpse King was extremely fast, transforming into a blur as it charged towards Yang Tao. Vampire's Wrath. Reactivate this powerful buff skill that consumes a lot of resources. This time he was finally able to see some of the Stone Tomb Corpse King's movements. Looking at the outstretched, withered claws, Yang Tao tried to dodge, but his agility was still not enough to keep up. Looks like I need to get some accessories and reforge their attributes. Minus 32. The damage was alright. The monsters in the game have high attack and defense, but they don't have any special skills. They only go berserk when they are low on health, which means they increase their attack speed and movement speed. However, the mind probe is specifically designed to counter these low-health, second-stage enemies. A blow to the opponent reduces damage significantly. The Lord's defense is noticeably higher than that of the elite. However, Yang Tao stubbornly stood his ground against the boss without dodging or evading, focusing solely on attacking and exchanging blows with the opponent. Healing spell. A silvery white light descended, and the reduced health points rapidly increased. The attacks between him and the stone-tomb corpse king were devoid of any skill, merely a contest of numerical values. Yang Tao had only one thought in his mind. Faster! Faster! The stone-tomb corpse king roared repeatedly as its health decreased, while its defense and attack continuously increased. Yang Tao, his eyes red, met the other person's angry gaze. Vampire. Undead creatures cannot be used as targets for lifesteal. If you use lifesteal on an undead creature, you will not only fail to restore your health, but you will also be poisoned. However, Yang Tao didn't care about being poisoned at all. What he needs is the damage that the lifesteal skill inflicts on the stone-tomb corpse king. If damage is triggered, then 300 points of damage will be dealt. Seeing Yang Tao's frenzy, Jill, who was behind him frantically pulling the trigger with her pistol, immediately forgot Yang Tao's previous instructions, stepped forward, took out her shotgun, and pulled the trigger on the stone-tomb corpse king's body. Bang! More than a dozen bullets hit the stone-tomb corpse king. Shotguns have a short attack range, but their damage per second far exceeds that of pistols and sniper rifles. However, Yang Tao was always worried that boss-level monsters would randomly aggro enemies, so he didn't really want Jill to fight at close range. The stone-tomb corpse king, under siege, was seeing its health bar drop at an alarming rate. He took out another bottle of ancient knowledge potion. This corpse king was worth this bottle of potion. The heart seeker gently extended it forward. After depleting the remaining health of the berserk corpse king, its turbid eyes widened suddenly, its rotting face filled with resentment. The feeling was like being on a plane about to soar into the sky, when someone pushed open the door and told you that relatives had come to visit, a feeling of utter despair. Plus 15,000 experience. 8 gold coins. Silver coin 16. Protective ring 1. God of magic necklace 1. Dragon ring 1. A barrage of notifications appeared, and Yang Tao's heart skipped a beat when he saw the protective ring. There really is a protective ring. However, Yang Tao didn't have time to check the attributes at the moment. He took out a return scroll from his backpack and handed it to Jill. Jill, go home first. If there are no problems, I'll come home to pick you up. I'll go with you. No, there's no information about the peach blossom spring on the forum. I don't want you to take the risk. Didn't you say I could be resurrected? It costs money. Gil. Although followers cannot wear equipment, they have the ability to resurrect. The Lord can resurrect them by spending level-related coins in the town hall. Jill glanced at Yang Tao, then opened the return scroll in her hand without further hesitation. A soft white light enveloped her, and the next moment her figure disappeared with the light. Seeing Jill leave, Yang Tao took out his phone from his backpack and took 2 photos of the hole from which the corpse king crawled out. He then took a deep breath and jumped directly into the hole, which was only a little over a meter in diameter. Very deep. This was Yang Tao's first impression. It was pitch black all around. If someone with claustrophobia were inside, they would probably have difficulty breathing on the spot. After falling for a few seconds, the surrounding environment suddenly changed dramatically. He felt a sensation under his feet and found himself standing steadily on a platform made of logs. Looking around, the platform is surrounded by dilapidated and low brick walls, and not far away there is a wooden shed full of legendary features. A clanging sound of blacksmithing could be heard coming from inside. It really is the gate to paradise. Yang Tao looked around and found no monsters, so he walked toward the shed from which the sound of hammering came. Upon closer inspection, one could see an NPC with the name Mysterious Old Man, above his head wielding a small iron hammer, striking a blood-red longsword on an anvil. He's very handsome, and he has a bloodthirsty vibe. Hello, sir. Upon hearing the sound, the mysterious old man who was forging iron looked up at Yang Tao, a look of astonishment on his wrinkled face. Humans. Finally, humans have arrived. The mysterious old man excitedly threw down his forging hammer and strode up to Yang Tao. Finally, someone has broken through the seal of the Peach Blossom Spring Gate and come over. Yang Tao frowned slightly upon hearing the old man's words. If the mysterious old man had said that someone had finally arrived, then there would be no problem. However, the mysterious old man was referring to humans. It is obvious that intelligent beings of other races have been here. Sir, have other people been here before? The mysterious old man's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he turned to look at the woods behind the wooden house. I got too excited. Come with me quickly. Those red orcs could come at any moment. Red orcs. Following the mysterious old man's lead, Yang Tao followed him into the wooden house. Sigh. Let me tell you, the Peach Blossom Spring Gate, which should have been in another dimension, has somehow merged with a strange world. The cliffs around the Peach Blossom Spring Gate, which were originally impossible to cross, have now cracked open. Often some red creatures come by. They have thick, sharp fangs on their faces that stick out from their chins, and they have particularly fierce eyes that look like they are burning with red and yellow flames. They came to the gate of Peach Blossom Spring and killed all the divine beasts living here. As a Taoist, you should know that divine beasts are guardian beasts that are manifestations of Taoist magic. After these beastmen found that they could not get any spoils from killing the divine beasts, they set their sights on this old bone of mine. If it weren't for a special force protecting me, I probably would have been devoured alive by those beasts long ago. Chapter 145 Evil Beastman. Is it the kind of person who's quite big, but always hunched over? The kind who's always talking about the tribe? Yang Tao gave a simple demonstration of the orcs from World of Warcraft. The mysterious old man was taken aback for a moment, then nodded repeatedly. You know about this extraterrestrial demon? Extraterrestrial demons? Well, speaking of which, you old man, you could also be considered an extraterrestrial demon. I should count myself too. By the way, sir, what color did you just say they were? Red. Red orcs are extremely rare in World of Warcraft, but there is one exception, the warlords of Draenor expansion. How high is the level of those orcs? Great. The mysterious old man looked puzzled. What level? Yang Tao slapped his forehead. He had forgotten one thing. NPCs in the game don't have the ability to see a player's level. Only through the spiritual revelation of a Taoist priest can one view detailed information about the target. Do you think I'm stronger, or are those orcs stronger? If you're strong, then I'm not in a hurry. Can you go back? If you can, hurry up and inform the Heavenly Venerable. The Celestial Venerable is one of the 3 heroes who saved the world in the legendary story. He is known as one of the 3 heroes along with the Holy War and the God of Law. In the Second War of Azura, he led the divine martial army to defeat the Azura king and save the Central Plains. He was also the only hero to survive. Yang Tao smiled and said, I'm afraid even the Heavenly Venerable can't get involved in this matter. I have a return scroll here. Why don't you go back first? The mysterious old man shook his head and refused the return scroll that Yang Tao offered, explaining, I can't use a return scroll to go back. Even if I did, I could only return to this Peach Blossom Gate, since I've been away from Bishon City for too long. The return scroll allows you to return to the nearest main city, and it's clear that the mysterious old man has completely severed ties with the main city. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the wooden house in the distance. The mysterious old man immediately grabbed Yang Tao in a panic, saying, You must hide. They can't kill me. Is it possible that I'm a Taoist priest? Invisibility. Although he doesn't usually need it, that doesn't mean Yang Tao can't. Watching Yang Tao disappear, the mysterious old man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the tightly closed wooden door was kicked open from the outside. You soft-skinned trash, I've already informed the shaman. Don't think you can live forever just because you have special abilities protecting you. A muscular figure stood in the doorway, completely blocking out the light. Standing at the entrance was a red-skinned orc, with broad shoulders and a thick back, his muscles bulging like iron, yet he had a hunched back. A pair of bloodshot, beastly eyes swept across the room, fangs protruding from thick lips, revealing undisguised ferocity. He wore rough armor made of animal hides and steel, with a blood-stained battle axe hanging at his waist, exuding the arrogance and savagery of the Steel Tribe. Upon hearing this, the mysterious old man instantly roared in fury, Damn beast! It doesn't matter if I die. The warriors of China will avenge me one day. The red orc in front of him raised his hand, just like a pirate captain, except that a sharp short blade was tied to his severed hand instead of a hook. He pressed the dagger against the mysterious old man's neck. Shenzhou, we will find your world, and then crush you completely. Shattered hand fell, orc level 38. Health 7600/7600. Yang Tao, who was invisible, frowned as he looked at the health bar of the evil beast man. 200 times the base lifespan. Before level 30, the base health of ordinary monsters fluctuates between 30 and 80 times, depending on their special abilities. However, the Shattered Hand clan's orc in front of them was clearly a berserker, but its health was 200 times higher than normal. This is simply outrageous. I knew level 30 was a big hurdle, but I never imagined the difference would be so huge. According to the Diablo 2 setting, all skills are learned by level 30, and the rest is just about improving skills and equipment. This is just a normal level monster. An elite level monster would probably have a growth rate 400 times higher. Now I'm giving you one last chance. Abandon this place. Become a slave of the Shattered Hand clan. Arrogant. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yang Tao raised his hand and cast a poison spell on him. The moment the orc was attacked, his muscles swelled up, making him look like the Red Giant from the Hulk movie. You spineless coward, you're asking for death. The orc was incredibly fast, and immediately raised the short axe it was carrying in its second hand and charged towards Yang Tao. Vampire's Wrath. Vampire. The orc's body is filled with the power of the Void Demon, also known as Fel energy. However, it is not an undead creature, so according to the setting, Yang Tao absorbed the orc's blood without any negative effects. The attack, which was originally as fast as lightning, suddenly became clear. Yang Tao blocked the opponent's one-handed axe with both hands, and then kicked the opponent hard in the chest. Minus 196. Reduced by 300. Although a critical hit was triggered, the damage was not high due to the lack of equipment attack bonuses. The defense is damn high. I'm going to tear you to pieces. The orc's eyes began to swell with blood, and its attack speed and power increased. A green light flashed in the opponent's fist blade as it swiftly stabbed towards Yang Tao's chest. Yang Tao then jumped up and smashed the guy's head. Instantly, both he and his opponent burst into flames, but the flames on his body were an evil green, while the flames on his opponent's body were a normal orange-red. There was more than just one orc who came this time. A series of commotions and roars broke out outside, but unfortunately the cabin was only so big that those guys couldn't squeeze in at all. Healing spell. The opponent's attack was very strong, only slightly weaker than that of the Stone Tomb Corpse King. Yang Tao glanced at the mysterious old man who had grabbed a stool from the room, ready to fight the orcs to the death, and shouted with a mix of amusement and exasperation. You should hide yourself. The space here is too small to move around freely. I'll demolish your house first, and then I'll build you a luxurious one after I deal with these guys. Upon hearing his words, the mysterious old man was taken aback at first, then shouted, If you can handle these wild beasts, you can tear down this dilapidated house without any problem. Okay. Yang Tao used a stick in one hand to deal with the evil beastmen in front of him, and with the other hand he took out a diamond axe and smashed it directly against the wall of the wooden house. Knock knock. Chain mining. In an instant, the wooden house disappeared. The mysterious old man wore a look of astonishment. Yang Tao suddenly stepped back and looked at the 5 evil beastmen in front of him. It was clear that this was a small team. With a thought, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, along with 2 skeleton archers, appeared beside him. Riding. Yang Tao sat firmly on Phoenix Chick, raised the limitless staff in his hand, and pointed it at the evil beastman in front of him, saying, Again. With a thought, the phoenix pounced. The orc roared to the sky and immediately stepped forward to meet them, its body emitting red light. Pain and fury. Bang. The 2 sides collided. Yang Tao received a damage of 64 points, while his opponent also suffered 1,000 points of damage. Chapter 146 Crimson Blood Demon Sword. A crimson-red orc set its sights on the 2 mutated skeleton archers, and with a roar, it charged forward. He raised the serrated one-handed axe in his hand and chopped it down hard at one of them. The mutated skeleton archer didn't even have time to fire before the orc got close. Subtract 412. The mutated skeleton, with a total of only 1,000 HP, instantly lost half its health. Right hook. The mutated skeleton archer swung its thick-boned fist and slammed it into the orc's chin. Force knockback. The orc stared wide-eyed at the blood-red creature, and its body flew up uncontrollably. The mutated skeleton archer swiftly raised his arm, and a crossbow bolt shot out, giving the orc in midair no chance to dodge. Immediately afterward, the mutated skeleton stepped forward, its ribs suddenly thrusting out. Rib blow. While it might be a piece of cake for the fell orcs, it also proves that the mutant skeleton archer is not just a fragile archer who only knows how to attack from a distance. Healing. Yang Tao, who had been paying close attention to the battlefield, didn't hesitate to unleash his healing spell. The level 2 healing spell had a very good recovery effect, and the health bar could be seen to rise rapidly. Die. The blood-red longsword pierced the orc's chest, depleting his remaining health. Experience plus 144. Coin 4. Potent Healing Solution 8. Runecloth Roll 8. Fishbone Soup 8. Nether Quartz 8. Basic experience has also improved. However, Yang Tao couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the lower world quartz. Unexpectedly, the smaller monsters later on also started dropping materials from Minecraft. It seems that whether or not items drop depends a lot on the strength of the enemy. Poisoning Technique. Poisoning Technique. Yang Tao painted all the evil beastmen with paint, then rode off on his phoenix chick. This intelligent enemy is highly resistant to taunts, but his attempt to flee enraged the orcs. Coward. A ferocious orc was enraged when he saw the human who had defeated his companion flee. You don't deserve to live. Charge. The orc activated his warrior skill, his body transforming into a blur as he charged toward Yang Tao, his speed so great that even the phoenix chick couldn't keep up. Bang. A shield blocked the orc's attack, and Yang Tao swung his spear back and stabbed it in the head. Minus 961. Reduced by 300. The fire effect was triggered. Fengchu suddenly turned around and lunged at the other party, baring its teeth. Suppress. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Tao swung the Wuji staff again and struck the evil beastman. Bang, bang, bang. The evil beastman used his great strength to flip the phoenix over, but Yang Tao suddenly leaped onto the sleeping dragon. Riding. Bang. The final blow wipes out the opponent's health. Phoenix chick, follow me. He cast a healing spell, then summoned skeletons. The two he had just killed had been surrounded and killed by the remaining orcs. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Tank Yang Tao finally remembered that he was a Taoist priest, and he threw out fire talismans, but the damage he caused was no match for melee attacks. Wulong charged forward to meet the remaining evil beastmen. A few minutes later, Yang Tao sat down beside the now vanished wooden house, munching on a cooked pork chop with Wulong and Fengchu, and asked, "Do these guys keep coming?" Although it had no effect on the vampires, Yang Tao still liked to try a bite or two. At first, there were many, at least 100, but after they realized there was no value here, they rarely came anymore. Even when they did come, it was just to have some fun. Yang Tao somewhat impolitely turned the name above the mysterious old man's head into a joke. Ahem. Well, since we can't use a return scroll here, I can't take you back for the time being, so? Fine. The mysterious old man was quite nonchalant. They can't kill me in a short time. They can only humiliate me. I've already seen it. Since you've come here, then there will definitely be more warriors who will discover this place in the future. Sooner or later, those beasts will pay the price. Yang Tao stood up and said with a smile, "It doesn't matter if it's early or late, we can start today. By the way, this Peach Blossom Spring Gate is really nice. I'd like to build a base here. You don't mind, do you?" "I don't mind." The mysterious old man waved his hand dismissively and said, "This Peach Blossom Spring Gate was originally an unclaimed place. If you like, you can certainly stay here, but what?" Yang Tao was somewhat puzzled. However, the dark two-headed Vajra, which was sealed here by the celestial venerable, has recently shown signs of breaking through the seal, so you should be careful. The dark twin-headed King Kong? Yang Tao nodded slightly. This was the second-to-last boss in version 1.76. Of course, he had already discovered that the legend that invaded this world was definitely not version 1.76, but a higher version. Otherwise, they simply can't keep up with the underlying capabilities of other games. Of course, it's more likely that it's based on the backstory. The mysterious old man suddenly stood up. "Wait a minute, I'll get you something." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the forging room. Soon, he came over holding a weapon with a blood-red blade. "This is the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. My ancestor was a master swordsmith in Tu City. He spent 20 years traversing the Manhwa mine, using the soul of the Rakshasa as a guide, 6 kinds of divine water as a medium, and his own blood essence as a furnace to create this Crimson Blood Demon Sword in 49 days. When the sword was forged, a crimson light soared into the sky, and blood mist filled the air. The sword itself was as red as flames, and it carried the consciousness and curse of the demon race. Now I am reforging the Crimson Blood Demon Sword using the method of synthesis, both to deter demons and to select true warriors who can control the curse. I believe you are the true warrior who can control the curse." After saying that, the mysterious old man handed the Crimson Blood Demon Sword in his hand to Yang Tao. Yang Tao stared at the familiar blood-red longsword, his heart unmoved. He was all too familiar with the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. It comes with a binding curse and a disappearance curse. That's right. It's exactly the same as the enchantments in Minecraft. Once it's on your equipment, you can't take it off, and it will 100% disappear when you die. Thanks. He reached out and took the Crimson Blood Demon Sword. True Crimson Blood Demon Sword. Only. Binding. Durability 50-50. Accurately add 5. Attack 110 to 100. Spirit plus 40 to 20. Constitution plus 30. All skills plus 1. Bloodlust. Attacking enemies absorbs their vital energy, increasing attack power by 5% for 10 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. Backlash. Attacking enemies will absorb your own essence and spirit, increasing your attack speed by 5% for 10 seconds, stacking up to 20 times. Bloodblade. Attack range increased by 3. Once equipped, it cannot be removed. It disappears upon death. So what is the cost? After seeing the attributes, Yang Tao silently swallowed. This is a weapon usable by all 3 classes, warrior, mage, and Taoist. However, the additional skills are more suitable for warriors and Taoists. Is this attribute correct? Isn't that right? Yang Tao stuffed the true Crimson Blood Demon Sword, which had no level restrictions, into the deepest part of his backpack. It's impossible to equip this item now. However, Yang Tao knew that this thing was one of the materials used to synthesize the broken Pavilion Treasure Sword. Chapter 147 Arak Peak Forest. After building a small wooden house for the mysterious old man, Yang Tao headed towards the canyon leading to the outside world. Looking at the canyon that seemed to have been cleaved open by a sharp sword, Yang Tao couldn't help but click his tongue. Tisk teske. The 2 worlds are connected just like that. But I didn't expect it to go directly to Draenor. This is the orc stronghold. Riding the Phoenix Chick, we headed outside, leaving the canyon and arriving in the outside world. The scenery outside was completely different from that of Peach Blossom Spring. The whole world gave people a hazy feeling, as if the PM 2.5 level was too high. The sky here is perpetually obscured by thick, leaden gray clouds, making it impossible for sunlight to penetrate. The continuous mountain peaks pierce the clouds, their summits shrouded in a perpetual poisonous fog, and even the dense forests exude a lifeless atmosphere. Riding the crouching dragon, I headed forward and opened the minimap to check the surrounding terrain. Is this the Arak Peak Forest? Draenor has a variety of unique terrains, and Yang Tao couldn't think of anywhere else with such a mountain range and vast forests except for the Arak Peaks. Just then, a group of red dots were rapidly approaching him. Am I that popular? A dense flapping of wings sounded, and a dozen or so blood-sting wasps darted out of the spore forest, their scarlet compound eyes locking onto him. Bloodsting be level 35. Elite. Health 10,000/10,000. Bloodsting be level 35. Health 5250/5250. Must I die? The lead elite was incredibly fast, its belly gleaming with golden spots, and its tail spike flashing green, as it suddenly swooped down. Sharp stinger. Parry. Poisoning technique. Run. These bloodsting bees are not small, but they are somewhat different from those evil beastmen. They can fly and have ranged attack capabilities. Each one is individually poisoned, ensuring that everyone can enjoy the legendary charm of Taoist magic. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix also took off running, not wanting to get their faces covered in stings. The bloodsting bees relentlessly pursued them. Venom arrow rain. Large amounts of venom rained down from the sky. Poisoning at 5 o'clock. Slow 1 o'clock. Reduces movement speed by 30%. 5 minutes. The speed of the crouching dragon and the young phoenix suddenly decreased, and the blood-stinging bees immediately swarmed around them. I should have brought some potions. After dealing with these guys, I'll head back. I won't run anymore. I'll turn around and take them down. Summon skeletons. The mutated skeleton immediately fired a scatter shot upon appearing, with dense damage numbers appearing above the bloodthorn's head. Yang Tao rode his Phoenix Chick towards the leading elite bloodsting bees. With 10,000 health points, he could still play. Healing spell. With the shield in hand, facing the siege of more than 10 bloodthorn bees, Yang Tao also started drinking medicine. He basically used healing spells on Wulong and Feng Chu, whose defenses were not enough in the face of the level difference. With a single sword strike, the elite bloodsting bee's health was depleted. Plus 700 experience. Sharp Claws 18. Bloodthorn bee Venom Glands 18. Bloodsting bee Wristband 1. 9 or 9. Honey 18. Brilliant Gem 9. Backpack stacking limit increased by 30. After the elite bloodstreakers died, the attack frequency of the remaining ordinary bloodstreakers decreased significantly. With one blow, He took away a bloodthirsty bee that was almost dead. Due to the poison from the true wound, these guys were all left with very low health in just over 20 seconds. Knock, knock, knock. One stick, one kid. Looking at the rapidly increasing experience points, Yang Tao suddenly had the idea of leveling up properly here. After drinking the ancient knowledge potion with the 5x experience boost, I'm afraid I'll be able to level up 2 levels in no time. He had already paid off the experience he owed, and he was able to level up again. After glancing at the miscellaneous items that had fallen out of his backpack, Yang Tao got off Feng Shu and walked to a thick tree. He then took out the magic tower staircase and placed it on the ground. Holding the floor teleporter, he instantly returned to the outer edge of Grand Forest. Judging from the appearance, the Demon King's strength is quite impressive, at least stronger than that of the Celestial Venerable. The return scroll couldn't be used, but the stairs still worked. However, Yang Tao never considered that it was his own problem. After all, the stairs can even teleport you to the lower realm. Back at the underground base, the 2 villagers were resting on the sofa that Yang Tao had prepared for them. The farmland and the hellwarts in the distance were growing very well. Lord Steve, you're back. When the 2 villagers saw Yang Tao return, they immediately ran over with their hands tucked in their sleeves, their emerald green eyes filled with reverence, which left Yang Tao completely bewildered. Did you take the slowing potion? We've done it. As you instructed, we've made a lot of the potions we had the materials for, but we don't have many spider eyes left. We've kept some fermented spider eyes for emergencies. Very good. Yang Tao expressed high praise for the work performance of the 2 villagers. You guys rest first. I'll put some food in the box later. Eat whatever you want. After saying that, Yang Tao walked to the warehouse and stuffed the miscellaneous items, equipment and materials that he didn't need for the time being into the box. Looking at the soul sand inside, Yang Tao suddenly froze, but after a moment, he resolutely stuffed the soul sand into his backpack. I wonder if the withering will be strengthened. Fell orcs are very strong, especially legions of them. Even with 80% damage reduction, he's nothing more than an ant in front of a well-organized legion. At most, they are ants that are a bit harder. They took about 100 bottles of splash-type slowing potion. Unlike other potions, a regular slow potion only provides a level 4 slow effect, but a slow potion can directly inflict level 4 slow, reducing the target's movement speed by 60%. After tidying up briefly, Yang Tao returned to the Iraq Peak Forest via the stairs. Open the mini-map. I glanced at the dense forest from which those blood-sting bees had just emerged. There were still a large number of red dots inside, as well as some wandering elites. Let's go and meet the local monsters. Summon skeletons. After summoning the second skeleton archer, Yang Tao rode the phoenix chick towards the depths of the forest. As soon as I entered, I heard a great deal of buzzing from the flapping of wings. As Yang Tao watched the giant blood-sting bees fly out of the dense forest, he immediately gripped his shield and Wuji's staff tightly. Wulong, if I can't heal you in time, you'd better run. Understand? Woof, woof. It's time to find a wet nurse, preferably one with big breasts. No, I mean a high milk supply. Eat the fish soup that fell earlier. Mana regeneration. Restores 1200 mana every 30 seconds, outside of combat. Buff, 10 seconds after drinking plus 20 spell critical strike chance, and plus 20 spirit, lasts 30 minutes. The poor max version of mineral water. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. After drinking a bottle of ancient knowledge potion, Yang Tao stared at the countdown timer with only 8 minutes left, and without hesitation, charged directly at the nearest bloodsting bee. The battle reached a fever pitch from the very beginning. Yang Tao stared at the approaching bloodsting bees with bloodshot eyes. These were his valuable experience points. Vampire. After drinking the potent sun potion, a bottle of potent healing potion followed. Healing spell. It was thrown at Wulong, whose health was rapidly decreasing. Hold on. The upgrade is today. Chapter 148, The Wandering Crowman. Puff. A thick, poisonous stinger pierced into Wulong's body, and the already low-health Wulong was depleted of his health bar by this poisonous stinger. The strong body collapsed softly to the ground, and Yang Tao's mind went blank upon seeing this. Grass. The phoenix chick beneath him let out a mournful cry, watching helplessly as the sleeping dragon's corpse vanished. Charge. Kill it. Feng Shu immediately charged towards the elite bloodsting bee like a madman. Unfortunately, his anger couldn't make Yang Tao unleash his full power on the spot, but his Wuji staff could make the opponent pay with their life. He swung the stick mercilessly, striking the blood bees. Die, you son of a bitch. Bang. You might as well kill me than kill my pet. With each blow, afterimages fell upon the bloodsting bee. In just a short while, this elite bloodsting bee was surrounded and killed by Yang Tao and Feng Chu. With a flash of golden light, Yang Tao's level reached 21. After avenging Wulong, Yang Tao stared with bloodshot eyes at the blood-stinging bees that had surrounded him. The anger in my heart subsided somewhat. Damn it, we still need to find a way to strengthen Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu. The genius puppy can't die. It can be resurrected as long as it has a doghouse. As soon as Yang Tao had the module, he immediately bound a doghouse to Wulong and Feng Chu. All he needs to do is go back and walk to the doghouse to revive Wulong. However, it's really unpleasant to see your pet beaten to death. That Wulong guy is something else. He can't hold on, and he doesn't even run away. When we get back, we'll teach him a lesson. Healing spell. It charged suddenly at the remaining bloodsting bees. A few minutes later, the golden light reappeared. Yang Tao stared at Feng Chu. Goodness, you've leveled up pretty fast even without Zhuge Liang around. Although the phoenix chick was intelligent, it did not understand the meaning of resurrection. In its mind, the sleeping dragon had already been killed by those bloodsting bees. Hearing Yang Tao's teasing now didn't make her happy at all. Instead, she let out a sobbing sound, feeling depressed. Both of them were subdued by Yang Tao when they were zombie dogs, and they were inseparable. After gaining intelligence, the bond between these two is naturally beyond question. After all, one is male and the other is female. Looking at the dejected Feng Chu, Yang Tao reached out and patted its head to comfort it, saying, "It's all right. Wulong went home first. Let's go back and find it." Upon hearing his words, Feng Chu immediately perked up his ears. After finding a place to relocate the retrieved magic tower stairs, the figure of the man and dog disappeared into the forest with a thought. Back to the apartment in H City. Jill was sitting on the sofa scrolling through her phone, looking for news she needed to follow. Hearing the noise, she turned to look at Yang Tao. "Yang, what's the situation over there?" The tunnel that the Lich King crawled through did indeed lead to the Gates of Paradise, but there was an unexpected twist. The original Gates of Paradise were unexpectedly connected to Draenor. Draenor, a planet inhabited by orcs. In fact, Draenor is home to many intelligent races, including native orcs, Iraq people, and tiger people, as well as Draenei from elsewhere. Orcs, the orcs from the news. It might not be just one. Last time it was green-skinned orcs. This time it's red-skinned evil orcs. Jill couldn't distinguish between the green and red orcs either. She just nodded slightly. Suddenly, she noticed Feng Chu following behind Yang Tao, looking dejected, and asked with some confusion, "Where's Wulong?" "He's dead. He was stung to death by a bloodthorn bee using a skill." As he spoke, Yang Tao walked over to Wulong's doghouse. Jill jumped up and stared at Yang Tao in disbelief. "What did you say? Wulong it? Dead?" Jill looked on incredulously. But the next moment, Wulong's figure appeared out of thin air next to the doghouse. Snap! Yang Tao slapped Wulong on the head and angrily shouted, "I told you to run, but you didn't. Are you dead? If I hadn't made you a doghouse beforehand, you would really be dead." Unlike the mutated skeleton archer, which can be summoned anytime by spending 5 spirit tokens, the dog tamed with bones normally only has 1 life. Wah! After being slapped, Wulong immediately revealed a ghostly, sun-blinded look. "Don't give me that. If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment. If you're going to get hit, you have to stand at attention and stand by the wall with your head facing inward." Wulong whimpered and walked to the corner of the wall, standing obediently facing the wall. Feng Chu immediately went up to him and started yelling. "What's going on?" Yang Tao patted the doghouse and laughed. "The resurrection point of the crouching dragon. Kennel. You can let nearby dogs claim this bed, and if a dog dies later, you can click on the bed to revive it." Jill stepped forward and punched Yang Tao hard in the chest. "You did that on purpose." "It did die once." Yang Tao sighed. "The monsters in Draenor are too high level. The monsters in the Iraq peaks alone are level 35, and the orcs in Hellfire Citadel are at least level 45. Those heroes must be level 60 or higher. As for Sargeras in World of Warcraft, forget about it. He's a super boss who's at least level 100. After all, he's a tough guy capable of piercing planets. That dangerous? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Although the risks are high, the experience is invaluable. Killing monsters above his level, coupled with his already high experience gain, allowed Yang Tao to experience the joy of a surge in experience points. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to simplicity. Yang Tao has completely lost interest in the flashy and cheap women outside. You stay home and keep an eye on Wulong. Then I'll go over and check on things. He kissed Jill and turned to walk towards the balcony. Phoenix Chick, let's go. Phoenix Chick looked back at Wulong every few steps, but its eyes didn't show worry, but rather the heartache of seeing its own mother doing part-time work online. Returning to the Iraq peaks, Yang Tao took a deep breath, and a peculiar musty smell entered his nose. Let's go west. There should still be bloodthorn bees there. Let's try to get you to level 21 and let you surpass Wulong. Woof! Woof! Fengshu was very interested in the suggestion and immediately started running in the direction Yang Tao pointed. Night falls. The Iraq peaks and forests were becoming increasingly dangerous. Yang Tao and Fengshu huddled in the grass, watching the camps where people were fighting each other in the distance. How could it be brown? The most common green orcs are orcs who have drunk demon blood. Evil orcs are orcs that have been corrupted twice, while the brown orcs in front of us are the original orcs. Moreover, judging from the uniformly severed hands, they were all orcs from the Shattered Hand clan. Could it be that the previous fell orcs were just Gul'dan's subordinates? Looking at the crow people being slaughtered, Yang Tao gently patted Fengshu. Come on, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let's go and help. This is also a good opportunity to learn about the Iraq peaks from the mouths of these crows. Begin with a poison spell, then attack the orcs who are indiscriminately slaughtering the exiled Arakoa. Chapter 149. Come with me. Yang Tao stood in the dilapidated exile camp, surrounded by orc corpses lying on the ground. The surrounding crowmen looked on with fear, their gray feathers trembling, and they didn't dare to breathe. As expected, they have considerable experience. A smile appeared on Yang Tao's face. A small crowman, seeing the smile on his face, trembled and snuggled into the arms of a larger crowman, whose father or mother it was unclear. From this day forward, you are my slaves. Yang Tao's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable domineering air, and in an instant, a cacophony of voices arose from among the crow people. What's all the noise about? Yang Tao raised an eyebrow and kicked aside the half-dead orc corpse at his feet. The heavy body slammed to the ground with a dull thud, instantly silencing all the noise. Starting today, you must work a full 8 hours a day, and you can only rest 2 days a week. The crows looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion and bitterness. Previously, under the oppression of the high-ranking crow people, they toiled day and night, but could not even get a full meal. They thought they had encountered even more terrifying humans, but they did not expect that the other party would set such rules. You only provide 3 meals a day. If you want a late-night snack, you have to apply. If I'm in a good mood, you'll approve it. If I'm in a bad mood, well, you'll just give me bread for my late-night snack. Well, a little crowman looked up at the old crowman beside him and asked in a low voice, Mother, what is bread? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a loaf of bread struck the little crow on the head with an accuracy comparable to a teacher throwing chalk in class. This is bread. Yang Tao looked at the crow people affected by the curse of the wind serpent god Seta, and his smile was very bright. However, after he said he would make these crow people his slaves, a feeling of being spied on arose from the bottom of his heart. It's dangerous, but it's just very dangerous. The little crowman reached out its claws and caught the falling bread, then looked up at Yang Tao with its amber eyes. Try it. But the female crow holding the baby crow snatched the bread from her mouth and shoved it into her mouth, mumbling, I'm willing to be your slave. Please spare my child. The taste of bread filled her mouth. The aroma of wheat made her stop talking. This bread from another world seemed to have opened a new door for her. No bird can resist wheat, and the crow people are no exception. This camp of exiled Arakoa was not large, especially after the orcs' attack. At most, only about 20 Arakoa survived. Seeing the Arakoa's reaction, Yang Tao smiled and said, Exiles, you are cursed beings. It's not just the high-ranking Arakoa. Now even the Shattered Hand clan's orcs are using you and starting a great purge. Now, you only have 2 paths before you. As he spoke, Yang Tao stretched out his hand and held up one finger, saying, Continue to wander, then be discovered by the Shattered Hand clan and killed. Second, come with me, work for me, and I can at least guarantee your food and lodging. Third, I will select some Arakoa loyal to me and remove the Seta revenge curse from their bodies. After the first 2 conditions were stated, the crow people hesitated, but when the third condition was stated, all the crow people immediately raised their heads and stared at him intently. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, I'll leave. Those who are willing to be loyal to me can come with me. Those who are not can continue their journey in exile. Suddenly, the group of crowmen parted to make way, and an old crowman, dressed in a black robe, adorned with bone ornaments, with dull feathers and purple eyes, emerged, leaning on a bone staff adorned with decorations. Ravenclaw Priest Level 40, severely wounded. Elite. Health points 12,000/12,000. Upon seeing the Ravenclaw priest finally emerge from among the Raven people, Yang Tao's face broke into a bright smile. Stranger, if you can truly lift Seeth's curse of vengeance, then you will be our new god, the exiles. Oh. Yang Tao took 2 steps forward and walked to the side of the crowman. He whispered to the crowman's mother, "Put that child down. I will lift the curse on it, which will also serve as proof of my ability." The crow mother hesitated for a moment, but when she thought of the pain brought by the shadow, she put the crow baby in her arms on the ground. Yang Tao took out a bucket of milk from his backpack, pointed it at the little crow on the ground, and silently recited, "Use it." In an instant, the bodies of the crowmen, which had been corrupted by the power of shadow, underwent a change. The curse that had been imprinted on their souls, like a maggot clinging to their bones, vanished instantly. The crowman's originally dull, wispy down feathers began to gleam at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hunched and curled up little body gradually stretched and straightened, and the vestigial wings that had degenerated and drooped behind it regrew into complete, soft, yet powerful wings. In its amber eyes, there was no longer any fear or numbness, only clarity, innocence, and a light of rebirth. The little crow tentatively raised its claws and gently flapped its wings, a weak but real lift lifting it half an inch. It took flight. Sita was a demigod of Draenor, and the curse he cast at the cost of his life could not be removed even by Anzu, who was also a demigod. Lifting the curse has been the dream of the crow people for thousands of years, a dream that seems unattainable. The little crowman was clearly not used to flying. He only flew for a short while before staggering back to the ground. But this scene was nothing short of a miracle in the eyes of all the exiled crowmen. Buzz. The entire crowd of crows erupted in an instant, but it wasn't a commotion. Rather, it was an utterly suffocating silence. The Ravenclaw priest trembled violently, his bone staff crashing to the ground with a clang. His eyes, which had been eroded by shadows for years and glowed with a purple light, were now wide open, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Wings. Its wings are back. The curse has truly vanished. It's true. He's telling the truth. The Ravenclaw priest knelt down with a thud, his hunched body bowing low, his voice hoarse and trembling. Redeemer. You are the Redeemer of us exiles. A Redeemer greater than King Tarek. We pledge our eternal loyalty. We will never betray you. The other crow people did not hesitate at all, and all of them lay prostrate on the ground in an orderly fashion. Hearing the constant whispers of praise from the crowmen, Yang Tao could no longer suppress the smile on his face. In that case, come with me. I have a very nice place that would be suitable for you to stay temporarily. Isn't this where the gate to Peach Blossom Spring comes in handy? From the moment he first encountered the Arakoa exile, he knew that the Arakoa exile would not escape his grasp. This is the allure of technological monopoly. Just then, the darkness in the camp suddenly stirred, and the ink-black shadows quickly coalesced into a giant raven. This giant raven had withered, black feathers, and its eyes burned with eerie purple flames. It exuded an ancient and majestic aura. It's Anzu. The god of ravens made no threats or release any shadows. He simply watched Yang Tao silently. A moment later, a deep, hoarse voice, yet carrying a divine approval, resonated in everyone's hearts. Outsider, you have accomplished what I, Rukma, and Tarek failed to do. From today onwards, my crow people are now under your command. Anzu, the Raven God, level 100. Demigod. Health point / Yang Tao stared at the demigod before him, a being he had killed countless times in the game. There was nothing he could do. After all, he managed to break the reins of the Raven God. Anzu, the god of crows, it seems I can also lift your curse. Anzu, the god of crows, turned his head to look at Yang Tao. When Seeth cast his curse on his deathbed, in order to weaken the power of the curse, he devoured more than half of the demigod seed's body, and these Arakoa exiles were merely stained with some of the blood flowing from Seed's body. This is not even in the same league. Chapter 150 The Power of the Beacon. The Gate to Peach Blossom Spring. Using his own strength, Yang Tao carved out a dense network of caves in the cliffs surrounding the Peach Blossom Spring Gate. The Crow people, whose curses had been lifted, really liked the cave dwellings that Yang Tao had given them. The mysterious old man wasn't too surprised to see the crowmen practicing flying above the peach blossom spring gate. After all, there were many intelligent beings in the legendary world. The Woma, Zuma, Bull Demon, and Orcs each have their own factions and unique buildings. These birdmen have great respect for you. Crow people. Yang Tao glanced at the mysterious old man and smiled. Respect is more like it. These crow people are also victims of the Orcs' persecution, and I happen to be able to lift their curse. It won't be long before more and more Arakoa come here, and the gate of paradise will become a sacred place in their hearts. I am their savior, or rather, their new god. Upon hearing Yang Tao's words, the mysterious old man looked at Yang Tao's young face in surprise. He had not expected that this young man had such great ambition. It's always best to be careful in everything you do. I know time will be on my side, regardless of how long these Arakoa people's gratitude or faith in him will last. However, it will only take 3 years. At that time, let alone the Raven people, he would dare to test his strength even against the demigod Raven God. Looking up at the sky, a huge crow was circling overhead. That was a demigod walking among humans. There's good news. If those orcs come back, they'll have to pay a price. The Arakoa, orcs, ogres, Kajiat, and the foreign Drenii can be considered the 5 great powers of Draenor. Of course, the term Arakoa refers to the Arakoa in their prime, not the current high-ranking Arakoa or exiled Arakoa. After saying that, Yang Tao walked towards the center of the Peach Blossom Spring Gate and took out a diamond axe and a diamond shovel from his backpack. The original wooden platform, dilapidated wooden houses, ruins, and low earthen walls were all leveled. The space was renovated by laying white quartz blocks, smooth stone tiles, and adding fluorite for illumination. Ansu, the god of crows circling in the sky, is now filled with curiosity about Yang Tao. In his perception, Yang Tao's strength was very weak, so weak that any combat-oriented crowman could easily kill him instantly. But in reality, he had no way to affect the other party. If the other party hadn't been standing right there, he wouldn't have been able to sense them at all. Seeing Yang Tao suddenly become busy, Ansu circled in the air once and landed beside him. Even in its shrunken state, the Raven God still stands several meters tall. What are you doing? Yang Tao put down the iron block in his hand without turning his head. Make a beacon, a huge beacon. Beacon. You can think of it as an altar, where friendly targets within its range can enjoy some power boosts. Yang Tao spent 81 iron blocks to build the altar base, and then used gold blocks for the top 3 layers. Once he could travel to the nether, gold nuggets were no longer as valuable to him as iron nuggets, especially after acquiring the Robbery 12 and the Scavenger. The golden nugget gleamed in the morning sunlight as I took out the beacon I had prepared from my backpack. Yang Tao finally turned to look at Anzu, the Raven God, who was watching him work. Besides the Burning Legion, how does your strength compare on the entire planet Draenor? I am the embodiment of shadow, and I am second to none among the demigods except for Rukmar, who represents light. Yang Tao nodded slightly. In that case, I hope you can protect my territory for a while. Don't worry. I will be able to gain a foothold in Draenor in less than a year. That's no problem. In Ansu's view, Yang Tao was a demigod, or even a god who had not yet grown up. Although his strength was relatively weak, his status was definitely above hers. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain the curse that had rendered even him helpless, yet it was as fragile as a snowflake under the sun in the face of the other party's power. That's fine. After saying that, Yang Tao placed the beacon in his hand directly on the top of the real pyramid, and then silently recited the command to activate it. A brand new interface appeared before his eyes. The highest level beacon in Minecraft is level 4, which means you need to build 4 layers using metal blocks, requiring a total of 164 metal blocks. Once the beacon is activated, all friendly units within its range will receive the corresponding attribute bonuses. For example, Yang Tao plans to build 4 max level beacons to activate strength, resistance, speed, and urgency. However, he currently lacks sufficient materials and has had to temporarily shelve the plan. Power and speed. Yang Tao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to increase his resistance, reducing the damage he received by 40%. The crow people are physically frail, making them perfectly suited to activate this attribute. After activation, a white beam of light shot straight into the sky. Yang Tao looked up at the sky, but couldn't see the end of the beam of light at all. Ansu, we have now become the target of everyone's criticism. Ansu stared blankly at the pillar of light shooting into the sky, muttering, What? What did you do? I feel some rules have changed. How is this possible? I am a primordial demigod, and this power can even affect me. Reduces damage taken by all friendly units within the altar's area of effect by 40%. Onsu. If there were a strong city wall here, the exiled Arakoa would show all invaders what an iron wall is. I will protect your territory here. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yang Tao suddenly remembered the iron mine and looked down at Insu, asking, Do you know where there is an iron mine? Draenor has a lot of iron mines, but the orcs have united to form the Iron Horde, and they have occupied most of the iron mines. It seems they are preparing to build an iron war fortress. A fortress? A Hellfire Citadel. Yang Tao nodded slightly. This Hellfire Citadel was not a place he could touch right now. I'm going to gain experience first. I'll be back in 2 days. He needs some iron ingots to synthesize iron blocks, and he also needs experience to level up. He already had a choice in mind. In Resident Evil 4, both the dilapidated quarry and the final isolated island base have a large number of steel buildings, which are very suitable for him to melt down those steels into iron ingots in the past. Yes, I will protect everything here. Onsu's shadow power spread out, enveloping the entire Peach Blossom Gate. The environment remained unchanged, but Yang Tao gained a new buff. The protection of the Raven God deals an additional 500 shadow damage on attack. Increases shadow resistance by 100 points. Yang Tao said goodbye to Insu and went home by the stairs. He entered the bedroom and looked at Jill, who was still lying in bed. It is impolite to disturb someone's sleep. So he crawled into bed. Chapter 151. This is what you call professionalism. In the Resident Evil 4 instance village, Yang Tao and Jill headed towards the church. Yang, why are you back here again? Jill was a little curious. Yesterday, Yang Tao seemed reluctant to leave Draenor, but today he came back and said he would take her to the Resident Evil 4 instance. I need iron, lots of iron. Yang Tao gave a brief explanation of the function and requirements of beacons. Compared to mining iron ore, I think dismantling existing steel structures is just as fast, and most importantly, you can gain experience and equipment. They walked along the path towards the church without encountering any monsters. It was already nighttime in the instance, and they had no idea where Leon and Ashley were. If they were to run into Leon and Ashley, who had been completely parasitized, things would get really interesting. However, Yang Tao soon saw Leon and Ashley standing in the graveyard, looking just like they had when they left the instance. Lion, where do we go next? I've already contacted a helicopter. Let's go to the helicopter landing area. Hearing Lion's words, Yang Tao couldn't help but tease him. Leon, you probably don't know your nickname Vehicle Killer very well. Before he could finish speaking, Leon looked at Yang Tao with a surprised expression. Yang? Why are you back again? New mission. Clear out the castle and the isolated island research facility, but this time, leave no buildings behind. Oh, not leaving any buildings? What does that mean? Are you going to blow them up completely? Stop. Let's hurry up. We might be able to rescue the helicopter. However, Yang Tao wasn't sure if the helicopter would be intact, given Lion's infamous reputation as a vehicle killer. His reputation is comparable to that of Chris, the infamous teammate in the Resident Evil world. Leon and Ashley joined the team. Of course, this hint was just something Yang Tao was thinking. The helicopter arranged by higher authorities is ready to land in the open space by the lake. As soon as Lion finished speaking, the sound of a rotor spinning came from the sky, and a helicopter with searchlights on its back skimmed low over the sky, heading towards the lakeside. Swoosh. An RPG shell, trailing a long plume of flame, flew up from a distance and struck the helicopter precisely, resulting in a loud explosion. The obsidian helicopter spun as it crashed down, triggering a new secondary explosion. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao remained silent for a moment, then turned to Leon and said seriously, "You'd better not say anything about vehicles in the future, don't even think about it." Before Lion could even grieve for the helicopter pilot, he heard Yang Tao's words and quickly explained, "It's just a coincidence. Whether it's a coincidence or not, you know in your heart. Think about it. Ever since Raccoon City, whenever there was danger, was the vehicle you were driving or riding in intact? As for the police car you were in today, those 2 policemen are probably dead by now." Lion took a deep breath, but was powerless to refute it. Let's go to the lakeside first." Ashley watched Yang Tao's departing figure, but she didn't let Leon off the hook either. She immediately stepped forward and asked softly, "Leon, is what he said true?" "Have no idea. If you weren't the target of the mission, I would have given you a piece of my mind." Following Yang Tao toward the lakeside, a commotion soon broke out along the path. Parasite level 20. Health 1200/1200. Being killed has a 25% chance to trigger a blast bug. The parasites seem to have become stronger at night, and they've also gained the burrowing ability, but their level is a bit low. It would be better if they were 5 levels higher. Jill, get in the car. Yang Tao flipped over and straddled Wulong, who had been freed from his wall-facing position, and reached out his hand to Jill. Jill looked at the parasites standing on the suspension bridge shouting at them. Then without asking anything, she reached out and let Yang Tao pull her into his arms. Leon, you two ride on Phoenix Chick's back. Let's go straight to the lakeside. These people, taking them one by one is too much trouble. We'll just wipe them out in one go later. Lion. He sensed that Yang Tao's murderous intent had become even stronger and purer after changing his clothes. Fengchu walked up to him and called out impatiently. Lion looked at Fengchu's impatient eyes and felt terrible. He flipped over and straddled Fengchu, mimicking Yang Tao by pulling Ashley into his arms as well. Hold on tight and hold on. The train's starting. Yang Tao gave a soft shout, and the crouching dragon and Phoenix Chick rushed over. The infected people on the suspension bridge threw out their weapons, Molotov cocktails, and even detonators. All of these things were left behind by the sprinting Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu. The intruders are here. He got away. Chase him. Lakeside settlement. They want to go to the lakeside settlement. Yang Tao, carrying Jill, paid no attention to the villagers who were being parasitized. As they walked along the path between the cliffs, the view suddenly opened up, with scattered wooden houses and a dilapidated dock sitting on the lakeside. The lake reflected the moonlight at night, making it look sparkling, but the dark water seemed to want to swallow even the moonlight. Leon, you go east, I'll go north, and lure all the infected over here. Unless absolutely necessary, don't kill any of them. Finally, we'll meet at the dock. These are all valuable experiences. We can't let Lion ruin them. Good. The once quiet lakeside settlement became bustling with activity, as the infected who had been inside their homes came out upon hearing the commotion outside. Even in their human form, they were still limited by their weak bodies, so these guys gathered in groups of 3 or 5, holding torches, and chased Yang Tao and his group to the outside of the dock. As Yang Tao rode on the back of the crouching dragon, he gazed at the fiery red dragon gathering in the distance, a smile appearing on his face. Jill, find a safe place. I'm going to the shipyard roof. Okay, be careful. I'll have the skeleton archer stay with you. The mutant skeleton archer is too overpowered. It can fight both at long range and in close combat, or rather, bone combat. Fengchu, carrying Leon and the other two, also ran over. Yang, there are too many people. Lion was somewhat unsure of himself. The villagers who had been parasitized were clearly physically stronger than normal, requiring several shots even when using a pistol. Only a direct hit to the head has a chance of being a fatal blow. Summon skeletons. Summon the skeletons to the roof of the hut next to the dock, where they will protect Jill. Many. Yang Tao took out a bottle of ancient knowledge potion from his backpack and drank it. I'm just hoping these guys, including that big one in the lake, can last 8 minutes. Vampire's Wrath. Then, Wulong transformed into a blur and charged towards the gathered villagers. Fuss rode up, unyielding strength. The villagers who had gathered together were sent flying by Yang Tao's shout. A white light emanated from the Wuji staff. 3 blows in 1 second wasn't Yang Tao's limit. It was just that the villagers were rushing too slowly. Lion, clutching his small pistol, stared blankly at Yang Tao, who seemed to be rushing into the rapeseed field as if carrying a wooden stick. 1 stick, 1 kid. Even if the insects are triggered, they will be harvested by the mutated skeleton archers and Jill in the distance. After the insects explode, these creatures become more powerful, but their defense is completely reduced to 0. In a daze, he seemed to see a golden light appear on Yang Tao's body. Too little. Yang Tao looked at the remaining 3 minutes of the ancient knowledge potion. In less than 5 minutes, Yang Tao had wiped out at least 100 or 200 villagers. He didn't want to waste any time, so he immediately looked at the dark lake water and then rushed into the lake without any hesitation. Leon, crazy? Yang, that's a lake, not a square. Chapter 152. The lake owner who just slacks off. Swimming champion. You can ride your dog in the water, and your breath-holding time underwater will also increase. Once you reach level 5, you can see much more clearly in the water. Fishing dogs. As soon as your dog goes into the water, he will try to catch fish, and after he shakes off the water, he will bring the fish to you. The probability of catching fish increases with your level, and after reaching level 5, your dog can breathe underwater. If your dog has learned the Hellhound skill, it has a chance to cook the fish. Although the swimming champion only leveled up to level 1, the crouching dragon was still as fast as an arrow released from a bow underwater, except that Yang Tao was affected by the weakness and slowness buffs. Because vampires are weak in water. This is also why Yang Tao always wanted to switch to the hunter class. Even in the murky lake water, Yang Tao could clearly see everything around him thanks to the night vision effect. There, a giant catfish and salamander hybrid of exaggerated size was heading towards this uninvited guest. Lake Master level 25. Lord. Health 6000/6000. Although the opponent's swimming speed was not particularly fast underwater, it was clear that the mutation did not particularly enhance its speed, but only made its size huge. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Soul Fire Talisman. The Soul Fire rune doesn't contain fire, so it has no special attack against water-type attacks, and is also not weak against water. The Lake Lord flicked its tail, increasing its speed dramatically, and opened its blood-red maw toward Yang Tao. Normally, it feeds on those who have failed to be parasitized or those who have been executed by the villagers in this lake, so when it saw Yang Tao, it thought it was time to eat. But it didn't expect that today's meal would be so terrible. Yang Tao took the shield out of his backpack and held it in his hand. With a bang, the shield shattered, but the Lake Lord's charge came to an abrupt halt. He swung his Wuji staff and struck the Lake Lord's sharp teeth with force. Steve is unaffected by water currents when attacking underwater. Eat. Eat. All you ever do is eat. Even the Lake Lord couldn't withstand such a powerful attack and began to roll around in the lake. The powerful tail lashed out at Yang Tao, but Yang Tao showed no intention of using a new shield. Instead, he met the attack with his Wuji staff. The two collided, and unsurprisingly, he and Wankai were knocked back more than 10 meters. Healing spell. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. One after another, fire talismans flew out, and the Lake Lord had no way to avoid them. It's a mutated fathead fish. You can't expect it to unleash a destructive ray on you. As he watched the countdown to the ancient knowledge potion, Yang Tao's spell-casting movements became even more swift and precise. On the lakeside, Gil watched Yang Tao's health bar from afar, and her previously anxious heart settled into her chest. But Leon, standing beside her, was in a panic. Ms. Jill. Yang. Why did he suddenly jump into the lake? Could he have been parasitized? Hearing Lion's words, Jill glanced at him, and suddenly, a feeling of pity rose within her. In Yang Tao's eyes, everything in this world is just a dungeon, and even dying only results in the loss of levels and equipment. However, the NPCs in the dungeon see it completely differently. Just like she used to be. Don't worry, he's fine. There's a monster in the lake called the Lake Lord. He just went there to deal with that guy. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake water surged violently, as if some monster was about to rise from the water. Lion's attention was completely drawn to it. Is this really okay? No. Jill is very confident in Yang Tao's current abilities. The water surface returned to calm, and some orange-red lights flashed beneath the surface. That was the light emanating from the Soul Fire Talisman. Suddenly, Leon looked at Jill with a serious expression and asked, Yang, are you really not a BSAA-enhanced human? No. Although Jill did not participate in the formation of BSA, Yang Tao had told her about some future trends of Resident Evil, so she knew about the existence of BSA and some information about it. Don't worry, Yang's path is different from those monsters. However, the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick are products of the T-Virus enhancement. Lion nodded and looked back at the churning lake surface. The Sleeping Dragon and the Young Phoenix are completely different. When he was in Raccoon City, he clearly remembered the zombified parts of them, especially their deathly gray eyes. But as time went by, the rotten parts returned to normal, and the lifeless gray eyes became bright again. Even now, the growth of the Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix has completely exceeded his imagination. When he saw their eyes return to normal, he even doubted whether his IQ was higher than theirs. Leon, my God, look! Ashley's surprised shout brought Leon back to reality. The Lake Lord's corpse floated to the surface of the lake, while Yang Tao stood beside the monster. The difference in their sizes was enormous. It's finally solved. It was really difficult underwater. Wulong's speed advantage was limited. Fortunately, the Lake Lord was single-minded and focused on fighting him to the death after being poisoned. He leaped into the lake using a double jump. When he stepped onto the lake again, a layer of solid ice had already frozen the water beneath his feet. The dragon climbed up from the edge of the ice, frantically shaking its body, and then opened its mouth and spat out a base. Yang Tao patted his head and laughed. You did a good job this time, Bruce. The wall-facing position is off. Woof, woof woof. Let's go. Yang Tao walked step by step toward the lakeside, with an ice path made of ice behind him. Yang, how did you do that? Lion finally couldn't hold back any longer and pointed to the utterly unscientific ice surface, asking, Taoist arts, mysterious Eastern Taoist arts. Yang Tao turned to look at the opposite bank of the lake, where a dimly lit castle sat under the bright moonlight. Time's running out, Lion. If you don't send in a large force, no matter how many helicopters your men send, they'll be wiped out. So, Lion nodded slightly. He clearly recognized the problem as well. Then what should we do? Of course, it's about eliminating all infected individuals. Yang Tao opened the mini-map and glanced at it. Next, the quarry. The villagers over there need to be dealt with. Same as before, lure everyone together and let me handle it. Looking at the white dot of light above. By the way, Lion. Yang Tao pointed to a wooden house not far away and said, there is a sealed basement in that room. Inside the sack is a man named Louis Serra. He is a former Umbrella Corporation researcher who later worked for the Order of Light. He is the culprit here, but he has now fallen out with the Order of Light. You can choose to save him or ignore him. Lion looked at Yang Tao, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. This was no longer something that could be explained by intelligence. Seeing Lion's appearance, Yang Tao immediately laughed and said, don't ask, it's all about mysterious Eastern Taoist arts. After making the joke, Yang Tao closed the mini-map, mounted Wulong, and carried Jill as they strolled towards the quarry. Chapter 153, heading to the castle. What a piece of trash. Walking on the lake, we headed towards the seemingly haunted castle. After level 20, leveling up is really slow. I quickly killed 2 lords, hundreds of infected, and even with the ancient knowledge potion bonus, I'm only at level 22 with half the experience. Before level 20, the experience gain per level is 1,000 points higher than the previous level, but after level 20, the experience gain per level jumps to 3,000 points. Upgrading from 20 to 21 requires 23,000. Upgrading from 21 to 22 requires 26,000. And so on. Jill said, Yang, you're going to get beaten up if you go out like this. We've only been in the dungeon for less than an hour, and it feels like we're just sightseeing. Although there were many infected individuals, they were simply no match for Yang Tao's strength. Never mind, the upgrade is secondary anyway. The main thing is the factory on that island. He turned around and looked at the 3 people following behind him. Leon, a man only cries 4 times in his life. Do you know what those 4 times are? Lion, who was deep in thought, asked in confusion, which 4 times? I really don't know. Yang Tao smiled as soon as he saw the fish take the bait. At 21, 27, 35, and 49 years old. Not to mention Lion, even Ashley and Louis, the blonde heartthrob who had finally learned not to look at Jill after being beaten 3 times by Yang Tao, cast curious glances at them. Why? Because I was manipulated by a mysterious female spy at the age of 21, at 27, at 35, and at 49 the mysterious female spy didn't come. Louise and Ashley didn't understand Yang Tao's meaning, but Leon's face turned green. He's only 27 years old. When he first met Ada Wong, he was exactly 21 years old. Even if he was slow-witted, he would know that Yang Tao was teasing him. That woman is here too. Who do you think rang the bell when we were in the village? Reaching the other side of the lake, Yang Tao, who was always eager for a good show, said, by the way, Lion, this Mr. Louis is your senior. You could actually learn some lessons from him. Upon hearing this, Leon looked at Louis, who was completely bewildered. Louis quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Hey, you can hit me, but you can't throw mud at me. Ada Wong. Yang Tao uttered Ada Wong's name, and Louis's expression changed before he looked at Leon. You like Ada Wong? My God, you're not kidding? As Ada Wong's ex-boyfriend during her university years, he knew Ada Wong all too well. He also loved Ada Wong, but he really couldn't accept Ada Wong's ruthless and unscrupulous nature in achieving her goals. Lion squinted at Louis. You really know that woman. Louis took a deep breath, walked to Leon's side, reached out and patted him on the shoulder, saying in a tone of someone who had been through it all, let me give you a piece of advice, Ada Wong. You can't handle this. After saying that, he followed Yang Tao toward the castle. Although Ashley didn't understand their conversation, she still went up to comfort the somewhat downcast Leon. Are you all right? Fine. Leon and Ada Wong are a pair of bickering lovers. To sum it up in one sentence, Leon is Ada's only tenderness, and Ada is Leon's lifelong obsession. As they walked along the gravel path into the castle, the group crossed the castle drawbridge, which then rose up. The group turned to look at the suspension bridge, and Ashley asked nervously, "What do we do? The host here is too kind. Since we don't want to leave, let's stay and have some fun here." Yang Tao stared at the thick chains that held up the suspension bridge, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. "You don't want iron that's being given away for free?" He pulled out a diamond pickaxe from his backpack, smashed through the wall next to the suspension bridge, and revealed the control room inside. A whole tray of chains as thick as a thigh. There should be another plate on the other side. Goodness, these alone are worth 3 or 4 iron blocks. However, the thought of the entire steel factory behind him calmed Yang Tao's burning passion. As for the infected operating the drawbridge, Yang Tao didn't even need to say a word. The mutated skeleton archers had already fired bolts. "You guys do a quick cleanup first. I'll pack up all this unwanted scrap metal." Lion. Jill's gunshot brought the entire castle to life, and large numbers of infected climbed the castle walls. There it is. Catapults are right in front of the city gate. Killed him. Yang Tao swung his pickaxe and struck the iron chain. Chain mining. All the chains, including the chains connecting to the drawbridge, disappeared. With one side of the support gone, the suspension bridge immediately emitted a teeth-grinding, twisting, and cracking sound. Boom. A burning fireball crashed to the side, scattering a large number of sparks. Although the group had already entered the interior through the breached city wall, the boulder still smashed into the wall, creating a large hole. Lewis stared dramatically at the flying rubble and exclaimed, "What a waste. This castle is actually quite nice. If you like, you can stay here after I take care of Ramon. I don't like it that much either." After knocking off all the chains and putting them into their backpacks, the group followed Yang Tao into the castle without any hindrance. Stepping through the castle gates, you enter the castle's audience hall. The space inside is quite spacious, but the floors and walls are dilapidated, indicating that it hasn't been maintained for a long time. Seeing this, Yang Tao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a damn waste. With so many people under control, couldn't they at least send 3 or 5 to clean the castle? Pursuing power instead of life? What the hell do you need power for? To sit on the throne and look down upon the masses? What else could this be but a medical condition?" As the group entered the audience hall, a short figure dressed in medieval noble attire emerged from a small wooden door on the second floor of the hall. "A warm welcome to my castle, Mr. Kennedy and this stranger. It is a pleasure to meet you." Lion stared at the figure, who was only a little over a meter tall, and asked, "Who are you?" "Me? Oh please, just call me Ramon. Let me get straight to the point. I need you to hand over that girl to me now." Yang Tao looked at Ramon, who was barely a head taller than the stair railing, and impatiently pulled Jill over, lifted her hand, aimed it at the babbling guy, and pressed down on Jill's finger. Bang. One shot, and it's dead. Beep, beep, beep. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Ramon, the 8th head of the Salazar family in Spain, had never suffered such humiliation before. He immediately shouted, "Kill them and take the prey. No, keep that man alive. I want to torture him myself." The tall figure in a black and red cloak who had been standing beside Ramon took a step forward, removed his hood, and revealed a face that gave one goosebumps. The upper face still retains some human features, but the lower jaw has completely evolved into insect mouthparts and antennae. It's basically an insect wearing human skin. Red Robe Beldugo, level 25. Lord. Health 7000/7000. Black Robe Passanta, level 25. Lord. Health 7000/7000. Chapter 154 Solving Ramon. As Ramon shouted, the side door of the audience hall was opened, and a group of parasitic soldiers in armor rushed into the hall. The 2 men, one in red robes and the other in black robes, leaped lightly onto the stair railing, then lunged at Yang Tao with all their might. Ancient Knowledge Potion. Vampire's Wrath. Then he took out a bottle of splash-type slowing potion and threw it at the oncoming insects. "You guys stay away." He raised his shield to block the red-robed man's attack, but from under the black-robed man's cloak, a jet-black tail suddenly emerged and pierced through Yang Tao's body. Yang Tao grabbed the tail covered in black scales with his other hand. "Oh." With a cold laugh, he jumped up, raised the Wuji staff in his hand, and struck the head that only had half a human face left. Critical hit plus jump. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Upon seeing this, the man in red robes immediately tore off his robes, revealing his body, which had been completely mutated into the shape of an insect. It has long legs and arms, but its body is extremely slender and covered with a layer of armor, indicating that it has great speed and explosive power. Before it could even jump, the Phoenix chick had already pounced on it. Suppress. The two mutated skeleton archers and Jill focused their fire on the bug that Yang Tao had restrained. Lewis showed no sign of tension as he looked at the scene before him. He had already witnessed Yang Tao's strength back at the quarry. Hey, how long do you think these two can last? Leon shielded Ashley behind him and looked calmly at Ramon, who was now in a state of impotent rage on the second floor of the audience hall, saying, "Within 5 minutes, all the infected present, including that guy, will die." Lewis fell silent. Leon suddenly turned to look at him and asked calmly, "You don't have any parasites in your body, do you?" Lewis, watching Yang Tao already riding on the back of the sleeping dragon and beginning his second phase of rampage, trembled and quickly said, "How could that be? I'm fine, very fine. Besides, I've developed a machine that can kill parasites in their early stages. I'm perfectly fine." He chuckled twice. He knew Leon was asking on purpose, but Yang Tao was truly ruthless when it came to infected people. He could even find infected people hiding in the gutter. "Ramon, your right hand is broken." Yang Tao didn't use the Heart Seeker at all. Instead, he used the Limitless Staff to deplete the black-robed Pisana's health. Poisoning technique. This poison spell was unleashed on Ramon, who was in a fit of impotent rage behind the second-floor railing. "You worthless piece of trash. Damn it, damn it, damn it." After saying that, Ramon reached out and grabbed the railing, leaping off the building. His body distorted as he fell through the air. Originally only 1.2 meters tall, it transformed into a giant, fleshy version of a man-eating flower when it landed on the ground, showing no respect for the conservation of energy. Ramon's skinless body screamed madly within the petals filled with sharp teeth. "I'm going to start with your nose, then your ears, then your nails, and then your lips. I'll save my eyes for last. I want to drain every drop of blood from every orifice of your body. I can't wait." Ramon level 25, stage 2. Lord. Health 8000/8000. Looking at Ramon who had finally entered, Yang Tao revealed a mocking smile. "You want to suck me? Forget it. You're too ugly. I'm allergic to ugliness." Soulfire Talisman. The Soulfire rune struck Ramon precisely. "Go to hell." Ramon yelled and controlled a blood-red tentacle to stab at Yang Tao, but Wulong immediately jumped aside to avoid the attack. "Jill, focus fire and take down that red-robed guy." Good. The red-robed warrior's health had already been depleted by the poison spell and the attack of the Phoenix chick, and he couldn't withstand 2 rounds of attacks from Jill and the mutated skeleton archer. A blood whip lashed out again, and Yang Tao threw a dark green bead at Ramon. Whoosh. Just as the blood whip was about to strike Yang Tao's figure suddenly disappeared, leaving only some purple particles in place. The long whip of flesh and blood slashed across the top of the dragon's head, making a whistling sound. That's really powerful. Ramon's white eyes were filled with bewilderment as he stared at Yang Bo, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. The wooden stick that was flashing white light suddenly appeared larger and larger in his eyes. Puff. A piercing scream rang out as Yang Tao pierced one of Ramon's eyes, spurting out some unidentified liquid. Pull out. A double jump, a powerful slash that slammed into Ramon's head with a gust of wind. The damage from the jump attack, plus a critical hit, wasn't much less than when riding on the dragon. Neither human nor ghost. Do they really think that a few parasites can rule the world? Yang Tao once again transformed into purple particles and disappeared from the spot. The next moment, several sharp, fleshy spikes pierced the ground. How naive. Baby. Yang Tao appeared beside Ramon, his Wuji staff aimed straight at the heart of the enemy. Soulfire Talisman. Soulfire Talisman. "Oh, my dearest master. Please, give everything to your servant. I'll do anything." "Yes, sir. It hurts. It hurts. Master, grant me strength." It's clear that Ramon is using the parasite's amazing abilities to communicate with Sadler, the final boss of Resident Evil 4. However, his Lord Sadler couldn't save this poor wretch remotely. Yang Tao glanced at the opponent's health bar, which was now less than a third full, and chuckled, saying, "Ramon, your time's up." He stomped hard on the stone ground and charged towards Ramon, wielding the Wuji staff and the heart probe. He leaped to dodge the opponent's attack, then used a double jump as a final acceleration. Bang! Puff! The Wuji staff and the heart probe pierced Ramon's completely distorted body one after the other. Ugh! You worm! Lord Sadler, please, save me. Experience points increased by 13,000. The scavenger enchantment was triggered. Golden light flashed across Yang Tao's body. Yang Tao. Level 23. Experience 32/19,000. Strength 32 constitution, 34. Agility, 32 spirit, 102. Backpack slots, 36, Minecraft, plus 10, class, plus 32, bags, plus 70, extra slots from killing monsters. Stack limit, 510. We must find a way to mass-produce ancient knowledge potions when we get back. And we also need to upgrade the cleaner level. 5 times the experience, plus 2 kills. This feeling of rapid growth and experience is truly captivating. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The number of miscellaneous people gathering from the audience hall remained unchanged. But this was exactly what Yang Tao wanted. A dozen minutes later, on the top floor of the castle, holding the diamond pickaxe in his hand, Yang Tao said to Lion, "Actually, you could have just left in the police car you came in with." Lion. In the game, Leon is forced to fight his way through the entire storyline because he and Ashley have parasites inside them. However, the parasites in his and Ashley's bodies have now been removed. In reality, leaving directly is the best option. And you? Me? Of course, I'll clear out the castle and its underground area completely first. Don't worry, I definitely won't kill that female agent. After saying that, Yang Tao turned to look into the distance, where a figure wearing a red, tight-fitting cheongsam was standing on a watchtower in the castle, looking at them. Ida Wong. Lion's expression changed slightly, but then he remembered his mission. Then I'll take Ashley away first. Be careful. He originally wanted to remind Yang Tao to be careful, but when he thought about Yang Tao's strength and all sorts of incredible abilities, he swallowed his words. Hopefully, when we meet again, it won't be this kind of awful place. Yang Tao smiled and said, "Maybe the next time we meet, I'll be riding a Wulong charging towards you." Fuck. Don't scare me. Chapter 155 Demolition Office Work. Thump thump thump. With one swing of the pickaxe, a large amount of materials fell into the backpack as debris. Jill, I didn't expect there to be so much metal material in the dungeons and laboratories beneath this castle. Jill, riding on the back of the dragon, heard Yang Tao's words and looked around at the castle that had physically disappeared. Yang, your abilities are truly too strong. Is it strong? Yang Tao raised his pickaxe again and struck the cement wall beside him. Thump thump, thump thump bang. Within the range of the diamond pickaxe's strikes, the concrete wall was disappearing at an extremely rapid pace, quickly spreading over a distance of more than 10 meters. My current maximum number of chains is only 230 blocks, which is not even a fraction of a block. Under normal circumstances, a normal chunk, excluding air blocks, contains approximately 1,616,132 blocks, which is equivalent to 33,792 blocks. Many mods include tools that have the ability to dig directly into bedrock, but it seems pretty good for digging up castles now. The ground floor of this ancient castle has completely disappeared. Not only has Yang Tao removed the metal he needed, but he has also completely demolished the stone and cement walls. Throw everything worthless into the lava pool's trash can. All those capable of being fired into metal pellets and ingots were fired into metal. As for those so-called priceless collectibles, they are all classified as junk that cannot be taken out of the instance. After tidying up the contents of his backpack and throwing them into the semi-automatic furnace, he walked to the other side, where the metal door and the ground looked very tempting. Thump thump, thump thump bang. The ground disappeared, revealing the underlying rock layer, and digging continued in a different direction. After working for more than an hour, Yang Tao and Jill sat at the luxurious dining table left over from the castle and had a late-night snack. In the quiet night, apart from the occasional bird calls, there was only the faint sound of the furnace burning not far away. The castle is surrounded by dense forests. One wonders if the castle's original owner was just bored and decided to build a castle in such a desolate place. I'm currently level 23, and I'm still more than half the experience needed to level up again. While dismantling the castle, Yang Tao occasionally unearthed some small monsters, but they were too scattered, so he didn't use the ancient knowledge potion, and therefore didn't gain much experience. Once I reach level 25, I can summon a divine beast. I wonder what kind of beast I can summon. Yang Tao hopes it will be withering away, but actually, the guardian is not bad either. Please don't let it be Brother Tai. It's not that Iron Brother isn't strong enough, but rather that guardian and wither are more practical. He took out 4 bottles of the 1982 vintage Happy Water, handed one to Jill, and then opened the caps to put 1 bottle in the mouths of Wulong and Fengshu. Thumbs up. Cool. Looking at the extinguished furnace, Yang Tao stepped forward and combined all the smelted iron particles and ingots into an iron block. 2.5 sets of iron blocks in 2 years. This castle really went all out. The Resident Evil 4 castle was full of traps and iron gates, and Yang Tao made a fortune from it. Then he disassembled all the miscellaneous equipment in his backpack into various materials. Finally, looking at the parasite in his backpack with a bit of annoyance, he thought, another parasite helmet? They've got me cornered. The level 25 equipment has very good stats. If the Blood Dragon helmet wasn't part of a set, Yang Tao would have waited until level 25 to wear it no matter what. However, the Blood Dragon set can be worn until at least level 30, and the jewelry set given by Syria can be used until at least level 35. Jill, it's about time, let's go back. You didn't mention there are other islands. My backpack is full. It would be a waste if I couldn't take it with me. The equipment was fine, but he couldn't bear to throw away the gems, runes, punchers, potions, and other miscellaneous items in the divine modules. In addition to the iron blocks, the castle also had a large number of copper products, which he burned into copper blocks. Let's go back first, and come back if needed. Anyway, there's only a 1-week cooldown period. You're the boss, I'll listen to you. Jill said she didn't care. Wherever she went with Yang Tao was full of novelty for her. After leaving the instance, Yang Tao did not go home, but went directly to the outskirts of Grand Forest. For the time being, stuff the items in the backpack that were not needed into the box, and finally take out the Dragon Pattern Sword. Dragon Pattern Sword. Durability 42 to 42. Level required, 25. Required profession, Taoist. Attack, 60 to 76. Spirit plus 20 to 28. Attack speed plus 2. Taoist skill plus 1. Mental force combat technique level plus 1. The holy attack against undead creatures is missing, but the increased attack power compensates for this. It is the superior equipment of the Wuji staff, and the superior equipment of the Wuji staff is the Xiaoyao fan. Let's prepare in advance and give it a big boost when we reach level 25. Prepare your equipment in advance so you can maximize the advantage of leveling up. Just as he was about to use the socketing rune to add holes to the equipment, a brilliant idea flashed into his mind. If I go to the blacksmith chassis in Diablo 2 to open the holes first, and then use the hole opening rune in the advanced hole opening rune, will I be able to open more holes? The openings in chassis are very good value for money. The first hole only costs 10 silver, and the second hole costs 1 gold. It can indeed open more holes, but Chasai's ability is not enough. There is still a significant difference between 4-socket and 6-socket equipment. Put the Dragon Pattern Sword away for now. Just then, Yang Tao's phone rang. He took out his phone and glanced at it. Celia? For the sake of the 3-piece suit, Yang Tao answered the phone. What's wrong, Celia? Celia's sweet voice soon came through the phone. Yang, why haven't you returned from your training trip yet? Hee, what's wrong? Lady Celia, do you need me to run errands? I want you to take me to the Sky Tower. I'm not going. The Tower of Sky doesn't offer anything good, and since it's an open-world map rather than a dungeon, the experience gained is pitifully low. I can use the energy from the top of the Sky Tower to create new equipment for you. Time and place. It wasn't that Yang Tao was being materialistic. It was purely because Celia was incredibly sincere. Besides, they were all friends, so helping each other out was just the right thing to do. Whenever you have time, I'm available. Anytime. By the way, Celia, I've acquired a territory. I remember you seem to know magic circles. Would it be convenient for you to help me set up some magic circles in the territory to improve its defenses? Territory? I can have it anytime. Come find me. Okay, I'll pick you up from your apartment in half an hour. Then I'll get ready. After hanging up the phone, Jill walked over and asked, Celia? Well, she wants me to take her to the Sky Tower, but before that, I'd like her to do me a favor first. He kissed Jill and said, Let's go. I'll take you back to your apartment first. I'd like to visit your territory. Territory? No way. There are too many freaks in Draenor. I can't leave you there. There was only a crow watching over there, and he didn't trust it unless he created another demigod. A figure had already appeared in Yang Tao's mind. Aren't you worried about Celia? Her? Huh. Even if we were tied up, she wouldn't be able to handle us. Do you really think Celia is just a naive, sweet elf who runs a hotel? Don't be ridiculous. Celia's too sweet. Chapter 156 requires more materials. The Gate to Peach Blossom Spring. This is my territory. Celia, dressed in a long dress, looked around at her surroundings with a curious expression in her eyes. I can sense a dark power here, and a strong energy fluctuation emanated from Celia. Yang, I feel like I'm being watched. He's in danger. She soon looked up at the sky. A giant crow circling in the sky. She reached out and took out a giant, pure blue crystal, which emitted a soft, magical light. Ansu, the god of crows who had been circling in the air, immediately sensed an immense danger approaching. He quickly pinpointed the source of the danger. The power of shadow rapidly converged. Yang Tao. Wait, Celia's one of us. One of us. Celia, who had already summoned a giant magic circle, looked at Yang Tao with some confusion upon hearing his words. Yang, this power is very strong. Even if I go all out, I might not be able to seal it. That is Ansu, the god of crows, a demigod who possesses the realm of shadows, and the faith of those crow people. Yang Tao pointed to the Arakoa people who were looking at him with reverence. We are temporarily in a cooperative relationship because there is a stronger enemy. Hearing Yang Tao's explanation, Celia slowly withdrew her power and landed back beside Yang Tao, saying somewhat apologetically, Yang, I just didn't want you to get hurt. The way you're saying that makes it sound like you're trying to pick me up. After the powerful force subsided, the raven god fell from the sky and transformed into an adult raven man. Yang Tao, and who is this? My friend, Celia. Yang Tao then introduced Anzu to Celia, the Arakoa demigod, the god of shadow and arcane magic, the core of the Skedi's Arakoa faith. Celia bowed slightly to Ansu and said softly, Your Excellency Ansu, I apologize for my offense just now. The raven god looked at Celia and said calmly, You have not offended me. Your power is great. His tone was very calm, mainly because he was socially awkward. After all, he was a demigod of the Arakoa people and usually only communicated with his Arakoa followers. In his perception, this creature, which seemed to be of the same kind as Yang Tao, contained an aura far exceeding his own source power. It's not that Celia is stronger than him, but rather that Celia's power level is extremely high. That is the power of a true god. It's like water and mercury, both can flow, but their qualities are vastly different. This was hard for him to accept. It was one thing for Yang Tao, whom he couldn't understand, to suddenly appear, but now there was another god whom he could understand, but who made him uncomfortable. Even fragments of gods are still gods. Celia, what are you holding in your hand? Yang Tao was genuinely curious, mainly because he hadn't actually seen Celia or any weapons in the game. You mean this? Celia held up the large blue crystal in her hand, and then explained with a smile. This is the core of the Great Magic Circle, and it can enhance some of my strength. The Great Magic Circle, Seal of Heaven, is extremely powerful. Its existence transformed the inhospitable desert of Arad into an oasis, thus giving rise to a powerful duchy. By the way, Yang, which kind of magic circle do you want me to help you build first? There's still a choice? Certainly. When the topic of magic circles came up, Celia became extremely professional. The elven race has many magic circles. If there are enough participants, they can directly construct complex composite magic circles. But right now, I'm the only one, so I can only construct single-function magic circles for the time being. If other magic circles are needed, they will need to be added later. However, this will increase the difficulty of constructing the magic circles later by many times. After hearing Celia's explanation, Yang Tao gradually understood. It's like adding features to software. The code becomes more and more complex, eventually turning into a mountain of crap. I only require two functions, security and concealment. Safe and discreet. Celia pondered for a moment, her gaze sweeping over the surroundings of the Peach Blossom Spring Gate, before finally nodding. Yes, I can construct a giant protective array and a concealment magic array. You will need to help me collect some materials, various colorless or colored crystals, magic ink or rune ink, as well as spinel, fluorite, and zircon. As for the core of the magic array, I can provide a gray crystal. Do you need any more materials? After asking Yang Tao, he realized he had asked a stupid question. A magic circle isn't a perpetual motion machine, so how could it not consume resources? Ahem, Celia, could we use something else instead? Certainly. Celia's smile remained unchanged. Anything containing energy will do, even if you find a group of mages to stand on the node. The gems and runes in this world are all fine, but I'm not familiar with them, so it may take some time to understand their properties. Hearing Celia's words, Yang Tao suddenly felt that he absolutely had to go to Sky City this time. Gems, runes. There aren't even enough of those things for myself. All right, I'll go to the Sky Tower to gather materials first. You can plan the magic circle first. Celia nodded gently. If you go to Sky City, some gray crystals were left behind after the Great Magic Circle was destroyed. You can try to bring them back. The more energy-containing materials there are, the stronger the magic circle will be. Yang Tao made an okay sign and smiled. Don't worry, I promise to bring back everything I can. We'll bring the land back to you too. Yang Tao, another crow people have arrived after receiving my message. No, it's just lifting the curse, he thought to himself, and an innocent-looking miniature minotaur appeared beside him. Let's go and check out the situation. Ansu nodded slightly, and then the shadow power on his body surged, transforming him back into the familiar mount form from World of Warcraft, which was also his true form. Following Ansu to the beacon, a group of people who looked like refugees were prostrate at the foot of the pyramid, praying incessantly. They looked at their kin who had been freed from the curse with envy in their eyes. So much. A quick glance reveals at least 300 animals here, with a wide variety of professions, though most are in everyday occupations. But this is good, because Yang Tao won't need to hire outsiders to make bags and similar products in the future. Ansu explained, these are just exiles who are relatively close to the gate of paradise. The Arakoa and Skeddies will need some more time, and a large-scale migration will attract the attention of various forces. No rush, take your time. The exiled Arakoa immediately lowered their heads upon seeing him, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. A crowman leaning on a bone staff cried out in a mournful voice, God, please show your mercy and save us. So do you know what the price will be? God, we are willing to give up everything we have, including our insignificant lives. The crowmen lowered their heads. Shadow Sage Eska, level 65. Legendary boss. The second most important figure among the exiles, second only to the legendary Arakoa Tarok in status and strength. Very high, your awareness is very high. He took out the milk from his backpack, aimed it at the shadow sage in front of him, and silently chanted, use it. In an instant, the hunched body began to straighten, the wings that had decayed due to the curse slowly fell off, and some new downy hairs gradually grew out. The level increased dramatically from 65 to 68. I remember this guy seemed to have fallen into depravity later on, so I guess that changed his fate? Chapter 157 Heading to the Sky Tower. I really like this creature, let's tame more of them. Yang Tao looked at the void ray that had been tamed by the crow people, a satisfied expression on his face. The void ray is a personified creature of Enzu's shadow power, regarded by the exiles as a shadow messenger/war beast. It looks like a flattened ray, with no obvious limbs. It glides by using its large membranous wings and pectoral fins. Its tail is long and thin with a caudal fin. It flies in a fish-swimming posture, swaying from side to side. Although it moves relatively slowly, the void ray, which glides leisurely through the air, has a unique sense of freedom, just like swimming freely in water. If you like, we can tame more void rays. Hearing Yang Tao's words, the beast tamer, Crowman, was very excited. Just make sure you have a void ray with 5 colors, and you can try other mounts too. Yang Tao patted the crowman beast tamer, then mounted the void-colored void ray and flew towards the center of the peach blossom spring gate. I'm fine. The crowman beast tamer trembled with excitement. Yang Tao's favorite mounts are actually Ansu and the sun goddess Rukma. During their time on Draenor, both of these demigods had become bosses. Enzu went mad, and Rukmar became the world boss. Both of them can drop their mounts. Thinking of Celia, who was surveying the terrain. After all, this was a long-term magic circle, so there was a lot to prepare. How about it? Celia smiled and said, it's a bit more complicated than I expected. This peach blossom gate originally had some special energy patterns, but I don't know much about these patterns. According to the old folks there, these energy patterns seem to be a magic array used to seal several powerful monsters. I plan to study this formation first, just in case something unexpected happens. Yang Tao nodded slightly. Then I'll trouble you. I'll go get some equipment from Sky City first. Climbing the tower is a must. Then be careful. The city lord at the top of Sky City is still a bit of a challenge for you right now. I know. Yang Tao waved and turned to leave, using the stairs to return home. Is the magic circle finished? Jill, who was having dinner at home with Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu, asked him with some surprise when she saw him return. Yang Tao went over and sat down in a chair at the dining table. How could that be? It's not a one-time use item. We still need to go to Sky City to collect some materials later. Right, let's go find the blacksmith Charcy first. I need to drill a hole in my equipment. Not only gems, but also runewords in Diablo 2 are worth appreciating. If you want to describe runewords. If this is A and this is K, then congratulations on fitting them into the equipment in a specific order. You have now obtained an AK. A rune on its own is garbage. However, According to specific permutations and combinations, it can be turned into gold. The Sky Tower? I'll look it up later. Yang Tao also took a bite, and then headed to the Professionals Association, using the teleportation station to travel to Q City, where the Sky Tower is located. This is a coastal city, and the Sky Tower is located on the coast outside the city. As Yang Tao stepped out of the Hall of Professionals, he saw the pillar that stretched straight into the sky. That's an exaggeration. The 50-story magic tower standing alone in the wild is already awe-inspiring enough. But compared to this Sky Tower, the two are simply incomparable. The architects in the Arad world all play with cheat codes. The streets of Q City are mostly populated by DNF-related professionals, since the equipment and materials produced by the Sky Tower are still somewhat geared towards the DNF world. They summoned a void ray and flew straight out of the city. The appearance of this peculiar mount immediately attracted the attention of many people, but unfortunately Yang Tao had already flown into the sky, so those professionals had no way to ask him anything. Upon arriving at a rocky shore relatively close to the Sky Tower, several enthusiastic and unrestrained merfolk rushed towards him as soon as he landed. With a thought, the void ray vanished instantly. As expected, these merfolk are truly everywhere. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix appeared out of thin air beside him, and then charged towards the murlocs who were only around level 10. Even a high level of power can't stop these small-brained guys from coming to their deaths. Take the diamond pickaxe out of the backpack. If I have time, I'll go down to the lower realms and dig up some debris. Every little bit helps. In fact, Yang Tao felt that the slight improvement from the nether alloy did not significantly increase the difficulty of obtaining nether remains. Carve out a space in the rocks on the shore, and then place the magic tower staircase inside. He clapped his hands. That's all for now. We'll go find Charcy when we reach level 25. By the way, it seems no one has found the Horadric Cube yet. The Horadric Cube is a top-tier item in Diablo 2. There is no other. Even the best Tal Rasha's set is no match for it, and even a +7 amulet pales in comparison. Go back and bring Jill here. Jill's face showed shock when she saw the towering Sky Tower that reached into the clouds. My God, seeing it in person is so much more spectacular than in the photos. I think so too. The full view of the Sky Tower cannot be seen in the game. Let's go check out what's inside. The two walked towards the Sky Tower, and as soon as they arrived at the foot of the tower, they saw a large number of professionals gathered at the bottom. This place had been transformed into a free market, and Yang Tao even spotted a familiar figure. Perhaps sensing his gaze, the guy immediately looked over. Here you are, adventurer. Would you like to take a look at my miniature jar? Yang Tao. Good heavens, a living wooden jar. Wooden Jar was the third member of the jar team, and Yang Tao, who was carrying a large sum of money, immediately went over to him. How much is the jar? Seeing a customer strike up a conversation, the wooden pot immediately became enthusiastic. Only 1 gold coin and 20 silver coins. I guarantee it's worth the price. My miniature jars are all level 2,530 treasures. They're a perfect match for experienced adventurers. Why not buy one and give it a try? The price of a gold coin was indeed not expensive for Yang Tao. Eager to try it, Yang Tao immediately pulled out a gold coin and 20 silver coins and handed them to the wooden jar. Give me one. As if performing magic, the wooden jar took the money and pulled out a ceramic jar with wooden patterns from behind his back. He then handed Yang Tao a small wooden hammer. I guarantee there won't be any empty seats. Taking the small wooden hammer, Yang Tao complained. Isn't that a line from your older brother, the clay pot? This isn't something that can be decided by whoever says it. That makes sense. Yang Tao raised his small wooden hammer and struck the jar. With a crisp sound, the jar shattered, and a belt flew out. Cotton belt. Level required, 25. Defense, 25. Pure garbage, without any additional skills or even additional attributes. The wooden jar's regretful voice rang out at just the right moment. Oh dear, guest. This jar didn't yield anything good, but it seems you've used up all your bad luck. Maybe the next one will yield a legendary item. Shall we have another one? Yang Tao held the small wooden hammer and looked at the cotton belt that had been cut open. I silently did some mental calculations. Finally, he turned around and left. Do you have legendary equipment? Yes, but you might not get it even after 100 tries. Wouldn't it be better to just buy it directly from the auction house if you had that much money? Hey, if the customer won't open the door, at least give me the hammer. Before he finished speaking, the small wooden hammer spun and flew in front of him, and he reached out and caught it. I made money again. He put away the small wooden hammer and then looked at the newly arrived professional. Here you are, adventurer. Would you like to take a look at my miniature jar? Chapter 158 Wholesale Materials. Step into the Sky Tower. Like the Magic Tower, the hall also has dungeon portals, but unlike the Magic Tower which only has one, this place has 6 blue dungeon portals. The lowest level, the Dragon Tower, can be entered at level 15. Actually, there was some pretty good equipment in the wooden jar, it's just too dark. Yang Tao walked to the portal to the Dragon Tower dungeon and, without hesitation, chose the Abyss mode, which offered the highest drop rate and the most experience. Jill nodded slightly, and then said, "Whatever you like." With a flash of light, the two entered the Dragon Tower instance, where an extremely spacious platform came into view. There are no railings around the platform, and outside is a surging sea of clouds. Inside the hall, there are some thick pillars supporting the upper level. At the end of the platform is a white staircase leading upstairs. Take the Wuji staff out of your backpack. Summon skeletons. It's much better than in the game. You just need to climb upstairs. The Sky Tower in the game is designed like the open world. If a dungeon only has 1 floor, then the entire Sky Tower with only 6 floors would be too extravagant. In the distance, some dragon men wielding long-handled tridents hovered in the air and flew towards them, among which a tall, blue dragon man stood out. Dragon Man level 20. Health 1200/1200. Minius level 20. Elite. Health 2500/2500. Elites right from the start. This Sky Tower is interesting. The 2 celestial beings, who had been guarding the shore, suddenly appeared beside Yang Tao, mounted him, and then instructed Jill. "Jill, you attack those dragon sculptures, I'll handle the monsters." Those dragon-shaped sculptures are actually traps. Although they don't move, they deal extremely high damage. Jill had also consulted the materials and naturally knew about the sculpture. Good. After giving a brief reply, Yang Tao rode Phoenix Chick directly towards the dragon people. Vampire's Wrath. Attack power increases dramatically with the addition of strength. Just as an ordinary dragon man raised his trident, Yang Tao's Wuji staff pierced his chest. Critical hit. Minus 1229. Reduced by 300. With an 80% critical hit rate and the bonus from the luck attribute, it's basically a guaranteed critical hit every time. If there's no critical hit, just add another hit. Plus 40 experience. Rusty Iron Sheet 8. Furnace Rock Carbonate. Worn Cotton Shoulder Pads 1. He swung the Wuji staff again, striking the elite Minius. Although it was an elite, it didn't actually have any special abilities. Its physical attributes were simply enhanced compared to ordinary dragon men. Subtract 1122. Reduced by 300. Wulong dodged Minius's trident attack, and a crossbow bolt struck it precisely in the head. Yang Tao adjusted his body and swung the stick again. Experience plus 400. 32 silver coins. 88 copper coins. The lowest grade Whetstone 16. Dragonite 10. Swift Wind Stick 1. Blue Dragon Man card 8. Cracked Samurai Gem 16. Backpack stacking limit 20. After dealing with this elite, Yang Tao immediately began a killing spree. Of the remaining dozen or so dragon men, only 2 were lucky enough to avoid a critical hit. The rest were all taken down by him with a single blow. Easy. The drop rate of Dragonkin in the Dragonkin Tower is indeed good, but they are all low-level materials that only have value if given to the corresponding crafting professions. Let's go straight to the upper floor. There was nothing Yang Tao needed on this floor. As they climbed the stairs to the second floor, they were immediately greeted by a group of pterosaurs charging towards them. These pterosaurs looked like ordinary dragons, only much smaller, about the size of a typical Chinese rural dog. It comes in 2 colors, brown and blue. Fuss Roda, a shockwave visible to the naked eye not only stopped their momentum, but also completely blew them away. He charged forward and delivered a sweeping attack. The pterosaurs, struck by the attack, crumbled into pieces and disappeared from the ground. These dragon men and small pterosaurs are essentially artificial dragons created by the DNF Master Bakel using magic and dragon scales/bones. They disintegrate upon death and are not true dragons. It is similar in nature to a puppet. Jill's gunshot rang out, and together with the mutated skeleton archer, they finished off the remaining wounded pterosaurs. With a flash of golden light, Wulong's level increased to level 20. Its size has once again caught up with that of the Phoenix Chick. After clearing out all the monsters, Yang Tao turned his attention to the lampposts and floating rocks that served as decorations on the platform. Monsters are secondary, these are what he needs. He took out the diamond pickaxe that shone with a purple light. It was a treasured possession. A diamond pickaxe with a fortune level of 8. According to my research, it's fortune level 8. and it seems the anvil can be used to craft even higher levels. This is also the highest level of fortune attribute that can be obtained from the divine module enchanting table. To further improve, you'll need affixes and gems. A blue spherical crystal floated on the spiral lampstand. It was actually the same as the jar in the ancient tomb. He swung the pickaxe and struck it, the sound of shattering glass ringing out. Spinel 12. A satisfied smile appeared on Yang Tao's face. It really does take a windfall. Without good fortune and plunder, he might have to consider drinking half a bottle of mineral water before finishing the rest. There was no other way. Taoist priests were all poor. Only after acquiring divine beasts did their situation change dramatically. There are 4 lampposts and 3 floating stones in the room. Smash them one by one. But unfortunately, there is only a 50% chance of getting items. Let's go. Upstairs. After a fierce battle, Yang Tao easily reached the top of the dragon tower. Looking at the dozen or so lampposts topped with blue crystals on the platform, he felt that the enchanted pickaxe in his hand was about to be used. Scattering. The 2 mutated skeleton archers raised their arms, and a rain of arrows rained down from the sky. In an instant, the damage numbers above the monsters' heads started jumping up and down. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Completely disregarding the consumption of mana, he unleashed a series of poison spells. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Yang Tao stared at the blue and white Lord Dragon. Lucas level 21. Lord. Health points 4210/5000. After being poisoned, the victim's body became illusory for a moment, and then the number of poisonous creatures increased from 1 to 3. Clone technique? Heh. Even if you create a shadow clone, you won't be able to do it today. He rode the phoenix chick and charged forward. Fuss Roda. It's a pity that the disarming dragon shout has no effect on the boss. Otherwise I would definitely have disarmed this guy of his dragon tooth trident today. When Yang Tao's Wuji staff landed on his opponent, a layer of red light instantly appeared on the opponent's skin. Invincible body. Immune rigidity, levitation, collapse, and knockback. Then a blue electric ring burst forth from Lucas's body, instantly enveloping him and Feng Chu. Inductive coil. Numerous damage numbers appeared above Yang Tao's and Feng Chu's heads. Healing spell. He quickly cast a healing spell on the Phoenix chick, whose defensive capabilities were far inferior to his. Damn it, I thought this skill was bugged in the game, but I didn't expect it to be just as bugged in real life. He once accidentally got instantly killed by an electric shock coil while climbing a tower, and he couldn't even understand the damage. Chapter 159 Advanced Enchanting Table. Advanced Enchanting Table? Yang Tao stared at the items dropped by Lord Lucas, his eyes filled with disbelief. You, a level 21 lord, can get this thing as a drop. The Advanced Enchanting Table is named after both the block and the module. Since it's an enchanting table, it has only one function, enchanting. However, it allows you to freely choose the desired enchantment and level. As long as the enchantments themselves don't conflict, it's fine. Jill stared blankly at the red and black cubes in Yang Tao's hand, and couldn't help but walk over curiously and ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with these things?" No, it's just a little hard to believe. Having an advanced enchanting table is essentially the same as having a properly tuned enchanting table for the divine module. It's just more convenient, but requires more experience. In reality, the enchantments it can provide are the same as those in the original game and mods. Unless you have the Enhanced Tools module, these 2 modules together will create a super feature, such as the 8848 Fortune multifunctional tool. Furthermore, 8848 is not its limit, but rather Norman's limit. Shall we go to the next dungeon? Hearing Jill's words, Yang Tao put the advanced enchanting table back into his backpack and laughed. Of course, it's not just the next dungeon. This afternoon, let's try to run all the dungeons again and then go outside to climb the tower. We'll run them at least a few more times. The dungeon offers double experience and more loot, but you can only enter once a week. The monsters outside give normal experience and drops, but they respawn. After leaving the dungeon, we immediately chose the next dungeon, the Puppet Gate. The style of the doll entrance to the Dragon Tower is completely different from that of the Dragon Tower. At least there are walls on all 4 sides. 2 days later, looking at Jill's tired face, Yang Tao finally stopped climbing the tower. That's enough, Jill, let's go back. Have you collected enough materials? Actually, I don't know either. If it's not enough, I'll go to the auction house and buy some more, even if it's a bit more expensive. Upon hearing this, Jill's face showed a hint of apology. Yang, it's my fault for being too weak. Yang Tao took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it to Jill, comforting her. It has nothing to do with you. Even a barbarian couldn't keep up with my pace, let alone an ADC like you. Looking at my experience, I've gone from level 23 when I first entered the tower to level 24 now, and I only need 20% more experience to reach level 25. He took out his pickaxe and walked towards the floating rocks that hadn't yet been knocked down. Spinel 10. Diamond 8. A bunch of random things flew into Yang Tao's backpack. Knock off. Back home. Looking at the exhausted Jill, he said, eat something and go to sleep. I'll go to the Peach Blossom Gate and ask Celia how much material she needs. Jill stepped forward, put her arm around Yang Tao's neck, and her eyes regained their sparkle. It's too late today. Why don't you stay home and rest for the night? Seeing Jill's slightly flushed cheeks, Yang Tao stood up slightly to show his respect. He then put his arm around Jill's waist and kissed her directly, separating after a long while. Go to sleep and we'll talk when you're well rested. Jill nodded reluctantly, turned around, and went into the bedroom. Women can sometimes be more lustful than men, so all you handsome men must take good care of your safety when you're out and about. He gazed longingly at the sleeping dragon and the phoenix chick. All right, you two stop watching the show and go back to your nest to rest. Wah! Seeing that there was no good show to watch, the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick turned around and went back to their respective doghouses. Their huge bodies quickly shrank, and then they curled up perfectly in their standard 1 square meter doghouses and fell fast asleep. Tisk, even zombie dogs get tired. Zombies are not undead. They are alive, and living things consume energy. Turning around, he walked towards Yang Tao, returned to the outer edge of Grand Forest, placed the high-level enchanting table he had obtained in a corner, and replaced its bottom with an iron block, just like the beacon base. In this way, the advanced enchanting table can be enchanted with some treasure enchantments. Let's go back to Peach Blossom Spring first, then find Chashi. Oh, and the equipment dismantling machine too. A Tier 1 disassembler sells for 50 gold coins from an NPC. Of course, Norton's store has a free disintegrator, but that disintegrator can only break down various small crystals. The purchased decomposition machine can extract additional soul and essence. Furthermore, some advanced materials can only be decomposed by advanced personal decomposition machines. It can only dismantle bound equipment dropped from dungeons. Who knows how long it would take to maintain a high-level dismantling machine. The disassembler gains experience by disassembling equipment and also has durability. If it is not repaired, it will stop completely. As a result, apart from government officials, very few people actually bothered to cultivate this thing. Returning to the gates of Peach Blossom Spring, it was already dark. The beacon's beam of light shone even brighter at night, but unlike before, this time it was only a few dozen meters high, lacking the imposing presence of soaring into the sky. The shadows on the ground began to gather, and Anzu, the god of crows, appeared beside him. The current leader of the exiled Arakoa, Rishid, has arrived here with his Arakoa guard. The current leader? Where is Tarek, the Claw King? Are we entering the game now? Upon hearing Tarek's name, the raven god Anzu's tone turned somewhat somber. He has been driven mad by the Seethe curse and sealed in the shadow prison by the Ravenclaw prisoners. You can't save him either? If Tarek hadn't gone mad, and I hadn't been cursed, I was confident I could save him, but now he's gone mad. Oh ho! The Claw King Tarek has become a boss. I wonder what level Tarek is in real life. He looked at Ansu's tall figure. I want to try my method to see if it can save him. Even if it doesn't work, I'll give him a quick death and free him from his suffering. Successfully acquiring a powerful henchman, or even failure, only yields a wealth of valuable experience. A glint of light flashed in Ansu's golden eyes, and he nodded gently. Perhaps your power can really save him. He is a good leader. Leader? Yang Tao suddenly thought of Chun Yuliang and Zhao Kuangying. By the way, what would you do if the exiled Arakoa you've been protecting betrayed you one day? Yesterday, the Arakoa leader, Ekis, groveled before him because he felt that Anzu's shadow power was not fast enough or strong enough to satisfy his desire for immediate revenge, to reclaim the skies, and to lift the curse. Ultimately, he abandoned the beliefs of the Arakoa and became a lackey of the Burning Legion, thus entering Hellfire's Citadel as a boss. I have never thought about this question. Actually, I've always felt that traitors are more despicable than enemies. If one day any of the Crow people want to betray us, I will personally throw them back into the abyss. You drank your own milk, fell energy, and still want to betray me? Chapter 160 The Redstone's Reemployment. These materials are enough for me to build a prototype of a defensive magic circle, but its defensive capabilities will not be very strong. The gate to paradise is inside the 3-story laboratory that Yang Tao is preparing to build for Celia. Celia held the spinel and the colorless crystal in her hands, and a burst of magic flowed into them. Spinels and colorless small crystals gradually fused together, and soon a large spinel was formed. Spindle's properties are perfect for use as a magic amplifier. It can amplify magic power. Then Celia picked up the zircon stones. Pure zircon stones are perfect for transmitting magic. Upon hearing Celia's words, Yang Tao suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait a minute. Get up. I'm going back to get something. See if you can use it. Celia looked at Yang Tao running away with some confusion. Her curiosity piqued. Soon, Yang Tao ran back into the laboratory. He placed a standard 1-meter square redstone block next to Celia's magic altar, and then took out redstone dust, lapis lazuli, diamonds, and amethyst fragments, and placed them in front of Celia. See if you can use these things. Celia stared in astonishment at the mess of materials before her. Yang, what are these? She reached out and picked up the lapis lazuli on the table, using her magic to carefully examine the material. This thing seems to have the effect of increasing the stability of magic power. It's strange, I can't analyze its material and composition. Lapis lazuli can be used for enchanting, so it's normal for it to have some magical properties. Yang Tao took the lapis lazuli from Celia's hand and casually tossed it back onto the table. He then picked up some redstone dust and stuffed it into Celia's hand, looking at her expectantly. That's not important. What's important is this stuff, especially this redstone block below. When Yang Tao grasped Celia's hand, her face instantly turned bright red. She gently withdrew her hand, then closed her eyes to feel the redstone dust in her hand. After a moment, she opened her eyes in surprise. This material has excellent energy conductivity. If mixed with rune ink, it can greatly enhance the transmission of magic power. Feel this below. Celia nodded, walked to the red stone, and placed her hand on it, but she quickly withdrew her hand the next moment. Yang, it's radiating energy. The world of DNF includes a celestial realm, a technologically advanced world. So, things that emit light and release energy. This is a redstone block. It can power other devices. Don't worry, it doesn't emit any radiation and doesn't generate heat. If there are no unforeseen circumstances, it should be able to release energy indefinitely. Although Celia is a magic-based elf, she still wanted to slap Yang Tao when she heard him mention infinite energy. There is a saying that has been passed down in the heavens for a long time. If anyone claims they can create a perpetual motion machine, don't hesitate to slap them across the face. Celia glanced at Yang Tao, then pursed her lips and placed her hand on the red stone, carefully sensing the energy emanating from it. Her body was not affected in any way, and her cells did not deteriorate. However, that power continued to be output continuously. Though it was weak, it was extremely stable. I can't analyze the properties of this power. It's neither magic nor electricity. It's strange. It's as if it's energy itself. I can't absorb or influence it. It can provide energy to some machines, or rather, it can output signals. Try to see if you can charge the magic circle. Charging. Celia, half believing and half doubting, took out a gray crystal fragment and placed it on the red stone. In an instant, the originally gray crystalline fragments emitted a faint white light, and as time passed, the crystalline fragments gradually became transparent. Upon seeing this, Celia's mind went blank for a moment. Charging. I clearly didn't sense any magic power just now. Celia removed the gray crystal fragment from the red stone block, and the shimmering white light that represented charging instantly disappeared. Feel the energy within the crystals. There is indeed a trace of magic stored in it, Yang, but this is not magic at all. As long as it works, don't overthink it. I don't have many redstone blocks, only a few dozen. See if you can add them to the magic circle. Celia nodded. It is possible, but this thing's charging efficiency is not fast. Then make the battery bigger. It's impossible for someone to attack my paradise gate 24 hours a day. That would require a large amount of gray crystals, and the demand for colorless and multicolored crystal blocks would also increase significantly. However, the effect of the magic circle would be greatly enhanced. Yang Tao waved his hand dismissively. It's just a few materials. As long as the dungeon timer is up, I'll just go to the sky tower to farm materials. Also, I'll try to buy any materials that I think are related to the magic circle and send them to you. Celia's expression froze upon hearing this. What do you take me for? A materials testing instrument? Yes, it's best to use materials with high energy content, as this can increase the magic power reserve of the magic circle. After chatting with Celia in the Magic Circle laboratory for a while, I looked up at the sky outside the window. The once pitch-black sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Yang Tao looked at Celia and said, "You should rest. Those enemies shouldn't be able to get here anytime soon." According to information provided by the Arakoa, the orcs are currently busy building the dark portal to invade Azeroth in the overworld. In other words, these orcs are very busy. They won't be paying attention to the situation here for at least 3 to 5 days. Syria, you go ahead and do your work. If you get tired, go back to H-City to rest. He handed Jill's floor teleporter to Celia from his backpack. No need to rush, take your time. Celia had already used the floor teleporter when she arrived, so she reached out and took it. I know, but this level of Magic Circle isn't particularly complicated for me. Celia paused at this point. Just don't make me add too many strange or unfamiliar ingredients. I'll try my best. Yang Tao smiled and looked at Celia. Then I'll go deal with those crow people first. You go ahead and do your work. After saying that, he turned and left. I left the laboratory and headed towards the beacon, where a large number of crow people had gathered since last night. It was already daylight, and the crow people who had been sleeping there had woken up. They looked at their kin who were soaring in the sky with envy in their eyes. God of Redemption. Ekis led his elite Arakoa, prostrating themselves on the ground and shouting in great reverence. Get up. Elite Arakoa hover around level 55, while average Arakoa combat classes are around level 45. Ordinary crowmen range in level from 5 to 40. For example, the little crowman is only level 5. Looking at the exiled Arakoa still bound by the curse, Yang Tao remained silent for a moment before speaking. I am not a savior god, but I can lift the curse from you. But there is no such thing as a free lunch. In short, I need your loyalty to me. Those who are unwilling can leave directly, but death is definitely not the end for those who are loyal to me, but betray me. Ikis, my lord, just speak. Why are you looking at me? Chapter 161 Tarok, King of Claws. Flying in the sky above the peaks of Iraq on a void ray, accompanied by the raven god Anzu, and behind them were Ekis and his guards, as well as Rishid, whose curse had just been lifted. Tarok is in Skedis' shadow prison. Ansu's voice was somewhat low. His soul is in complete chaos right now, and it's very difficult for me to communicate with him. Yang Tao, who was slowly flying on the back of the void ray, was somewhat surprised to hear Ansu's words. Can you communicate with him? I mean, can you bring him back to his senses? Tarok had been driven mad by the whispers, but now Ansu claimed he could communicate with him. The difference here is huge. It's very difficult. It might only last a few seconds, or he might not even have a chance to speak. Ansu is right. Even if you sleep for 23 hours and 55 minutes a day, you might not have any ability to save yourself even if you only have 5 minutes. That's enough. 1 second is enough. Flying over overlapping mountains, the group quickly arrived above Skedis. Looking down at the primitive and dilapidated Skedis, Yang Tao couldn't help but ask curiously, why are all the houses in Skedis wooden huts, but the outer walls are made of ironclad stone? These two art styles are completely different. These crow people lived in small blue tents, and even wooden houses were scarce, but the city walls, which were more than 10 meters high and several meters wide, were quite majestic. This place was once a fortress of the Goryeo Empire, but after the ogres declined, it became ruins. Only these city walls still bear witness to the former glory of the Goryeo Empire. The Goryeo Empire was the golden age of Draenor ogres, during which time they practically ruled the entire planet. Even the most powerful orcs right now are vassals of the ogres. No wonder. Their arrival immediately caused chaos below. Some of the weaker, exiled Arakoa began to scatter and flee, while the fighting Arakoa ran out of the tents, ready for battle. Those crow people who can fly must be high-ranking crow people who want to exterminate them. Rishid flapped his wings and flew to Yang Tao's side, whispering, My lord, those crow people meant no disrespect to you. They were just a little afraid. It's all right. You take your people down and explain the situation. Tell them my demands along the way. Those who are willing can leave with me later, and those who are not can stay here. Upon hearing Yang Tao's calm tone, Rishid respectfully replied, My lord, they will certainly make the right choice. A race that once possessed wings and could fly lost their wings due to a curse. It's like a human losing both arms, suffering from rotting flesh and constant pain, and experiencing intense auditory hallucinations. Lifting the curse had become an obsession for the exiled Arakoa. Just like Ikis, even though he had to side with Gul'dan, he still wanted to break the curse. Rishid descended from the sky with his guards, causing a commotion among the Arakoa below. Then, large numbers of Arakoa emerged from tents, huts, and even the most secluded corners. And Su glanced at the situation below and said, Yang Tao, we can go down now. Okay. Yang Tao controlled the void ray to descend from the sky, and the exiled crow people who landed there immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. It wasn't just because of him, but also because of Anzu, the god of crows. Grown-ups. Just as Rishid stepped forward to speak, Yang Tao reached out and interrupted him. We'll talk about lifting the curse later. Let them think it over first. The most important thing right now is Tarek's matter. Let's go to the shadow prison first. Yes, sir. The group arrived at Tarek's rest in the middle of Blackwind Lake in Skeddies. In the game, players can summon Tarek here through the pile of bones, but by then his physical body will have completely perished. Several Arakoa priests surrounded the center of the island, chanting incantations as a blue magic circle appeared beneath their feet. It is located in the center of the magic circle. A tall, illusory figure appeared and was slowly solidifying. Wow, is this guy really that tall? Yang Tao found it hard to believe. The originally cursed exiles, the crow people, had hunched backs and were about 1.8 to 2.4 meters tall. The height of the raven folk, whose curse has been lifted and whose bodies have returned to normal, is between 2.3 and 2.6 meters. For example, Ekis is about 2.6 meters tall. However, Tarek in his cursed form is already about 3.78 meters tall. If he were to stand up straight after the curse is lifted, he would probably be 4.23 meters tall. Rishid explained from the side. Tarek, the king of claws, is the most powerful leader among the Arakoa. Even the physically strong Kajiat can only tremble in front of him. Isn't this just nonsense? While felines are generally more dominant than birds, size matters too. The harpy eagle, with the strongest overall capabilities in reality, stands only about 1 meter tall and weighs 6 kilograms, yet it can hunt prey weighing up to 100 kilograms. Even if those tiger men were 3 meters tall. It's no wonder people tremble when facing a crowman who stands over 4 meters tall. Tarek's figure became increasingly solid, and soon a health bar appeared above his head. Tarek, the Claw King, level 70. Legend. Health points 175,000/175,000. Your flesh and blood will rot in the shadows. As soon as it appeared, Tarek roared and raised its claws, rushing towards Yang Tao at such speed that even its afterimage could not be seen. But the next moment, two figures suddenly blocked Yang Tao's path. Bang! Tarek's shadow claws were blocked, and Ikas, holding a short dagger, shouted, Wake up, Tarek! You are the king of the claws, the conqueror of the skies of Iraq. Upon hearing his words, Tarek's furious gaze subsided somewhat, but he spoke again the next moment. The light has forsaken me, the shadows have embraced me. Follower of Rukmar, you will forever wail in the shadows. Shadow Nova. Shadow energy erupted suddenly in Tarek, but Yang Tao remained unmoved, staring at Tarek without any intention of dodging. Just as the energy was about to reach him, the shadow energy vanished without a trace. Ansu, let's finish this quickly and go back. I still have a lot to do. That's a joke. In Draenor, the Raven God is also known as the God of Shadow and Arcane. If he were to be instantly killed by the shadow energy while he was here, Yang Tao would guarantee that he would mock him every day after being resurrected. Upon hearing this, Ansu raised one of her wings and gently flapped it. Just moments ago, Tarek, who had been trying to overpower Yang Tao by taking on two opponents, was sent flying backward. Then, a surge of shadow energy bound him and pulled him in front of Yang Tao. Wake up, Tarek! The divine voice startled all the crow people present, causing them to clutch their heads. The manic Tarek's eyes cleared. Lord Ansu, save me, or kill me. Yang Tao didn't waste any time. He took out the unreasonable milk and silently recited the mantra to Tarek. In an instant, the curse that had been ingrained in the depths of Tarek's soul vanished without a trace. Alright, now we can talk about what's between us. Chapter 162 Heading to the Rogue Encampment. You are the king of the crows, and from now on the crows will be my vassals. Do you have any objections? Inside Skeddies' only large wooden house, Yang Tao gazed at the towering Tarek. You're so tall. Dwarf voice. Tarek's tone was full of gratitude. Your Excellency Redeemer, we, the exiled Arakoa, will never forget your kindness. Only. Yang Tao narrowed his eyes slightly and remained silent, waiting quietly for Tarek to continue. This guy was once the king of the entire Arakoa race, and simply lifting his curse is not enough to subdue him. I still have many of my people suffering from the curse, Your Excellency the merciful Redeemer. If you can save all the exiles, I, the King of Claws, will be loyal to you forever. Yang Tao still underestimated the impact of the curse. Upon hearing Tarek's words, Yang Tao smiled and said, "This is exactly what I need to do. Draenor will face its biggest crisis next." The orcs of Draenor are openly using future technology to build the Iron Horde, and have already begun preparations to open the Dark Portal to invade a world called Azeroth. In secret, the orc Gul'dan has betrayed the path of shamanism and secretly joined the Burning Legion. When the Alliance, Horde, and Iron Horde are at war, he will betray the Iron Horde and summon the demonic legion to descend. At that time, not only orcs, but all living beings living on Draenor will suffer the slaughter of the Burning Legion. Tarek was somewhat bewildered upon hearing the name Burning Legion, as he had no prior knowledge of the Burning Legion. Your Excellency the Redeemer, what is the Burning Legion? A group of demons that will destroy the world. Yang Tao turned his gaze to Ensu. Do you know anything about the Burning Legion? I've never heard of the Burning Legion either. What a country bumpkin. This local expert has such limited knowledge. The Burning Legion is Sargeras's army. To put it simply, Ensu, your strength is only at the mid to high level in the Burning Legion, on par with the Pit Lords, Dreadlords, and Doomguards. If you were to face Sargeras's right and left hands, kill Jaden the Deceiver and Archimonde the Defiler, you'd be lucky to survive 3 hits. Ensu, a top-tier demigod of Draenor, found Yang Tao's words somewhat hard to accept. That's impossible. This is indeed a bit hard to accept. Let me put it this way, do you know Grond? I know. I have seen the remains of that ancient rock giant. Even though it has been dead for a long time, it still affects everything in Draenor. It makes things easier once you know. Yang Tao extended his hand. Grond is an ancient rock giant in your eyes, but in reality, it is a servant created by the Titans to work for them. The degeneration chain is simple. Ancient giant Grund, death-shattered giant Magron, Grom, Cyclops, Ogre, Warlock, Orc, and Sargeras, whom I just mentioned, was once the most powerful warrior among the Titans. The ancient rock giant was just a toy in his eyes. Now you understand the difference in strength, right? Ensu, are you serious? What's the point of lying to you? But don't worry, Sargeras won't be able to show up. At most, it'll be kill Jaden and Archimonde. According to what you said, I am no match for either of them. Only a reckless man fights alone. We must build high walls, store up plenty of grain, and delay declaring ourselves king. Yang Tao earnestly instructed Ensu and the Claw King Tarok. The most important thing for the Arakoa now is not to seek revenge on those high-ranking Arakoa, but to conserve their strength. When the Dark Portal opens and the allied forces of Azeroth launch their counterattack, the protagonists of this world will become orcs and humans, and all other races will become vassals, including you Arakoa, even if you have the strength of a demigod. So what we need to do next is to first build an impregnable fortress, then avoid the primary conflicts between the parties, and finally reap the benefits from the major battles. Ensu turned her head and fell into thought. After a long while, she said, I think you are right. Tarok echoed, Your Excellency Redeemer, the exiled Arakoa will obey your command. That's fine, let's move. Yang Tao pointed to the small blue tents outside. Let's abandon Skeddies for now. The environment here is too terrible. Come back to Paradise Gate with me first. Also, let's train more ravens for reconnaissance. I want the skies of Draenor to be filled with our eyes. Clear. Tyrok lowered his proud head and watched Yang Tao leave Skeddies' council hall. After a busy half-day, Mr. Yang finally returned home. It was already noon, and Jill, who had woken up, came out of the bathroom, drying her wet hair with a towel. Are there enough materials? The more the better. Upon hearing this, Jill laughed and said, So you're planning to go farm materials today? I'm just killing time anyway. But before I start farming materials, I plan to go to the rogue encampment and ask Charcy to help me add some holes to my weapons and equipment. Do you need me to come with you? No need. It's just drilling a hole. You can rest at home for a while. Leaving the apartment, I took a golf cart straight to the professional association and walked confidently to the service desk. Shaoli, could you please make an appointment for the teleportation station to the rogue encampment? When Yang Tao called her name, the girl who was sitting in the chair looked up and was very surprised when she saw that it was Yang Tao. Brother Yang, didn't you go to Q City a couple of days ago? How come you're back so soon? The Tower of Sky was too easy. I cleared all 6 dungeons without even realizing it. I had no choice but to come back. Shaoli rolled her eyes at him. Bullshit. Alright, The teleportation station is ready. 12 gold coins for you. Yang Tao took out 12 gold coins, slapped them on the table, and laughed. I never lie. How about I take you to try it out? Humph, I'd never believe you. Go on your way. But if you treat me to a meal, I'll believe whatever you say. Okay, I'll text you when I have time. After flirting with the receptionist, Yang Tao headed towards the room where the teleportation station was located. He stood skillfully on the small station that resembled an altar, giving a thumbs up to the staff operating the equipment. A flash of white light, and Yang Tao disappeared from the teleportation station. Rogue Encampment. Rogue Encampment is the main city and player spawn point in Act I of Diablo 2, and also the temporary stronghold of the Blind Sisters, Rogue, after their monastery was overrun by demons. In reality, it is also a major stronghold for Diablo 2 NPCs. The real-life Rogue Encampment is significantly larger than its counterpart in the game, but it retains the original style. In the distance, there is a wall constructed of giant logs, inside which several areas are divided. The residential area, trading area, and training area are filled with tents of all sizes. Chapter 163 Heading to the Rogue Encampment. Cha-shir. As Yang Tao muttered to himself, he used his phone's map to head towards Chashi's blacksmith shop. The camp wasn't very big to begin with, so he quickly found the blacksmith shop located in the northwest corner of the Rogue Encampment. Looking towards Chashi's workshop, a group of professionals were queuing up outside. Business is so good. Why isn't there a long queue outside Kelly's shop, which also improves equipment attributes? Just because a failed enhancement will cause the equipment to break? This is discrimination. Blatant discrimination. Yang Tao immediately went around to the back of the line and patted the end of the line. With so many people, Chashi's daily revenue must be several platinum coins. A single teleport costs 12 gold coins, so a trip like this will inevitably involve a significant expenditure. It's impossible to simply spend 10 silver coins to drill a hole. It's not even possible to craft just one piece of equipment. Chashi works very quickly. In half an hour, Yang Tao arrived at the blacksmith shop and looked at the woman standing in front of the anvil with admiration. A young, strong female blacksmith was wearing work clothes covered in furnace ash and an apron made of some kind of animal fur. He is about 2.3 meters tall. His thick arms were just as muscular as Yang Tao's thighs. Especially the peak on her chest. Yang Tao felt that if Chashi held her in her arms, there would definitely be a risk of suffocation. Most importantly, Chasai has very soft facial features. If you ignore her figure, you can tell at a glance that she is a very gentle woman. As expected of a woman with barbarian blood, the contrast is absolutely stunning. Yang Tao absolutely did not mean to tease her. If it weren't for her gentle appearance, Chashi would probably be the most beautiful woman among the barbarians. Chasai took the equipment from the professional in front of him, and after agreeing on the number of holes to be drilled, he placed the equipment on the anvil and then picked up the forging hammer that was emitting a dark golden light. Heraldric males. It seems that someone has already taken care of the blacksmith in the monastery. The hammer was left behind in the monastery and was possessed by the monster blacksmith. There is a quest in the game to retrieve the hammer. Ding ding. With two crisp knocking sounds, Chasai handed the equipment, now with the holes drilled, to the professional. It's all set. You can come anytime if you need anything else. Her voice was innocent and gentle. This is troublesome. The professional left the blacksmith shed with his equipment, and Chashi just smiled and called out to Yang Tao, next. Yang Tao stepped forward and handed the prepared dragon-patterned sword to Chashi, then took off his blood dragon armor and placed it on the workbench. Weapons, helmet, and breastplate. Please help me punch holes in these 3 items, 2 holes each. Yang Tao casually placed the gold coins on the workbench as well. In Diablo 2, only the headgear, chest armor, shield, and weapon can be socketed. Gloves, boots, belts, and jewelry cannot. Chashi picked up the gold coins and equipment. Okay, just a moment, it'll be ready soon. After saying that, she picked up her dark gold small iron hammer and tapped it on the equipment. Yang Tao, who had nothing to do, asked, Ms. Charcy, do you know Kane? Ding ding. I've heard of him, but I know nothing about him. He seems to be a very capable person. If you want to know more, you can go to Sister Akira. She knows a lot of information. Ding ding. Chashi moved very quickly. The 3 pieces of equipment didn't even take a minute to acquire. This money-making speed is comparable to a money-printing machine. He took the equipment. Thank you. Charcy smiled. Where did you hear the name Kane from? You shouldn't know him. I found out by chance. Since Chasai was unaware of Kane's situation, Yang Tao didn't linger and turned to leave. If Kane hadn't been saved, would he still be in Tristram? Kane is like an encyclopedia in Diablo 2. There's practically nothing he doesn't know. He glanced at his level, then took out his phone and opened the professional forum. Enter the name of the tree-headed wooden fist to search. Nothing was gained. Continue typing dark forest. Again, nothing was gained. Unconvinced, Yang Tao typed stone wilderness into the input field again, and this time a large amount of information finally appeared. But he quickly and helplessly stuffed his phone back into his backpack. Damn it, there are more than 10 places called Stone Wilderness. There are no map names in reality. Especially Diablo 2. The blood-soaked wasteland, the rocky wilderness, the icy plain. It was actually just a grassland. It's just that it has a different name because of some things. Let's fly around and see where there are people and forests. Summon the happy ghoul to sit on its head in the rogue encampment. Let's go, let's set off. The happy ghost let out a meow and then happily floated into the sky. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can pee. Flying high in the sky, Yang Tao looked out over the outskirts of the rogue encampment. A surging river separated the rogue encampment from the surrounding wasteland. Rogue encampment has only one gate, so outside should be the blood wasteland, with the stone wilderness in the distance. However, Yang Tao also knew that reality was not that simple. After all, the evil cave that should have been in the blood wasteland already had one outside of H City. Flying into the wilderness through the gate at the camp entrance, Yang Tao soon opened the mini-map to take a look at the surroundings. Where did this road come from? Yang Tao looked at the map, and then at the grass below that looked like it had been carefully tended. There are no roads below, but his mini-map shows a small, yellowish-brown path below. Interesting. Music Soul, fly over and take a look. Following the path marked on the mini-map, Yang Tao soon spotted a familiar place high in the air. An evil cave. Looking down at the familiar rock entrance and the flag covered in graffiti outside the cave. Are there more than one evil cave, just like the Demon Tower? Yang Tao hadn't really paid much attention to the small things in other cities before. After all, he was just a nobody in H City. The dirt road forked, one leading to the evil cave, the other continuing deeper into the wasteland. 2 hours later, Yang Tao gazed at the path that disappeared at the bottom of the cliff. Is this an underground passage? He leaped off the body of the happy soul, staring at the cave entrance at the bottom of the cliff with an expression that said, "There's nothing I can do about it." No wonder no one noticed. This godforsaken place is at a 90-degree angle to the Thames Heights where the monastery is located. Only a fool would have the time to come here. Can you believe that the dark forest and the Black Highlands are not together? They plunged into the first level of the underground passage. He was greeted with a warm welcome as soon as he entered. A group of blue mutant fallen demons, shouting Rakanishu, charged toward him. Blade Demon level 12. Health 480 to 480. TSK, the level is too low. If the difference in skill level is more than 5, Yang Tao doesn't even have the desire to make a move. They transformed into little bats, shook off the fallen ones, and flew deeper into the underground passage. Chapter 164 Searching for the Tree of Benefice. Finally out. Looking at the starry sky outside, Yang Tao felt a surge of emotion, his eyes welling up with tears. Damn underground passage, we should just rename it the Underground Maze. His mini-map now has a complete map of the underground passage, meaning he has explored every part of the passage. It flapped its wings, and its body returned to human form. The map in the dark world is a real ripoff. Looking at the dense forest before him, the road on the mini-map had disappeared, but this was not unexpected for Yang Tao. He summoned the Void Ray and rode it towards the depths of the forest. Soon, a giant, completely withered tree caught his attention. Found it. He controlled the Void Ray to fly quickly toward the withered tree. Tree of Benefice. The ancient tree in the sanctuary world of Diablo. When the forces of hell invaded, it exhausted its life force to resist corruption, but unfortunately it withered and died without falling. He leaped down from the sky, and before he could even regain his footing, several tall and strong figures sprang out from the shadow of the Tree of Benefice. Tree-headed wooden fist level 20. Lord. Exceptionally fast, exceptionally strong, power aura. Health 5000/5000. This level. Yang Tao was somewhat taken aback. No wonder those top professionals hadn't managed to reach the bottom of the monastery. Based on this level progression, Anariel is probably not being ranked like the hellish Anariel. These beasts were like mutant superheroes, covered in dark golden fur and walking entirely on 2 legs. His 2 arms were very thick, comparable to Yang Tao's body. These guys dragged their bulky bodies and ran incredibly fast. As soon as Yang Tao landed, they rushed in front of him and raised their hands, which were bigger than palm fans, to slap him. Bang! Yang Tao raised his shield to block the opponent's attack. Poisoning technique. Summon skeletons. Poisoning technique. Vampire's wrath. These giant beasts with dark golden fur were painted green. Such a dazzling color was not allowed in front of the Taoist priest. The Wuji staff, enveloped in white and purple light, slammed heavily onto the opponent. Bang! Minus 644. Reduced by 300. Without a mount, Yang Tao's damage, even when triggering critical hits, is significantly reduced. However, compared to the 5,000 health points of the tree-headed wooden fist, this blow was still an unbearable pain. Tree-head fist trembled, then without saying a word, raised his hand again and slapped Yang Tao hard on the head. It possesses an exceptionally fast attribute, making its attacks extremely rapid. With his shield still on cooldown, Yang Tao could only raise his arm to block the opponent's attack. Minus 38. Not bad. A level 20 character managed to take away 38 points of my health. After all, with the double attack bonus from the power aura, this is already quite good. He raised the Wuji staff in his hand and forcefully stabbed it into the emotionless face of the gorilla. The other ferocious, hairy monster servants surrounded Yang Tao and then raised their huge hands in unison. Minus 15. Subtract 16. Minus 15. Seeing the decrease in health, Yang Tao didn't even consider using a healing spell. He casually swung the stick down on the boss's head again, enduring the attacks to finally finish off these beasts. A golden light flashed as the upgrade progressed. Level 25. The Taoist summoning divine beast skill has finally been activated. From now on, the Taoist has gone from a bottom-tier profession to a highly sought-after one. With a thought, the newly summoned skeleton archers instantly scattered across the ground. Summoning divine beast level 2. Consume 120 mana and 5 spirit talismans to summon a divine beast from another world to fight for you. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. He took out the dragon-patterned sword from his backpack, and in an instant, the summoned divine beast, which was originally level 2, became level 3. Guardian level 25, light blue. Health 2500/2500. Dual defense. Level 2 adds 150% to spirit. Attack. Level 2 increases spirit by 180%. Holy crap. No wonder it's okay to tie a dog to the back of a Taoist priest. Aside from lacking conventional area of effect attacks, this summoning divine beast skill is flawless. Looking around, there was unfortunately not a single hair in sight. The fluctuations caused by the tree of Eniphas resisting the power of hell affected all the plants nearby. Killing them all, not even a single blade of grass remained. Never mind. Let's see if we have any scrolls first, then we can try looking for monsters later. Yang Tao walked up to the tree of Eniphas and looked at its trunk, which had turned white. Ancient runes are carved on the bark, recording the activation sequence of the 5 cane pillars in the stone plains. Why not? Yang Tao circled the thick tree trunk, but couldn't find the bark with the runes engraved on it. Does this mean we've made a wasted trip? He wasn't the kind of person to leave empty-handed. He took the diamonds out of his backpack. Since the tree of Eniphos was once the world tree, even if it has withered, it should still have some value. Let's get right to it. Yang Tao swung his axe and struck the tree trunk directly. Knock knock. The sound of the tapping was extremely dull. It's quite hard. The cracks on the tree trunk spread extremely slowly. After more than 30 taps, the dark cracks finally covered the entire piece of log that had been felled. Bang! The entire withered tree of Eniphas began to crumble instantly, with large amounts of logs and sticks falling from the sky. Suddenly, a green light fell from the center of the tree trunk and eventually flew into Yang Tao's backpack. Core of the tree of Eniphas. Material. The core contains powerful magic. Perhaps you can regenerate it. A sapling? A sapling of the world tree. The core of the tree of Eniphas is about the size of a basketball and looks like a section of emerald green heartwood. Take it back and ask Celia if it's worth it. If not, just try planting it at the Peach Blossom Spring Gate. Just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in front of him. Yang Tao reacted quickly and immediately retreated. I'm just cutting down a tree. Is it really worth using lightning to strike it? Besides, can't you refresh the page? It's unclear whether Yang Tao's words provoked the dark cloud drifting in the sky, but in an instant, a line of lightning, like rain, fell on the spot in front of the tree of Eniphos. Just as Yang Tao was about to take out the lightning rod, a buzzing sound rang out in the air. A blood-red portal appeared out of thin air in front of us. As the portal stabilized, the terrifying lightning disappeared. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao was greatly surprised. A dungeon. Wait, why does this plot seem so familiar? It seems that this is how Celia was rescued. After glancing at the dissipated dark clouds in the sky, Yang Tao walked towards the red teleportation portal. Just as he had anticipated. The instance information popped up instantly. Special dungeon, Tristram. Recommended challenge level, 25. Is it a challenge? Weather. TSK. First he rescued a beautiful woman. This time he's rescuing an old man. Since we're already here, it wouldn't be right not to go in. But first, I'll go back and upgrade the dragon pattern sword. Chapter 165 The Powerful Guardian. He brandished the dragon pattern sword, which emitted a purple aura, twice. Dragon pattern sword. Durability 42 to 42. Inlay holes, 6. Perfect shadow gem 2. Flawless shadow gem 1. 3+5 existing enchantments. Perfect bloodlust lord gem 1. 30% life steal on attack. Perfect samurai gem 2. 2 critical hit chances increased by 90%. The attack speed is increased by 2, which does make it feel much faster. The only downside is that the enchantment cap for cavalry assault is only level 3, so I still need to find a way to collect high attack equipment. Upon arriving at the Tristram instance, step directly inside. The next moment, a peculiar, fishy stench hit me directly in the face. Yang Tao frowned subconsciously. A yellow ox, completely lifeless, lay on the ground, its belly bulging high, looking as if it could explode at any moment. In the distance, a town is burning, with thick black smoke billowing into the sky. Tristram. Rakanishu. A group of blue blade demons spotted him, this uninvited guest, and more than a dozen of them charged towards him together. Summoning divine beasts. The guardian with the azure skin emerged from underground, giving off an immense sense of oppression even before fully revealing itself. The cyan soul core was exposed directly in the ribs of his chest, flashing continuously with his heartbeat. There is a deep vertical slit in the center of the face without eyes, and below it is a mouth that will never close. Rakanishu. Upon hearing the voices of those blade demons, the blind guard instantly looked over. He then strode forward and charged toward the blade demons in an extremely comical manner. Yang Tao found it somewhat amusing. But those blade demons didn't think that way. A strange creature, nearly 3 meters tall, was charging toward him in a bizarre manner. For a moment, the movements of those blade demons froze. Sonic roar. When it was about 10 meters away from the blade demons, the patterns on the guardian's body suddenly lit up, and then it opened its mouth and spat out visible sound waves. But Yang Tao didn't hear anything. Those blade demons hit by the skill immediately had countless numbers appear above their heads. So cool. Yang Tao was very satisfied with the guardian's skills. With a thought, the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick appeared beside him. He rolled over and straddled the back of the phoenix chick. He took out a bottle of ancient knowledge potion and poured it into his mouth. Charge. Clear out Tristram. Woof. Woof. Phoenix fledgling charged toward the ram-headed man who had originally been walking this way, with crouching dragon following closely behind. As for the guardian, he was having a great time slapping a blade demon away. Moon Clan level 25. These goat-headed monsters are mainly divided into 5 clans, each with different special abilities. For example, the goat-headed creatures of the Moon Clan will consume additional mana from the target when they attack. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Yang Tao rode his phoenix chick and rushed quickly to the front of the goat-headed men who were holding long-handled scythes. He raised his dragon-patterned sword and looked at the elite goat-headed man whose color was different from the others. Critical hit. Subtract 1035. Reduce by 300. With the added attack speed of +2, Yang Tao countered with another upward slash. Subtract 1007. Reduce by 300. Puff. The sharp dragon-patterned sword left a deep, bone-revealing wound on the elite goat-headed man. The level 25 elite goat-headed man only had 2,500 HP, and Yang Tao took it down in 2 hits. Plus 1,500 experience. Yang Tao frowned slightly, noting that his experience was somewhat lacking. After defeating another ordinary goat-headed man, the scavenger enchantment was triggered. Experience plus 500. If the quality is lacking, make up for it with quantity. There are a lot of monsters in Tristram, and in just a short time, those monsters that were on the outskirts of the town began to wander over. Kara Kara. With the sound of bones clashing, a group of skeleton archers wielding bone bows slowly approached. They were slow, but their attack range was extremely long. They stopped and raised their bone bows when they were still 40 or 50 meters away from him. One of the skeleton archers with ice blue bones was particularly eye-catching. Ice attribute enhanced elite. In Diablo 2, this is the second elite attribute that Yang Tao doesn't want to see. Not only does it itself have the ice attribute, but even the minions that follow him will also have the ice attribute. Second only to lightning enhancement. Wulong, watch out for those skeleton archers. Yang Tao raised his shield and charged quickly toward the skeleton archers. He had only taken 2 steps when more than a dozen arrows came flying toward him. Bang! After surviving the first wave of concentrated fire, I took out the Ender Pearl and threw it with all my might. Before the second wave of arrows could fall, Yang Tao's figure had already appeared at the landing point of the Ender Pearl. The only downside of Ender Pearls is that they have a parabolic trajectory. However, this weakness is nothing when facing monsters with lower intelligence. Yang Tao's figure burst out from the purple particles, then raised the dragon-patterned sword in his hand and swept across the battlefield. The watchman who had been watching from a distance suddenly appeared beside him. It raised its thick arms and slammed them down on a low-health skeleton archer, the powerful force sending the archer flying back several steps. Swoosh! A bone arrow struck it, and frost spread from the point of impact, slowing the guard's movements considerably. Sonic roar. A series of sound waves pierced through the bodies of the 2 skeleton archers. Splash. The skeleton that was just barely alive turned into a pile of broken bones. Before the crouching dragon and phoenix chick could arrive, Yang Tao jumped up and killed the little skeletons one by one with his sword. Phoenix chick. With a shout, Fengchu immediately rushed to his side. The thought of riding him flashed through Yang Tao's mind, and his figure instantly appeared on Fengchu's back. Those zombies up ahead. Unlike the zombies outside, the zombies in Tristram are not rotting, but are charred black by the fire. They were once inhabitants of Tristram, killed by demons, and then resurrected by the aura of hell. Poisoning technique. Soul fire talisman. There were no elites among these zombies. He rushed forward and beheaded the first zombie with a single slash. Experience plus 250. In just one encounter, the 8 zombies collapsed to the ground. Swoosh. An arrow struck Yang Tao precisely in the chest. Yang Tao looked up in surprise and saw a skeleton archer standing on the second floor of a burning wooden house, holding a bone bow aimed at him. Since ancient times, CT scans have never involved looking up, and Yang Tao really didn't expect there would be a monster on the second floor. He turned his head to dodge the second bone arrow. You've got a good sense of positioning. Yang Tao leaped into the air, triggering a double jump with the cloud bottle, followed by a powerful split-hit attack. Jumping slash. The damage is somewhat low. With a backhand flick, he finished off this skilled skeleton archer. Boom. A fireball flew out of the burning wooden house. Yang Tao looked down and saw a group of fallen ones and 2 fallen one wizards singing and dancing in the flames. The blazing flames did not harm them at all. On the contrary, they seemed to add to the excitement. He drank a bottle of fire-resistant potion. He leaped from the dilapidated second floor into the sea of fire below, casually slaying a fallen. You thought you'd be safe just by staying in the fire? Chapter 166 Deckard Cain. Help! After fighting his way to the central square of Tristram, Yang Tao saw countless corpses and monsters along the way. After dealing with the goat-headed monster, Yang Tao looked up in the direction of the sound. A wooden cage was hanging from a wooden pole, and the old man who had cried for help was imprisoned in the cage. Wait, let me deal with the monsters here first. 5 skeleton warriors of different colors stood below Cain's cage. Champion skeleton, level 25. Special elite. These guys are actually not much different from ordinary elites in terms of attributes, or even weaker, but it is very special that 5 of them appear at once. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Dye all those rainbow-colored skulls a uniform red. Beware of adventurers. The mighty Griswold has been killed by a demon, and his corpse has been resurrected by an Ariel. It is now wandering around the area. Griswold is the blacksmith in Diablo 1, whose status is equivalent to that of Charsi, the blacksmith in Diablo 2. However, Diablo 1 has a completely tragic ending. The once prosperous capital city of Tristram has been completely destroyed, and the protagonist who sealed the demons has also been corrupted by them. This Tristram was destroyed by the demon within the protagonist. I see. Yang Tao responded softly, and then rode his phoenix chick towards the elite skeletons. A golden light flashed, but it was only the phoenix chick beneath his hooves. Because of the enchanted dragon-patterned sword, he was more than 10,000 experience points short when he entered this dungeon. Take care of the nearby monsters. Yang Tao walked to the wooden frame, untied the rope tied to the wooden pole, and carefully lowered Deckard Cain down from above. Deckard Cain. It's me. Thank you, friend, for coming to my rescue. Deckard Cain looked to be at least 60 years old. His body was somewhat hunched, and he was leaning on a wooden cane, but judging from his complexion, being hung on it didn't seem to have much of an impact on his health. I never expected something like this to happen. Deckard Cain looked at Tristram engulfed in flames with a look of sorrow in his eyes. Yang Tao looked behind Deckard Cain and said calmly, "You go back first. I need to let this hero rest in peace." Griswold, whose physique was comparable to that of a barbarian, was walking step by step toward their location. Its body was bloated and rotting, wearing a tattered blacksmith's hat and a tattered anvil apron around its neck, with no expression on its face. Deckard Cain noticed Yang Tao's gaze and turned to Griswold. "Griswold, be careful. I hope you can let him rest in peace." Can. Yang Tao gripped the dragon-patterned sword in his hand and rode the phoenix chick past Deckard Cain. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Griswold level 30. Lord. Health points. 11,000/12,000. The defense is quite strong. The resurrected Griswold sacrificed his speed, but his strength and defense were greatly enhanced, and he even gained a skill that could be considered a bug. Reduces physical resistance by 100%. It's resistance, not defense. Equivalent to 2 times the physical damage received by the target. Soul Fire Talisman. Fire talismans flew toward Griswold, and the Guardian swung his arms as he rushed toward him. He first greeted her with a sonic attack, then rushed in front of Griswold and delivered a powerful punch. Bang! It felt like punching a piece of cowhide. Griswold's body remained motionless. He simply raised his fist and slammed it hard into the guard. It remained completely still. Wow, a brawl? That's interesting. Although the Guardian has no ranged attacks, it is really tough, holding its own against a level 30 lord. Healing spell. As the silvery white light fell, the Guardian's health rapidly recovered. The two guys stood on the dilapidated streets of Tristram, punching each other repeatedly. "Friend, I can't believe your profession." Deckard Cain walked to his side, leaning on his cane, and looked at the guard with great surprise. "Your summoned creature is quite novel. You haven't left yet?" Yang Tao was even more surprised to hear his voice. In his memory, after the old man was rescued, he would open a portal to return to the rogue encampment as soon as possible. Surprisingly, the old man was still there. Deckard Cain gave a bitter look. "If I had the ability to leave here, I wouldn't be locked up in a cage waiting to die." Well, Yang Tao suddenly realized that Deckard Cain's words made a lot of sense. Whether it was the game or the background, the old man was just a knowledgeable person, but he didn't have great strength. Under the true damage from the poisoning spell and the soul fire spell, Griswold's health was reduced to 0. Without any screams or special effects, Griswold simply lay flat on the ground. Plus 15,000 experience. 12 gold coins. Silver coin 42. Bird's claw 1. Golden bundle 1. Rune F 13. Yellow sapphire 13. Revitalizing potion 13. Add 1 to the accessories column. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. TSK, what a pity. It's a bit of a shame that the scavenger wasn't triggered, but getting the revitalizing potion is great. Revitalizing potion. Instantly restores 35% of maximum health and increases maximum mana by 35%. No cooling, no restrictions. The only thing to consider is its acquisition cost. Given Yang Tao's current drop rate, he's only managed to get 1 drop from a lord so far. Decazer Cain, I want to clear out all the monsters in Tristram. You may have to wait a while. Deckard Cain paused for a moment upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashing in his cloudy old eyes. Then I'll go with you. At least I can record what's going on here and warn the world about the terror of demons. Yang Tao nodded slightly and led Cain toward the north of Tristram, where he needed to find an Easter egg from Diablo 2. Wee's leg. This extremely special weapon can be obtained by finding his body. Deckard Cain, do you know anything about the Horadric Cube? Cain clung tightly to Wulong atop Happy Ghost's head, as if afraid of falling off. The Horadric Cube? I know of its existence and use from ancient texts. According to some sources, there is one in the Death Temple in the dry highlands of the desert kingdom of Lut-Golian. In addition, High Sister Akira of the Blind Sisters also has one. Upon hearing Deckard Cain's words, Yang Tao couldn't help but interrupt him. Wait, let me digest this first. You mean there's more than one Cadillac Horadric Cube? Cain nodded slightly, his face pale. The Horadric Cubes are just some inferior imitations. There were many of them at the beginning, but as time went by, and with the invasion of demons, even the number of these imitations has been decreasing significantly. As for the original Kanai's box, I now know that it is sealed in the barbarian homeland. Although I am the last member of the Horadrim, I cannot find out its exact location. Yang Tao was greatly shocked upon hearing this. It turns out that the Horadric cube, which he had always regarded as a divine artifact, was just a cheap, low-quality item. Chapter 167 Kidnapping Demon King. Mana treatment. Demand level, 15. Hit steals 7% of mana. Life recovery increased by 8. Mana regeneration increased by 20%. Add 20 lives. Yang Tao fiddled with the dark gold ring, the reward he received after handing Deckard Cain over to Akira at the rogue encampment. This reward is much better than the blue equipment in the game. In addition, at the rogue encampment, besides Kid, you can get a 10% discount on all potions, scrolls, equipment, and repairs. Horadric's cubes, I never expected them to be so abundant, even in the lower levels of the monastery. However, the lower levels of the monastery are a level 40 plus dungeon, which is a bit troublesome. Perhaps. A bold idea emerged from the depths of his mind, and after this thought arose, Yang Tao's eyes became resolute. Let's go to the magic tower first. Red-clad Demon King, open voice chat. Having found a suitable spot, Yang Tao instantly teleported to the underground base outside the demon tower, just as he emerged from underground with the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. The moment he showed his head, an arrow flew past it, grazing his head. Yang Tao immediately leaped out of the ground, and at the same time, the dragon-patterned sword and shield appeared in his hands. Ghost Shield increases magic defense. Holy Armor increases physical defense. Vampire's Wrath increases attack speed. In an instant, the buffs were fully activated, and his gaze turned towards the direction from which the arrows were shot. An elite skeleton archer with 25 strength noticed his gaze, and immediately turned the skull towards a large tree beside it, as if to say, "This tree is really big." Yang Tao. I glanced at the pixelated arrow stuck in the ground, then at the skeleton that looked rather embarrassed. Leading the crouching dragon, the phoenix chick, and the guardian, they walked to the side of the skeletal archer whose body was already trembling slightly, tilting their heads and pressing their scarlet eyes against its dark eye sockets. Archery. The skeleton archer stubbornly turned its head to the side, but upon seeing the dark, gaping mouth of the other guard, it quickly turned back. Smack. -31. Reduced by 300. Yang Tao's large hand slapped the skeleton archer's square head, making a crisp sound. Did I offend you? Karakara. The rhythmic clanging of bones rang out. This was probably the skeleton archer's way of communicating, but Yang Tao couldn't understand it. Just like the villagers humming, he couldn't understand it either. Be more careful next time. This is only because of me. If it were anyone else, I would have torn you apart and fed them to the dogs. Woof! Woof! The skeleton archer trembled even more violently. Yang Tao patted its head, then led his lackey and turned to leave. Even the regular elite skeleton archers are level 28. Those 3 must be level 30 or higher. Damn, are these guys using potions too? Arriving menacingly at the foot of the demon tower, Yang Tao stared in astonishment at the several iron golems guarding the entrance. Iron Golem, level 35. Are you guys farming towers? As he stepped forward, the iron golems immediately turned to look at him. Curious, Yang Tao walked up to a professional who was clearly following the iron golem and asked, "Brother, what's going on here?" The other person stopped and looked at Yang Tao. "This is an iron golem, and I'm just a stay-at-home dad." "Wait, are you Yang Tao? You know me?" "Certainly." The man was very excited. "Your summons and abilities are a completely different system. I'm very interested." Deep within the Grand Forest, there is a special group of monsters that share the same origin as your summoned creatures. These iron golems are also of the same origin. I have always wanted to see you, but I have never had the chance. The other person reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. "My name is Wang Weilong. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll invite you for tea and a chat when it's convenient for you." Yang Tao. Why do I have this inexplicable feeling that I'm being studied? I took out my phone and added the other person on WeChat. Then how did these iron golems end up here? Leveling up. After recognizing him, Wang Weilong stopped hiding and immediately pointed to an iron golem and introduced it. Like professionals, they can gain experience by killing monsters and thus level up. Moreover, after observation and calculation, we found that they need at least 50% less experience to level up than us. Although you can't wear equipment or accessories, their growth rate is very high. and they can even advance to the elite level. The monsters in the magic tower have linear levels, which is perfect for them to level up here. As for me, the restoration druid, I'll buff them and heal them. As Yang Tao looked at Wang Weilong, the word nanny popped into his mind. Okay, I'll talk to you when I get back to H-City. Anyway, if there's nothing else, I'll go in now. I'm afraid I'll never have time to talk to him in this lifetime. Why not use this time to study your beautiful neighbor's innerwear? Just as he entered the demon tower, and before he even reached the dungeon portal, a red figure instantly appeared in front of him. The once noisy magic tower hall instantly fell silent. The next moment, without any hesitation, all the professionals rushed out of the hall. True Demon King, level 100. Epic boss. Health points? / At this level of 100, even the most stubborn barbarian and fury warrior would instantly make the right decision. The true Demon King stared at Yang Tao with his scarlet eyes. You promised last time that you wouldn't come to take my things again. Yang Tao chuckled twice. 2 floor teleporters are really not enough. You, the mighty Demon King, certainly don't care about 1 or 2 teleporters. Everything in the demon tower belongs to me. They are merely manifestations of my power. Yang Tao was somewhat taken aback. The monster's death didn't affect you? Monsters and magic towers are not the same thing. Good heavens, is this the landlord's shocking statement? The house and the tenant? How about we make a deal? See if you can give me some loot. I can trade it for something. Gems. Runes. The red-clad demon stared at Yang Tao for a long time before finally speaking. You haven't noticed my staircase for so long, which is itself a manifestation of spatial power? What's the meaning? Going up the stairs will give you a corresponding going downstairs. Just walk over them, and you'll be teleported to the other side. The floor teleporter is just a tool to make teleportation more convenient. Yang Tao was completely bewildered. Who would bother climbing a short flight of stairs for fun? No, I've ridden that stairs before. There's no teleportation function there. All staircases have their own coordinates. In the magic tower, you can't go directly to the 49th floor by going up the stairs on the first floor. You have to find the corresponding staircase first. Yang Tao. Holy crap. So I have to go back and match them one by one. Suddenly, an even bolder idea than before popped into his mind, and an extremely bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Demon King Zeno, didn't you say you were bored and looking for some fun? I have a place where if you come with me, I guarantee you'll have some fun. But, upon hearing this, Zeno, the strongest and most idle demon king in the world of the demon tower, had a flash of red light in his eyes. But what? It's just that you're too weak. I'm afraid you'll get crushed if you go there. Upon hearing this, Zeno pointed at himself. Me? Being humiliated on the ground? Although your provocation is very ordinary, even low level, you have successfully aroused my interest. Over the long years, I have seen countless challengers, including heroes, holy mages, and legends, but they all eventually fell before me. I hope what you're saying is genuinely interesting to me. Chapter 168 The Dark Gate Opens. A powerful raven. This was the first thing the Demon King said to Ansu, the god of crows, when he arrived at the gates of Peach Blossom Spring. You didn't lie to me. Ansu, the god of ravens. He tilted his bird head and looked at Yang Tao. Where did you bring this powerful being from this time? Found it in the wild. Demon King. Ansu. Yang Tao looked at the demigod Ansu and the epic Demon King in front of him with great curiosity. Gentlemen, I'm not trying to start a fight, but who do you think is stronger? Although Zeno, the Demon King, doesn't have much of a storyline in the game, he wasn't killed when facing the final hero. He was simply sealed away. And Zu, a demigod, ultimately fell at the feet of the players. In reality, Ansu, as a top demigod in Draenor, is much stronger than in the game, especially after Yang Tao lifted the curse. The Demon King is also much stronger than in the game. The fact that he is an epic character and has the same level 100 difficulty as Anzu speaks volumes. Demon King Zeno sensed the shadow power emanating from Ansu, as well as its extremely peculiar soul fluctuations. We can learn from each other. I think that would be very interesting. Anzu, a demigod of Draenor, sensed the Demon King's power when the Demon King arrived. He is stronger than me. Ansu spoke frankly, without any attempt to conceal anything, while the Demon King Zeno remained silent with a smile, clearly sharing the same view. Yang Tao really couldn't accept this reality. You are a demigod. He is merely an epic. Unfortunately, Ansu couldn't see this entry. He looked at Yang Tao and said calmly, I am a demigod because I was born with divinity, which has no direct relation to strength. Yang Tao then realized that the classification of demigods in World of Warcraft is not based on strength. Some weaker allos and minor elemental demigods, who couldn't even defeat the human elite, were still demigods and gods of faith. Just as Yang Tao was pondering whether he should raise 2 little demigods to guard the house, and Su suddenly spoke up. The dark portal has opened. Huh? It's activated? Yang Tao suddenly felt like he was about to face an epic challenge. Isn't this a bit too fast? Our magic circle isn't ready yet. The opening of the dark portal foreshadows chaos that will engulf the entire planet Draenor. Zeno, seeing his reaction, became interested. Can you tell me what happened? What is the dark portal? Yang Tao gave a brief account of the dark portal, the Alliance and the Horde, and the invincible Burning Legion. After he finished speaking, Zeno's eyes were practically glowing red. Oh, how interesting. An epic war. This place is even more interesting than I imagined. In that case, I'll have to join in the fun. Seeing the Demon King's attitude of, even if you're just a dung card, you have to taste the saltiness, as soon as he passes by, Yang Tao felt like he was inviting a wolf into his house. Don't do anything reckless. The Iron Horde is extremely powerful. If it weren't for some internal problems, it could easily overpower the Alliance and the Horde. The Iron Tribe was that strong in the early stages, but ultimately fell to the protagonist's plot armor. Ha ha. Zeno immediately let out a demonic laugh. The Iron Horde? The Orc Army? My Demon King Legion is no less formidable. Come forth, my warriors. Rumble. The ground around the Peach Blossom Spring Gate began to tremble, and then a towering magic tower appeared out of thin air, sitting on the open ground of the Peach Blossom Spring Gate. An army clad in steel armor and wielding various weapons emerged from the magic tower. Demon King's Knight, level 50. Demon King's Army Two-Handed Swordsman, level 50. Demon King's Army High-Level Wizard, level 50. Demon King's Army Vampire Bats, level 50. In addition to these basic elite soldiers, there are also Lord-level generals. Dark Knights of the Demon King's Army, level 60. Demon King's Army Magic Guard, level 60. Yang Tao stared at the Demon King's army with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Is this even playable? Fine, I'll declare you the winner. A figure clad in golden armor approached the Demon King Zeno. Demon King. Demon King's Army Knight Captain, level 70. A legendary boss. This weak and boastful Knight Captain is stronger than a Lord-level Dark Knight. Alright. You're not pretending anymore, are you? How can you carry troops with you? Send them back right now. This is not right. Zeno didn't see anything wrong with it. Is there a problem? Aren't those strange cube golems in my magic tower also under your command? The meaning is clear. If you can have an army of iron golems, why can't I have an army of demon kings? Yang Tao looked at Zeno and was unable to refute him for a moment. In theory, given enough time, his army of iron golems could be endless, and their strength could even increase dramatically due to certain modules. Tisk. Looking at the formidable army of demon kings, Yang Tao felt that he should be able to gain some benefits from the opening of the Dark Gate this time. Just as Yang Tao was pondering what to do, a crowman figure descended from the sky. Iska, holding the shadow staff, knelt on one knee and reported with hatred in her voice, Your Excellency the Redeemer, Raven God, those high-ranking Raven men have arrived. Upon hearing this, Yang Tao immediately frowned. Good heavens, instead of going to them, they came to us. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thick beam of light shot out from the distance. Boom. A giant magic circle appeared above the Peach Blossom Spring Gate, blocking the surging pillar of light. Ansu, the god of crows, flapped his wings, and a surge of immense shadow energy shot into the sky, merging into the giant magic circle to resist the beam of light. It's the Apex's superweapon from the peak of heaven. These high-ranking Arakoa are clearly trying to wipe out all the exiles. Ansu's voice finally betrayed a hint of anger. The exiles are his protected people. Even the sun goddess Rukma cannot do this. How dare those guys from the sky peak do such a thing? The Demon King Zeno, standing to the side, gazed with great interest at the magic circle in the sky. How interesting. The power of the sun and this magic circle. The Archmage will surely be very interested. Yang Tao had no time to listen to Zeno's teasing. He calmly looked at Eska and asked, How many enemies are there? Many. Those damned bastards from Tongtian Peak have sent out the Sunshaper Legion. Their goal is to burn all of us exiles to death. Then fight back. Beat them until they hurt. Beat them until they bleed. Throw them into Sethek Valley, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Eska suddenly looked up, a mad fire igniting in her dark, raven-like eyes, and slammed one knee heavily into the ground. I obey the Redeemer's command. Ansu paused with his shadow staff, and his shadow power surged forth from his body, unleashing a black storm of raven feathers behind him. Exiles. Iska's voice pierced the clouds and echoed throughout the entire peach blossom spring. The hatred of having my wings broken. The hatred of being thrown into the cursed valley. The pain of having one's home burned by the sun's fire. It will all be repaid today. Having said that, Iska flapped her wings and flew into the sky, heading towards the entrance to the peach blossom spring. The demon king Zeno slowly walked to his side, his gaze fixed on the distance. With his abilities, he could clearly see the crowmen fighting amongst themselves. How interesting. I have a feeling that a great show is about to unfold. In that case, I'll also choose a role to participate. Knight Captain. Your subordinate is here. The weak but boastful golden-armored knight knelt on one knee. Lead the Demon King's army and break through their formation head-on. Yes, sir. Chapter 169 The Horn of Counterattack. Standing on the beacon, Yang Tao watched the crow people fighting each other. Faced with these birdmen whose average level was over 40, the most he could do was distribute various potions and cast poison spells. The Sunshaper Legion is an elite legion of high-ranking Arakoa, and it is numerous. Moreover, their abilities are quite diverse. The exiles are of lower average level than them, but their high-level combat strength is much stronger. Aside from the Raven God, the Claw King Tarek and the Shadow Sage Esker are both top-tier fighters among the Arakoa. Yang Tao looked up at the sky. Above the clouds, sunlight bursts forth, shadows engulf the sky, and the war horns sound from the Iraq peaks. Being a support player is actually quite good. With the added benefits of various potions and beacons, the exiles, despite their lower level, were able to hold their own against the high-ranking Arakoa. The golden light in the sky suddenly contracted, and a figure of a crowman clad in gilded sun armor crashed down on the front line of the battlefield, carrying 3 sun constructs. With a flap of its wings, a wave of golden-red flames swept across half the open space, instantly scorching the feathers of the front row of exiles, who screamed in agony. The cursed have no right to speak of revenge. He raised his staff and pointed it directly at Iska. Sunlight condensed wildly at the tip of the staff, and the air was burned, distorted, and exploded. Iska's pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth, growling. It's you, Kalashnikov. Today is the day high-ranking Arakoa will fall from the sky. Cursed one, haha die. The Sunshaper Kalashnikov raised his sun's staff, and a wildly spinning wheel of sunlight flew out. Esker's eyes blazed with rage, and he immediately raised his shadow staff. You're the one who deserves to die. Hear my wrath. The shadows will blot out the sun. A giant claw, formed entirely of shadow energy, reached out to grab the opponent. Any high-ranking crowmen who approached were corrupted by the power of shadow, and purple flames burned on their golden wings. A shock wave of fire erupted from the center of the Sunshaper Kalashnikov, shattering the shadow claws that were reaching for him. The power of the sun and shadow erupted across the battlefield. Standing on the beacon, Yang Tao idly cast poison spells and occasionally a healing spell or two to support the fighting exiled crowmen. A flash of golden light. He reached level 27. As expected, the battlefield is the place where you level up the fastest. With the ancient knowledge potion and its sheer quantity, even if the experience he receives from a single potion is small, the total experience gained is still staggering. After all, the enemies are all level 40 or higher. The new group healing skill is alright. To put it simply, it's a group version of the healing spell, and the spirit bonus is the same. He casually cast a group healing spell, and a silver blue light rose up in a 66 range area. This range is not bad. The upgraded group healing skill not only increases the amount of milk produced, but also slightly increases the range of healing. A high-ranking crowman guard, covered in lush green fur, was drawn by the poison spell's hatred and charged straight at him after breaking through the encirclement of the exiled crowmen. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao's eyes immediately lit up. Finally, one came. I thought my poisoning technique was ruined. A dragon's roar resounded from the sky, and a giant dragon with a fiery red body descended from the heavens, its enormous wings blotting out the sun. Dragon Army, Dragon level 75. Legend. The dragon swooped down, opened its blood-red maw, and swallowed the high-ranking crowman whole. Then it flapped its wings and flew directly to other high-ranking crow people. Yang Tao, wielding a dragon-patterned sword and shield. The Demon King Zeno appeared silently beside him. I went to check just now, and these so-called high-ranking Arakoa are charging up their weapons again. Again, Yang Tao put away the dragon-patterned sword and shield in his hands and looked at the advanced Crow People Legion that was clearly showing signs of defeat. Since those high-ranking Crow people want to die, then let's send them on their way. It's hard to know what Ansu is thinking. After all, Rukma is the goddess he loves but cannot have. You're quite bloodthirsty. Yang Tao looked at the Demon King in astonishment. I have a strong desire to kill. A golden light flashed around him, and his level increased to 28. He then pointed at the corpses of the high-ranking Arakoa who had fallen from the sky. I originally thought that these so-called high-ranking Arakoa were also Arakoa, and that we could talk to them if we could, since the Iron Horde and the Burning Legion are still watching us. But these guys actually attacked my Peach Blossom Spring directly, and even used a super weapon for genocide. I don't have any atomic bombs, otherwise I would have fed them 2 of them no matter what. They're not only taking advantage of me, but they're also asking me for toilet paper. If I don't have a strong will to kill them, I'll be blasted flat by a cannon. The Demon King chuckled. That's more like it. If they want to provoke us, they'll have to pay the price. However, these guys also made me realize some shortcomings. I plan to take some high-ranking crowmen back and train them properly. There are still too few flying units in the Demon King's army. Whatever you like is fine. As they spoke, the power of shadow suddenly erupted in the sky, and the Sunshaper Kalashnikov was enveloped by the power of shadow, letting out a shrill scream. The radiance of the sun must not be desecrated. Boom. The body of the Sunshaper Kalashnikov exploded violently, and the pure power of the sun directly dispelled the power of shadow. Unfortunately, this was a self-destruct attack by the Sunshaper Kalashnikov, and it lacked any follow-up power to sustain it. Exhausted, Eska stared at the now-vanished Kalashnikov and let out a maniacal laugh. You broken-winged executioners. Damn false saints. Varix, my claw sister, you'll regret this. With Kalashnikov dead, the remaining high-ranking Arakoa flapped their wings and retreated. Tarok, the Claw King, and Esker descended from the sky. Your Excellency the Redeemer, the high-ranking Arakoa have retreated. If you don't cut the weeds at the root, they will grow back in the spring. Tarok, Esker, gather all the exiled Arakoa, launch a counterattack on Skirich, and completely destroy Varix's rule. Eska immediately responded excitedly. I will obey your command. The day of revenge is fast approaching. Tarok, the Claw King, bowed slightly. Lord Redeemer, I hope you can offer some further assistance. I know. Yang Tao took out the prepared splash-type fire-resistant liquid and splash-type slowing liquid from his backpack. You've already tried the effects of these potions, so I probably don't need to say more. I'll set up a new beacon on Tongtian Peak later. Thank you for your kindness. Go do the pre-battle mobilization, and I'll get ready too. Yes, Your Excellency the Redeemer. Fire-resistant potions and the Sun Goddess Rukma are a perfect match. Yang Tao could almost see the scene of Lukma losing his mount. Chapter 170 Sun Goddess Rukma. The name, Peak Forest, evokes images of the Tongtian Peak. The mountain peaks, resembling stalagmites, stretch straight into the clouds. Without wings, it would be impossible to reach the summit. The Crow people used their unique characteristics to build a magnificent Crow civilization atop Tongtian Peak. The magnificent golden buildings and the expansive crystal platform were testament to the power of the Crow people. But today, shadows obscure the sun, ravens devour the sky, black wings blot out the clouds, heavenly fire annihilates. With excitement in her eyes, Eska held the shadow staff and shouted the nursery rhyme that has been passed down among the Arakoa to this day. Dark shadows obscured the sun, and ravens swallowed the sky. Black wings obscured the clouds, and the heavenly fire was extinguished. Rest in peace, my child, rest in peace. Even the scorching sun needs a rest. This is a nursery rhyme created by the sun goddess when she created the Crow people. It's more like a prophecy. And today is the time when the prophecy will be fulfilled. For pillars of light rose into the sky. The power of the beacon arose within the bodies of all the exiles. For Tarek, for the gates of paradise. The Redeemer is with us. The exiled crowmen flapped their wings and swooped down on the high-ranking crowmen guarding the summit of Tongtian Peak. A war of revenge erupted. Yang Tao's gaze was fixed on the giant fire eagle circling above Tongtian Peak. That was Rukmar, the sun goddess of the high-ranking Arakoa, a colossus burning with golden flames. When her wings were spread, they covered half the sky, and with each flap of her wings, scorching sparks fell. However, they had no effect on the exiles who had fire resistance buffs. Her cry resounded through the sky. carrying the unique arrogance and indifference of a deity, as if the bloody battle of fratricide beneath her feet was nothing more than ants devouring each other in the dust. Like Anzu, she was also cursed by Senna, but Anzu had a stronger will, while Senna's curse twisted her body, caused her to lose flight, and tormented her by the shadows. However, Rukma's heart became cold, paranoid, and fearful of the dark. This is why he tacitly approved of the high-ranking Arakoa's purge of the exiles. Yang Tao's milk can lift the curse, but it cannot change Rukma's soul. Lukma. Ansu gazed at the divine figure in the sky, a hint of sadness and fascination in her eyes. He fell in love with Rukma at first sight, but never dared to get close. He felt unworthy of her, who was like the sun, and only dared to watch her silently in the twilight and shadows. Rukmar did not take action, not because she felt that both sides were her creations, but simply because she felt that the exiled Arakoa were too filthy and not worth her attention. It's like a dog that's fallen into a latrine. Ansu, have you made up your mind? Yang Tao's voice wasn't loud, but it pierced through the fierce battle and roaring flames, landing precisely on the raven god huddled in the shadows. Ansu shuddered, her blue wings slightly folding back. His eyes remained fixed on the arrogant golden flame in the sky. She is now just a god who is cursed and controlled, watching her people being slaughtered and feeling disgusted. Ansu turned to look at Yang Tao, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Can your abilities redeem him? I can only lift the curse. I can't change his heart. Anzu, make a decision. The more you hesitate, the greater the casualties among the exiles will be. Damn it, you simp. Yang Tao was truly disappointed in Ansu, who was intelligent and full of wisdom, but was so subservient in matters of the heart. Feeling inferior? What a load of rubbish. There are only 3 demigods in the peak forest. Senna is a winged snake. Although you are a giant raven, you are still a bird. Does Harukma have a choice when he wants a partner? Does he have to choose a scoundrel snake? Yang Tao took a deep breath and raised the dragon-patterned sword in his hand. Either come at me together, or watch me die. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. In an instant, Lukma, who was radiating golden sunlight, turned into a lush green color. It is almost identical to the Fellfire Hawk, which is the reward for the World of Warcraft achievement, Mount Maniac, 250 mounts. Sun Goddess Rukma, level 100. Demigod. Health point slash. You can't even see the health bar when you attack. Are you kidding me? After being attacked, Rukma finally lowered his head. The next moment, it looked up to the sky and cried out. Countless flames descended from the sky, with the thickest pillar of fire shooting towards Yang Tao. The scorching sun will never be extinguished. Your shadows will eventually burn out. Suddenly the bright sky turned dark, and a surging power of shadow emerged. Enough! Lukma! The shadow power of Anzu, the god of crows, erupted, blotting out the sky, and those exiles who cultivated shadow power felt their strength greatly increased. I never intended to be your enemy, Rukmar, but your actions have truly disappointed me. These crows are your children. Rukma flapped its wings and fell from the sky like a green sunset radiating golden light. Ansu, you filthy shadow, are unworthy to look up at the sky. I hate these guys because they have your genes in them, and that power that disgusts me. Rukma was initially very fond of Ansu for saving her, and even went to find Ansu after Ansu swallowed the corpse of the wind serpent god. However, Ansu became even more self-conscious and hid away because of his physical deformity. Because of loneliness, he used his own genes and those of Anzu to create the crow people. But as time went on, Cenarian's curse began to affect Rukmar, giving him a morbid hatred of shadow power. Ultimately, hatred consumed him, causing him to hate all the Arakoa who possessed shadow powers. Even those Arakoa who accidentally came into contact with Senna's blood. Lukma, you've changed. You're no longer the same person you used to be. You could have watched me from the shadows forever. Now, you don't even have the right to watch anymore. The sun's power erupted, and a giant solar flare burst forth, unleashing a beam of destructive light that shot straight toward Ansu. Ansu spread its wings and cried out. The power of shadow instantly swept towards Rukmar. Boom. -621. Yang Tao was thrown back by the aftershock, and his full health was reduced to only 1/6. The aftershock, which stretched for tens of meters, almost killed me instantly. That's at least 3,500 points of damage. Healing spell. Potent life potion. Even watching a play these days carries risks. As his body free-falls, he is currently in combat and unable to summon his mount. Free-falling hundreds of meters in the air, with the wind howling in your ears. Suddenly, a figure hugged him. Your Excellency the Redeemer. An exiled crowman caught him. Thanks. It was our dereliction of duty that we failed to protect you. It's not your fault. Take me back to the platform. By the way, take me a little further away from Rukma. Watching a show can be dangerous. Be careful when you're just eating melon seeds. Chapter 171 The Fall of the Sun God. The exiled Arakoa, led by Tarek and Esker, were unstoppable, having already overthrown the rule of the high-ranking Arakoa despite being under a curse. Now their curse has been lifted, and with various enhancements, they have become even stronger. There was even a demon king leading magical guards and a dragon as the sixth-ranking officer, and every now and then some high-ranking Arakoa were abducted by the demon king and the magical guards. As for the dragons flying in the sky, they were practically there for a buffet. The high-ranking Arakoa were retreating in disarray, with only the high-ranking members of the Temple of the Sun still holding out, but it was clear to anyone with eyes to see that they had already lost. Yang Tao let the exiled crow people hold him. Hey, over there. Take me there. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Every bit of experience gained is valuable. Boom. The sun goddess Rukma, who was engaged in close combat with Ansu, fell heavily from the sky and crashed into the sun temple at the top of Tongtian Peak. Rukma, wake up. Rukma struggled to her feet and looked at Anzu as he fell. I'm perfectly lucid, Anzu. Kill me, or I will purify the entire world. The shadows don't deserve to exist. Upon hearing this, Ansu's eyes were filled with sorrow, but his movements were swift. He swooped down, and the raven's powerful claws gripped Rukma's neck, preventing him from getting up. The feathers, composed of flames, contained pure solar power and continuously burned Ansu's body at close range. By now, my beloved, the power of shadow fell together with Ansu's tears. The sun has set. Rukma looked at Ansu with eyes full of apology, and in the very end, it was as if he had returned to the past. Its fiery body became dull and lifeless. The next moment, all the sun sages who cultivated by relying on the power of the sun felt the fall of the goddess. The last line of defense collapsed instantly. Led by Tarok, the exiled Arakoa broke through the high-ranking Arakoa's defenses in an instant. Golden light flashed twice more as Yang Tao landed on the open platform. At the same time, a notification popped up. Sunlight Peak Forest Flying Eagle 1. Pretty. Yang Tao never expected that simply casting 2 poison spells would actually get him a mount. This luck is just too incredible. He summoned the Sunlight Peak Forest Flying Eagle from his backpack. The Sunlight Peak Forest Flying Eagle, which looked exactly like Lukma, but was much smaller, appeared beside him. Chirp. Ansu, who was still immersed in grief, suddenly turned her head to look in the direction where Yang Tao was. He sensed the presence of divinity. Rukma has returned. But the next moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. Yang Tao, like a pervert, lewdly stroked the feathers on the Sunshine Peak Forest Flying Eagle, which seemed to be formed from flames. From today onwards, you will be called the Sun Goddess. Chirp. The Sun Goddess let out a clear and melodious cry, seemingly quite pleased with the name. Then, she stretched out her head, which was larger than a human, and rubbed against Yang Tao's body. Ansu, there are cows. Ansu abandoned Rukmana's corpse, which was gradually dissipating into solar energy, and ran towards Yang Tao like a domestic chicken. Hearing the noise, Yang Tao, who was studying the source material armor on the Sun Goddess, looked over. Holy crap, don't come any closer. Yang Tao was startled. After all, even if you could beat a giant raven that was more than 10 meters long, you would still tremble when it came running towards you. What if someone steps on my foot? However, Ansu's body shrank rapidly, and when she arrived in front of Yang Tao, she was back to her usual size of less than 3 meters. Why did Rukma come back to life? Stop joking. This is just a mount, not a Rukmar. It has no offensive capabilities. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying eagle of Sunlight Peak Forest spread its wings and flapped them powerfully, sending pure solar fire down from the sky. Yang Tao. Ansu. I suspect you just want to monopolize the beautiful and powerful goddess Rukma. Yang Tao looked the flying eagle of Sunlight Peak Forest up and down, then turned to Ansu again, shedding feathers. That was normal shedding just now. You know, it's very normal for birds to shed feathers. He has divinity, the divinity of Rukma. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yang Tao immediately retorted to Ansu. Where in the world are there 2 identical leaves? You must have sensed something wrong. He was not mistaken. I am the embodiment of Rukma's divinity, the new sun goddess, but I am not Rukma. Rukma has completely vanished. Even if Ansu did not kill him, he has already entered his twilight years and will fall and return to the world within 10 years. Yang Tao. The one who answered him was not Ansu, but the flying eagle of Sunlight Peak Forest standing to the side. Actually, he sensed something was wrong from the beginning. After all, what kind of good person has the prefix demigod under their name? Ansu looked at the flying eagle in the Sunlight Peak Forest with a complex expression. He was not Rukma, but his relationship with Rukma was closer than that of Rukma's successor, Ruklin, whom Rukma created with divine power. Yang Tao, I'm going back now. I'll leave this place to you. No way, I'm just a level 28, 30 little minion. If you run away, I can't hold you off. I'm a little sleepy. After saying that, Ansu flapped her wings and disappeared into the shadows. Tisk. It's normal for someone to feel down after personally killing their beloved goddess. Ansu, how dare you desecrate my mother? I will kill you. A giant fire eagle descended from the sky. Rukrin, a fire hawk formed by Rukma using solar flames and divine fragments, was not hatched from an egg or born from a live birth, but was still regarded as Rukma's own child. In addition, he is also his successor. Ruklin. The sun goddess looked up at Ruklin, who had rushed over after noticing Rukma's fall. After looking down and seeing the sun goddess, Ruklan's plane crashed from the sky. Mother, you are not. Rukmar has fallen, and I have inherited everything from Rukmar. I am the new sun goddess. As she spoke, the sun goddess unleashed pure solar divine power. Ruklan was a little confused. Although his body was twice as large as the sun goddess, he appeared somewhat timid and hesitant when standing in front of her. The sun will rise again. Sunlight Peak Forest Flying Eagle, also known as the new sun goddess renamed by Yang Tao, raises its head and flaps its wings, letting out a clear cry that pierces the clouds. Rukland, who had just crashed and landed, froze. His massive fire eagle body lowered its head uncontrollably, folded its wings, and adopted the most devout posture of submission. He is a creation of Rukmar, a child born of the power of the sun god, and obedience to the superior sun god is etched deep into his soul. Rukrin's voice trembled, filled with awe and confusion. I, the new sun goddess, obey your will. Yang Tao gazed at the flying eagle of Sunlight Peak Forest beside him. Wow, that's quite a ripoff. Even if the flying eagle of Sunlight Peak Forest is indeed the divine reincarnation of Rukma, it is at most level 30. Because I am level 30. Seriously, I just want to mount. The sounds of fighting in the temple had ceased, clearly indicating that the outcome of the battle above had been decided. Let's go up and take a look. Chapter 172, The Dust Settles. I have benefited greatly from the demigods here. In the temple at the top of Tongtian Peak, the red-robed demon King Zeno picked up the crowman's special brew from the table. Tongtian Peak Rising Sun Wine, a royal wine of the Temple of the Sun, is a beverage brewed by high-ranking crow people using sunflower and sunflower nectar. It's very valuable, and the buff effect is also excellent. Has being a demigod benefited you greatly? Yang Tao, who was also sitting at the table, glanced at Zeno, picked up the pale golden Rising Sun wine, and took a sip. It's very sweet, like drinking a low-alcohol rice wine. I bet you've benefited a lot from robbery, haven't you? You know exactly how you got that magic tower. Zeno had a criminal record. His magic tower was actually stolen. At least I didn't kill the Archmage. What are you planning to do next? Zeno is now completely certain that Yang Tao is the greatest source of amusement in his life. What's next? Yang Tao looked at the exiled crow people who were cleaning up the temple. In this battle, the high-level crow people died, fled, or were wounded. Although the casualties of the exiled crow people were much less than in the original story, at least 100 crow people still fell on Tongtian Peak. Let the crow people recuperate, and also reform the thinking of those crow people with extreme ideas. It's not just the high-ranking Arakoa. Even some of the exiled Arakoa have mental problems. A typical example is Escalade. This guy was once the sage of the sun, but after discovering the true history, his wings were broken by his friend, and he was thrown into the cursed land. He has now completely abandoned the sun, and the one who even gave birth to crows who believe in the sun is the real traitor. Alas, faith is a good thing, it's just a pity. Yang Tao shook his head slightly. He thought the crow people were stupid because he had never seen Nuwa, but these crow people could see the goddess who created them every day. Get up. I'm leaving. My level is rising too fast. I need to go farm some equipment to upgrade. With Tarek, the king of the claws, around, he will manage the surviving Arakoa well. With the dark portal just opened, both the Alliance and the Horde need time to build up their strength. He also needs to build up his strength. Even if you can't get into the high-end battlefield, you should at least be able to dominate in the low-level stages. This wine is good. I'll stay here for a while. Thank you very much. The Arakoa were once very powerful, but now they are fragmented and broken. If the Iron Horde were to attack, the Arakoa would be completely unable to resist. The situation would be different if the Demon King led his army to guard Tongtian Peak and the gate of Peach Blossom Spring. As he reached the stairs in one corner of the temple, his figure suddenly vanished. The Demon King watched Yang Tao leave, picked up the Rising Sun wine on the table, and drank it. It's really amazing. The spatial magic on the stairs should lose its effect after leaving the magic tower, but this guy can keep the spatial magic constant. What's interesting is that he himself doesn't even know it. The Demon King chuckled twice. What crow people? What demigods? From beginning to end, the only person he was interested in was Yang Tao. Possessing the quadruple dominion of space-time, magic, spirit, and existence, he is merely a high-ranking Arakoa. His wisdom scepter can freely create subordinates of this caliber. The reason he lured some crow people back to the Demon Tower was simply because he felt he should do something. Meanwhile, Yang Tao returned to the laboratory at the Peach Blossom Spring Gate. Celia, look at this. Yang Tao took the core of the tree of Enophis out of his backpack and placed it on the table. Celia walked over and looked at the core, which resembled a gemstone. The core of the tree of Enophis can also be considered a world tree, but the area it protects may be somewhat small. Yang Tao stretched out his hand and made a gesture that the Koreans couldn't see. Celia stepped forward and placed her fair hand on the core of the tree of Enophos. It has a rich life energy, not strong but extremely rich, and I feel that it seems to have some kind of consciousness. It can be grown. Yang Tao picked up the sapling. This thing is the core of the tree of Enophis, and it seems to be its sapling as well. I plan to plant it, but the Peach Blossom Spring Gate doesn't support anyone but me, so I came to ask if I can make use of it. When Celia heard Yang Tao's teasing words, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I feel like you're the busiest person in the entire Peach Blossom Spring. That old man is sunbathing every day now. He should be the most idle one. He's a former resident, so we should give him some special privileges. Celia, can you help me figure this out? Celia pondered for a moment, then looked up at the map of the Peach Blossom Spring painted on the wall. I have some ideas. Walk up to the map and point to a location. Plant it here. This is a node of the magic circle. The magical energy here can help it grow quickly, and it can also act as a node when it encounters danger. So, when it's not in use, it can charge itself using a magic circle, and in an emergency, it can also discharge electricity. Yes, that's about it. Okay, I'll go plant it first. I'll go to the node with you. The two left the laboratory together and went to the place Celia had mentioned. They took out the core of the tree of Enophis, pointed it at the ground, and silently recited the mantra to use it. The next moment, the core of the tree of Enophis disappeared, and in its place appeared a verdant sapling on the ground. The saplings were extremely beautiful, just like jade. I should have planted it in a flower pot as a bonsai. Its vitality is very strong, and it will be able to play a role in less than 10 years. Yang Tao looked at Celia in astonishment. 10 years? You're not coming to work today. 10 years is already a very short time. Celia crouched down and reached out to touch the sapling. Even ordinary trees take several years to grow, let alone one with such strong vitality. Yang Tao looked down at Celia, the white saplings dazzling his eyes. He quickly looked away, saying, "Move aside, I want to see if it even counts as a plant." Celia stood up and looked at Yang Tao, whose face was flushed with some confusion. Before she could ask, Yang Tao had already taken out the bone powder. Bone meal. The strictest supervisor of plants in Minecraft. It can accelerate the growth rate of plants. Basically, just a few portions of bone meal are enough to grow an oak sapling into a large tree. Wheat, carrots, and potatoes can also be ripened using the same method. Use. Numerous green particles appeared beside the emerald green sapling, and the tree of Enophis grew larger at a visible speed. Feasible. Yang Tao smiled. Use, application. As the bone meal was rapidly consumed, the Enophis tree, which was originally only the size of a basketball, grew rapidly. Celia's mouth opened slightly. This ability was nothing short of a miracle in her eyes. In her view, increasing the growth rate of plants was no different from boosting the strength of others out of thin air. Both World of Warcraft and Dungeon Fighter Online feature plant-based creatures. Starting today, get to work hard today. Don't worry, you'll get plenty of bone meal in the future. The bones obtained from saving Deckard Cain alone numbered over 300. The power to seize is simply too authoritative. Chapter 173, Collecting Jewelry. All around was a deep purple wasteland, withered grass and trees, only black, bare, decaying trees standing crookedly, and the ground covered with dark purple thorns. The sky was overcast, and even the sunlight seemed lifeless. This is the embodiment of the world's malice. This is a land of corruption. Yang Tao looked at the purple earth with disgust. I knew the environment was harsh, but I didn't expect it to be this harsh. Jill followed behind Yang Tao, and the dark purple thorns around them could cause considerable damage if touched, so she had to be careful. Yang, there's very little information about this place. Why did you come here? In this corrupted land, non-combat health loss is severe, so most professionals are unwilling to come to this hellish place. Of course we're here to find the worm scarf. Because ordinary methods simply cannot destroy the hard ebony stone, unless bombs are used. But due to the respawn mechanism and the harsh environment, ordinary people would never come to this godforsaken place to bomb the hidden shadow orbs underground. So nobody knows about the World Eater boss. Just then, several twisted, wrinkled worms emerged from the crack in front of them, bearing their 2 pairs of huge, sharp teeth. Soul Eater level 15. Health 750/750ths. The most common mobs in the corruption. Jill raised her sniper rifle, aimed at the diving Dementor, and pulled the trigger. The crisp gunshot echoed through the corrupted land. The Soul Eater, suffering from acute copper poisoning, transformed into several pieces of rotting flesh and fell from the sky. Furthermore, breaking these underground shadow orbs will yield some trinkets. Weapons are out of the question. He really doesn't care about them now. They can only be broken down into materials. Healing spell. A silvery white light fell on Wulong, who was at the forefront clearing the way. The purple thorns would disappear as soon as they caused damage. Arriving at the fissure in the corrupted land, this is the entrance to the underground. Because the game is 2D, it's impossible to see the whole picture. In reality, the rift is like an enormous beast that clawed at the earth, leaving several deep, bone-revealing wounds. Standing at the edge of the crevice and peering down, all that could be seen was complete darkness, with not a single source of light. Yang, take a look at this. Yang Tao, who was pondering whether to jump down, turned around when he heard Jill's words. Corrosive tumor grade 30. Legend. Health 500/500. Yang Tao looked completely bewildered. Is this thing the boss? The decaying tumor looks like a constantly writhing mass of purple flesh. Yes. Yang Tao stood in front of the corrupted tumor, watching the constantly writhing flesh, and without turning his head, threw a poison spell at the soul-eating monster that had just crawled out of the crack. After his mental state improved, he gained extremely high perception. In 2 seconds, the Soul Eater was instantly killed by the poison spell, turning into a pile of minced meat that fell from the sky. This is a corrupted tumor, and it truly deserves to be called the boss of the corrupted lands. The problem is that it's not a monster from the original game at all, but a monster from the Terraria Calamity mod. Terraria, another of the 3 giants of sandbox games, also boasts a massive number of mods. The Calamity mod is considered one of the best among them. This disaster is quite difficult to handle. Without the Calamity mod, other games can go toe-to-toe with Terraria, since everyone has 1 or 2 major bosses in the late game. However, with the Cataclysm mod, Terraria reached the multiverse level in the later stages. What's so special about this thing? Jill's voice interrupted Yang Tao's thoughts. It's very strong. Stay away from it, and don't get caught in the crossfire. A level 30 legendary boss is probably about the same strength as the Eye of Cthulhu under the Blood Moon. He is not the same as he used to be, so he can still give a try with a legendary boss. Stay away, Wulong. You're in charge of protecting Jill. Woof. Upon hearing the command, Wulong immediately wagged its tail and shielded Jill behind it. Jill glanced at the small, decaying tumor. Be careful. He turned around and walked back the way he came, stopping at the maximum distance of her sniper rifle. Seeing that Jill had taken her position, Yang Tao, holding the dragon-patterned sword, took a deep breath of the air filled with corrupting spores. Riding on the phoenix chick, he raised the dragon-patterned sword and slashed fiercely at the corrupt tumor. 500 health points vanished in an instant. The next moment, a giant mass of flesh, surrounded by an exoskeleton, appeared on the site of the rotting tumor. Yang Tao felt his SAN value plummeting at just one glance. The decaying tumor, at least 2 stories high, was full of cavities and looked just as eerie as the back of a baby toad. Roar. Rotten Nest will level 30. Legend. 30,000/30 000. This creature has no mouth, but roars still emanate from its body. Devouring monster level 30. Soul Eater level 30. Swamp Eye level 30 elite. The corrupted will spat out swarms of enemies. The Swamp Eye is a large, angular eye, but it is completely different from the demon eye. Its appearance is more two-dimensional. It was extremely fast, reaching Yang Tao's side almost instantly. But instead of attacking, they stared at him with wide eyes. Damn, how come there are so many of them? Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Roar. The will of the corrupted nest roared again, but this time it didn't spit out any new enemies. Instead, it sent out several mini clouds that flew above Yang Tao's head. The next moment, the purple rain fell on him, causing a series of injuries, and even the phoenix chick under his crotch was not spared. Group therapy. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. He raised the dragon patterned sword in his hand while performing Taoist magic. -849. Reduced by 300. In its first phase, the rotting nests cannot move. It will only teleport after its health drops slightly, making its defense excessively high. The guardian waved its arms, clearing away the soul eaters summoned by the will of the corrupted nest. After the will of the corrupted nest was attacked, the swamp eyes who had been watching the show suddenly rushed towards Yang Tao. The dragon-patterned sword left a white afterimage in the air before accurately piercing the eye of the swamp. -1181. With the added speed of +2, the dragon-patterned sword slashed upwards at an extremely fast speed, once again slicing across the swamp eye's body. However, this guy is immune to knockback or has extremely high knockback resistance. Even when attacked, his body doesn't even pause and passes right through Yang Tao's body, causing a high damage of 28 points. Fusroda. Unyielding power was unleashed, and a semi-transparent shockwave slammed into the swamp eye and the will of the corrupted nest. Puff. Fengshu leaped forward suddenly, and Yang Tao seized the opportunity to swing his sword and slash at the swamp eye, which was trying to retreat. Swamp Eye's health bar is depleted, and it cannot be revived. Hatch monsters don't gain experience, but they do gain coins. This is kind of amazing. Chapter 174 Searching for Jewelry 2. Roar. The will of the rotten nest was uprooted, and its once intact brain split open from the middle, from which more monsters poured out. The purple exoskeleton split open, revealing several eyes with vertical pupils. Looking at the second stage rotting nest will, Yang Tao smiled. The second stage rotting nest will had offensive capabilities, but its defensive capabilities were greatly reduced. At the same time, the summoning ability has also been greatly weakened. He flipped over and jumped off Fengshu's back. Run further away and clear out those little monsters. He could withstand the onslaught of the corrupted nest's will, but the phoenix chick was still somewhat lacking. Soul Fire Talisman. The talisman comes with GPS and tracking navigation. Even though the speed of the corrupted nest's will was blurry, the talisman still hid it the instant it paused. -315. Reduced by 300. The will of the rotten nest slammed into Yang Tao, but the next moment, a strange shield appeared in Yang Tao's hand. Cthulhu Shield. Charge. Bang. The two collided. -1. Reduced by 300. Thanks to the brief period of invincibility, Yang Tao perfectly evaded the attack of the corrupted nest's will. That's it. The Cthulhu Shield is a perfect counter to bosses that deal damage by charging. The will of the rotten nest roared again, but this time the sound was extremely clear, coming from the crack above its head. You'll die even if you scream. With the Cthulhu Shield protecting it once again, it evaded the impact of the will of the corruption, and its speed increased rapidly. It always tries to circle around behind Yang Tao and charge at him, and it also constantly summons corrupted rain clouds and swamp eyes. Healing spell. Increase the amount of health that has been reduced. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Apply the poison powder twice more. The will of the decaying nest continued to emit impotent rage, but it couldn't stop the ever-decreasing health. Leaping up, taking advantage of the moment when the will of the corrupted nest was impacted, Yang Tao's dragon-patterned sword pierced directly into the eye on its purple armor. Puff. The massive will of the decaying nest shattered instantly, turning into a pile of purple flesh. Experience +8,000. Rotten Nest will Loot Bag 11. Lower Realm Alloy Ingot 11. Portable Conversion Table 1. Increase Backpack Slot Limit by 2. Did I forget to take my medication? However, before Yang Tao could even feel the heartache, he saw the items dropped by the will of the corrupted nest. Wait a minute. He opened his backpack and took out a square tablet with mysterious magic circles and runes drawn on it in purple paint. Portable conversion table. Calm down. Calm down. Maybe it's an April Fool's Day version. Let's see if we can open it first. As the thought arose in my heart, a completely new interface appeared before him. The panel contains two magic circles, one large and one small, but they are currently empty, with 3 slots at the bottom. These are record elimination and, most importantly, refining. Yang Tao felt his hands trembling slightly as he picked up a log from his backpack and placed it into the refining compartment. EMC 16. Then the log that had just been placed into the large magic circle appeared, and when Yang Tao looked at it, its price appeared below the log. I took a deep breath. He threw all the miscellaneous materials, food, and stepping blocks from his backpack into the transformation table in one go. EMC 1215349. I lack nothing. However, the gems in the mythic mod are really expensive. It looks like I'll have to find a way to earn EMC points. He immediately took out diamonds, fluorite dust, redstone dust, and a crafting table. He opened the workbench interface and put all the materials in. The next moment, Yang Tao froze on the spot. Wait, where's my philosopher's stone? A bad thought popped into his mind. He quickly opened the crafting table and carefully examined the various items and equipment inside. However, the philosopher's stone was nowhere to be found, and not only the philosopher's stone, but also the equipment and other equivalent exchange modules. Yang Tao gripped the portable equivalent exchange table tightly, as if afraid it would be lost as well. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's fate. I'm already incredibly lucky to be given a portable table of equivalent exchange. The portable equivalent exchange table has only one function: to exchange all items for a type of energy called EMC. Then, any item recorded in it can be freely exchanged using its EMC value. From this moment on, 16 compartment bags and 20 compartment bags are no longer relevant to him. With just an equivalent exchange table, he could survive in the wild for a lifetime, even with only the original backpack. Yang, what are you laughing at? After defeating the boss, Jill returned to Yang Tao's side from a distance. What are you laughing at? Did you? He reached out and pulled Jill into his arms. I just got a fun item. I'm so happy. The stone slab in your hand. That's right. Yang Tao put the table of equivalent exchange into his backpack. I'll explain its function to you in detail later. Let's take this time to go down and deal with the World Eater. I have a feeling that this guy is also a level 30 legendary boss. While the Skeleton King, the Devourer of Worlds, and the Eye of Cthulhu are 3 bosses in the game with varying strengths, they are still considered to be on the same level. After releasing Jill and calming their excitement, the two then explored underground along the crack. Yang Tao took out a torch and stuck it on the wall. Some granular things kept floating on the purple ebony stone, which gave people a very bad feeling. Sasa to Sasa too. Here we go again. A strange sound came from inside the wall, and Yang Tao immediately built a platform. Jill, be careful. Jill nodded, her expression very serious. The sound was the one made by the devouring monster moving through the walls. This monster doesn't have much health, but it's definitely a killer for newbies in the early stages of Terraria. The main problem is that it can attack through walls, so there's no way to attack first. You can only wait for it to crawl out of the wall. Following the sound, Yang Tao stared intently at the wall. A purple worm, as thick as a bucket, poked its head out from the wall. They're here. Using the charge ability of the Cthulhu shield, Yang Tao instantly crashed into the head of the devouring monster, and then raised the dragon pattern sword to slash at it. Flicking upwards, the devouring monster suddenly accelerated and slammed into Yang Tao, but Yang Tao remained unmoved and continued to focus on swinging the dragon pattern sword. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. The purple devouring monster was dyed green, and it passed through Yang Tao's body, about to burrow into the wall. 21 died. The poison spell was triggered again, and the devouring monster, which had just burrowed its head inside, died instantly. Yang Tao sheathed the dragon pattern sword and laughed. It still has to be the poisoning technique. After we deal with the World Eater, I'll try to make some rune words and upgrade the skill level to try and reduce the interval of the poisoning technique to 1 second. Chapter 175, The Little Scoundrel World Devourer. Jill, hold the line. Yang Tao swung his diamond pickaxe, which emitted a purple halo, and struck the ebony stone. With the help of chain mining, the ebony stone broke apart at an extremely fast speed. From a fissure more than 100 meters underground, a large number of monsters swarmed in, as if trying to stop Yang Tao from destroying the shadow sphere. Bang! Bang! Jill stared at the purple monsters and calmly pulled the trigger. Found it. After the ebony stone was destroyed, a purple bead about 1 meter in diameter came into Yang Tao's view. He leaped down and struck the bead with his pickaxe, but the seemingly fragile bead remained completely still, its smooth surface without a single crack. Yang Tao used the momentum to land on the ground. A pickaxe won't work. You have to use a hammer. In Terraria, shadow orbs can only be destroyed with a hammer and a bomb. Even the lowest level wooden hammer will do, but other tools, no matter how good, will not work. Excavators not included. Yang Tao didn't have a hammer, but he had TNT. With a thought, the ebony stone that had just fallen enveloped the shadow bead, leaving only a narrow opening, just big enough for TNT to fit inside. When the TNT is inserted, the TNT block begins to flash white light and makes a hissing sound. Let's go. TNT may not deal much damage, but its blast radius is quite large. Boom. A violent explosion rang out. Yang Tao, who was huddled in the corner, felt a cold wind blow past him, which gave him a chilling and terrifying feeling. The prompt has been changed to an effect. Isn't that nice? Star Power Bracelet 1. After stuffing the trinkets dropped by the shadow orb into the conversion table, I quickly jumped up into the deep pit, looked around at the monsters, and took out the dragon pattern sword to continuously cast poison spells. Jill, let's go to the next place. Taking out a torch and sticking it into the dark tunnel, Yang Tao quickly rushed towards another rift where the shadow pearl might be hidden. Jill followed behind him, firing her gun as she asked, Yang, I had a bad feeling just now. That's normal. Each shadow orb that's broken will have an effect. The next one should produce a scream. Just as he had predicted, when the second shadow orb shattered, a piercing scream rang out from the depths of the ground, sending chills down one's spine. Jill shivered as she stood beside Wulong. Yang, what will be the next outcome? I feel a little uneasy. The next one? The boss, of course. Yang Tao took out another TNT and placed it next to another shadow orb, then grabbed Jill and jumped out of the pit where the shadow orb was. Jill, it's all up to you now. Jill looked puzzled. Although she was strong, that was compared to ordinary professionals. When facing a level 30 legendary boss of the same level, her damage was really not enough. That's right, use your new weapon. Boom. Roar. A furious shout came from underground, and Yang Tao, already armed with his sword and shield, ran to the side. The World Eater's hatred is entirely directed at him. After all, he's the one who shattered all the shadow orbs. As soon as he created some distance, the World Eater emerged from beneath his feet. This is a giant devouring monster. Its 2 giant pincers alone are longer than Yang Tao's body. Its body looked as if it were made up of individual dementors connected together. Bang! The wooden shield shattered. The World Eater's head attack exploded, shattering the shield with a single blow. But that's enough. Jill, do it, Yang Tao shouted, and Jill immediately took out her new level 30 awakened weapon. A heavy flamethrower. Boom. Flames rose up, illuminating the dark tunnel completely, and Yang Tao, along with the World Eater, was engulfed by the flames. The damage numbers rose up in dense array. Subtract 102. Minus 111. Subtract 122. Hold on, Crouching Dragon and Young Phoenix, protect Jill. The Guardian, use sonic attacks. The guards, with cheerful steps, opened their mouths wide and emitted inaudible sound waves as instructed by Yang Tao. Minus 342. Minus 345. Minus 315. The World Eater's injury calculation is extremely peculiar. Each segment of its body has its own individual health points, and the sum of all these health points equals its total health. When attacked, health is calculated separately. In other words, any penetrating or area of effect damage can be the father of the World Eater. Soon, the head that had just burrowed into the wall reappeared from above. I've got something good for you. A bucket of lava was poured onto the ground. He then suddenly dodged to the side, avoiding the impact, and, being honest, plunged headfirst into the lava. Yang Tao was astonished by the speed at which his health points were dropping. Damn, that's so cruel. Roar. Suddenly, the World Eater's health bar in the middle of its body dropped to 0. 22 silver coins. Just like an earthworm, this guy turned into 2 short world devourers. Damn, how did it break? This is the mechanism compensation of the World Devourer. As long as it is broken in the middle, it can become 2 individuals, just like an earthworm. Although the damage did not increase, the attack frequency doubled. After all, this was 2 insects charging at you. Sleeping Dragon, Yang Tao shouted, and Wulong, who was already somewhat impatient, immediately rushed to his side on all fours. Vampire's Wrath. Iron Skin Solution. Life Regeneration Potion. Nether Shield. Holy Armor. He immediately maxed out his stats, flipped himself over, straddled the sleeping dragon, and stared at the ground. The World Eater will definitely emerge from his body. It's just a matter of how fast it will happen. Soon, the World Eater emerged from underground and bit down on the crouching dragon. -841. The damage is frighteningly high. Group Therapy. The dragon patterned sword in his hand left afterimages as he swung it. The already weakened head couldn't withstand his current high attack power and was instantly reduced to a pile of minced meat and coins. Wulong, attack with me. Berserk. The health of the dragon that had been raised suddenly dropped by a level. The man and the dog stared at the ground, knowing that if the World Eater poked its head out, it would be subjected to a storm of attacks. With its head shattered, the World Eater could not meet the conditions to split into new individuals. 22 silver coins. Silver coin 36. Silver coin 24. A few minutes later, Yang Tao took out a bottle of ancient knowledge potion and drank it, then instantly killed the last 3 segments of the World Devourer's body. 30,000 experience points. World Eater Loot Bag 18. Brilliant Gem 12. 16 Lapis Lazuli blocks. Increased the maximum number of accessories by 1. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. The light of the upgrade shone from him, Zhuge Liang, Feng Chu, and Jill together. Level 30, level 31. I glanced at the upgrade experience. Experience points 1740/60,000. It doesn't matter. It's just an extra 3,000 per level, which becomes 5,000. With the ancient knowledge potion, this little bit of improvement is nothing. He took out the World Eater's loot bag from his backpack and silently chanted, "Open." Worm Scarf 1. 1 gold coin. Magic, or 81. Shadow Scales, 33. World Eater's face revealed 1. At this rate, even legendary bosses will have a headache just looking at me. Worm Scarf. Accessories. Damage taken reduced by 17%. It wasn't weakened by the Calamity module. That's interesting. Equip it directly in your accessory slot. Jill, leave that corrupted slime to me. I need to test the effects of the dropped trinkets. Chapter 176. Take a break. Is it that high a priority? Looking at the damage numbers inflicted by the slime after it hit him, Yang Tao took out his phone and brought up the calculator. First calculate the 17% from the worm scarf, then subtract the defense, then the 80% damage reduction. Sigh, this order is a bit tricky, but it's better than being last. If Yang Tao has 200 points of defense, he will suffer an attack of 1,000 points. First, calculate the 17% of the worm scarf's damage, which is 100, 1 minus 0.17, equals 830. Then subtract 200 points of defense, which is 630. Finally, calculate the 80% damage to get the final damage of 126 points. However, if we calculate the 80% damage reduction first, that 1,000 points of damage resulted in a reduction of 34 points of damage for him. In reality, there are no negative numbers, which means it was a forced reduction of 1. Of course, there is another way to calculate it. That's 80% plus 17% equals 97%. In this way, even if 10,000 points of damage are dealt, it will only cause a maximum of 100 points of damage. We still need to focus on increasing damage reduction, otherwise all these accessory slots will just be wasted. Yang Tao waved his hand lightly, and the blind guard, somehow seeing it, rushed straight to the corrupted slime. Elbow strike. Soundwave. A big slap. A big slap. Puff. The corrupted slime shattered and dropped some withered gel. Jill, let's go back. I'll take you to see the Gate of Paradise. The Gate to Paradise has now stabilized, so it's safe to take Jill there. The orcs of the Iron Horde are currently preoccupied with their own problems and probably don't have time to deal with them. He pulled out a town portal scroll and handed it to Jill. Although it was a bit pricey, it was only worth 300 EMC points on the table, making it a great value for money. The two opened the return scrolls, and a white light enveloped their bodies. After the light dissipated, Yang Tao and Jill returned to the nearest main city. It is indeed convenient. A return scroll can save at least half a day, since not many people who go to the corruption zone to level up have a flying mount. Use the stairs to return to the Gate of Peach Blossom Spring. As soon as I arrived, I heard a clear chirping sound from above. The sun goddess hovered above the Gate of Paradise, just like Rukma had been. Jill looked around. The scenery at the Gate of Paradise was only SOSO. Although it was simple, it had an indescribable sense of tranquility. This is the Gate to Paradise. I am now having the Crow people select some people with livelihoods to set up some shops. It would be a waste not to make use of the skilled workers among the Crow people. Yang Tao pointed to the void ray in a corner of the peach blossom spring gate. Jill, do you like it? Pick one as a means of transportation. Looking at the void ray's intriguing appearance, Jill hesitated for a moment before refusing. Never mind, I don't really need it. Ugly rejection. All right. Yang Tao led Jill around the peach blossom spring gate, explaining the things inside in detail. That's the world tree over there. The world tree. Just think of it as the world tree. Yang Tao pointed to the giant raven crouching in the shade of the tree and whispered in Jill's ear. His name is Ansu, the god of licking dogs. Ansu, who had been staring at the sun goddess, suddenly turned her head to look at Yang Tao. Then Ansu's voice rang out behind the two. Although I don't know what simp means, my intuition tells me it's not a good word. How could this be? Yang Tao stared at Ansu with righteous indignation. As the saying goes, a simp will eventually get everything he wants. Don't worry, you'll have a goddess in love. By the way, let's not talk about that. How's the situation in the Iron Tribe? The Iron Horde's army has been temporarily repelled by the enemy on the other side of the Dark Portal, but it won't be long before the Iron Horde makes a comeback. To be honest, I don't have a good chance of dealing with those outsiders. Whether they can handle it or not is not up to you. Don't worry, the Steel Tribe can't withstand those guys. Yang Tao had great confidence in the leaders of the Alliance and the Horde. High King, Varian Rin. High Chieftain, Vol'jin. Right now, the two are riding high, and the Iron Tribe, which is not very united internally, can only be a stepping stone for them. Ansu, you and the Sun Goddess are in charge of keeping an eye on the Arakoa. If the Iron Orcs try to cause trouble, then teach them a lesson. By the way, give those extreme guys a piece of advice. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is day, there is night. I'll discuss the principles of yin and yang with you sometime. Ansu nodded gently, her gaze unconsciously drifting towards the Sun Goddess in the sky, her eyes filled with longing for the past. Look, I'll go wander around somewhere else first. After saying that, Yang Tao put his arm around Jill's waist and walked towards Celia's magic circle laboratory. Sigh, Ansu is a pitiful person too. Let me tell you her story. Nobody's selling runes of level 5 or higher. Inside the auction house, Yang Tao stared in disbelief at the runes being sold on the panel. That shouldn't be the case. It's not a good thing anyway. Its individual attributes might not even be as good as a flawless gem or a regular gem. There are a total of 33 runes in Diablo 2. Some of them are indeed very strong, but some are simply garbage if you take them out of context. Especially the rune number 110. I casually bought some runes that I didn't have and stuffed them into the conversion table. Since we can't buy them, we'll go to Sister Akira and borrow Heraldric cubes to craft some. Runes can be combined into 3 or 2. Number 110 is a pure 3. In 1, no gemstones needed. Number 1121 is a 3. In 1, but requires broken or cracked gemstones. Runes are easy to find, but you need to find a good base item. Only 4 types of equipment can be used to create runewords: weapons, shields, armor, and helmets. After checking the auction house, Yang Tao quickly discovered that there were almost no high-level equipment items, especially those above level 35, while there were plenty of equipment items at level 30 and below. For levels below 20, it's considered excellent value for money. It seems that the mainstream level is between 35 and 45. High-level monsters have powerful attributes, and there is no way to challenge them without good equipment. Furthermore, the later equipment requires a lot of materials to enhance, which makes high-level equipment even rarer. It's better to rely on yourself than on others, and it's better to make your own breakthrough than to spend money to buy it. Squeezing out of the crowd, she turned and left the auction house, driving her golf cart to where Celestial Kelly was. There weren't many customers at Kelly's door. After all, upgrading equipment was a real high-end expense. Kelly still leaned against that iconic, massive, enhanced machine, a lazy smile on her lips, her fingertips twirling a silver revolver. Hey, handsome guy passing by. Interested in coming over and taking a look? Yang Tao parked the golf cart haphazardly and walked over to Kelly, looking at the huge enhancement machine and asking, how are the attributes of different equipment calculated when enhancing them? Seeing a customer come in, Kelly put her revolver into her holster and introduced with a smile. Weapons and necklaces can be enhanced to increase both physical and magical attack power. Clothes, gloves, boots, and belts increase physical defense, while jewelry like bracelets and rings increase magical defense. Handsome, want to give it a try? Yang Tao took off the magical artifact around his neck, Celia's enchanting necklace and stuffed it into the conversion table. Then he looked at Kelly and asked, "What's the next step?" "Put the equipment that needs to be enhanced into the enhancement machine, and then you will see the required materials. I don't need to explain the rest. You'll understand once you try it." Chapter 177, Strengthening Equipment. Artifact, Celia's enigmatic necklace. +1 requires 1.8 gold and 29 furnace rock carbon. It's really expensive. Needless to say, the amount of gold coins alone is extremely exaggerated. In reality, low-level dungeons and monsters in the game don't drop items. You have to go to the Sky Tower to get them. Yang Tao spent 2 days grinding before he got a little over 300. If it were anyone else, they would only get a little over 30 even if they worked themselves to death. Reach out and slap the enhancement button directly. The giant enhancement machine hummed, and even the tray holding the necklace emitted a golden light. Bite. A crisp and pleasant sound rang out. Artifact, Celia's enigmatic necklace +1. Physical attack, +16. Spell attack, +16. Taoist magic is also considered a form of magical attack. After all, Taoists are expensive spellcasting units. The first 3 attempts were 100% successful, so Yang Tao did not hesitate and pressed the enhancement button again. Add 2, add 3, add 4, add 5, add 6, add 7. After upgrading the necklace to +7 in one go, Yang Tao stopped enhancing it. Physical attack increased by 28. Spell attack increased by 28. Reinforcing to +8 requires 90 furnace rock carbon and 4.8 gold coins. The cost isn't high, but the amount of furnace rock carbon is a real headache for other professions. He took the garden gnome out of his backpack and put it aside, then pulled out a bottle of lucky potion. Luck potions can't be crafted in Minecraft, but villagers can, which is amazing. Add 2 luck, last for 8 minutes. He then stuffed the necklace with the +7 coin into the portable equivalent exchange table. Kelly watched Yang Tao's actions calmly, showing no surprise whatsoever. Those who come to enhance their skills, let alone display statues, may even burn incense, worship Buddha, or perform shamanistic rituals. Put the +7 necklace back into the enhancement machine. If this enhancement fails, the equipment won't break, but its enhancement level will be reset to 0, which is the biggest expense. The materials and money spent so far have been wasted. Strengthen. A golden light flashed. Success. Take it down and put it into the conversion table. Further reinforcement. Success. Repeat the same method and strengthen it again. Success. Success. Physical attack increased by 49. Spell attack increased by 49. Even Kelly, who was originally nonchalant, couldn't help but stand up straight when she saw Yang Tao's continuous moves. Add 10. Add 10. Yang Tao stuffed the necklace back into the conversion table, a bright smile on his face. Handsome guy, let me remind you, after +10, if you try to enhance it further, the attributes will increase dramatically, but it will shatter if you fail. Kelly spoke very seriously, and then took out a protective roll from her pocket. A protection scroll costs 50 gold. Although you can't retain the enhancement level after a failure, it can guarantee that your equipment won't break. 1011 requires 1 card, 1112 requires 2 cards, and 1214 requires 4 cards. No wonder he's a cunning merchant from the heavens. Yang Tao put the necklace into the enhancement machine. Choose to enhance directly. Bang. A shattering sound rang out. Fail. Artifact, Celia's enchanted necklace, a +10 necklace, simply vanished. Hey handsome, what if you used it? Before Kelly could finish speaking, the enhancement machine started up again. Bite. The sound of successful reinforcement rang out. Kelly stared blankly at the necklace in Yang Tao's hand. Your necklace. Artifact, Celia's enigmatic necklace. Celia gave me this as a gift. Celia? Kelly looked Yang Tao up and down. Celia came to see me before and said she met a very nice young man. I'm sure it's you. Just now. Bite. A flash of golden light interrupted Kelly's words. Staring at the necklace, Kelly was speechless. Bang. Fail. Bang. Fail. Ding. Added 13 successfully. The enhanced machine spirit was overjoyed, emitting a faint golden light. Artifact, Celia's enigmatic necklace +13. Physical attack increased by 118. Spell attack increased by 118. True damage increased by 118. After the equipment is upgraded to +11, an additional true damage effect is added. After stuffing the equipment into the conversion table, Yang Tao did not continue to enhance it. Since it's only a level 20 piece of equipment, further enhancement isn't cost-effective. It's better to wait until you have a level 35 necklace before enhancing it. Take out the bracelet and ring and put them into the enhancement machine. After a flurry of activity, both the bracelet and the ring were upgraded to plus 13. Artifact, Celia's enigmatic ring, plus 13. Magic defense, plus 118. Reduce damage taken by 3%. Artifact, Celia's enchanting bracelet, plus 13. Magic defense, plus 118. Reduce damage taken by 3%. Gloves, breastplate, and boots, all upgraded to plus 10. He maxed out his physical defense, but didn't touch the dragon pattern sword. There's no other reason. It's simply that the enhancement cost is too high, and the gems on it are too expensive. I can only enhance it first, and then drill holes and inlay gems when I have the free and easy fan or directly equip the broken pavilion treasure sword. Looking at his remaining EMC value and money, Yang Tao didn't feel any heartache at all. In fact, he felt that it was all worth it. Miss Kelly, I'll be going now. I'll come back after I level up a few more times and get new equipment. Kelly nodded, watching Yang Tao drive away, and suddenly felt a sense of loss. Does placing statues really increase the success rate? Jill, want to do something exciting? Jill, who had just gotten up and was washing up, immediately poked her head out of the bathroom upon hearing this. Exciting? Wasn't the last time down the mountain exciting enough? Yang, you haven't picked up something bad, have you? Yang Tao, who had just opened the refrigerator and tossed some chilled cola and food into the conversion table, was taken aback by Jill's words. He then realized what she meant and burst out laughing. What are you thinking? I mean, shall we try out the Counter-Strike Cataclysm instance? Counter-Strike? Cataclysm. Jill came out of the bathroom with a towel. Still a dungeon? It's quite interesting. There's no penalty for failure, and of course, no reward for the special dungeon, level 25 to 35. It's a multiplayer dungeon, with 5 people per game. Of course, you can also play solo, but the number of monsters won't decrease when playing solo. In fact, the number of monsters will increase if there are more people. Yang Tao took a sip of his cola and sat down on the sofa. It's similar to Resident Evil, a dungeon that's perfect for gunners, so I wanted to take you there to check it out. Okay, I'll change my clothes. Jill went into the bedroom without closing the door and stood in front of the wardrobe to take off her t-shirt and put on a black combat uniform. The image of a stay-at-home housewife instantly transforms into that of a strong, independent woman. Let's go. Okay, let's teleport directly to the professional player's place. It's only 12 gold coins. He can afford it. Chapter 178. We are their slaves. Upon arriving at the entrance to the Counter-Strike Cataclysm instance, there are many professionals here, but at least half of them are gunners. We're 4 people waiting for a healer. Help each other and make progress together. We're missing one player, looking for a handsome guy. Yang Tao looked at the bustling crowd and led Jill toward the blue dungeon portal. If we solo, you as the ADC, I as the support healer, plus the jungler Wulong and Fengchu, and the top laner observer, that's more than enough. Gil, it seems that's really the case. But you're not the kind of support who'd immediately swap ADCs with the enemy team, are you? Anything is fine. Special dungeon, Cataclysm. Recommended challenge level, 20 to 35, automatic adaptation. Cooldown time, 7 days. Is it a challenge? Weather. Yes. As soon as the thought arose, Yang Tao and Jill vanished from their spot. When they reappeared, he and Jill were in a desolate city. Looking around, every intersection was blocked by containers. The location he was in was also a platform built from shipping containers, but it's unclear what the person who built the platform was thinking, as there were ramps all around that allowed people to climb up. Jill took out her shotgun and surveyed her surroundings as well. This place gives me a terrible feeling. It feels like something is watching me. My intuition is right. This place is actually an experimental site, essentially no different from Raccoon City in Resident Evil. The origin of the Counter-Strike Cataclysm is simple. Dr. REX was secretly developing the Z virus in an underground research facility in Z City, which was completely leaked after being attacked and exploded by the T faction. In fact, this was part of the plan, and everything was under Dr. Rex's control, all for the purpose of testing the virus's effectiveness. Just then, a crackling sound came from beside my feet. Looking down, Yang Tao saw a somewhat worn-out walkie-talkie on the ground and bent down to pick it up. Combat Squad 07, respond. Respond. Hearing the anxious voice coming from inside, Yang Tao looked at Jill with the walkie-talkie and smiled. It's quite immersive. I have to give it a good review. After saying that, he pressed the intercom button. Hello. Who are you? Yang Tao? You probably don't know him. I found the walkie-talkie. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie before it spoke again. Although I don't know who you are, please hold on. The rescue plane will arrive at your location within 50 minutes. Remember, you are the only survivors. You must hold this area and wait for reinforcements. Wait, a lot of red markers have appeared on the radar. Be careful. They're here. After the other party finished speaking, the walkie-talkie immediately stopped making static noise, as if it had been jammed. In an instant, the quiet street became noisy, and a massive number of zombies poured out of the shipping containers at the end of the street. These zombies are only slightly different from the few models in the game. Most of them still retain the physical form of ordinary people, including men and women, citizens, security guards, and office workers, but they have completely lost their human appearance. The skin was a deathly gray or bluish gray, like bloated, cold flesh. In some places, it was scraped and torn, revealing dark red or black flesh, but it didn't bleed much, as if it had already bled dry. These guys made low, guttural sounds and wheezing breaths, as if they had a lump of phlegm stuck in their throats. The sound wasn't loud, but the sheer number of them was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Jill, it's starting. He casually tossed the walkie-talkie into his backpack. The description of this item is that it's a quest item. Jill's expression turned very serious as she watched the horde of zombies rushing towards them. These guys seem stronger than the zombies infected with the T-virus. It's not a feeling, it's a certainty. The original T-virus only produced a few variants of zombies, but the Z-virus has a huge number of variants and a vast potential for modification. As they were talking, the zombies had already circled around to the bottom of the platform in the center of the street. Normal zombie level 30. Special. Health 1000/1000. These guys are of a high level, but their health is pitifully low for their level. A soft hissing sound rang out. Yang Tao took the dragon-patterned sword out of his backpack. Nether shield. Holy armor. Summoning divine beasts. Ancient knowledge potion. Let's start. Following Yang Tao's command, Jill, positioned high above, aimed directly at the zombies coming up the slope and pulled the trigger. Bang. A headshot deals 600 damage. As expected of a 5-player dungeon. The Guardian crawled out from underground and stood directly on the slope, blocking the zombies' attack. Jill, if you can't hold on, just call me, and I'll set up a platform for you. Good. For Yang Tao, the lost city of the Cataclysm was just an entertainment venue. As long as he built a platform with obsidian, any number of ordinary zombies that came would be sent to their deaths. Riding on the back of the Phoenix chick, Yang Tao wielded the dragon-patterned sword as easily as cutting grass with a sickle, dispatching all the zombies in front of him with a single, casual strike. Plus 75 experience. 50 coins. Copper coin 31. Even with the 5x experience bonus, these zombies only give 75 experience points, but Yang Tao is already very satisfied with that. As for the 100 coins, that's the currency in the Counter-Strike game, which can be used to buy attack power, health, and even bulletproof vests. Boom. Blazing fire snakes shot out, engulfing hordes of zombies in flames. Jill's level 30 flamethrower is extremely powerful, but its only drawback is that its range is only about 10 meters. A peculiar barbecue smell wafted through the air, and the zombies, whose throats were originally filled with phlegm, began to cry out in a more melodious way after being attacked by flames. Plus 150 experience. Add 100 coins. Z-Virus stock solution 16. Diamond 16. Huh, did you drop something? Yang Tao really didn't expect that these small fry could drop items, considering his luck stat was no joke. Even he had to trigger the cleaner to get it, so the drop rate for this thing must be incredibly low. However, now is not the time to look at attributes. More and more zombies swarmed forward, creating a situation where the more you killed, the more zombies appeared. About 5 minutes later, the endless stream of zombies finally stopped, watching as Wulong dealt with the last zombie. Jill put down the shotgun, frowned, and flexed her fingers. This is too many. It's okay if there are a lot. The problem is if there aren't many. A green area suddenly appeared on the otherwise unremarkable container platform, with a green shopping cart symbol painted in it. Yang Tao walked over and stood on the platform. A shopping page appeared in front of him. Attack power increased by 5%. Price, 3,000. Increases health by 5%. Price, 3,000. Defense plus 10. Price, 3,000. Besides these three options, there are other weapons as well. Destroyer MG3 price, 300,000. Terminator M134 price, 1 million. Gold and red double scorpion price, 100,000. Blazing cyclone price, 200,000. The price of the extinction dagger is 300,000. Backstab silver blade priced at 10,000. The items are densely packed, with the ones listed above being exclusive to dungeons. These items can enhance a player's attributes within the dungeon and will disappear once the player leaves. The following are the actual purchases. After fighting for a long time without any equipment dropping, you can take the weapons you buy from the shop with you, which is why there are so many gunners here. Chapter 179 Battle Royale Mode activated. Attribute bonuses are universal. Unlike equipment, increasing attack power by 5% doesn't just boost himself. It also benefits Jill, the Crouching Dragon, and the Phoenix Chick, and the Guardian. TSK, I wish I could take it out with me. I glanced at the amount of money. 210,000 gold coins. The first wave consisted of about 300 zombies, and with the scavenger enchantment, the harvest was not bad. All in, attack with all your cards. Each time a new attack is purchased, the price increases by 1,000 yuan. 210,000 yuan was used to purchase 18 attacks, resulting in a total increase of 90% in attack power. Jill, solo play is definitely more satisfying. I'll give you a Terminator later. His attacks are sufficient, but Jill's damage is a bit lacking. If her attack power were increased further, she could also instantly kill zombies, which would make clearing monsters much faster. Other teams have 5 people who need to split the money equally, but he only needs one person to eat his fill so that his whole family can benefit. I opened my backpack and glanced at the viral fluid dropped by the zombie. Z-Virus Stock Solution. Medicine. There is a 10% chance to gain 50 health points. Usage limit, 1. It seems to be more effective than the T-Virus Stock Solution used before. Yang Tao stared at the green Z-Virus Stock Solution in his hand, then turned his gaze to Wulong, who was panting with his tongue lolling out beside him. The perceptive Wulong immediately turned to look at him. Wulong, open your mouth. Upon seeing the test tube in Yang Tao's hand, Wulong immediately opened his mouth in cooperation. The undiluted liquid was poured directly into Wulong's mouth, and then milk was given to Wulong to drink as needed. However, the anticipated viral conflict did not occur. Apart from an increase of 50 points in maximum health, Wulong showed no signs of discomfort. I angrily rubbed the dog's head. A few more bottles, please. Yang Tao continued to administer the virus stock solution to the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chicks until, after 10 consecutive attempts, he was unable to increase their health any further. Only then did he stop. The Crouching Dragon and the Young Phoenix are not subject to usage limits, and each of them has an increased maximum health of 800 points. Roar. As halftime ended, a roar came from afar, and a large number of zombies leaped down from containers and the rooftops of buildings on both sides of the road. They're here. Watch out for elite units. This time, these zombies are not just ordinary zombie minions. There are many special elite zombies and mutated ordinary zombies among them. Among them, those wearing blue hospital gowns with arms modified into captain's hooks were the most eye-catching. They are very fast. Blue zombie level 30. Special. Health 1300/1300. After unleashing a soul fire talisman, Yang Tao remarked, increased attack power, and this monster's health also increases. They really know how to play. Jill threw a grenade at the horde of zombies. Boom. Nearby zombies are blown away by grenades that increase damage. Well done. Yang Tao gave Jill a thumbs up, then stood guard behind her, holding off the zombies attacking from the other 3 sides. Just as Yang Tao was recklessly mowing the grass, a semi-transparent, petite figure suddenly leaped up from behind him, reaching out a slender arm to grab his back. 6th brother, Shadow Barbie. Special elites with stealth abilities are the first choice for assassins, regardless of their speed or size. That is indeed the case. Smack. A large hand grabbed her wrist, and Shadow Barbie raised her head, revealing her bluish-gray face and eyes without pupils. A small red flower was pinned to his short black hair. She looks innocent and carefree. I've been waiting for you for ages. Yang Tao smiled brightly, his white teeth seemingly gleaming. It's a pity her skin is a bit dark. When Shadow Barbie appears, she has a special sound, either a chilling laugh or a piercing sob. With a strong tug, Yang Tao threw the Shadow Barbie, who weighed only a few dozen kilograms, into the air. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. 2 more Shadow Barbies appeared, their bodies covered in stitches, leaping up like rabbits. The dragon pattern sword drew a perfect arc in the air, eliminating the 2 6th brothers who were preparing to launch a sneak attack. A golden light flashed. His level increased from 31 to 32. Experience points 20/65,000. Gain the skill Binding Spell. Binding Spell. Consuming a spirit talisman summons a blue octagonal rune array to trap elite targets, and below whose level is no higher than the caster's by 3 levels. Duration 180 seconds. Rubbish. Let alone ordinary monsters 3 levels higher. Even elites 10 levels higher. Yang Tao could basically kill them all with his current attributes. Roar. In the distance, several burly figures leaped off the container, their heavy bodies slamming onto the ground with a dull thud. Liangzi plus. The several abomination butchers were 2.5 meters tall, their bodies bloated like balls of lead, their skin a dark purplish black, covered with festering sores and gruesome stitches. Their light blue shirts were stretched taut by their plump bodies, resembling lingerie shirts. They couldn't even cover their chests, let alone their bellies. These guys, armed with standard kitchen knives, quickly walked towards the platform, which was covered in dark red blood. Abomination Butcher, level 30. Elite Mutants. Health 10,000/10,000. Note, it was originally the shadowy chef, Uncle Da and Sarah's family, who doted on Sarah. Haha, so you're hitting the old man after hitting the young one, huh? Fuss Roda. With a single shout, all the ordinary zombies that had surrounded them were sent flying. There was no instant kill, but the health bars above these zombies' heads were reduced to just a thin layer of blood. A fire dragon flew over and finished off all the remaining zombies with low health. Binding spell. A pale blue beam of light formed a circle, trapping an abomination butcher within it. The originally blood-red hostile names turned brown, and the expressions full of anger and hatred became blank. It stood motionless within the spell's array, as if it were lost in thought. Even when other monsters brushed close to its body, it didn't react at all. It doesn't seem so useless after all. It should be quite useful when catching rare creatures. It's true what they say, there are no useless skills, only useless spellcasters. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. He stood still, continuously unleashing soul fire talismans. These targeted abominations couldn't even climb the platform before being dealt with by soul fire runes and poisoning techniques. Boom. A loud crash was heard. Yang Tao looked up and saw a giant abomination wearing a full coverage bucket, wielding a spiked club, and smashing the containers blocking the street flat. A 7-meter-tall figure walking towards you is intimidating. Liangzi Supermax. The bucket on the guy's head was rusty and stained with dark red blood. His body was covered in tattered iron armor, with exposed muscles and a bloody mess. This kind of creature is clearly not a product of natural evolution. Ironclad Giant Corpse, level 35. Lord. Health 40,000/40,000. The HP of bosses above level 30 is ridiculously high. Poisoning technique. Chapter 180 Armored Giant Corpse Figurine. The pig advances suddenly. After entering the instance, Yang Tao finally managed to move around a bit. Bang! The spiked club fell close to Fengchu's body and slammed directly into the sturdy container. The container did not crack, but a crater more than half a meter deep appeared. He slashed the armored giant corpse in the thigh. Minus 1852. Minus 418. So it seems that this armored giant corpse doesn't have that much health. The armored giant corpse seemed to feel no pain, not even staggering. It simply swung its limbs violently, and its giant arm, covered in rusted armor, slammed into the phoenix chick to the side with a whooshing sound. The armored giant corpse felt no pain at all, not to mention suffering. Its body didn't even sway. It just swung its giant arm covered in rusted armor violently, slamming it down on Yang Tao with a whooshing sound. Raise your shields. Bang. The shield shattered instantly, but at least it blocked the opponent's attack. Yang Tao quickly swung his dragon-patterned sword and began carving patterns on the thigh of the armored giant corpse. Wah! A dull thud echoed from beneath the metal helmet as the man raised his spiked club once more and swung it down relentlessly. The phoenix chick reacted immediately, trying to leap to the side with all its might, but several arms suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed it firmly in place. Ghost Hand Trap. One of the few skills of the ironclad giant corpse, and also the most disgusting skill. With its super strength, once trapped, an ordinary professional of the same level would probably be left with almost no health after just one hit. The spiked club fell at an extremely fast speed. Holy Armor. A huge golden defense character appeared. He raised his dragon-patterned sword to block the spiked club, striking a pose reminiscent of picking up chopsticks with a toothpick. The block failed. Minus 194. Minus 621. Damage numbers rose above Yang Tao's and Feng Chu's heads respectively. Group therapy. The lost health points will bounce twice and then be fully restored. Soul Fire Talisman. Jill, shoot through the gap in its helmet. Upon hearing this, Jill pulled out her sniper rifle and, almost without even aiming, fired it at the gap in the armored behemoth's helmet. Bang! Minus 1,632. Bright red numbers appeared. Armor penetration, critical hit. It really is a weakness. In the game, this guy's head is his weak point, but he wears a helmet and will reach out to block it, making it very difficult to hit. As for melee combat, before the age of divine weapons arrives, using melee weapons to fight bosses, are you afraid the boss's short reach won't be able to hit you? The armored giant corpse let out a deep, angry roar. It looked up at Jill not far away and strode over to beat her into a pulp. The taunt effect of the poison spell has failed. This was the first time such a situation had occurred, which Yang Tao found somewhat unacceptable. He immediately leaped lightly onto the Phoenix chick, using a double jump to land on the shoulder of the armored giant corpse, and forcefully pushed off with his body towards the opponent's helmet. At this moment, Yang Tao finally realized that the guy's helmet wasn't worn on his head at all, but was sewn directly onto his neck. Fuss Roda. The unstoppable force erupted at close range, causing even the armored giant corpse's head to snap back violently. After swaying a few times, its massive body crashed heavily onto the platform. He raised the dragon-patterned sword and thrust it fiercely into the gap in the helmet. Puff. Minus 1,642. Minus 418. Well, it seems that critical hits plus weaknesses are not as good as riding the Phoenix chick, since the weakness attack is at most 1.5 or 2. His Tier 3 cavalry charge increases weapon attack by 5.3 times. Overall, it's still slightly better than a weak point attack. The armored giant corpse naturally wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die. It immediately stretched out its hand, which was comparable to Yang Tao's, and quickly grabbed at him. Cyclone Dash. Using the dragon's roar, he quickly dodged the giant hand. Before he could even stop, a shield appeared in front of him. Sprint. The Cthulhu shield effect was triggered, and Yang Tao slammed into the opponent's arm at lightning speed. The dragon-patterned sword was raised and thrust down. Experience bonus 25,000. Money plus 10,000. 10 Mutant Z Virus Stock Solution. Thickened Bucket Helmet 1. Exorcism Holy Flame 1. Cyclone AK 1. Mutant Flesh 10. Ironclad Giant Corpse Figure 10. Philosopher's Stone 1. Increased the maximum number of accessories by 1. Backpack stacking limit increased by 20. Putting away the dragon-patterned sword, Yang Tao couldn't help but complain as he looked at the loot. I can accept the mutated flesh and blood and the original fluid, but what the hell is this figurine? Upon opening the backpack, one immediately sees the extremely unique cartoon-style armored giant zombie figurine. Ironclad giant corpse figure. Toy. Don't you think it's cute because it's chubby? Smack. Fuck, so cute. Yang Tao threw it forcefully to the ground, but the armored giant corpse figurine, made of some unknown material, showed no signs of damage and even bounced on the ground. After the boss died, the surrounding zombies stopped surging out. Jill put away her weapon, walked up to him, and picked up the figurine from the ground. Yang, this chibi version does look kind of cute. What does EMC 220000 mean below? Yang Tao took out another figurine. EMC 220,000. Hiss. Why? This armored giant corpse actually looks kind of cute. Could it be that his aesthetic sense has improved? That's its value to me. Stuff everything in the backpack into the conversion table. Jill, take a look at this gun. Do you like it? Yang Tao took the exorcising holy flame out of his backpack. The pure wood and silver gun body gave it a retro exorcism style. This double-barreled shotgun was full of the Chinibu vibe of a medieval exorcist. Exorcism Holy Flame. Level required, 30. Attack, 180. Attack range, close. Special effect. Increases damage to zombies, undead creatures, and demons by 200% and knockback ability by 300%. Monsters and demons, get out of here. Monsters and demons, get out of here. The attributes are very simple, but incredibly powerful. However, they are too narrowly targeted. Jill took the demon-slaying holy flame and gently stroked the gun. To be honest, if you don't look at the attributes, this gun is a work of art. Yang, look at the patterns on this pure silver. It's so exquisite. If you like it, you can keep it as a collectible. Oh, and this little knife too. The demon-slaying holy flame has no class restrictions, while the whirlwind AK is directly labeled as a gunner class. He took out a dagger that looked like it was carved from 925 silver and handed it to Jill. Backstab silver blade. Made of pure silver, with sacred runes engraved on the blade and hilt, it doesn't deal much physical damage, but it's just as effective against zombies, demons, undead creatures, and the demon-slaying holy flame. Yang, I really like these two works of art. In Jill's eyes, this is a work of art. Whatever you like is fine. Yang Tao waved to Wulong and Feng Chu, and the two immediately wagged their tails and rushed over. Mutant Z virus stock solution. Medicine. After use, there is a 5% chance to increase maximum health by 100 points, a 1% chance to increase constitution by 10 points, and a 10% chance of death. Yang Tao completely ignored the last point. The 10% chance of death is no problem at all for the already bound fodder of the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. Chapter 181 Advancement to Lord Level. Perhaps it was luck, or perhaps it was because they were both biochemical organisms. Yang Tao used 5 bottles of the mutated Z virus stock solution on each of the two guys, Wulong and Feng Chu, and didn't encounter the 10% chance of death. When he drank the 5th bottle, Wulong's body stiffened and fell to the ground, and his originally robust body began to swell slightly. The fur's surface faintly revealed fine, dark gold patterns, as if it were covered with a thin yet hard layer of scales. It's evolved? He originally played the Resident Evil campaign to evolve his characters, but he never expected happiness to come so quickly. It's evolved? Is there any danger? Jill looked at the taut, grimacing Phoenix Chick with a worried expression. I don't know, but we have a 100% tolerance for error, so don't worry, there won't be any problems. Gil, you could have just said it was impossible for it to fail. This evolution was extremely uneventful, unlike the life and death struggles they experienced when they first evolved into elites. Wulong, mutant dog, level 30. Lord level. Health 30, 000/30,000. Active skills, Berserk, Rabies. Passive skills, Resilience, Intimidation, Strength. Holy crap, a level 30 lord with 30,000 HP? If I remember correctly, the Stone Tomb Corpse King only has 10,000. Wulong, you're cheating. It's very simple. The Genius Puppy has a 100% HP bonus and an additional 20% increase in strength. In addition, Yang Tao feeds it various original liquids and blood and flesh, rotten meat, pork chops, so it's understandable that it has more HP. He reached out and touched Wulong's arm. Head. After evolving, the Wulong's body grew to nearly 1 meter in length again, and its head was no longer within reach. I'll make some small bones for it to eat later. If you don't pet a dog's head, neither you nor the dog will feel comfortable. He took out another bottle of concentrate from his backpack. The Crouching Dragon and the young Phoenix usually eat and drink together, and the young Phoenix even has more experience than the Crouching Dragon. Since the Crouching Dragon has evolved, the young Phoenix should also have reached the critical point. Come on, open your mouth. Feng Chu glanced at Wulong, then opened his mouth with a very determined look in his eyes. Smooth on the palate, yet easy to swallow. Just as Yang Tao had predicted, after drinking the original liquid, Feng Chu immediately bared his teeth and his muscles rippled under his skin like a little mouse. However, unlike the Crouching Dragon, its size did not increase. In fact, it even appeared to have shrunk somewhat. Yang Tao cast a healing spell from the side. Do we have to feed the Phoenix Chick some big bones? As time went on, the amplitude of Feng Chu's muscle contractions gradually decreased, and his tense body slowly relaxed. Phoenix Chick, mutant dog, level 30. Lord level. Health points 24,000/24,000. Active skills, Shadow Strike, Frenzied Bite. Passive skills, Agility, Stealth, Deterrence, Riding. After seeing the Phoenix Chick's attributes, Yang Tao patted its head with a look of satisfaction. When it comes to thoughtfulness, you're the best. The evolution of the Wulong leans towards survival and attack, because it actually died once. However, the evolutionary direction of the Phoenix Chick is more inclined towards speed and explosiveness, because the existence of the crazy biting skill also proves the savagery hidden deep in its heart. Dogs that bite don't bark. Jill watched the evolved attributes of the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Chick, her eyes filled with envy. Right now, she's the weakest player in the entire team. Skeleton archers and guardians are summoned creatures. Theoretically, with Yang Tao around, they are infinite, so their combat power cannot be calculated solely based on attack power. She walked to Feng Chu's side and reached out to touch its increasingly smooth fur. Yang, is there any way to improve my strength? Have. Looking at Jill's envious eyes, Yang Tao smiled and said, I'll see if I can build the base, and then create a follower hall. This way you can lead your soldiers to complete missions, thereby increasing the level of your base, and you will also gain additional rarity experience. After your rank is upgraded, your overall strength will be improved. Jill nodded slightly upon hearing this. She thought she should be the team's main damage dealer, but reality gave her a harsh slap in the face. Now that there's a way to improve her strength, she naturally won't let it pass. By the way, the boss has been defeated, so why isn't the dungeon over yet? The end? How could it be that fast? Yang Tao took out a walkie-talkie from his backpack, and instantly a hurried voice came through. Are you still alive? Don't give up, the rescue team is about to arrive. There's an abandoned building to the south. Go to the roof. The helicopter will be there soon. Hurry up, I've detected more zombies gathering over there, and some of them have very strong life force. Upon hearing the words from the walkie-talkie, Yang Bo revealed a mocking expression, then threw the walkie-talkie into his backpack and said to Jill, "This is the Lost City. Next is the Dark Portal and the final Hell's Gate." To be honest, the plot is a bit dry and too fake. After saying that, Yang Tao walked towards the street where the armored giant corpse had broken through the containers. Jill followed behind and asked, "What do you mean? You mean there's something wrong with the people on the walkie-talkie?" "Of course there's a problem. We're just two ordinary survivors, not even worth the cost of the helicopter's fuel," said one of the people crossing the container. "However, we withstood the zombie horde and the armored giant zombie, which made the doctor behind the scenes see our value. They have already set the stage, so we just need to perform well and not let them down." They wanted experimental data, while he wanted experience. It was simply a matter of each getting what they needed. Soon, the two saw the abandoned construction site located on the edge of the Lost City. The unfinished building was stripped bare, revealing two narrow, deep passageways running through the center of the construction site. These were the so-called rescue points mentioned in the walkie-talkie, but in reality, they were dark doors set up by Dr. Rex. "Jill, look at this rescue point. It's clearly a natural meat grinder." Yang Tao pointed to the buildings on both sides and the narrow passage. With two openings, the zombies can only rush in droves. This is clearly a trap. Jill nodded in agreement. There were two guys in biohazard suits in that building next door, but they disappeared after we came over. They're probably just observing our NPCs. Never mind, let's clear them out. Having said that, Yang Tao flipped himself onto Feng Chu's back and galloped into the dark gate. As you walk to the middle, the once quiet abandoned construction site suddenly becomes lively. A stench wafted in on the breeze, and the wailing sounds of various zombies gradually became clearer. A blood-red countdown appeared in Yang Tao's sight. 2000 hours. Hold on for 20 minutes. They're here. He took out the dragon-patterned sword and drank a bottle of ancient knowledge potion. Several zombies dressed in blue straitjackets, wielding hooks that had been modified into iron hooks, rushed toward him. Isn't it a joy to have friends coming from afar? Chapter 182 Big Bones and Little Bones. After advancing to the Lord level, Wulong was like a ghost town in the zombie horde. The ordinary zombies could only tremble in fear around him, and even when attacked, they did not retaliate. The elite zombies mixed and only dare to fight back when attacked, but their movements are also affected and become extremely slow. Jill, flamethrowers, blocked the road completely. The orange-red flame shot out more than 10 meters, igniting all the surging monsters, including the sixth boss, Shadow Barbie, who was hiding in the horde of corpses. Jill would throw a grenade every now and then, and with the added attack power, each attack would bring down hordes of zombies. The experience gained was increasing rapidly, a fact that those at lower levels, like Zhuge Liang and Feng Chu, felt acutely. Roar. Several of the Ryoko Max version have already started appearing. These guys are much smaller than the ironclad giant corpse type, but much larger than the regular abomination. These are all elite-level monsters, even though this dungeon doesn't offer double experience bonuses and even has some experience penalty. However, with the bonus provided by the ancient knowledge potion, the experience gained is also frighteningly high, mainly because there are just too many of them. Feng Chu had already transformed into a blur, carrying Yang Tao through the zombies. Wherever they went, zombies fell in droves. Yang Tao only needed to hold up the dragon-patterned sword in his hand. He didn't even need to swing it. The bright red countdown had only a few dozen seconds left. 54,321. As the countdown ended, the zombies that had been surging from all directions at the abandoned construction site stopped. A green shopping area appeared not far in front of Yang Tao. It's finally over. Although Yang Tao didn't feel tired, the continuous half-hour of slaughter made him somewhat annoyed. The Cataclysm instance has been cleared up to the prerequisites. Do you want to leave the instance? No. Isn't the scariest thing in life to still be alive and have no money left? As I slowly walked into the shopping area, the familiar shopping menu appeared. To be honest, the items on the shopping page, which can be easily scrolled through, aren't really that valuable, aside from boosting attack and defense. Counter-Strike Online is truly a dungeon specifically designed for the gunner class. Jill, do you want the Terminator? With a 200-round magazine, high rate of fire, and strong suppressive power, this weapon is the king of holding points in biohazard mode, and was the strongest in the early stages of the Cataclysm. There is no other. No, I can't use it even if you give it to me. If we can't take this money with us, let's just exchange it all for weapons and stuff it into the conversion table. This can be considered a disguised way of taking the money out of the dungeon. However, Yang Tao still chose 2 weapons as souvenirs. Hanyu Twin Stars. Extinction Dagger. These 2 weapons are the progenitors of evolutionary weapons. They can become even stronger once certain conditions are met. Having spent all his money, Yang Tao silently thought, leave the instance. A flash of white light, and the group disappeared into the streets of the abandoned construction site. The moment they left the instance, it immediately caused a commotion. Holy crap, that health. Did a boss spawn in the wild? What the hell is this? Whose dog is this? What did it eat to grow up like this? Some professionals with passive reconnaissance abilities were immediately taken aback when they saw Wulong's health. When other professionals heard this, especially those in hunter-related professions, their eyes turned red with envy. A pet with elite-level HP can be achieved simply by carefully nurturing it, buying some materials, and leveling up its skills. But a pet with Lord-level HP is truly unheard of. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao immediately flipped over and straddled Feng Chu, then reached out and grabbed Jill, pulling her up as well. In a flash, a figure appeared in front of Feng Chu. Boss, don't go. Give me a chance to show my sincerity. Yang Tao knew from the sight of the man carrying a musket, wearing leather armor, and exuding a wild aura that he was another hunter. And judging from their excitement, they're 80% likely beast mastery hunters, unconventional summoners who use their pets to deal damage. Run! Once one of them jumped out, the other hunters immediately became restless, and Yang Tao didn't dare to delay. If we really get blocked, I wouldn't necessarily beat them up, but if I don't, it'll be hard to get away. Run! Shadow Strike. Phoenix Chick immediately transformed into a blur and swept past that person. With a thought, the surrounded Wulong vanished instantly, leaving the group of professionals to shake their heads and sigh as they watched Yang Tao's departing figure. Jill, never associate with Beastmaster hunters again. Those guys are all psychopaths. How many of those guys who are constantly thinking about this baby or that baby are mentally sound? Especially since this isn't a game. What if 1 or 2 people suddenly appear who want to develop a more than friendly relationship with the pet? Hiss. As soon as Yang Tao thought about it, some indescribable images appeared in his mind. Teleported to the underground area outside Grand Forest, Yang Tao immediately took out the portable conversion table and walked to the workbench. 2 bones, 2 iron ingots. The materials used to make the small bone are very simple, even cheap, mainly because it doesn't provide any attribute bonuses. Alright, small bones. Consumables. Using small bones on a dog can make it smaller. No side effects. He skillfully stuffed them into the conversion table, and then took out a few more. Wulong, come here. The dragon, which was practically rubbing against the ceiling, immediately wagged its tail and ran over. It lowered its head, and its gaze immediately locked onto the small bone in Yang Tao's hand. Woof, woof, it's for you to eat. Having said that, he threw the small bone in his hand directly at Wulong, who did not hesitate, and opened his blood-red maw to eat the small bone. Almost instantly, Wulong's size decreased by 1/5. Again, seeing the immediate effect, Yang Tao immediately threw out a few more until the sleeping dragon's size became similar to that of the Phoenix Chick, at which point he stopped. I angrily rubbed the dog's head. Wulong immediately showed a look of enjoyment. You bastard. Yang Tao actually wanted to shrink Wulong into a teacup dog so that he could throw it out when encountering enemies, which would definitely catch them off guard. But the thought of Wulong chasing people on 4 little legs made me give up the idea. Order some more large bones to keep on hand. What if there's a need for someone with a larger build? The recipe for the large bone is also very simple, except that it has 1 more bone and an iron ingot than the small bone. Yang Tao stood in front of the workbench, looking at the large bone he had just made, a complex emotion flashing through his mind. However, he soon began to silently recite it in his mind. Use. The large bone did not disappear, and he remained unchanged. TSK, it really didn't work? Looks like I was too greedy. He shoved it into the conversion table, then turned to Jill. Jill, let's go home and get some rest. Tomorrow we'll go to the monastery. I want to farm some runes and base materials, and also check on the settlement. Chapter 183 The Fall of Rogue. The next morning, Yang Tao lay on the bed of his neighbor's caring young wife, with his arm around Sister Shan's shoulder, staring at the ceiling. Yang, shouldn't you go to the new city? Having just recovered, Sister Shan, with a lingering blush on her face, asked about something she had been concerned about lately. I've set up a base outside. Once things are completely stable there, I'll take you there with me. Don't worry, even though I'm a womanizer, I'll never run away. Non-combat professionals can indeed change cities to live in, but it's not as convenient as it is for combat professionals. A base? You already have a base? Aren't you only level 20-something? I'm 33. Sister Shan immediately sat up straight, the thin blanket slipping off her body in an instant, and looked at Yang Tao with disbelief. How much? Level 33. I just reached that level yesterday afternoon. With the number of zombies at the dark portal increased fivefold, he leveled up from 32 to 33. Yang Tao stretched out his wicked hand and unleashed Wei Xiaobao's ultimate martial arts technique. Sister Shan did not stop or resist at all, but only showed a shocked expression. How come you're getting promoted so fast? All of this is just my hard work and sweat. Game mode 1. He gently pulled Sister Shan down onto the bed, then whispered in her ear from behind. Maybe I'll be level 35 next time. Killing monsters is as easy as mowing grass. How could leveling up not be fast? Sister Shan was speechless. Yang Tao's leveling speed kept refreshing her understanding. Slap slap. Half an hour later, Yang Tao stood by the bed, dressed. Sister Shan, you can sleep a little longer. I'm going back now. I have to go to the convent later. I'll be back in a couple of days. With her eyes closed, Sister Shan responded softly and then fell asleep. Yang Tao smiled, shook his head, turned around, and left Sister Shan's house, returning to his own apartment. As soon as I got back, I saw Jill sitting in front of the French windows, wiping her backstab silver dagger, the runes-covered pure silver dagger reflecting the sunlight. You're back? You've been working hard. You know me. I've always been a responsible person. Jill rolled her eyes at him. Shall we set off now? Let's go. The Blind Eyes Monastery is the central location of Act I of Diablo 2, serving as the headquarters and home of the Blind Sisters. Its primary duty is to guard the passage to the Taima Highlands and to separate Kanduras from the demons of the East. Arrive in Modern Heights aboard the Happy Ghost, and you'll see the massive complex of the Blind Eye Monastery in the distance. Just as the Happy Ghost landed, a group of fully armed dark spearmen, wielding spears over 3 meters long, charged over. Without Yang Tao having to lift a finger, Wulong and Fengshu rushed forward. Wait! Spare his life. As soon as he finished speaking, the Phoenix chicks at the forefront were instantly riddled with thorns. Unfortunately, the Lord's defense was not something these dark spearmen could possibly breach. Fengshu turned around and gave Yang Tao a human-like look. How do you call a halt at a crucial moment? These dark rogues were once blind warriors, but their minds and bodies were twisted by demonic power. I want to see if milk works. He took out milk from his backpack and walked toward the dark spearmen who were still stabbing at Fengshu with their spears. Healing spell. Phoenix chick, step aside and let them attack me. Woof woof. Phoenix remained motionless, letting the dark rogues tickle him. Yang Tao smiled, took the milk, walked forward, and silently chanted use on one of the dark rogues. Dark rogue, who had been mechanically thrusting her spear, suddenly stopped, and a wisp of black smoke rose from the top of her head. Confused rogue level 22. It actually works? Rog, whose name had changed, stood motionless. Yang Tao then took out about 10 buckets of milk and transformed all of Rog's bewildered state. Suddenly, a group of sculptures appeared outside the monastery. Jill stepped forward and examined these dark rogues. To be fair, even though they had fallen and become corrupt, these rogues still had curvaceous figures. What's wrong with them? Yang Tao shook his head slightly. I don't know either. He stepped forward, looked at the silver-white horned helmets worn by the rogues, reached out, grabbed the horns, and pulled them up to reveal the pale, haggard faces beneath. Roger had the typical features of a Western woman, with empty, unfocused blue eyes. Disoriented, he stretched out his hand and waved it in front of the other person, whose eyes immediately focused and their attention was drawn to him. The sudden change startled Yang Tao, just like a mannequin in a clothing store suddenly blinking. Holy crap! Who are you? The rogue warrior's voice was crisp and clear. Yang Tao composed himself and, seeing that the other party had no intention of attacking, put away the dragon-patterned sword that was held against the other party's neck. Yang Tao, a Taoist priest, do you still remember what happened before? The other person looked slightly bewildered, as if they had just woken up and were being asked something. I remember fighting against the demon army, but they were too strong. Why do I have no recollection of what happened after that? Do they retain their memories, even after being corrupted? Yang Tao raised an eyebrow slightly. Just then, the other ROG members also woke up and, for some reason, all looked at him in unison. Gentlemen, once you reach the rogue encampment, Rasha and Akira will explain your situation to you. Yang Tao pointed into the distance. The rogue encampment is in this direction, about 100 kilometers away. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark rogue charged swiftly towards them from afar, wielding a wooden bow. These dark archers were truly elite before they were corrupted. After all, the ROG are all women, and their physiques are naturally weaker than men's. Only bows and arrows can bring out their advantages. Careful! Yang Tao, shield in hand, flashed and placed it in front of the rogues. Bang! The arrow struck the shield and then fell limply to the ground. When the rogues saw those familiar figures, they were first taken aback, then raised the spears in their hands. Roger, whose helmet had been removed by Yang Tao, looked on in disbelief and disbelief. Why did they attack us? Shouldn't we be sisters? Sisterhood of the blind. They usually address each other as sisters. You'll find out soon enough. Binding spell. Binding spell. After despair, the light clusters together and split into 6, the 61st of the binding paths, the demon binding curse. Binding spell. The demon binding curse, which Yang Tao had previously considered useless, now displayed unparalleled power. Those rogues who were frozen in place by the beams of light were all immobilized within the cage of light. Yang Tao stepped forward, took out milk, and poured it down the throats of each of the corrupt rogues, explaining to the previous rogues as he did so. Although reality is somewhat cruel, you were like this before. Your bodies have been corrupted by demonic power, and your souls are imprisoned within them. To be honest, even now, your bodies are still demonic. These rogues' bodies have transformed into the form of demonic power. But this isn't a buff, so milk can't help with that. Chapter 184 Runeward Material. Careful! A fully armed rogue archer drew his bow and fired a burning arrow, which struck a beast with precision. These are the mutated gorillas infected by the power of hell. The dragon pounced and bit it to death. Experience plus 28. Silver coin 2. 22 copper coins. Leather 8. Banana 8. Regardless of whether the beast is a gorilla or not, in my world, or rather in Yang Tao's eyes, this beast is a mutated gorilla, and even an extra banana fell out of the food crafting module. A rogue archer approached Yang Tao and respectfully introduced, Sir, that's our monastery's military camp over there. It's now completely occupied by those demons and the controlled women. Yang Tao nodded slightly. Leave the controlled rogue to me. You guys just need to keep those demons occupied. Yes. Upon learning their true identities after their fall, some of the rogues immediately collapsed, but after witnessing the recovery of their sisters, she immediately made up her mind to follow Yang Tao and save more sisters. Rogue Archer, Yang Tao, level 25. Junior Soldier. Health 1000/1000. Rogue Pikeman, Yang Tao, level 25. Junior Soldier. Health 1500/1500. Legion mode allows recruiting soldiers, but Yang Tao unexpectedly obtained it ahead of time. Once the Profession Hall, Follower Hall, is completed, Jill will be able to lead her soldiers to complete missions. Stepping into the military camp, it was pitch black inside. The torches hanging on the walls in the distance couldn't illuminate the area at all. However, Yang Tao possessed night vision, so everything in the military camp room was clearly visible. A group of fallen mutant imps, whom they hadn't seen in a long time, rushed forward immediately, brandishing their short swords and axes, upon smelling the presence of living people. Imps are basically the same as ordinary fallen, except that they are yellow. Soul Fire Talisman. Soul Fire Talisman. Experience plus 28. F4. Cloth, Armor 1. It's the 5th again. Yang Tao felt a little regretful. Normal dark monsters don't have a high drop rate for runes to begin with, and these monsters kept dropping duplicates. Now we can only hope that those bosses will drop some big loot. Binding Spell. Binding Spell. The rogue archer who ran over from the next room was frozen in place as soon as he raised his wooden bow. He skillfully stepped forward, took out the milk, and silently recited the 2 words used to them. He waved. Take it away. Several rogues ran over and carried the still not fully conscious rogue archers away from the camp. These guys were very skilled. It was clear this wasn't their first time doing something like this. Take out a torch and stick it on the wall. This military camp is being turned into a maze, which is not right. The buildings and caves in Diablo 2 should all be like mazes. Although Yang Tao knew this was a disguised way of extending the playtime, he still wanted to complain about how tall the rooms were in reality. Sir, the blacksmith shop is just ahead. Upon hearing Roger's words, Yang Tao nodded slightly, and then looked at the door leading to the next room. I'll go in first and check the situation. You guys just follow behind. Yes, sir. If the blacksmith, that old bastard, pulls a surprise attack at the gate, these fragile archers simply won't be able to withstand it. Push open the wooden door and step into the blacksmith's area. Several pairs of eyes turned over, and near the torches by the wall in the blacksmith's area, a few professionals were sitting cross-legged on the ground playing cards. They all turned to look at him as he entered. Yang Tao. Upon seeing him, a handsome druid immediately blurted out his name. What are you doing here? Upon seeing the other person's appearance, Yang Tao immediately recalled. You are. The druid's face immediately darkened, and he put down the playing cards in his hand and stood up. Then his body underwent a transformation. A giant, silver-white wolf appeared in the dimly lit blacksmith area. Yang Tao immediately had a look of sudden realization and pointed at the silver wolf. Lin Yu. Sorry, I've been a bit busy lately. My mind's been a little slow. He quietly took out a bone and walked towards the other person, but Druid Lin Yu immediately deactivated his transformation and stared at him warily. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. Yang Tao chuckled awkwardly as he put away the bones behind him. I just came over to say hello. Lin Yu level 29. Health 1130/1130. Just take a look at the health bar of a professional player. After all, they can use it to buff themselves and drink potions. No. At this moment, Lin Yu's teammates felt that Lin Yu's reaction was a bit strange, and they also stood up. He's the Taoist priest I was talking about. Impossible. A female mage dressed in red with gold patterns immediately retorted, Impossible. The Taoist you mentioned is level 16, but this Taoist is level 33. Even if he hired a proxy, he couldn't possibly be this fast. The mage's true sight can also see some information about the target. When Lin Yu heard Yang Tao's level, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He found it even harder to believe that Yang Tao was level 33 than the mage did. Yu. Before he could finish speaking, Jill and the two prodigies walked in from outside the door. Yang, the blacksmith isn't here? No, there are other professionals in line. The others turned their attention to Jill, and in an instant, they matched the young man in front of them with Yang Tao, a celebrity from the professional forum. Jill looked at Lin Yu and the others, then nodded to them. Should we continue, or? A series of hurried footsteps came from outside, and a group of rogues came in. Upon seeing the strangers, they instinctively raised their spears and wooden bows. Lin Yu and his group. Wait, buddy, you're out leveling up with an army? And why does this outfit look so much like the dark rogue from the military camp? Yang Tao waved his hand, signaling the rogue members to put down their weapons. Don't be nervous, they're not the enemy. Yes, sir. Lin Yu. Yang Tao looked at Lin Yu and his group and said in a friendly tone, Lin Yu, we became friends after our initial conflict. How about we work together at the blacksmith shop? My drop rate is really high. Lin Yu. They really know how to make stealing monsters sound appealing. If you find it difficult, then forget it. He then threw out a soulfire rune, which hit a newly spawned skeleton archer. Splash. Before the skeleton archer could even see the world clearly, a 1425 damage value appeared above his head, followed by a 418 damage value for true damage. No problem, we'll leave now. Before Lin Yu could speak, his teammate immediately said, We were just planning to go somewhere else to level up. We didn't even want to fight the blacksmith. Damn bugs, you've bothered me again. Whether it was luck or not, a blacksmith with a full body of muscles spawned next to the forge and anvil. Yang Tao subconsciously unleashed 2 poison casting spells. Blacksmith level 30. Lord. HP 11,000/11,000. Seeing him make a move, Fengchu immediately launched a shadow attack and appeared behind the blacksmith in the blink of an eye. The demon blacksmith with horns on his head was immediately pounced on and knocked to the ground. Frantic biting. Wulong followed closely behind, immediately activating his skill to supplement the damage along with Fengchu. He couldn't even last 15 seconds before the blacksmith's burly body crashed heavily to the ground. Experience plus 30,000. 16 gold coins. 88 silver coins. Heraldric hammer, projection, 16. 11 AM and AM 16. Gar's long hair 1. Super powerful intangible crown 1. Instant recovery potion 16. Potent healing potion 16. Increase the backpack slot limit by 1. Increase the maximum number of accessories by 1. Lin Yu, you're lucky. The blacksmith dropped one of your helmets. Chapter 185 Rune Words. Knowledge. Gar's long hair. Requirements. Level 30, strength 47. Defense 55 to 69. Add 20 strength. Add 20 spirit. Increase attack speed by 30%. Add 30 to all resistances. Add 20% to attack recovery. Unable to freeze. Add 2 druid skills. Plus 2 to shapeshift skill, druid only. A unique druid helmet with very strong stats, and it's perfect for druids who specialize in shapeshifting. He took out the wolf head and threw it over. Lin Yu caught it in a flurry and almost drooled when he saw its attributes. Lin Yu felt like he tripped over something as he went out, but when he looked down, he was surprised to find a gold brick inside. And this too. Take out the heraldric hammer, projection, and throw it over again. This is a must-have item from the blacksmith. Take it to Charsi and he can help you upgrade a normal piece of equipment to the bright gold level. Finally, Yang Tao took out the invisible crown. There's one more piece of equipment. I'll take this one. Everyone who saw the transparent crown immediately felt that Yang Tao was there to do charity work. Even if an invisible piece of equipment has a super strong prefix, it only increases defense or attack by 15% or 10%. Super strong intangible crown. Level required, 30. Durability, 15/15. Defense, 52 to 69. Number of unmounted holes, 2. Defense/damage is equivalent to a base 1.5, invisible, or 1.15, extremely strong. This headband-style crown offers high defense, but it lacks any additional attributes. Most importantly, the durability of ethereal equipment is reduced by 50%, and it cannot be repaired. It will break as soon as its durability runs out. This is also the main reason why others felt that Yang Tao was purely doing charity work after seeing that he left behind an invisible piece of equipment. I'll be going now, you guys keep going. Well, Lin Yu tried to call Yang Tao back, but Yang Tao simply waved and left the blacksmith's room. Yang Tao played with the crown in his hand, a smile spreading across his face. I never expected the best base material for runeword knowledge to drop from a blacksmith. But thinking about it, it makes sense, since blacksmiths on normal difficulty don't have level 30. Take out the conversion table, and take out 9 ort and 12 soul. It was directly inlaid into the crown. In an instant, the color of the crown became even more antique, giving it a sense of history. Knowledge lore. Level required, 30. Durability, 15/15. Defense, 52 to 69. Add 1 to all skills. Add 10 spirit. Each enemy killed restores 5 mana. Lightning resistance increased by 30%. Damage reduced by 7. Add 2 lighting. Replacing the fear face, which also has a +1 skill, reduces its strength slightly, but doubles its defense and adds some useful minor attributes. Yes, that's a good omen. I didn't expect to get the equipment I wanted so quickly. It has to be the boss again. Who was the boss in the dungeon again? I don't remember. Sir, this is the road leading to the prison. Having a local guide is so convenient. I don't have to wander around the military camp like a headless fly. Led by Roger, the group soon arrived at a staircase leading underground. Yang Tao turned to look at Rog behind him. Those below level 28 should not go down, to avoid any accidents. You all go and wait here for now. I will have someone bring over those Rog who have been released from control later. Yes, sir. In Modern Heights, at the entrance to the monastery, the rogue is only level 25, while the average level in the barracks is 28. The prison below is a level 30 plus map, where there is damage reduction for levels 5 or more apart, so it's not very useful for low-level rogues to enter. Yang Tao walked down the stairs to the dungeon below. As soon as he entered, a chilling aura hit him, mixed with a nauseating stench of blood. Yang. Jill's face turned pale. It wasn't the aura that was the problem, but rather the presence of a corpse in a cage not far from the entrance. A half-naked rogue corpse was hanging from a log, her body covered in wounds and patterns drawn in blood. His head was bowed, devoid of any life, and it was impossible to tell how long this Rog had been dead. Yang Tao stepped forward and dug open the cage that had no entrance. Several Rog rushed forward and put down the bodies of his former sisters. Just cremate them directly. If they aren't cremated, they'll be turned into zombies or skeletons by the power of hell. In fact, Yang Tao didn't know if the corpse would respawn. The rogues hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. After all, their tradition was still to bury the dead directly. This tradition has led to their cemetery, located in the source of the cold, now becoming a paradise for undead creatures. A rogue turned and walked out of the cell, smashed the wooden crates and barrels outside, collected the wood, and carried it into the cell. Rogue, who possessed the power of fire, stepped forward and set the wood on fire. Orange flames licked at the corpse of the rogue, and with the help of magic, the flames quickly burned the body to ashes. An unpleasant smell dispelled the stench of decay and blood in the dungeon. Let me handle your sisters if we run into them again later. Compared to cremation, Yang Tao suddenly thought of his own magma. An excellent choice for murderers to cover their tracks and destroy evidence. It's colorless, odorless, and environmentally friendly. They walked deeper into the prison. Some colorful orbs of light floated in the darkness and walked towards them. Skeleton Mage, Ice, level 30. Health 1500/1500. Shooting. Bouncing, bouncing, bouncing. A dense cord of bowstrings rang out as more than a dozen arrows flew toward the orbs of light. Pikemen charge. A layer of white light appeared on the bodies of those rogue spearmen. Charge. Increase attack power by 100%. A battle can generally only be triggered once. Yang Tao raised his hand and flicked out 2 talismans. Ghost Shield. Holy Armor. Increases magic defense and physical defense. Bang. The 2 sides collided, and even though the skeleton mages were 2 levels higher, they were still staggered by the rogue spearmen. Yang Tao, as if on a picnic, took out a torch and stuck it into the stone wall of the dungeon. Plus 30 experience. Silver coin 2. Copper coin 92. Cloth armor 1. Plus 30 experience. Cracked yellow sapphire 12. Worn out iron glove 1. A barrage of notifications appeared, and my backpack was quickly filled with all sorts of junk. If it were anyone else, they would hesitate about whether to throw it away or not. But for Yang Tao, who owns the conversion table, these are all EMC values, just in different amounts. Snort. There was some commotion among the rogue pikemen. Some monsters that looked like a hybrid of a toad and a dog ran out from the next room. Pollution Monster level 30. Elite. Health 3000/3000. Pollution Monster level 30. Attendance. Health 2000/2000. These contaminated monsters quickly ran to the rogue pikeman's side and stretched out their exaggeratedly large tongues to lick him wildly. Yang Tao quickly cast a group healing spell. You beast, shut up. Cyclone Dash. He jumped up and slashed hard at the leading elite corrupted monster. Chapter 186. The Words of the Divine Symbol, Spirit. The once magnificent cathedral has been reduced to a den of iniquity, with the empty hall floor stained with blood. The evil hound reborn from the cave. What a name. This is the dark gold corruption boss on the 2nd floor of the dungeon. It is a lord-level monster, just like the blacksmith, but it is not a quest monster, so many people don't specifically look for it. However, those who occasionally encounter it on the 2nd basement level are all dominated by its terrifying lightning ball. The lightning ball, possessing both lightning and ice attributes, can easily kill you if you get hit by it. Yang Tao's Gankar, feeling of deep emotion, was not because of how strong it was, but mainly because this guy had the longest name of any unique boss in the entire Diablo 2 game. Enter the cathedral. Is someone here? Looking at the professionals fighting against dark demons, goat-headed monsters, and various skeletons inside, Yang Tao felt somewhat disappointed. However, it's quite normal for this to happen on outdoor maps. Although dungeons offer double experience and a high drop rate for equipment, failing to complete the quests can result in significant losses. In open-world dungeons, as long as you don't recklessly challenge monsters that are too far above your level, you can usually escape if you can't win. The dungeon's 1st floor is level 30, the 2nd floor is level 32, and the outer corridor and cathedral are already level 34. It seems the 4th floor of the catacombs must be at least level 45. An aerial must be at least level 50, a legendary or epic item. If it's the original form, an aerial would have to be at least 90, since she is one of the 4 demon kings of hell. You may continue. Yang Tao waved to the professionals fighting the monsters, and then led Jill straight toward the stairs leading to the underground tomb. The professionals were completely bewildered as hundreds of rogue archers marched through the cathedral and into the catacombs in front of them. What's going on with these rogue soldiers? Why do their equipment look like dark rogues? Are they here to level up? Or are they here to conquer territory? These professionals suddenly felt their brains weren't working properly, and they didn't come to their senses until the monster hit them. Milk! I'm going to die. I'm going to die. A girl dressed in a priest's robe raised her staff, and holy light fell on the shouting assassin. Stop yelling. You scream every time you lose a little blood. Don't you know the story of the boy who cried wolf? If you yell like that again, I'll wean you off your baby. No, I'm still so young. I can't be weaned. Roll. The conversation between the two made these professionals forget about the rogue army they had just seen. To them, even if the sky were to fall, the monster before them was more important. After all, they don't want to deal with small things, and they can't handle big things. On the other side, Yang Tao and his group were immediately given a warm welcome as they entered the tomb. A group of mummies, whose bodies seemed to be covered in green moss, stretched out their arms and walked over. Starvation, level 35. Health 7,000/7,000. Holy crap, my health has skyrocketed. Level 35 really is a hurdle. A level 32 monster only has about 3,000 HP, but a level 35 monster has double that, and it's even more powerful. A rogue commander immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Line up." In an instant, the 30-strong rogue archers lined up in several rows in the catacombs corridor, trying to ensure that as many people as possible could attack the target. Yang Tao took out the dragon pattern sword. Poisoning technique. The casting speed of the poison spell was almost negligible, but the speed of the poison's starving victims suddenly increased. The original slow walk turned into a race walk. First volley fire. With a command given, more than 10 arrows flew out. Second column. The first row crouched down, and the rogue archers in the second row immediately released their bows. The starving dead with 7,000 health points didn't get very far before being riddled with arrows. Plus 70 experience. Cracked Emerald 24. Life Potion 24. Shattered Earth Gem 24. Experience plus 35. Super Dragon Shield 1. Silver Coin 4. Copper Coin 36. Seeing the drop notification pop up, Yang Tao opened his backpack in surprise. Dragon Shield. Extended level. Required level 35. Defense 62 to 77. Unmounted holes 2. A super powerful dragon shield with 2 sockets. It would be a real shame to have that in the game. The dragon shield has a maximum of 3 slots, which can be used to craft the runeword Brilliant. 2 slots can only be used to craft Rhyme. But how could Yang Tao give up so easily? He immediately stuffed the shield into the conversion table, and then took it out along with the socketed runestone. Unmounted holes 4. Brilliant. I'll just create a mental shield. Theoretically, even if you kill the dragon shield, it's impossible to get 4 holes, but what Yang Tao is holding is just theory. 7 Tao, 10 Thul, 9 Ort, 11 Amn. All of them were runes numbered 15 or lower, so Yang Tao had them all. He then embedded the runes one by one into the shield in order. The dragon shield has a classic kite-like silhouette, wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, with gold trim and a yellow and white 4-section shield, resembling the flags of some European countries. As the 4 runes were embedded into the shield, a white light flashed across it. Runeword Spirit. Shield. Required level 35. Defense 62 to 77. Add 2 to all skills. Add 35% faster casting. Add 55% to quick strike recovery. Add 22 to constitution. Add 200 mana. Ice, electric, poison resistance increased by 35%. Add 250 to projectile defense. The attacker was damaged by 14. Some of Blizzard's favorite gear, which grants a 35% increase in casting speed, is enough to make spellcasters drool. Unfortunately, this equipment requires level 35 to equip. With a thought, Yang Tao mounted Fengqiu. You are free to attack later. He just wants to level up to 35 and equip the runeword Spirit Shield. Yes, sir. Summoning Divine Beasts. Accompanied by a unique sound effect, the overseer with dark blue skin crawls out from underground. Later. Yes. The underground tomb was equally dark, and the smell of sulfur in the air grew stronger. The hellish realm in Diablo 2, inhabited by demons, is filled with fire and lava. Over thousands of years, it has become saturated with the flavor of fire and lava. As they entered the next room, another group of shriveled zombies approached them. The guards felt the tremor and, without a word, charged toward the starving dead in a head-shaking, swaying manner. A brutal collision. Bang! The lead zombie was sent flying by the guard's elbow, stuck to the wall of the underground tomb for a long time before slowly sliding down. The rogue archers looked at each other in bewilderment. We don't need them at all. Chapter 187 Blood Raven. With a flash of golden light, Yang Tao's level increased from 33 to 34. With a swift stroke, he dispatched the elite exile who resembled a telephone pole. Continue. Looking at those bastards deep inside, Yang Tao immediately raised his dragon-patterned sword and painted them red and green. Soul Fire Talisman. After being attacked, these pollution monsters immediately opened their mouths and spat out a ball of lightning the size of a manhole cover. Lightning Rod. Lei's biological father. Those rapidly approaching ball lightning bolts are drawn directly towards the lightning rod by an invisible force, eventually disappearing without a trace. The Guardian and the Sleeping Dragon charged toward the corrupted monsters. A shockwave, as tangible as a physical object, shot out from the core of the Guardian's chest and struck the corrupted monsters precisely. Along with the gunshots, more than a dozen arrows also struck the polluted monsters. After taking all the polluters away, Yang Tao rode on Fengchu's back and looked at the staircase leading to the 4th floor of the underground tomb at the end of the corridor. He took out the magic tower staircase that he had specially kept from his backpack and placed it on the ground. Gil, you're leading Rog to the gates of paradise. In the battle to come, numbers won't guarantee an advantage. These ordinary rogue archers probably wouldn't last even 10 seconds in Andariel's poisonous fog. A single concentrated poison bullet could take one of them down, without even a chance to be saved. Jill understood the seriousness of the situation and immediately nodded. Okay, then be careful. If you can't win, retreat and come back later. Okay, Yang Tao readily agreed. Gillis led the rogue archers up the stairs, and they disappeared one by one into the 4th level of the catacombs. Take a deep breath. The 4th level of the tomb is Andariel's lair. Unlike the first 3 levels, which are like a maze, this 4th level only has 3 rooms. The entrance room, the cubicles, and the final hall. It's just the few of us left. Let's go and meet Andariel, one of the 4 demon lords. Woof! The crouching dragon and the young phoenix are now at the lord level, so they have a lot of confidence. As for the guardian sphere, what is it afraid of? It's just a summoned creature. If it were the dark realm, let alone the 4 demon kings, even if the 3 demon gods came, they would have to know what a dark hand is. Stepping onto the 4th floor, the sheer number of elites nearly blinded Yang Tao. Holy crap, there are so few elites up there. Turns out they've all come here for a meeting. Suddenly, a burning arrow shot straight at his face. Shield. When? An arrow fell limply to the ground. Yang Tao looked in the direction the arrow had come from. Blood Raven, level 45. Lord. Health 90, 000/90, 000. Wait a minute. How could Blood Crow be here? Yang Tao was truly astonished. Her real name was Morina, and she had been an elite archer in the Sisterhood of the Blind. He participated in the Tristram campaign against Diablo in the first Diablo game, and upon his return, he was corrupted by Andariel and became an undead demon archer. But she should be stationed at the burial ground in the Source of the Cold, so why did she come here? Although they were puzzled, now was not the time to think about it. The elite-level starving dead and the dark demons shouting Rakanishu were already charging towards them. He took out a bottle of ancient knowledge potion and poured it down his throat. He gave Blood Raven, the original protagonist of the Dark Rogue series, a deep look. Holy armor. Ghost shield. Vampire's wrath. Take out a bottle of dissolving potion and an antidote and drink it. These 2 potions can detoxify and thaw the ice, and can also increase the resistance to 2 elements in a short time. Bang. Smash a bottle of splash-type fire-resistant liquid. Superior. Yang Tao rode his phoenix chick and charged forward at the forefront. Poisoning technique. The Taoist started with his usual attacks, followed by Soul Fire Talisman and basic attacks. Whoosh. The sound of arrows piercing the air rang out, and Blood Raven fired another arrow, but this time the arrow did not ignite. However, Yang Tao's expression became even more serious. Ice arrow. Combined with Blood Raven's exaggerated movement speed, she could kite her enemies to death. Puff. The guard's body instantly turned ice blue, and his movements became extremely sluggish. However, it was not one to take a beating without fighting back. It immediately performed a chest-expanding exercise and emitted a sound wave. The monsters along the way instantly had a dense array of damage numbers appear above their heads. Yang Tao patted the phoenix chick beneath him. Charge over there and catch up with that Blood Crow. Shadow Strike. In an instant, the phoenix chick reached its maximum speed and appeared beside the Blood Raven in the blink of an eye. Milk. Just as the Blood Raven, possessing exceptional speed, was about to create distance, it felt as if a bomb had been detonated in its mind. She froze instantly, unable to move. the bewildered blood crow. The names had all changed. Yang Tao's lips curled up as he immediately rode Phoenix Chick toward Bloodraven's personal guards, a uniform group of elite rogue archers. There were a total of 9 people. After using up 9 buckets of milk, Yang Tao eliminated the biggest threat in the entrance room without firing a shot. The remaining skeletons, starving dead, and dark demons and dark mages were nothing but sycophants. The experience gained from level 45 monsters is truly substantial. Just then, Bloodraven also came to his senses, and the eyes under the mask, which were originally scarlet, were still bloodshot. Yang Tao stepped forward and took off her helmet, revealing a pale, jade-like face with 2 lines of tears streaming down her cheeks. You possess memories? Bloodraven nodded. I couldn't control myself. I killed many of my sisters with my own hands. I used the power given to me by the demon to desecrate the corpses of those who came before me. I am guilty. Looking at the somewhat emotionally distraught Bloodraven, Yang Tao could understand her feelings. If one day he were controlled to kill his own relatives and friends, he would break down even after regaining his senses. Marina, this has never been your fault. You embarked on this perilous journey to defeat Diablo, and were corrupted and manipulated by Anariel. It was nothing but a despicable trick of the demon. You never truly submitted, otherwise you wouldn't be in so much pain after regaining your senses. Now is the best opportunity to take revenge on the devil. Marina's body trembled slightly, her crimson eyes filled with despair and self-blame. Yang Tao wasn't very good at comforting people, so he gently patted Marina's shoulder. You stay here quietly and take care of your sisters. I'm going to send Anariel back to hell. After saying that, Yang Tao walked into the inner room. As soon as he pushed open the door, a wall of fire engulfed him and Feng Chu. Because of the Hellhound skill, Feng Chu was not harmed at all. Yang Tao looked up at the figure in the empty room and muttered, It really is you. Countess rank 45. Lord. Health 90, 000/90, 000. The most valuable boss in Act I of Diablo 2. She was once the lord of a castle in the Black Wasteland, ruling a small kingdom. In order to maintain her youth, she believed that virgin blood can preserve youth. So she kidnapped and tortured hundreds of girls in the tower's dungeon and bathed in their blood. Her atrocities sparked a popular uprising, and the people buried her alive beneath the tower. As the forces of hell corrupted Sanctuary, she was resurrected by resentment and a blood curse, becoming an undead lich enhanced by fire. Unlike Bloodraven, who was passively corrupted, this guy was a demon while he was alive. Chapter 188 Anariel. Before Yang Tao could give any instructions, Feng Chu had already rushed towards the sexy and charming countess. Poisoning technique. Taking advantage of this opening, Yang Tao unleashed his poison technique, reducing the opponent's defense while also letting them experience the allure of true damage. Hee. The countess, watching Yang Tao rush towards her, remained completely calm. Instead, she smiled and teased him. What a pity, it's another man. Did I eat your rice? Shadow Strike. Feng Chu's speed increased again, and he passed the countess almost instantly. Yang Tao raised the dragon-patterned sword in his hand. Bang! A metallic clanging sound rang out. In an instant, Yang Tao saw the mocking look in the countess's eyes. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao was slightly taken aback. Feng Chu turned to charge at the countess again, but Yang Tao called out to it. Feng Chu, go and help Wulong and the others clear out the other monsters. After saying that, Yang Tao jumped off the back of the Phoenix Chick and walked step by step toward the countess. Oh, you finally decided to get off your dog? My dog Knight. Yang Tao reached out and touched the dragon-patterned sword. Although its name was a sword, it looked like a long saber. Let's come down and have some fun. Vampire's Wrath. In an instant, everything around him slowed down, and with a powerful push of his feet, he pounced on the countess like a cannonball. The countess's lips curled into a smile. With a slight flick of his wrist, the silver longsword stretched out in front of him, blocking Yang Tao's path. Puff! The longsword pierced straight through Yang Tao's chest. -87. Oh, Countess. Puff. Subtract 612. -418. Yang Tao's dragon-patterned sword merely grazed the countess's body, and 2 high numbers appeared above her head. My esteemed Earl, your skills are quite good. I'm very satisfied, but your health is a bit low. Taking advantage of the countess's momentary lapse in concentration, Yang Tao thrust his dragon-patterned sword upwards. In an instant, 2 more damage numbers rose up. The countess immediately felt insulted, and her previously normal face turned ashen, as if she had been dead for 2 days. You're asking for it. She swung her longsword, gathering fire element on its blade, and then slashed at Yang Tao's neck. The basic attributes of a level 45 lord are far beyond what Yang Tao can match, so he could only watch helplessly as the longsword fell, unable to dodge it at all. Puff. Subtract 102. Fire damage was perfectly negated by fire resistance potions. Minus 76. Another sword fell. The Countess's attack speed was extremely fast. After all, apart from her fire skills, her swordsmanship was the only skill she could rely on. Reduce 85. Healing spell. A silvery white light descended, and a green number appeared above Yang Tao's head. Add 188. Healing spell level 3. Cost, 20 mana. Cooldown, 3 seconds. Effect, restores 68 health points plus 50% of spirit to a single friendly target per second for 7 seconds. Yang Tao took out a bottle of splash-type slowing potion from his backpack and smashed it on the ground. At this distance, even if the Countess sensed the danger, she would not have time to dodge. Add 188. Lost health is fully restored. Yang Tao dodged the Countess's long sword by sidestepping, and without hesitation, pierced her body with the dragon-patterned sword in his hand. The Countess stared at Yang Tao in disbelief, her voice drawn out as she asked, "What did you do to me?" "Countess, your speed is too dangerous, so I have no choice but to seal it." Splash-type slowing potions can slow down the target, reducing their speed by 80%. The Countess's eyes widened in fury, and 2 streams of bloody tears flowed down her cheeks, making her look even more ferocious and terrifying. "Damn it!" Puff. With each word the Countess uttered, Yang Tao's dragon-patterned sword slashed across her body twice. Before she could finish speaking, the Countess's health bar plummeted, dropping like a stock market crash. Jumping slash. Critical hit. The Countess raised her longsword and summoned a wall of fire once more, engulfing Yang Tao. The intense heat caused the air to distort slightly. But the next moment, the scimitar that had brought her pain and harm suddenly burst out of the flames. Puff. The dragon-patterned sword pierced through his chest. "My Lord Earl, please do not pity me because I am weak. Please whip me as you please." "You?" The Countess felt a tightness in her chest, but it wasn't from the damage caused by the dragon-patterned sword. Rather, it was from Yang Tao's irritating expression. "I haven't had enough yet, Your Excellency. Are you sure you're ready? I want to bathe in your blood. I want to kill you." Seeing that the Countess had truly broken down, Yang Tao immediately laughed even more heartily. Looking at the health bar above her head, Yang Tao jumped up again and slashed at her neck. "Ah!" The Countess cried out in pain and anger, but unfortunately, it did nothing to change her fate. "How boring. I hope you can be stronger in your next life." As soon as he finished speaking, the damage from the poison spell spiked again. The Countess's body fell backward, and a translucent soul flew out of the corpse. "I'll be waiting for you in hell." "No, Auntie, we're not going. In the sanctuary world, only the physical bodies of these demons can be destroyed. Their souls will return to hell to await resurrection. In reality, it means waiting for the body to refresh and return." As the Countess's distorted soul was sent away by the rules, a golden light appeared on Yang Tao's body. Yang Tao. Level, 35. Experience, 1035/90,000. Strength, 44 Constitution, 46. Agility, 44 Spirit, 150. I didn't expect to reach level 35 before I met an Ariel. The main reason was that he hadn't expected that there were 2 lords and a large group of elites hidden on the 4th floor of the underground tomb. Although he didn't kill the Blood Raven, the experience provided by a Countess made him a fortune, as expected of a rune wholesaler. The Countess alone dropped 6 different runes for him, 2 of which were level 20 or higher, and the remaining 4 were level 10 or higher. Place all the runes into the conversion table. Take out a staff. Dark gold, death web. Demand level, 35. Attack damage, 10 to 20. Add 2 to all skills. Add 30% faster casting. Spirit plus 30. Plus 120 mana. Poison skill damage increased by 30%. The Necromancer staff has very tempting attributes, but its attack damage of 10 to 20 is really underwhelming. Tisk, stuffing a conversion table. Equipping the spirit shield from his backpack to his offhand slot, his skill was instantly boosted once again. Poisoning skill level 4. Red poison. Increases all damage taken by the target by 50%. Green poison. Prevents the target from naturally regenerating health. Deals 25% spirit damage every 1 second, ignoring defense/magic resistance. This poisoning technique might be a bit painful. Other skills have also been improved. Although the summoned beast has not mutated, the guardian's health and damage have been greatly increased. After tidying himself up a bit, Yang Tao walked towards the magnificent gate leading to the fourth-floor hall of the tomb. He reached out and pushed open the heavy door, and the scene inside was completely different from what he remembered. There were no monsters, no blood. There was only one empty hall. A bright red carpet stretched from the center of the hall to the foot of a sculpture at the far end, where a figure dressed in a pure white nun's habit knelt silently in prayer. And Ariel. She was originally a nun from the Blind Sisters, an unnamed orphan, who was adopted by the convent and named Ariel, meaning God's mercy. She was stunningly beautiful, devoutly religious, and possessed a clear, melodious voice. She was the pride of the monastery. He grew up in a monastery, chanting scriptures, praying, practicing archery, and abiding by the monastic rules. However, after the age of 15, her stunning beauty attracted the greedy gazes of nobles, priests, and pilgrims. The older nun, jealous of her beauty, accused her of seducing believers and blaspheming God. Forced to kneel, whipped, locked in a dark cell, deprived of food, and subjected to long-term mental and physical abuse. She endured in silence, praying for the light to come, but God remained silent. In the dead of night, a nobleman sneaks in to force a marriage, and the monastery, for its own benefit, tacitly agrees. Later, Diablo awoke. Darkness enveloped the monastery, and in despair she cursed the light and called upon hell. The king of fear responded, "Abandon God, and I will grant you power and vengeance." She offered her soul, her faith, and her humanity, making a pact with the devil. Diablo personally presided over the ceremony, using scorpions, spiders, and snakes as mediums to transform her into a demon. From then on, her skin festered, grew poisonous claws and tentacles, her hair turned into blood flames, and her voice became poisonous mist. She gained eternal life, the power of poison, and the authority to control pain. When she returned to the convent, all the nuns, priests, and nobles who had abused her were tortured to death by her. She turned the sacred temple into a hellish lair, a morgue, and a den of poison, and corrupted all the rogue warriors, turning them into fallen archers, blood ravens, and dark hunters. From then on, she called herself the Queen of Pain and, as Diablo had commanded, guarded the gate to the east. Chapter 189. Andariel's appearance. Ariel, who was kneeling before the idol, stood up and then slowly turned around. In an instant, Yang Tao was captivated by Andariel's appearance. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and pure, with long eyelashes and curved eyebrows. These are eyes that can speak. She was petite and rosy-cheeked, with a gentle smile playing on her lips. Her long, dark brown hair was neatly styled in a bun, adorned with a white nun's headband. Her pure white nun's robe was made of only a thin layer of gauze, and her graceful figure was faintly visible under the light of the candlesticks on both sides. "Do you believe in light?" Yang Tao's Adam's apple bobbed. For some reason, he suddenly felt a bit thirsty, so he took out a bottle of water from his backpack and gulped it down. "Hello." Andariel's fair feet walked on the bright red carpet, creating a very strong visual impact. "Are you here to kill me?" Her voice had an urge to profane sanctity, a primal desire deep within a man's heart. "You?" Yang Tao's breathing became 3 times heavier. "You guessed right." He took out the ancient knowledge potion and poured it directly into his mouth. The antidote he had just drunk was enough to ensure that he could withstand Ariel's deadly poison. "Since you're so beautiful, I'll give you a quick death." Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Beautiful women are tempting, but Yang Tao is still in the afterglow of his sage-like state, so how could he possibly fall for such a sly trick? Moreover, Sister Ariel is only a secondary creation. The original Ariel was a pure demon lord from hell. Its origin is one of the 7 heads of the dragon-shaped evil god Tassamet, a hellish demon king who reigns over mental anguish, despair, guilt, and self-denial. If you are deceived by this guy's appearance, then you are just jumping into a trap. Yang Tao's dragon-patterned sword was swift, piercing Andariel's chest in an instant. She glanced down at the blade, and then up at Yang Tao. Although she didn't speak, her expressive eyes seemed to be asking why. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably feel pity. Unfortunately, Yang Tao was no ordinary person, and Andariel's spirit had no effect on him whatsoever. He was completely unmoved, and even felt a little amused. "Stop this, let's finish this quickly and go home. Isn't that better?" As soon as he finished speaking, a green hue instantly traveled along the blade and onto his body. -218. Poisoning 5 o'clock. Healing spell. Silver fragments of light poured down like a galaxy onto Yang Tao. Add 188. You're quite interesting. You're not attracted to my appearance at all, and you seem unaffected by mental influence. And Ariel still maintained the appearance of a frail nun, but her tone and voice had changed. Unlike the men in that group last time, who practically pounced on me the moment they saw me. I want to pounce too. Yang Tao wore a gentle smile. But you're different, you demon king. You not only want to play with my body, but also with my soul. Haha, you're right. I'll tear your body apart piece by piece, and I'll send your soul to hell so you can really enjoy the wonderful pleasure of pain. A sharp, spider leg-like tentacle emerged from Andariel's back and lunged at Yang Tao's body. Andariel, projection, level 50. Legend. Health points 490, 000/500, 000. That bright red health bar was simply too conspicuous. Damn it. It really is a level 50 legendary item, but as long as it's not the original form, that's fine. Minus 322. Holy armor. Ghost shield. Yang Tao once again buffed himself and the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. Cyclone dash. Use the dragon's roar to dodge Andariel's other rapidly shooting spider leg. Soul fire talisman. Healing spell. Stepping back to create distance and ensure he wouldn't be continuously attacked, the guardian fearlessly charged towards Andariel. Smell this and see if it smells good. Andariel raised his hand and waved it gently, and the green poisonous mist, which seemed to be in reality, spread out at an extremely fast speed. The area is so vast that there is simply no way to avoid it. Yang Tao's buff remained unchanged, since he was already poisoned. This time, the poison mist wasn't as strong as before, so it only refreshed the duration of the poison. As for the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick, in front of Andariel, they deliberately took a deep breath of the poisonous mist that could turn ordinary people into pus, and then showed an intoxicated expression. Although neither of them spoke, Yang Tao could sense the strong sense of provocation between them. Venomous fangs. When your dog attacks a target, it will poison them. The duration of the poison increases with level. At level 3, it becomes immune to poison damage, and at level 5, it can remove all negative effects from you. However, it will consume 1 spider eye and 30 MP points. MP value is the blue energy in Genius Puppy, and it cannot be restored automatically. It needs to be increased by eating. Immune poisoning. The crouching dragon and the young phoenix pounced on Andariel one after the other. A smart dog, but it can't see the difference between you and me. Andariel's body suddenly rose higher, and the faint holy aura surrounding him was instantly swallowed up by the intense, pungent, dark green poisonous mist. The seemingly thin, pure white nun's robe shattered inch by inch, corroded into black fragments that drifted into the air. She's not pretending anymore. She's come clean. She is Andariel, the Queen of Pain, one of the 4 demon lords. For incredibly thick, spider leg-like tentacles extended from her back, covered with a hard keratin layer, their tips as sharp as knives. With a gentle flick of his arm, Wulong was sent flying. Minus 921. Healing spell. Although Wulong is a lord-level being, the difference in rank is too great. Shadow strike. Frantic biting. Taking advantage of the fact that the crouching dragon was drawing the attack, the phoenix fledgling immediately activated its skill to circle around behind Andariel and unleash a frenzied barrage of attacks. A series of damages occurred. Sonic roar. Although the guardian is not immune to poison, its health and defense are comparable to those of the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick. Andariel can only injure it. To kill it instantly is pure fantasy. Throughout the entire legend, no boss can instantly kill a divine beast. Group healing. Yang Tao rode on Wulong's back and charged towards Andariel. They really don't know how to cherish a beautiful woman. Sis, why don't you look in the mirror first? That's just the appearance. Any succubus can change her appearance at will. Only the soul is real. Can't you see through that? Soul fire talisman. Seeing the tentacles piercing down, he raised his mental shield with a thought. Block successful. Sorry, even if I could see through it, I could only see the skeleton inside. It's okay, I'll teach you slowly. After saying this, Andariel suddenly let out a sharp cry, and in an instant, the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick instinctively cowered and made whimpering sounds. The banshees howl. Andariel has this ability? Then, Andariel stretched out his hand, and a ball of green energy appeared in his palm. Any physical torture is insignificant. I disagree. His movements were exactly the same as Andariel's. However, Yang Tao did not possess any green, highly toxic energy. Instead, he had a ball of flame. A red orb floated in the flames. And Ariel, do you believe that everything in this world has a price? Philosopher's Stone. The core principles are the conservation of energy/matter and the transformation of substances of the same order. Chapter 190, The Philosopher's Stone. A holy white light suddenly exploded in Andariel's hand. The poisonous fog that filled the 4-story hall of the tomb was dispelled by the sudden holy light. Ariel was the first to be directly hit by the holy light, letting out a shrill scream. For her, as the demon queen of hell, this high-intensity holy light energy was no less than concentrated sulfuric acid. What kind of power is this? Yang Tao, holding the Philosopher's Stone, looked at Ariel, who was being corrupted by the holy light. You don't even understand the difference in strength, yet you dare to challenge Golden Steve? You don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of winning. Catch my nightly assault. The dragon-patterned sword was raised and slashed fiercely into Andariel's abdomen. Impossible. Ariel found it hard to accept that his prized poison had been transformed into holy light. This was even more painful for her than being humiliated. Then she did what any normal living being would do. The concentrated, highly toxic energy gathered in her hands once again, this time even appearing to be in liquid form. I don't believe it. She reached out and flung out the highly toxic energy blast in her hand, and Yang Tao immediately raised the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. The power of the rules instantly covered the highly toxic elements, first breaking them down into the most basic ether energy, EMC value, and then reordering them. 1 equals 1. Holy light energy erupted once again. Ariel let out another piercing scream. To be honest, Yang Tao almost laughed. It's like when ordinary people encounter something unacceptable, they always think about trying again to see if it will happen again. Even Ariel, being a demon lord, is not immune to this. Yang Tao glanced at Andariel's health bar and couldn't help but burst out laughing. 340,000/500,000. Of those 20,000, it was thanks to their concentrated fire. The rest were all destroyed by Andariel's own ultimate attack. Furthermore, it also has an additional weakened state. Hey Njia, why don't you lie down properly? You might be able to hold on for a little longer. Ariel roared. This is impossible. How could my power turn into disgusting holy light? Yang Tao's attack showed no sign of stopping. He relentlessly slashed at Ariel while taunting him. Sisterin, don't talk nonsense. I still have a lot of faith in the holy light of this world. In Diablo 2, the holy light is the order and power of the high heavens, the origin of angels, a clear holy/order energy that naturally counters demons and the undead. Its signature holy light skill, Holy Light Bolt, can only harm demons and undead. In World of Warcraft, the holy light is one of the 6 fundamental cosmic forces, a positive energy of life, emotions, and beliefs, and is neither fixed in good nor evil. You can use the holy light as long as you believe you are righteous, even if you are an undead or a demon. Furthermore, special methods can be used to force the use of holy light, such as blood paladins, lightforged demons, etc. Ariel was now in a state of self-doubt, and raised his hand to summon the poisonous element again. This is just an avatar. Even if it dies, it's merely waiting to be resurrected. But if she doesn't understand Yang Tao's abilities, she won't be content even if she returns to her original body in hell. The holy light appeared again. Making a demon hold up extremely compressed holy light energy is no less than making a human hold up a lump of molten iron. What exactly did you do? No. Who are you? Yang Tao applied 2 more layers of poison powder to Ariel. Steve. Under the combined attack of him, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix, and the guardian, Ariel's health plummeted. In just a short while, her health was reduced to only 1/3. A name is just a label. You can call me whatever you want, it doesn't matter. Ariel's ferocious face revealed a look of caution. Even though she knew it was impossible to kill Yang Tao today, she did not offer her neck for execution. Instead, she controlled the sharp tentacles behind her to continuously pierce Yang Tao's body. Group therapy. Add 188. The healing amount is only a small amount, but it consumes little energy and cools down quickly. Occasionally, Yang Tao can drink a bottle of strong healing potion and then stand still and hurt Ariel. I don't know how you did it, but I'll remember you. Ariel's soul imprint infinity. A new buff appeared in Yang Tao's status bar. Upon seeing this, Yang Tao cast a soul fire talisman and chuckled. Sisterin, we've only met once, don't worry about me anymore. Just then, an ice blue arrow struck Ariel precisely in the head. Demon, I will kill you with my own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 or 8 more arrows flew out. Yang Tao glanced at them out of the corner of his eye and saw more than a dozen rogues with bloodshot eyes holding wooden bows and constantly pulling the bowstrings at the entrance of the hall. You? And Ariel was visibly taken aback when he saw the blood raven. Your soul has actually broken free from hell's control. The rules of hell grant demons power and immortality, but also limit their growth and future. Blood Raven's eyes were filled with hatred as she raised her red longbow and fired a flaming arrow. And Ariel, I have now become a demon that exists solely to hunt demons. Demon hunter. Yang Tao silently complained to himself. Blood Raven's words coincided with the thoughts of demon hunter Illidan, except that one was acting proactively and the other passively. And Ariel's health is about to reach the critical point. Hee hee. Darling, don't worry, you'll be back by my side soon. I swear it won't. Puff. Before Ariel could finish speaking, her eyes widened instantly as she looked down in disbelief at the red longsword piercing her body. Yang Tao held the handle of the mind probe with an innocent expression. How about I pull it out and you guys talk? Oh. Ariel screamed as his remaining 125,000 HP was wiped out by the power of the Heartseeker's rules. A ball of hellfire appeared out of nowhere and engulfed Ariel's body. 50,000 experience points. The exceptionally high amount of experience caused Yang Tao's experience bar, which had just been empty due to leveling up, to suddenly fill up by more than half. Various equipment, gems, and potions started flooding the screen. Alibaba's Blade 1. No item loss upon death activation. Yang Tao was slightly taken aback when he saw the weapon that had fallen. Jack Ma's knife? And a hidden advertisement? Of course, the Alibaba mentioned here refers to the 40 thieves, not Jack Ma's Alibaba. Alibaba's Blade. Requirements. Level 35, Strength 50, Agility 42. Durability, 30 seconds. Number of unmounted holes, 2. Increases damage by 120%. One-handed damage, 55 to 169. Add 15 agility. Add 15 spirit. Increase your chances of obtaining magical equipment by 35%. Increase the amount of money gained by 87.5%. This is a pure money farming item. It has 2 sockets that can hold 2 number 20 or number 24 runes, making it even better at farming equipment or money. Just as Yang Tao was preparing to study the weapon, a voice rang out from the spot where Ariel had turned to ashes. I told you, I would find you. Ariel level 95. Epic. Health point slash. Ariel's figure stepped through the blood-red portal and appeared in the hall on the 4th floor of the catacombs. Chapter 191 Killing Ariel. I never expected you would actually dare to come in person. Yang Tao played with the Philosopher's Stone, his gaze sweeping over Ariel. Compared to her clones, the hellish aura emanating from her true form was purer and more intense. You are truly special, worthy of my personal attention. Hearing Ariel's words, Yang Tao chuckled. You think you've got me figured out? Your abilities do surprise me, but the difference in strength is something that even if you are exceptional, it's impossible. Before she could finish speaking, several figures dressed in light blue magical armor appeared out of thin air beside her. Ariel level 85 sealed. Epic. Health point slash. Who are you? Ariel sensed some figures wearing armor. Their strength wasn't great. If she hadn't been careless, some of them wouldn't have been able to withstand her wave of poison mist. However, she did not make a move, but instead looked at the red figure that appeared beside Yang Tao. Yang Tao glanced at him and smiled. Finally decided to come out? I thought you were going to watch me get killed. After Gil and his group returned from the stairs, the name of the demon King Zeno appeared on the mini-map. How is that possible? You are the person I'm observing. Demon King Zeno looked at Ariel. Demon King of Hell, when I was searching for the power to break through the limits in various worlds, I also dealt with these guys. The weak demons are like slimes, but the powerful ones are so great that even a glance from the weak is blasphemous. And this, the demon who controls the power of emotions, is a target worth studying. After saying that, the demon King Zeno immediately unleashed a terrifying surge of magical power, causing the entire monastery's underground catacombs to tremble. Ariel sensed the surging spatial power around him and immediately fought back. Damn humans! I am under the command of Diablo, the Dreadlord. He may be very strong, but I, who manipulate the power of space and time, can run fast. Puff! Yang Tao quickly waved his hand. I'm sorry, I haven't received any professional training. Respected Lord Zeno, please continue. Run fast. Although the 4 demon kings and the 3 demon gods were all transformed from the 7 heads of the evil dragon Tassamet. However, the 3 demon gods are god-level beings, while the 4 demon kings are merely demon kings. Looking at Anariel, who was contending with Zeno's power, Yang Tao suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible to win over Anariel. Zeno, Anariel is too ugly. Just kill her. What if, and I mean what if, the 3 prime evils use her to locate your magic tower? You'll be in big trouble then. Although he didn't know the exact strength of the 3 demon gods, Yang Tao's intuition told him that the 3 demon gods were not something that the demon king Zeno could contend with. Zeno turned to look at him, his face bearing a half-smile. You want to kill her to increase your strength? Yang Tao nodded without making any excuses. That's right, besides you and Su, she is the highest level being I have ever seen. Killing her alone would allow me to level up by more than 2 levels. Level is secondary. The most important thing is her loot. This is a level 95 epic boss. Just thinking about it is exciting. Upon hearing this, the Demon King Zeno did not refuse but raised his hand and extended one finger. Okay, I have only one request. I want to study the bead you just took. Philosopher's Stone? As for research, Yang Tao understands this approach very well. Researching for a day is researching, and researching for a year is researching. However, after thinking about it for a moment, I realized that. He nodded in agreement. It wasn't that he was so generous. The main thing was that the Philosopher's Stones could be placed on the transformation table, and they were inexpensive and of good quality. He could exchange dozens of them for use as ornamental crystal balls whenever he wanted. Okay, I agree. The deal is done. With a muffled groan, Anariel suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, which instantly corroded the stone floor. Her body was twisted by an invisible force, and even the 4 sharp tentacles, under the control of that force, pierced into her own body. Wait, let me apply the poison first. The red and green poison powder landed on Andariel's head. Then Yang Tao rode the Phoenix chick to Andariel's side, holding the Heart Seeker and making an OK sign to Zeno. The next moment, Andariel's health bar disappeared segment by segment, as if by magic. Due to the compression of space, Anariel could not even speak and could only stare at Yang Tao beside him with resentful eyes. 321. Although the exact amount of health was not visible, when the health bar was clearly below a quarter, Yang Tao thrust out the heart probe. Puff! The slender heart seeker pierced Andariel's body like an iron nail into a hot water bottle. Puff! With no one to contend with the power of the Demon King Zeno, Anariel was almost instantly compressed into a bloody, mangled mass of unidentified tissue. The instant Anariel died, a spatial rift opened from the side, and the Demon King Zeno threw the mangled corpse into it. A very powerful being has sensed her demise. We should leave. Yang Tao's body flashed with golden light 3 times, and he was standing there blankly, digesting his gains. Seeing his reaction, Demon King Zeno immediately waved his hand and used his spatial abilities to teleport Yang Tao, Wulong, and Fengshu away from the 4th level of the tomb. The sudden change in space brought Yang Tao back to his senses. Looking around at the environment that resembled deep space, he subconsciously asked, "Where is this?" "This is my dimensional space, and also the 51st floor of the magic tower." "Oh," Yang Tao responded, and looked around at his surroundings. He reached out and touched it, and found that the starry sky was actually a physical entity. "This thing is interesting. Zeno, would you mind giving me one?" "A piece?" "This is a manifestation of spatial power. In reality, it is space itself. It's right here. If you can take it with you, why not give it to you?" "You said it? We can't go back on our word." Yang Tao took out a nether alloy pickaxe from his backpack and struck the starry sky with it. There was no familiar thud, no cracks. It felt like hitting the air. Well, the Demon King, who had once observed Yang Tao digging the stairs, finally felt relieved upon seeing this. He knew that Yang Tao had special abilities. But now that he knows his power hasn't completely disappeared, he can finally relax. That's interesting. He packed his backpack, took the Philosopher's Stone out of it, and threw it to the Demon King Zeno. "This is the Philosopher's Stone I promised you. By the way, I'd like to have something made for you. You shouldn't mind, right?" "Do as you please." The Demon King stared intently at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, his eyes gleaming. He could sense the terrifying power contained within this small sphere. Yang Tao glanced at him and took the workbench out of his backpack. 1 Philosopher's Stone and 4 pieces of coal can be combined to create alchemical coal. 4 pieces of black coal turned into a single red gold refining coal. Next, 4 pieces of alchemical coal are combined to create 1 piece of Mobius fuel. The 4-in-1 unit has the same volume and even the same appearance, except that there are some golden patterns on the Mobius fuel. Next up is Eternal Fuel. Activate Level Exchange Module. The loot obtained from defeating an Ariel is considered one of the most valuable drops. Chapter 192, I only need 1 piece. In reality, it takes an ultra-high pressure of 20.4 million atmospheres to compress a 64 cubic meter coal block into a 1 cubic meter permanent fuel block. This far exceeds the pressure required for the formation of diamonds in nature and the depth of the mantle. But this was not the limit. Yang Tao took out a diamond block and 8 eternal fuels from the portable conversion table and put them back into the workbench, obtaining a piece of dark matter. Pretty. In Yang Tao's view, the purplish-black dark matter sphere possessed an extremely special charm. Continuing with the nested approach, it ultimately used 3 dark matter particles and 6 eternal fuels to synthesize the final material of the equivalent exchange module, red matter. It takes 3 red matter to make a red matter pickaxe. It wasn't that he didn't want to make other red material equipment and tools. It was simply because he couldn't afford them. 1 red substance is worth 470,000 EMC value, but he only has a total of over 2 million EMC. He originally thought he was quite rich, but now it has brought him back to reality. It's time to make some money. Equipment isn't valuable. It has to be minerals. He folded up the workbench and stuffed it into the portable conversion table, then glanced at Zeno, the Demon King, who was still studying the Philosopher's Stone. Zeno, I'm going to dig up this starry sky. Zeno waved his hand without raising his head and said directly, dig, dig. Thump, thump, bang. Without any enchantments, he simply dug down the starry wall. Starry sky blocks. Decorate. EMC, 64. The Demon King, who was studying the Philosopher's Stone, sensed that the rules of space had been disrupted and abruptly turned his head to look at the gap in the wall. You? No, you can really dig it down. Didn't you say you couldn't dig it down just now? Don't worry, I'll just take 1 to use. Don't be so nervous. After saying that, Yang Tao stuffed the starry sky block into the conversion table, and then took out another block to plug the gap. Everything was as if nothing had happened. Demon King Zeno. What he cared about wasn't the wall itself, but rather the rules of space. Yang Tao's ability to destroy the wall meant that he controlled the rules of space, making him nothing more than a plaything to be toyed with at will in the face of the other's power. I've put it back, so don't worry about it. Just take me to the gate of Peach Blossom Spring. I still need to go mine some more. I'm a little short on cash. The Demon King Zeno gave Yang Tao a deep look. He felt that things were gradually getting out of control. Suddenly, he realized that things had been out of his control ever since Yang Tao dug up his stairs. Thinking about it this way, my originally heavy mood suddenly improved. I also dressed up those archers and sent them to the Gate of Paradise. I need to study this Philosopher's Stone for a while. If you encounter any danger, you can use this to contact me. After saying that, the Demon King Zeno took out a dazzling gem. This is part of my power. Just hold it tight and call me. Upon receiving the gem, Yang Tao's mind didn't conjure up the name Zeno, but rather Gaia. He casually stuffed the gemstone into his empty backpack. Since he had mastered the concept of equivalent exchange, Yang Tao only had a few things on his mind. Weapons, tools, potions, stepping blocks, and a conversion table. Zeno waved his hand gently. Yang Tao did not disappear on the 51st floor of the magic tower as he had imagined. He was still standing there, staring at him. My spatial abilities have failed. When he looked at Yang Tao, his gaze became serious. He reached out and mobilized the power of space again, and soon he discovered the problem. The spatial power slipped out of Yang Tao's control the moment it touched his body. The opponent has upgraded. Although it's hard to accept, the facts are undeniable. Zeno, hurry up. I need to get to mining and earn some money. Can you tell me what you just did? My power has no effect on you anymore. At least I can't forcibly transfer you. Yang Tao was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then took out the red material pickaxe. Although the pickaxe was blood red, it emitted a golden light. I just made some red substance. Red matter. Yang Tao used up all his remaining EMC value to exchange for a bright red matter ball. That's it. Zeno looked at the red substance Yang Tao handed him and immediately took 2 steps back. Holy crap. Take it back right now. You're carrying around something this dangerous? You're insane. Although he didn't know what red matter was, he examined it when Yang Tao took it out. This examination was quite significant. The gravitational pull of the red matter, suppressed by the rules, almost distorted his mental power. Without that rule, The gravity of that single red ball would tear apart everything within tens of meters. If it were placed on the ground, it could directly penetrate the Earth's core. Destroying a planet would be difficult, but destroying a city would be a basic operation. Seeing Zeno's expression, Yang Tao had no choice but to put the red matter sphere back into the conversion table. Since you can't send me away, I'll leave on my own. Take the magic tower staircase out of your backpack and place it aside. Then use the floor teleporter to teleport directly to the gate of paradise. The Demon King watched Yang Tao's disappearing figure, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Theoretically speaking, the spatial power on the stairs is of the same origin as his power. He couldn't send Yang Tao away, and theoretically, the stairs couldn't send Yang Tao away either. But reality slapped him in the face repeatedly. We need to study this carefully. The gate to Peach Blossom Spring. Night fell over the entire valley, and the nighttime scenery of the unbroken planet Draenor was nothing short of spectacular. The starry sky was extremely bright, the Milky Way was clear, and a dazzling band of stars stretched across the sky. 2 moons, one blue and one red, hang in the sky, creating a scene beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, giving it a distinctly exotic feel. It would be a disservice to my abilities not to build a matchbox-like structure for this scenery. In the distance, the rogues were chatting with the blood ravens who had just arrived, while a group of exiled Arakoa were sizing up these beings who seemed to be of the same race as Yang Tao. Very weak. They could sense the strength of these rogues just by their aura, but they did not underestimate them in the slightest. After all, Yang Tao, the Redeemer, was there. Yang, Jill, who was standing with Celia, saw him coming and waved to him. Yang Tao walked straight over. Jill, these rogue archers are yours from now on. Once the class hall is built, I'll recruit some melee soldiers. Only by focusing on ranged or melee combat can their full potential be realized. In Legion mode, only through the coordinated efforts of all unit types can their true power be unleashed. Jill nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the rogues. Their strength needs to be improved. Yes, I'll send them to the desert city of Lut Golian tomorrow. Given their hatred for demons, they'll definitely go willingly. Lut Golian is the second main city in Diablo 2, and its final boss is Duriel, the demon lord and twin brother of Anariel. Jill frowned slightly. She had already realized that Yang Tao wasn't planning to go to Lut Golian with her. Yang, where are you going? Yang Tao chuckled lightly. I'm going to do manual labor. Suddenly, Celia asked innocently, who is Cooley? Did he offend you? Chapter 193 Abyss Set. Yang Tao patted Celia's head. Laborer. Hard laborer. Never mind, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm leaving now. Jill, I'll leave the Peach Blossom Gate to you for now. Call me if anything happens. His mobile phone has completely evolved into a virtual communication system, allowing him to receive calls and even connect to the internet no matter where he is. Although I don't understand the principle behind it. Okay. Yang Tao summoned the Void Ray and rode on it. Woof! Wulong immediately called out. You and Fengchu stay put at the Peach Blossom Spring Gate. I'll summon you directly if needed. Woof woof. The once frantic Wulong, wagging its tail and looking ingratiating, immediately became dejected. Jill, if there isn't enough food here, go back to Grand Forest and ask a villager to bring some food over. The food in the outer base of Grand Forest can now easily feed 1,000 or 800 people for several months. Once I have the money, I'll make the time travel pocket watch. With a 30x speed boost, the farming speed will definitely make the villagers curse me. After giving the instructions, Yang Tao rode the Void Ray into the sky, took out his phone from his backpack, opened the photo album, and found the map of Draenor. This is a high-precision map drawn entirely by hand by the Yak people. Being able to fly is just that convenient. There's a real iron mine near Shatrath. Let's go check it out. True iron ore is considered a basic mineral on Draenor, and it is famous for its high yield. All kinds of weapons, tanks, and Gundams made by the Steel Tribe are made of true iron or black iron ore. Flying high in the sky, heading straight north to Tardu. Talador is located in the very center of Draenor, with excellent connectivity. The Draenei capital city of Shatrath and the sanctuary of Auchendown are both located in Talador. Under the moonlight, the golden fields of Tarado's eternal autumn came into Yang Tao's view. This scenery is really nice. It's just as beautiful as the Tanan jungle. After crossing the orange-red Oriba forest, Yang Tao saw the Draenei sanctuary Auchendown, but since his main destination was the mines, he had to wait until later to visit Auchendown. The Void Ray's flight speed was decent, and Yang Tao arrived at the outer city area of Shatrath 3 hours later. Before they even landed, They could see the mine below illuminated by torches. Orc laborers and Drenii slaves were pushing carts in and out of the mine. Hurry up! An orc overseer stood on a hillside, brandishing a leather whip and urging the laborers below with a fierce expression. If you delay the Steel Tribe's progress, you will all be executed. Orc laborers are the lowest class in orc society, almost slaves, and are responsible for heavy physical labor such as back-of-house work, mining, logging, construction, and maintenance. They are overseen by orc overseers. Those who slack off are beaten, and those who try to escape are killed. They were not considered members of the tribe at all. Yang Tao took out a bottle of invisibility potion from the conversion table, and then jumped off the back of the void ray. It landed silently above the mine. I wonder how much real iron ore there is here. Looking up at the inner city of Shatrath, it was completely shrouded in the holy light shield. After Shatrath was breached by the Iron Horde, the remaining Drenii all went to the inner city to defend the core area of Shatrath. However, given the overwhelming power of the Iron Horde, without external intervention, it was only a matter of time before Shatrath was breached. He took the red material pickaxe out of his backpack and looked down at the ground beneath his feet. Maximized the chain mining speed. He then slammed his fist on the ground. The next moment, the ground beneath his feet began to disappear rapidly. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. Obtained 7,768 soil. Sure enough, after Chichian changed his pickaxe, the range of his chain mining expanded significantly. The area of a block in Minecraft is 1616. As for how many blocks it contains, that depends on the terrain. There are definitely far more mountains than plains. The sudden disappearance of more than 7,000 cubic meters of soil left not only the orc laborers, who were not particularly intelligent to begin with, bewildered, but even the orc overseers. But Yang Tao didn't think that much. He had already landed completely on a gray stone. He picked up the pickaxe again and struck it. Roundstone 7,541. Another section of the rocks disappeared, leaving only some veins of minerals with a metallic sheen. Thud. True iron ore 6441. The soil, rocks, and iron ore all disappeared, leaving only a deep pit and scattered wooden supports that had lost their support. Damn it! What's going on? An orc warlord noticed the commotion outside and immediately ran out of his tent. When he saw the ever-expanding crater in front of him, he was immediately enraged. It must be those damned Drenii's doing. All orc warriors, listen to my command. Immediately send out the signal to summon the tribal army and raise this city of the goatmen to the ground. Yang Tao, who was already deep inside the mine, was completely bewildered when he heard the sudden drumbeats from above. Is this a call for orcs? Heh, I'll dig and run. You think you can find me? Whether he can win or not is another matter. If we wait a little longer, these orcs definitely won't be able to stop him. Little did they know that Yang Tao, whose mining activities had brought the Battle of Shatrath forward, was still calculating the value of the true iron ore. 1 cubic meter of genuine iron ore has an EMC of 256, which is twice that of ordinary iron ore. Unfortunately, this genuine iron ore is not affected by luck. If you're lucky, this one swing of the pickaxe will surely make you a fortune. Bang. True iron ore 7113. Bang. Soil 7,451. Bang. Raw stone 7,481. The EMC value in the conversion table rose rapidly. Although he was already fully capable of producing the entire red matter set, Yang Tao still did not stop. Now that we're here, we're going to dig to our heart's content. Bang. True iron ore 7451. More than 10 minutes later, Yang Tao walked deeper into the mine shaft left after the iron ore was mined. Her rosy face was full of happiness. Take the workbench out of your backpack and place it in the mine. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion should be enough. Let's make the red matter set first. He walked to the workbench, took out the portable conversion table, and opened it, taking out all the dark matter, red matter, diamonds, and a bunch of other miscellaneous materials needed for synthesis. Another nesting doll. A single Tier 6 Carlisle Energy Star is worth 51.2 million EMC, while the final item in the equivalent exchange module requires 4. Watching the EMC value plummet with each batch of materials produced, Yang Tao was even tempted to sell Draenor. After working for half a day, Yang Tao finally finished crafting all the parts of the Abyss set. 120 million, my goodness. However, the Abyss set is worth the price, including the Abyss helmet, infernal chestplate, gravity leggings, and hurricane boots. In an instant, Yang Tao felt many abilities appear in his mind. With a thought, his body slowly took flight. Finally, I can fly on my own. Chapter 194 The Black Hand of the Steel Tribe. Deep in the mine, Yang Tao sat suspended in midair, as if he had an invisible sofa beneath him. The Abyss set is not invincible. It provides 1800 damage absorption and 95% damage reduction. This is why the Abyss set can be killed by high damage in the game. Ultimately, the core capability of equivalent exchange is not equipment and weapons. It is a conversion table. If you want powerful equipment, you have to go for the modules produced by small workshops. They really dare to fill in the code. The invisibility potion's effect had worn off, and Yang Tao didn't take out another bottle. He no longer needed these things. He took out the freshly made red substance fist sword from his backpack. The ultimate weapon in the equivalent exchange module, when fully charged, boasts a terrifying 28 points of damage. Alright. The direct attack power of the red matter fist sword is even less than that of a regular Tinker's Soul, which has a relatively basic attack power. However, its area of effect attack skill can deal 1000 points of true damage. Charge. Buzz. The red material fist sword in his hand, with its red short blade, emitted a faint red light. As the number of recharges increases, the red light emitted by the red matter fist sword becomes brighter and brighter. Just after the power was fully charged, a violent explosion suddenly rang out outside the mine. Yang Tao looked at the mine entrance with a furrowed brow. What are these orcs up to? They quickly drifted out of the mine, and as soon as they came out, they heard a burst of rousing war drums, followed by a series of explosions. Yang Tao flew out of the deep pit and stared in astonishment at the fireball flying towards the inner city of Shatrath. Why did they start fighting? If he remembers the timeline correctly, the Iron Horde should be locked in a fierce battle with the allied forces of Azeroth, with the Alliance and Horde establishing fortresses in Shadowmoon Valley and Frostfire Ridge respectively. Next, they would head to his Iraq Peaks to join forces with the Arakoa to fight against the Shattered Hand Orc tribe. Then came the Battle of Shatrath. However, the Alliance has not yet been seen in the Iraq summit, but the Battle of Shatrath has already taken place. TSK, the timeline's all messed up. Oh well, I'll just tell the Crow people to do their scouting later to prevent the Shattered Hand tribe from causing trouble. Yang Tao was pondering whether he should strike first and attack the Shattered Hands tribe to avoid being caught off guard when they set up their forces. Rumble, rumble. A series of explosions rang out, and flames erupted from the other side of Shatrath. On the high seas, the Iron Horde's giant warships continuously fired various types of shells. The Holy Light barrier in Shatrath is so fragile that it could break at any moment. Why don't you orcs play melee combat and start tetching up? What's the difference between you and those plant-like people next door who can only shout walk? As the saying goes, greenskin technology is truly awe-inspiring. The technology of the gray primal orcs in World of Warcraft is equally impressive. Yang Tao flew quickly towards the port of Shatrath. Beams of holy light shot out from Shatrath city, but these attacks were really ineffective against the Iron Horde's army. Fire! Blow those goatmen's shells to smithereens. A figure clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive flaming hammer stood on the deck of the giant warship, directing the ship's gunners. Iron Horde Black Hand, level 70. Legend. Health points 175,000/175,000. The core overseer of the Iron Horde and ruler of Gorgrond. He is the second most important figure in the Iron Horde. He usually resides in the Blackrock Foundry instance, where he is responsible for some of the Iron Horde's forging affairs. I never expected to run into a celebrity. Click. The holy light shield of Shatrath inner city disappeared under the concentrated fire of the orcs. A bloodthirsty smile spread across Blackhand's face. He immediately raised the massive flaming warhammer in his hand and roared, "Now, kill all enemies. Forge the glory of the Steel Horde with blood." With his command, massive numbers of iron orcs emerged from warships and roared as they charged toward the inner city of Shatrath. Yang Tao glanced at the orc army, and then at the steel warships moored at the port. The deck, which was just crowded with people, is now only occupied by a few scattered laborers. This warship is only used once and then discarded? Normally, shouldn't they just use artillery to plow through the entire Shatrath? What's the point of blasting open the gates and charging straight in? Yang Tao descended from the sky and landed steadily on the steel warship. The warship was full of Orcish style, with all kinds of ferocious spikes and a rough decoration style. The giant naval cannon capable of launching steel stars is designed to launch powerful flying bricks, and the inner wall of the cannon must be at least half a meter thick. Yang Tao glanced at the orc laborers who shrank into the corner of the deck when they saw him, chuckled, and muttered to himself, "If nobody wants them, then I'll take them." Take out the red matter pike-headed hammer from your backpack. This is an upgraded version of the red matter pickaxe, a multifunctional tool with the attributes of a hammer, pickaxe, and shovel. Silently recite the chain in your mind. Then gently tap the steel warship beneath your feet. Bang! All the steel components that were connected together on the hull turned into debris and flew into Yang Tao's backpack. The warships that were just fine a moment ago have suddenly been reduced by a third. The Black Hand, who had only rushed forward a short while ago, sensed the force behind him and subconsciously turned around to look. What he saw, there was no turning back. The number of warships that had been stranded due to a lack of steel components suddenly decreased by a third. Black Hand, what's going on? Before he could react, the remaining third of the steel warship had also disappeared, leaving behind a large number of supplies, ammunition, and laborers who were stranded in the water, unattached to the hull. Yang Tao plunged into the sea and stuffed all the scattered cargo and shells into the conversion table. Is 3.34 million really that expensive? Yang Tao suddenly felt that the steel warship looked handsome and refined. Should we split the points again? Other steel warships are not as large as this flagship, but they should have no problem with an EMC value of 1.5 million. Just as it emerged from the seabed, a furious roar rang out from behind. Thief, die! Bang! The fiery red giant hammer struck Yang Tao without any resistance. Subtract 0. 95% damage reduction, plus 1,800 points of damage reduction. After the damage reduction, the damage was less than 1801 points, and there was not even any force damage. The gravity legging skill was activated, and a powerful repulsive force sent Black Hand flying. Yang Tao turned around and looked at the Black Hand with a helpless expression. Black Hand, didn't your Steel Tribe's chieftain tell you that whoever could take the steel warships away would get them? Black Hand steadied himself, the fury in his eyes almost tangible. You little bastards, I can't believe you actually made it this far. I'll throw you into the furnace as fuel. With that, an even stronger aura erupted from his body, and the peculiar warhammer responded to his rage, bursting into flames. Yang Tao chuckled, and the next moment his body disappeared from the spot. The speed bonus provided by the hurricane boots was much stronger than in the game. Bang! With sheer speed and power, Black Hand took off again, and this time flew even further. Pick up the Dark Hand, the giant hammer dropped by Black Hand. It's a top-tier level 70 warrior weapon. Why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a monster? I've never heard of a professional who can steal a boss's equipment. Chapter 196, let me show you what a Black Hand really is. Black Hand rolled around on the ground a few times in a disheveled state, then stood up. His eyes showed no fear, only boundless rage. Blackstone cannons, fire. The orc gunners on those warships immediately maneuvered their giant cannons and aimed them at Yang Tao. Guides, kill him. The Black Hand, now unarmed, commands his orcs. Though powerful, he is even more fascinated by Blackrock technology. One after another, rugged black steel war scorpions retreated from the front lines and charged toward Yang Tao. The ordinary beach beneath Yang Tao's feet instantly turned fiery red, followed by a column of lava erupting from it. Tisk. The magma formed from the fire element did not cause him any harm. Yang Tao simply stretched out his hand, and the magma instantly solidified into round stones. Tide Amulet. Launch blue energy balls to turn the surrounding lava into cobblestone or obsidian. Upon contact with a physical creature, it causes a knockback effect and extinguishes the flames on the creature. Touching the block will create a flowing water source. Once it flies into the sky, it can cause rain/snow. This is a small item in the equivalent exchange, but it is one of the materials used to craft the Abyss Helmet, so the Abyss Helmet also possesses these abilities. Boom. Several loud explosions rang out, and nearby naval cannons fired steel stars. These giant cannonballs are weapons exclusive to the Steel Tribe, with a diameter of at least 3 meters and a surface covered with spikes. It wasn't a pure solid shot. In addition to its powerful kinetic energy, it was filled with explosives and a lava core. Its explosive power was so great that even the Abyss Lord Manaroth, after being hit by one, said it was good. Yang Tao merely glanced at it, then took the red material fist sword in his hand and gently swung it. Face the storm. A massive, visible wall of wind rose up, and the several steel stars that crashed into it showed no sign of exploding. They simply lost their momentum and fell helplessly to the ground. Swift wind ring. A wind wall is formed around the user, pushing away all projectiles. The older generation of modules are known for their lack of restraint. Although their attack power is somewhat underwhelming, their various interesting little abilities are truly impressive. I'm afraid I'll be promoted several levels today. If he wants to conquer Draenor, then the Iron Horde will definitely be a stumbling block in his way. With a thought, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix appeared out of thin air beside him. After being summoned, the two originally wanted to greet Yang Tao, but the next moment they saw his densely packed orc army. Instantly, the crouching dragon and the young phoenix entered stress mode, baring their teeth and bearing their warnings at the orcs. Seeing that even Steel Star had no effect, Black Hand roared in fury, "Go! Tear him apart!" One after another, the scorpion armored battlesuits and the orc warriors wearing power armor immediately charged towards Yang Tao. That's right, it's power armor, but not the power armor from the Warhammer world. It's the Blackrock power armor specially made by the Iron Horde. It is forged from black iron and real steel, thick and heavy, with rivets, a chimney, and heat dissipation pipes. I brought you two here to gain experience. Stand still and watch me show off a bit. He took out a bottle of ancient knowledge potion and drank it. Buzz. A strange sound rang out from the red material fist sword, and the orcs charging towards Yang Tao immediately displayed a double true damage reduction of 1,418 above their heads. These damage numbers are not significant against an army of iron orcs with tens of thousands of health points. The next moment, Yang Tao transformed into a dark red afterimage. Buzzing to buzzing. The strange sound instantly became indescribable. 1,000 points of true damage isn't scary. What's scary is the skill interval of 10 strikes per second. As Steve, Yang Tao has 0.5 seconds of invincibility frames, meaning that after being attacked, he will not take any further damage for 0.5 seconds. But these orcs did not. Within seconds, hordes of iron orc warriors lay dead on the beach of Shatrath Harbor. Golden light immediately rose from Yang Tao's body. Without their operators, those powerful scorpion mechs became motionless steel coffins. 1,000 points of armor penetration damage, specifically designed to counter these heavily armored and mech units. Black Hand, his eyes wide with rage, raised an ordinary warhammer and pointed it at Yang Tao. Damn it, the Iron Horde will never forget the humiliation you brought us. Grommash Hellscream will avenge us. Yang Tao descended from the sky and landed in front of the Black Hand. Grommash Hellscream? He avenges you? He can't even protect himself. Do you really think Gul'dan would fall like that? Your biggest mistake was not killing him. Grommash Hellscream is the current war chief of the Iron Horde, possessing an extremely resilient spirit and immense power. Yang Tao really liked him in the game World of Warcraft. He took the Dark Hand from his backpack and threw it in front of him. Pick it up, and let's have a fair duel between warriors. If you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, then you'll have died a worthy death. Black Hand's furious expression froze for a moment. He gave Yang Tao a deep look, then stepped forward and picked up the Dark Hand from the ground. Orcs are a race full of honor. Even the Iron Tribe. Tell me your name, stranger. Yang Tao. I've got it. Black Hand gripped the handle of the warhammer tightly, his gaze fixed intently on Yang Tao. Our alliance is as strong as iron. Our will unbreakable. After shouting those two words, he leaped up and smashed his giant hammer down on Yang Tao's head. Yang Tao dodged the blow by the opponent's hammer, but the Black Hand's strength and agility still exceeded his expectations. In the face of life and death, the Black Hand unleashed an even more powerful force. He wielded the Dark Hand with remarkable ease, using its immense power to sweep the hammer across Yang Tao's clock tower before it even hit the ground. The dragon-patterned sword was held upright in front of him. Bang! Despite the huge difference in strength, the block was successful. Yang Tao's body remained motionless, and with a whip kick, he sent Black Hand flying. At that moment, the 40-level difference was completely reversed with the blessing of the Abyss set. Then, Yang Tao's figure disappeared from the spot. Puff puff. The dragon-patterned sword kept attacking the exposed parts of Black Hand's body, but the collision between the blade and skin could only leave some white marks. If it weren't for his true damage, Yang Tao wouldn't even be able to break through the defense. Poisoning technique. Poisoning technique. Reduce target defense. Although this is a duel of honor, poisoning has some negative consequences, but Yang Tao's profession is a Taoist priest, so he doesn't need to use poison techniques. Isn't this just bullying him? With his superior physical abilities and rage, Black Hand also launched a counterattack, but no matter how he attacked, Yang Tao remained unmoved. We are the chief's blade. Without us, the chief. Black Hand felt his own body. He had already foreseen his destiny. Then will you orcs surrender? Orcs will never be slaves. Then you don't need to worry about the Steel Tribe. The heart probe thrust out, piercing straight through the black iron armor on Black Hand's body. A golden light flashed. This battle raised his level to 40, bringing him into the second tier of professionals. According to the rankings provided on the forum, the highest tier is currently only level 49. Chapter 197 Prophet Villain. Black Hand's death caused the Blackrock orcs to temporarily abandon their attack on Shatrath. After all, the death of the Supreme Commander was a huge loss for the Iron Horde. Watching the orc army recede like a tide, Yang Tao began to clean up the battlefield. The Steel Star is a good thing. If this thing is dropped from the sky, it will definitely kill a lot of people. The technology in World of Warcraft is very interesting, with tanks, planes, mechs, and even spaceships, as well as a variety of energy weapons. Yang Tao collected various pieces of equipment left behind by the orcs and stuffed them into the conversion table. Villain salutes you. A voice interrupted Yang Tao's trash-collecting activity. A group of fully armed Draenei emerged from the inner city of Shatrath, led by an elderly Draenei man with snow-white hair and beard. Thank you for repelling those orcs, saving Shatrath, and saving us Draenei. Prophet Villain, level 100. Epic. He is the supreme leader of the Delaney and the head of the Council of Episcopal Bishops. He was once one of the 3 great leaders of Argus, on par with Kil'jaeden and Archimonde, who had joined the Burning Legion. Yang Tao stopped what he was doing and looked at Prophet Villain with some surprise. How come you're in Shatrath? Shouldn't you be at the Temple of Karabayr? Shatrath is the Draenei's main city, but that's all it is. Auchendown and Karabayr Temple are more important than Shatrath in some respects. The Blackrock orcs are eyeing us covetously, so I had no choice but to come here, and I also saw some visions of the future. Prophet Villain, a smile on his face, took 2 steps forward. The arrival of the Alliance brings new hope to us Draenei. Yang Tao looked at the old man. Viren. This guy can see disaster, death, and betrayal in the story, but he can only subtly guide it and can't say it outright. He was the kind of person who was a saint, a prophet, and a martyr, extremely gentle and extremely steadfast. I am not a member of the League. I know. The Prophet Villain wore that charlatan-like expression. From the moment I saw you, I knew you had no connection whatsoever with the humans of Azeroth. I was a little confused about the sudden changes in those exiled Arakoa before, but after seeing you, I understand everything. Yang Tao looked at the Prophet Viren, who was talking incoherently. Perhaps all theological groups were like that. Well, Lord Viren, I have some matters to attend to, so... Do you want to fight for a sacred Naru for the Arakoa? Yang Tao, who had just taken flight, immediately landed upon hearing the words of the Prophet Villain, revealing a serious expression. I would like to hear the details. The Naru, the original beings of light and shadow, are among the oldest intelligent life forms in the universe. The power of holy light is extremely strong. It can revive, purify, and provide energy, and it can also enable interstellar travel and control spaceships. They are like walking batteries of holy light. Seeing Yang Tao's interest, the Prophet Villain smiled even more meaningfully, then uttered a few words. Dark Star. Upon hearing the name, Yang Tao raised an eyebrow and looked at Viren with an expression of I see. So that's why you'd kindly give me a Naru. You were planning to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But are you sure the Dark Star will come with me after it's purified? As long as your heart is turned toward the light, I think he will leave with you. Upon hearing Villain's words, Yang Tao scoffed. Heart turned to the light? In the end, isn't it just an empty promise? I can try to purify the Dark Star, but if he doesn't come with me, then I'll trade him a spaceship. Holy light is energy without selfishness, but the Naru are beings of holy light and have their own hidden agendas. The two should not be confused. If necessary, Yang Tao could also learn from the Blood Elves and turn the Naru directly into a Tangram battery. Viren readily agreed, without any concern about whether Yang Tao could purify the Dark Star or whether the purified Dark Star would leave with Yang Tao. The Iron Horde is doomed to fail, but the demons lurking in the shadows are waiting for their chance. The power of the Holy Light is a good option for the Arakoa. The Prophet Villain is right. Whether it's the power of shadow, the power of the sun, or the power of the elements, they are still somewhat lacking compared to the chaotic Fel energy. It's even said that the power of shadow has been infiltrating with Fel energy, and they often collude with each other. Lord Villain, let's forget about the Holy Light and get down to business. If you release the Dark Star, Are you confident you can control it temporarily? If you fail, do you have the ability to put it back? The Dark Star possesses extremely powerful strength, reaching the level of destroying a city. Don't underestimate the power of destroying a city. High-yield nuclear bombs also fall under the category of city-destroying weapons, but compared to living beings with city-destroying power, they are not even in the same league. Just like Zeno, if he wants to run away, even if you use nuclear bombs to clean up the ground, it won't work. As they entered the inner city of Shatrath with the prophet Velan, the Drenii they encountered along the way all bowed to him and Velan. The exotic Drenii women looked at him with eyes full of reverence. Unfortunately, Yang Tao simply couldn't appreciate Delaney's beauty. Blue-purple skin, glowing eyes, goat hoof legs, long tail, horns, or a frontal shield on the top of the head, chin, and whiskers behind the ears. It really looks like a goat that has come to life. Later, you will come with me to the Temple of Karabir in Shadow Moon Valley. The Dark Star is in the sky above Shadow Moon Valley. Yang Tao was observing the elephants walking through the inner city of Shatrath. All right, Prophet Velan, I have a favor to ask. I wonder if you sell the thunder elephants in Shatrath. I'm very interested in all kinds of mounts, especially some special ones. Like the Void Ray, the Dreniai's exclusive mounts come in many colors, as well as many extremely rare variants. Examples include the light-forged thunder elephant, the holy light thunder elephant, as well as the common hippogriff and the colorful fiend dragon. We Drenii are very willing to form an alliance with the exiled Arakoa. We can exchange technology, abilities, and even our Drenii professional instructors with your Arakoa. Previously, the relationship between the Drenii and the Arakoa wasn't bad, but it wasn't good either. They simply didn't interfere with each other. Alliance. This time, Yang Tao did not answer Prophet Velan. This was different from purifying the Dark Star. He could handle those things himself, and even if he failed, it would only result in the loss of Prophet Velan, which would not affect him or his Arakoa. However, an alliance with the Drenii is crucial for the future of the Arakoa race. It is important to know that the war between the three gods, the Sun Goddess, the Raven God, and the Wind Serpent God, led to the split of the Raven people into three factions. Although the high-ranking Arakoa have been defeated and killed, there are still some Arakoa who worship the Wind Serpent God hiding in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. Lord Velan, I will discuss the alliance with Ansu and Tarok when I get back, and then I will give you an answer. The Prophet Velan showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. In fact, he nodded in agreement. No rush. I will arrange for a suitable envoy to visit the Claw King Tarok. This made him realize that Yang Tao was not the kind of person who would dictate the government, which made him feel that forming an alliance with Yang Tao was the right choice. Chapter 198 The Sacred Kara is connecting us. Shadow Moon Valley, the land of the fallen moon. In a vast camp within a purple forest, alliance figures were everywhere. Humans, elves, dwarves, Drenii, you name it, they've got it. Holding the tiny dragon and phoenix chicks, no bigger than the palm of his hand, Yang Tao rode a giant thunder elephant beside the Prophet Velan, gazing at the bustling construction site. I respect Delaney's choice in that world. Even if it's wrong? Even if it's wrong. Prophet Velan turned to look at Yang Tao, a slight smile on his face, and said, It is all the choice of the holy light. Yang Tao made no comment on the Prophet Velan's thoughts. Ultimately, the Alliance and the Horde are not divided into good and evil. They are simply both in the struggle for survival. If the orcs of the Horde do not travel to Azeroth through the Dark Portal, then they will perish along with the already shattered Outland. The honest and kind-hearted Tauren might be wiped out by the Centaur if they didn't side with the orcs and trolls. The same applies to the Forsaken, dwarves, gnomes, elves, and Drenii. Without banding together for mutual support, they will all perish for various reasons. Upon arriving at the Alliance's headquarters, a Drenii immediately emerged, his tall and strong physique making him appear exceptionally distinguished. Marlad level 80. Legend. Prophet. Merad bowed respectfully to the Prophet Velan. Although the Velan before him was not the Velan he knew, the Velan in the parallel world had the same identity, holy light, and mission as the Velan in the main world. Therefore, he didn't distinguish between the two at all in his mind. The Iron Horde has begun its attack on Shatrath. Merad's eyes widened. Prophet, what's the situation in Shatrath? I'll go report to the Alliance commander. Velan dismounted from the Thunder Elephant and looked at Merad with a gentle expression. Blackhand has been eliminated, and the Blackrock tribe's army has temporarily withdrawn. However, Blackhand's death will inevitably provoke a counterattack from the Iron Horde, but the time is not yet ripe. Marlad was even more incredulous. The Black Hand is dead? He never expected that the mastermind behind the near extinction of the Drenii race in the main world was actually dead. Prophet Velan nodded slightly, and then looked at Yang Tao. Let me introduce you. This is the Redeemer of the Arakoa, and also their new god, Lord Yang Tao. He was the one who repelled the Orc army and dealt with Black Hand during the Iron Horde's siege of Shatrath. When Marlad heard the Prophet Viren's introduction and looked at Yang Tao again, his expression had become extremely serious. Hello, Your Excellency Yang Tao. I am Marlad, the vanguard of the Alliance's expeditionary force. Thank you for everything you have done for the Drenii. Yang Tao, who had just gotten off Lei Xiong, nodded slightly when he heard Marlad's words. The Iron Horde is the enemy of all races in Draenor. Even if I don't attack them, the war will still spread to the Arakoa. Yang Tao didn't want to be overly polite with the people in the Alliance. Lord Velan, let's deal with the Dark Star matter first. As for the others, we'll have time for them later. Certainly. Velan raised his staff and pointed to a distant hill. This is the land of Fallen Moon. There is an altar there that can draw the Dark Star from the sky. The Dark Star has always been in the sky above Shadow Moon Valley, using its power to block out the sun, which has kept the entire valley in darkness. Let's go over there. I will activate the altar to draw him down. The rest is up to you. Hearing their conversation, Merritt immediately asked, Dark Star? The Prophet, he's too dangerous. If the Dark Star goes out of control, aside from everything else, at the very least every one of the Alliance's still unestablished camps will be destroyed. I know, Merritt, the power of the Holy Light guides me, and I believe in Lord Yang Tao's power, which will surely be able to perfectly resolve the Dark Star. The Dark Star is formed when the Naru overused Holy Light energy, causing a reversal in their core Holy Light attributes and transforming them into an aggregate of void energy. In theory, the energy of the Dark Star can be reversed directly by using the Philosopher's Stone. Yang Tao thought so too. The only question is whether the Philosopher's Stone can change the properties of the Dark Star. After all, both Holy Light and the Void are among the 6 fundamental energies in World of Warcraft. Marlad still wanted to dissuade the Prophet, but he opened his mouth and didn't know how to start. The group walked toward the altar at the bottom of the Fallen Moon. The altar was nothing special, except for some stone slabs on the ground engraved with Drenii runes. Prophet, about this matter. Marlad, I know what you're worried about, but I'm ready to embrace the Holy Light. The addition of a Naru is more important than me. Upon hearing Velan reveal his final means, Merritt's expression immediately changed. Prophet, you still need to lead the Drenii. The Drenii will find their own way. The Dark Star is the opposite of the Naru, and the simplest way to reactivate its holy light is to infuse its dark core with powerful holy light. In the story, Velan chooses to sacrifice himself, unleashing a powerful burst of holy light to purify the Dark Star. Let it become a holy light Naru again. Marlad, stay true to yourself and step aside. I am about to summon the Dark Star. Having said that, the Prophet Velan unleashed a powerful force, and a thick beam of light shot out from the stone slab beneath his feet and into the sky. Soon, a suffocating atmosphere emerged from the sky. A Tangram puzzle, radiating black light, slowly descended from the depths of space. Even though it did nothing, the power it exuded made those below tremble with fear. Dark Star level 105. God level. Health point / 105? Isn't the limit 100? Yang Tao was speechless, never expecting that the first God-level being he encountered would be the fallen Tangram. Your Excellency Yang Tao. Velan's voice rang out from the pillar of light. Okay, I'll give it a try. After saying that, Yang Tao placed the crouching dragon and the phoenix chick on the ground. The two of them were already intimidated by the power emanating from the Dark Star, and after being placed on the ground, they lay down and did not move. The difference is so great, it's like seeing a skyscraper collapsing right in front of you. Whether you can run away or not, you can't withstand it. We could only watch helplessly as the final moment arrived. Yang Tao flew quickly toward the Dark Star, taking the Philosopher's Stone out of his backpack at the same time. He didn't notice anything wrong with the size of the Tangram on the ground, but after it flew into the sky, he belatedly realized that the Tangram was at least 10 meters tall. It looks like a two-dimensional creature. Naru are only two-dimensional. He quickly flew to the core of the Dark Star, raised the Philosopher's Stone in his hand, and pressed it onto it. Transform into a body of holy light. The Philosopher's Stone instantly erupted with a powerful energy surge. The Dark Star's body froze instantly, and a sound like shattering glass rang out from his body. The next moment, some tiny cracks appeared on the dark star, from which a faint golden light emanated. Boom. The powerful shockwave forced Yang Tao back. The Tangram puzzle, which was originally pitch black, has turned into a golden hue. Holy Light Narukara level 105. God level. Health point slash. A clear, ethereal voice echoed in Yang Tao's mind. Thank you for saving me from the darkness. You're thanking me too soon. Yang Tao replied without any politeness. He's not a Drenii. There's no need for him to treat the Naru like gods. Lord Kara, all of this comes at a price. Prophet Velan will communicate with you. You can consider it. Chapter 199 Alliance Commander. At the fallen moon land, Yang Tao gazed with a complex expression at the figure carrying a long sword and leading Alliance soldiers as they approached. Zhangjia. Level 70. Paladin. A professional. Lord Tyrion Mograine. This is Yang Tao, the Redeemer of the Arakoa. Marlid introduced Yang Tao to the visitor, who glanced at Yang Tao and his expression changed slightly. Their eyes met, and they instantly exchanged a message. Tyrion looked at the Tangram pieces that had been transformed into Naru. As a paladin, he could naturally feel the surging holy light power emanating from the Naru. Marlad, can you tell me about the current situation? Marlid stepped forward and told Tyrion about the Dark Star and what had just happened. Upon learning of the situation, Tyrion stepped forward and bowed to Velan to show his respect for the Drenii prophet. Then he looked at Yang Tao beside him and said, I've heard your name from the people of Ya, Redeemer, but I didn't expect you to be so young. Let me introduce myself. I am Tyrion Mograine, commander of the Alliance Expeditionary Force. Mograine. This surname is quite remarkable in World of Warcraft. After saying that, Terry extended his hand to Yang Tao, and the two shook hands. Commander Tyrion, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Is that all right? Tyrion didn't refuse and nodded with a smile. It just so happens that I also wanted to talk to you about the Iron Horde. Seeing that Terry had agreed, Yang Tao looked at the giant Tangram puzzle. Kara, what's your decision? I will go to the Iraq peaks to guide the Arakoa on the path of holy light, as you and Velan agreed. A wise move. Yang Tao's gaze softened a bit as he looked at Kara. He decided to take Kara back first, and who would brainwash whom later was a matter for another time. Wait a minute, I'll find you a guide. With a thought, a loud shout echoed out, and the sun goddess, who had been patrolling the sky above the peach blossom spring and the Iraq Peak forest, appeared beside him. The sun goddess spreads her wings, radiating warm light. Owner, just call me by my name. Yang Tao pointed at Narukara and said, take him to the Temple of the Sun on the peak of Alenka and tell Tarek to settle Kara in. The sun goddess, who possesses all of Rukmar's memories, naturally knows about the Naru and the Dark Star, the power of holy light and the shadow power of Enzu. The way of yin and yang is the fundamental principle. Ansu will not say anything, but let Tarok suppress those followers of the shadow force. The sun goddess nodded gently and then flapped her wings and flew into the sky. After bidding farewell to everyone, Kara, who was already suspended in midair, followed the sun goddess and flew towards the Iraq peaks. After Kara left, the group followed Tyrion to the Alliance camp. Terry's meeting room. Yang Tao took the cigarette from Zhangjia, then sat down in the chair and looked at Terry. What's going on with you? It all started with a hidden mission. I obtained the identity of a branch of the Mograine family and got to where I am now step by step. What's your situation? Yang Tao said helplessly. I have no identity or mission. I was just accidentally teleported to Draenor while exploring the map. How's the situation in Azeroth? There are 40+ maps, but the vast majority of them don't have identities and can only become ordinary adventurers. Yang Tao stared at the level above Tyrion's head, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. It was clear that the other party had grasped the script of World of Warcraft players. A level of 70 is unparalleled among professionals. There's also the weapon the other person is carrying on their back. Ashbringer. The famous artifact from World of Warcraft. Logically speaking, since Tyrion Fordring is still alive, Ashbringer shouldn't be in the player's hands. Clearly, the Mograine surname led Fordring to make some choices. What are your thoughts on the Iron Horde and the Burning Legion? The fact that the other party was willing to discuss these matters with him clearly showed that they had their eyes on his Arakoa forces. Otherwise, why would a level 70 Alliance commander discuss this issue with a level 40 nobody like him? I don't want to get involved with the Alliance or the Horde. I don't have that much ambition. All I want is Draenor. Terry was slightly taken aback, then found himself both amused and exasperated. Brother, You probably have some misunderstanding about ambition. You have no idea of the strength of the Alliance and the Horde. Once the base is stable, the Alliance army will arrive. The Alliance will not stay here. Tyrion fell silent. As the Alliance commander, he knew Yang Tao was right. The Alliance's expedition to Draenor this time was merely for self-preservation. If the Iron Horde hadn't reopened the Dark Portal, the Alliance would have had no idea about the parallel world of Draenor. The Steel Tribe is very powerful. If you need help, whether it's because we are both professionals or because we have a common enemy, I will help you. That's enough for me. Yang Tao stood up and looked at Tyrion, who had already adapted to his role as the Alliance commander. I may not be able to help you with other things, but it shouldn't be a problem to arrange for 100 aerial scouts and 20 shadow rogues to come and assist you. At that time, any little tricks the Iron Horde makes will be on your desk. Because of Enzu, the shadow-related professions of the Arakoa are very strong. As for aerial reconnaissance aircraft, all they need to do is fly fast and be agile enough. Unless the Iron Tribe can produce supersonic anti-aircraft missiles, ordinary air mounts really can't catch up with the Arakoa. Turning to walk away, Yang Tao suddenly stopped and turned back to ask, if Ashbringer is with you, where did the broken Frostmourne go? The hilt was taken back to Dalaran by Lord Fordring and placed at the foot of his statue in Ruin Square as a memento. The blade is being kept under strict guard by the new Lich King Bolvar for Dragon and the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Tyrion stood up and looked at Yang Tao. I'm very curious. Even adventurers who have been in Azeroth for a long time might not know these kinds of things, yet you recognized my Ashbringer at a glance, and even know about Frostmourne. And you seem to have no doubt about the name I mentioned. Yang Tao smiled calmly and said, everyone has secrets, right? Just like you, level 70, which is 20 levels higher than the top professionals on the professional forum. Terry nodded slightly. Everyone has their own opportunities, and the things he has gone through to get to where he is today can be described as magnificent. What you said is not wrong. Yang Tao smiled, waved his hand, turned and left, gazing at the Alliance headquarters under construction. We've reached level 40. It's time to build a base and recruit more soldiers. Legion mode is an option we absolutely have to try. Chapter 200, a return trip to the Sky Tower. Should we establish a level 1 camp here? Whether. Yang Tao hesitated slightly as he looked at the pop-up notification at the gate of Peach Blossom Spring. The gate to paradise has stabilized, and Celia's magic circle is gradually being perfected. Building the camp here would be somewhat wasteful. It feels like you're just marking out a piece of land in your own backyard. No. Frostfire Ridge is the Horde's camp, Shadowmoon Valley is the Alliance's camp, and Iraq Peaks is within his sphere of influence. Honestly, the rest of Draenor isn't really worth much. How about building the camp in a first-tier city? Ayong. Just as Yang Tao was pondering, Celia walked up to him. Do you have time now? Yes, what's wrong? Celia looked at Yang Tao and said, I want you to take me to Sky City. I want to go and reclaim the magic power there. New equipment? Yang Tao immediately nodded. No problem. I was just thinking about the base too, so I'll take this time to think it over. He placed the palm-sized sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks on his shoulder and, together with Celia, rushed up the stairs to the beach in Q City. Celia gazed at the towering sky tower that reached into the clouds and explained. This sky tower was built during the Magic Age and serves as a passage connecting Arad to the Celestial Realm. However, since the explosive Dragon King Bakel ruled the Celestial Realm, this sky tower has been completely sealed. From that moment on, the Celestial Realm and the Arad continent were completely severed. The sky tower only reappeared after Bakel's death, when the Great Fire of Grand Forest weakened the Grand Magic Circle. We're going to the top of Sky City, that floating city that fell from the heavens. It's the hub of the Sky Tower's magic circle. I know. Yang Tao has lost count of how many times he's played Sky City. He can basically clear the map with his eyes closed. Summon the Void Ray. With a thought, Yang Tao appeared on the back of the Void Ray and then reached out his hand to Celia. Come up. Celia looked up at him, then smiled and reached out her hand. Yang Tao pulled Celia into his arms with a little force. Sit tight. With a gentle shake, the Void Ray, resembling fish fins, swiftly flew towards the towering Sky City. This time, Yang Tao didn't foolishly climb the tower floor by floor. Instead, he rode on the back of the Void Ray straight to the top-level floating city. Suddenly, a question came to his mind. Syria, there are no flying mounts or flying vehicles on the Arad continent. Why do we have to go through the Sky City to get to the Celestial Realm? Between the Celestial Realm and the Arad continent lies a powerful magical barrier, the Sky Curtain. Any flying creature or vehicle that gets close will lose control, crash, or have its magic drained. And you're poking me. As she spoke, Celia instinctively twisted her body, and then the next moment her face turned red and her body became extremely stiff. Should good people be held at gunpoint? We're almost there. Everything will be fine soon. Celia's voice was very soft. If Yang Tao hadn't had good hearing, he almost wouldn't have heard it. The void ray speed was still quite good. After flying to a certain height in the sky tower, the void ray stopped rising, clearly sensing the so-called sky curtain. This height looks like the dark corridor, the middle level. Let's go in. Yang Tao, controlling the void ray, flew directly into the room in Sky City. Inside, the professionals who were farming those magical puppets stared blankly at Yang Tao and Celia as they jumped off the void ray's back. This works. The thought of how they had painstakingly climbed over 100 floors of the sky tower to reach the dark corridor, while others simply flew up on mounts, made them feel utterly envious. You guys continue, don't worry about us. Yang Tao, now at level 40, had lost interest in the monsters in the dark corridor. The only monsters in the entire sky tower worth his attention were the Sky City Lord and the big eye of the floating city. I can feel the magic of the sky tower fading. We need to speed things up. No problem. Yang Tao walked up the stairs to the upper level. There were no monsters in the upper room, which meant that a professional had cleared out the monsters. Syria, if the floating city is cleared out by someone else, will it affect the magic you mentioned? Don't worry, if no one uses magic, there won't be any impact. That's fine then. Continue up the stairs to the next level, pass through the dark corridor, and arrive at the final area of the Sky City. City Lord's Palace. Compared to the dark corridors where the lights are turned off at any time, the area where the City Lord's Palace is located appears magnificent and opulent. Faintly, the sounds of armor clashing came from upstairs. Yang Tao glanced at Celia. Looks like we've caught up with Qingtu's team. Just as Yang Tao had guessed, as soon as he climbed the stairs, he saw a well-equipped team of professionals clearing out the monsters in the room. Hearing footsteps, the professionals also turned their attention to the sound. Hey buddy, are you planning to go up there? How about we team up? I'm going to the top floor. Don't worry, the monsters in the room are left for you. Yang Tao smiled at the group, and then he and Celia went straight upstairs. By the way, I'll kill Seghart, the Lord of the City of Light. As for the reactions of those professionals, Yang Tao didn't care. After all, he wasn't stealing monsters. Everyone was competing fairly. Team leader. A berserker looked at the priest in the group. What do we do? What to do? Well, let's just deal with it. Let's hurry up and clear out the monsters. We'll follow them later and see who's faster. Nobody wants to give up the duck that's right in front of them. As Yang Tao and his companion entered the upstairs room, the armored statues, which appeared to be sculpted from the same mold, began to sway. Soon, the stone shells on the armored statues peeled off, revealing the blue armor underneath. Once activated, these magical creations raised their long swords and shields and charged towards Yang Tao. Its speed was so fast that it didn't seem like a level 35 monster at all. Careful. Celia took out the crystal she used for casting spells, and Yang Tao gave her a look that said, "Are you kidding me? Hey Celia, I can still beat these guys." Even if Yang Tao's level is higher than theirs, dealing with these exterminators would be a piece of cake for him at level 25. Ignoring the swords slashing at him from the exiles, he simply focused his mind, and a powerful repulsive force emanated from his body. Those who were driven away rushed forward quickly, and they were also thrown back quickly. Some unlucky guys even knocked off their helmets, turning into true headless riders. Celia turned to Yang Tao curiously. "Yang, what was that power just now? Why didn't I feel any magical fluctuations?" "It's just anti-gravity. If you want to study it, come home with me tonight, and I'll explain it to you properly. You're trying to do something bad." "No, it was just a discussion about knowledge." After saying that, the two stepped onto the stairs. The exterminator, who had just gotten up from the ground and was about to rush over, immediately lost his target and stood there motionless. They are puppets. The setting is to expel any intruders who break into the room. The staircase is not part of the room. Of course, if you think you can farm monsters by relying on the terrain, that's wishful thinking, because they also have a counterattack mechanic.